The tunnel connecting another dimension with the human world was called a gate, which led to the habitat of monsters known as the dungeon. In this place, there are not only monsters, but also hunters. One of them was called Sun Jin Woo, but he was a hunter who hunted in the simplest dungeons, such as he was called E-rank hunters. Sun Jin was the weakest hunter in the world. At least that's what most of the other guys thought. But the guy was not going to give up and planned to reach the end of his goal to help his mother. However, he was ultimately unable to avoid death and found himself in a situation from which it was almost impossible to escape. However, when death overtook him, he woke up in the hospital in a cold sweat. It was a shock for him. But as it turned out, after that day he received a new skill that would soon change his whole life. From that moment on, the guy always had a window with tasks in front of him, and if he trained in accordance with his tasks and hunted monsters, then his skill level would only grow. With his death, his journey from the weakest hunter in the world to the strongest S-rank fighter began. The world has changed due to the fact that humanity was inspired by the idea of exploring new worlds, which led to enormous destruction and wars. And along with this, new laws appeared that shouted that this was a world of hunters, in which the loser must die. Weakness at this time was equated with a crime, so Sung Jin was the main outcast. People simply did not understand people like him, because the guy was just a disappointment to them. But one day everything changed, and the miracles of fate showed themselves to the maximum, because the guy became a system player, which gave him the opportunity to challenge this new world every day. Over time, people perceived him completely differently, because he finally mastered the power that he had dreamed of all his life. The little boy's name was Sun Jin Woo, and he was a hunter at his young age. If you don't pay attention to his slightly abnormal regeneration power, it was even a little embarrassing to call him a hunter. And this was not new to him for a long time, because he always gets injured and has been on the verge of death more than once. A hunter is a job where life is at stake. Sung Jin does not do this because he really likes it. The point was that for an ordinary person with no special talents, he had no choice but to become a hunter. But even so, what he was paid by the Hunters Association was barely enough to pay his mother's medical bills. At one point, quite unexpectedly, someone turned to Kim. It was Buck, whom the man clearly did not expect to see here, so he immediately asked him what he forgot here. He was so surprised, because he thought that Buck had finished his career as a hunter. But as it turned out, his wife was pregnant with their second child, so he decided that he needed to return to his old job. Kim was a little surprised, but still happy to see his old friend, and also added that there was nothing better than a raid to earn some money. Buck admitted to him that he was actually a little worried, because it was so long ago that he could react at the right time. Moreover, in his opinion, he was already not good enough, and after the break his skill only worsened. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the voices of people who were literally shouting that they were glad to see Sun Jin, who did not leave his work. Kim also did not miss the moment and shouted to this guy that he should not forget to eat before the raid. For such care, Sung Jin was very grateful to him. Buck saw this guy here for the first time, but it seemed to him that since they were so worried about him, he must be a very strong hunter. Kim smiled and said that this guy came right after Buck left, and his nickname is the weakest hunter in the world. Buck thought that he had heard it, so he had to ask again whether he was definitely the weakest. But Kim did not make a mistake and once again repeated to him that this little boy was actually an E-rank hunter. Kim meant that this guy is so weak that he gets injured even in E-rank dungeons, and that's why they consider him the weakest hunter in the entire world. And all of this Kim wanted to say only for the fact that since this guy came here, then most likely the dungeon will not be difficult, this information reassured Buck. Now he did not feel like the weakest participant in the raid. Sung Jin, meanwhile, approached the seller to take coffee from him, but unfortunately for him, the coffee ran out. It would seem that this is a complete trifle in the life of every person, but not for Sung Jin, because it seemed to him that there was not even coffee left for him, when suddenly his depressive thoughts were interrupted by a woman's scream, who could not believe that Sung Jin was injured again. This noise was created by Miss Ju, who apparently also gathered with them on this raid. But now that's not the point. First of all, the girl decided to find out what the guy's face was again. Sung Jin found these questions funny, so he answered with a smile that he didn't even know where he received these wounds, most likely when he was hunting. But the girl had known the guy for several days and understood perfectly well that he was lying, so she asked him to tell her the truth. The guy continued to remain silent, so the girl decided to ask him if he had gone to the hospital. Instead of answering this question, Sung Jin told her that they were in a dungeon and he was the only one who was injured. Such a story surprised even the girl. He also added that everyone else was of higher rank, so they didn't even take a healer with them. For the girl, it was wild, because she believed that no matter how strong the hunters were, they should still take healers with them. Sung Jin interrupted her and said that in fact the reason was only that he himself was very weak, but the good news was that according to him, he was already used to it. Ju felt sorry for the guy, but she couldn't help him, although she really wanted to. The awkward silence between them was interrupted by Sung Jin, who said that it was time for them to enter the dungeon, so he called the girl to come with him. Before the raid, one of the hunters once again repeated the main points to everyone and also added that if they don't mind, then he would like to become the leader of the group on this trip. Kim and Buck knew that Mr. Song was standing in front of them, whose rank was the highest among them all, so they did not mind him becoming the leader among them. After the men, other members of the group gave their consent, which meant that a leader had been chosen and the time had come to enter the cave. Mr. Song, before entering, turned to Sung Jin and asked the guy to do everything possible so as not to get hurt. The guy was slightly unpleasant to hear this, but still he agreed with the man. Although the guy was smiling, these words still made him very angry, so he decided that he would do everything possible to give his best. The maintenance guys were talking, and one of them started talking about how Sung Jin was bothering him because they didn't give him coffee before he entered the dungeon. His interlocutor knew very well who he was talking about, so he decided in response to clarify what rank this dungeon was. To which he received the answer that this was a D-rank dungeon, and in all his time working in the Hunters Association, he had never seen Hunter Sung Jin come out unharmed. While Ju was using her abilities, she simultaneously wanted to find out why Sung Jin so persistently strives to be a hunter, because for him all this is so risky. The guy didn't know what to answer her, so he simply apologized. But according to the girl, she said this not so that he would ask for forgiveness, but because she was very worried about him. And she clearly didn't do it in vain, because terrible things happen in the dungeon every time, and all these monsters that get in their way will stop at nothing. At least Sung Jin understood that this raid was already over and they would soon go out. So he decided not to answer Ju. But the girl couldn't just calm down and decided to ask the guy what reason he had to continue to be a hunter. Sung Jin responded to this by saying that he was hunting just for fun, although in his mind he was well aware that if he told her about his reasons, he would be even more embarrassed. Ju noticed an interesting fact, that this fun of his had almost sent him to the next world twice. The guy started laughing, and it seemed like he did it in vain, because the girl immediately started yelling at him and saying that there shouldn't be laughter in this situation. Mr. Song, meanwhile, told everyone that the magic crystal is what they get when they destroy the monster. A magic crystal, even from a C-rank monster, costs thousands, however. Since Song Jin was an E-rank hunter, it was impossible for him to destroy a C-rank monster. After everything he had been through, he had only earned one rank E magic crystal, considering that he risked his life to earn it. This was too little for him. Sung Jin understood that making money in this way was too difficult for him, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some guy who informed everyone that he had found another passage. Mr. Song approached this passage and almost immediately realized that this was a double lair. But to make sure of this, he decided to throw a fireball there, which was supposed to show him the way, after which he turned to the others and asked them to listen to him carefully. He wanted to say that if the boss was still alive, the gate would not close. And since the gate is still open, it means that the boss is somewhere inside, and as they all knew according to the rules, they need to contact the Hunters Association and wait for their orders. But he thought it was important to note the fact that if the other hunters got to the boss first, their profits would decrease. So he suggested that everyone go together and destroy this boss. Although he understood that not everyone might want this and suggested voting, because there were 17 of them. So he believed that it would be fair. Then there would be no complaints after the voting results were announced. As a result, the score was 8-8, and the last decisive vote went to Sung Jin. Mentally, the guy, of course, was thinking that he didn't have enough money, and he would soon need to send his younger sister to college. But what is most important is that his mother is sick, and so he decided that he would do this only for the sake of his family. Sung Jin confidently said that he would go into this passage, but promised himself that this time everything would be completely different. The group of 17 people had already been walking for 40 minutes, so Mr. Song was starting to get a little worried because he knew that the gate would close an hour after the boss was destroyed, so they essentially only had 20 minutes left. Sung Jin walked with Ju, and at some point he broke the silence between them. He suddenly began to ask her for forgiveness. It seemed to him that she was offended by him because he voted for, and in fact, because of him, everyone had to go to this dungeon. Ju told him that she was fine, and he shouldn't worry about her so much. Sung Jin looked at her carefully, and it seemed to him that she was not quite all right, so he decided to ask again. And apparently he did it in vain because in fact the girl was not at all okay. At some point she literally held back and started screaming at him because she thought he was crazy, because he barely survived the last time. But even after all this, he decided to do this. So now she would like to know from him what made him vote yes. These words made Sungjin think that he's really only alive because Miss Ju is a B-rank healer. But all he could say was that he was very sorry that this happened, but apparently it would be better if he didn't say it, because it angered the girl even more. This anger, quite unexpectedly for the guy, grew into a proposal in which the girl told Sungjin that if he was really sorry, then he could treat her with something after they left this dungeon. This was incredibly unexpected for the guy, because it was the first time he heard such things from a girl. His silence made the girl think that he did not want to have dinner with her, so Sungjin had to immediately agree to it. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by shouts that they had finally found the boss's room. And according to other hunters, it was the first time they had seen such large doors. So this made them think that something was clearly wrong here. Kim and Buck immediately realized that this place was much more dangerous than the ones they had been to before. Mr. Song thought completely differently. It seemed to him that they should not return empty-handed. Besides, he believed that they could become the first to enter this dungeon. And everyone who did not want to go further, he allowed them to return back. Moreover, if necessary, he will go there alone. Everyone in the group looked at each other and realized that Mr. Song's abilities were incredible. He had an extremely aggressive style even among C-rank hunters. And besides, this old man could join any guild, so they decided that they should go with him to the end. Then the doors of this room opened incredibly easily, although they seemed much heavier, but this did not bother any of the group. As soon as they entered the room itself, it was as if torches were lit for them, something that none of them had ever seen anything like in the dungeons, so they decided that it would be best to split up and explore the area. Sungjin also looked around carefully, and everything around him was a little creepy. Everything looked as if no one had been here for a long time. He was especially amazed by these statues, because each of them held different objects in their hands, even musical instruments. Besides, there were so many of them here that it scared the guy a little. It even seemed to him that someone was clearly watching them. The other guys asked him not to escalate the situation, after which they drew attention to the huge statue in the center, which they thought could be the boss. Although not everyone thought so, it seemed to them that it was just a statue. Sungjin stood right in front of it and could not completely believe that it was so huge. The guys couldn't find anything that could somehow remind them of monsters, until one of them saw a magic seal. Therefore, they decided to call Mr. Song, because it seemed to them that something was clearly written here, and he most likely should take a look at it. This was another statue on which, according to Mr. Song, the commandments of the Kartinon Temple were written. The first commandment, and it is also the most important, is to worship the Lord. The essence of the second commandment was that they should praise the Lord, and while Mr. Song was reading all this, Ju called Sungjin to tell him that she thought the eyes of that big statue were moving. It seemed to the guy that it might have seemed like this to her. And meanwhile, the man read another commandment in which everyone had to show their faith. And as soon as Song finished reading the third commandment, they all suddenly had a strange feeling. It became so quiet, and their bodies were filled with cold. Song, in any case, continued to read and came to small rules in which it was said that anyone who does not fulfill these commandments will never be able to return alive. And as soon as he finished reading, everyone suddenly turned around and saw something that no one wanted to see. This huge door slammed shut on its own, and the torches around it lit up. One of the group immediately noticed the fact that coming here was a mistake, and now we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Few people agreed with him at that moment, so he decided that he did not need any treasures, and went to these doors himself. Song tried to shout to him to warn him not to touch his hand, but apparently it was too late. The huge statue that stood next to the gate literally took off the guy's head in one movement, and there was nothing left of him. Buck couldn't believe his eyes. Could this thing really move? But what scared him more was that they would have to fight them. Sungjin immediately remembered how Ju had just told him that she had seen the eyes of a huge statue move, so he turned around to look. And to his great regret, he noticed how this huge statue was looking straight into his eyes. Sungjin tried not to panic completely, but the thought of having just destroyed a D-rank hunter so easily made him think. Even if you think about the fact that he was considered a weak hunter, he was still stronger than Sungjin, and he had just been destroyed by this statue with just one blow. Moreover, he did not forget that this dungeon was a maximum of D rank, and he had never heard of such powerful monsters in a D rank dungeon. Mr. Song interrupted the guy's thoughts when he began to say that if statues can move, then perhaps this huge one can too. In fact, this is not the first time that Sungjin has found himself on the verge of death. For example, during his first raid, he fell behind the group and got lost. Somehow, he was stabbed in the back by a rank E monster and was hospitalized for several weeks. There were situations when he almost died due to hunger, when he was trapped in a dungeon. Even though all these dungeons were low ranking, he still always put his life on the line. Other hunters exchange magic cores for better equipment in order to hunt stronger monsters and obtain more treasures. But the guy can't do that for obvious reasons. Therefore, he was always without equipment, and all because buying a cheap sword doesn't really bring anything. It just breaks quickly, and having a healer means that all wounds will be healed, unless they are very severe. People always complained about the guy because they said that if you go on a dungeon raid with him, you always have to do twice as much work. His nickname of the weakest hunter came precisely for these reasons. But Sungjin ignored all these comments and simply continued to do his job. He left the dungeon wounded and continued to go there again and again. And in the end, this work still led to his death. And perhaps it was for this reason that Sungjin understood everything better for others that day. At one point, Sungjin shouted and asked each of them to duck. It was as if he knew that this huge statue would strike them with its eyes. Sungjin grabbed Ju and barely managed to land on the ground. After such an attack, not everyone was okay. And this could be understood by the limbs that remained lying down. Buck noticed that a lot of people had just died from just one blow. And Kim noticed the fact that if it weren't for Sungjin, he would hardly have been able to dodge this blow. Song continued to shout to everyone that they should not get up, because if they do, then this statue will attack them again. After which he crawled to Sungjin, who informed him that Miss Ju could not cope with her fear, so she only goes to E-rank dungeons, although he is a B-rank healer. Moreover, here as they could see, this was far from a simple dungeon. And he also did not forget to say that only those who remained standing died. And everyone who listened to Sungjin was able to survive, which greatly surprised the guy. So Song decided to check with him. Didn't he shout because he knew what would happen? Sungjin said with apprehension that in fact he only shouted because he sensed danger. But suddenly, he stopped talking because he noticed that Mr. Song's hand was missing. But the man assured him that he would be fine. He just needed to stop the bleeding. While Sungjin was bandaging him, Song decided to ask the guy what rank he thought this place was. But the guy immediately replied that he couldn't even imagine, because he had never gone to dungeons above rank D. He had only been to a B-rank dungeon a couple of times, so he could definitely say that this place was many times superior to a B-rank dungeon. They both agreed that this was most likely an S-rank dungeon. But most importantly, they decided to remember the commandments of the Kartanon Temple. The first is to worship the Lord. The second is to praise the Lord. The third is to prove your faith to the Lord. And most importantly, the one who does not keep the commandments can never return alive. After they repeated all this, Sungjin decided to say that it seemed to him that that same Lord was this huge statue. Song, given all this, realized that even if they could destroy them all, it would most likely take too much time. The gate is a tunnel that connects the world of people with the alien world of monsters. 10 years ago, after the gate appeared, a lot of strange things happened to the world. One example is the appearance of hunters who became local heroes. Their strength has not changed in any way since Awakening. Sungjin also became one of the hunters. Because with Awakening he had strength, although his strength was only enough for E rank, although he is stronger than many people. But the difference between him and other ranks was huge. Those who received the power to go through the gates and fight monsters also made a career out of it. They were called hunters. Sometimes behind the gate, there can be sinister, desperate monsters that appear there literally out of nowhere. Sungjin was worried about Song because his bleeding still had not stopped, but the man believed that they could not do anything about it. In addition, he only took 3 healers with him, because he thought that this way they could go through this section much faster. However, the first healer was so brutally destroyed that nothing was left of him. The second fell into shock, and is now behaving like a crazy person. Even B-rank healer Ju has most likely never experienced anything like this, so getting treatment in this situation is quite problematic. Mr. Young believed that for now, the best thing for them would be to just stand still against the likes of this statue. And when the situation calmed down a little, he suggested they escape, but he immediately warned that it would not be as easy as it might seem. Sungjin agreed with the man's words. If they so much as move, they will be attacked. Even if they can somehow get past him, they still need to get through the guards who guard the gate, which meant that most likely he would never allow them leave. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some guy, who, as it turned out, was also a hunter, and according to him, he was not going to die here, if only because he had just joined a large guild. Song tried to shout to him so that he would not even think about moving because it was too dangerous. But the guy wasn't even going to listen to him because he believed that he could do it. Because if he was so confident in something, it was only in his speed. He believed that he could run through the door in an instant. But it was a big mistake for which he paid with his life. Sung Jin then realized that their affairs were actually even worse than he thought, because these monsters could destroy them whenever they wanted. But still, he was interested in one question, which he asked Mr. Song. If they can destroy them so easily, then why don't they do it? This statue clearly does not destroy them even if it can do so. It is different from monsters that attack hunters without a second thought as soon as they see them. Sung Jin noticed that the guard statue would attack anyone who approached the door. A huge statue that with a beam erases anyone who moves, and this meant for him that all the attacks of these statues have a certain order. These thoughts led the guy to realize that in this room there is a clear order and rules that must be followed. And the rules here are the same commandments of the cardboard temple. As soon as the guy guessed this, he immediately decided to ask Mr. Song what was the first commandment. The man didn't read it too well, but it seemed to him that the first thing they should do was worship the Lord. Sung Jin, hearing this, told the man that this dungeon has its own rules. After which he began to get up little by little. The man shouted to the guy that he didn't need to do this, but apparently Sung Jin was confident in himself. Song stopped shouting at him as soon as he looked at the guy and saw in him eyes that clearly did not want to die. Although Sung Jin moved, the statue did not attack him. Apparently she realized that he was trying to bow to her. The guy also realized the peculiarity that this monster attacks only when the victim stands in front of him at a certain height, and thus he finally understood the essence of the first commandment. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Sung Jin immediately asked them all to bow to this statue. Kim and Buck thought that the guy was just crazy to offer them such a thing. But Song was not like that. He immediately guessed that the guy apparently understood something, since he was so sure of it. Sung Jin told the man that this statue only attacks if you stand too high. But if you bow low enough, he will not attack. So he once again asked them to bow to the Lord directly, so they will show that they are praising him. Song, looking at the guy, understood perfectly well that this was clearly not just a premonition. He was literally confident in what he was doing. Sung Jin didn't think so, and it seemed to him that everything he felt was right, but he wasn't sure of anything. The man understood that in fact they had no other choice, so he didn't mind doing what the guy said. After which the others followed him, although mentally they only hoped that thanks to this they would live. They bowed for a while until the statue suddenly changed its face and began to smile. But this only frightened the boys even more. They had never seen such horror before. They continued to bow and think about how many people this statue had buried. But the most important question that worried them was how many people were able to get out of this place. Sung Jun didn't know the answers to any of these questions, so he could even guess how long they had to do all this. At one point, Buck noticed that the attacks seemed to have stopped, and it seemed to him that he could already get up and leave. The other guys still thought that this statue was about to do something worse, because they couldn't believe that everything could end so easily. But Baku didn't care. He stood up and began to joyfully talk about how the attacks had finally stopped, and now they could get out of here. Other people stood behind him, who thought that they had already survived, and this monster would not do anything more to them. Only Sung Jin understood that this was their main mistake that they made in their lives. And as soon as he thought about it, a small earthquake immediately began, which interrupted all the joy of the children. As it turned out, it wasn't really an earthquake. It was just that this huge statue decided to stand on its feet. Now, each of them understood perfectly well that apparently this was definitely not the end, and they would obviously now have huge problems. Song understood that things were bad for them, so he wanted to immediately find out what options Sung Jin had, but he was slightly in shock and could not answer. Just one look and a smile made the guy stand in a stupor. While Sung Jin was trying to find in his head at least one option that could help them, this huge statue raised its leg and seemed to want to crush all the people who were below. This quickly made the guy start to think, so he again started shouting to each of them that this dungeon has its own rules that they must adhere to in order to survive. Sung Jin once again repeated to them that the first rule is to bow to the Lord, the second is to extol the Lord, and all this must be a decision. After these words, one of the group came forward and said that he could cope with this task because he was a member of the church choir, and if he needed to sing and pray, then he would do it. He carefully sat down in front of the statue and began to read a prayer. The monster began to noticeably move slower, and it seemed to the guys that it was really working. Sung Jun, looking at the smile of this monster, realized that this actually does not work, because this creature is not really God. And right now the priest will be punished for this. This statue will simply crush him. Until the end, no one believed that this could happen, but this creature, without blinking an eye, crushed another person. It is quite obvious that this will cause panic in other people who simply did not expect anything like this. They immediately began to run away. It seemed to them that now a similar fate awaited them. The monster really didn't stop there and continued to crush one person after another. Song fled with Ju and Sun Jin, to whom he told them that it was dangerous to run like this in a group. So he suggested that each of them split up, which they agreed with. Although on the other hand, Sun Jin understood perfectly well that he simply could not leave the girl alone. Buck was running at that moment and thinking that he simply couldn't die here, because he had finally decided to become the father of twins, so he definitely needed to get out of here. His thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who shouted to him that there was an enemy behind him and asked the tank to turn around immediately. But it was too late. One of the statues struck him with a blow which literally split the man into two halves. After that, Sung Jin simply didn't understand how they could extol a god like him, because the way he destroys people, he's more like a devil. The main problem was that they simply had nowhere to run, because there were guards around, and a huge statue was running after them. The guy tried to figure out what to do, but he had no ideas at all. Suddenly he noticed a statue with musical instruments, and an idea came to mind. It seemed to him that the guards only attack when you get too close to them, and as soon as someone does this, they attack using pre-prepared movements. Statues holding musical instruments are unlikely to do the same, so Sung Jin shouted to everyone and asked them to run towards the statues holding musical instruments. Imagine Song's surprise when he approached one of these statues, and instead of attacking him, she began to play her musical instrument. Thus he confirmed Sung Jin's words, and also recommended that the others look for statues with tools. They do not attack. Kim, sitting near one of these statues, simply could not hold back his tears. He cried and shouted at this huge statue that he hated it. Sun Jin and Ju ran up to one of the statues, which was holding a drum in its hands, but it never started playing. The guy just didn't understand what was going on and why wasn't she playing. And then the thought came to his mind that maybe she wouldn't start playing while two people were near the statue. Therefore, he decided that he needed to run to look for a new statue, and Ju left it there, telling it to stand in place because it was already safe. He quickly found a new statue that suited him, so he immediately headed there. He had just a few meters left when suddenly he noticed a huge statue's leg appearing above him. Fortunately, he was able to dodge and it didn't hit him, although this made it even more difficult for the guy to get to this statue. He was still able to run, but as soon as he raised his eyes, he immediately realized how much he was mistaken, because in the hands of the statue, there was actually not a musical instrument, but a shield, with which this guard immediately began to attack the guy. Sung Jin could only pray to the real God and ask him for help. All his life he grabbed onto the thread of life and it did not let him die, but now even it can break. But apparently not this time, because he still managed to crawl to the statue, which began to sing and thereby saved the guy. Ju immediately ran up to the guy because she was most worried about him. But when she got closer, she realized that things were actually much worse for him. The thing was that the guy simply didn't have one of his legs. Sung Jin tried to tell the girl that she could stop and not treat him anymore, but the girl insisted and asked him to be patient for a while because she was going to do everything to cure him. It was a terrible picture that not everyone could observe, although some said that at least he was able to survive. Kim at that moment decided to notice that at the very beginning there were 17 of them, and now there were only 6 left, and only 2 were seriously wounded. After which he turned to Mr. Wong and said that he was quite sorry that he had lost his arm, but it was because he made hasty decisions as a leader, which the man himself could not argue with. Their conversation was again interrupted by that same huge statue, which seemed to want to do everything to destroy them. She raised her hand, after which an earthquake began, and a very strange stone thing appeared from underground. Kim wanted to know out loud what it was and what it was for. Sung Jin barely spoke, but still, gathering strength, he was able to answer that it looked like an altar to him. This answer really surprised the guys, and the guy had to explain that he thinks so because he read about it somewhere in ancient mythology. These books described how people performed sacrifices in the name of their lord. Cows, pigs, sheep, children, girls, and other living creatures could act as victims. Moreover, they only had to remember the last commandment of this temple, in which they had to prove their faith. The guy mentally understood that this was most likely the last test that they would have to pass in order to get out of here. After these words, Kim began to take out his sword, saying that apparently they would have to sacrifice someone in order to get out of this place. Moreover, Kim already knew who they would do this with, the one who brought them here, and it was Mr. Song. Kim recalled that the one who boasted of his wife and 2 children was cut in half, and 10 other people were destroyed in a similar way, and only one person needs to be blamed for all this. He wanted Song to take on this responsibility and prove to everyone who was alive what he was really worth. Sung Jin thought that this was too much, but in response, Kim asked the guy to close his mouth and sit still. Song finally responded and said that actually Kim was right. He should take responsibility and go alone. Sung Jin still thought that this was wrong, because in fact it was not his fault and he should not do this. It seemed to the guy that it was mean to say that it was only his mistake, because at least half of them supported his idea and followed him to the end, and Kim was one of them. As soon as Song crossed the border to this altar, a fire suddenly lit up. Sung Jin didn't quite understand what this flame could mean. Didn't this monster just want them to make a sacrifice? Therefore, the guy decided to ask them to help him climb to the top of the altar, which caused a new portion of surprise among the guys. But still, they helped him do this, and he gradually began to approach the altar. And as soon as the three of them crossed the border, 3 more lights appeared. Now Sung Jin began to understand what was happening here, and he became interested in asking Song if the other hunters would save them if they stayed here. But the man didn't think so, because more than a week had passed since the opening of the gate. In addition, these statues will clearly do everything to ensure that reinforcements cannot help them in any way. But this was not even the saddest thing, but the fact that other, more experienced hunters most likely neglected this gate, because this was just a D-rank dungeon. However, Song did not expect anything new from them. The guy knew very well that the gate opens completely after 7 days. The monsters will be able to get out when the gate opens completely, and therefore in these raids the boss must be killed before these 7 days expire. And therefore if they cannot do this now, it will mean that the monster will come to their world. In any case, to begin with, he asked the rest of the guys to go up to this altar. After all, for each person 1 flame lights up on the altar, and most likely the test will begin when everyone is here. Kim and Ju also went beyond the line of this altar, thanks to which 2 more fires lit up. Moreover, a blue light also lit up around him, which most likely meant the start of the test. But their main attention was focused on the fact that the doors began to open little by little. Sung Jin clearly didn't expect this. Can they really just leave like that now? And apparently he was right. Nothing would happen just like that, because these guards began to approach the guys. Now no one had any idea what to do. They just stood there for a while and waited for what would happen next. The guards still continued to come at them. With each step, these monsters became more and more terrible. Suddenly, Sung Jin turned to Ju and asked her not to close her eyes, because to him it was like the game they played in childhood. As soon as they took their eyes off these monsters, they immediately began to move. So all they had to do was look at them. And it worked, although the effect was short-lived, because one girl from the group simply could not restrain herself and began to run away. Sung Jun tried to stop her, but the girl did not want to listen to him and simply continued to run as fast as she could towards the gate. They couldn't believe that she was still alive and that she still managed to escape from this hellish place. Could it be that the tests were over and they could really just get out of this place like that? The guy noticed that as soon as the girl ran out, the doors closed quite a bit. The blue light disappeared after a while, and one of the red lights, which depended on the number of people at the altar, went out after she left. Sung Jin remembered again that the first commandment said that they must worship the Lord. In the second, they needed to praise him, and at least the last steps were not a riddle that the Sphinx could make. But even in this case, the guy continued to think that opening these doors was still a trap that gave them empty hope. Although it was worth considering that as soon as all the red lights appeared, the gate opened, after which it closes every time the red light goes out, and most likely the gate will completely close when all the red lights go out. Sung Jin realized that to prove his faith means that in horror and danger, with sweet temptation, a person must maintain his faith. All these thoughts and guesses were interrupted by the guy who was helping Sung Jin stand in place, and he told the guy that it seemed to him that he could no longer stay here. He then let go of Sung Jin, causing him to fall to the ground. And the guy started to run away, and he also managed to get through these doors and remain absolutely unharmed. Kim and Ju were shocked by what they had just seen. How is this even possible? Sung Jin immediately started yelling at them and telling them not to move because he felt like they couldn't let anyone else leave. But they understood perfectly well that all of them would not be enough to look at every statue, and at this rate, they would most likely die. Song asked the guy to tell him everything he thought. Sung Jin explained to him that all they had to do was stay here and look at the statues until the blue lights disappeared. He believed that the blue lights were a timer and they could leave when they all went out. Kim didn't deny that Mr. Sung Jin might be right, but he also thought it was possible that the gate might close when the blue lights disappeared. The guy didn't really think about it, but when Mr. Kim told him about it, Sung Jin began to accept this option in his head. Although Kim did not stop there and added that he would never have thought that someone so weak could be so useful. Kim admitted that in fact, he always looked down on the guy and never expected any results from him when he joined them. But today, many died when they entered this room. But those who were able to survive should only thank Sung Jin, all because only he managed to solve the puzzle of this strange temple. And in the end, he could not help but add that he was alive only thanks to Sung Jin. And for this, he would like to say a big thank you to the guy. But he did not forget that he also has a family and therefore he most of all does not want to die here. And only for this reason he said that he could not stay here any longer. He would have to leave. After which Kim took off and simply began to run as fast as he could towards the exit, in the hope that someday he would be able to return to his family again. These words only made Sung Jun hate Kim more, because his words of gratitude would essentially be their last words before death. After Kim ran away, Song noticed the fact that the gate was almost closed, and now it was too late, but he finally realized what really happened here. And the result of these thoughts was that he decided that the guys needed to leave here. He believed that the gates would not close as long as there was at least one person on the altar, and they still had many years of life ahead of them, so they should get out of here as soon as possible. Song didn't even hear the words that Sungjin said to him. Instead, he asked Ju to help him raise Sungjin. But as it turned out, the problem was completely different. The girl's legs literally do not obey her and she cannot stand up, much less walk. Song knew that this must be due to mana depletion, since she used too much of it to heal Mr. Song. Sun Jin intervened in their dialogue and turned to Mr. Wong with a request, the essence of which was that he wanted to ask to take Miss Ju out of here. They tried to answer him, but he didn't let them say a word, but simply repeated that he would stay here and they should leave. Ju simply couldn't stand it all anymore and started screaming that she would stay here. In response to this, Sung Jin said that he once promised her that he would have dinner with her. And apparently now is their last opportunity to do this, so he asked her to eat this first. She wanted to say that now was not the time for jokes, but Sun did not let her finish and simply struck her, which knocked her out, and he was able to pick her up in his arms to make it easier to carry her out of here. Before leaving, Sun Jin once again asked him to take care of her. The man gave him his word that he would do everything to keep her safe, after which they simply left, and Sun Jin was left alone with these monsters, who were gradually approaching closer and closer to him. At that moment, his only joy was that of the 6 people who remained, only he would die. He also felt a little offended that he had not taken out insurance for himself. It would have been cool if he had known about this in advance. These thoughts at one moment grew into the fact that he decided to take one of these monsters with him, so he picked up a sword and was ready to fight. Although considering how huge these monsters are, he understood that he had no chance. A few seconds later, the guy was struck with a blow that went through his body. He was right when he thought that he would be the only one among the survivors to die. Sung Jin cried and prayed to God the guy didn't want to die like that, so he hoped that there was still a chance. How he would like to live another life, in which he would make a lot fewer mistakes. After the final blow, instead of dying, the guy saw a notification in front of him, which said that he was able to fulfill all the necessary requirements of the secret task. Courage of the weak. This meant that he had earned the opportunity to become a real player, and there was too little time to make this decision. But Sung Jin wanted to live too much, so he still accepted this offer. After which he woke up in his room and screamed. The first thoughts that came to the guy were that it was all actually a dream. He looked around and didn't quite understand what was going on and what was he doing in the hospital. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some people in suits who entered his room. They were glad that he finally woke up, and Sung Jin himself would like to know who they even are. In response to this question, they handed him a card and asked his forgiveness for disturbing him. This card said that they were from the Hunters Association, but this only created more questions for the guy because what did the association want from him? They continued talking and told the guy that they had actually been waiting for him to wake up for 3 whole days, which surprised him very much. After which he immediately wanted to know what happened to Miss Ju and Mr. Song, and according to the man from the association, everything was fine with them. Also regarding Song, they added that having one hand, it would be problematic for him to work, so the association suggested that he retire, but only he would decide. And Miss Ju is currently still recovering from psychological trauma, and at the moment the only thing that was unclear was whether they would remain hunters. After which another person from the association began to talk about other hunters, but Sung Jin interrupted him and said that for now he had enough information. Sun Jin's interlocutors continued to say that only 6 people survived after visiting the double cave, and although hunters are in danger every time they hunt, but such a massacre does not happen often. Moreover, the association believes that such a case is generally the first time in history. Moreover, when the Hunters Association and the White Tiger Guild arrived at the scene, they all disappeared. In that cave, they could only find Sun Jin, who was lying on top of the altar. They could not find any statues or what others described. Sung Jin began to scream from what he heard because he could not believe that this was even possible. But the guys from the association understood everything perfectly and said that they believed him. If the testimonies of those who survived had differed even slightly, or if some other body parts had not been found there, they would have looked for another reason for what happened. But now they believed that he went through a reawakening. Hunters' stats are set when they receive an awakening or power. However, some hunters can receive an awakening again. Some have managed to rise from C rank to A rank or even higher. Therefore, the guys from the association took a magical power sensor with them, and all Sung Jin needs to do now is put his hand on the crystal. The man at this moment was thinking that if in fact these were the high-level deadly monsters that the survivors were talking about, then ordinary hunters would not be able to cope with them. Only an A rank or S rank squad could change the situation. But even so, in this case, all these monsters simply disappeared. Therefore, they could not help but suspect that the hunter Sun Jin had received a reawakening, since he was the only surviving hunter left inside. However, his meter reading was only 10 units. Even the lowest E rank is at least 70, which means that they suspected him without reason. After which they simply packed their things and left without even saying goodbye. And as soon as the doors closed, the guy was surprised that they didn't see what he did. In his eyes, he saw a large panel on which notifications come, and apparently the association does not know this. But what surprised the guy most of all was the fact that his severed leg was in place, and not a trace remained of the pierced chest. This made him think that he simply did not distinguish between what was a dream and where was reality. In any case, now he was worried about the question in which he was interested to know whether he should tell these guys what he sees in front of him, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a female voice that entered this room. It was his sister who wanted to know what he was doing and whether his head hurt. But without waiting for an answer, she came closer to him and immediately began shouting at him because she had already told him 1,000 times not to get hurt. It seemed to her that he couldn't even imagine how worried she was about him. She didn't understand at all why only he was injured. At that moment, Sung Jin only thought that a little more, and he would have left her alone in this world. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by another pop-up window in front of his face, after which he completely stopped hearing everything that the girl said to him. He tried to click on this message and at the same time asked if the girl saw it. She didn't understand at all what her brother was talking about, so he said that a message was popping up in front of his eyes, as if he were in a game in which he had an unread message. Now his sister was not at all sure that he had not hit his head anywhere, but still, she decided to help him with this and said that if he were in the game, he would first need to open the mailbox. Sung Jin listened to his sister and did this, after which a message appeared in front of his eyes, which said that he was now a player who would receive a daily task, and today this task was that he needed to become stronger. After the guy read this message, he was bombarded with several more, in which it was said that the system would help with the player's growth, and if he did not obey the orders of the system, he could be punished. Sung Jin did not understand what the system was feeding on to tell him, but he remembered that he had seen something similar when he was lying in that cave on the altar. In any case, he decided to try to complete the daily task, which was that he needed to become stronger, and for not completing the daily task, he would be punished. Sung Jin thought this was some kind of joke, because to complete this task, he had to run more than 10 kilometers, do 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups, and also perform several exercises. He immediately decided that someone like him did not have the strength to do this. He needed to rest after almost dying. So he decided that he would find out more about it after he got some sleep. But just as he started to fall asleep, he received another message saying that he had not completed his daily task, and now he would be in the penalty area. And then the system triggered an earthquake, which quickly woke up the guy, and he immediately stopped wanting to sleep. But this was only the beginning, because he didn't even have time to clip before the system moved him to the center of the desert. Sun Jin still felt like he was sleeping and this was just some kind of terrible dream. But when he heard a sound behind him, he turned around and realized that in fact this was not a terrible dream. It was just a nightmare in which he was attacked by a giant poisonous centipede. This monster did not attack the guy until he read the instructions for the quest in which he needed to survive before time ran out. It seemed to Sung Jin that this was just one big joke, because as it turned out, he had to hold out without dying for 4 hours. The centipede could not keep up with Sun Jin, and he in turn tried to do everything to escape from this monster. At some point, he received a notification that he had almost completed the penalty task, and only 10 seconds remained before its completion. Therefore, Sung Jin accelerated, and at some point the desert turned into his hospital room. Finally, 4 hours passed, and he was still able to complete this penalty task. The system congratulated the guy on the fact that he was still able to complete this task, and also informed him that he could finally receive his reward for completing this task. But he was so exhausted that he simply fell unconscious on the floor, which is why a nurse immediately ran into the room. A few hours later, 2 nurses were standing in the hallway discussing patient Sung Jin. One of them had heard that he was a hunter who ran every day, although he himself had only recently woken up from a serious injury. The doctor said that hunters heal faster than ordinary people, so light exercise is useful, but it seemed to them that the guy was running too much for light exercise. 4 hours had passed since he woke up, and there were already several things that he managed to find out. First, this thing in front of his eyes is not an illusion. He clearly sees it with his own eyes, although no one else can do it. For the fact that he completed the first quest and ran 10 kilometers, the system rewarded him with complete healing of his body and restoration of energy. The fatigue that had nested throughout his entire body actually disappeared, as if it had never existed at all. In addition, there are also improvements to his characteristics, and random boxes can drop out. With the help of characteristics points, he could improve any ability until his points run out. Sung Jin becomes stronger when he increases the player's characteristics, status, skills, inventory, stored items. All this seemed to him like an ordinary game that was controlled by some strange phenomena. Although Sung Jin did not understand what was really going on here, he still had a smile on his face. That evening, Sung Jin went to the hospital reception desk and wanted to ask to leave for a few hours. The nurse wanted to know where he was going to go, to which Sung Jin told her that he really just needed to take care of some things. She didn't try to dissuade him, so she let him go without any problems. When the guy talked about some things, he meant that it was time to find out what this key does. He got this key in a random box that appears every time after completing a daily task, although sometimes unnecessary things appear, such as bandages and pens. But this key seemed different to Sung Jin. The description for this key said that it allows you to instantly create a dungeon, and this worried the guy a little. But in any case, all these tasks, the statistics window, all this could be due to over-awakening, so it seemed to him that he should try to find out. Although he still found it a little funny that the weakest one was getting a reawakening, others would have laughed if they heard it. On the other hand, he was confident in his ability, and if it was as dangerous as last time, he decided that he would simply run away, no matter what. After these thoughts, he finally used this key, and the dungeon was created by itself. Sung Jin, without hesitation for a long time, entered through a small portal, and at the same moment received a message that he had entered an instant dungeon. But as soon as he crossed the line, he noticed that the entrance to this dungeon was immediately closed, just like the last time, so the guy began to panic a little because of this. Suddenly a girl on the phone just walked through him, who didn't even notice this passage. And only after that Sung Jin began to understand that apparently this was just some other dimension. But even so, it didn't look like an ordinary dungeon. He had never seen anything like it before, and it must be similar to the Red Gate. Sung Jin didn't know what to do in this situation, because he planned to escape if something went wrong, because if they closed the exit, then he wouldn't be able to get out of here. And as soon as he thought about it, he received a notification that until he destroyed the boss, he would not be able to leave this dungeon. It's been a few days since he fought E-rank monsters, and now he has to clear the entire dungeon by himself? But apparently they have high hopes for him, since he will need to clear the entire dungeon alone. This dungeon looked quite strange and looked like some abandoned area. But the main problem was that while the guy was walking around this area, he felt less and less confident. Although apparently he felt this way for a reason, because at one point he was attacked by a huge monster that was going to destroy the guy. Sung Jin managed to dodge such an attack at the last moment, but for him, the battle had just begun. And his opponent was a monster, but not a simple one, but a wolf, which was called the Steel Fang Riken. Sung Jin immediately thought that even 1 or 2 goblins was already hard enough for him. So the confidence that the guy could defeat this monster was falling with every second. From such stress, the guy's legs at one point simply went numb and he could not move them normally. It seemed to Sung Jin that he had not suffered any serious psychological trauma then, but apparently his body thought differently. In any case, he urgently needs to come up with something because the monster is already running at him with an attack. Sung Jin was again miraculously able to dodge another attack from this monster, although he didn't even notice it, because in his mind he only thought that he didn't even have a healer and he couldn't afford to get injured now. But his movements were simply perfect. He dodged any attack from this wolf. And at some point, he finally noticed that his body was actually incredibly light, which allowed him to dodge all attacks. This gave him a little confidence that he could win this fight, and besides, he barely saved his life not to be killed by some dog. So he finally decided to launch a counterattack to calm down this wolf a little. And he actually did it just fine. With just one blow, the wolf flew several meters away. Sung Jin himself did not expect such great strength. It seemed to him that this might be due to the fact that he had improved his strength indicators. In any case, now is not the time to think about it because this wolf is still even stronger for him. Sung Jin continued to strike at this monster, but it was still too little and this monster continued to attack. Sung Jin did not yet have another attack option and he did not know how to destroy this beast once and for all. He decided that for now the best option would be to run away, because for him, this was still too strong an opponent. But this wolf was not going to just let the guy go and continue to attack him. Sung Jin understood that if he did not escape, he was unlikely to be able to win because he had nothing that he could use except his body. He would so much like to have a weapon that has magical powers when suddenly he froze because he realized that he actually had such a weapon. After which he used his inventory, which still contained that same sword. Sung Jin didn't fully know why this sword was still in his inventory, but now it could help him a lot. Therefore, he did not hesitate for a long time and used it to destroy this monster. The blade was sharp enough to cut the wolf into two parts, which is what Sung Jin did. The blade with which he managed to do this is the same one that Mr. Kim left in the double lair. After he was able to defeat this wolf, he received a notification that his level had been increased. Sung Jin remembered that Mr. Kim bought it for 3 million coins. It was too expensive a sword for the guy. Usually he could not afford to touch something like that, but now he will use it. In addition, he has an inventory in which he can store anything. While he was looking at his inventory, 2 more wolves appeared next to him. But now, thanks to the fact that he had weapons, he was no longer afraid of anything and was ready for any battle. But apparently everything would not be as simple as it seemed to the guy, because at some point he realized that he simply could not lift this sword for reasons unknown to him. And while he did this, the monsters were already incredibly close, and he urgently needed to do something so as not to die. At the last moment, he managed to gather all his strength and strike at these wolves. After a few minutes of fighting, Sung Jin finally began to understand why this wolf was called the Steel Wolf. But the guy himself was no longer a simple E-rank hunter, especially since he was holding such a cool sword in his hands. And now when he thinks about it, these wolves have become too weak for him. After he'd defeated 2 wolves, he noticed that as soon as he levels up, all his stats go up by 1 point, and completing a daily task gives him 3 points. Leveling up means that all his stats go up by 1, and now he has 5 points. The easiest thing for him to deal with was the strength because it was increased by only 10 points, but he already feels a significant improvement. Be that as it may, he decided to see how much stronger he could become with each level increase. But on the other hand, he understood that he was reacting too violently after defeating only 2 monsters. He did not forget that he needed to examine these wolves, because he knew that all the monsters in the dungeon had magical cores, and it seemed that they were some kind of separate species. At that moment, he had an amazing insight that if he was under the control of the game system, then there was a high probability that these dungeons and these monsters were also specially created by the system, and perhaps for this reason items would drop out, not magic cores. Here, even to his surprise, there was a store where he could sell the fang of this wolf for 20 gold coins. Although the guy couldn't say whether it was a lot or a little, it's not real money, but in any case, it's better than nothing. It seemed to him that this was an E-rank dungeon, and these clicks must be worthless. All this was not the main question because he wanted to know what to do next, because he understood that he could not just leave until he destroyed the boss. He could leave if he received the return crystal, but he does not know what will happen. Is this even possible? He understood that even if the boss was rank E, he was still too strong to fight him alone. Although on the other hand, there was the thought that he could still defeat him if he raised his level a little more. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted after he saw another wolf, and behind him darkness, in which apparently there were many more like him. Sung Jin tried to convince himself that he really had nothing to fear at the moment, because if he tried, he could destroy them. Besides, he has already died once and he is not going to do it a second time. Sung Jin did everything to win this fight, and in fact, so far he has done just fine. But these wolves did not decrease in number. He even had the feeling that when he destroyed 1 wolf, 2 more of the same appeared in its place. Sung Jin immediately warned them that he was not going to give up, so they shouldn't die too quickly. Otherwise, I would be sorry that he just wasted time on them. The guy decided that he would fight as fiercely as his body could and would do this until his energy was at 0. After all, he finally realized one important thing, that if he doesn't destroy them all himself, they will most likely destroy him, so he will try his best. After a few minutes of such intense combat, the guy's level had already been raised several times. Sung Jin destroyed the monsters one by one. For moments, he didn't even think about how many such monsters he had already destroyed. And the main source of his strength was that he thought that if he died, then no one would be able to protect the people dear to him. In this case, he will lose everything that is so dear to him, and he under no circumstances wanted this. He decided that he couldn't just give up in this case. So he had only one option left, and that was to never give up and do everything to become stronger. He was even ready to follow all these absurd rules. Sun Jin could barely move after killing more than 30 wolves, and his sword became heavier and heavier with every step. But apparently this was just a warm-up, because in this dungeon there were probably more than 100 of these wolves, each of which was not against tearing the guy into small pieces. Previously, the guy would most likely have gotten scared and tried to run away, but at the moment he received the title of Wolf Destroyer, which meant that he was ready to destroy them all. At some point in the battle, Sun Jin noticed that although the blade of this sword had not changed, with each such blow the strength of the sword decreased. The guy understood that even if he bought a high-class weapon, it would inevitably become the same when he went down into the dungeon several more times. There was one time when he bought a dagger that cost more than 50,000 won. Although it became easier for him to hunt, the dagger still broke easily in the boss battle. On this day, he received 3 E-rank magic crystals. But even so, he still cannot make ends meet, so he no longer buys weapons. Even if it was tiring, he decided that he would take care of them one by one using his body. And it actually worked. He was able to destroy all the wolves that dared to attack him. Thus, he was able to earn 34 wolf fangs, 2 worn daggers, traveler's clothes, a homecoming stone, and this was even more than he could have expected. Having such a stone in his hand, the guy could easily return back. But he decided that there was not the slightest guarantee that there would be another chance to become stronger so easily. Besides, he didn't know what would happen to this dungeon after he used the return stone. Would it just disappear? He understood that if this was something like a limited event created by the system, then it was quite real. At that moment, it was quite difficult for the guy to decide what was best for him to do next, go forward or retreat. But the answer did not keep him waiting for long, and Sung Jin still decided that he needed to continue his path. Moreover, every time he fights monsters, he increases his level, and it becomes easier and easier for him to destroy them. With every step through this dungeon, Sung Jin felt that he was definitely becoming stronger. He noticed that in this dungeon, the monsters are able to reborn. Unlike ordinary dungeons, they essentially do not feel like living beings. Therefore, fighting them more reminded him of a game in which their character was determined. He believed that if he could learn their behavior, then he could understand where they were coming from. And at some point, it really began to work. And Sun Jin already knew that the attack would be from above and from the sides. It was no longer a problem for him to fight several monsters at the same time, so he was able to deal with a wild monkey and a crazy panther without any problems. After a few more hours of such a long fight, the guy noticed that the color of the name changed depending on the strength of the monster. White means weak, orange means strong, and red is literally a demon. But what is most important is that for him, the color of the Raken was orange. But now for him, it has become white. And this could only mean one thing, that the guy has finally become much stronger. Although even with the power that he had already gained, the guy was not sure that he could defeat the boss. Sung Jin noticed that at one moment he was covered in goosebumps. It seemed to him that this was due to the fact that his sensitivity had increased, and now he could tell how strong the monster was. He understood that at the moment his level was no longer growing, and he needed to go down further. Besides, he knew that his sword would not last long if he fought in vain. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he decided that he needed to immediately go down the tunnel and look for stronger opponents. With each step that the guy passed, it seemed to him more and more that this staircase was getting longer and longer. But at some point it ended, and the guy went out to the long-abandoned real metro station, which was so familiar to him. There was no time to stand and think, because as soon as he completely descended, he was immediately attacked by some very fast monster. Sun Jin barely had time to put his sword down and repel this attack. But even in this case, the monster was able to deliver a rather serious attack from which the guy flew away. Sung Jin definitely didn't expect this, but the worst thing was that his sword still fell into pieces after such an attack. It was a pity for the sword, but still, even after one attack from such a monster, the guy's level increased, so he decided that now was not the time to give up. In addition, this monster is not so strong, because the color of his name was orange, and the name of this monster was the ruler of the swamp, the blue trotter with poisonous fangs. Sung Jin understood that all the monsters he had come across before were not even close to this, so it was not difficult to guess that this was the boss of this place. Looking at this big man, Sun Jin understood perfectly well that his sword simply could not pierce the scales of this snake, and the blows were also unlikely to have any effect. But something urgently needs to be thought of, because the snake has already begun to attack, and its fangs are ready to destroy the guy. Sung Jin was only trying to fight back for now, but in his mind he was thinking that he needed to attack with all his weight. But first he had to weaken the defense of this monster. But unfortunately, he didn't even have any ideas on how to cope with these thick scales. All these thoughts distracted the guy from the fight, and he understood perfectly well that if he had not repelled the attack of this snake, then most likely he would have died altogether. Over time, this snake began to surround the guy, and this was very bad news for the guy. She began to squeeze his entire body, and now Sung Jin began to understand that his thoughts that his strength would be enough to destroy the monster were wrong. Although on the other hand, he understood that he had no choice but to destroy this boss, so he gathered his strength and again tried to attack his opponent. At that moment, a conversation with Mr. Young appeared before his eyes, who decided to talk to the guy about why he is called the weakest hunter in the world. In any case, the man believed that people only do this for fun, and he believed that this should only give the guy more motivation to become stronger. Sung Jin was sure that this nickname stuck only because he was weak, but he believed that no one has the right to evaluate the strength of another person. And now he will prove, first of all, to himself that he is not weak. The monster apparently also did not intend to just look at the guy and continue to attack him, which Sung Jin could not yet block. But even such strong attacks, the guy still rose to his feet and he fed on energy from the thought that he had to become stronger. Sung Jin understood that compared to what he had already experienced, compared to that monster, compared to the fear that he had to endure, this snake was simply nothing. But the guy had not yet been able to defeat him. Moreover, the snake continued to inflict such strong attacks on him that the guy could barely hold on. And it was not in vain, because at one moment Sung Jin gathered all his strength in his hands and was able to break through the scales of this monster with his hands. The doctor in the hospital where the guy was recovering was already beginning to worry that Sung Jin did not return even after sunset. The nurse assured him that he shouldn't worry so much because he was almost healthy, and they should have discharged him anyway, but the doctor didn't think so. He was sure that they should stabilize him and only then release him. The doctor knew very well that high-class hunters are rich, and the lower class do not get much and are in constant danger, so he did not understand why they were doing this at all. It was terrible for him to even look at the conditions in which the hunters worked. For him, it was generally surprising that they were still alive in such conditions. The nurse believed that it was a great miracle that they could do such work and return from the dungeon. Although the doctor believed that this was not surprising, because even the weakest hunters are strong compared to ordinary people, they also seemed like monsters to him. Sung Jin, meanwhile, was still able to destroy this boss, and now it seemed to him that he had become much stronger. Although Sung Jin was able to increase his level and receive several items as a gift for destroying this monster, he was still a little upset that his sword was broken and his clothes were literally torn to shreds. In addition, he does not feel the best. His whole body aches and hurts incredibly. But on the other hand, he got a better blade than the one Mr. Kim had. This dagger is made of fang, not bone, so its attack characteristics are twice as high as those of his blade, and besides, it has the effect of paralysis and bleeding. His thoughts about this blade were suddenly interrupted by the fact that everything around him began to disappear, and a few seconds later he received a message that the boss had been destroyed and the dungeon would be returned to its normal state. And little by little, everything really began to disappear. Sung Jin couldn't even believe that it was all over, and he was able to do it. He went outside and realized that apparently he had been partying too much. He wanted to know what time it was because he still needed to return to the hospital. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice who wanted to ask the guy who he was. It was a soldier who wanted to find out from Sung Jin how he got out of this subway, and had he really not heard about the transfer? The guy didn't understand what was happening here and what the soldier was talking about. So first I decided to ask him what happened here. The soldier had a very strange reaction to everything Sung Jin said, especially after he confirmed that he was a hunter. After which the soldier asked the guy for forgiveness and said that he would see him off and asked him to follow him. Sung Jin followed the soldier and noticed huge destruction. It seemed that a gate had opened nearby, so he decided to check with the soldier. The answer he received was that the monsters had already been taken care of. Only one large monster remained on the left. After these words, the guy noticed that he perfectly felt the energy of this monster, and for him, it was still so unusual. This monster was an order of magnitude stronger than anyone the hunters could see in their dungeons, so it had not yet been possible to defeat it just like that. The battle was in full swing, and usually at such moments healers are needed, and this time was no exception. The hunters did everything they could, but the defense of this monster was simply colossal. They could not break through it, and besides, they did not have many magicians. Sung Jin stood among the people and thought that the hunters were acting too randomly. Their teamwork was clearly not helping them. Moreover, as one could notice, the ranks of these guys were too small, 8 people of E rank and 1 D rank. The monster was clearly not for their level. In addition, that D rank hunter cannot deal damage since he is a tank, and for him it is just a battle of attrition. Regarding the healers, Sung Jin noticed that there were 2 of them. One was D rank, and the second seemed to be B rank. Sung Jin thought so only because he saw a rather familiar person. It was Jedu, who also participated in this battle. The girl still could not overcome the fear of battle after that dungeon, so this time she decided that she needed to leave. The other hunters didn't understand what happened to her and why she was leaving. Jedu tried with all her might to overcome herself and start treating the guys, but before her eyes there was still the face of that huge statue, which was preventing the girl from doing her work. But still, she understood perfectly well that if she retreated now, then she simply would not be able to return. Sung Jin saw and understood perfectly well that the girl, even after a week, could not overcome this fear and was still fighting hard. But in fact, the guy believed that this was to be expected. He also had this fear, which he thought needed to be overcome immediately. So he analyzed this boss and realized that compared to the boss he fought before, this one's rank was 1 lower. So if Sung Jin can weaken the defense of this giant, then he can destroy him. But for this, he needs a blow that can pierce this stupid stone. Other hunters have already started talking about the fact that if they continue to fight like this, they will most likely die altogether. But they have not yet seen any other way out. Most of all, they were worried about the tank, who could actually die at this rate. They tried to talk to him and ask what he wanted to do, because their magic would soon end. Suddenly, their conversations were interrupted by a powerful explosion. They began to rejoice that someone's attack had worked, and the monster was beginning to gradually collapse. Therefore, they did not stop and continued to attack, and as a result, they still managed to win. The tank, which was holding back all the attacks of this monster, could not believe that these attacks had not worked before. But suddenly, this monster just took it and suddenly collapsed. It all seemed too strange to him. The man was almost sure that their attacks did not achieve anything, and most likely someone clearly helped them. As a result, he found a fragment of a small sword and came to the conclusion that the boss, who was able to withstand the attacks of 10 hunters, was defeated by this. He immediately turned to the soldier to ask him if he had seen the one who threw this sword, if you can call him that. This was the same soldier who brought Sung Jin here, but this guy seemed to have fallen through the ground. The soldier assured the man that another hunter had just been here, although he had disappeared somewhere. Sung Jin himself did not think that this monster would die from just one blow. Apparently his health was much lower than he thought. Jedu couldn't believe her eyes that she really saw Sung Jin, although she didn't discard the thought that she might have imagined it. After such a fun night, Sung Jin returned to his room where he continued to train. At one point, his training was interrupted by a nurse who came in at a rather bad time, and for this, she was very ashamed. Although she still couldn't help but pay attention to Sung Jin's body, because it seemed to her that this patient looked completely different upon admission. She even forgot why she came here, so she decided to find out when he was being discharged. Sung Jin told her that it would happen today, so the girl decided to ask the guy to leave her his phone number. This was quite unexpected for him, but still it seemed to him that this was necessary so that she could send him tests on his phone so that he would not go back to the hospital. Therefore, without any problems, I left her my phone number. The next day in the morning, Sung Jin left the room to take his sister to school. She decided that there would be no better moment to ask him. She wanted to ask what happened to him. After all, his body looked so fit, and he himself has become an order of magnitude taller. Are men really still growing after 20? Sung Jin, in response to this, asked her to stop talking nonsense and better take an umbrella because it was going to rain outside. She didn't really want to do it, so the guy had to use a little force to put it in the girl's backpack. After the girl left, the guy noticed that his muscles became an order of magnitude larger, so he was already almost sure that his physical condition had changed in just a few weeks. So this means that his status was affecting his body, and as he continues to increase his strength, his body is likely changing too. Although on the other hand, he understood that perhaps he had simply invested too many points in strength, and probably if he continued, he would become even more. which actually suited the guy. But still, he knew that even the name high level is not good without balance. The same with other characteristics, since the synergy between strength and agility is good, so he decided that he would invest more points in endurance. His thoughts were interrupted by a mobile call, and as soon as he picked up the phone, he heard someone shouting into the phone and saying that the guy finally picked up the phone. Sung Jin explained that something happened to him recently, so he couldn't answer. But as it turned out, this was a man who rents out an apartment to the guy, and he just wanted to clarify when the next payment would be due. The owner of the apartment understands that the guy may not have money right now, so he offered to postpone the payment to the next month. But Sung Jin assured him that this is not necessary, and he will now send him the money. The guy at that moment thought that if he really received a double awakening, then he would be able to earn money. Moreover, if he continues to grow at this rate, he will soon be able to become a first-class hunter. Hunters destroy monsters and earn money. The higher the experience, the higher the rank, and the more money the magic crystals cost. To defeat a high-level monster, you need to enter the gate of the same level. Thus, there is a lot of competition, because E-rank hunters are not accepted into the guild. Sung Jin's rank in the guild was E, and for him, who had never entered the D-rank gate, this would be a harsh condition. Then he could not yet get rid of the title of the weakest hunter in the world, so he was not sure whether he needed to promote your rank. In addition, he cannot reveal himself until he is sure. So first he decided that he needed to earn money, and it would be great if he could first increase his attack power. To begin with, Sung Jin came to one of the objects where the gate could be found. He was met by Dong Su, who immediately guessed that Sung Jin was an E-rank hunter. The other hunters knew this guy because he was a fairly famous person to them, but it was clear from their faces that this was not exactly a compliment. Dong Su politely asked them to stop with these jokes for now. Besides, he believed that the main thing was the number of hunters, not their strength. After which he turned to Sung Jin and reminded him that, as he had already said on the phone, it would be quite difficult for the guy, since this is a C-rank gate. So he immediately warned the guy that he would be exempt from fighting, but Dong Su still promised to pay him 2 million won to replenish their roster. According to Dong Sun, it was a good deal, and if Sung Jin agrees, then all he needs to do is sign the contract. There is a rule that when entering a C-rank gate, there must be 10 people or more, and at least half of them must be C-rank. Because of this, there have been cases where the strength of a squad is several people. And this sentence from Dong Sun reminded the guy that he is, as usual, an eternal witness. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by another guy who approached Sung Jin in order to tell him that it seems that they are both beginners. And his name is Jin Ho, but he has a D rank and was called under the same circumstances. But what surprised Sung Jin the most was this guy's equipment. Is he the son of some millionaire? Anyway, he turned to Dong Sun to find out what his main role was, and he told him that the guy should just follow them and take care of the luggage along the way. There was food, clothing, equipment, first aid kits, almost everything necessary. This made Sung Jin ask a question in which he was interested to know if they would really go there without a healer. Dong Sun understood that it might be difficult for a guy to understand at first, but they are able to take care of themselves, and besides, this is not the first time they have done this. Sung Jin clearly did not support the squad, which consisted only of tanks and attacking hunters. There was a clause in the contract that he had to agree that he would not blame anyone else for any accidents inside the dungeon, but they didn't have healers, and so it was hard for the guy to accept this condition. But the guys assured him that there was no need to worry about it because they were confident that they could defeat them. While Sung Jin was thinking and reflecting, Dong Sun announced to everyone that it was time to hit the road. Jin Ho extended his hand to Seung and told him not to worry. If anything, he himself would personally protect him. The guy, of course, did not dream of such protection, but still he had to agree with it. After agreeing, they finally moved into the dungeon, but Sung Jin was clearly not in the best mood. On the way to the dungeon, Dong Sun noticed that apparently not everything was so bad in this city, because it was clear that construction had stopped quite recently. Jin Ho noticed that, in fact, just 2 weeks ago, the boss fled abroad with 9 million won, and therefore the construction was shut down. The workers and sponsors had fallen on hard times. Sung Jin didn't understand why they were even talking about this. At some point, this night drew attention to Sung Jin because it seemed to him that the bag was too heavy for him. But the guy assured him that there was no reason to worry. Mentally, he thought that thanks to the increased strength indicators, such tasks were now a mere trifle for him. Jin Ho thought that Sung Jin was too quiet for a hunter. The guy responded by telling him that he thought the knight talked too much. He himself agreed with this. According to him, he often bores people with his chatter, and people, as a rule, do not pay much attention to him. Fortunately, These endless words were interrupted when Dongsun announced that they had finally arrived and asked everyone to concentrate as much as possible. For most, it was so unusual, the entrance was somehow too large. One of the squad decided to ask Dongsun again if he was sure that this was a C-rank gate because it was too big. But according to the man, he had seen people entering and leaving there many times. Jinho also noticed that these gates looked a little big, and so he began to worry a little, so Sungjin decided that this was the guy's first raid. After all, Sungjin himself knew very well that the size of the gate is actually not that important. The most important thing is the magical energy that flows from the gate. The guild determines the quantity and quality of this energy, and then assigns a rank. Although even for Sungjin himself, this was the first raid in gates higher than C rank. Dongsun was not interested in the size of this gate, so he shouted that he would go there first and let them follow him. Jinho took out his sword and shield with which he was ready to finally enter this dungeon. Sungjin was thinking at this moment that usually D or E rank hunters like him don't earn enough money, so they can barely raise money for weapons, let alone shields. So he didn't understand why this D rank hunter's equipment is so good. But looking at the other guys, he began to realize that apparently they were all making good money, because everyone was well equipped. This was very different from the D or E rank dungeons he had been to before. As soon as they walked inside, Dongsun immediately noticed that it was too dark, so he asked Yu Huan to create some light. After the light appeared, they all noticed one strange thing. The fact was that it was normal for dungeons to have several glowing stones, but here there were none. Jinho, even inside the dungeon, did not stop talking and wanted to ask Sun Jin if there were dungeons without monsters. But in response, he was only asked to remain silent for a while. The guy at that moment understood perfectly well that if there is no light here, it means that monsters simply love the dark. And this already means that they just haven't shown up yet. It's usually not easy for monsters to live in dark dungeons, but if they are intelligent, then most likely these are monsters that do not rely on vision. All these thoughts led the guy to the conclusion that these monsters move in groups, live in the dark, and rush into the light. So he shouted that these are monsters of the insect class. Sungjin meant that it could be an ant's nest, but the other guys asked him not to say that because they didn't want to believe it. But apparently they will have to do this, because at some point they suddenly began to hear too many different sounds that were rapidly approaching them. For a long time they could not understand where the sound was coming from, until Sungjin shouted that they were from above. Literally a few seconds later, an incredibly huge number of ants gathered around the guys and were going to eat them alive. But Dongsun and his group were not going to give up just like that, so he immediately ordered everyone to use their magic and attack these monsters. The head of the group himself also did not stand aside and entered the battle, but his strength was not enough to destroy them all, so he turned to those guys in the group who were doing the main damage and asked them to finally do their job. Sung Jin really could only watch them fight, and the first thing he appreciated was that the C-rank hunters worked quite well together. He understood that with such work, they can assemble a team without healers. The leader Dongsu does his duty well, and the main warriors provide timely cover. Apparently, they have been fighting side by side for a long time, and that is why they always assemble a team without healers. True, he noticed that these guys are too cruel at times, even with such creatures as these monsters. Even Jin Ho, his equipment is good, because it covers the lack of experience and skills, so he can equally take part in such battles. Everyone did a good job, but for some reason this disappoints the guy, even though he himself didn't understand the reason. Dongsu turned to his guys and reminded them that they would be returning after clearing this passage, which could take some time, so he asked them not to overexert themselves and to control their pace. When they killed all the monsters, the head ordered the guys to collect the crystals, which they divided into 9, and he himself went up to Sung Jin to thank the guy for saving them, and also find out how he knew that the monsters would come at them from above. Mentally, the guy thought that, as expected, perception allows you to feel more than the eye can see, so he replied that he felt it. Dongsun was glad that everyone took part in the cleanup, and he was grateful to him for this, but still added that it would be better if he did not pay attention to such trifles, although the guy did not quite understand what the man meant. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the group's magicians, who asked Sung Jin to look at the wounds of the insects. They were not cutting, and these were not burns from magic. It felt like they had simply been bitten off. The man understood that they were like this even before the battle with them. Apparently, the local monsters have territorial enmity among themselves. But that's actually bad news because it means there are monsters here that are stronger than these guys. Although on the other hand, Dongsu thought that this was good, because then they could earn a lot more money. Sung Jin, meanwhile, decided to ask Jin Ho if he had expensive equipment, to which the guy, without any problems, said that his father decided to play it safe when he heard that he was going on his first raid. In any case, Sunjin wanted to tell him that he should be extremely careful and not expose himself again. The guy had a very bad feeling inside. He didn't trust the guys with whom he went on a hike. Regardless of rank, the size of the dungeon varies depending on the circumstances. It can take weeks to explore the internal passages, or it can happen that only a couple of hours have passed by the time the party reaches the boss room. This dungeon was built like a labyrinth. Therefore, they didn't have many battles, but it took some time to move around. During this time, Sung Jin stuck to his duties and just moved luggage and didn't really need to get involved in battles. He believed that this was a worthy deal. He would earn quite good money, and at the same time he would not even have to fight. But at some point in his head, some voice warned him that he needed to beware of lizards. The guy had no idea where this voice came from, but he still tried not to show it. He didn't know why it appeared, but the only thing he was sure of was that his bad feeling was never wrong. At some point, Dong-su started talking about how quite a lot of time had passed, but they still had not found monsters with intact limbs. They saw only the corpses of monsters, so they were sure that there must be a boss here, when suddenly the head of the squad noticed something and asked his magician to shine a light there. And when he did this, they saw real horror. All these monsters they had met before apparently fell under the influence of a huge spider. But on the other hand, Dong-su was sure that this was the boss's room, so he asked them all to get ready. They would soon face him. As soon as they walked a little further than the entrance, they noticed that in this passage there was just a bunch of crystals that they could sell. Of course, they understood that these crystals would cost less than those that fall from monsters due to the lower concentration of energy. But if there were so many of them, they could bring even more profit than magic crystals. One of the groups suddenly decided to say that since there were so many of them, it seemed to him that even the younger brother of their leader would envy them. But the magician stopped him and asked him to think about what he was saying, because in such a situation, he shouldn't just talk about his brother. Dong-su at that moment didn't even hear what the guys were talking about. He was concentrated on his thoughts, in which he thought that his brother was not always right, and ignoring him just because he received a high rank was a mistake. The guys were very happy about such a huge catch. Even if they divided the amount, it would be 1,000,000 coins for each. Jin-ho, meanwhile, asked Sun Jin for his contract, which he signed. The guy suddenly wanted to check it carefully. After he read it, Jin-ho had one question for them. He showed Sung Jin's contract, and as they could see, it did not say anything about the division of magic crystals, except for those that fell from monsters. Therefore, it seemed to him that this was wrong. Isn't it more correct to divide the mana crystals between 10 rather than 9? Dong-sun reassured Jin-ho with a smile and said that he would make sure to divide the profits from these crystals equally. But before that, he told them that they would need to deal with something, and he meant the huge spider that sat above their heads and was ready at any moment to destroy them. But they had one problem. Dong-su reminded them that if the boss is defeated, the gate will close. So they must mine and transfer mana crystals before defeating the spider. Luckily for them, this big guy seemed to be sleeping after filling his stomach, and so the leader thought this was the perfect chance for them to transfer the crystals. After which, Dong-su turned to Chul-bin to find out if he had brought equipment with him, but the guy made it clear that he did not do this because he could not even imagine that they would be able to find crystals in a C-rank dungeon. So he left the mining equipment in the car, which of course was a problem for Dong-su, because he asked the guy to carry this equipment with him always. He decided that it would be nice if Sung Jin and Jin-ho just guarded the place while they went to get the equipment. Jin-ho thought it was an incredibly stupid idea to leave two newbies in the room with the boss. But they believed that there was nothing wrong with it and everything would be fine. They believed that he would not attack them, unless of course they themselves invaded his territory. And it seemed that he was so full that he would sleep for a long time, so everything would be fine until they provoked him. In addition, this is Jun-ho's first raid for him, and for Sung Jin, this is the first time in a dungeon of this rank, so he believed that training simply couldn't be better. Before leaving, he once again asked them not to worry because according to him, everything would be fine. According to the rules, at least 10 people must enter the C-rank gate, and Sung Jin perfectly understood that not counting himself and Jin-ho, there were 8 people in the squad. This means that they did this more than once they entered the gate from rank in this way. Of course, Dong-su understood perfectly well that there was no need to fill these 2 empty spaces, so he ordered the exit from the boss's room to be blocked. Without thinking for a long time, the magician of this group immediately blew up the exit from this anthill. Jin-ho couldn't believe his eyes that this really happened. Now Sun Jin understood perfectly well who the lizards were, and what the system meant when it warned him about them. He immediately remembered how his friend told him that sometimes there are hunters who act like lizards. According to him, incidents inside the dungeon are not uncommon, since this is quite a dangerous job. And even if a crime has occurred, it is difficult to investigate, so this particular place is often used. There were no cameras that could be viewed from the outside, so who could stop the hunters? That's right, no one. The whole point came from this. The weaker a person is, the faster they simply get rid of him. It also works in the opposite direction. The stronger a person is, the more people are drawn to him. If they say that the hunter is useless or is disturbing everyone around him, then most likely they will simply get rid of the person, like a lizard throwing away its tail. Jin-ho, for fairly obvious reasons, began to panic because he didn't understand what to do next. He was annoyed that these guys were trying to destroy, and did it only because they wanted to get as many mana crystals as possible. Sung-jin was absolutely calm, because he actually understood that they had long ago fallen into the trap that these guys had set up, and there was no way he could stop them. If they had done something earlier, it seemed to the guy that they would have simply destroyed them. Now Sung-jin understood what Dong-su really meant when he asked the guy not to pay attention to the little things. In any case, that rank C light mage did an excellent job and blocked the passage well. But even in this case, the guy understood that they could actually get out from under this rubble, and it would not be difficult. But the main problem was not this, but who woke up after the explosion. This huge monster in the form of a spider was ready to wipe the guys off the face of the earth for disturbing his sleep. One of the squad decided to ask Dong-su a question, in which he was interested to know if they had to do this, because they could simply destroy these guys. The man called him names, and was very angry that he had to explain such basic things, because if they had started a fight there and the spider had woken up, they would not have been able to get all those mana crystals. And the weakest rank E hunter and D rank hunter, with 0 experience in the raid, have no chance of defeating the boss, despite all their efforts, and after the boss eats them and goes to sleep, they can take advantage of this and get mana crystals. Such was Dong-su's plan. But on the other hand, he did not forget that this might not work, and then they would have to destroy the boss. But even in that case, they would just take Jin-ho's equipment, which could cost more than 1,000,000 won. While they had a break, Dong-su decided to find out what rich family this kid was from, because someone should arrange a funeral for him. The magician suspected that since that wall caused such a big roar, the boss must be just furious right now. In response to this, Dong-su suddenly decided to ask Jiwyu Huan if he had the courage to fight that monster alone. The magician immediately said that this was simply impossible, with which Dong-su agreed, because a boss of such a rank is very dangerous. So despite all their efforts, the man believed that these two hunters could not survive. The spider had already begun to come closer and closer. Jin-ho tried to gather all his strength into a fist and therefore shouted to Sung-jin to stand behind while he tried to think of something. Sung-jin was even disgusted to look at the spider, many eyes and a disgusting mouth. The enormous size, long legs, and strength of this monster are clearly on a different level. But even this strength cannot be compared with the statue that the guy remembered for his entire life. So he was confident that he had a chance of winning. Sung-jin took out his blade and asked Jin-ho to keep his head down because the guy himself wants to deal with this boss. Jin-ho didn't understand what the guy wanted to do, although for Sung-jin, everything was quite obvious. He just wanted to destroy this monster. The knight knew very well that defeating a C-rank boss on his own is only possible if the hunter is an elite B or at least C rank. Therefore, Jin-ho asked Sung-jin to think about how they could get out of here, and in fact, mentally, the guy agreed with this knight. He himself understood that even after reawakening, he was still weak, although on the other hand, he was struck by the thought that he did not feel much pressure that could bring him to his knees. The swamp lord he met in that dungeon, he was too strong for a rank E boss, just like that golem boss he helped destroy. But even compared to them, this spider is incredibly strong, so the guy felt like he had become much stronger, that now he does not tremble in fear from a C-rank boss. Therefore, he decided that it was worth trying to defeat this boss, especially since he had recently raised his level to 18. Jin-ho tried to dissuade the guy from this idea until the last second, but Sung-jin did not listen to him and went into battle. And what a surprise the knight was when Sung-jin not only dodged the spider's attack, he also launched a fairly timely counterattack. Due to the fact that Risaka's fang is quite a good weapon, his attacks were able to inflict quite a large portion of damage on the spider. Only after Sung-jin smelled the blood of this monster did the real hunt begin. Jin-ho just couldn't believe his eyes. Could this really be an E-rank hunter? Meanwhile, the battle between Sung-jin and this huge spider continued, and the guy did everything to defeat this monster and get out of this dungeon alive. He was able to land a few good attacks on this monster, but it wasn't enough for now anyway. The whole point was that the shell of this monster was too strong, and Sung Jin realized that he actually needed to plunge the dagger as deep as possible in order to damage its insides. But the problem was that it has no blind spots. The spider has 8 legs and can easily break through the floor or stones, so every attack could be fatal for Sung Jin. Although it was difficult, the guy still gave up and tried in every possible way to get as close to this monster as possible. Jin Ho, meanwhile, just stood there and didn't fully understand who this guy really was. Looking at Sung Jin's movements, he understood that this guy was probably not an E-rank hunter. But who was he then? All this made the guy think that perhaps Sung Jin is the same false rank. Among the hunters, there are those who can control the level of their magical power, and if they want, they can lower their rank. Such hunters who hide their true power to obtain a lower rank are called false rank. But the problem was that the false rankers are mostly psychopaths who destroy everything around just for their own pleasure, and therefore Jin Ho was worried that he might be the next victim after this spider. He began to regret that he had agreed to come here. Now he was sure that it was simply a huge mistake. Sung Jin, meanwhile, was trying to understand how long he had been fighting the boss, because he noticed that his stamina was gradually decreasing, and he did not even deal much damage to him. His fatigue was about 50 units, and he knew very well that the higher the fatigue, the lower the speed. So he decided that he really couldn't delay any longer. The only chance to win is the special ability of the dagger, which Sung Jin decided that he would use for the first time on this spider. The dagger had the effect of paralysis and bleeding, so using these effects, Sung Jin thought that the basis of the raid is the use of weak points, and the spider had these weak points as its head on which the eyes were placed. While the guy was deciding where he would attack this huge monster, the spider did not stand still and used poison, in which he almost drowned the guy. Moreover, it was not just poison, but something like acid, a kind of ace in the hole. Sung Jin understood that if he continued to fight like this, then most likely his time would simply run out and he would most likely lose. Then he decided to act immediately, and to begin with, it seemed to him that he needed to reduce the distance between them, and this needed to be done as quickly as possible. To do this, the guy used concentration and directed his energy into his legs, which is how he managed to close the distance with the spider so quickly. After each action, Jin Ho convinced himself more and more that this guy was just a false rank hunter. With this approach, Sung Jin was able to activate the paralysis effect, but the enemy's resistance was too high, so the effect was cancelled, which only meant that the guy simply could not land a critical hit on this monster. His fatigue increased with each attempt more and more, and his chances of winning decreased at the same rate. Although Jin Ho did not participate in the battle, he understood perfectly well that the main problem was that the guy would soon run out of stamina, and then things would be incredibly sad. At some point, the fatigue was already so high that the guy began to miss blows, and this could only mean one thing: Sung Jin was starting to lose this fight. It seemed that the spider was about to deal the final blow to the guy, but Sung Jin was able to dodge at the last moment. Moreover, he found the strength in himself and finally dealt a critical blow to the spider, right in its eyes. He clearly wasn't going to stop there, and on top of that, he used the paralysis effect and started hitting this spider with this effect. After several dozen blows, the dungeon boss was finally defeated. Thanks to this, Sung Jin significantly increased his level. At that moment, he realized that he did the right thing when he did not accept the reward of the daily quest, because if not for this, he did not even suspect what could have happened. Jin Ho still couldn't believe that the guy was able to defeat the boss of a C-rank dungeon by himself. Moreover, he was sure that this man was a lying ranked hunter who simply did not want to reveal his real rank. And until they get out of this dungeon, Jin Ho decided that he would carry a bag of tools, and also offered to help Sung Jin carry his magic crystals. Sung Jin didn't understand why the guy suddenly started addressing him as master, because they seemed to be the same age. Did this guy really become so friendly after he defeated this boss? In addition, Jin Ho noticed that all the equipment with which one could get crystals was here. So he decided not to waste the opportunity and get as many of them as possible. Sung Jin didn't fully understand what suddenly happened to this guy, but he assumed that now he was like a savior for him. Suddenly there was an explosion that interrupted the guy's thoughts. After the fog from the explosion cleared a little, Dong-su and his team appeared in front of Sung Jin. They couldn't believe that the guys were still alive. Moreover, they apparently were able to defeat the boss. The magician suggested that perhaps that spider was just stupid, and its size was its only advantage, so the guy managed to defeat it. Other guys suggested that Jin Ho was able to defeat such a boss only thanks to his equipment. At that moment, Dong-su realized that his biggest mistake was that he simply underestimated Jin Ho. It seemed to them that an E-rank person like Sun Jin did not even enter the battle and did not help. They thought that the knight was able to destroy such a strong boss himself. But now Dong-su knew one thing, that it was too dangerous for them to become Jin-ho's enemy. He decided that the best option would be to lure the guy to their team, so he began to talk about how he was looking for information about Jin-ho on the internet. And as it turned out, he was the son of a famous chairman of a construction company. Jin-ho became even angrier and wanted to know why the man was telling him all this. Dong-su told him that of course he assumed that he was from some rich family. But for this to actually turn out to be true, he would like to talk to his father. But in order for them to give him a chance, he will have to destroy Sung Jin. This, according to him, is the only way to survive in this situation. On the other hand, Dong-su promised that they would both die if he did not fulfill his request. Jin-ho didn't know what to do, and Dong-su continued to put pressure on him, saying that there was no point in delaying, because they were in the dungeon anyway, and no one would know about it. Sung Jin intervened in this dialogue and said that he was actually not surprised that everyone was trying to betray him or use him for their own purposes, because he is a weakling. But apparently not everyone thinks so, because Jin-ho decided to side with Sung Jin and fight against them. It was a stupid decision, in fact, at least that's what Dong-su thinks. But on the other hand, he understood that they couldn't just destroy the rich man's son. So he ordered his guys to deal with the weakling first. After which he raised his shield and began to go to the guys to meet with the question of whether they destroyed people. At that moment, Sung Jin heard the voice of the system, which announced to the guy that he had been given an emergency quest, the essence of which was to destroy 8 enemies who intended to destroy Sung Jin. A fine will be imposed for failure to complete this quest. It was too unexpected for the guy. In any case, he needs to decide what to do right now, because while he is thinking, they have already begun to attack him. Sung Jin was too thoughtful and did not have time to control the enemy's attack, so he had to accept it. Jin-ho couldn't believe his eyes that his friend had just died so quickly. Dong-su at that moment tried to talk to the guy and tell him that there was no point in worrying about the corpse. It was better to go with them. With tears in his eyes, he turned to them and could only tell them that they were just ordinary murderers. Sung Jin, meanwhile, lay in a pile of stones and heard only that the system was repeating to him that he needed to complete this quest. Otherwise, a fine would be imposed on him. At this moment, his thoughts were that before this his thinking was wrong. Many times he entered the dungeons, each time he was injured, but still eventually returned. He always accepted this place as safe. But now the system is forcing him to destroy people, not monsters. In fact, he needed to destroy his enemies in order not to die himself. He understood that this was clearly not an accident or goodwill. This was what the system needed, and from that moment on, the guy was no longer going to be a weakling, as everyone used to think of him. Finally, it dawned on him that the system was doing everything to make the guy stronger every day, and he was certainly ready to do everything for this. The system was using it, and he was using the system. Such an exchange seemed quite fair to the guy. After Sung Jin stood up after being hit by the magician, the other guys in the group began to laugh at the magician that his skills had noticeably deteriorated since he simply could not destroy any E-rank hunter. Dong-su asked Hwan to take this more seriously and strike such a blow, after which this bug would definitely not get back on his feet. The magician replied that this time he would do his best, although he was mentally sure that he had definitely put in all his strength into this magical attack. He really put in quite a lot of mana, but things didn't turn out the way he planned. Did he just miss? His thoughts were interrupted by Sung Jin, who suddenly decided to tell Dong-su and his group that they were playing with people's lives. And now he will make sure that they finally face the consequences of their bad actions. Obviously, at first it was incredibly funny for them to hear such words from such a weakling as Sung Jin. But Sung Jin did not stop there and added that since they are hunters, they should always be prepared for the fact that they themselves could become the victim. One of the group found it especially funny to listen to all this, so he decided that he was the one who wanted to deal with this impudent person. He carefully approached Sung Jin and began to say that it seemed that the guy did not very well understand the situation he was in now. But apparently this guy doesn't really understand what's going on, and when it dawned on him that it was a mistake to approach Sung Jin like that, it was already too late. Sung Jin, without much doubt, cut off the head of this hunter and continued his movement further. From that moment, the report of the destroyed enemies began. Sung Jin confidently continued to move forward with the thought that there were 7 more people left to destroy. Dong-su began to understand that no matter how unprepared his man was for this, he was D-rank, and this weakling simply took and destroyed him with one blow, and with the help of a blade that he got out of nowhere. Sung Jin at that moment thought that it had finally come to this, and he still destroyed his first person. He could make excuses as much as he wanted that the system forced him, but this would not change the fact that he ruined someone's life. The guy decided that he simply could no longer run away from problems and pretend that everyone around him was his friend. Dong-soo didn't know what this guy had just done, but just in case, he asked the guys not to let their guard down, and then asked Han to hit this guy with magic again. But before the magician could launch an attack, Sun Jin appeared right in front of his face, who could only tell him that his magic irritated him too much. After which he dealt more than 10 blows to his body and thus cut the guy into small particles. Dong-soo stood like a statue in surprise. He did not understand what was happening and how this was possible. While the leader stood, his guys continued to attack this impudent man, and now they were not going to spare him. But before they had time to deliver even one blow, Sun Jin found himself behind them and cut their throats until they understood something. Sung Jin destroyed them one by one without any problems. At this moment, he continued to think that sometimes the hunter can become the game, and today the time has come for these guys. Sung Jin did not even hesitate to use the paralysis effect of his blade to bring as much pain as possible to these guys for everything they dared to do to other hunters. Jinho watched this battle carefully, and it began to seem to him that Sung Jin at that moment had become even stronger than when he fought the dungeon boss. In an instant, Sung Jin dealt with the entire team of Songdu, and he had only one hunter left that he needed to destroy, and that was Songdu himself, who by this time finally realized that it was Sun Jin who destroyed the dungeon boss, and the guy was simply hiding his real power all this time. He clearly did not expect that all his people would be defeated, but this only made him even more forced to show the guy that not all C-rank hunters are the same. Before engaging in battle with the guy, Dong-soo used his special ability, which was called enhancement, and his body literally doubled in size. The man at that moment was thinking that it didn't matter what kind of monster this guy was, because after the fight with the boss and 7 hunters, he would be exhausted in any case, and there was no way a tired hunter could pierce his armor with some kind of knife. In addition, he immediately noticed that the guy was clearly a hunter, whose emphasis was on speed and agility, and therefore he should not have an ability that would break through his enhancement ability. So he believed that the guy would die the moment he touched him. Before he had time to think about it, Sun Jin appeared next to him, touched the man's forehead and said that he was a rather strong opponent. But his problem was that he didn't know something, after which he buried his head in the ground. And only after that he added that he simply cannot be defeated, because with each battle he increases his level and becomes stronger. The man simply couldn't believe that this guy had just trampled him into the ground. Now there was no doubt that this guy was definitely not E-rank. Most likely he was a lying rank hunter, so he decided to stop attacking and began to ask the guy to have mercy on him. Dong-soo even began to offer money in exchange for his life. He was ready to give as much as the guy asked, and also told him that he could kill all the mana crystals and magic stones. It was funny for Sung Jin to watch the man beg for mercy from the man he tried to destroy 3 times in a row. These words angered the man, and he began to shout at the guy that if he destroyed him, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. Sung Jin, in response to this, decided to remind Dong-sun that it was like he was saying that no one would know that the dungeon happened. This made Dong-sun start screaming even more and talking about how his little brother is a great man who will definitely find him and punish him for this. Sung Jin was tired of listening to this nonsense, so he simply blew this man's head off, and that was the end of his story. After this, the guy was offended only because his clothes were crap again, and they were too small in size. Apparently now he will have to go shopping. But who was even worse was Jin Ho. This guy clearly didn't have a good first trip to the dungeon. After Jin Ho walked away a little, he immediately noticed that the boss had been destroyed a long time ago, so the dungeon would most likely begin to close now. The assistant ran to his boss with the bad news. The fact was that during the passage of the C-rank dungeon, 8 people died and the survivors were 2 hunters. One was D-rank and the second was E-rank. Chul, reading the report, understood that apparently these 2 simply managed to escape at the last moment, and it seemed to him that this was an absolutely ordinary case, until his assistant added that these 2 guys were able to clear the dungeon, and only after that they came out of there. The assistant also added that D-rank hunter Jin Ho had incredibly high quality and expensive equipment, so it seemed to them that this was what allowed him to defeat the boss, which was a giant spider. But the fact is that this kind of spider is not dangerous for organized groups, but in this case, as many as 8 people died. Chul asked the guy to tell him exactly what was going on, because he understood that if there was nothing unusual, he would not be talking to him now and would decide everything himself. But he is here, and this situation is clearly something special. This forced the assistant to admit that the other survivor was the hunter Sun Jin from that very incident in the dungeon, where a lot of people also died, and the hunter himself was found on the altar. Chul noticed that this was a little suspicious, but he still believed that they had nothing to worry about because the magic power meter they were using back then was a high-grade item obtained from A-rank monsters. So he was sure that Sung Jin was definitely not over-awakened. The assistant still couldn't stop and continued to say that he would also really like to think that this was just a coincidence, but he couldn't forget about it so easily, because one of the dead was the hunter Dong Su. Chul couldn't believe what he was telling him now about hunter Huang Dong Su's older brother. After all, if this is true, then in this case he clearly cannot just leave this situation. Sun Jin's sister was incredibly surprised that her brother ordered food for them and immediately wanted to know if something good had happened, because he is usually such a miser. Sung Jin himself didn't know whether something good happened today or not. Now he just wanted to get drunk, but no matter how much he drank, he didn't feel anything. Apparently the point was that due to the ability given to him by the system, now even alcohol has no effect on him. The reward that the system gave him after completing that terrible dungeon gave him the opportunity to remain healthy and strong throughout his life. And thanks to the reward for this task, which he lost, it was restored. Suddenly, this thought led him to the fact that if he was not susceptible to all poisons, then perhaps he could finally try to do this. At that same second, he got up from the sofa and began to go to his room. It was a little hard for his sister to get used to him after he started his training, because he used to be so carefree, but he seemed to be more serious now. She hoped that it wasn't because of what happened in the dungeon. The guy entered his room and took out Rasaki poison from his inventory, which strengthens the skin, but in return reduces strength. But since all negative effects are automatically cancelled, Sung Jin suggested that maybe the system could cope with the negative effect of this item. In any case, he no longer cared, so he thoughtlessly decided to test this theory. And fortunately, he was right. The effect of the Rasaki poison item was cancelled, and his skin became 20% stronger. Suddenly, his sister entered his room, who wanted to ask the guy if he knew anyone named Jin Ho, because some guy was calling Sun Jin on the phone. In the evening of the same day, Jin Ho was glad to see Sung Jin in his cafe where he invited him to talk. First of all, the guy wanted to ask him how he found out his phone number. Jin Ho told him that he had connections in the guild. From there, he got his phone number, but the main thing was that he called him here to thank him for saving him. Sung Jin believed that this gratitude was unnecessary because he shared the magic stones with him, and he was able to earn some money with them. Besides, Jin Ho kept his mouth shut and didn't tell anyone about what really happened in the dungeon, so the guy didn't have any problems, so that's more than enough. Jin Ho believed that Sun Jin did absolutely the right thing, because those guys tried to destroy them first. In addition, he believed that they were hunters, so they should not just give their lives. Jin Ho understood perfectly well that this guy was clearly hiding his rank. Sung Jin was for him a maniac who literally enjoys destroying people, and usually he would not deal with such a person. But this case is completely different. And in fact, he called Su Jin because he would like to create his own battle group of hunters. Sung Jin didn't even have time to listen to Jin Ho until he refused his offer with complete confidence. Moreover, he didn't even want to listen to him, so he got up from his seat and explained to the guy that he wasn't going to babysit rich kids. Jin Ho was not going to give up so easily and asked Su Jin to just go with him to the dungeon several times. He promised to divide all the loot equally. Sung Jin believed that the guy should have realized a long time ago that hunters happen to destroy not only monsters, but also people. So raids are not an extreme sport. And even in this case, does he still want to assemble a battle group? And will he really not change his decision even after the horrors you saw? But looking at Jin Ho's confidence, the guy realized that he actually wants to go further and become the head of the guild, which Jin Ho himself confirmed. Although Sung Jin understood his motives and desires, he still did not want to help him, no matter how Jin Ho begged him. He didn't forget to say that just like Sung Jin said, he wants to get a guild head's license. For a hunter, it's not that difficult to do. But the main problem is that the hunter must visit raids at least 20 times, and he has already visited one recently, so he essentially has 19 more to visit. Of course, he did not forget that there was an exam, but he believed that he took care of that too, because he is not such a brainless guy. Sung Jin only talked to the guy about this because he understood that he was the second son of a famous real estate developer in the city, and Jin Ho assured him that his becoming the head of the guild was directly related to their company. The guy did not hide absolutely anything from Sung Jin, so he immediately admitted that his father was going to found a guild. Sung Jin understood why they had a guild, although the dungeons are dangerous. But on the other hand, mountains of treasures are hidden in them. Magic stones and mana crystals are only a small part of what can be found there, and it was not surprising that the business sharks were in all of this interested. Jinho assured him that his father planned to hire an S-rank hunter and make him the head of the guild, and his brother would be his deputy and run the guild under the guise of assistants. If Sung Jin remembers correctly, then there are only 9 S-rank hunters in their country, and if his father plans to hire an S-rank hunter who is not registered in the guilds, then there is only one option left, and that is Min Bieng. But it seemed to the guy that this hunter had long been retired. In any case, Sung Jin believed that even if his brother became deputy head, the difference in authority was too great, and therefore division of the faction could not be avoided. And in the case of Jin Ho, the guy believed that nothing would shine with his low rank. Jin Ho, however, at one point could not restrain himself and began to shout at the guy, because he believed that if Sung Jin plans to continue to hide his capabilities, then doesn't he need like-minded people? Jin Ho believed that the guy sitting opposite him was at least B rank, or even higher, because he was able to destroy a C-rank boss and several hunters of the same level without a single scratch. And if a guy goes on raids with experienced hunters, he can easily say goodbye to his life. But Sung Jin immediately seemed to him like a person who deserves trust. Perhaps he seemed cruel to him, but even in this case, he had already saved him once from Dongsu. In any case, Sung Jin first wanted to know what he would get from this, and in response to this question, Jin Ho handed him a folder with documents. The next day, Sung Jin was quite surprised when his sister decided to go to training with him. She explained all this by saying that his life had been getting better lately, so she decided that sports was one of the factors for such success. While jogging, Sung Jin suddenly decided to ask a rather strange question to his sister, in which he was interested to know what she would do if she unexpectedly received 3 billion won. This was a rather unexpected question for the girl. She suggested that she might buy a bigger house and invest the rest of the money in something. She decided to clarify why there were such fantasies and why exactly 3 billion. But instead of answering this, he simply accelerated, and the girl obviously would not be able to catch up with him. Jinho told the guy that 3 billion is the estimated cost of the building that they plan to build, and later use this building as the guild office. Sung Jin understood what the guy was leading to, and the task worth 3 billion won for 19 trips to the C-rank dungeon seemed too simple. So he asked Jinho again if he really thought that this was a small price to pay for the opportunity to become the head of the guild. Jinho answered without hesitation that Sung Jin could get that kind of money if he agreed, and such a proposal really put the guy at a dead end, before he would never have refused such a sum. But this situation seemed completely different to him. The thing was that he understood that he should not forget that he was a unique case even among the reawakened, because no one had ever heard of hunters increasing their level and becoming stronger, and if he continued to increase his level at the same pace, then he can reach S rank. And if this happens, then 3 billion for the guy will not be that much money. So he decided to tell Jin Ho that he would agree only if they could fulfill his one more condition. Jin Ho was ready to do anything, and Sung Jin told him that his condition was that only the two of them would go into the dungeon. The guy was not ready for this, because he essentially offers him only 2 people to clear C-rank dungeons, which even sounds dangerous. In addition, Jinho reminded him that entering C-rank dungeons can only be done in a group of 10 people, but Sung Jin told him that they would solve this problem in Dongsu's way and would take people just for masking. Jinho still thought that it was too dangerous. All these words upset Sung Jin that his future partner could not even add 2 and 2, so he had to say in other words that if they did it, then no one would get hurt. He asked the guy to just think, if they successfully completed 19 raids as part of their own group, then they would become a group that successfully completed 19 raids, and all this would most likely look impressive in the eyes of the guy's father. Sung Jin replayed all this in his head while he was performing the daily task of the system. In the end, Jin Ho agreed to these conditions, and that same evening began recruiting people for the mask. While he was thinking about it, he realized that he apparently ran too fast, because his sister was not even visible on the horizon, but this was not really important. In any case, he would have to wait for her, so he decided that he would not waste time just like that and would continue to study. Finally, his sister caught up with him and thought that they could continue running together. But apparently Sung Jin decided that today he needed to double his norm, so he ran into the second 10, Mr. Huang called his assistant to his room to ask her one favor. It was more likely not a request, but a question in which the man wanted to know what the consequences would be if he destroyed someone in Korea. She slightly did not expect this question and therefore asked again whether he was serious, but his silence spoke for itself. So she continued to say that Korea had not yet signed the Indian Pact on hunter crimes, and since the man was a hunter from America, America would judge him, and most likely, it would not be difficult to hush up this matter. This answer was more than suitable for him, after which he added that some punks had destroyed his brother, and if he did not strangle them with his own hands, he would not be able to sleep peacefully. He thought that 7 of his brother's men died and 2 of some boys survived. They were D and E ranks, and his brother was clearly not the kind of person who would risk his life for some weaklings. But what's the most? The interesting thing is that they were just porters. They must have just set a trap to remove him. That's why he always told his brother that he could never do anything without him. Now he needs to visit Korea, so he asked his assistant to cancel all plans for the next few days. But she decided to point out that if he disappears so abruptly, the guild will simply be paralyzed. After that, he decided to find out when he would have some free time, to which the girl replied that in about 2 weeks. It was too long for him, but he couldn't do anything about it anyway, so he decided that in 2 weeks he would finally have the opportunity to take revenge. The girl decided to check with him whether everything would be okay. The man was actually more than confident. He even hoped that these 2 guys would still be alive in 2 weeks, so that he could fix it with his own hands. Sung Jin noticed one good feature, that when he exceeds the conditions of the daily task, a hidden quest opens for him. He certainly expected that he might get a better reward than usual for this, but he never thought that he would receive an S-class item. Be that as it may, he was able to get the key to the dungeon and now simply must enter it. Sung Jin guessed that the class of a dungeon could directly depend on the class of the key to it, and if this is so, then today he visited S-class dungeons, and what is more interesting is that the chance of his survival should be 0. But on the other hand, he always remembered that he still had the homecoming stone, and if it got too hot, he would simply use it. So he believed that all he had to do was give it his all and not lose his chance to significantly improve his level. Moreover, in the future, he will have to clear C-rank dungeons for Jin Ho one after another, so he urgently needs to calculate the limit of his strength. As soon as he entered this dungeon, the keeper of the hellish gates, Cerberus, immediately appeared in front of the guy. And the only thing the guy thought about when he looked at this dog was that if he retreated out of fear, then most likely he would never again will become stronger. Sung Jin promised himself that he would do everything not to die in this place and raise the level even higher. The guy decided that the best choice would be to raise the level as high as he could, and then he would definitely be able to become stronger. Although after a rank B dungeon, the difficulty of the dungeons increases exponentially, which caused some difficulty. And one day, one such gate opened on Jedu Island. After breaking through the gate, that area turned into a scorched desert unsuitable for life, and even S-rank hunters who gathered in a team could not clear it. The current situation with hunters does not allow them to effectively clear all S-rank dungeons, and with the guy's current level, he will have to refrain from visiting S-rank dungeons, because it is too dangerous. But Sung Jin was driven in this case by the desire to increase the level and a little curiosity. He wondered if his attacks would have at least some effect on monsters of this level. And so far, this experiment is actually successful, because Sung Jin did an excellent job in battle with this huge Cerberus. As a result, he received the sprint skill, which was able to increase his movement speed by 30%, while his mana consumption would be slightly increased. But still, he was a realist and understood perfectly well that his enemy's resistance was too great, and his attacks did not always work as they should. This was a good opportunity to test his abilities, but his attacks didn't work as well as he needed because the difference in power was too great, even despite all the abilities he used. But this was the good news. Now Sung Jin was sure that this was an S-rank dungeon. A few minutes later, the guy had quite serious problems. The system notified him that within 3 minutes, Cerberus would activate anger, as a result of which Cerberus's characteristics would be doubled. The system clearly pointed out to the guy the difference in their strength, but Sung Jin was not going to give up and continued to attack this monster. But all his blows, as before, brought absolutely nothing, if only because this monster does not feel pain. Therefore, at one moment he launched a counterattack that Sung Jin could not expect. Cerberus literally bit off his hand. But even in such a situation, the system helps the player as much as possible to make sure that he does not die. So it is quite difficult for the ideal player Sung Jin to die, even if the guy himself wants to. Although there was no such thought in his head, He only wanted to do everything to increase his strength, so every second he convinced himself that he was more and more special. He even decided that if he became someone's toy in the system, then all he could do was exceed the expectations of the one who was manipulating him. Therefore, he used status restoration and was completely healed of all injuries and was ready to continue the fight. Sungjin took hold of the clicks of this Cerberus and knocked him over with all his strength. But his problems did not end there because this dog has not one head but three, so his battle is just beginning. Yet, after several hours of continuous battle, Sungjin still managed to defeat this monster, and thanks to this, he significantly increased his level. Not only was he able to raise his level, but thanks to this battle, the guy was also able to realize his real current level. And this gave him the understanding that if he opened those gates right now, he would simply die. So he decided to return when we'll become much stronger. The man talking with his interlocutor started the topic that his client seemed to be the general director of some business. So he decided to clarify what business he wanted to talk to him about. The interlocutor began to say that he had heard that everything that happened in the dungeon remains in the dungeon. But he cannot leave this situation just like that, after which he took out a bag which, according to him, contained 20 billion. The man hoped that he knew what he was trying to say. He brought this money so that he could destroy all those people who brought him only grief. The man in the suit smiled in response to this and added that he would have to pay an additional 10 billion for all the other hunters. He warned the man about this in advance and would like to know from him whether he could do it. Because for him personally, there will be no problem swatting those insects he was talking about, but other hunters will most likely be with them. After which he did not wait for an answer. He added that if a person becomes a B-rank hunter, then he becomes a high-class hunter, to whom guilds begin to pay attention. He said all this in order to ask a question in which he was interested to know why he did not succumb to temptation and join the supervision department. And according to him, the only thing here was that it was much more interesting for him to destroy people rather than monsters. The two men used their maximum strength to win the training battle. At one point, they finally finished the fight, and one of them started talking about how the master was actually in pretty good shape, as always. But for that same master, it was quite obvious that his opponent today was quite soft with him. It seemed to him that he simply put less force into his blows, and thus essentially took care of him. He didn't quite like this style of fighting, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he suggested ending it there, especially since his phone was already blowing up from an incredibly huge number of calls. But the student was not going to let him go just like that, and still decided to ask a question in which he was interested to know whether the master was really planning to postpone his retirement. The man was not sure of his answer, because on the one hand he understood that he was not as strong as he was before, but on the other hand, he would also like to remain useful to this world. Mr. Song was walking down the street, thinking that he would have to visit the D-rank dungeon again. Since his awakening did not affect his strength, his sword is useless against monsters, the sword skills that he has studied for the past decades. He cannot use them in the dungeon, and the man wanted to find the reason for this as soon as possible. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some guy who was just passing by. But the man himself, without realizing it, turned his attention to him. But when he took a closer look at this guy, it became clear why his gaze fell so intently on this guy. After all, it was Sung Jin, whom he did not recognize at all, because there was no trace left of the former guy. It was difficult for the man to believe that the guy could change so much in just a few months. Song understood that he should not say such things, but he was incredibly interested to know how the guy managed to restore his severed leg. Sung Jin, in response to this, told him that in fact when he came to his senses, she was already fine and he was not sure what really happened. Although in his mind, he perfectly understood that all this was thanks to his ability to will. The life he received after rebirth. In any case, Song was very happy to hear such things, because he believed that it would not be good if a young man like him became disabled. Sung Jin decided to ask the man whether he was still working for the guild prizes, to which the man confidently answered yes, and asked the same question in return. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by people who stood a little further away, and Song simply could not believe his eyes that everyone who was there that day was back together. Sung Jin was most happy to see Ju, who still couldn't believe her eyes that she also saw the guy. But there was also Master Kim, whom the guy was not so happy to see, because that day he ran away, leaving them. Mr. Song at this moment thought that Kim must not be happy to see them after he threatened him with a sword to use him as a sacrifice. Although on the other hand, Song did not forget that even he left Sung Jin at the end, so he essentially has no moral right to condemn him. But the most important thing is that he didn't even think about it before. But apparently, they were all able to return from that hell alive. Ju still couldn't get over the fact that she saw Sunjin again, because he had changed so much, she could barely recognize him. First of all, she wanted to ask him where he had been because she had been looking for him everywhere. She would also like to know from him why he has grown so much, because his leg should be in bad condition. But then she noticed that everything was fine with it, which surprised the girl very much. Sung Jin did not have time to answer the girl because he was interrupted by some unfamiliar man who decided to find out what kind of romantic atmosphere was this. It was some prisoner who, together with his friends, got out of the car. Their overseer immediately shut their mouths and made it clear that this was no picnic for them, so it would be better if they shut their mouths. But this man apparently was not going to listen to him, and passing by, Ju asked the girl to take care of them today, which was not entirely clear to the girl. Mr. Song immediately decided to find out who these guys were and what was going on here. Instead of answering their questions, a small person approached them and asked them to forgive them for being late, and decided to find out if they were the hunters Sun Jin and Song. But first they wanted to find out who the guys were and what was happening here. In response to this, the girl told them that these guys were undergoing rehabilitation, so they should join the hunters in this raid. This made him very angry, because this essentially meant that they would have to go on a raid with criminals. But the girl assured him that before they had all been hunters, and according to her, it was not uncommon for hunters who committed crimes to serve their sentences in dungeons in order to shorten your time. She asked them to understand that the number of hunters in the area had decreased significantly, so they were forced to resort to such measures. She also did not forget to add that the hunter of the supervision department, Gan Tasik, will join the raid, so there is no point in worrying, because everyone undergoing rehabilitation is C rank and the hunter Gan Tasik is B rank. Sung Jin immediately felt that something was clearly wrong here, so he asked the girl not to go on this raid. Ju asked if he would go there then, to which the guy confidently said that he would. This answer made the girl also join them. The gate opened and Song still couldn't believe that they wanted them to go on a raid with these guys. But on the other hand, he didn't deny that this could be his fate, and he shouldn't take everything so harshly. Before entering the dungeon, the prisoners were handcuffed, and this could not but please them. So they immediately started talking a little more than they were allowed to. So Tactician had to ask them once again to shut their mouths. After which Gan Tasik approached Song and introduced himself again in person. He also added again that he would never take his eyes off these guys, so he assured them all that they didn't have to worry too much about it. Before leaving, Song decided to check with Sung Jin again if the guy agreed that the man would be the leader today. Sung Jin thought that this question was quite stupid because he was only happy if the man would be their leader. Such an answer literally made Song bow to the guy for giving him another chance. He believed that 11 people died that day through his fault. Then thanks to Sung Jin, 6 people survived. But he still bears responsibility for the fact that he could not protect them. And with his bow, he thanks Sung Jin on behalf of all the hunters. After Sung Jin, Song turned to Kim and asked him the same question. Kim answered Song without much enthusiasm that he could do whatever he wanted. After a while, they entered the dungeon, where they were immediately attacked by a detachment of goblins, with whom they dealt with the conclusion quite easily. Song, looking at all this, could not fully understand who their monster was and who was human, because they destroyed monsters with incredible cruelty. Although he himself actually had to use his strength and strike at moments. Kim, in turn, watched Song closely and thought that this man was clearly not an ordinary C-rank hunter. Song at this moment believed that they should be much more positive, because they are all survivors of that incident, and they are also together again. But most of all, he was pleased with Sun Jin, who seemed to him to have become much stronger. Moreover, it was so strange to see the constantly unarmed Sun Jin with a dagger. Ju, in turn, noted that she had not had to heal him before, which was quite unusual, but Sung Jin assured them that he simply did exercises every day, so he managed to improve his physical condition a little. Song wondered if he actually said it as a joke, but Sung Jin actually looks a lot changed. Moreover, Song noticed that not only his appearance was different, but also his aura. It seemed that he was a completely different person, because the man had always seen how the guy considered himself hopeless, but now he is very confident in himself. Apparently, he has finally become a man. On the other hand, Ju seemed scared to him, afraid of simple goblins. Apparently, her trauma was much deeper than it was visible from the outside. So the man believed that unfortunately, at this rate, she would be forced to quit. Behind all these thoughts, they did not have time to notice how they approached the part of the dungeon where the fork begins. Tasik said that the dungeon was relatively simple, so it seemed to him that if they separated, it would be the right decision. He understood that in this case, the danger would increase. but the passage time would be significantly reduced. Song supported him because he actually thought it was a pretty good idea, after which Tasik added that he and the prisoners would take the right path, and as soon as one of them found the boss's room, they could just call each other. While they were talking, Sung Jin noticed that in the left passage there was a large concentration of some kind of energy. Therefore, he suggested that Mr. Song go along the left aisle, and the man actually didn't mind. They divided into small groups, after which they each went their own way. Sung Jin understood perfectly well that such energy could only be released by the boss, who is most likely at the end of this path, and he most wanted to go to him, because he hardly gets enough experience from goblins, and therefore he needed to destroy the boss in order to get something, though. But this was not what bothered him most of all, but that strange guy from the surveillance. Sung Jin himself didn't understand it, but this guy scared him. Goblins are usually weaker than an adult, and their size and intelligence are like those of children, but they are annoying flies that swarm near the target and attack on the sly. Of course, even if human children are given weapons, they will be the same. Stasik had this opinion. He believed that even a child with a weapon can destroy someone, and in truth, countless children of soldiers are armed and attack people on the other side of the earth. In the dungeon, it seemed to him that there was not much difference between people and monsters, because both were insects. And he said all this in order to ask the prisoners whether they could destroy the children. They believed that this was a stupid question that should not even be discussed, and Tasik could not but agree with this. But still, he added that they would meet hundreds more children in this dungeon from now on, which was even more stupid, because the conclusion was that they did not understand what he was talking about, and where should there be children in this dungeon? The man didn't care about their words. He just continued to talk about how hungry children would eat all their flesh if they couldn't destroy them. They still didn't fully understand what they were talking about, but still decided to assure the man that they could destroy anyone who stood in their way, even small children. This was the answer he wanted to hear, because the point was that they would have to destroy anyone just to survive. These were the words he was going to convey to the Hunters Guild. Mr. Kim and his ally, who went along the central path, said that if the goblins were so weak, then they would definitely cope with them, and it would actually be good if the raid ended without incident. Kim could no longer say that if the weakest hunter appeared, it means the dungeon is also weak. Such a pattern no longer works after that incident. But still, he decided that after this raid he would also bow to Sung Jin and apologize to him for leaving them then. After which he turned to his friend and asked if he also felt guilty, because they then ran away like cowards and not like hunters. Kim believed that they could no longer behave as usual after leaving an ally in need, and if they were going to continue to be hunters, then they should get used to something like a small bow, although the man was not sure whether they would be forgiven after that or no. In any case, there is no time for these conversations now, because they need to continue to move forward, and since they went into this tunnel together, they must be extremely careful. But suddenly they fell silent as soon as they turned the corner, and all because they saw not the best picture there. They saw Taisik there, and the prisoners whom he destroyed. The man did not expect to see these two here, but from his facial expression one could tell that he continued to be absolutely calm. In any case, he took out his blade and said that since they were here, the paths were connected. This means that the path to the boss's room is on the left, and now he won't need to wander around aimlessly. Sung Jin heard screams in the depths of the cave, and it seemed to him that they were people screaming. They immediately decided to go back and run to the aid of their friends, who went along the central tunnel. At some point, Taisik attacked them, but luckily Sung Jin managed to react quickly and essentially block his blow. The man clearly did not expect this, because it seemed to him that the guy was E rank, but he was too fast for his rank. Not every experienced hunter can block an ambush attack, but this guy could. He didn't understand where he could have such power, because he really stopped his attack. Apparently the guy has heightened senses. After which he told them directly that even if his plans did not include fighting with everyone else, he would still eliminate the B-rank healer first, but apparently he would have to change his plans. And now he's going to destroy each of them without exception. Song immediately wanted to know why a guild member does such things. Sung Jin at this time turned his attention to Mr. Kim, who was sitting in a pool of blood. The guy tried to talk to him and call him, but it was to no avail. The man looked at only one point and repeated the words of his friend who died that day. Buck was a fairly close person to him, and his second child was about to be born, but the man would never see his family again, which upset Kim very much. Sung Jin could not contain his emotions, so he shouted at Ju a little so that she immediately began treating Mr. Kim. The girl immediately got down to business and began to gradually treat the man. At some point, Kim turned to Sunjin and told the guy that he would no longer be able to save him. He told Ju that she could stop treating him because he had already lost too much blood and his body couldn't handle it. Sungjin still continued to insist that he must live, and he must do this at least for the sake of his family. The guy wanted the man to live so that he could continue to hate him for what he did that very day. In response to this, Kim told the guy that he didn't really want to apologize at all. He wanted to bow his head in front of the guy. But at the moment he understood that if he bowed his head, he would immediately die. So he would try to ask for forgiveness in this position. After which Kim rather quietly told Sunjin that he was actually very sorry that everything turned out this way and that he really regretted doing that. Sungjin did not expect this from Mr. Kim. These words made the guy understand that the man actually simply could not do otherwise. The guy immediately turned to the guy from supervision to find out why he did this to Mr. Kim, to which Taesik confidently replied that it could have been monsters, so he decided to play it safe in this way. After which he added that he had just come up with a great story. It was supposed to be the story of a massacre carried out by goblins, but it seems he should change it a little. The man began to make it up as he went along, that the prisoners got out and tried to escape. After they destroyed them all, they tried to attack the man from the guild while he was fighting the boss. But their forces were obviously not enough to destroy the B-rank hunter, and in the end, he was the only one who survived this raid. It seemed to him that people outside should believe such a story. Sung Jin could not restrain himself, so he immediately began to insult this guy. But Song stopped him in time, because he perfectly understood that this guy was not the kind of guy that Sung Jin could handle. But Song could well do it, although in his mind he knew that this B-rank guy and C-rank hunter like him would not be able to hurt him. In addition, he is a destroyer-class hunter, which means that Song is most likely inferior to him in speed. But still there was hope, and he hoped that this guy had poor defense, and who knows what would happen if Song managed to get him with a spell, although he had not fought against a person for a long time. In addition, Miss Ju was here, from whom he asked to give him an improvement that would add more physical strength to him. She didn't mind doing this because she understood where all this was going and why Mr. Song took Kim's sword. She added as much physical strength to him as possible, and at that moment he only thought that he needed to close the distance so that he could not dodge. For the guy from supervision, all this was so funny because he understood that his opponent was a magician who most likely would not even be able to reach him, so this would be another easy battle for him. Song himself understood perfectly well that improving physical strength is indeed quite useless for magicians, but now he will do everything not as a magician, but as a real swordsman. Song understood that since he was a magician, he needed to beware of the differences in strength, endurance, and dexterity between them. After all, even if he is under the protection of Miss Ju, it will be like installing a car engine on a bicycle and pedaling as hard as possible. It's like a steep descent, and if he doesn't control his speed and gets carried away, he'll most likely just die. While he was thinking about all this, Taesik simply attacked the man because he was tired of standing and waiting for Song to start fighting. The supervisor guy reminded Song that it was actually normal for a mage to be defenseless against an exterminator, but he still couldn't help but praise Song that it was a good idea to pick up a weapon. But even in this case, he is just a magician, and if his physical strength does not even reach D rank, then the weapon will not change anything. Apparently, Taesik underestimated the magician too much, who was subsequently able to deliver quite a serious blow with the help of this sword. At least that's what it seemed to Song himself, because in fact, the speed of the man with supervision helped him dodge this blow, after which he added that it was a pretty good move. And besides, he noticed that Song intensified his movements. Apparently, he did a lot practice sword fighting. Sun Jin understood that even though it was only for 1 second, Song still managed to catch up with this guy. Song at this time decided not to say another word and went on the attack again, thinking that if only he could strike faster, but so far he has not succeeded. Taesik smiled more and more with each attack, although he understood that his opponent was quite fast, and it really was a good idea to give up magic and take a weapon. There was just one thing, but if Song thought a little, he would understand why among the mass of hunters there are no swordsmen who possess magic. But still, even with such success, he had not yet managed to defeat Song, and he blamed it all on the girl who was standing behind him. She really brought too many headaches, and he didn't really want to drag out this fight. Therefore, for starters, he decided to finish off this girl, and he wanted to do it as quickly as possible. Song obviously wouldn't let him do it so easily, so as soon as Taesik tried to attack Ju, the man appeared behind him and was ready to apply the finishing touch. But at the last moment, this guy still managed to repel his attack. Now the man on duty understood that his opponent was far from an ordinary old man, and he would still have to try to defeat him. Song, in response to this, told this impudent man that you might not be able to tell from him, but he has an S-rank disciple. And therefore, even if his body is not strong enough, his skills compensate for it. Unfortunately, according to Taesik, there are always limits to the power once given. Therefore, he began to counterattack and say that if the man really thought that an ordinary magician could keep up with the speed of the destroyer, then the man was simply naive. These words were the last thing Taesik said before delivering several dozen blows to the man, after which he added that if it were someone else, then he might have a chance of winning. But his rank itself surpasses him, because it is difficult for the magician to even follow his movements. Ju immediately went to Mr. Song to help him. But imagine her surprise when he made it clear to her that he did not need her treatment for now, and he could continue the fight. Taesik believed that the man had finally realized the fact that all this was useless, because in the end result he would still lose. And for this he decided that he would destroy the man painlessly. But apparently all this was just a trap that Mr. Song had prepared especially for this impudent person. Using his magic, he created a huge fiery volcano that was literally supposed to burn the guy alive. But to his great regret, it didn't work, and Taesik believed that all this was because a magician like him, pretending to be a swordsman in order to hide his magical abilities in order to release his power at the right moment, was too obvious. It was a good plan, but still it didn't work. Song understood that this was his last hope, and apparently his end had finally come. But as soon as Taesik swung at the man and was about to destroy him, Sun Jin stood in front of him, who prevented him from doing this with his blade. Taesik didn't expect this from Sung Jin, but he's already starting to get annoyed that this guy is interfering everywhere and not letting him finish what he started. But when he heard that the guy was only E rank, he realized that it would be too easy for him, although he was a little unbelievable that the guy was really such a low rank. Song did not understand how Sun Jin, a weakling who was constantly wounded, was just able to repel the attack of such a strong hunter. Taesik at this moment interrupted their dialogue in order to say that if Sun Jin owns the force type of releasing force, then his strength should not be huge considering that he only has an E rank, however. Looking at his reaction speed, everything clearly not so. In the end, the man did not forget that he was able to block 2 of his attacks, which means that his class is a destroyer, and apparently the guy was just hiding his strength all this time, right? Song could not believe that Sun Jin could turn out to be a false rank hunter, because he had known him for quite a long time, and it was simply impossible to believe it. Moreover, Taesik believed that a false rank would not allow someone to survive who saw his real strength. Therefore, here he actually saw only one answer. The guy was actually before awakened. Song and Ju couldn't believe it, and it could only be understood by looking at their faces. Taesik realized that judging by their reaction, he had not been awakened for long, and if he thought about it, his boss had recently checked on someone because he thought he had been awakened. In any case, Sung Jin did not look like an experienced hunter to him. Therefore, now he would like to teach the guy a lesson, like a mentor to a student. Sung Jin, in response to this, only wanted to know why the man did all this. Taesik asked him to be more specific. He did what exactly? The guy was already starting to get annoyed by such conversations. But still he once again clarified to the man that he wanted to know why he was doing all this. The man could only smile back and also tell the guy that his face looked incredibly scary, which for some reason made him so happy. But still he gave him the answer that he was not doing all this for fun. He did all this only at the request of the same man who paid him 20 billion won, and then paid him another 10. The man in that meeting asked to deal with the prisoners first, because one of them had seriously harmed his daughter. And because of this, she hanged herself, and her mother is still in the hospital from shock. Thinking about how this animal walks free just a few years after what he did, drives a man into a state of madness. This keeps him up at night. So he decided that it was finally time to solve this problem, and Taesik actually understood him very well. So he was willing to provide a service worthy of 30 billion won, so the man didn't have to worry about it. According to the man, he simply could not refuse the father, whose daughter was beaten by these criminals. He tried to make him change his mind, while increasing the price, but he still accepted it. Although everything turned out this way, now Taesik does not want to harm them, unless of course they agree not to talk about today's incident. Then he will let them go. Sung Jin didn't think that he would say something like that, because judging by his face, he still wants to teach them a lesson and show them who is the best here. In any case, the guy said that he didn't believe him from the very beginning, and now there is no reason to trust someone who recently made up stories about their deaths. These words gave a signal to Taisik, which he regarded as a refusal of the truce, so he immediately went on the attack. But his lightning strike did not take Sunjin by surprise, and he was able to block his strike again. It didn't matter to Taisik whether the guy believed him or not, because from that moment he decided that they would all have to die along with these insects. Sungjin did not remain silent and told the man that in fact it was he who was incredibly pathetic, because it was he who would soon have to die. The man didn't know how many ranks this guy had grown since he was rank E, but even so, he asked the guy not to think that it would be too easy for him. Sun Jin continued to attack the man, but all his attacks were too slow. And at some point, Taisik was still able to get Sung Jin. At least that's what it seemed to the man himself. Song couldn't even follow their movements, it was so fast. But now he was absolutely sure that Sung Jin was absolutely not the same guy he knew a few months ago. Now Taisik believed that 30 million won would not be enough for him to do such work, because no one even suspected that he would meet such a hunter here. At some point, they both realized that their speed was actually the same, so neither of them could inflict strong enough damage on the enemy. But Taisik still believed that in this situation, he had an advantage, because even if the guy's eyes could follow him, it would still be useless if his body couldn't handle it. Although this was only at first glance, because the man at least forgot that Sun Jin was not alone here, and Ju quite timely used the same enhancement that she used on Song. They were both able to increase their speed to almost the maximum, and at that moment it was obvious that the games were now over, and a real war had begun between these two. But even in this case, Taisik thought that they had the same speed and abilities. But the difference in experience was too great, and it was this difference that would lead to his defeat. So he said that if the guy was going to protect his healer, then he needed to do it right, after which he released the blade directly at the girl. Song appeared in front of her in time and repelled this vile blow. But apparently, all this was just a diversionary maneuver in order to inflict as many attacks on Sun Jin's body as possible. Although even after such an attack, Sun Jin was still able to resist, and moreover, he was ready to continue the fight. Even Taisik himself did not expect this. Now he has to admit that his opponent is quite resilient. At some point, Sung Jin decided to ask the man to reduce his bloodlust a little, because she is sensitive to the desire to destroy people. The fact was that at that moment the system was activated again and provided Sun Jin with a new emergency task in which he needed to destroy the cache. And if he did not do this, then as a penalty for failure to complete the task, his heart would stop. The guy essentially had no other choice but to destroy the man. Taisik still thought that the advantage was on his side, but still he didn't understand what the guy was thinking about, and it actually scared him a little. Sung Jin at this time began to say that if he was grateful to the system, it was because it gave him another reason to finish him off. They clashed again in battle, and this time it was noticeable to both guys that this fight was clearly taking place on equal terms. Taisik noticed that the guy is a person who specializes in daggers and agility, which means that it is easiest for him to destroy his enemy in close combat. That is, in fact, the man was an ideal enemy for him. Sung Jin agreed with him, and he couldn't help but add that during this fight, he had already learned a lot from the man, including the fact that guys who talk in battle are so useless. After which he activated a skill called Sprint and went into battle again. This skill increased his movement speed by 30%. Now he is significantly faster compared to Cash, who believed that this was the guy's maximum speed. But apparently he uses skills just like a man, which put him in a difficult position. Sung Jin did not stop there and decided to use another skill called Paralysis, and he only needed to inflict one scratch on Taisik for this effect to work, and he actually succeeded. Taisik immediately realized that this was just the effect of his dagger, and from now on, he will try to prevent this from happening. At that moment, the system notified Sun Jin that his opponent's resistance was too high and the paralysis effect was cancelled. It was not new to the guy that the effect would quickly end if the opponent was strong, but even so, the effect on this man was too short. Taisik interrupted his thoughts and said that now it was his turn to show something interesting. At one point, the man simply corrected himself, and no matter how Sun Jin tried, he simply could not see his opponent. Then he began to hear only the voice of Taisik, who said that if Sun Jin really blocked the attack, despite the fact that he hid his presence, then the guy actually had excellent instincts. But he became interested in what the guy would do when Taisik uses the camouflage skill. With the help of this skill, he was able to erase his appearance, smell, sound, and even his aura. Only a few can obtain this rare skill. But what is most important is that Taisik has not yet used this ability against people, or rather there are no people who could. I would like to see her because he destroyed everyone. after which he fell silent and struck Sun Jin. He cut his leg and was not going to stop there. The man cut his tendons in order to immobilize the guy, and this will give him the opportunity to do anything to Sun Jin. Taisik understood perfectly well that Sun Jin's friend could, of course, use her magic and heal him, but at such a distance, unfortunately, only basic spells work, so she would not be able to help him. But just in case, Taisik approached the girl and made it clear to her that she had better stand where she was. Otherwise, he would deal with her out of turn. Ju really wanted to help Sung Jin, but as Taisik already said, if she does this, she is unlikely to help him. She will only harm herself. At that moment, Song was thinking that if nothing was done, then there would be nothing left of Sun Jin's stamina, and he couldn't even call for help. He also cannot help, because his skills are not that good. He decided that he needed to buy some time for him to heal. Taisik believed that he would not be able to withstand his attacks in this state. At least his speed would definitely not be the same as before. Sung Jin did not let him finish, and interrupted his speech in order to say that Taisik talks too much, so he's unlikely to be able to win, after which he used status restoration, which helped him fully recover. Taisik had never seen anything like this. The guy had just literally been healed in a matter of minutes, and there wasn't a single scratch left on him. In any case, Sung Jin still couldn't see Taisik because he continued to use his camouflage ability, and it was quite difficult to say how long he could use it. But still, at one moment, Sung Jin concentrated his power inside himself and began to use his sense to the maximum, which helped him see the man. Taisik was no longer laughing and realized that now things were not going well for him because this guy was again able to see him through the camouflage, which absolutely no one had been able to do before. But this was a plus, because he was finally able to see the real difference between the guy and the other hunters. And this difference was that the guy had clearly already destroyed people before, so they were not the same guys and different from him. The man understood that there were many ways of life and death. His determination to change his fate, even at the cost of his life, eventually forced him to quickly make difficult decisions. And it was very likely that his appearance was not the only change. So he said that awakening was such an unexpected force that changed the rules of society. He also did not forget to add that new exclusive rules were created only for hunters, so he believed that there was no need to be constrained by law or morality, because the words of the strong are the law. So now Taisik was going to show Sung Jin real strength. He dealt hundreds of blows per second to Sun Jin, but the guy, standing still, managed to fight it all off with one hand. Taisik couldn't believe it, but now it seemed to him that he understood how the guy sees him through the camouflage. Apparently the whole point is that when the camouflage is activated, it hides his presence. But when he attacks with a strong thirst for destruction, then for a moment his presence is revealed. The man believed that this is exactly what the guy was waiting for, so he decided that he would have no other way to find out where he was attacking from if the man could hide this feeling. But this was his main mistake for today, because Sung Jin was just waiting for this, after which he activated the effect of the need for speed. Instead of launching a lightning attack, Sung Jin realized that his legs were stuck and he could not move, after which he raised his head and saw darkness appear in front of him, which obscured his eyes. The man had the feeling that he seemed to be in another dimension. His consciousness turned off for 1 second, and when he came to his senses, he realized that Sung Jin's blade was sticking out of his body. Throughout their lives, hunters witness countless deaths, and also take lives themselves. Situations often arise in which the hunter finds himself between life and death. At such moments, they fight not only against monsters, but also against each other. And Taisik understood this very well, who would die today only because he lost, and this was quite natural for him. But before he does this, he allowed himself to ask only one question to Sung Jin, in which he really wanted to know who the guy was. An exterminator with restoration magic and skills that impose negative effects. He heard about it, but didn't think what it was can be placed in one person. Sung Jin was not against fulfilling Taisik's last wish, but unfortunately, he did not have an answer to this question, because he himself was not sure who he was. In response to this, the man said that he understood that his words meant nothing to the guy, but still, he believed that having a bunch of secrets was not so great. But on the other hand, there were moments that made him happy, because after Sung Jin destroys him, he will no longer be able to hide his abilities. Sung Jin asked him to introduce himself, that he was a hunter who was becoming stronger and stronger with each battle, and he wanted to ask the man how strong he thought he could become. He told him that the guy's shadow was currently merging with the darkness. And he said this for a reason. He believed that the guy could become as strong as his shadow would plunge into darkness over time. After these words, Sung Jin received a notification from the system that he had completed the next task. As a reward, he was offered to raise his characteristics by 5 units, and he was not particularly against such a gift. Besides, he was happy with the idea that he was becoming much stronger than before. But there is another side to the situation. Every time he becomes stronger, he feels like something is changing in him. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Ju, who was very grateful to the guy for saving them. Song also joined in the gratitude and added that if it weren't for him, they most likely would not have been able to speak. After which he added that in any case, they now need to decide what to do next, and Ju suggested that they go outside and report this to the guild. Sung Jin stopped them and said that first they must close the dungeon, and at first Song was shocked by this. But then he realized that Sung Jin has excellent skills that will most likely help him defeat the boss alone. But first, Song wanted to give them all a proper burial. He actually felt sorry for all these hunters. Sung Jin, meanwhile, took out his blade from Tai-Sik's body and noticed that a strange light was emanating from his body. Then at that moment he received a notification that he had received the invisibility rune. Sung Jin couldn't quite believe that he would be able to obtain his ability after destroying his opponent. Song and Ju told the guy that they would go outside first to report what had happened to the guild, and they asked him to hurry up and not delay this boss. The guy responded to this by immediately telling them that they didn't have to worry, because he was sure that it wouldn't take much time. After which Sung Jin approached one of the prisoners who allegedly died and told him that he could get up, because he knew very well that the man was not dead. Sung Jin immediately wanted to know why he tried to pretend to be a corpse. Was he really thinking of escaping and thinking that no one would find out? Looking at him, Sung Jin remembered that the man could not speak because Tai-Sik was too cruel to him and therefore cut his vocal cords. Sung Jin believed that the man was going to destroy them in the most painful way, after making sure that they can't scream. In any case, this was not the man's main problem in the guy's opinion, because at this rate he would most likely die from blood loss. But they could ask Miss Ju to help them a little. These words made the man think that he was saved, but then he realized that they were heading not to the exit from the dungeon, but to the very center, to the boss. Sung Jin interrupted his thoughts and wanted to ask the man if he remembered the faces of all his victims. In any case, he could not answer him, so the guy continued to say that the man was trash even in comparison with the hidden. So he immediately told the man that he would not let such a monster like him out. Next, the goblins of this dungeon got down to business, who clearly did not intend to spare this scoundrel. After a few minutes, there was nothing left of this man, and while the monsters were destroying him, he didn't even make a sound. It wasn't that difficult for Song Jin to defeat the goblin head later, so he was able to quickly get over it. After leaving their dungeon, Mr. Song and Miss Ju explained to the guild employee what had happened, and the employee, truly realizing the scale of what had happened, hurried to contact her superiors, and the elite did not have to wait long. They immediately arrived at the place and wanted to know how many minutes had passed since the dungeon was cleared, to which they received an answer of about 40 minutes, which was bad news for them, because there were only 20 minutes left. So one of them ordered to try to save the body's victims in 8 minutes. But what interested him most was that the survivors themselves were able to clear the dungeon, which was confirmed by the secretary. The man understood that if Tai-Sik tried to destroy the rest of the hunters during the execution of the ordered destruction, then he deliberately left the corpses and deliberately closed the dungeon, which means that he had something to hide. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the man saw the hunter Sung Jin. At first he didn't recognize him, because the guy had become much bigger, but he was still glad to meet this unique hunter again. Sung Jin was a little surprised. He still understood who this man was and what department he was from. Wu Jin decided to introduce himself again and say that he was from the supervision department, and, as he was informed, one of the department employees caused them inconvenience, so he would immediately like to make an official apology to them. At this moment, Sung Jin only thought that it was not time for him to relax, just because he was able to destroy a B-rank hunter. In addition, he suddenly noticed that this man opposite is incredibly strong. Apparently, he is on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Wu Jin said that he, as a member of the supervision department, would like to ask them a few questions. Sung Jin was aware of the fact that at the moment, he was unlikely to cope with this man with his power, so he did not mind answering a few questions from the master. And the first question Wu Jin decided to immediately find out was who was able to destroy B-rank Tai-Sik. Sung Jin understood that it seemed that now he would not be able to hide the fact that he had been reawakened, and most likely for this reason he would have to terminate the contract with Jin Ho, since he wanted a talented but still low-ranking hunter. Suddenly, contrary to his expectations, Mr. Song said that it was he who destroyed Tai Sik. Song also added that he was able to do it alone. Wu Jin didn't believe it a little, so he immediately decided to clarify how a C-rank hunter was able to defeat a B-rank hunter. The man pointed with complete confidence at the girl behind him, and thus reminded who was standing behind him. After that, Wu Jin was forced that with the support of a B-rank healer, he certainly could destroy Tai Sik. But in his mind, he believed that Tai Sik was one of those who could not be controlled even within the department. So he still doubted that Hunter C rank, even with the support of a healer, could defeat Tai Sik. Therefore, he had to ask Mr. Song to come with him so that they could fill out some reports. Sung Jin immediately wanted to know from Song why he lied. In response to this, the man said that he simply assumed that the guy had a good reason for hiding his abilities, so he did just that. Song believed that he could not escape the investigation anyway, and he could not repay him for everything he did for them, but now that's all he can do. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Wu Jin, who turned to Sung Jin and told him that he did not think that an E-rank hunter like him could defeat a B-rank hunter like Tai Sik. Moreover, he also thinks that there is no reason to suspect him again upon awakening. However, he allowed himself to say that in the future, he advises to be more careful, or soon his life could be abruptly interrupted. Sung Jin didn't quite understand what this could mean, to which the man answered him that when Dong Sun's group was destroyed, only he and another D-rank hunter survived, and the problem was that Dong Su had a younger brother who might want to take revenge on him and his friend. The guy understood that we were talking about S-rank hunter Huang Dong Su, and Wu Jin also added that it doesn't matter what actually happened in the raid. The important thing is that he survived the raid. And since he's S-rank, the law is unlikely to stop him, because they are living miracles and at the same time disasters. So Wu Jin believed that it was in the best interests of the guy to keep an eye on this man, because they could be hunted by someone who even monsters are fearful. After which he suggested to the guy, if possible, it would be nice if they left the country, and this would be a good decision for him. And 3 hours after the start of the investigation into the destruction of Tai Sik, the general director of the gold business surrendered himself, confirming the investigation data. And Ju, after all this time, turned to Sun Jin with the question of whether he remembers what is now in her hands. While they were walking around the evening city, the girl immediately decided to notice the fact that the guy had changed a lot. But as for her, she didn't change one bit, which even upset her a little. Sung Jin didn't think so. He was convinced that she too had gone through a lot. Each of them had changed in their own way. She decided to agree with him, after which she added that she was too timid to be a hunter. The girl believed that she was trying to overcome her fears, but for her it was too difficult for now. Ju thought that if she is a B-rank healer, then it is normal to join A or B-rank raids, or at least C-rank if the healer is poorly trained, but she still only joins D or E-rank raids, in which she always meets Sunjina. She always continued to heal the wounds that did not stop appearing on him, and she honestly admitted that at some point it even began to irritate her. She considered the guy stupid, because he fell into the same trap hundreds of times. But what was most surprising to her was that he always managed to survive, even in the most difficult situations. At that moment, she looked the guy straight in the eyes and said that his eyes were full of life, and it seemed to her that they were screaming that they wanted to survive and see tomorrow. She too would really like to have eyes like a guy's at least one day, but she doesn't think it's possible. After which she reminded him that he had promised that they would have lunch together when they returned alive. As it turned out, she wanted to return this thing to the guy, and the reason for this return was that the girl was going to return to her hometown, Busan. Sung Jin was upset at first when he heard this, but then he realized that apparently it would be better this way, and all he could answer her was that when he was nearby, he would ask her to walk with him again. Ju was very happy to hear this, so she waved to him and left. Sung Jin at that moment realized that he had just received another reason why he should become even stronger. And he must do this as soon as possible, because the guy did not forget about who was hunting him. The next day when Sun Jin came to the first raid with Jin Ho, he was a little surprised by who the guy brought here. Jin Ho didn't understand why the guy was so surprised, because these are their partners for today, who have a hunter's license, but for various reasons cannot go on raids. Looking at these people, Sung Jin saw among them the wounded alcoholics, just guys who came to earn quick money, and all this is his team for today. There were even children there. But Jin Ho immediately assured him that if a hunter awakens in childhood, then there is no law that could prohibit him from going on raids. This girl, whom Sung Jin called a child, just as rudely answered him that she was not a child at all, but a full-fledged hunter. Sung Jin believed that she was just a high school student and was unlikely to have experience in raids, but she still continued to deny this information. The guy didn't have time for these conversations, so he simply told them that it didn't matter, because their task for today was simply to stay outside while he and Jinho cleared the dungeon together. At that moment, Jinho said that they simply could not enter a C-rank dungeon with just the two of them, so they took them with them. According to the law, at least 10 participants are required for a C-rank dungeon. All these hunters were slightly surprised by this action. They thought that these guys were incredibly strong since they decided to go into the C-rank dungeon together, so they decided to clarify whether they would really give each of them 3 million won if they even stayed outside. Jinho confirmed this information and added that it seemed to him that this was a great deal for them, considering that they didn't lift a finger and receive 3 million won each. All they have to do is wait outside until they finish, but they must not tell anyone what they saw or heard here. And if anyone spills the beans, he will pay 10 times more than they will earn today. According to Jinho, this was spelled out in the contract. But Sung Jin was more interested not in all these details. But why did Jin decide to dress up like that today? The guy assured him that this was a full set of hardened armor created in the Italian Craft Guild, and he believed that if they were going on a raid together, then he should have prepared for it to the maximum. But the problem was different. All this armor was so heavy that Sun Jin only had to touch Jinho with his finger, and the guy fell to the ground. After that, Sung Jin asked the guy to take it all off, because it would only bother him. Jinho took off all his armor and was ready to move into the dungeon again, although he couldn't help but notice that he was incredibly nervous about this. Sung Jin only smiled when he looked at his partner, because he still managed to take the helmet with him. In any case, they didn't have much time anymore, so they still went to the dungeon together. One of their hunters began to say that if they were strong enough to clear a C-rank dungeon on their own, then it seemed to him that it would be better to clear high-rank dungeons with large guilds. But his interlocutor immediately made it clear that he did not care, because he already received my money. But still, he decided to talk about the fact that E-rank hunter Sun Jin, he knows him because this guy is called the weakest hunter in the world, and the leader of their raid is generally D-rank. The alcoholic intervened in their conversation with the words that it seemed to him that these two were just showing off, and this boasting would lead them to bad consequences. After a while, Jinho ran out of the dungeon and everyone else was surprised that the guy was still alive. They believed that the guy just ran away and left his friend there. But this was only at first glance, because at some point one of the guys shouted that apparently Jinho had not escaped after all, because the dungeon gates were closing. Sung Jin didn't sweat at all and wanted to find out as quickly as possible where the next dungeon was. Jinho told him that the next dungeon was about an hour's drive from here, after which he turned to the other guys and said that they should already move, because according to the plan they were required to clear 3 more dungeons today. The guy believed that they would all follow him, because this was an incredibly easy 9 million for each of them. Of course they all agreed, but in their minds they only thought that these guys were just crazy, since they were going on the next raid. After only that, we finished the previous one. In the White Tiger Guild, one of the managers could be heard screaming, and the whole point was that he couldn't believe that someone actually spent 200 million won to get the rights to clear C-rank dungeons. But according to the assistant, recently appeared a team that began to buy the rights to all emerging C-rank gates. So now there are no gates left for their low-ranking hunters. After all, there were originally about 7,000, but even when he raised the price to 200 million, they still bought the rights for 200 million and 5,000. The manager had never heard the name of Jinho, who according to documents was the leader of this group. According to the assistant, he was the second son of the general director of a large construction company in the city, and it seems that he bought these rights with the support of the company. The man believed that this was a big loss for them, and it seemed to him that this was too risky a trick for the future CEO. When suddenly he decided to ask the assistant if there was a survivor in that incident with the double lair, and the assistant confirmed the information. Sung Jin was also implicated in this story. And as soon as he heard this, a smile immediately appeared on the man's face, because from that second everything becomes much more interesting. After a minute of silence, the man suddenly shouted to all his employees that they must stop whatever they were doing in order to find as much information as possible about these two guys. The man, sitting at his computer, was looking for information about Sung Jin, and based on what he had already managed to find, he could draw conclusions that the guy had successfully survived 3 accidents. The first is with a double lair, the second is the death of Dong Su's group, and the third is a recent case with the destruction of an inspector of the surveillance department. He was also aware that Sun Jin and Jin Ho met during the second incident. And the most interesting thing is how Jin Ho is connected with the construction company. He knew that there were rumors that the chairman was hiring experienced hunters and wanted to found a guild. And if this is true, then it won't be surprising if Jin Ho wants to benefit from it. All the facts were around Sung Jin, who had an E rank, but by some miracle, all the dungeons were cleared at an amazingly fast speed. And all this led him to the idea that the hunter Sun Jin could have reawakened. The man was practically sure of this, because otherwise he would not have had a chance to survive in those incidents. Each time it was a major incident with many victims, and besides, he sees no other explanation. And in the report of the last incident, a C-rank magician and a B-rank healer jointly stopped the warden hunter. But this seemed simply impossible to him, because he was a B-rank exterminator and magic was almost useless against this kind of hunters. Besides, Taisik was smart, and I would immediately take care of the healer. In fact, it seemed to him that this should have been a confrontation between a C-rank magician and a B-rank exterminator, unless someone else defeated the hunter from the supervision department, with the only survivors being a B-rank healer and an E-rank hunter, Sung Jin, and suspicions among them only Sung Jin calls. The assistant, of course, understood everything, and after such conclusions it also seemed to him that this was possible, but still he wanted to know more about where they were going at the moment. Chief Sang-min turned to him and answered with a smile that they were currently heading for reconnaissance. This answer shocked the guy, because he had never seen the boss go out personally on reconnaissance, and in general, according to rumors, this is an incredible rarity. Sun Jin, meanwhile, continued to destroy monsters in the next dungeon and did it with incredible ease. Jin Ho was more and more surprised each time at how strong Sung Jin had become. The thing was that Sung Jin raised his level a little in these couple of days, and for this, he received several new skills. And he also did not forget to use the skill that he received from Tyson. This skill was really a level higher than all his skills, but his whole problem was the continuous consumption of mana, so he began to invest more and more points in intelligence. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by another monster, which began screaming at the guy. For Sun Jin, this was not a problem at all, because he had killed dozens of such monsters on the way to this dungeon, and this one would not be an exception. After destroying this monster, the system unexpectedly notified the guy that he had reached the required level. Sung Jin did not fully understand what this could mean, but that was not all, because then he received an offer to change his profession, which was also incomprehensible to him. Chief Sang-min and his assistant arrived at the place where the dungeon was, and were a little shocked by what they saw. The thing was that near this dungeon there were guys who were in the so-called squad, but they were doing everything except clearing the dungeon. Sang-min didn't understand at all what was happening here, and why was everyone waiting outside and not inside the gate. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a child who wanted to know what they were doing in the restricted area and who they even were. Sang-min, in response to this, asked this child not to interfere with the adults' work. Besides, this is the gate area and it is unsafe here and it is better if she leaves here. The girl got even more angry and immediately made it clear that she was also a hunter, and she was angry that they treated her like a child. This surprised them because they could not believe that she also belonged to this raid. She noticed that for some reason she was incredibly embarrassed to talk about this. But yes, she was also a participant in this raid, if they were so interested in it. Sang-min couldn't believe that they didn't even enter the dungeon with their partners. Now the thoughts that Sun Jin was reawakened did not leave the man's head. Suddenly everyone started talking about the fact that the raid leader was returning, and they all immediately prepared to move on to the next dungeon. Meanwhile, Sun Jin and Jin Ho were leaving the dungeon, and the guy told Jin Ho that he had urgent business tomorrow, so he asked him not to plan anything for tomorrow. This was actually a problem because according to Jin Ho, he had already booked the dungeons. But if it was urgent, he was willing to cancel the reservation. Sung Jin didn't think it was that serious. Jin Ho explained to him that if he reserves a gate and does not enter it within 2 days, the reservation will automatically be canceled. Sung Jin decided that in this case they should postpone this for a while. At one point, Sang-min intervened in their conversation, who immediately introduced himself as the head of the second department of the White Tiger Guild. Sung Jin was surprised that such a person was standing in front of him because he had no idea what the White Tiger Guild needed from him. After some time, they went into a cafe to discuss in more detail what the White Tiger needed from Sun Jin. According to Sang-min, they want to recruit him into the White Tiger Guild, and for this, they offer him twice as much as Jin Ho's company offered him. The man understood that there was no need to stall for time, so he immediately laid all his cards on the table, after which he added that if he demonstrated skills above those expected, then the payment could be increased. Sun Jin-woo was silent in response to this, although mentally it still seemed to him that this was too generous an offer for a hunter who had recently been E-rank. Therefore, he decided to ask the man how much it cost to build the White Tiger Guild building, since he makes such proposals. Sangmin asked the guy again, because he didn't fully understand what this meant. But he still said that they do not use all the floors. But the construction of the building itself cost them 50 billion, if he is talking about this. And after hearing this, Sungjin clarified again. Will they really give him this building? Sangmin began to get nervous because he sincerely did not understand what he was talking about. But as soon as Sungjin told him the amount of their contract with Jin-ho, the man stood up from the table and literally began screaming. Then he realized that he got excited when he did such an act and immediately calmed down. After which Sungjin continued to say that the amount offered by Jin-ho was 30 billion won. And if a man offers him an amount twice as much, then this must mean that Sangmin is offering him his White Tiger Guild building. Sangmin couldn't believe that Jin-ho offered this guy that kind of money. Now he became even more interested in finding out how great his abilities are. But on the other hand, the man knew perfectly well that the guy could be bluffing about this, because there's really no way to test him words. But as soon as the man thought about it, the guy began to tell him that there was no need to think that he was bluffing, because at least he could provide evidence of these words. Sangmin realized that since he was saying such things, then most likely he was not bluffing. So the man decided to say that paying such an amount was not within his competence, and he needed a little time to discuss such an issue with the guild leader. Sungjin suggested that he end their dialogue instead, so he began to get up to leave. Sangmin realized his mistake. Apparently, he was in too much of a hurry. If only he knew the details of Sungjin's proposal, he would have received permission from the guild and acted in small but confident steps. Before leaving, Sungjin also decided to ask the man how he managed to get information about him. The man raised his head to answer and realized that the guy was missing. Suddenly, he felt pain on his right cheek. There was a small cut there, after which there was a voice behind him, which made him understand that Sungjin was apparently just using invisibility. Now it was clear to the man that if the guy was awakened and could use invisibility, then the benefit of this deal was obvious. So he carefully answered his question that he was not specifically looking for information about him. Their department was informed that someone was clearing things out too quickly. C-rank dungeons. They began to investigate this matter and came across Sungjin. Besides, he had information about 3 major incidents that occurred in the dungeons. He had no evidence, but it seemed to him that 3 times was far from a coincidence. The man was sure that the guy had received the abilities of a high-ranking hunter after his next awakening. And he also believed that Jin-ho must have seen his abilities during the second raid and received a task from his father's guild. And it seems that this is exactly what he is doing now. So if we take into account all that has been said, then everything fits, and they have what they have. Sungjin immediately wanted to know how many people knew about this, and according to Sangmin, only he and one of his subordinates have this information. Sungjin realized that apparently clearing the C-rank gates too quickly attracted too much attention. First, he decided to politely ask Sangmin make sure that the number of people who know about him does not increase. And he also did not forget to warn the man that if rumors about him begin to spread, then he and his subordinate will have to be ready to answer for it. Through fear, Sangmin nevertheless said that he was obliged to report to the head of the guild, Hong Sik-sen, but on the other hand, he also did not want to die. Therefore, he decided to make a deal with Sungjin and personally warn his subordinate that this information should not go beyond the limits. Sungjin was grateful to him for his understanding, and he also added that he perfectly understands that they caused inconvenience to the White Tiger Guild by clearing too many C-rank dungeons, but the guy could not help but inform him that they are not going to stop for now. And this, it seemed to him, was the main problem because they come out of the gate, thus training their newcomers. In any case, Sungjin said all this in order to ultimately offer Sangmin a deal that would benefit both parties. The guy offered to sell him 3 entrances to the C-rank gates, after which he immediately assured him that this offer was valid only for today, and if they did not take advantage of this chance, then it would be incredibly difficult for them to book a C-rank gate. Sangmin knew that gates do not only appear in metropolitan areas, and they can actually train recruits in other provinces as well. The only problem is that this could cause conflicts between them and other major guilds, so he was forced to agree to this offer. And the first thing he wanted to know was how much it would cost. Sungjin quite confidently told him the amount of 300 million. Sangmin immediately noticed the fact that for crystals from a rank C dungeon, you can get a maximum of 200 million, and buying at that price, they will most likely incur losses. so he immediately suggested that the guy reduce the amount to 200 million. Quite unexpectedly, Sung Jin easily agreed to this condition and reduced the price to 200 million. Sung Min couldn't quite believe that he had done this. He had just bought 3 C-rank dungeons for a total of 600 million, which needed to be transferred to Sung Jin's personal account. And before leaving, the guy did not forget about the bonus gift from him. To do this, the man had to open his mouth, after which Sung Jin poured a small amount of liquid into it, which in a matter of seconds made the cut on the man's face literally disappear. After this, Sung Min decided to clarify whether he could take all this as a sign of his trust in him. The guy in response to this told him that if it would help him keep his secret, then yes. Sung Jin left the cafe and his assistant immediately ran up to Sang Min, who immediately wanted to ask the man how it all went. Sang Min told his assistant with a smile that apparently they had met a much more terrible person than they could have thought. A few minutes after Sung Jin left the cafe, he received a call from Jin Ho, who informed the guy that 600 million had been received into his account. Jin Ho could not believe that the cancelled raids could be sold for such money, so he rather wanted to find out from Sung Jin who he managed to sell them for so much. After the assistant heard the whole story from beginning to end, he immediately began to scream. Because according to him, there were still C-rank gates in their area, and the prices for them were below 10 million won. And the assistant also thought it was worth noting the fact that Jin Ho's team apparently wasn't planning on going on a raid today, given the presence of so many dungeons. Sang Min realized that not only did he not receive information about Sung Jin, but he was also deceived. And this could only mean one thing for the man, that the guy did it without fear that he might reveal his identity. When suddenly a notification came to his phone containing a message from Sung Jin, who wrote to the man that he would consider this money an official apology for the man delving into his past, Sang Min immediately realized that the deal was a cover for receiving money and that this guy is not a simple nut to crack. Sang Min didn't think that the guy would contact him after that, but apparently he sent a message to his number from his business card. But the good news in this situation was that now they found out Sung Jin's number, and from now on, their main goal is to get Sung Jin to your team. In the evening of the same day, Sung Jin came to the forest alone to begin changing the profession that the system offered him. And this process was very exciting. The guy could not even imagine that everything would be so good. In essence, this process is another dungeon that the guy will have to clear, and with every second it became more and more interesting for him to find out what kind of monsters would be waiting for him there. First of all, Sung Jin met creatures that very much resembled knights, and fighting with them was actually not that easy. They were clearly head and shoulders stronger than the ordinary monsters he had to fight. After all, the main problem was that his attacks caused practically no damage to this big guy. Although this monster was not incredibly strong, its armor was still especially strong, so much so that the guy's dagger simply did not penetrate it. The movements of this creature are predictable, and the attacks are not strong enough, so the only strong point is its defense, which the guy has not yet managed to break through. Sung Jin also noticed that he did not use skills, so it seemed to him that this knight did not know that the more sweeping his movements, the more he opened up. He already had experience fighting opponents whose armor was too strong for his dagger. Therefore, Sung Jin decided to use a slightly different tactic, the essence of which was to essentially disassemble this monster into pieces, which the guy did very well. He believed that this type of monster was weak in long battles, although he was still a little embarrassed to call this creature a monster. After all, he was some kind of toy, and it would be quite a shame if he only had to fight with such guys in the future. As in an instant dungeon, he would not be able to exit until he closed it, so he understood that it would not hurt him to save his mana. But the most annoying thing in this situation was that his health was not restored. Invisibility and his critical strike ability are quite effective, but at the same time they consume quite a lot of mana. Now Sung Jin slightly regrets that he did not invest a few points in intelligence. The uncertain difficulty of the dungeon, the lack of healing and the lack of escape, all this led Sung Jin to the idea that this dungeon was too risky, and the task of changing profession should not be underestimated in any case. It seemed to him that this task could take him several hours or maybe even several weeks. Suddenly, he remembered another problem. It seemed to him that he had not completed his daily task, and now if he was in this dungeon for more than 12 hours, he could again become prey for centipedes like that time. This is clearly not good, so he wanted to quickly get a profession and do a daily task in which he thought he could try to fight with these centipedes. But first, the guy will have to take care of these big guys who rely only on protection. And he decided to start with a rather serious blow to the body of one of these knights, into which he invested a rather huge amount of force. But Sung Jin clearly did not intend to stop there, and while the knights were distracted, he literally flew into the air in order to continue his attack. He gradually moved from one knight to another, breaking each of them their defenses, and so far Sung Jin was doing a great job. The guy decided that if he couldn't cut them, then he could just hit them in the places where their bones should be. But these guys were not so useless because some of them dropped decent things. One of these things was armor, which fortunately could be hidden and did not necessarily show its appearance because Sung Jin did not really want to show his armor to everyone. He also got several bags from which he was able to get gold, which was very nice for the guy. But the analysis of all these awards was suddenly interrupted by the guy's instincts, with the help of which he managed to deliver his attack in time. And thus he managed to destroy the knight, who in all likelihood used invisibility. The fact that there are monsters here that use invisibility made the guy a little nervous. But this is not the time to be afraid of everything. Because as it turns out, in this dungeon, there are also magicians who use fire magic. This place is much more difficult than it seemed to Sung Jin at first. Since all the monsters are of different types, he has to use different characteristics to defeat each of them. Strength for knights, perception for destroyers, agility for archers, and endurance for magicians. And if he had not put enough points into strength, then he would not be able to break the armor of knights. And if his perception was lower, then he would have a lot of problems with destroyers. And since he did not invest points in intelligence, he would have to save mana as much as possible and stop using skills altogether. Among other things, Sung Jin was starting to get incredibly tired, so he understood that he needed to end this as soon as possible. But with each subsequent battle, the guy felt that his strength was gradually leaving him, and he was getting worse and worse. He decided that he would have to close his eyes for a while and rest a little to reduce fatigue. But before he had time to sit down, he had to block a new blow, which almost pierced his head. Now these were knights and archers who were distinguished by their accuracy and speed. But the worst thing about this situation is that it seems that these knights will not give the guy a break, and he will have to constantly fight with them. After some time of such constant fighting, Sung Jin was able to raise his level quite well and collect quite a lot of items. And he also managed to rest a little, so he believed that he could finally move on to the next stage. He walked along the corridor and noticed to himself that he was able to increase his level incredibly much, although in fact without realizing it. Now he was very interested in finding out what skills the monster that was hiding behind this door had. As soon as Sung Jin opened the doors to the boss's room, he felt the cold chilling him to the bones. As it turned out, it was not just a room, but an entire royal throne room in which the boss was located. But the worst thing was that Sung Jin felt an incredibly bad feeling, which reminded him of the same thing that he had in the double dungeon. And at the same moment, a huge red knight appeared in front of him, from whom this terrible power apparently emanated. This monster was called the Blood-Red Commander Regressed. Sung Jin immediately noticed that this guy's name was Dark Red, which meant that he was clearly different from the other knights who came before. The system notified Sung Jin that this was a knight who was protecting an empty throne, whatever that meant. But just by looking at him, one could tell that this guy was very strong. It didn't take long for this knight to attack Sung Jin, and apparently he was going to do everything to destroy the guy. The guy managed to react at the last moment and dodge the blow, although he did not expect that this big guy could be so fast. Sung Jin immediately tried to counterattack him, but apparently the knight didn't even feel it. This knight was several times stronger than all previous knights. He was literally impenetrable. But dodging his attacks became more and more difficult. Sung Jin understood that the strength of this guy was definitely above 80. His destructive power was much higher than his, the same with agility, and his armor was not penetrated by his dagger. And all this meant that his defense was higher than that of the guy. Now Sung Jin was not. I'm sure there is a way to defeat this guy. This knight is several times stronger than even Sung Jin could imagine, so he doesn't think he can defeat him without a special weapon. Therefore, he decided that he had only one way out, which in his case was much worse. Sung Jin took a special stance, which provoked this knight to take off his cloak and throw aside all his weapons, thus making it clear that he was absolutely not against fighting with Sung Jin with his fists. The guy played on the nobility of this knight, and this was his only chance. But Sung Jin clearly believed that the knight was underestimating him for making such sacrifices. But as soon as he thought about it, the knight suddenly appeared right in front of him and dealt him an incredibly serious blow, which the guy clearly could not expect. This blow threw the guy several meters back, and only the wall could stop him. But the big man was not going to stop there, so he continued to finish off the guy with his powerful blows, which Sung Jin could not always block. He was still able to block his last blow, but the guy had the feeling that after that he had lost several hundred units of health. Most likely, if not for the armor, then most likely there would have been no wet spot left from the guy. But the knight still continued to advance, and he absolutely did not care how the guy felt. Sung Jin understood perfectly well that he urgently needed to come up with something, because at this rate, he was unlikely to be able to survive, especially when he continued to receive direct blows. This knight remained so strong even without his sword. At some point, the guy thought about whether he could even stand up to this monster. But he tried to quickly throw these thoughts out of his head, because he has another chance, and this is his speed, which Sung Jin decided to use as his last trump card. And for this, he used a skill called Sprint. But as it turned out a minute later, Sung Jin had about the same speed as this knight, so they continued this fight as equals, even when the guy tried to use all his strength and speed in his attacks. At some point, Sung Jin was still able to catch the knight making a mistake, and with this he tried to hit him on the head. But to his great regret, this big guy caught the guy by his leg in time. Then he struck the guy directly on the body. It would be difficult to get up after that. Sung Jin was thrown back all the way to the empty throne on which he passed out for a few seconds. Sung Jin could barely breathe, but still thought about how he could defeat this monster, although he understood that he actually didn't have much of a chance. The knight, meanwhile, returned his sword to his hands and was ready to end the guy once and for all. But Sung Jin did not yet agree with this, who at the last moment was still able to stop this blow with the help of a glove that he picked up on the body of one of the knights. But Sung Jin was not going to stop there either, so he took out his blade and inserted it right into this monster's eye. It was a rather unexpected blow, which the monster did not even have time to block, so it dealt him quite a huge amount of damage. At some point, he was still able to reach this blade and pull it out of his eye, but it seems it was too late, because all this was part of Sung Jin's plan, who in any case is able to regain his dagger, no matter who stole it from him. And the most interesting thing is that he can call it back and deliver the same blow, which this time will be the final one. After such a blow, the knight fell to his knees and apparently will never get back up again. Finally, the guy received the treasured notification that he was still able to destroy the blood-red commander game. Sung Jin still couldn't believe his victory because he clearly didn't feel like a winner. It was really close: abilities, technique, skill, experience. According to all these indicators, Sung Jin was several times weaker. But luck is on his side today. It was with her help that he managed to defeat this monster, although it is still worth noting that any mistake could cost him his life. Although the most interesting question now was what the guy could get for defeating such an opponent who was capable of fighting with A-rank hunters on equal terms. And the items actually made the guy very happy. He received the helmet of the Red Knight, also the ability to touch the ruler, a leather pouch and a stone of return, 4 rewards at a time. The guy had never had anything like this before. Now he believed that the risk was completely worth it. So he thought until he opened a leather bag in which he found 1.5 million coins of gold. Now he would do the same thing again just to get the same rewards. His gold literally doubled in an instant. In addition to all this, he received his first S-rank item, unless of course you take into account the key to the gate of the demonic castle. As soon as Sung Jin put on this helmet, he immediately noticed that the characteristics were also noticeably different. Even just plus 15 to the absorption of physical damage would be an excellent increase, but plus 20 to the characteristics of endurance and strength is simply incredible. But even this was not all, because he also received a rune, although it is possible to find out what skill it contains only after the owner breaks it. After which Sung Jin noticed that he also got the return stone, and this was a little strange for him, because he was sure that he had just dealt with the boss of this dungeon. But now thoughts appeared in his head that since he had received the stone of return, then perhaps he had not yet completed his task. And before Sung Jin had time to think about it, suddenly some kind of portal appeared next to him, after which the system announced to the guy that it was from this moment that his task to change his profession began, and now Sung Jin realized that in fact everything was just beginning. The system announced the rules for the guy, which stated that the longer he could hold out, the more points he could score. The number of points determines how high-ranking a profession he will receive. Sung Jin didn't have time to understand anything when he heard the time report and how the system wished him good luck. And then he saw a large number of new knights, who were probably his new task. But he immediately realized that he could cope with these guys even in his current state. But he was lucky again, because if they were at the level of Igris, then I wouldn't have been able to cope even with my first opponents. Apparently, this was the essence of this task. The longer he lasts, the better profession he will receive, quite suitable for the task of changing profession. In total, at this moment, the guy has 300 mana points left, and the invisibility skill requires 200 mana per use, so he still has 190 mana left. But the nuance was that to maintain invisibility, he needed 1 unit of mana per second, which means that he could be in this state for about 3 minutes. This should have been enough for him. But at one moment, the magician who was against him used the skill detection. This skill helped to easily find the guy and detect him even when invisible. Sung Jin immediately took action, because he understood that this method of fighting was no longer suitable for him, so he began physical attacks. Instead of invisibility, Sung Jin decided to activate a skill called Bloodlust, which would help him fight with maximum strength for a long time. In addition, this skill gives him the ability to reduce the target's resistance by 50% for a full minute. Bloodlust consumes about 100 mana, but even with such costs, it was his last and only chance to hold out as long as possible. He was convinced that he had to give it his all during the duration of the skill, but his fatigue made itself felt, and therefore he also missed blows, which very quickly reduced the amount of his health. These monsters come from the gate faster than he can deal with them. After a few minutes of battle, Sung Jin realized that he had taken it too lightly and spent too much mana on invisibility. At this rate, he would soon simply not be able to use his skills, so he began to think about using the Hearthstone. But in this case, he would be unlikely to get a change of profession. Sung Jin was sure that if he used the Homecoming Stone, it would definitely mean that he had failed the task. But looking at the timer, he realized that this task was not yet for his level, because only 5 minutes had passed, and he was practically exhausted. The guy already wanted to use this stone to get out, but at the last moment, one of the knights struck him with an unexpected blow, as a result of which this stone fell out of his hands. Sung Jin immediately rose to his feet and realized that apparently this was a sign that it couldn't all just end like that. He began to think that he was given this invaluable chance from above, which allowed him, being at the very bottom, to think about the peaks. He, like no one else, knows what it means to be weak. At that moment, the phrases of all his friends popped up in his head, who were trying to prove to him that he had done everything he could, and it was actually time for him to rest. Because he is the weakest hunter in the world, they still don't expect much from him. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, which told the guy that in fact, it was all his fault, because it was he who chose such a dangerous path, and it was he who dances with death every day. Moreover, this person felt that it was too much luck that an E-rank hunter like a guy could grow so much. It seems that it was the inner voice of Sung Jin himself who directly told him about this. This inner voice told the guy that he couldn't even believe that they were the same person, because he had become much taller, gained muscle, and this look was simply gorgeous. Now Sung Jin really looks quite strong. But there was a minus in this story. The inner voice believed that the guy could only change externally, but inside he was still the same weakling. The inner voice did not understand what the difference was between them, because he continues to drive himself into situations over and over again in which he finds himself on the verge of death. E-rank hunter Sung Jin Woo. In the end, the guy remained the same as he was, and if he can't control himself, then his courage will turn into recklessness, which will destroy the guy in the future. But all this only irritated the guy even more, and at some point he could not resist and asked his inner voice to shut up. In this monologue, Sung Jin told himself that he actually still has a long way to go, in which he will sooner or later become what he is destined to become. But from now on, he will have to destroy even more people and sacrifice or leave many more behind, including friends and family. In the end, he will be the only one to blame for his death. All this internal dialogue was suddenly interrupted by the system, which notified the guy that he was running out of time to complete his daily task. The guy's inner voice at that moment immediately told him that apparently luck is also a skill, and it seemed like leaving him to die here was too much of a waste of time. The knight dealt the final blow to the guy's body to finish him off once and for all. But Sung Jin magically disappeared from this place, and Sung Jin woke up in a completely different place. It was a penalty zone to which the system sent him after he failed his daily task. Sung Jin absolutely agreed with this because if you think about it, today he really didn't do his daily task, so his time was quite logical. But he couldn't help but notice that it actually happened at such a time. Just think, he was able to get out of such a situation alive. Sung Jin remembered that the task was so difficult that even the system itself wished him luck. In any case, luck was clearly on his side today. First of all, Sung Jin decided to use his store, where he was going to buy potions that would help him recover, because as it seemed to him, This was the first time when his fatigue exceeded 90. Sung Jin was able to restore his fatigue, but the question remained with his health, which unfortunately was not restored. It seems that potions do not restore health if the guy is too badly injured. Apparently, the only way is to wait until they recover naturally. In any case, the guy didn't know about the dungeon zone in which the task of changing profession is being performed, but maybe his health will be restored if he leveled up in this zone. In addition, now he feels much better and was ready for any opponent that the system will provide him with. The only question was where were the monsters that would help him increase his level, but it seemed like the guy didn't need to worry too much about that. Sun Jin did not wait long and immediately began a battle in which he had to defeat several giant centipedes. After several hours of such a battle, Sun Jin was still able to destroy all the monsters, and thanks to this, he significantly increased his level. As expected, the penalty area can be healed by increasing levels, and thanks to the ability to use the store, it can be healed with potions. He still had 3 minutes left before he returned to his job change task, which meant he still had some time to prepare. And the first thing he decided to do was find a stronger weapon, because he understood that his blade was not capable of breaking through the knight's defense. The guy spent almost 3 million coins to buy a weapon that spoke for itself, and was called the Night Destroyer, although it was a little expensive for the guy. He also decided to wrap his hands in bandages because he believed that if he did so, then he would not drop his weapon like what happened with the Hearthstone, although he really had no other choice. So he decided to try it. In addition, he still had a rune called the Touch of the Ruler, the skill of which Sun Jin could only obtain after destroying it. The guy decided that there was no point in delaying this, so he destroyed this rune, for which he received the skill of the ruler's touch. After this, the guy learned that this skill does not require the consumption of mana, but with the help of it, he can control objects without touching them. And from this description, Sung Jin decided that it was quite effective. Sung Jin immediately remembered how the knight then pulled a sword that was far from him towards him. Perhaps this is precisely this skill. Although he cannot move objects that are too large yet, because his skill level is not that high. In any case, the time for preparation was over, and it seemed to him that this was all he could do. Then he could only rely on luck, and apparently it really wouldn't hurt him, because as soon as he returned to the mission, he noticed that these knights were in order more. But there wasn't much time to think, so the guy immediately began to destroy all the knights he saw, and his new skills really helped him a lot. Although something still bothered him, namely the fact that he did not feel the increase in level at all from the reduction in their number. In the penalty area, he destroyed centipedes and increased his level, and before that he gained experience due to the fact that he destroyed the commander Regressed. The system told him that there would be no healing effect from increasing the level, and not that the levels would not increase at all. Although on the other hand, he noticed that the magicians were constantly using spells, but they essentially never attacked him directly, only knights attacked him. Then a logical question appeared in the guy's head. What kind of spell were they using? Weakening or something like that, although he didn't feel anything like that. But after a minute, he still realized that apparently they were using summoning magic, because over time, more and more knights appear from the gates, and apparently it doesn't matter how many knights he destroys. They don't give experience for them in any case, because at least they are not ordinary monsters. They are monsters that were summoned by someone else, so they don't give him experience for them. And it seems Sun Jin knows who it was, because the summoners were the last to leave this gate. Therefore, he focused on destroying the magicians, who apparently play the main role in summoning all the other guys. As soon as Sun Jin destroyed the magicians, several knights immediately disappeared, and this only confirmed his theory that the knights were summoned through the gates created by the magicians. But this was far from the end, because the guy still had to find the rest of the magicians who continued to summon knights. And for this, he decided to use the invisibility skill, which he needed only in order to detect real magicians who used the detection skill. There were only 5 magicians left, with whom Sung Jin began to gradually understand. Sun Jin made his way through all the knights who tried to attack him, but the guy simply ignored them because his target was the magicians. Of course, along the way he destroyed several knights because he couldn't just run through, but this only brought the guy pleasure. A few hours later, it seemed to him that he had killed absolutely all the knights, including the magicians. But this was only at first glance until another knight, who managed to hide, struck him right in the back. Sun Jin easily turned around and cut off the head of this knight. But the problem was that there was still one magician who still continued to summon these monsters, and Sung Jin was on the verge. The guy realized that he could try to use his new ability, and thus he managed to attract this magician, which in the end he was still able to destroy, and that was the end of the summoning of monsters. True, Sun Jin thought so, until he saw three more magicians who continued to summon knights along the way. And they did this with those monsters that the guy had already killed. But this time, they decided to go further and united all the knights into one giant golem. Sun Jin didn't care about him at all. He simply ignored this big guy and again aimed at those magicians who apparently decided to take not by quantity, but by destructive force. But this time, his speed did not let him down, and he was able to deal with the remaining knights in a matter of seconds. And he perfectly understood that it actually could have taken him much longer if they had not grouped up to summon the golem. The system announced to him that the task had been successfully completed, but Sun Jin still thought that this was a joke, and now another monster would appear somewhere. But the system assured him that now he would be able to choose a profession depending on the amount of money he earned, them points. The guy was very glad that it was finally over, and he could choose his new profession. And since he uses a dagger, it seemed obvious to him that he should choose the exterminator. But apparently the system didn't think so, because it announced to the guy that his profession would be assigned after the player's actions were analyzed, which meant that apparently Sun Jin would not be allowed to choose it. He immediately thought about the fact that he had invested everything in his characteristics of strength and agility. So it seemed to him that perhaps he would become a warrior due to his high strength, or a destroyer due to his agility, or a tank due to his high endurance. In any case, he was sure that he would become much stronger. Suddenly, the system began to say some strange things, that wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows on his heels. The player's path is paved with corpses and saturated with the smell of blood. And since the player has power, he does not rely on his teammates. Judging by the text, Sun Jin thought that this would be a warrior. But contrary to all expectations, the guy's new profession became that of a necromancer. Usually such people act as gloomy magicians, followed by an army of the undead. Sun Jin didn't know if there were necromancers among the hunters, but in games and stories, this is a class that leaves most of the fighting to its minions, and he was registered as a fighting-type hunter. Besides, he only used swords and daggers. Skills that he learned also indicate only the choice of Shredder. The guy tried to stay calm and not get nervous, because he understood that a necromancer also has its advantages. So if you believe the system, the guy can now create his own army. But he also understood perfectly well that such slaves simply cannot become stronger, so the way Sun Jin distributed his characteristics does not make any sense. But as it turned out later, the guy could have given up this profession and did not think twice about doing so, after which the system asked him if he was sure, because a necromancer is a hidden class, which meant that such a hunter could create powerful shields or, for example, strengthen a target, even without being a healer. Sun Jin believed that then a hidden class meant a unique ability. He understood that now there was absolutely no point in guessing about this if he himself could experience the profession of a necromancer. After which he looked at the knights and realized that apparently these magicians were using something like the ability of a necromancer. It seemed to the guy that it was as if someone wanted to demonstrate a skill. And for this, they staged this whole show in which the main actor was Sun Jin. He didn't know who came up with it, but it was quite funny for him. Although he still perfectly understood that he had good combat abilities, but no magical ones. And if the magician had melee abilities and could create a personal army, then without exaggeration, he would be able to clear dungeons of B rank or higher on his own. In this game, abilities depend on skills, levels, and characteristics, which means that summoned creatures will also become stronger, and it will no longer be a matter of leveling up alone. After all these considerations, the guy's profession was chosen, and based on the points he received, he would be given a chance to improve his profession. The system was happy to inform the guy that he had been promoted from necromancer to Lord of Shadows. Thanks to this, he was able to gain additional characteristics, and the system did not forget to inform him that he would receive the title of the one who was able to surpass the enemy. Sun Jin understood that if he had not received all these extra points, then most likely he would have remained a necromancer for some time. After he was promoted, Sun Jin immediately began to hear some kind of scream, as if it was a cry of pain. The system notified him that shadow extraction can be used on all knights, and Sun Jin realized that apparently this is just a necromancer's skill, and shadow extraction is a skill that is used to transform corpses into summoned creatures. Sun Jin understood perfectly well that a necromancer is a commanding profession, and apparently he needed to say a certain phrase that would help him raise all these guys, and for this he said the word rise. The guy could not have expected that after this phrase a huge knight would actually rise in front of him. Moreover, others began to stand up behind him, and behind them several dozen more bodies. which seemed to the guy something incredibly cool, in fact. Sung Jin still couldn't believe that he could turn all these dead people into summoned creatures. He could essentially create 30 shadow soldiers, but only 20 of them could be saved. How suddenly did he think about what would happen if he received the shadow of an A or S rank hunter? After all, he shouldn't forget that he already has 2 types of creatures at his disposal with skills of a rank or even higher. But first, the system notified him that he needed to release the 11 weakest infantrymen, which Sung Jin did with great regret. And what is most unpleasant is that he will never again be able to call upon the soldiers whom he has already released into oblivion. In any case, he did all this only to get such a servant as the bloody King Regressed. But as soon as Sung Jin ordered the knight to rebel, he realized that the energy that this spirit released was an order of magnitude stronger than that of other knights. And as it turned out later, this was not the worst problem, but the fact that the shadow extraction did not work. Sung Jin understood that apparently everything would not be as simple as it seemed to him. The chance of successful extraction was based on the characteristics of the target and the time that had passed since his death. And this guy was the boss, and more than 4 hours had passed since his death, so it would obviously not be possible just... After this, the guy has 2 more attempts left, with the help of which he can try again to extract the shadow from this knight. Sung Jin used his second attempt, but unfortunately it was also unsuccessful, so he began to ask the knight to stop protecting the throne of the one who had already left and try to protect the one in front of him. After these words, Sung Jin once again confidently told the knight to rise up, and this time Sung Jin managed to do it and was able to raise the bloody red Regressed to his feet. In addition to the King of Knights, the guy was also worshipped by other knights, who are now his servants. And their only order was that they must take care of the guy. After such a task, Sung Jin just wanted to relax and do nothing else, but apparently the one who called him on the phone didn't think so. He received a call from his sister, who couldn't believe that the guy was still sleeping and asked him to look at the time. Sung Jin didn't quite understand why he should do this at all, because there seemed to be no plans. The girl understood this without words, so she decided to remind him that he should be at school for a parent-teacher meeting closer to 5 o'clock in the evening. Sung Jin immediately flew out of his bed and assured the girl that he was 100% likely to make it in time. She did not expect anything else from him. The guy took a shower and at some point thought that it would probably be better for him to dress up because today he would meet his sister's teacher and it would be awkward if he came in a tracksuit. But first he decided to go to the bank, and after he waited his turn, he finally approached the consultant, to whom he told that he needed to get a new credit card and top up his account. The girl didn't mind helping him, but at some point she froze because she saw that the guy owned almost $1.5 billion, and it was surprising for her because the guy looked quite young. She immediately decided to carefully clarify with him who he worked, to which Sung Jin confidently replied that he was a hunter. Now everything was clear to the girl, because she had heard that hunters earn decent money, and she assumed that the guy was of a fairly high rank. After which she told him that their bank recently began offering new services for special clients. According to her, they have good reviews from their clients. But Sung Jin decided that he did not need this for now, so he was forced to abandon it. The sister could not believe that her brother was standing in front of her, and it was not surprising. For the first time, she saw her brother not in a tracksuit and so well-groomed. She didn't expect that he could change so much, and Sung Jin thought that she was surprised in vain because he had a meeting with his sister's teacher. Did she really want him to come in a tracksuit and flip-flops? But apparently not only the girl paid attention to his new image, the whole school did not give its attention to the guy. Some guys even thought that this was their new teacher. His sister at that moment decided to check if the guy had a girlfriend. She believed that this was the only reason he was late home last night. Sung Jin made it clear to her that she had better not bully him, and the girl actually understood him right away. As soon as Sung Jin entered the conference room, Teacher Jin met him there. She immediately stood up and said that she was actually very pleased to meet him. At that moment, Sung Jin thought that even though he graduated from this school, he still saw this teacher for the first time. The woman began by saying that the guy should not worry about Jean, because she has a pleasant character and good disposition. She is an exemplary student, so she does not see the point in worrying about anything. The only thing she would like to ask the guy is not to put pressure on the girl about the fact that she wants to go to medical school, because in fact, her grades are good and her academic report is also in order. Sung Jin seemed to have no intention of doing this, but still agreed with everything the woman told him. Suddenly, the woman started talking about the fact that he works as a hunter. And first of all, she wanted to ask him a question in which she was interested to know whether he would allow her to work in the same direction if the girl showed abilities. The guy didn't quite understand why she was asking him such questions, But still, if she was so interested, he told her that he wouldn't let her become a hunter. The woman suddenly sighed after this question and said that she really did not expect any other answer. She then added that the reason she was asking this is because recently there is a student who is trying to drop out of school after going through a revival, and now this student is not attending school at all. And if this continues, the woman assured him that the school will have no choice but to take action, even if someone becomes a hunter. Does this prevent him from getting a diploma? And since she doesn't know a lot about hunters, she had to ask about it. In response to this, Sung-jin asked the woman what rank this student received. The woman told him that she had heard that this was supposedly considered the lowest rank among hunters. Sung-jin understood that she was talking about E rank, which only meant that this student would die sooner or later. His thoughts were again interrupted by a woman who wanted to ask the guy for a favor, if he didn't mind, of course. After which she said that this student was Jin Ah's friend, and the essence of the request was that she wanted to ask the guy to talk to this friend. And as it turns out, this girl's name is Han Song-yi, which is a very familiar name for a guy. Sung-jin left school, and in his head there were thoughts that their town was really small, so it was not surprising that this student turned out to be her. That same young girl who considered herself a hunter, and was among those people who were in Jin-ho and Sun-jin's squad, and was the student who dropped out of school for the idea of being a hunter. The girl didn't understand what Mr. was doing here. Was he really the same hunter that her teacher wanted to introduce her to? The guy first showed a photo of himself where he was with his sister and asked the girl if they were friends. Han-sun didn't understand his surprise because she was really friends with Jin Ah, and he, as she guessed, was her brother. And if he is her brother, then Han-sun was not surprised that he knew her teacher, but the guy assured her that this was not entirely true. In any case, according to the girl, she didn't care at all. She didn't know what the teacher told him, but she immediately wanted to assure him that she didn't plan to return to school, and moreover, she didn't plan to give up hunting. Sung-jin did not dissuade her. On the contrary, he decided to ask her what rank she occupies, and if it is still E rank as he thinks, then he advised her to buy a magical weapon, because if she buys an ordinary weapon, then it quickly becomes unusable, and she will be forced to buy a new one, which is not very profitable. But anyway, he tried to tell her not to even dream of becoming a full-fledged hunter, just because she got some money from their raids. Han-sun asked him to stop with these lectures because she knew that he was actually also an E rank, so it was not for him to give her advice. Sung-jin was glad that she was so persistent, because he was like that too, so he decided to tell her that he had no intention of convincing her to give up hunting. After all, he, like no one else, understood that it was difficult to accept reality until she herself saw the cold and cruel world with her own eyes. Then she did not understand why he was here. Sung-jin looked into her eyes and said that he was only here to make her a great hunter. As a result, the man arrived in South Korea much earlier than he expected, and the atmosphere here could not help but please him. His pleasure was interrupted by a voice that was glad to see the master. It was a person from the Hunters Guild who believed that it was only natural that a hunter from the supervision department would come to meet and observe the S-rank hunter who had arrived in Korea. The man was surprised that the guy was still working for that old chairman in the supervision department, because if there had been a man in his place, he would have rather cut off his left hand, after which he would have been convinced that he could not do anything without right. The guy, without emotion, asked a question in which he wanted to know how long the man had come, to which he received a quick answer. The hunter was not going to stay in Korea for a long time, and he would return immediately after finishing his business, so they didn't have to worry about it. The person from the supervision department assumed that such a business person who left his homeland but came here from the United States could be connected with something serious, such as E-rank hunter Sung-jin and his friend Jin-ho. The man actually did not expect anything else from a member of the supervision department, because who else could ask about something that he already knows very well? So he hoped to hear that the guy would try to stop him, but the agent continued to be emotionless and told him that he was simply following his duties. The hunter noticed that he really liked the guy, so he decided to invite him to join the scavenger guild, where they would take better care of him than this old man. The guy at that moment was thinking that he was talking to S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo, who is Dong-soo's younger brother, who is still suspected of killing many hunters, and the reason they could not start an investigation was because of his brother. Looking at this man, he had no doubt that they were truly blood brothers. Even their insensitivity after brutal extermination was so similar. Sung-jin and his new hunter friend came to a secret place where Sang-min was already waiting for him, who, as soon as he saw the new hunter, immediately introduced himself and called himself the head of the supervision department, and next to him stood Hyun-gi Chul, who acted as an assistant from the same department. They immediately noticed a rather familiar face, because they had already talked with this student. Sangmin, looking at her, understood that this E-rank girl was actually nothing special, but on the other hand, he understood that he really shouldn't rush to conclusions, because the situation would be the same as with Sung Jin. In any case, Sangmin immediately said that he was surprised when Hunter Sung Jin called him and offered to test a new recruit, and since it was a request from Hunter Sung Jin, he immediately accepted this offer. Besides, he is now at the base. White Tiger are actively testing recruits, after which he added that he had already explained to the other hunters. And at the moment, there is no need to worry about it, since this is an area with a high concentration of gates, and in fact not many people decide to live here. 80 homeowners have already left and say that it has been decided completely close some areas. Suddenly his words were interrupted by some hunter, who was already tired of just standing there, and therefore he suggested starting as soon as possible, because they did not come here for a picnic. Sangmin wanted to know who this guy was, to which his assistant replied that this was their new A-rank recruit, but he seemed offended by the fact that he accepted their request. He said that this dungeon is not for those who came to fool around. His name was Kim Chul, and as one could see from him, he was a tank, which slightly surprised Sungjin. The assistant continued to talk about how this group included 1 A-rank person, 7 B-rank people, and 4 C-rank people, for a total of 12 people in one group. Sangmin added that it may seem a little unnecessary that so many A and B rank hunters are involved in closing the C rank gate, but they are still rookies, and therefore must first gain experience in completing dungeons. But then Sung Jin thought that the raid would be too easy, and the effect of such training will be minimal. Although, on the other hand, he thought that perhaps the girl would thus quickly understand the difference between herself and other hunters. In fact, he sent her there so that she would understand how helpless E-rank hunters are in the dungeon. Sangmin's assistant suddenly interrupted his thoughts and began to say that since the raid would become too easy if Hunter Sung Jin took part, he would like to ask the guy to just watch from the side. But as soon as Sung Jin entered these gates, he almost immediately felt that the gate was completely different from what it was before. And this could only mean one thing, that it was incredibly dangerous here, and they needed to get out of here back as quickly as possible. After which he tried to shout to Sangmin that he needed to immediately call the main group, but these were the last words before his body completely disappeared. Sangmin was well aware that these were not really problems that could be solved by calling the main group, so he decided to call the guild head directly. The man in turn did not understand how the red gate could even appear from a C-rank gate. The head of the guild immediately said that if this is true, then he must check it personally. Huang Dong-su noticed that the agent from the surveillance department had a too cool car, but the guy told him that it was not good enough to accompany an S-rank hunter. In any case, the man wanted to know how his brother's funeral went. The agent told him that they could not take his body, and the funeral took place with an empty coffin, after which he invited him to visit his grave. But according to him, he is not interested in the dead. He was only interested in the remains of his brother. And so he decided to head into the dungeon to find these remains. Besides, as many guilds believe, lousy hunters should be in dungeons. The agent continued to ignore such provocations, and he only wanted to ask the man how he planned to find him with so many open gates. The hunter assured him that in fact, in the 21st century, this is not such a big problem, after which he added that E-rank Sung Jin Woo had just entered the dungeon, and as was known, the rules inside the dungeon and outside were completely different. And what he does with him should not concern Wu Jin. The hunters who fell into the trap immediately began to panic, because they understood perfectly well that this was clearly not a dungeon, because even the gate had disappeared. Sung Jin was absolutely calm, because in fact he did not feel anything suspicious. But that was until he caught an arrow that was flying straight at his sister's friend. Unfortunately, other guys were not so lucky in this regard. They immediately realized that it was an ambush, after which they saw several unknown creatures in the trees. Sung Jin immediately recognized these guys. They were snow elves, but more importantly, at such a distance he did not even feel their presence. Those who had not met them used the term snow elves, but those who had already fought them used completely different words. In contrast to such a beautiful name as elf, watching how they mercilessly hunted down hunters, they received another nickname, White Walkers. The head of the guild quickly arrived at the place, and as soon as he touched the gate, he realized that it was tightly closed, and most likely they would not be able to enter there, and this was actually a big problem for them. He immediately wanted to know if they had called the Korean Hunter Guild, but according to the men, they had already done so, and they pretended to be stupid and claimed that it was just a C-rank gate. This angered the guild head even more. because he, like no one else, knew that the red gate appears only in gates of a higher rank, and they say that the magical energy emanating from another world behind these gates is simply C rank. He was sure that this was definitely a mistake, and the gate in front of him was at least B rank, and maybe even A rank or higher if they were unlucky. Sang-min offered to measure the gate with a magic meter, but the head of the guild immediately told him that magical energy stopped leaking out after the gate turned red, so measuring it is pointless, and in its current state they cannot find out its rank. Now it was important for him to find out how many people were inside there now. Sang-min answered him that there were only 12 people, and of them 1 A-rank hunter, Kim Chul, as captain, 7 B-rank hunters. Hearing this, the man began to suspect that the gate could be either a rank or B rank. He ruled out the possibility of an S-rank gate that would lead to a national emergency, but even in that case, a gate of that rank would require at least 3 A-rank hunters. But if that A is a rank dungeon, then at least 1 S-rank hunter is needed there. Therefore, if this is still the second option, then the head of the guild believed that everyone inside can be considered dead, but still they may be lucky, and maybe 2 or 3 hunters of A or B rank will return alive. But the probability of such an outcome is too small. Sang-min finally made up his mind and added that in fact there are 2 more people inside who do not belong to their guild. And one of them was a hunter whom he had recently been eyeing, and the second was an E-rank girl. The head immediately wanted to know the rank of this hunter. He hoped to hear at least B or better A rank. Sang-min responded negatively to both options, and the man thought that this could be an S-rank hunter. But the boss had to disappoint him, and he directly said that the guy was an E-rank hunter. Sung Jin assessed the attack of these elves and immediately realized that they were observant, because they managed to find the 2 weakest hunters in their group. But he also did not forget that if this had happened a couple of months ago, then this arrow would have gone to him. But now he was absolutely ready to destroy each of these creatures with his own hands. The A-rank hunter believed that they were unlikely to greet them in this way, after which he added that he perfectly understands that most do not understand what situation they are in, but still he said that they are inside the red gate and they will not be able to return back until they all die or the dungeon opens. These words quite obviously caused panic among the guys because they didn't even roughly understand what these red gates were, but the fact that they could die scared them very much. The hunter told them that this is a special gate that connects them with another world, after which Sung Jin added that as soon as they entered, the gate closed completely, and no one else could come to their aid. This place, according to him, from which they will not be able to escape until they destroy the boss, or the gate opens on its own. The A-rank hunter decided to introduce himself again. His name is Kim Chul, after which he added that at the moment they knew that this was the red gate, and he was going to take responsibility for their survival. He also decided to say in advance that he was not saying that all of them would be able to return alive. He also believed that they could wait for countless months until the dungeon opened on its own, and there was no guarantee that they would all survive, because the rank of the red gate no less than B, and in such a dangerous place as this, it will be difficult to lead a large group of people. Therefore, he decided and wants to lead a team to clear the dungeon, which shocked Sung Jin. The man also believed that if they stayed here, they would either die from the cold or be ambushed. Even if no one wanted to clear the dungeon with him, then he would still go there alone, and now is their last chance to join him. Many guys agreed and wanted to go with him, because they believed that they would have a better chance of survival, because in this way, they would team up with an A-rank hunter. But as it turned out later, the man was not going to take everyone. He immediately said that he was very sorry, but he could not take someone of C rank or lower, because 1 day spent in the red gate is only an hour outside, and in the worst case, countless months will pass before the boss is destroyed or the dungeon opens, and in such a situation he simply cannot take such a load. But he couldn't help but tell them that they shouldn't be disappointed. If they ensured their survival until they killed the boss, then they could also return home safely. After such words, the woman at one point turned to Kim Chul and said that she wanted to change her side. He didn't mind, but he didn't fully understand why she was doing this, because she could go through this dungeon with a rank A hunter. Is this some kind of sympathy? In any case, Kim Chul immediately announced that a place had become available, and several hunters immediately began to apply for it. This woman changed her side for a reason. As soon as she approached Sung Jin, she immediately noticed that Kim Chul did not notice the approaching arrows. What she couldn't say about Sung Jin was that she was almost certain that the guy was far from being an E rank. Sang-min began to tell the head of the guild that he kept this a secret in order to gain the trust of the hunter Sung Jin. But apparently he would still have to tell him that the guy was over-awakened. The guild leader believed that this was all just a joke, Sangmin himself could not confirm this. Then the head decided that the only person he could rely on was Kim Chul. Sangmin did not say anything, but mentally thought that if the master had met the hunter Sung Jin in person, he would most likely have thought differently. Suddenly, the head of the first supervision department, Ju Sung Chung, intervened in their dialogue and stated that Kim Chul should not have any problems. And he was so confident only because the training results of Hunter Kim Chul are very impressive, and he is not inferior in strength to the members of the main attacking squad of the White Tiger. These words could not help but please the head of the guild. He believed that the man was apparently not someone who could be easily ignored even among high-ranking hunters, and with such a person as the raid captain, they should have enough strength to clear the dungeon. After which Ju Song Chung added that he heard what they were whispering about and would like to assure that their A-class hunter is much better than some E-rank guy who everyone considers to be awakened. Sangmin didn't say anything. He just thought in his mind that they would all see who was right when the guys returned from there. Their company was suddenly visited by another rather important person, who definitely heard that this was a C-rank gate, but apparently he was mistaken, and it was definitely an A-rank gate. In any case, Wang Dongsu was interested in another question. What did the precious master of the White Tiger Guild forget here? The head could not believe his eyes that he was really seeing this hunter again. Huang Dongsu was pleased with their surprise because they clearly did not expect to see an S-rank hunter of the Scavenger Guild here. The head of the White Tiger Guild immediately wanted to ask the man what he was doing here, to which Huang answered with a smile that he had dropped in to sort out some matters. But he, to be honest, did not expect to see the head of the White Tiger here. All these phrases infuriated the head of the guild, and he once again simply asked the man to answer why a man who should be in America suddenly returned to Korea and was doing his business on the territory of the White Tiger Guild. Huang, instead of answering this question, decided to ask a question in response, in which he would like to know whether this lousy hunter joined the White Tiger Guild and what they were even thinking about when they hired him. And he was talking about the same E-rank hunter that Sang Min had just told the head of the guild about. The man clearly did not expect to hear this name from an S-rank hunter, and now he became incredibly interested in finding out why this guy was suddenly so interested. Sung Jin, in response to all the praise, decided to ask her a question in which he was interested to know how she could treat recruits so calmly. The girl answered him that the first thing they are taught is that anything can happen inside the dungeon, especially for Kim Chul, who received special instructions, and therefore he was awarded to join the main attack group of the White Tiger Guild. As a result, they split into two groups, after which they decided that they would go in different directions, and Sun Jin's group would go into the forest. Kim Chula didn't really believe that the guys could survive, but still he wished them good luck and said that he would hope that they would meet after all this nightmare. Sung Jin did not leave these words unanswered and added that he wished them the same. On the way to this forest, this girl continued to pester the guy because she wanted him to finally answer her question. Sung Jin nevertheless agreed to give her an answer, and at that moment, the girl was thinking that this guy was most likely at least A rank, and possibly even higher. Kim Chula at that moment walked and repeated the word fools until one of his group asked the man why he was saying this. Instead of answering, he pointed out to the guy the footprints on the tree, which were most likely left by some kind of monster, after which he added that those guys were just stupid because they should have just waited patiently here, because the forest is the territory of a snow bear who will tear them apart to shreds. And now it seemed to him that due to the mistake of one inexperienced guy of E rank, they would all die after him. The guy who was having a conversation with Kim Chula thought it was funny, and he also didn't understand why people even followed him. Although Kim Chul was still confused by something, at least the fact that there were several C-rank guys on this team, and even one was a B-rank. But then he realized that this wouldn't change anything anyway, and they would soon all die, or they would start walking through the forest on their own. At some point, his thoughts were interrupted because he saw the enemy, so he immediately shouted and ordered his squad to prepare for battle. Huang Dongsu at that moment was telling the head of the White Tiger Guild that he was a little sad that he had come this far, and it was difficult for him to even glance at Sung Jin's face. The head was getting angrier and angrier with every word. Firstly, he didn't understand why everyone was so interested in this guy, and secondly, he was just very annoyed by Huang Dongsu. Kim Chul and his squad were attacked by a huge snow bear, who had not dined on such delicious people for a long time. But Kim Chula didn't plan to become someone's lunch today, so he continued to fight with this big guy, and at times he even managed to fight back. After some time, they were still able to defeat all the monsters that attacked them, and now the guys understood how a hunter of such a high rank differs from them. Kim Chula understood that at this level they would encounter a pack of snow bears more than once. But the other guys did not see any problem in this, and even offered him to take the meat, except for the organs, so they could provide themselves with food. But the captain thought that this was complete nonsense, because they could not relax until they got out of the forest. And besides, he understood that they dealt with these bears only thanks to him. By this moment, he believed that the rest would have already become a bear snack. At one point, the girl stopped and told Sun Jin that they could not go further. She explained this by saying that this entire area ahead is marked by snow bears, and apparently this entire forest is the territory of snow bears. So they must return before the monsters appear. Sung Jin repeated once again what the girl said, and she didn't understand why he was doing this, but still once again focused his attention on the fact that that's why they need to go back. But the guy believed that this was exactly why they were going deeper into the forest. The girl thought that he either didn't hear her or simply really wanted to die. Sung Jin noticed a very interesting fact that if this territory is like the girl says there are snow bears, then they really only have to worry about the bears. He believed that it was better for them to fight snow bears than snow elves. Now the girl understood everything, that if there are a lot of snow bears in this area, this must mean that there are no stronger predators here, so they will not encounter stronger monsters. She felt ashamed that she herself had not thought of this idea. In any case, Sung Jin believed that for now, they should only worry about their clothes, because they did not seem suitable for walking in such a cold place, so he took out some clothes for them from his inventory. What surprised the girl most was not the clothes, but the fact that the guy used spatial magic, which gave him the ability to use his inventory. The other guys were a little scared, because they understood that spatial magic is limited to 2 items, and Sung Jin had already taken out more than 5 units of different things, so they began to suspect that he was someone much stronger than a hunter, but they were still afraid to ask him this. But that same friend of his sister was not afraid to ask about it, because she was also very interested in finding out who the gentleman even was. Sung Jin answered her rather slyly and said that he was actually the one who brought the girl here, so it was his duty to protect her. However, he will still have one condition that he would really like the girl to fulfill, and it is precisely that she should not ask him anything. The same thing applied to all the other guys who still decided to go with him. He promised them that he would protect them, but then they simply couldn't ask him questions or demand anything from him. And as soon as he finished speaking, a huge snow bear literally came out of nowhere behind Sung Jin, apparently glad to find people here. All the guys immediately started screaming, because they had never seen such a huge, high-ranking creature so close. So they decided that going into the forest was definitely the wrong decision. The girl suggested that they distract him so that they could escape, but as soon as she said this, she felt someone pulling her by the hood. It was Sung Jin who pulled her away to tell them all that from now on he would hunt monsters alone. They thought that he was just a fool, because in this case it absolutely does not matter how strong he is, because he is still a high-ranking monster. And Sung Jin at that moment only thought that he could not lose the experience that was standing right in front of him. Therefore, he decided to change his title to Wolf Slayer. This title allowed him to increase his stats by 40% when fighting animal-type monsters, after which he proceeded to fight this giant. Sung Jin knew very well that if he added the effect of the title to his current level, he would be able to defeat this huge bear with his bare hands. And in fact, he was not mistaken, because his blow was so powerful that it was visible to the naked eye. And so it turned out that he was able to destroy the snow bear with his bare hands. Moreover, he did it with one blow. Sung Jin thought that this was not an ordinary dungeon, and therefore the experience that he received was also different, because for just the destruction of this bear, the guy immediately received new level. The girl simply couldn't stand it anymore, and she wanted to finally find out who the guy really was. The head of the White Tiger Guild at that moment wanted to ask Kwang Dong-soo what business he had with the hunter Sung Jin, that he came here all the way from America, but the man assured him that this did not concern him. And besides, in his opinion, according to him, he came here just to have fun. The head immediately told him that no matter what he thought, this was a red gate with which nothing could be done. Besides, behind this gate, instead of a dungeon, there could be a desert with a temperature of more than 60 degrees or a jungle teeming with poisonous snakes and insects, so the chances are that the guy's back are extremely small. Hwang Dong-soo agreed with him on this, and in fact the man admitted that he would also like to see what would happen next, because it is not every day that one gets to see such a rarity. But it was quite a hassle for him anyway, and he couldn't just wait here for this dungeon to open. The agent from the surveillance department at that moment was thinking that Sung Jin was very lucky because nothing can be done with these red gates, and even Hwang Dong-soo is powerless in this case. But he will be truly lucky only when he can return back. After Sun Jin dealt with the bear, the guys quickly butchered it and already managed to fry it. And Jin-ah's friend at that moment wanted to know what Jin-ah was doing at home after school, to which the guy answered her that his sister was really, she's just an ordinary child like everyone else. She comes home, eats, sleeps, and plays. It was so strange to hear, because the whole school knows that she is a great student, how she can do everything. But Sung Jin himself couldn't believe that the girl could do it all. When suddenly the guy stood up and according to him, he needed to go do some important exercises. They were surprised that he was doing some exercises in such dangerous conditions, but according to the guy, if he did not do these exercises, he would be fined very harshly. Now, no one was surprised that this guy was incredibly strange. Sung Jin is actually tired of doing all this. Even in such an environment, he cannot sit among the group in such a warm atmosphere, because this way, he risks ending up in the penalty area. Well, in that case, he decided that he had already warmed up quite strongly, which meant that it was time for him to go and hunt a little. And as if by order, he found a whole flock of snow bears. Sung Jin believed that this was the perfect time to practice with his new techniques, so he called his new assistants here. The fight between the knights and the bears continued for quite some time, and Sung Jin at that moment was carefully watching all his new subordinates. And in fact, the power of the shadow soldiers exceeded all his expectations. This incredible regeneration is almost comparable to immortality, although it consumes a huge amount of mana. At one point in the battle, Sun Jin noticed that one special one had appeared among the bears, who apparently acted as their leader of the pack. He understood that the shadow soldiers would be instantly defeated. There was no way they could cope, and besides, they could no longer regenerate because the guy had run out of mana. Therefore, Sun Jin also decided to use one of his pack leaders, which is why he called on Regressed, which immediately took off and instantly attacked this huge bear. The monster didn't even have time to attack before Regressed dug into him with his huge sword. Regressed literally tore this monster into small pieces. Even Sung Jin did not expect such brutal treatment of his opponent. At some point, Regressed cut off the bear's head and took it in his hands. Looking at all this, Sung Jin realized that he would not have had a chance if Regressed had used his sword then. Moreover, with his current level, he is barely on an equal footing with Regressed. The guy is lucky to have him on his side. After Regressed completed Sun Jin's task, he carefully approached the guy and knelt down in front of him, and as a sign of respect, brought the guy a bear's head. Now it seemed to Sun Jin that this monster named Regressed was stronger for him, but in any case, he did not forget to approach him and say that Regressed did a good job. After which he came closer to this bear with the thought that it was time for him to turn this bear into his shadow soldier. With this huge monster, he was able to extract the shadow from it the first time. The head of the guild wanted to know how much time had passed, to which he received the answer that in their world it was about 3 hours, and inside the gate about 3 days. Song Min was very interested to know how many were still alive, but the head of the guild immediately asked him to discard any hope of a normal environment beyond the Red Gate, because the weak die there first, and the strong cannot withstand too long. He believed that even if they adapt to the conditions of that world, then in addition they need to provide themselves with food. The man did not deny that they could try to eat the meat of monsters, but this gate is too high level for low-rank hunters, so all hunters of C rank and below most likely have already died. Listening to all this, Hwang could assume that Sun Jin had already died, and apparently he just wasted his precious time. Although he suddenly realized that the head of the White Tiger Guild claimed that Sun Jin was not a member of their organization. Then the man would like to know by what miracle the guy ended up there? Sangmin intervened in the conversation and stated that Sung Jin was an old acquaintance of his, who himself asked if he could take part in a C-rank raid, and he reluctantly brought him here. Chief Sangmin is quite openly covering for Hunter Sung Jin, and this was noticed by the head of the guild. And for him, it meant that it would be quite problematic for the man to give him away. Not to mention the fact that the foreign S-rank hunter, Hwang Dong-soo, knows about him. At the same moment, Hwang Dong-soo appeared next to Sangmin and grabbed him by the throat, after which he added with a smile that he actually always knew how to understand difficult situations, and in this situation he felt something suspicious. He recommended that the man tell him the truth about what Sangmin was hiding, otherwise he would feel very bad. The head of the guild immediately intervened in this dialogue, who for now calmly asked Hwang Dong-sun to take his hands off his subordinate. Apparently Hwang Dong-soo won't leave here just like that, and the head of the guild couldn't bear all his words. Hunters from Kim Chul's squad stood in front of huge monsters and realized that this was most likely the end. And Kim Chul himself at that moment simply could not admit that he had lost, because he is one of the elite white tiger hunters. He even underwent special training to get into the elite. But he still lost? He believed that he actually still had a chance to survive, but at one moment he saw white walkers emerging from the fog. Kim Chul was the only one who was able to survive after this battle, and little by little there was an understanding in his head that most likely he would also soon come to an end. But he still didn't want to give up completely, so he once again tried to escape. He managed to escape, but he also understood that because of the cold he would not be able to hold out for long. But what tormented him more was that if he had not been starving, but had listened to his group that they needed to take the meat of those bears, then he most likely would not have lost that battle. He was also incredibly interested in finding out why he didn't meet a single snow bear after he entered the forest, and it seems he found the answer to this question, all because someone killed them. He understood that it was unlikely that the second group could cope with these bears, so he decided that apparently the Dark Elves did it, and this gave him the understanding that he needed to run away as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the battle between two S-rank people began, and everything immediately began to crumble around. But the agent from the surveillance unit could not allow such a development of events, so at the last moment he still managed to stop both attacks of these people, which quite surprised both men. The guy responded by thanking them for reducing the power of their attacks at the last moment. Otherwise, they would have simply broken his arms. He then added that he was actually the first to truly suspect Sung Jin of reawakening, however. After being tested by the highest class magic power detector 2 months ago, he was still an E-rank hunter. Sangmin, listening to all this, believed that it was simply impossible, but the agent was still convinced that Hwang Dongsu's brother died by accident, because Sun Jin clearly did not have such destructive power. Hwang Dongsu himself knew this very well. Moreover, he believed that these two guys most likely simply prepared a trap, and the initiator of this plan was that second guy who has a rich dad. Then the agent once again noted that there is no reason to be possessed searching for the hunter Sung Jin. But the man believed that this was just an excuse for him, which would allow him to destroy another person. In any case, he lost his excitement for today, so he decided that he needed to go to bed. Sangmin still didn't believe a single word these guys said, because he was sure that he knew Sung Jin's abilities better than anyone, and in his opinion, the guy would definitely come back alive. Kim Chul, meanwhile, walked through the entire forest and eventually came across a group of low-ranking hunters. The man simply could not believe his eyes that they were still alive. Moreover, he noticed warm clothes, blankets, tents, and even warm food next to them. Kim Chul simply could not understand how these guys managed to pull all this off. But he also understood that they had prepared all these supplies and kept them only for themselves. Therefore, he decided not to stand on ceremony and therefore immediately left the forest shouting that they were all scoundrels because his squad died due to lack of supplies, and they were sitting here and fattening. He wanted to know where they got all this from, but they were in no hurry to give him an answer to this question. So he had to repeat it several more times, only with even more screaming. Kim Chul realized that they were all just accomplices, so he offered them a deal in which he would let go of whoever told him who hid all these supplies. He once again explained to them that he was talking about the one who hid the equipment and left his comrades to die, and he wanted to hear the answer in 3 seconds, so he immediately began his countdown. And if during this time they did not hand over the traitor, then he would count them all enemies. Kim Chul counted to 2 when he suddenly saw the same girl who volunteered to leave because she had some special plan. It seemed to him that she left out of uncertainty about her own survival and was trying to reduce the number of people in order to preserve supplies. Therefore, now he was sure that she was the criminal. So as soon as he counted to 3, he began to run to the attack. But he never managed to run far because he was stopped in time by Sun Jin, who counted to 4 instead of the guy and struck him on the head. After which Sung Jin wanted to find out from this guy who actually left his comrades to die, not to mention the fact that he returned with guests. Sung Jin was talking about those guys who stood a little further away and used invisibility, but since Sung Jin perfectly senses strong energy, he immediately noticed that their invisibility was slightly useless in this case. Jokes aside, the guy was a little embarrassed by this frightening energy that even gave goosebumps to his body. After these words, magical elves began to emerge from the fog of invisibility. The head of the elves turned his attention to the guy who was talking to them. Such a useful guy among the garbage. Sung Jin obviously didn't like the fact that this Ice King was calling them trash. And this shocked the elf even more. The whole point was that he did not expect that the guy would understand his language. The guy himself did not expect such a turn. It seemed to him that the elf spoke the same language with him, but apparently Sun Jin can talk to them in their own language. Sung Jin understood that apparently this was an effect of the system, but he was still surprised, and the elf, meanwhile, was glad that at least one person could communicate with them on equal terms, so he decided to introduce someone to the guy. The head said that they were already familiar with him, because it was this elf who notified that among the new batch of people, there was one very strong one, and it was he who then launched an arrow, which Sun Jin eventually caught, after which they added that this guy wanted to fight Sun Jin. But before the head of the elves had time to finish, his subordinate's head flew off. With just one movement, Sung Jin cut off the head of this creature, after which he asked the head to continue speaking. Because it seemed that nothing had happened, that he suddenly fell silent. This made the elf smile, so he couldn't help but tell the guy that he was actually a very funny guy. Entering into battle with this elf, Sun Jin understood perfectly well that this creature was unlikely to just give up his life, when suddenly his opponent interrupted his thoughts in order to offer him a deal, which, according to him, would not harm him. But first he would ask the guy a question, in which he was interested to know why he was even helping these guys if he was not human. Sung Jin did not understand what this monster was talking about, so he asked him again, which made the elf laugh, because he did not expect that Sung Jin was not in the know. After which he began to talk about how the voice in their heads, which constantly orders them to destroy people, is what distinguishes them from these weak creatures. But what was most interesting for him was that in the presence of the guy, the elf did not hear this voice. Sung Jin thought that he was most likely talking about the instructions of the system, which often literally orders the guy to destroy this or that person. But on the other hand, he understood that if the voice did not affect him, then it must be due to the fact that he was a player in this system. At which point the elf added that there was actually no need for a battle between them, because in the end, none of them want unnecessary sacrifices. And for this, the elf asked Sun Jin to give him the people who are behind him, and then the whole issue will be resolved peacefully. Perhaps the elf will even spare the guy and not touch him in the future. Before giving a final answer, Sun Jin decided to ask the elf who they even were. Where did they come from, and most importantly, why are they trying to destroy them? While the elf was answering, the picture before Sun Jin's eyes dimmed for a second and the monster fell silent, after which, after a few seconds, he spoke again and repeated what he had already said, that there was no need for a battle, and in the end they did not want unnecessary victims. Therefore he again asked to give the guy to the people who were behind him. At that moment, Sung Jin was trying to understand what was happening, and why this abnormal thing happened again. Is this elf really avoiding his question in this way, or is it something else? In any case, this creature demanded an immediate decision from the guy because they were not used to waiting. It didn't take long for Sung Jin to refuse such a stupid proposal. This made the elves laugh because they could not believe that the guy thought that he could fight them alone. But Sung Jin didn't understand why they thought that he would be alone. And in general, it seemed to him that they didn't really have an army, rather a small group of underdeveloped ones, after which he began to call upon his real army of shadows. The head of the elves still continued to smile, as if he had another ace up his sleeve. And besides, he immediately said that this was actually nothing more than an ordinary cheap trick. Sung Jin did not answer him. He simply sent his army to destroy these jokers. Other people immediately decided to retreat, because they immediately realized that in fact this battle was beyond their strength. Sung Jin carefully watched the battle, and at one moment realized that it seemed that this malicious elf was not bluffing when he called his army a cheap trick. Because despite the advantage in numbers, the guy's army most likely would not be able to hold out for long. Even considering the fact that his shadow soldiers are immortal, he still won't be able to maintain their numbers for that long. It seemed to him that he had pumped them up enough for them to be able to defeat the elves, but apparently he was wrong. And as it seemed to Sun Jin, the main problem was precisely that main elf, because only one glance was enough to understand how strong this guy was. Sun Jinwoo understood that even if he teamed up with Regressed, it would still not be easy. He decided that an ordinary soldier was clearly not suitable here, and he needed a stronger shadow, after which he turned his gaze to Kim Chul, who was lying unconscious near a tree. While Sung Jin was thinking about this elf approached him again, who introduced himself as Baruch and would like to know the guy's name. The guy did not hide and without any problem said that his name was Sung Jin Woo, after which, without much hesitation, he flew up and struck Baruch, but he was able to dodge such a blow with incredible ease. Sung Jin tried to do everything to reach this elf with his blade, but unfortunately, he was very unsuccessful. But he did not give up and continued to attack this monster, for which at one point he received a counterattack. Baruch couldn't help but notice that he hadn't been this excited for quite some time, and he said that Sung Jin could take that as a compliment. Sung Jin did not answer him, but simply used his magician to stall for a little time. Kim Chul, meanwhile, rose to his feet and immediately realized that the one who knocked him out was definitely Sung Jin, whom he was ready to tear into pieces. The guy's magician dealt an incredibly strong blow with fire, but the guy was still sure that this monster would not have died just like that. So he asked Baruch to stop playing and finally come out. And the elf didn't mind. He flew out of the fire and shouted that his soldiers were children who were incapable of anything. But not only the monster was going to destroy Sung Jin, but at that moment Kim Chul attacked him from behind. Sung Jin finally waited for that big guy Kim Chul, who was finally able to get up and start executing his part of the plan. At the same moment, without thinking for a long time, the guy called Regressed, who literally punched the man right through with just one blow. Baruch was incredibly interested in watching all these developments, but even so, he could not help but notice that nothing had changed for Sung Jin, after which he attacked the guy again to let him know that he couldn't just hide. But Sung Jin wasn't hiding, he just needed some time to revive Kim Chul, and this time could have been won by Regressed. After the guy successfully extracted the shadow, this hunter became many times larger, which couldn't help but please Sung Jin. First of all, the system asked the guy to choose a name for this big guy, and from that moment Sung Jin decided that he would be called Iron, because he simply didn't like Kim Chul as a name. Baruch, meanwhile, dealt with Regressed and continued to attack Sung Jin, saying that it was time for him to stop playing games, unless he thought that he could stop him alone. Sung Jin and his new ward were already ready for battle, and the guy answered him with complete confidence that he was very sorry for the wait. Now they could continue their fight. Next, Iron used his skill, which was called a provoking scream. Baruch could only laugh at all this because he believed that now there was only one more funny guy. So first of all, he wanted to deal with this big guy. After the first attack, Baruch immediately realized that with such speed, this big guy was clearly no match for him. Now it was time for Sung Jin to smile, who asked what Baruch was going to do with the three of them. The elf felt strong resistance, which he had not felt for a long time, and now he also had to dodge attacks. But still he failed to dodge everyone, and Sung Jin used his blade and the paralysis effect in time. Although even in this case, Baruch was able to dodge the final blow, which slightly alarmed the guy. The system immediately notified Sung Jin that the resistance was too high and the effect was cancelled, after which he heard Baruch say that the guy was quite a persistent piece of trash that would probably take a little longer to fight. Sung Jin responded to this by telling him that he was in no position to say such things, so he suggested that he first look around. And the guy said all this for a reason, because his shadow soldiers killed all the elves of Baruch, and now he was left alone. Sung Jin was waiting for this moment to ask him, or is this all his soldiers can do? It was quite obvious that these words would anger Baruch, so without thinking for a long time he went into battle, because he was sure that as soon as he got rid of the guy, all his shadows would also disappear. Sung Jin also did not stand still for a long time, and after he took out his dagger, he immediately threw it at Baruch. The elf himself believed that the guy was just an idiot, since he decided to throw away his weapon just like that, and for this he would now punish him. But he couldn't even imagine that Sung Jin had another pretty good ability in store, which was called the Ruler's Touch. With the help of this skill, he could control objects without touching them. And since this skill does not require the use of mana, Sung Jin did everything to speed up this dagger to the maximum and hit the target, which of course Baruch did not expect. But Sung Jin did not stop there and ordered his new subordinate to capture Baruch, which he successfully did. After which there was a huge explosion, which could indicate that Baruch was not going to give up just like that. Now he was going to fight at full strength, as his appearance clearly indicated. He literally went crazy because he started screaming at the guy and saying that he would destroy him right now and all his shadows. But Sung Jin did not think so, who found the perfect moment to strike this monster and thus cause a huge amount of damage. The guy himself realized that it seemed like this was the end, and finally this stupid battle was over. Baruch didn't think so, and wasn't going to just give up, so he took the guy by the hand and was going to strike back at him. But when he thought about it, he completely forgot that the guy was not fighting him himself. And just at that moment, his new ward Iron struck him. Now the guy could say with confidence that it was finally over, and they could go their separate ways. The system notified the guy that he was able to defeat the boss of this dungeon, and now Sung Jin could finally exhale, because it was all over and he would soon return back to his world. Iron continued to finish off this poor elf that Sung Jin had to ask his subordinate to stop doing this. Sung Jin mentally thought at that moment that even after becoming a shadow, this guy still remained the same idiot. The guy thought that it was actually time for them to return, and at that very moment a gate appeared, with the help of which they would return back. All the surviving people were incredibly glad that they would still be able to return home, because in fact each of them did not really believe that they would be able to do this. But Sung Jin was in no hurry to return, because he actually had one more thing left that he would need to deal with, and that was to subjugate Barun. Sang Min had noticed a few minutes earlier that 3 hours had already passed, which meant that a whole week had already passed outside the gates, after which he added that they would stay here and offered the head to go home. But he believed that while the guild members were there as prisoners, he would not go anywhere. At least he would wait here until the morning. And as soon as he said these words, they were immediately followed by the reaction of the red gates, which suddenly began to open, and people began to leave them without any problems. Could anyone really survive there? The head immediately thought that Kim Chol was still able to cope and brought at least a few people out of this hell. But apparently he was mistaken, because Sun Jin appeared from the gate with his little student, which made Sang Min very happy, who was precisely betting on the guy. At first they began to rejoice, but then they realized that not so many people managed to survive, which of course immediately upset them. They immediately asked Kim Chul to tell about everything that happened there, and she, with a lowered face, confirmed that everyone else unfortunately died. But the head was shocked by a completely different fact. Only low-rank hunters were able to return. There was not even a single person with a B rank. He was incredibly interested in what happened there. At that time, Sun Jin, as if nothing had happened, began to leave and told his sister's friend to wait for him because he would take her home. But the head of the guild immediately stopped him and asked the guy to stay a little so that they could talk a little. Sung Jin had no desire to talk to the man because he was at least very tired, so he asked him to ask everything that interests him from his subordinates, who were also able to get out. The man clearly did not expect such an attitude towards himself. In principle, he had never been answered so rudely. So he got a little angry and grabbed the guy by his clothes and said that this was actually not a request, but an order, because he was the head of the White Tiger Guild. Or perhaps it was even a threat, because in this raid he lost his people, who were also members of the guild, and as the head, can't he ask the guy a question? In response to this, Sung Jin noted that he was the one who saved the remaining 3 members of his guild, and therefore it seemed to him that he should first of all thank him and not threaten him. And besides, it was not so simple. The head of Baek Yun Ho realized that he had actually gone too far, and the guy was really right. He shouldn't have done that, so he would be ready to apologize to the guy. After Sung Jin left, the head approached Miss Hee Jin to ask her who this guy was and why he was annoying him so much. The girl answered him that she actually didn't know for sure, because after defeating the boss, he shouted something 3 times in front of his body, and then... But she was not allowed to finish by Sangmin, who suddenly began telling the head that Sun Jin was actually a good guy. Today, he was apparently just very tired. The head believed that this was not the problem. He was only interested in one question, in which he wanted to know why Sangmin had not recruited him yet. In his mind, Bayek thought that the guy was so confident against him, so he thought that he should prepare to lose his hand if he fought this guy. But first, he asked Sangmin to immediately start recruiting this guy. Sangmin, in turn, could promise that he would do everything possible, but the head of Bayek believed that this was not enough, and added that he would personally provide him with full support so that together they could drag this guy into their guild at any cost. A man with a calm face told him that he understood him, although in his mind he only thought that he was right after all. While Sung Jin was driving home, he was in a very bad mood, and it wasn't about the head of the guild or anything like that. In fact, he was very upset because he was unable to extract the shadow from Bakura. The guy thought it was because their strength difference was too huge, but in any case, it was too big a loss for him. Although, on the other hand, he should be grateful that he was lucky to pick up at least Baruki's dagger, which makes the wearer more dexterous and adds more than 100 units to the attack. While he was thinking about all this, he didn't notice how they arrived at the house of his sister's friend, but he dropped her off and added that she actually did a very good job today, and in response, she wished him to get home successfully. But still, this was not all that the girl wanted to say. She made up her mind and added that she would look forward to their next meeting again, after which she immediately turned around and ran away to her home as quickly as possible. Sung Jin was pleased to hear this, but in any case, he noticed that in this world, not more than 4 hours had passed since they entered those red gates, which means that soon he will have to continue raids with Jinho. After a while, they met again with Jin-ho, who as usual dressed quite unusually. Sung-jin was a little funny that the guy even took a taxi for this. It's in his style. It felt like Jin-ho changed his equipment after every raid. Anyway, this guy was more than willing to continue their raids. Sung-jin immediately warned the guy that on the way, they would need to stop at another place where they would pick up one person. And before Jin-ho had time to ask the guy who he was talking about, he called Song-yi and told her to go out, so they drove her to the gate. Jin-ho couldn't believe that Sung-jin knew her number, and what's more, they communicated like close friends. Now he even more wanted to know how close a relationship Sun and his mentor had. But first, the guy wanted to know whether he should call Song-yi his daughter-in-law. Sung-jin didn't understand why this question was at all, because she was just his sister's friend. Their dialogue was interrupted by Song-yi, who was a little worried, but still, through her excitement, she was able to say hello to Song-jin. She also did not forget to say good morning to the leader of the group of hunters, which was incredibly pleasant for Jin-ho to hear. But the guy was more amazed by what happened next, because Sung-jin began asking the girl if she managed to get at least a little sleep, to which she replied that she couldn't even take a nap. It had been a very difficult night for her. Sung-jin agreed with her, because when he arrived home it was already after 4 in the morning, and Jin-ho listened attentively to all this, who simply could not believe his ears. Now it seemed to him that this girl was not just his sister's friend, but something more, since they spent the whole night together. Therefore, Jin-ho decided to tell Sung-jin that the girl was underage, but the guy did not understand why he was telling him all this. Jin-ho decided not to get involved in this topic further, although in his mind he thought that Sung-jin was simply abnormal, although he should not condemn his mentor, but his standards are a little different from his, and perhaps not much. At the sight of the new monsters, Jin-ho almost went to the toilet on the spot. Sung-jin actually understood his reaction perfectly well, because he had not yet seen his new charges. So he decided to tell Jin-ho that this was his new ability, so he didn't have to worry about it. But this scared the guy even more, because he couldn't believe that the guy could summon such powerful creatures with his ability. Sung-jin understood that it would be quite difficult for him to explain this to the guy. But still he tried, and in fact, all Jin-ho needs to know is that it is incredibly convenient, because at least they hunt for him while the guy does nothing, and can also do all sorts of small things, like collecting crystals. Jin-ho offered to collect the crystals themselves, but Sung-jin didn't understand why they should bother and do anything. The guy explained to him that in fact he feels useless, and with each such trip it seems to him that he is becoming weaker and weaker. But all these words only amused Sung-jin, although he did not tell Jin-ho about it. Despite this, he perfectly understood that the raids with Jin-ho would end tomorrow, and he was even a little sad from the understanding of this. But still the next day, they completed all the promised 19 raids together with Jin-ho. On the east coast of America, in an A-rank dungeon, A-rank hunter James was afraid. And the whole point was that he could not believe that his assault squad had been destroyed. And this was done by some kind of humanoid monster that looked too scary. James immediately suspected that something was wrong in this dungeon, because they could not find a single monster in the entire dungeon, so no one could even imagine that such a monster would appear in the boss room. He immediately noticed that the magic emanating from him alone was comparable to the magic of an entire A-rank dungeon. He had never seen anything like it in his entire life. How strong this man was. James tried to shout to him and ask him not to come near him, because he so wanted to live. But this monster could only laugh, because in fact there is no need to worry about anything, because he did not destroy them, but simply knock them out. They are all unconscious, but his scream is something serious, so you can go deaf. This man simply came closer to ask why they were attacking him, because he was a man and not some kind of monster. Moreover, he considered himself a Korean who just wanted to return home, and so far he was having trouble doing so. Finally, their raids ended, and the guys decided to celebrate this event in a small cafe. Jin-ho immediately apologized to Sung-jin for not going to a more luxurious place, but the guy himself was more worried that Jin-ho even knew such places, because he too and his family are incredibly rich. In any case, it was not that important, and Sung-jin decided to ask Jin-ho what the guy plans to do next when the raids are over. Jin-ho told him that he could get a chief's license as soon as he passed a simple test exam from the association, and then, with a license in hand, he would go to talk to his father. Sung-jin at this moment was thinking that of course it was good to get 30 million, but it still remained a bonus for him, because his real goal was to raise his level. And since he achieved his goal, then the guy realized that there was no point in hanging around here anymore. But still, something stopped him, And at that moment, he was interrupted by Jin Ho, who was very interested in knowing what the mentor would do after their raids. Sung Jin confidently told him that he would be unavailable for a while, because there was something he would have to do. From this answer, Jin Ho concluded that he was a burden to the mentor, so he asked Sung Jin to let him know if he was tired of him. Sung Jin immediately noticed that Jin Ho had simply misunderstood him again, so he decided to ask Jin Ho about who Sung Jin is to him. The guy suddenly started talking about how he has an older brother who is 10 years older than him, and he doesn't like him, so they very rarely spend time together. But unlike the mentor who saved his life and helped him with his problems, for him Sung Jin is now more like an older brother than his real one. Sung Jin decided not to upset the guy and told him that if he thought about him like that, then he would also consider him his younger brother. This obviously moved Jin Ho very much, who immediately began to cry. He even wanted to immediately hug Sung Jin, but the guy immediately told him that it was just the effect of alcohol, so it was better to stay where he was. But Jin Ho still continued to climb up to him and say that he had never been as cheerful as he was now, and he was very pleased to hear such words. Suddenly, Sung Jin's attention was interrupted by the news, in which the announcer said that a major incident had occurred during the training of new recruits. The journalists wanted to know if it was true that all the high-ranking hunters had died and only the low-ranking ones were able to survive, and they were also interested in who helped them in this, and they asked all these questions to the head of the White Tiger, who replied that the investigation had already been completed and this was all true, but interference from there was no side, and the hunters got out on their own. Then the journalist did not understand why the head did not allow survivors to give interviews. But at this point, he announced that all questions were over. Bayek never liked talking to these reporters, especially after such situations, and today was no exception because they are always good at sniffing out all the details. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who reported that he had received an incoming call from the hunter Min Biengu. Then the head asked to connect him. Biengu immediately decided to ask Beck why his phone was turned off, to which the head replied that he was going to hide from the reporters until they calmed down. In any case, the hunter called to say that he had already heard everything about the Red Gate, although he was now in Japan, but the head was not in the mood for jokes. Although this was not really what he called him about, he had some important news that the head should know about. Then he said that about a week ago, Japan secretly contacted the Korean Hunters Association, and after personal verification, he was convinced that this was all much more serious than he thought. The fact was that they requested advice from hunters who had experience in raiding Jedu Island. The head immediately tensed and asked the hunter to tell him about this in as much detail as possible. An S-rank gate that opened on Jeju Island 4 years ago, after the failure of 3 operations, the government abandoned the idea of liberating Jeju Island, and it was there that he and Hyun almost died. The head agreed with him. It was just a nightmare that he didn't even want recall. In any case, ants are still ruling there now, which it seemed to him had undergone a mutation, and now they can leave the island simply by flying across the ocean, because an ant with wings was discovered on the Japanese coast. Sung Jin's sister noticed that he hasn't been going out very often lately, and suddenly he decided to go on a trip. The guy didn't want to explain anything to her. He just told her that he was leaving for a week. The girl still continued to persistently ask him who he was going on a trip with. Had her brother finally found someone special? As soon as Sung Jin entered the very dungeon where he fought with Cerberus, he immediately thought that when he defeated Cerberus, he was at least 20 levels higher than him. Now his level is 3 times higher, and it seemed to him that finally this dungeon might not be so difficult for him. And as soon as she opened the castle gates, the system immediately notified him that he had received a new task. But when Sung Jin entered inside, at first, he did not understand what was happening here. Because inside there was just an empty corridor. There were no monsters or any other creatures there. His new task was that he must collect the soul of the devil, which consists of 10,000 soul fragments. As a reward for this, he will receive 1 item from the store of his choice plus additional points to the characteristics, as well as a hidden reward. Sung Jin even thought that the reward too generous. After all, for example, in the store, there are items that cost more than 10 billion, and he can get them if he only completes this task. But apparently with such a high reward, the level of difficulty should be much higher, although so far there have been very few monsters. But it seems the guy finally understood what was going on here. The dungeon was of a field type, and apparently this was the main difficulty of this task. Moreover, it seemed to the guy that this dungeon recreated soul after the war, and now in this place he needs to collect 10,000 soul fragments. And this meant that in the demonic castle he would have to destroy at least 10,000 demons, because he could get 1 soul from 1 demon. but on the upper floors there are demons that store several souls. Of course, Sung Jin lied about going on a trip, so he needed to do it all in 1 week, and he was going to start right now. So he set about destroying these monsters one by one. Now it was as easy as shelling pairs for him, because these were all lower demons, for whom he received 100 units of experience, as well as 1 soul. Now the system even notified him about how much time he still had to reach the next level, which was quite convenient for the guy, but in any case, he needed to continue fighting until he collected the coveted 10,000 souls. The man once again decided to ask his son if he was sure that he wanted to manage the guild. Jin-ho answered him with full enthusiasm that he would do everything possible to make this guild flourish. Also, the guy did not come to his father empty-handed. He brought his license as a guild master and his track record, which the man carefully read. Jin-ho could not even imagine that one day his father would have a difficult choice between him and his brother. He decided to say that he himself knows that inviting a stranger to the role of guildmaster is a very big risk. That's why he is here. But the man asked him to give him a little time. Then he suddenly added that in fact there is one person with whom the man would like to introduce the guy. A hunter, praised by Go Myung-hwan, entered their room and politely greeted them. The father said that this hunter was one of the survivors of the recent incident with the Red Gate and the White Tiger Guild. Jin-ho did not fully understand why the survivor, whom the journalists were so diligently looking for, was here. But this question was quickly answered when the man asked this hunter to tell his son who was with him that day. Go Myung-hwan began by saying that that day there was a young hunter girl with him, who was most likely a high school student. But this is not the most important thing, but the fact that Sun Jin was with them, who was the head of their squad, which Jin-ho could not believe. Then he suggested that that girl was a hunter, most likely Miss Han Song-yi, and this information was confirmed by Go Myung-hwan. He also did not forget to add that thanks to Mr. Sung Jin, they were still able to survive in the Red Gate. Now Jin-ho understood perfectly well why these two had suddenly become close. Even without listening to this hunter to the end, Jin-ho was sure that in the end he was the one who knew the most about his mentor's abilities. But apparently now not only he is aware of his mentor's secret, and this is actually not very good, if only because negotiations are now underway with his father. Go Myung-hwan interrupted Jin-ho's thoughts in order to ask the guy how to contact Sung Jin. He tried to find out the White Tiger in the guild, but it was difficult to get anything from them. And then the director called him, but at this stage he was interrupted. Jin-ho's father said that it seems to him that the guy has already told enough. After which the father began to say that he had been looking for information about qualified hunters for a long time, and he had already tried to investigate the incident with the Red Gate, and there was a suspicion that there was an assistant there. However, even so, he did not expect to find Sung Jin on their raid list. Therefore, to put it mildly, now is not the best time for Jin-ho to negotiate with him. The father understood perfectly well that Sun Jin-woo had provided him with an invaluable service in obtaining a license, and Jin-ho understood that there was simply no point in hiding something. So he confirmed this information without any problems. Mentally, the guy thought that in fact there was no difference between him and his brother. They both received help from the outside, so his father had no reason to choose him. But still he tried once again to ask his father to entrust the guild to him. And to his surprise, his father agreed to this too easily. He simply said, okay. Jin-ho clearly did not expect such a turn of events. It seemed to him that this would never come true. After which the father once again added that he entrusted the management of the guild to him because, as Jin-ho said, inviting a stranger to the guild master is a big risk, and the man did not want to take risks when he has a son who is perfect for this position. Jin-ho noticed that he tried to deceive him, but his father was a reasonable man and knew this even before their negotiations, because what fool would not hide something during negotiations? Only a fool. And since his son is not like that, then he can easily entrust the management of the guild. After which he asked his son to make this hunter, Sun Jin, join their guild. Jin-ho understood that this was his only chance, which he must use, so he immediately noticed that he would do everything possible so as not to disappoint his father. The man was happy with his son's dedication, and at that moment he thought that there were 2 S-rank hunters that he was looking after for the Yujin Guild. Cha Hae-in from the Hunter Guild and Min Bien-gu, who recently retired. Cha Hae-in is limited to the position of Deputy Choi Jong-in, also known as the Ultimate Weapon. In comparison, there are quite a few advantages to becoming the Guildmaster of Yujin. Although Min Bien-gu has a healthy body and can still actively act as a hunter, He chose to retire after 3 unsuccessful raids on Jeju Island, and the man believed that if a 4th raid on Jeju Island was formed, then he must be able to win his favor. And from this moment, he begins a kind of game in which there will be 2 players, he and his son. He was very interested to know who will be the first to complete his task. Jin Ho will gain the favor of Sung Jin, or the man will gain favor for the 4th raid on Jeju Island. Sung Jin, meanwhile, continued on his way, and in the meantime he destroyed 309 demons and collected the same number of souls. He still has quite a long way to go. Initially, the difficulty of the demon castle was not that high, and Sung Jin was able to clear the area without any problems. All these monsters, it seemed to him, were at best D rank, and despite this, he received quite a lot of experience points. Previously, in order to increase the level, he had to clear 9 C-rank dungeons, but here it seems he can raise his level in about 4 hours. But there was also a bad thing about this. As you level up, the number of experience points to the next level will also increase. In other words, over time, increasing levels will become incredibly difficult. Sung Jin felt this when he met the head of the White Tiger Guild, Baek Yun Ho. His current rank barely reached S rank, but even he clearly could not defeat the man, so he decided that he needed to continue to develop at the same pace. In any case, it's time for him to move to the next floor of this dungeon, and apparently, the magic circle of movement is located between the floors in the area of the Namsan Tower. Sung Jin wanted to check something first, so he asked one of his soldiers to appear. The leader of the Ice Bears immediately appeared in front of him, who, it seemed to the guy, had become even larger since he had summoned him. Either way, it's more than adequate for a guy to get around on. But apparently everything will not be so fast, because as soon as the guy climbed onto his bear, monsters appeared in front of him. Sung Jin was already starting to get a little tired of destroying them, so he decided to go through these guys a little differently. The guy was so glad that he had this bear, he was literally mad, and from that moment, Sung Jin decided that he would call him a tank, whom he subsequently ordered to run to the magic circle and never stop. Meanwhile, in the American capital, men were discussing a guy who claimed to be a hunter from South Korea. But they couldn't just let him go, because they simply didn't understand how a hunter from South Korea came out of a dungeon on the other side of the world. But according to the hunter himself, he was stuck in a dungeon when the gates closed 10 years ago. And when he opened his eyes, then I woke up in America. An unprecedented incident. Not only did a person come out of the gate of a rank, but also a detachment formed from a rank hunters turned out to be helpless against him. So the head of the department was very angry when he heard so little information, and he wanted the guys to find out more information, because that's what he wanted, too little. In response to this, he was told that they also suspected that he might be a monster with human memories. Without the help of at least an S-rank hunter, America could be in danger if this guy loses his temper. The man ordered them to ask the Scavenger Guild if they had an S-rank hunter who knew Korean, and only Mr. Hwang, who had just finished his business in Korea and was currently on his way back to America, would fit this description. Hwang, meanwhile, arrived at the airport and only thought that today was a very bad day for him, because the parasite that he wanted to destroy with his own hands was stuck in the red gate, and it couldn't be worse. The head of the department in America was pleased with this news and asked to schedule the interrogation for tomorrow afternoon. But in the meantime, he would like to know what this guy's name is. His assistant was happy to answer this question for him, although the pronunciation was quite difficult, but still his name was Song Il-hwan. Each floor of the demonic castle is a separate world, a pass to which can be obtained from a random monster on each floor, and you can only get to the next floor by receiving a pass. Considering that Daesong Tower has about 100 floors, it turns out that this place includes 100 worlds, which actually amazed the mind. Time passed and Sung Jin climbed the floors at an alarming speed, while destroying all the monsters on the way, gaining a pretty good amount of experience for this. He understood that a mid-level demon was at best equal to a top C rank, and that the difficulty of higher or even stronger demons would likely increase exponentially, as would the difference in strength between A rank and S rank hunters. The only problem was time. If there were really 100 floors, then getting to the top floor in a week would be simply impossible. But it was also worth noting that when he first received the key of the demonic castle, he was scared by the S rank of this dungeon. But because of the boring battles over time, his anxiety began to disappear. At some point in his adventure, he nevertheless encountered one of the bosses, who is called the ruler of the lower floors, a greedy Vulcan, and he was quite impressive in size. Sung Jin immediately noticed that this giant looked dangerous. He would apparently have to take care of it personally, but he didn't mind. But in any case, he was not going to do all this alone. For this, he called his warriors, whom he ordered to deal with everything except the boss. Vulcan's guards discovered the intruders and immediately attacked them. Sung Jin did not interfere in this battle. He simply slowly disappeared, and at the same time once again ordered his guys to deal with all the monsters. Watching the battle develop, Sung Jin thought that even though the guards were made up of higher demons, his shadow soldiers had also been increasing their levels all this time. Also, the shadow soldiers are strengthened depending on the intelligence indicator. In addition, the number of shadows that he can save has also increased. In addition, he has significantly increased his intelligence indicator, and now he has a lot of mana to restore them. And while this battle was clearly behind Sung Jin, the boss didn't even move. So the guy realized that apparently it would be much easier for him to deal with this big guy than it seemed at first glance. But before he had time to think about it, this monster disappeared from his throne in 1 second. Everything would have been fine, but it was a huge monster, which clearly does not look like one who has such enormous speed. A few seconds later, he reappeared and flew to attack Sung Jin's shadow soldiers. The guy did not expect such sudden movements from him. Apparently, he really underestimated him very much. In any case, now is not the time to think about it because this monster continued to attack, and at this rate, there will be no trace of Sung Jin's soldiers. So the guy came out of his invisibility and dealt a pretty strong blow to this body. Sung Jin understood that he lost his temper and hit the monster quite unexpectedly. But it was still a shock for the guy that the monster ended up flying so far away. But then he remembered that he stupidly put everything into power, but there was no time to rejoice, because the system notified the guy that his opponent had just used a skill called anger. And this could only mean one thing, that this big guy would be constantly in a state of rage. Sung Jin was already familiar with this skill because Cerberus used a similar skill when the guy first entered this dungeon. But this monster seemed to use this skill much better. Moreover, he became even faster, and at some point Sung Jin realized that he simply did not have time to dodge the blow, and it would most likely be a direct hit. Therefore, at the last moment, he decided to call Iron to help him. The big man threw him his huge shield, because he himself no longer had time to protect Sung Jin. The guy successfully caught this shield, and was now more than ready to block the boss's blow. It seemed to Sung Jin that it would be much easier to cope with such a blow. But when Vulcan put his sledgehammer to his shield, it became clear how much Sung Jin was mistaken. Everything around was torn into small pieces due to the huge blast wave that was created as a result of this impact. Sung Jin, although he could withstand these blows thanks to his strength, but he also knew very well that he would need to find a moment to counterattack, otherwise there would be trouble. The guy was carefully watching the monster all this time, and at one moment he noticed that Vulcan was using 2 sweeping movements, and just at that moment he could strike a counterattack. Which is exactly what he did, but unfortunately it was not as unexpected as he would have liked. Vulcan was still able to dodge such an attack. The guy couldn't believe that he could expect such an attack. In any case, now it was not so important, because he would not have time to dodge the blow in this way, while his body was in the air. If only he could move his body, when suddenly these words became a trigger for the guy, and he remembered that he has one good ability. After which he used a skill called the Ruler's Touch, and thus was still able to transfer his body. Sung Jin knew that even if he couldn't use this skill on himself, he could always use the recoil to push himself back. So he was still able to dodge the attack and still remain unharmed. Although Sung Jin managed to do this, now was not the time to relax. He realized how strong his opponent could be. The guy turned on his brain and began to think about how he could destroy this big guy, and only one idea came to his mind, that he could only do harm with a dagger in one place, and that was his head. But he also had the understanding that just aiming at this big guy's head would clearly be a mistake. So he decided that first Sung Jin had to do everything to slow down this guy. He decided that it would be best if he created all the conditions for this. So he ignored the fight and ran in the other direction. One of the points of Sung Jin's plan was to make the monster completely lose his cool, and in fact he succeeded in doing this. And now all Sung Jin had to do was run as fast as possible and have this big guy follow him. And at one opportune moment, he activated his sprint ability and ran even faster. He did this in order to climb the high-rise building, which was already gradually falling to the ground without any problems. Sung Jin understood that even if the monster figured out his trap, it would still be very difficult for him to stop at such a speed. Therefore, it seemed to the guy that his plan was ideal and should work flawlessly. And so it actually happened Sun Jin accelerated to such a speed that Vulcan simply did not notice how the guy broke through his defense with the help of his blade. The woman was asked about the young man from apartment 902, but unfortunately she did not know where he was, and besides, she had not seen him for a long time. Sangmin simply didn't know where to look for Sung Jin, but most of all he was worried that no one had seen him for a long time. His assistant noticed that his sister said that he and his friends went on a trip for a week. But even in this case, she was offended that they had come such a long way to his house, and everything turned out to be completely in vain. But Sangmin immediately realized that something was clearly wrong here, because there were no traces of his departure from the country, no records of withdrawing money or using a credit card, absolutely nothing. The girl was surprised that a man could check such things, but it seemed to him that this was not surprising, because his main job is to monitor the hunters. And if you believe the records of the Hunters Association tracker, then the last time he was seen was somewhere in the center city, and it seemed to him that this was actually incredibly strange. The girl suggested that perhaps Sung Jin had been kidnapped, but Sung Min believed that in order to kidnap him, they at least needed a special squad consisting of high-ranking hunters, and she should know this like no one else. Just jokes aside, but the man is really very interested in finding out where Sung Jin went. Meanwhile, the guy continued his battle with the boss of the lower floors, who could not be killed. After some time, Sung Jin still managed to defeat this big guy, although it was not as easy as it might seem. Although after he finally defeated this boss, as expected, the reward for this was worthy, Sung Jin received the earrings of the demonic monarch, the ball of greed, the horn of Vulcan, and a fragment of the water of the world. For the first time, the guy sees in front of him material for the best magical tools, although he doesn't know where to use it, but he couldn't throw it away either, because it seemed to him that it might be useful to him someday. The earrings that he began to examine had the effect of a set. If you try to defeat all the demons in this place, then the rest of the set items will also fall out. Sung Jin will only find out when he collects everything together. And finally, what seemed to him to be the most valuable item, the ball of greed. Sung Jin thought that this artifact had a fantastic effect, and if he had magical skills, he could use it himself. His thoughts were interrupted by Igris, who once again brought the heads of destroyed enemies for Sung Jin, thus confirming his loyalty. And after him came Iron, who brought not just a head, but a huge head of Vulcan. Sung Jin did not quite understand why they were doing this and asked them to stop doing this because he already believes them, but still to be sure, he praised them again. Suddenly, looking at his soldiers, the guy had a very interesting idea, so he asked one of the magicians to come to him. Sung Jin gave him the ball of greed directly into his hands and asked him to hold it tightly. Then he pointed with his hand where he needed to shoot fire, and at the same time he asked to use this ball, which doubles the magic damage. The magician only allocated a little strength to deliver such a blow, but the effect was clearly overkill. Even Sung Jin did not expect such force. Huang was glad that as soon as he returned to America, he was given such an interesting case in which he would have to deal with a monster who could talk like a person, and besides, he also said that he was Korean. This guy once again repeated that he is not a monster, and if they doubt it so much, then he suggested that they do a test that will show the type of entity. Huang, in any case, believed that whatever comes out of the gate, you need to beware of it, no matter who the creature is, because there is always the possibility that the monster will impersonate a person. After which he slipped him a piece of paper and said that if the guy cooperates with him, then he has a better chance of being identified as a person. This guy was not against such a deal because he just wanted to return home, so he was ready to make any deal. Huang immediately wanted to find out from this supposed person how he was able to live in the dungeon for 10 whole years. Perhaps he died and simply became an undead? His interlocutor denied this fact, after which Huang wanted to ask this guy if a person died in a dungeon, does he have a chance to come back? And he asked this question for a reason, because his brother also died. Would it be possible for him to return him? But the man opposite assured him that the one who died would never return. After which the prisoner suddenly said that he also had a question, but Huang was not going to answer it, because he believed that only he was asking questions here. But the guy didn't care, because he wanted to know how much Huang knew about monsters and gates. The deputy director and his assistant watched this closely, and this question puzzled not only them. Huang was silent, so this guy himself began to say that the dungeon, the gates, the monsters, all this is just a prologue to a real war and the greatest catastrophe, according to him, awakened not so long ago. Then the man wanted to know the purpose of his coming here, to which the prisoner answered him that he was here to warn about the disaster, but he could not say what would be correct. Huang, in response to this, began to say that the man had returned to warn about the disaster, but could not explain what kind of disaster it was. This seemed very strange to him, because he believed that it was better for people to work together. The guy answered him that numbers are nothing against his power, and even if the people unite, they will simply be used, and it seemed to him that Juan should understand this like no one else, because he himself is quite strong. Huang was most confused by the word completely that came out of the guy's mouth. Is the one he's talking about really that strong? The guy at that moment took this paper and said that there was no point in continuing the conversation, because Juan did not understand what he was trying to convey to him and what the main problem was. Juan took the form that this guy filled out, and as it turned out, his name was Sun Il. If you cut his hair, he would match his photo. But on the other hand, it seemed to him that he had not aged much as a person who had been in the dungeon for 10 years. Dongsu Huan noticed that Sung Il's resume is excellent. He earned a lot of money for their time. With the current rating system with his level, he can live and not worry about anything. He will only need to adapt to the new era. Suddenly, the man looked into the field where the names of his children were indicated, and then he froze a little. The thing was that his daughter's name was Sun Jin-ah, and his son's name was Sun Jin. As soon as Sun Il said the name of his son, he immediately noticed an incredibly huge thirst for blood in his interlocutor. He tried to ask Juan what kind of bloodthirst it was, but he once again repeated that only he was asking questions here. But this time, Sun Il was not going to just let this matter go, and so he asked the same thing again, and added that he needed his answer. Otherwise, he would have to ask in a completely different way. Huang nevertheless decided to play games and wanted to find out what Sun Il would do, and he did not hold back and immediately said that he would use his strength, but apparently Huang was just waiting for this. The man immediately thought that this was his second chance to avenge his brother, so he turned to the deputy director and told him that this guy was a monster, and therefore he recommended that he immediately evacuate from here. After which he again turned to Sung Il and told him that he had just returned from South Korea, and therefore he knew very well about the current condition of his son, and he died. Which obviously shocked Sung Il, who was expecting to hear anything but this. Juan continued to smile because he believed that now he would send his father after his son. Sung Jin moved to the next floor, where he was immediately met by a huge army of evil spirits. But for the guy, this was not much of a problem. He simply asked Iron and Igris to clear the way for him. What they did quite successfully, the army of these undead disintegrated very quickly, and apparently only 2 shadow soldiers were enough here. The main skeleton of this floor could not believe that his army was disintegrating so quickly, and Sung Jin did not mind once again pointing out that his guys were too strong for him, and they would soon get to him. Sung Jin looked at him with such a look that it was clear that the monster simply did not expect such a turn of events. At one point, the guy even became interested in finding out whether the undead could feel fear, although on the other hand it no longer mattered, after which he decided to deal with this monster on his own, and therefore divided it into several parts. It was too easy for the guy. After just a few precise blows, he received a notification that he had destroyed the Guide of Souls, Midas. After this fight, Sung Jin thought that this guy's magic was quite strong, and he was able to control 100 more calls than himself, so the guy really wanted to turn him into his shadow soldier. But unfortunately, for some reason, shadow extraction does not work on demons. But as he expected, the sea-level boss dropped a part of the set called the Demon Monarch Necklace. Its effect in the same way only appears together with other items of the set that Sung Jin has not yet collected completely. The guy understood that he had one more item left before collecting the set completely, but the problem was that he had already completed the task and collected all the souls that the system required of him. At the moment, this is his limit, and he essentially no longer has the strength to move on. Now he could choose any item from the store, and the guy wondered if he should choose an item that the store was valued at billions of gold. Such an item would clearly have an amazing ability, but he understood that by choosing too recklessly, in the end, it could end up selling the item. Therefore, he believed that he needed to choose specifically what he really needed and what he would use. But so far, there were no options in his head for what he needed so badly. In the end, Sung Jin decided to choose a damn random box that could contain anything. He was able to choose between a cursed random box and a holy random box when he previously completed a hidden daily quest, and he also tried to double the daily quest requirement, but never received any additional reward. Sung Jin received the key to this demonic lock from the sacred random box, and thanks to this, he was able to raise his level and get rare items. Naturally, he can't help but be interested in the contents of the cursed random box, but in the end, he only received another key. But the main problem of this key was that there was no description in it, and Sung Jin was seeing such an item for the first time. It was not clear what this item was even used for. He put it in his inventory anyway, because he figured he'd have a use for it someday. And besides, the damn random box was supposed to give him something he really needed, so keeping this key was obviously a good idea. Next, he accepted the second reward, which he received for completing this floor, and there was plus 20 points to the characteristics that Sung Jin decided to spend on intelligence. After which he still had a third reward, but after the first two he didn't really count on anything valuable. Besides, it was a hidden reward. After a few seconds, a recipe for the holy water of life appeared in his hands. In the center of America's capital, there was a terrible fire that people tried to put out with all their might. The reason for such a sudden fire was that two S-rank hunters collided with each other. During such battles, the landscape usually changes and everything around turns into ruins. But this time, the battle ended with not such great damage to the infrastructure. The point was that it was a great fight, and Hwang Dong-soo ended up losing, and he did it before the damage became too severe. After the test, Sung Jin decided to visit his mother, who was in the hospital, and he actually came to her not empty-handed, because he got the recipe for the holy water of life. This is a mysterious potion that can cure any disease with powerful magic. The effect will appear only after using the entire bottle. The crafted item he received for the quest was a potion that could cure any disease, so it gave him hope that his mother could be cured of this disease. To create the holy water of life, Sung Jin needed to collect 3 ingredients, one which he was able to obtain after defeating Vulcan, the second item he received after defeating Methus, and the last ingredient was the purified blood of the Demon King, which he had not yet managed to obtain. But it was worth noting the fact that Sung Jin knows perfectly well where this item can be found, and most likely it is located at the final boss of the demonic castle, on the last floor. Therefore, if he cleared the demonic castle, he would be able to collect all the necessary ingredients for the holy water of life. And while he cleared the demonic castle for a week, he had risen 16 levels, and now that he was approximately S-rank, he had nothing to fear. From that moment on, he asked his mother to wait for him just a little bit, and then he would definitely bring her medicine that would help her cope with her illness. The Korean Hunter Association listened to the news of how there was a huge commotion in America after a mysterious explosion occurred at the American Hunter Bureau. Rumors were circulating that the incident was caused by a skirmish between S-rank hunters. At that moment, a new hunter came to them, and the guy who was supposed to receive them said that from time to time there are hunters who cannot accept reality, and they consider themselves deceived. Therefore, he believed that this next candidate would be a thorn in their side, so he asked the girl to simply explain to him that he had to cover the costs, after which he had to be escorted to the revaluation room. But then he turned his attention to the name of this hunter and realized that he would need to deal with him a little differently. This guy immediately called Master Bayek and said that he was calling about the hunter he asked about earlier. According to the guy, Sung Jin had just come to their department, which greatly surprised the head of the White Tiger. And according to the employee, he came here to reassess his rank. While Sung Jin was sitting in line, he noticed that nothing had really changed in this place. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a man who told the guy that there was no reason to be nervous, because several people in their lives had their heads turned upside down. But according to him, this does not happen that often. Sung Jin did not fully understand what the man was up to tells him this. In any case, this man added that if a guy passes this test and gets a rank higher than D, then the scouts will definitely pay attention to him. All these guys are from completely different guilds, and since the small guilds do not have enough people, they wait here and try to recruit hunters immediately after their assessment. But the man believed that it was better not to join these guilds, because small guilds often take on dangerous raids and have a high death rate for hunters. Sung Jin actually understood them. They can't sit idly by running low-ranked dungeons like a personal raid party, but at the same time, they lack the skill to clear high-ranked dungeons, so it's no wonder that accidents happen so often. The man interrupted his thoughts and said that the guy would not worry if he got rid of unnecessary expectations. Sung Jin himself understood very well that a hunter's strength is directly determined by his rank, and no matter how much they practice with the sword or train their body, it is not easy to compensate for the difference in rank. And the difference in income also could not be ignored. Even Mr. Song could not resist Taisik because of their difference in ranks. The man who spoke the most came out with an E rank after this revaluation. Now he is full of disappointment. The big man who was sitting next to Sung Jin was too worried, so he invited the guy to go next, if he didn't mind, of course. Sung Jin was all for it, so he confidently entered the office, and the first thing he needed to do was introduce himself. The girl who filled out the form noticed that the guy had already been assigned E rank, so she asked him again if he had definitely come for reassessment. Sung Jin confirmed this, and she wondered why only E ranks come for revaluation. But in any case, he asked Sung Jin to place his hands on the dark crystal to begin the procedure. Afterwards, she couldn't believe her eyes and thought it was just a mistake, so she performed the procedure again. And the second time, the program showed the same result. Since the girl had never seen anything like this before, she decided to check it a third time. At that moment, the same guy who caught the girl at that moment came in, swearing at this car. In any case, he wanted to know where Changshik was and why she was alone, to which the girl replied in an angry voice that he had gone to the toilet, and her device had broken down just in time. The guy actually came here only because he was interested in finding out why the head of the guild was making so much fuss. But looking at the screen, he realized that something was really wrong here. At this moment, he was thinking that reawakening was not something common, but looking at the screen, he began to remember that 3 months ago, the entire association was in turmoil because of an E rank who might have reawakened. That time, the head of the monitoring department, personally, I went to him but found nothing. But the system still continues to give an error. The guy started to get very nervous, so he immediately wanted to know how long the girl had been working here. She immediately thought that she was doing something wrong here, although she had been working here for about 6 months. Now, it was not surprising for the guy that the newcomer did not know what this meant, because after the incident with Cha Hae-in about 2 years ago, this was happening for the first time. But in any case, he asked the girl to call Chang-shik here, and she needed to do it immediately. The girl did not understand why she should do this, and the guy had to explain to her that this was not just a mistake, it was immeasurable, which means that the device simply could not measure the strength of this guy. He was absolutely sure that this person was the 10th hunter who was able to reach S rank. The man was talking to Wu Jin and wanted to know from him, what about the hunter Huang Dong-su from the Scavenger Guild? Is it true that he has nothing to do with the recent incident with the Red Gate? Wu Jin could assure him that as the person who was at the scene, Hunter Huang Dong-su did not help the White Tiger Guild. Then the man suggested that Wu Jin might suspect someone in this case. He replied that he did not remain at the scene until the very end, so he did not know all the details. Well, if he suspected someone, then perhaps it would be Sung Jin, although mentally Wu Jin understood that he could not assume anything after the previous conclusion. The man understood that Wu Jin was unlikely to say a word to him until he was completely sure of the information, and this was actually commendable. In any case, he said that he was more interested in finding an ant with wings. Wu Jin added that they only found a body, but if it is confirmed that they can fly to the mainland without dying, then there will be a disaster. But Wu Jin is sure that everything the guilds will notify them before this happens. The man understood all this and added that the Hunters Guild would fully cooperate in this case. After which he rather unexpectedly added that today it was quite noisy in Building B, but Wu Jin did not hear anything about this. But he guessed that most likely the new hunter was making a fuss because of his rank, so Wu Jin decided to go and check it out. A man stopped him and asked the guy to wait a little, because he also wanted to go and see what happened there. Wu Jin knew very well that the man didn't just go anywhere. Apparently he felt something special. Because of the good impression he makes, he almost forgot what kind of person he is. After such an analysis, the man went out into the corridor with Sung Jin and began to tell him that he needed to get permission from his superiors in order to use a more accurate detector, so he would like to ask Sung Jin to visit them in 3 days. The other hunters who heard this immediately realized that this guy's strength was simply impossible to measure, which could only mean that this guy was S rank. The scouts immediately became more active. They understood that luring this kind of hunter into a small guild was not an easy task, but still each of them was not against trying to do it. Suddenly, everyone in this hall fell silent, and the reason for this was that a man who was called the Absolute Weapon entered the room. It was Choi Jong-in, and he held the position of head of the Hunters Guild. Sung Jin heard what was said about this man, that with his top-level magic he could easily destroy a building with just one spell, which is why he is called the Ultimate Weapon. Wu Jin couldn't believe his eyes. Was that same Sung Jin really an S rank? Choi Jong-in was thinking at this moment that he simply couldn't ignore the commotion caused by the immeasurable result. Apparently this person was really the 10th S-rank hunter. The guild leader was so sure because he didn't need a detector to determine that he was beyond any doubt S-rank, because incredibly strong energy emanated from him. After which Choi Jong-in came closer to the guy and introduced himself. And did he do this in order to clarify whether the guy already had a guild in which he was a member, or perhaps there were options where he would not mind joining? Choi Jong-in didn't wait for an answer and immediately said that if the guy didn't have it, then he would like to take a little time from him to discuss this issue with him. But Sung Jin didn't even think for a second before refusing the man this offer. All the hunters who were there could not believe that Choi Jong-in had just been refused. Sung Jin at that moment was thinking that there were 3 days until the next test, and during this time, he would like to quickly return to the demonic castle and create a cure for his mother. Choi Jong-in smiled in response to this refusal, after which he assumed that he simply forgot to introduce himself, who he was and what guild he represented. Or perhaps he was too assertive, so the guy was scared. In any case, he never received refusals, so he did not understand why Sung Jin refused him. And while he was thinking about this, Sung Jin disappeared and did not make a single sound. Choi Jong-in was almost sure that this guy was an excellent exterminator-class hunter. The head of the White Tiger Guild rushed with all his might to the measuring point, because he knew very well that if Sung Jin joined the hunters, they would not only have 3 S-rank hunters, but their guild would also be on par with the best guilds in the whole world. And the first person he saw was the head of the Hunters Guild, Choi Jong-in, who also did not understand what the head of the White Tiger Guild was doing here. Bayek immediately thought that the head of the Hunters Guild had such a face as if he had just been taken by surprise. Apparently he didn't have time, and Sung Jin was lured away after all. There is a huge distance between the White Tiger Guild building and the Hunters Association building, and looking at how out of breath he was, you can say that he turned and ran all the way here, and apparently, Baek Yun-ho already knew about the guy from the very beginning. These were exactly the thoughts Choi Jung had Ina. He also began to think that perhaps the incident that occurred during the training of the guild, the White Tiger, was the mysterious assistant. In any case, having seen the guy in person, the head of the Hunters Guild could assume that this guy was not someone who would be easy to get. Bayek could not understand why, of all the people, it was this man who took him by surprise. The man understood perfectly well that now everything had become much more complicated, and he would not just close this case. Sung Jin, sitting in his mother's room, only thought that when he looked at her, it seemed to him that she could wake up at any moment. But unfortunately, the woman was ill for eternal sleep. This is a disease, the epidemic of which broke out after the appearance of the gate, and Sung Jin, no matter what, will do everything to save her mother. And for this, he believed that he needed to become stronger. And if the bosses of the middle floors were so strong, then he could not defeat the boss of the top floor yet. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Woo Jin, who was waiting for the guy to leave the room. And as soon as Sung Jin did this, the man immediately asked him a question in which he wanted to know whether he was the one who defeated the monsters of the double lair. Without waiting for an answer, the man also added that thanks to the guy, he was able to understand that he had been mistaken earlier. Sung Jin smiled and said that he was glad to meet the man again. Woo Jin added that the main task of the supervision department is to work with people, not with monsters. In other words, they must identify and punish hunters who break the law. Sung Jin told him directly that if possible, he would like to stay away from the surveillance department. But Woo Jin continued to assure him that their existence was the only thing holding the hunters back. In any case, he is here to tell the guy that someone wants to meet him. And this man is the chairman of the Hunters Association, Go Gun-hee, who is already expecting a guy. A man came out from a dark corridor, who immediately extended his hand to the guy and introduced himself as Go Gun-hee. But Sung Jin was more struck by the aura around his body. Sung Jin knew very well that despite the fact that this man is already over 80, he still has a strong physique, like that of retired wrestlers. Not to mention the fact that he is S-rank, he also has a very strong body. The man first decided to congratulate the guy on receiving the S-rank title, but Sung Jin believed that these congratulations were premature, because he still needed to undergo a re-evaluation. But Guo Hong believed that the re-evaluation was actually pointless. And the whole point was that a more accurate detector should help him segment the results, and it is not a tool for measuring out of range. Also, he believed that even if they could measure outside the current range, they still wouldn't be able to distinguish S-rank from SS or SSS ranks. Then Sung Jin did not understand why to carry out the re-evaluation procedure. Guo Hong believed that she was needed only to buy them time. What he meant was that their organization thus gained time to meet S-rank hunters before the guys from other guilds did. The old man also added that, as he already knows, in the Hunters Association, there are not many talented people like Chief Woo Jin who wanted to join the association, while the top guilds can guarantee hunters great fame and corresponding salaries. Guo Hong believed that there are people who can name all the main members of the raid teams of the top guilds, but not many may not know Chief Woo Jin. which is why they created a small loophole and organized meetings with talented hunters. In any case, the old man decided not to delay for long and immediately get down to business, and he began with the fact that since they are not a large corporation, they cannot promise him a lot of money, but he immediately assured him that they can help them and others' ways. Sung Jin didn't quite understand what the man was talking about, so he obviously decided to ask him again. What did he mean? The man began to talk about how this country is currently governed not by the government, but by hunters who protect citizens from monsters, and they at one time are subordinate to the Hunters Association. And the man right now invites the guy to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Sung Jin did not fully understand whether this man was talking about power or not. In any case, he thought that it would not be out of place if he asked the old man why he was offering him this. Instead of answering this question, Guo Hong asked his own, in which he wanted to know if Sung Jin knew about the 5 best guilds. The old man assured him that the balance of this country was currently maintained by these 5 pillars, and if he joined any of these guilds, the balance would collapse, and the country would plunge into chaos. So he believed that ordinary government power was not enough to keep the hunters in line, and that is precisely what the Hunters Association is for. Sung Jin at that moment was thinking that monsters are not the only monsters. Hunters fight monsters. They are also monsters. This was the paradox in the guy's head, and the old man at that time wanted to hear the final answer from the guy. He understood that this was actually a good offer for him, because anyone who supports Chairman Go Hong Hee and follows his path will be doomed to success. National Assembly, government, association, and media. It would be difficult to find an area where Guo Hong Hui would not have influence. Go Hong Hee is amazing, just as Sung Jin always thought, and his skills too. Despite the fact that Sung Jin has been raising his level all this time, their skills are actually almost equal. And such an opportunity obviously does not lie on the road, because the Hunters Association is the only organization that differs from the top 5 guilds. It is the only one that is so necessary in this country. But still, the guy was forced to refuse him, and the first thing the man thought was that it was all about money. But Sung Jin was not finished yet and added that his main goal is to fight. The man clearly did not expect such an answer, and therefore asked the guy again whether he really wanted to continue fighting monsters. Sung Jin was confident in his decision, because the dungeons managed by the association are E or D ranked, and other guilds are not interested in them. And thus, if he joins the association, he simply will no longer be able to increase his level. And if he worked alone, he could continue to grow until he stopped, and that's why he believed that his place was in the dungeon. The old man, looking into Sung Jin's eyes, realized that the guy was telling the absolute truth, and he really wanted this. At that moment, the old man couldn't even remember how long ago he had felt like this for the last time. Just think, his heart can still pound so much from simple words. And he was so offended, if he were at least 20 or at least 10 years younger, then everything would be completely different. In any case, Sung Jin decided to end the dialogue with this and told the old man that he needed to go home, because his younger sister was waiting for him there. The old man did not detain the guy and thanked him for taking the time to give him. And before leaving, Sung Jin told Chief Wu Jin that his intuition had not let him down. The guy told him that he was not the one who took care of the monsters in the double dungeon, and this information shocked Wu Jin because he did not understand at all who was the one who destroyed those monsters. Sung Jin left, and the old man began to talk about how, when healers and healing magic began to appear, he thought that he could regain his youth and say goodbye to this debilitating old body, but he was wrong. Even advanced healing magic could not bring back his youthful years. He also did not forget to add that each of the 5 best guilds increases their strength at this very moment. And at this very moment, their combat capability is already equal to the military power of the entire country. The moment the association loses its influence, they will become an uncontrollable weapon. Wu Jin, in response to this, told him that the person running the association is him, with which the old man could not but agree. But he also wanted to add that he always believed that the association needed him so that it could exist and prosper for a long time. But unfortunately, he was useless, and now his thoughts were that all hunters should stay in the dungeons. The old man was so upset that he even asked Wu Jin to cancel his meeting with the ministers, because he did not want to spoil his mood by meeting with these eccentrics. He suggested that it would be better to have a little drink. Wu Jin didn't mind, but he thought that he didn't understand alcohol very well. But from the expression on the old man's face, it was clear that there was nothing wrong with it. While Huang Dong-su was in the hospital, he constantly had nightmares in which he was beaten by Sun Il, so he could not sleep properly. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by visitors. whom the man really didn't want to see now, because it seemed to him that he was a loser, and if they needed to say something urgent, he asked them not to delay and speak quickly and leave. This visitor was the deputy director, who came to the ward to ask the man personally. "This man named Sung-il, is he really a monster?" Hwang Dong-soo understood perfectly well that the deputy director was clearly hinting to him that he had simply attacked an ordinary civilian. Instead of answering this question, the deputy director showed him a video that was filmed on that very day. This video clearly showed how this monster, as Hwang says, helps people, and therefore it seemed to the man that Sun-il was not really a monster as everyone thought. Hwang didn't want to fully believe this, and decided to ask the deputy a question in response, in which he was interested to know if the director had heard before this incident about someone who appeared from the gate. The man remained silent, and this gave Hwang the opportunity to say once again that he has virtually no doubt that Sun-il is still a monster. The deputy director did not argue with him, and simply asked him to visit the office when he finally recovered, where he would need to fill out several documents. Hwang was now more interested in what happened to his opponent, and according to the deputy director, he disappeared after the fight with Hwang. He also added that the Bureau was pursuing him, but it seemed to the man that they would not be able to catch someone who beat up their best hunter. For Hwang Dong-soo, it was an incredibly humiliating defeat. Every time he remembered the words of that monster, who told him that Hwang did not need to go to Korea, and it was not because of his son, it was for his own good, because even after his death, he won't be able to close his eyes. These words infuriated the man, because before that, no one had dared to threaten him. But now he knows where Sun-il is going, and to catch him, he will need his equipment. So he decided to call the guild. Then he will definitely not have problems with the artifacts, and when he is completely healed, he will do everything to destroy Sun-il once and for all, forever. A hunter auction is an online or offline market designed for the purchase and sale of equipment or materials obtained from a raid. There are about 10,000 hunters in total in the country, and the auction is an easily accessible place to trade their equipment. For hunters, equipment is a necessary support on their life path, so the better the equipment, the more security the hunter feels. E or D rank hunters with their low income do not have the opportunity to buy good equipment for themselves, but everything changes when they join a stable group. But even then, since the equipment used by hunters is imbued with magic, even a sword used by a D rank hunter is valued at millions of won. Of course, the equipment used by high-ranking hunters sells for hundreds of millions of won. The price of excellent equipment skyrockets to the point that it becomes impossible to buy it, even with all his money. So Sung Jin knew that his current savings would not be enough. Not only were fire attribute attacks becoming more and more frequent in the demon castle, but everything around was burning with furious flames, so he knew that he needed fireproof equipment. It seemed to him that in this case, he had no choice but to sell the ball of greed to buy the artifacts he needs. Sung Jin understood that since this ball is not from some other world, there is no particular need to sell it on the black market. But there is another problem. He will need to explain how he got this ball, because he is an E-rank hunter, and if he brings an unimaginable artifact, then everyone around will clearly have questions. The guy understood that there would be nothing suspicious if he had an A-rank gate on his hunter record. But the problem was that no high-rank raid team would allow an E-rank hunter like him to join. But apparently he was wrong, because after searching a little on the internet, he came across a team with vacant positions. Old man Gong-hoon was brought the requested file on Sun Jin, in which he was surprised first of all by the guy's appearance, because in the file, he looked like a boy. Wu Jin assured the gentleman that these were records from the last 4 years, which he spent as the weakest hunter even among E-ranked ones. But despite the fact that he went to the dungeons for so long and was injured, the man assumed that Sun Jin had been a false rank for a long time. But Wu Jin said that judging by the testimony of his colleagues, the guy had always been a weakling. In addition, Wu Jin believed that if the guy had already been reincarnated then the raid participants from the double dungeon incident would not have been destroyed. The old man was most amazed by the fact that despite being frequently wounded, this guy still did not retreat. Wu Jin believed that the guy simply could not give up because of his mother's medical bills. This was so commendable, because the guy was single-handedly taking care of his little sister and sick mother alone in place of his missing father, when suddenly Wu Jin was forced to interrupt Mr. Chairman to say that a message had arrived that Hunter Sung Jin had joined the raid team. And what's most interesting is that this team was from the Hunters Guild. At that moment, the old man thought that perhaps the guy was just talking beautifully, but in fact he was seduced by the payment in the contract of this guild. But his thoughts were again interrupted by Wu Jin, who wanted to say that according to a confirmed source, Hunter Sung Jin joined the mining team, not the attacking team, which surprised the man, in fact. After all, it was really strange. An S-ranked hunter works as a resource miner. This guy was clearly difficult to understand. The leader of this mining squad would like to know what experience the guy has in this area, but Sung Jin immediately told him that in fact it was his first time going into the dungeon as a miner. But it was worth noting that he was a physical type of hunter, which would make the work a little easier miners. The man immediately told the guy that in fact there are not many people like him here, and all he needs to do is not to be nervous and work hard. Then everything will be fine. Because high-ranked dungeons are huge, the attacking team cannot handle all the work, which is why they divide the work accordingly. The attacking team. Their main concern is monsters. The miner team extracts ore in the dungeon, and the collection team collects the corpses of monsters. The miner teams and the collection team enter the dungeon when all the monsters except the boss have already been defeated. Sung Jin noticed that this gate was a rank, and the boss there was most likely quite strong. Moreover, he had always wanted to see a high-ranked dungeon with his own eyes. And he was very glad that he came here, since he would also have to enter such a gate in the near future. Quite a lot of time had passed, and the leader of the attacking team understood that since people had their own plans, they could ruin them if they stayed here for a while longer. But looking at the monsters that met them, it became clear to him that he would have to use one technique. The man himself, of course, is not a big fan of too bright light, but apparently he simply has no other choice. He used fire magic, which literally destroyed all the monsters that stood in front of him, after which he ordered the tanks to take their positions and prepare for battle. After all, after such a blow, a storm will clearly begin, which they will be obliged to stop. The tanks immediately put up their shields, which created one single shield of protection with which they could weather this storm. The leader of the squad, looking at such a wave, could only say that he held back the power, since they would not be able to collect the corpses if they were fried too well, of course. He was not sure how deep the dungeon was, but all the nearby monsters must be burned to the ground. The other hunters at that moment thought that every time they met, this guy made too much of an impression. The head of the miners was already starting to get angry because the attacking team was in the dungeon for too long. But the man from Brew tried to calm him down because this is all for their own safety. So he asked the man to wait a little longer until they took care of all the monsters. But this is the third time the miner leader has heard these words. The man from the association understood him, but he also really didn't want the monster to appear in the middle of their work. So he suggested waiting a little, and after work also offered to have a glass. The man already understood everything, so he asked this guy in a suit to leave him at rest. When suddenly their dialogue was finally interrupted by shouts that the attacking team was returning, and they needed to get ready to enter. Sung Jin also thought that the guys from the attacking team had been there for too long. Were the monsters there really that strong? But on the other hand, he understood that this team is the strongest attacking team in the whole country. But what attracted the most attention was a girl named Cha Hee, who was the vice head of the Hunters Guild. And what is most interesting is that she was one of those guys who had an S rank. At that moment, Sung Jin thought about how many women in the world there are with such strength, because she is at least on par with Choi Jong-in, and maybe even stronger. While Cha Hee was walking past the miners, she suddenly felt an aura that was too strong, and she didn't quite understand who it was coming from, because there were only miners there. She understood that perhaps she just imagined it. She even thought for a moment that Chairman Go Gun Hee was here, but the aura suddenly disappeared somewhere without a trace. After which she thought that the old man was such a busy man, he would never visit such a place, so she should forget and think about such a thing. Sung Jin immediately saw how the girl felt his energy, so he immediately hid it. Now the guy will know that she is much more observant than it might have shown at first glance. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the head of the miners, who notified the guy that they needed to move. From the inside, the A-rank gate turned out to be simply huge. The rank of the gate is determined not by the level of monsters, but by the assessment of the waves of magical energy. And if the waves of magical energy are rated high, then the size of the dungeon should be appropriate. However, if the dungeon is filled with hordes of weak monsters, then the gate will not be able to release the wave magical energy. This can only happen in the B-rank gate, but the A-rank gate is filled with powerful monsters. But at this moment, Sung Jin was not worried at all about this, but about the fact that there is some kind of unusual wind in this dungeon. It must be coming from the boss. While Sung Jin was looking at the dungeon, other miners were saying that the E-rank newcomer and the commander, in their opinion, had already begun to hire just anyone, and they didn't like it. The miners were now not at all confident that they would be able to finish their work on time today because there was an E-rank guy with them. Sung Jin heard everything perfectly well and therefore thought about the fact that E-ranks face discrimination wherever they go. The guy's thoughts were interrupted again, and this time it was one of the miners, who didn't like the fact that the new guy was standing and doing nothing. So for now, he politely asked the guy not to get in the way and start doing something. Sung Jin was tired of all this, so he just raised his head slightly to look at this big guy. From just one glance, this big guy realized that it was better not to talk to the guy like that. Otherwise, he was unlikely to leave this dungeon. After Sung Jin left, the man was no longer at all sure that the guy was an E rank. While the miners were collecting crystals, the collectors were taking out monsters, and they had enough work in this dungeon. The team of collectors entered the dungeon earlier than the miners, and therefore they had already started working in full, and in order to maximize profits, not a single diamond could be missed, so the miners began work immediately. Mana and magic crystals are of course important, but even the corpse of a high-ranking monster is considered profitable. It can be used as materials for various devices, bones, skin, flesh. In the corpse of a high-ranking monster, there is nothing that would go to the trash heap. This is what distinguishes high-ranking dungeons from low-ranking ones. The leader of the group approached Sung Jin and started talking to him about how it seemed to him that the guy was literally shocked because this was his first trip to a rank A dungeon, and Sung Jin confirmed this information. It really seemed to him that the monsters here were much smaller. The man added that they needed to work quickly so that the attacking team could deal with the boss as quickly as possible. Then Sung Jin decided to ask what would happen if the boss left his abode. The leader said that such a probability is too low, but if this happens, then everyone who is here will say goodbye to their lives. But according to the man, no one here is afraid of this, because they have been working in the guild for 3 years, and during these 3 years nothing happened, not a single accident. After these words, Sung Jin thought that sometimes ignorance is bliss. Even if the boss is sleeping, he still releases enough magical energy to make the body tremble in horror. And according to Sung Jin, this boss is about the same level as Vulcan and Metis. He was impressed that Choi Jung-in and Cha Hai could destroy such monsters alone, but he was more pleased with the well-coordinated and organized attack team. Surely it is because of this that no accidents have occurred and they can clear the dungeon safely. This is not just the power of human resources. It is also the skills and knowledge gained through extensive experience. In any case, Sung Jin got to work and began to help mine the crystals, and thanks to his strength, the guy was quite good at doing it. The other miners were surprised that the guy worked so well for his first time. Now they were sure that he was not E rank, because his skills and quality of work were simply abnormal. But the leader assured them that he had checked his documents, and the guy was definitely E rank. He would never hire a hunter without verified documents. It was lunchtime for the miners, and the leader called Sung Jin to go with them. But the guy refused, saying that he had actually already had a snack and would rather continue working. As soon as Sung Jin was left alone, he immediately decided to go to that same boss's room and just look at him, but nothing more. But as soon as the guy entered the room, he immediately realized that the boss was much stronger than all the guys he had ever encountered. And besides, this monster was just a giant. Although in any case, he believed that his strength should be more than enough to destroy this monster. Conscience told the guy that on the one hand, this was wrong, because the gates would begin to close as soon as he destroyed the boss, and the hunters would suffer huge losses. The guy didn't care, until he heard someone's voice behind him who wanted to ask the guy what he was even doing here. The guy continued to be silent, and the girl repeated her question again. Sung Jin realized that apparently his plan had failed, but it was worth noting that it was close enough. He hit his blade and replied that he was here because he got lost, and somehow ended up here. The girl understood that this was possible, but still she was forced to ask him to leave this place, because this is the boss's lair, and it is not safe to be here. Sung Jin, hearing the girl's voice, immediately thought that she was actually an incredibly unusual girl, if only because she managed to approach him from the rear, and he didn't even notice it. She once again asked him to leave immediately, because if he provokes the boss, then many people could die. Sung Jin realized that it would no longer be possible to accomplish what he had in mind, so he asked for forgiveness and began to move towards the exit. The guy carefully walked past the girl, and she immediately felt an incredibly strong energy, which was similar to the one she felt when she just left the dungeon. She immediately stopped the guy and asked him to wait a little, because she had one very important question for him. The girl did not hesitate and approached him to smell the guy, which was incredibly unexpected for him. He was shocked that now she heard nothing again, although she was probably sure that she heard this energy from him. Sung Jin interrupted her thoughts because he had to go, and she apparently had some problems. She came even closer to him and asked if he was really a hunter. But when she looked at his badge, she realized that he was really an E-rank hunter, and maybe it was her imagination. So she asked him for forgiveness and asked him to be more careful next time and watch where he was going. Sung Jin agreed with her, after which he turned around and left. But the girl again thought that this guy even stopped smelling when she approached. Is it really because he is of too low a rank? The leader laughed at Sung Jin that he managed to get lost, but on the other hand, he envied him because the guy managed to talk to the hunter Cha-Hei because few people managed to talk to her. He also added that Huntress Cha went on patrol because she was worried that the boss might leave his lair. She patrols even during a break. She's a very careful girl. After hearing all this, it became clear to Sung Jin why the girl was there. He understood that the mining team was laughing at her because they had never seen the boss or felt his magical power. It goes without saying that the members of the attacking team were worried because they knew how scary the boss was. Another miner at that moment said that the hunter can smell a certain smell from the hunters, and this is apparently quite unpleasant. They say that this is some kind of uniqueness of her physiology. That's why they believed that she was covering her nose with a handkerchief. But all this only convinced the miners that the girl was incredibly strange. And Sung Jin at that moment began to understand a little why the girl then asked if he was a hunter. After they completed the work, Sung Jin was given a reward, and the leader gave him his well-deserved envelope and added that, as for the first time, he did a great job. Other miners also joined in these words, saying that at first they thought that he was a weakling, but their opinion immediately changed as soon as they saw how he extracted crystals. Moreover, it was thanks to him that they were able to finish the job in just 2 hours. Sung Jin was, I am very grateful to them for all these compliments. The head of the miners also noticed that he met a lot of different people while working here. But this is the first time he meets someone like a guy. According to the man, Sung Jin is very talented in mining. Mentally, the guy was very funny to hear such things in reality. But the head didn't finish there and began to say that usually he doesn't offer this to anyone, but today it seems he will have to do it. After which he invited the guy to continue working with them. Sung Jin realized that all this was already crossing all boundaries, so he tried to politely refuse and said that he was very pleased to hear all this. But he had to refuse because he actually already had another job. The man was very sorry to hear this, but he still did not give up and invited the guy to come work at least tomorrow, if of course he didn't mind earning a little extra money. At that moment, Sung Jin thought that he would be re-evaluated in 2 days. But he didn't really see the point of working as a miner, because he already roughly understood how such dungeons were cleared. But then he realized that the man invited him to do it tomorrow, and therefore asked him a question in which it was interesting to know whether the hunters would really go on a raid tomorrow. The man didn't understand why he was so surprised by this, but still answered the guy that tomorrow there will be the same A-rank dungeon, only tomorrow they will change a little, and tomorrow they will be Team B instead of Team A. Sung Jin realized that in this way they were dividing their forces equally to clear the A-rank dungeons. The man added that this is the system of the Hunter Guild, and it is probably the only guild in Korea that is able to divide its forces into 2 teams to clear the dungeon. The guy realized that he simply couldn't miss this, so without much hesitation, he asked where he should come tomorrow. At that moment, Jin Ho didn't understand why the girl didn't like baked brisket so much. Besides, they were in a place that united his memories with his older brother, and in this case he was talking about Sung Jin, but he didn't tell the girl about it. The girl he brought to this place was called Yoo Soo-hyun, and she was Jin Ho's cousin. She tried to find out from him why he brought her here several times already, but the guy never gave her an answer to this question. Finally, he told her that his conversation with his father had gone well. She immediately assumed that this meant that he would finally become the guild master. Jin Ho seemed to be happy about this, but he was shaking all over with fear because he understood that he would need the help of his older brother for this. And the girl still did not understand who he was even talking about and who this older brother was. And as it turned out, the problem was that Sung Jin warned Jin Ho that he would not be able to be contacted for some time, but more than a week had already passed, and it happened that he did not pick up the phone for 3 or 4 days, but a week is already 2. The girl was scared that the guy was acting so creepy. At this moment, local star Lee Min-sung began to be shown on TV, who was giving an interview at that moment, and said that since the filming had not yet ended, he would have to wait to assess his rank. Yu Sun-hyun drew Jin-ho's attention to this, but the guy didn't understand why she was changing the subject when he felt so bad. But still, Jin-ho answered her that this star, who annoyed him, would receive his rank in 2 days. But he did not understand why there was such a fuss around this guy at all. Yu Sun-hyun thought that this was all just window dressing because he had already achieved a rank and was just making a show of it all. She also knew that he was just a pig who fussed because of lack of attention. He was famous for his success in relationships with women. Moreover, the girl talked about how he flirted with her models at work. She did not argue that he was good at such things, and was very insightful even before the assessment. In any case, she was already starting to get angry that he called her here just for such a trifle. So she snatched the phone from his hands in order to call his so-called older brother herself. As soon as she tried to call, the call immediately began to go through, and she already began to think that he was just a fool who did not know how to use a mobile phone. And a few seconds later, Sung-jin actually picked up the phone and heard Jin-ho almost shouting that Sung-jin told him that he would be leaving for a while, but disappeared for a whole week. But the guy had an obvious answer to this question. He was like not strange in the dungeon. In any case, Sung-jin decided not to focus on this and wanted to know how Jin-ho's conversation with his father went. And from that moment, Jin-ho began to say that he wanted to talk to Sung-jin about this, and just to talk. He even invited him to meet, if of course he has time. After a few seconds, they were able to agree with the guy that it would be nice if they met tomorrow evening. And Yu Sun-hyun was glad that this guy's problem was finally solved. Hunter Cha, late at night, suddenly called one person and asked him to find as much information as possible about a man named Sun Jin, who today was on a team of miners when they were clearing out another dungeon. At that moment, the girl was thinking that it was simply impossible to get lost and somehow miraculously end up in the boss's room. So she assumed that he was just a spy from another guild, and this worried her. Her interlocutor on the phone immediately asked whether she meant an E-rank hunter who is associated with the association. The girl was surprised that the man so quickly understood who she was talking about. And as it turned out, she was not the first person to call him with such a request. Master Choi had already asked him for this favor, which shocked the girl. After which he added that he did everything possible to collect as much information as possible, but the association blocked his data, given that he can hardly be called a high-ranking hunter. This is the first time he has seen such a high level of data security. Cha-hae thought about who this guy could be, information about whom even the master of hunters cannot find out, because the association hides information about him. But most of all, she remembered the fact that the guy was completely different, because he was the first hunter she had met and who smelled good. As soon as Sung-jin arrived at the new location, next to which there was a dungeon, for a second it seemed to him that Ju, Mr. Song, and other guys were standing in front of him, who were only waiting for him to enter the dungeon. But a few seconds later, he again saw those miners with whom he went on the raid yesterday. Before entering this dungeon, they wanted to warn him that he should join them for lunch today, and they did not want to hear that he had already eaten. For some time, he forgot about this feeling, when the atmosphere reminds of those warm old days. One hunter from the attacking party approached the miners and asked them for help, because they had a problem. Their porter was sick and they would like to hire one of the miners. But the guys didn't really want to do such things, and besides, they believed that there were strong guys in the collection team. They could easily carry heavy loads. The head of the collection team immediately intervened in these conversations and began to talk about how his people would have to work non-stop for 3 hours while skipping dinner in order to finish everything on time. And now they want one of them to become a porter. It obviously didn't suit him, especially since he already doesn't have enough people in his squad. The man understood that yesterday they finished 2 hours earlier, only thanks to Mr. Sung-jin, so he definitely didn't want to send him away. The hunter once again asked at least someone to become a porter, and also this time added that after the raid, they would compensate for all risks and would not offend them with a fee. But all the miners and collectors were not eager to go there, even if they paid a lot of money for it, because first of all, they did not want to risk their lives. The leader of the miners turned to the hunter and said that they would hesitate even if it was a B-rank dungeon, because being a porter in an A-rank dungeon is too risky. It is not a place for low-rank hunters, even if the volunteer will only carry equipment. In addition, he recalled that their team mainly consists of D-rank miners, and they even have a few E-rank hunters, so a small scratch would be enough to destroy one of them. Based on this, he believed that people here would not take risks with your life for money. Leader Song Ki-hoon couldn't believe that no one wanted to go with them. But still, there was one willing person who turned out to be Sung-jin, The guy raised his hand and said that he could go. The other miners did not expect that their newcomer would want to do this, so they immediately thought that he simply did not fully understand what he was agreeing to. They immediately approached him and wanted to know why he wanted to join the hunters. Because there were powerful monsters in this dungeon, and he, as a person with such a bright future, did not need to risk his life so much. But Sung Jin immediately assured them that everything it will be good, and he will have the courage to do it. The guy himself at that moment was thinking that even if he just watched their raid in the front row, it would still be a useful experience for him. Not to mention the fact that this was an A-rank dungeon. But other miners immediately began to tell the leader of the hunters that this man had only started working with them yesterday, and he must have raised his hand without knowing what awaited him. Besides, he was E-rank, and they would try to find someone else. Song Ki-hoon smiled and noted that in fact there is no point in this, and they will take this guy without any problems. After which he came closer to the guy and thanked him for joining them. Sung Jin took all the equipment, and Song Ki-hoon was worried that it would be hard for the guy, but looking at him it seemed like it wasn't hard for him at all. After which they began to enter the dungeon, and Sung Jin could not help but notice that today's gate was quite huge. In response to this, Song Ki-hoo said that apparently the guy was seeing an A-rank gate for the first or second time, so it seems so. The head of the hunters also added that even though these gates are larger, the magical energy flowing out of them is weaker than yesterday's gates. And if it were too dangerous, the team of hunters would not be able to cope with them. If you do not take into account S-rank hunters, then it is simply impossible to notice the difference between the two attacking guild teams. Sung Jin noticed that they had 11 A-ranked hunters and 6 B-ranked hunters, and if it were any other guild, they would not have been able to divide their members into 2 teams. The guy also understood that the magical energy pouring out of the gate was definitely weaker when compared to yesterday's gate, so the assessment of the association did not seem incorrect. But still, there was such an ominous feeling inside him, and he just didn't understand why he felt this way. The feeling was similar when he stood near the red gate, but he did not exclude the fact that he was just nervous. Although he still had the understanding that he was not even a member of the attacking team, so he just needed to relax and not worry about anything. And as soon as they entered the dungeon, a girl approached him and immediately told the guy that he really shouldn't be nervous at all, because the leader and all the other hunters here are outstanding hunters. Sung Jin knew that this girl held the position of an A-rank healer. Miss Ju was a B-rank healer, and if not for her injury, she would actually fit in perfectly with such an attack group. The girl continued to reassure the guy that their team would take care of everything, so as long as he remained in the ranks, he remained safe from any attacks from monsters. She also decided to add that if the magician was hit, then the tanks were responsible. If the healer got hit, then the team is responsible. And if the porter is, then the guild is responsible. So she once again repeated that the guy would definitely not be the target of the monster until the team fell. The leader of today's raid was thinking at this moment that he was assigned to lead the attack team of the Hunter Guild for the first time. But if today's raid was successful, he would be officially appointed as the leader of Team B. He considered himself one of the best A-rank hunters, so was confident that he could do this. Before the raid leader had time to say a word, all the tanks of this squad lined up for protection. And when Sung Jin saw this, he realized that this was the real professionalism of the A-rank team. Song Ki did not fully understand what was attacking them, but he clearly heard a frightening sound from the depths of the dungeon. But after a few seconds it became clear that these were in fact underground jackals. The squad's tanks have already entered into battle with them, and so far they have managed to hold a strong blow. But the number of monsters increased exponentially, and the head had to make a decision to destroy these guys immediately. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he ordered the magicians to strike with fire, so he wanted to destroy several dozen opponents at once. And in fact, this idea worked perfectly. The blow that the magicians delivered worked just fine. Although everything was going well, Song Ki still didn't understand what the underground jackals were doing in the A-rank dungeon. Sung Jin was a little confused as to why the leader was so surprised. These creatures rarely appear in A-rank dungeons. The healer answered the guy that in fact they are not uncommon in dungeons, but they appear more in C-rank dungeons. Since they are very weak and low in the food chain, they usually become prey because they are not able to maintain their numbers, since they are eaten by stronger monsters. According to the healer, the underground jackals should not be able to hunt here, even if they gather in a pack. Due to the fact that they cannot defeat their prey, weak monsters are not able to survive. But Sung Jin noticed another, more interesting detail. namely that these jackals have a collar, and this may mean that someone simply bred them in this dungeon. Song Ki believed that someone left them alive for the purpose of using them as hunting dogs. Sung Jin could not believe that there was such an intelligent monster that could pull off such a thing. In any case, he understood that intelligent monsters are difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange anxiety, and perhaps this meant that a real enemy was finally approaching them. And apparently the guy was absolutely right, because as soon as he thought about it, a monster came out from the sight of which even the leader of the group trembled. It was a giant orc that somewhat resembled a man, but with a very ugly face. The guys immediately realized that high orcs had come out in front of them, and it would be extremely difficult to defeat them if they managed to do it at all. But that was not all, because the first orc was followed by his friends, who were even larger, and in all likelihood, more dangerous. One of these monsters did not wait and already attacked with his spear. The leader of the group came to the aid of his shield, which he used at the last moment to block this blow. The power of these monsters was prohibitively huge for him. Even his shield could barely withstand such a blow. The guy had never seen anything like this before, so he didn't know what to do with these guys. The same could not be said about these orcs, who were already preparing to attack the guy and his team with all their might. Moreover, these monsters were many times smarter than all those they had met before. Such a conclusion could be made, if only because they first began to attack the magicians who stood behind. All the hunters were not going to just give up, and they were 100% sure that they could win. One of the magicians dealt a good blow to one of the orcs, and was thus able to stop him. But apparently he didn't do it for long, because he immediately got up and started running towards the magician again. The magician realized that apparently these guys had too much resistance to magic, and it was clearly not possible to break through them just like that. This big guy was stopped at the last moment by another magician, who threw magic chains on him that helped restrain him. The woman squeezed almost everything out of herself just to restrain this big guy, because in reality, it was not so easy to do. She immediately told them that she would not be able to hold out for long, but the other magician believed that he would not need much time, because he would only need one spell. This mage was able to summon a creature that was made of fire, and its strength was estimated to be that of an A-rank hunter. But the problem was that he couldn't use anything anymore after he used summoning magic. This is his ace in the hole, and if it doesn't work, then they will have serious problems, because his mana has run out at this stage. The tanks were destroyed one after another, and the healers did not have time to heal all the hunters, so they asked the hunters to do something with these monsters. Otherwise, they would all remain here. But it was much more difficult to do than to say, because the abilities of all the hunters simply did not work, and the orcs were gradually destroying them. Song Ki realized that there were much more orcs than them, and so he began to shout to the guys that they could not surround them, and for this, he ordered them to group and gather in teams of 3. He understood that perhaps this was an A-rank gate, but they clearly did not expect to meet 20 high orcs. This did not happen when they measured magical energy. Things were getting worse and worse for them every second. High orcs are not ordinary orcs. They are one of the strongest creatures among all possible monsters. Each of them can resist an A-rank hunter, and here there is a whole group of them. Song Ki understood that there were at least 22 high orcs here, which means that there were 5 more orcs than the guys, and, unfortunately, they were not only in the numerical minority, but also the B-rank members of the group would not be able to cope with such opponents. On the one hand, their A-rank hunters are stronger than these high orcs, but on the other hand, if the B-rank hunters are destroyed, then everyone will have big problems. Apparently, they simply have no choice, and they cannot avoid victims. After all these thoughts, the man lost his hand, which was successfully chopped off by one of the orcs. The magicians tried to do everything to somehow stop these guys, but for this, they used too much effort. The healers also did their best and tried to heal all the hunters who were seriously injured, but their strength was too small to do it so quickly. One of the orcs realized that it would be a good idea to first destroy the healers who were doing too much useful work, so he immediately attacked. The girl closed her eyes and prepared for the fact that she would never see the white light again. But at the last moment, the orc stopped for unknown reasons and did everything to remove what was strangling him, although it seemed like there was nothing there. The girl looked at all this carefully and did not fully understand what was happening here. At some point, Song Ki noticed that the fight had become several times easier, as if each of the hunters had gained a second wind, and the orcs began to crumble one after another. Sung Jin acted in invisibility, because he did not want the guys to know about his strength. In this state, he was going to weaken the orcs as much as possible. Some of these red creatures noticed him, but still did not fully understand where to look for this scoundrel. But it was really simple. Sung Jin was right in front of them and was attacking unnoticed, but he was doing it quite effectively because he didn't want these guys to cause problems later. The hunters continued to destroy the orcs one by one with the thought that they were doing it on their own, while Sung Jin hid behind the cloak of invisibility. Sung Jin at that moment was thinking that all the hunters here, including Song Ki, are the elite of hunters and are considered the best in the country. And it's not that the guy didn't trust them, but still he wanted them to understand that the high orcs are not those kind of monsters that are easy to defeat. And the way the healer girl almost died is a very clear proof of this. And Sun Jin simply cannot sit and watch how these great hunters die. At one point in such a hidden battle, the system notified the guy that he was able to increase his level. Sung Jin did not know that he could gain experience when he was just a support. He even thought that perhaps he would increase his level even more if I would destroy them all myself. But since the hunters had paid a huge amount of money for permission to clear this dungeon, he shouldn't interfere too much. So he decided that this was the best he could do to help at the moment. After a while, they were able to defeat all the orcs and tried to heal all the wounded so that no one died. They still could not believe that they were able to cope with a gang of high orcs. Others thought that they were actually very lucky that none of them were hurt. But still, there were those who looked at Sun Jin not just as a porter. One of the magicians had the ability to reveal invisibility, and she saw how Sun Jin helped the guys. At this moment, one of the healers approached the leader of the group to tell him that when they fought with the high orcs, one of them was hanging in the air and was literally torn to pieces. Song Ki understood that she wanted to say that someone was secretly using magic. He immediately assumed that perhaps it was Gina, but she assured him that in fact, with his skill set, such a thing was impossible. She also added that she could barely stop them with the help of telekinesis. Moreover, she immediately assured the leader that they did not have anyone who could use the cursed magic, because their team was focused on combat power, so they did not have any destroyers. Another hunter intervened in this dialogue and added that Gina was absolutely right. She also believed that it could only be someone else. The girl understood that most likely this guy must have a reason why he was hiding his strength, so she thought about simply turning a blind eye to it. Song Ki completely agreed with them. He also thought that the high orcs behaved quite strangely in the second half of the battle, strange enough that they were able to destroy them without any problems. In any case, now they were interested in another question, so they directly decided to ask the leader whether they would continue on their way. Some guys immediately said that it was too dangerous because they had just entered the dungeon, but had already stumbled upon a gang of high orcs, and what happened next could actually be much more dangerous. The other guys said that now that they know that high orcs can meet here, it will be too dangerous to continue without at least a head, or at least a deputy head. Therefore, they suggested taking a break first, because in order for them to continue, they would need at least 2 more healers and 3 magicians capable of using powerful attacks. The guys understood that Song Ki was managing the team for the first time, and now he was disappointed. But still, they suggested ending it there. But in his head, there was still the thought that if he could succeed today, he would be officially appointed as the leader of this attacking team. All these thoughts made him think that perhaps another such chance might not come. Sung Jin understood that it was clearly not easy for the leader now. Anyone in his place could be tempted by the opportunity to continue and clear the dungeon. But if he is a sane leader, then he will make the right decision, which will save the lives of other guys. And the leader's decision was to first arrange a halt right here. Most of the guys immediately felt better because, frankly, they had already thought that Sun was going to continue. But Song Ki turned out to be not so stupid, and there was still a brain in his head that allowed him to do the right thing. After a halt, they continued on their way out, but not even 10 minutes had passed before Song Ki stopped his squad again. The fact was that they approached some kind of barrier, which was clearly created using a high-level spell. The guys didn't understand why the path suddenly became blocked, because on the way here, everything seemed to be fine. But the magician girl said that if they give her a little time, she can try to get rid of this barrier, and they can continue on their way. At that moment, she was thinking that it didn't matter that there was a barrier here. What was more important was that somewhere in the dungeon there was something that could use similar spells to create these barriers, and she also believed that they did the right thing, because their team with its current strength will not be able to clear this dungeon. But at some point, an incomprehensible earthquake began, and someone penetrated the consciousness of each of the hunters. They immediately realized that this was the boss of this dungeon. So the girl screamed that they urgently needed to hurry up and break this barrier. It was incredibly difficult to do this, because the magical waves are so powerful that they were felt even by hunters who were unable to sense magical energy. Sung Jin did not understand only one thing, why they could not feel such a powerful energy outside the gate, but his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who literally began to burst from the inside because of this pressure. And not only she had problems, the whole squad had problems with this pressure, and no one could do anything about it. It was clear that this barrier affected them in this way, but the problem was that other hunters did not even imagine how they could help their magicians. They had just fought against a gang of 20 high orcs and barely managed to win. But now this barrier has made it so that there are more than 100 of them, and it is literally impossible to escape from them. Song-ki understood perfectly well that it was necessary to immediately stop the process that the magicians were busy with, otherwise they would simply be killed here. At this moment, his only regret was that Master Choi Jin-in or his deputy huntress Cha-hei were not here. They would clearly be able to come up with something. But at some point his thoughts were interrupted when he heard an orc trying to speak humanly, and he wanted to say that his name was Karlangan and he wanted to meet with them. They understood that this orc was just a puppet through which someone else was speaking, but watching the orc speak humanly was still very strange. They tried to tell Song-ku that when monsters try to talk to them, they should never believe it because it will probably end up being a trap. Song-ku did not listen to them and tried to find out about Kargalgan, or was he the one who set up the barrier? The orc answered this question and said that he did just that, because he is a great magician and they just won't be able to pass this barrier. If only because his magic cannot be dissipated, at least while he is alive. The next question Song-ku wanted to know was whether there was someone more powerful than him in this dungeon. Karlangan made him understand that no one here would dare go against the great ogre. In any case, he is only here to give them a choice, die here at the hands of his soldiers or follow him. Song-ku understood that these monsters were many times more numerous, so he did not think for a long time and immediately said that they would follow them. The ogre calmed down a little and began to speak more calmly, after which he asked them to follow him. Sung Jin understood perfectly well that in the boss's lair besides himself, there would probably be even more high orcs, and the chances of survival there were even lower. But Song-ku still wants to negotiate with the boss, and apparently he does this in order to return his people safe and unharmed. Song-ku at that moment realized that in fact he simply had no other choice, so he decided that he would do everything possible to save his group. When suddenly he turned to Sung Jin to tell the guy that when they get to the lair, they're going to suddenly attack the boss. And in order for nothing to happen in the end, he will not be able to maintain his barrier, and Sung Jin must take advantage of this in order to escape and call for reinforcements. Sung Jin, in response to this, immediately noticed that by the time help gets here, there won't be a wet spot left of them. Song-ku believed that their main goal is to close the gate at any cost, even if the price is too high, which is why people pay them a lot of money. After which a healer approached Sung Jin, who wanted to ask the guy for a favor, and handed him a notebook. She asked me to give this to her family if he could get out. They were all going to go to the end, but they all believed that this was not the guy's battle, so they really hope that he will be able to leave here alive. Sung Jin answered her that he would keep it at home for now, but immediately added that it seemed to him that he would not have to transfer anything. Huntress Cha came to the new dungeon to talk with Sung Jin, but she never found him. The girl realized that apparently the guy had refused to work as a miner, which was quite strange. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the leader of the miners, who approached her and would like to know what she was doing here, because as far as he remembers, today is her day off. Instead of answering these questions, the girl asked the man what happened to Sung Jin, and where is he anyway? The answer shocked her. The man told the girl that the guy had gone underground as a porter. For her, this act was so stupid because he is an E-rank hunter, who himself volunteered to go to the A-rank dungeon. After all, people have one life. What was this guy even thinking? She began to remember yesterday, and for some reason it seemed to her that yesterday in the boss's lair, Sung Jin was still holding a weapon in his hand. She simply could not be mistaken. In any case, she decided that she needed to enter the dungeon. She just asked the leader of the miners not to inform the guild and not to worry about anything. This is her personal matter. But then she remembered that she had forgotten all her weapons at home, although she did not think that on her day off she would have to go into the dungeon. Therefore, she decided to ask the miners for some kind of weapon, and the man immediately asked the guys to bring her at least some equipment. But all that the miners could give the girl was obviously a pickaxe, which the girl did not quite know how to work with. She tried, of course, to ask them for something else, something like a sword or a spear, but from the expression on the man's face, she realized that it was a stupid request. Cha decided that it would be better for her to go in what she came in and gave her pick back. The man was a little embarrassed by the fact that Huntress Cha was trying to enter the dungeon without equipment. She nevertheless turned around after these words and approached the man again, after which she took the pickaxe from him, because she realized that it would really be very difficult for her to be empty-handed. The attacking team, meanwhile, followed the head of the orcs, and at one point they entered a huge hall where there was a whole army of these orcs. Each of them was ready to destroy people, and in the center of this entire crowd, apparently the boss of these creatures sat on the throne. It was an orc who also knew how to speak humanly, but all he said was welcome to their wonderful world. Now Sun Ku understood that they needed to close these gates at any cost. Otherwise there would be a disaster if all these high orcs got out of the gate. They would definitely have time to destroy a small city before the hunters got there and solved this problem. The hunter understood that in order to defeat the boss, he would first have to destroy his bodyguards, who also looked quite terrifying. It seemed to him that it would be quite difficult for them to slip past these guys and destroy the sorcerer with just one attack. The entire attacking group was ready, and they were only waiting for the leader's signal. But at some point, a hurricane began, which made the hunters tremble with fear. It was created by Carligan, who in this way tried to scare everyone around. The guys simply didn't understand how this creature could have so much magical energy. How could they even defeat it? The magicians understood that this monster was on a completely different level compared to him. Magicians like the guys from the attacking group were just trash. Through fear, Song Ku nevertheless decided to ask the boss why he brought them here, because it was quite obvious that his warriors would be enough to destroy them. In response to this, the ogre laughed and said that he was doing all this for fun. Then he added that they would destroy the guys here one by one to have a little fun. However, after he finished laughing, he suddenly said that there was also something else quite unusual among them. Song Ku couldn't believe that this monster was treating them like normal entertainment, instead of considering them as enemies. The guy understood that for this ogre, their lives were just like toys that he could play with or throw away whenever he wanted. So he made up his mind and shouted to his guys that the moment had come. He broke loose and began to run toward the boss, but his entire group remained rooted to the spot. Their fear took over their body, and they literally could not move because of it. Song Ku realized that he simply had no other choice and could not stop. So without hesitation, he continued his attack for a long time. But he still couldn't deliver a normal attack, because this monster used a magical shield in front of him, which allowed him to block Song Ku's attack. Next, on Song Ku, the monster used gravity magic and lifted the guy to a great height. Well, after he mocked him a little in the air, the giant dropped him from this height. Then he repeated this trick several more times. There was deathly silence in this hall, and it was too much like Song Ku's bones crunching every time the monster throws him from this enormous height. At some point, Sun Jin got tired of watching this and was able to catch the guy in the air and carry him. Sung Kun's appearance spoke for itself, so Sung Jin tried to ask him one favor. He understood that this dungeon was the property of the Hunters Guild, and he should not interfere. But the guy understood that the leader and his team would simply be ground into powder here. Therefore, Sung Jin would only like to get permission from Song Kun to destroy all these monsters. One of the ogres did not wait, and immediately went to attack the impudent man who dared to save Sung Kun. But he did not expect that the guy was so strong, and that he could lift him to a height with such ease. Sung Jin did not play with him and simply threw him from the same height from which his leader had just been thrown. After which Sung Jin asked Song Kun again if he could destroy all these monsters. The leader realized that the guy was not joking, and through the pain he asked Sun Jin for help. The boss of this dungeon couldn't help but notice that Sun Jin had incredible strength for an ordinary person. But he was still curious to know how long he could hold out against all the ogres. In response to this, Sung Jin could only say that he had never felt such powerful energy before. The monster considered that this was not even a compliment, but a fact, so he replied that it was not really necessary to voice it. In any case, Sung Jin thought that no matter what, it was simply terrible that everything coincided like that. Of course, he meant that everything coincided terribly specifically for the monster. After which Sun Jin, without any doubt, halted all his shadows, with the help of which he was going to destroy all these orcs and thereby clear the dungeon. The guys from the supervision came to this dungeon and thereby scared the rest of the hunters and miners, who did not understand what had happened, that such people suddenly came here. Wu Jin knew perfectly well what Sun Jin was doing here, and he sincerely did not understand what Sun Jin was thinking when he volunteered to work as a miner in such a place. And besides, he did it not for one day, but for two. In addition, he realized that Sung Jin had received S rank, and now he would attract the attention of not only the association. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the leader of the miners, who approached Wu Jin in order to ask the man what the people from the association had forgotten here. He answered the man that they heard that the hunter Sung Jin-woo works here as a miner, and they would like to know where he is now. The man did not have time to answer this question when suddenly another miner intervened in their dialogue, who began to say that Sun Jin would probably have become a destroyer if he had not been a hunter, because when this little guy just looked at him, he felt how his eyes devour a man. He also did not forget to add that he even shudders every time he remembers this. Wu Jin was not interested in listening, and so he once again asked the man where Sun Jin was now. The leader of the miners finally told him that Sung Jin became a porter for the attacking team because no one wanted to go into the dungeon, so Mr. Sung Jin volunteered. Mentally, Wu Jin only confirmed his suspicions that this guy is an incredibly strange guy. In any case, the man was interested to know what had happened, that everyone was looking for this guy, because recently Miss Cha-hei was also looking for him, and then entered the gate. Wu Jin clearly did not expect to hear this kind of information. The same guy who only spoke badly about Sung Jin again intervened in the dialogue, shouting that apparently Sung Jin simply broke the law and now everyone is looking for him, and he decided to hide in the dungeon. Wu Jin did not tell this abnormal person anything and simply said that tomorrow they would find out everything from the news. And as soon as Wu Jin took a step towards the dungeon, he immediately felt a very heavy energy, which seemed to be tearing him into small pieces. He immediately panicked because for a moment it seemed to him that his body was torn into pieces, and so he began to scream. They immediately measured the level of this dungeon, and the numbers on the device went off scale. Wu Jin immediately realized that this gate was too dangerous even for A rank, and there were clearly more than ordinary monsters inside. He immediately realized that if the guild relied on information from the association when planning this raid, then the team in the dungeon would be in big trouble. But on the other hand, he understood that there were 2 S ranks in the dungeon and perhaps such serious problems should not arise. When Chahi finally approached the boss's lair, she saw many bodies of orcs whose story ended there. Then she felt an incredibly strong energy and realized that if this was the boss's energy, then Songku's team would most likely be finished. The boss, meanwhile, was absolutely calm, and it seemed to him that Sun Jin was just a fool who decided to fight his warriors with some kind of shadows. The guy, in response to this, immediately told him that if Orc looked down on them, then for him it would all end quite badly, so Sung Jin did not recommend that he do this. But the number of orcs was indeed many times greater than the number of Sun Jin's warriors. But the guy didn't even worry, because he was 100% confident of his victory. Therefore, he used the ruler's mastery skill, in which case the shadow soldiers receive a 50% increase in characteristics. This was his new skill of his specialization, which he received upon reaching the 70th level during the passage of the demon castle. Now his shadow soldiers are stronger than ever. The guys from the attacking team still couldn't believe what they were seeing, how this was even possible, because they could only summon a maximum of 2 creatures at a time, and that was incredibly difficult for them. But here, a guy of rank E was able to summon an entire army. The magician girl drew attention to the energy that Sun Jin was extracting. She did not understand how a person could extract such strong and ominous energy. In any case, the boss did not understand what they were waiting for and immediately ordered them to immediately destroy Sung Jin and his army. Iron immediately used the provoking cry skill and went into battle. At that moment, he did not care at all about the number of ogres that were attacking him. He began to destroy one ogre after another. He had indeed become much stronger since the last time they fought. He was not the only one who started the fight. Igris also joined in and easily destroyed a dozen ogres at a time. Sun Jin at that moment was going to make his way through this crowd to the boss, and along the way he destroyed all the ogres who dared to attack him. The guys from the attacking group had never seen such a huge force, except once when Deputy Chief Cha-hei entered the battle. In any case, what worried them most was the question in which they wanted to know why this guy with such abilities went to work as a porter. Sung Jin at this moment was thinking that with the exception of Igris, Iron, and the tank, all of his shadows are somewhere at the level of B-rank hunters, and therefore they are easily destroyed several times before they destroy one high orc. He understood that these guys outnumbered them by at least 3 times, and he needed to reduce this difference as quickly as possible at any cost. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an explosion that thundered behind him. Sung Jin did not understand what happened because it is unlikely that his shadow soldiers could create such strong magic. Everything turned out to be simpler. This blow was dealt by the dragon's head, which did not understand why the boss was acting so arrogantly with these puppets. But Sung Jin, in response to this, could only say that only he himself was arrogant here. Then he added that as long as Sung Jin has mana, all these soldiers will regenerate. no matter how many hits he deals to them. But the monster didn't care about this, because he believed that even if they regenerated, he would still use mana, which sooner or later would run out anyway, and then his warriors would destroy them all, along with him. Sung Jin did not think so, and therefore decided to prove it right now, and for this he flew into the air and was going to destroy the monster right now. But this monster did not budge, and a huge ice wall was again created as its protection, after which he added that everything the guy does is simply useless, because the longer he spends his time on him, the faster he will lose his soldiers. Sung Jin continued to smile because he understood that in fact, he has a couple of strong guys on his side who are capable of buying the guy some time, and the boss himself doesn't have to worry about the guy's mana because he has plenty of it to continue this fight. Then the monster decided that he would destroy them all at once and began to sing the hymn of blazing fire. At this moment, Sung Jin already perfectly understood that this monster was clearly stronger than the sword Metis or Vulcan, because each of them had their own disadvantages and weaknesses. And this guy is excellent in defense and strong in magic. In addition, he did not forget that behind him there was an unequal battle with hundreds of high orcs, and only now it dawned on him that the situation was different from the time when he completed the quest to change his specialization. But this is just another reason for the guy to use potions to restore his mana. But since he has no desire to fill his stomach with potions, Sung Jin decided that he would have to finish off the monsters faster. He believed that this would be an exciting spectacle, because Sung Jin was actually going to show them the true power of a necromancer now. Sung Jin used quite a lot of his mana to say just one phrase, "Rise up," after which the army of defeated orcs sided with him. After which the guy added that although there are still many orcs left here, in any future they will become his shadows. Well, when he finished with them, Sung Jin promised him that he would take care of him personally. At some point, the boss began to go crazy due to the fact that a voice whispered in his head, which forced him to do everything to destroy people. He understood that they no longer needed reasons, and they must obey the order. So he ordered his orcs to cut all the people into pieces and bring him the bloody corpses. But apparently this will not be so easy, because Sung Jin's warriors were an order of magnitude stronger than the orcs, especially after he tamed all the corpses. Igris and Iron alone could deal with a dozen monsters at a time. Sung Jin could not help but be glad that his generals were stronger, even if he speaks with such confidence. But he still understood perfectly well that his mana was now being consumed much faster, and it was no longer so easy to restore it with the help of a potion. But what's most unpleasant is that if it runs out completely, then all the shadow soldiers will instantly disappear. The guy from the attacking group at one point said that they too couldn't just stand here and watch, so he invited the guys to intervene in this battle and help Sung Jin. But before he could finish speaking, the boss used his magic, which again made the guys feel pain. After which he stood up from behind his throne and said that the audience should not invade the stage until the artist had finished his performance. And he is no longer going to allow Sung Jin to wag his tongue in front of the great Kargalan. But the fact was that Sung Jin did not care at all about all his curses and spells. The guy was too easily able to dispel the curses that Kargalan had placed on him, which was difficult for the monster to believe. Sung Jin is already tired of repeating to the monster that Kargalan is too weak to fight him. And now, according to the plan, Sung Jin wanted to destroy the boss's shield, which was preventing him from finishing his job. And for this, he used the shadow of the magician, whose blow he strengthened with the help of the ball of greed. Kargalan did not expect such a serious blow, so he fell to his knees and immediately began screaming at the guy, because he did not understand how he even dared to do this to him. Huntress Cha-hee, watching this whole battle, could not believe her eyes that all these creatures were actually summoned by one person. She had never seen such a scale. At this moment, she had thoughts in her head that even hunters who specialize in summoning magic cannot control more than 2 creatures. But then what is going on here, and who is this guy that he can do such things? In any case, she immediately decided to run up to the guys and find out from them what happened here and how they were feeling. But unfortunately, they could not answer her question, because they themselves did not fully understand what was happening here. Kargalan, meanwhile, became even more angry, and he was literally shouting to Sung Jin that his vile ability would not work on him, no matter how hard the guy tried. After which he decided to use his strongest ability, which, although it took away a large amount of mana from him, the monster didn't care anymore. He wanted to destroy Sung Jin too much, so he was ready to do anything. Hunter Cha-hee immediately ordered all the hunters to run away from here and save their lives, because she, like no one else, understood how dangerous these monsters could be. But Kargalan was not going to just let them go. He became a huge giant who was going to crush all his enemies, including Sun Jin. The guy didn't seem to care at all about this big guy, because he believed that he had bad memories associated with his giant enemies, so he would have to finish off this big guy as soon as possible. But Sung Jin has a new problem. His end has come, and now he can no longer use his shadow soldiers. And Kargalan was just starting his attack with the words that Sun Jin shouldn't have been so confident just because he managed to carry out several good attacks. Kargalan was going to punish Sun Jin for his impudence, so he used his fire magic to the maximum to show the guy what real strength is. But apparently today is clearly not his day, because even though the guy ran out of mana, this in any case did not stop him from dodging the monster's attack and trying to launch his own counterattack. Sung Jin believed that when Kargalan became so huge, he turned himself into too easy a target, and now that he is without his guard, an exterminator like Sung Jin can easily destroy him. After these words, Sun Jin struck him several dozen blows, but he was unable to finish the battle with the help of his dagger. Therefore, the guy decided that it would be better to strike with his hand, because his strength was pretty well pumped up and apparently it was time to use it. While Sung Jin was dealing with the boss, the barrier inside the dungeon disappeared and anyone could enter there, so Wu Jin could be seen there, who was not too surprised that it was Sung Jin who defeated the boss. But the huntress Chahai immediately realized that not only the head of Choi Jong-in, but also the head of the supervision department, knew this man. Wu Jin interrupted her thoughts to say that they came to help when they felt an overwhelming magical force. But apparently there was no need for this, since the hunter Sung Jin Wu himself was clearing the A-rank dungeon. Now the man thought about what Sun Jin looked like. It seemed that he was a combat hunter. But on the other hand, he uses summoning magic, which makes him clearly not an ordinary hunter. But the most interesting thing for him was to know how many creatures the guy can summon. Hunter Cha-hei finally found someone from whom she could find out who this guy was. So she asked Wu Jin directly. But the man himself didn't know much information about this guy. He really would have liked to know more. Sun Jin, meanwhile, stood in front of Kargalan and told him that when a magician loses his guard, he loses all chances of victory. This made Kargalan even more angry, and so he started screaming at the top of his voice. But it was too late, because Sun Jin had already ordered his new High Orc warriors to destroy their former owner. While Sun Jin fought with the boss, his shadow slowly finished off the rest of the High Orcs, and in fact, this battle could be considered over. The guy at that moment was thinking that perhaps he should collect drops from these guys, but on the other hand, he understood that this dungeon was the property of the Hunters Guild, and being greedy in this case was not the best solution. Instead, he decided that it would be better if he simply summoned the shadow from this boss. He managed to do this the first time, which was unexpected even for Sung Jin. Apparently, he significantly raised his level after this battle, since he was able to summon this creature so easily. In any case, now he was much calmer, because until that moment he had only seen the elite rank and the knight rank. But now he is able to summon much stronger shadows. Now Sun Jin only had to give a name to this warrior, but he clearly didn't want to leave what this monster had, so he decided that he would come up with a name a little later. Although then he suddenly changed his mind and decided that this monster would be called Fang. It seemed to him that this was a pretty good name for such a monster. But the best part is that after this battle, Sun Jin was able to get his army of High Orcs, and now he can keep 127 shadows. At one point, his thoughts were interrupted by Wu Jin, who turned to Sun Jin. The guy turned around and clearly did not expect to see the head of surveillance in front of him. Apparently, Sung Jin was too carried away by the battle, since he did not even notice the man. But he was not alone there, and all the hunters who managed to survive immediately began asking him questions about how he managed to do all this. And now Sun Jin will have to figure out how he can get out of this dungeon without interrogation. Although apparently there is no need to invent anything, because the association of the supervision department immediately stood up for the guy and immediately said that the hunter Sung Jin was under surveillance, and this case was top secret and could not be disclosed to the public. They also added that they would provide them with adequate explanations once they left the dungeon, but for now, they should remain silent about everything that happened here. They explained to Sung Jin that this would make it easier to avoid further complications. The whole point was that Sung Jin had shown strength beyond S rank in the presence of the best guild in the country, but they still had to do everything to leave this place without too much fuss. But as soon as they were about to leave, they were stopped by Song Ku, who suddenly began to say that if Sun Jin really has such power, then the current situation is not so strange. He is also not going to ask the guy why he volunteered as a porter. He just wanted to thank Sung Jin for the fact that they were able to survive, because they only managed to do this thanks to the guy. Sung Jin was very pleased to watch this, but he did not forget about the very notebook that the girl gave him, and he decided to return it back. It seemed to him that she could do this on her own. She was very happy and agreed with the guy, after which, without much hesitation, they turned around and left. He didn't have time to say a word, although she actually also had a lot of questions. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by other hunters who wanted to know why she brought the pickaxe here. Instead of answering, she immediately wanted to know how strange she looked. But her interlocutor did not understand what the girl was even talking about. Strange for whom? Jin Ho, sitting in a small restaurant, thought only that the fateful hour for him was approaching with every second. After all, his future will depend on the choice of his older brother Sung Jin, so he needs to behave as bravely as possible. And as soon as he thought about this, Sung Jin finally came to meet him, whose clothes were all dirty, and he himself was not in perfect condition. But the guy immediately warned Jin Ho that he had just left the dungeon, so there is nothing to be surprised about. Jin Ho was surprised that Sung Jin still went to train in the dungeons in his free time, although apparently he shouldn't have expected anything else from his little brother. In any case, they gathered today for another reason, and Jin Ho decided to tell Sung Jin what was the matter. After the story, Sung Jin realized that during the negotiations with his father, Ko Myung-hwan appeared, who successfully told everything about the incident with the Red Gate and did not even forget that Sung Jin saved the White Tiger hunters. Sung Jin understood that given the current situation, this man clearly said a lot of unnecessary things. In any case, the guy understood perfectly well that Jin Ho was leading to the fact that he was going to become a guild master, and he most likely needed Sung Jin's help, so he called him here. Jin Ho immediately assured Sung Jin that this was all at his discretion anyway, because he didn't want to force Sung Jin to do it if he didn't want to. The head of the Hunters Guild could not believe his ears, because they told him that Sung Jin participated in their raids. Yesterday, as they told him, he was a miner, and today he was a porter. Song Ku perfectly understood the leader's surprise, but he still added that he was almost sure that Sung Jin did not plan to interfere with their raid. Moreover, he did not forget to add that due to the fact that the boss was beyond the scope of their knowledge, they could not cope with him on their own, and Sung Jin was going to perform only the role assigned to him as a porter. But at one point, he realized that he had no other choice and therefore intervened. The head just thought about the fact that this guy is capable of summoning a huge number of creatures. He is as agile as a hunter of the destroyer class. But the most interesting thing is that he can replenish his army with a destroyed monster, and these are only the abilities that they know. Therefore, he decided to ask the hunter Song Ku, if you compare Sung Jin with him, who will be stronger in the end? The hunter did not expect such a question, so he replied that he could not answer such a question. But in order to hide the weaknesses of each member of the raid, they share responsibilities among themselves. For example, tanks play the role of strength, and without all this, the attacking team will be constantly in danger. He could say the same about other areas. But if we talk about Sung Jin, this guy seems so strong to him that he couldn't just be taken and attributed to the system. And as an answer to the chapter's question, the hunter decided to ask him if a man could clear a dungeon alone. The head understood perfectly well that in this case it would not matter how strong he was. If he was surrounded by a horde of monsters, it would be very difficult to defend himself, so it would be impossible for him to clear this type of dungeon alone. He even understood that in this case his nickname, the Absolute Weapon, sounded so ridiculous. Song Ku interrupted his thoughts to tell him that of course he did not have the authority to give him advice, but Song Ku thought that this guy should be brought to their guild by all means. The country star was riding on a bus and saw a huge number of people on the street who made him so happy because he understood that they were all journalists who came here just for him. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by his assistant, who handed him a newspaper clipping that would appear tomorrow, and the basis there was as follows. Lee Min Sun is a man who has everything, and in his hands is a power that goes beyond the human. For the guy, it all sounded a little childish, but in any case, he liked it. Suddenly, the journalist's attention suddenly changed in the other direction. The fact was that they saw the head of the White Tiger, Baek, and next to him stood the head of the Hunters Guild, Choi Jong-in. Baek didn't fully understand what was wrong with these journalists and why there were a whole crowd of them here. In any case, these journalists did not waste their time and immediately began asking the men about why they came here today. Was it really to invite Lee Min Sun to their guild? Baek was annoyed that the press conference of all places was being held at the association, but still he replied that he was not here about Lee Min Sun, but he would not tell them anything more. Choi Jong noted that, as everyone knows, Lin Min Sun has already entered into a contract with the Reaper Guild, and today he is here on completely different matters. This visibly upset the journalists because they were expecting to actually hear a sensation, but in the end, both heads disappointed them. After talking with reporters, Beck turned to Chong Jin to say that he had already heard how his squad almost died yesterday, and only a miracle helped them. In response to this, Jong said that in any case, this was nothing compared to the loss of an A-rank newcomer. Such words obviously angered the head of the White Tiger Guild. After he calmed down a little, he was still able to add that one way or another, this guy helped them a lot, and Chan agreed with him on this, because if it weren't for him, their teams would simply have died. But Chan believed that, as required by moral obligations, he would certainly take him into his guild. Bayek could argue with him on this issue, because it seemed to him that his guild had suffered a loss, and therefore it would be more logical if they took this guy to themselves. But Chan did not understand why they even needed an S-rank hunter. What were they going to do with him? Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by someone's rather familiar voice, who thought that two guild heads were fighting over his Min Sung. At least that's what it seemed like to Lim Tai-gyu, who was the master of the Reaper Guild and also had an S rank. But both Beck and Zhang Zhang assured him in a rather rude manner that they were not interested in Lin Min Sun at all. Lin Min Song, meanwhile, enjoyed the applause and took pictures with each of the cameras. Sung Jin stood among the people in this crowd and did not quite understand what kind of people they were and why they had all gathered here today. At one point, he even thought that perhaps the reporters had already found out everything about him, but on the other hand, he perfectly understood that apparently this was not the case because they were not paying any attention to him. At this rate, he would soon simply not be able to get to the association building, so he decided that he needed to try to do it right now. But at one point, he was stopped by a big man who didn't understand where this journalist was going. The man tried to explain to this guy that he couldn't just go there, but Sung Jin made it clear to him that he had business at the association. But the guard still repeated to him that the guy couldn't go there now, and therefore it would be better for him to return where he came from. Lin Min Song didn't understand what was wrong with the guards, because he was ordered to quickly get rid of such annoying scoundrels as this guy. But the man is still trying to convey something to him with words. But at some point, Chairman Go Gun-hee intervened in this situation, who did not understand on whose orders the guard was trying to send this young man away, because he was their guest today. After which he turned to Mr. Lee Min Sun, who reminded him of who allowed him to hold a press conference here, and from the expression on the guy's face it was clear who did it, and how much he was grateful to the chairman. In any case, he came down only to take the hunter Sung Jin with him, which of course Lin Min Song didn't like very much, because now journalists only talk about this guy with whom the chairman communicates so nicely, but they don't even know who he is. Lin Min Song immediately ordered his stupid guard to go and find out who this guy even was. Now it seemed to him that he needed to solve something with the crowd of journalists and somehow change their mood. So he decided to move forward according to the planned schedule, and it was time to start reevaluating. Therefore, he addressed all journalists with the words that he was going to talk a little right now with the association staff about his plans for today. But as soon as he tried to enter the association, Wu Jin and his guys stood in front of him. The man immediately told the guy that another hunter was currently undergoing reevaluation, and it would end at 11 o'clock. And until that time, no one else was allowed to enter the building. Lin Min Sun couldn't believe that now when Wu Jin talked about another hunter, he meant the guy who just came in with the chairman. In any case, he started talking about how he had a reassessment scheduled for 11 o'clock, and the reporters were already here, so he had to let him in. And he also assured him that the chairman should already know about it. Wu Jin continued to ignore him, and Lin Min Sun began to say that apparently the man simply did not know who the guy was, and in response to this, Wu Jin told him that if he was overestimated at 11 o'clock, then perhaps he should come here at 11 o'clock. This began to anger the guy even more, and he began to say that apparently Wu Jin simply did not know. But the largest sponsor of the association was the construction company Eugene, and so his father is the vice president of this company. And now knowing this information, the guy believed that Wu, the genie, must crawl on his knees in front of him. In addition, he pointed with his hand at all the journalists who were behind them, and added that given so many cameras, they had no right to ignore him. It seemed to the guy that they would not be able to cope with the consequences if they continued to behave this way. But Wu Jin confidently told him that they could handle it without any problems and the guy didn't have to worry about it, which really surprised Lin Min Sung. So he started shouting again that they thought too much of themselves if they dared to talk to him like that. Wu Jin was tired of listening to this guy's whining, So he took off his glasses and asked the guy whether the guy could handle the consequences. From Lin Min Song's face, it became clear that apparently he was still a little wrong, and it would really be better for him to come here at 11 o'clock. The chairman and Sung Jin, walking through the corridors of the association, saw the head of Beck and the head of the Hunters Guild, and the man told Sung Jin that these two had been waiting for the guy here since the morning. And it wasn't strange for him to watch this, because the man noticed that Sung Jin was the first S-rank hunter in the last 2 years, and Choi Jong-in must be feeling even more excited, having learned about his powers firsthand. Finally, they came to the large hall where the reassessment would take place, and before that, an assistant approached him, who began to talk about how they would first need to determine the category of his abilities. And so he directly asked Sung Jin about what the guy could do. Instead of words, Sung Jin simply summoned the Shadow Soldier, and added that he was capable of something like that. The assistant did not expect to see the call, so out of excitement he asked Sung Jin about it again. But the chairman decided not to stop there, and immediately said that it seemed to him that this was not all that Sung Jin could do. The guy understood that there were a lot of witnesses then, and there was simply no point in lying. Besides, this time he was able to get high orcs into his army. Therefore, Sung Jin did something that shocked even the chairman, because the man had never seen anything like this before. Sung Jin summoned several more creatures and added that he was actually able to summon about 100 creatures. The assistant didn't even want to believe it. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible to summon 100 creatures. Bayek, who also carefully watched the guy, thought that the power of this guy was simply incredible. And he also noticed that the guy had become much stronger than in their last meeting. Moreover, looking at this guy, the man was sure that now the guy was completely overshadowing him. As soon as Sung Jin received an official document which stated that he was now rank S, he decided to leave. But he was stopped by Bayek and Jong, who wanted to talk to him a little. But Sung Jin assured them that he had. Unfortunately, there is no time for this. But both men advised him to stand where he was now and not go anywhere. Sung Jin suspected that both of them would now begin to offer him something, that they had prepared a good contract for him, and that he would most likely regret it if he refused. Therefore, he didn't really want to listen to them and still opened the doors of the association to go out, and then a surprise caught him. 1,000 cameras immediately began photographing him, which frightened Sung Jin more than the monsters in the dungeon. A classmate at school immediately showed Jin-ah a live broadcast of her brother, which turns out to be a new S-rank hunter, but the girl immediately thought that this was complete nonsense. 10 minutes before, Lin Min Sung decided to tell all the reporters that even if his evaluation did not go well, and he ended up getting a low rank, he would still fight monsters to repay the love and kindness he received from everyone. Thus, he essentially announced his resignation, and in this way, he simply did everything to get attention, because he considered himself the #1 star. But in his mind, of course, he knew that everything he was saying was just a lie, because in fact, he had already been assigned A rank, and now he plans to earn as much money as possible in 2 years while he is under the auspices of the Reaper Guild. But at some point in this hunter's triumph, he began to hear that journalists began to shout that a new S-rank hunter had appeared. All the journalists suddenly began to ignore Lin Min Song's words and ran closer to the entrance of the association, because each of the journalists wanted to be the first to report about the new S-rank hunter. The guy was no longer interesting to them, and they asked the guards to let them in, because they already knew that there was a new S-rank hunter there. Lin Min Song couldn't believe that an S-rank hunter had been here all day. How was this even possible? The miners who were at the dinner couldn't believe that Mr. Sun was being shown on the news, and they were also talking about the fact that he was apparently a new S-rank hunter. The same man that Sung Jin Woo ran into immediately began shouting that he always knew that the guy was a scoundrel, and he wanted to find out what he had done this time. But he didn't hear that the guy was a new S-rank hunter. But as soon as he got closer, they kept repeating from every channel that the 10th S-rank hunter had been discovered, and it was Sung Jin. Now the man will not mind taking back his words. Jin Ho's father was also watching the news, and saw how Sung Jin had just been announced as the new S-rank hunter. And so he decided to call his son to him, to find out from him whether he succeeded in luring the guy to their guild. Jin Ho told his father with great regret that he never managed to convince Sung Jin, after which he added that Sung Jin decided that he would create his own guild, and he invited Jin Ho to take the place of the vice head, which his father clearly did not expect. After which the man decided to ask his son if he knew why the man wanted to create the Yujin Guild. Jin Ho assumed that all this was done for the sake of money, but his father assured him that in fact he already had enough money, then Jinho would like to know the reason for creating his guild. The man assured him that in fact, all this was created specifically to protect them. He believed that the power and influence of hunters was growing every day, and there were even cases where the influence and power of a hunter was equal to the power of an entire country. There were also the so-called world super hunters, who surpassed S rank and became known as national-level hunters. Therefore, he would like to gather all the trustworthy hunters together to create a guild in which there will only be reliable hunters who would not be affected by money problems and interpersonal relationships. And now it seemed to him that Jinho had found such a person. And he said all this in order to tell Jinho that the guy had completed his task, so he was transferring the Yujin Guild to him. He only asked him to develop the guild and enter into alliances with strong allies, because the man believed that soon such alliances would become more valuable than any wealth. Jinho was of course very grateful to his father, but still he decided to tell him that he was not sure that he could cope with this task. And the reason for this was that Jinho had already decided that he would join Sungjin's guild and develop it. Sungjin, meanwhile, stood in front of a whole crowd of reporters and did not fully understand why they were photographing him instead of Li Min's son. But then he started hearing questions from reporters asking how he was feeling after waking up twice. They asked him to look into the camera so that they could take a picture of him, and Sungjin could not believe his eyes that so much attention suddenly came to him. At that moment, the head of Bayek approached him, who immediately told the guy that he got tired of answering questions, so he suggested that he take the guy home. But Sungjin did not need the help of others, because he could do it perfectly well on his own. And for this, he used a skill that allowed him to teleport behind this entire crowd. All the people around couldn't believe their eyes because they didn't understand what had just happened. Zhang had never seen a magician with such great speed, and so he thought that apparently Sungjin had not shown them all his abilities, and even now, he is able to surprise them. Beck was trembling at that moment, because he did not understand how Sungjin could be so fast, because even his eyes could not follow him. The man understood that the guy had already become much stronger than he was at their first meeting. But what is most important is that this is not a problem yet, but now they cannot relax. And it seems that he was just ready to accept the fact that the current Sungjin Wu is definitely already stronger for them. But it seemed to him that this was not his final form, and therefore he began to doubt that the guy had become strong because of the second awakening. Now it seemed to him that the guy was one of those hunters whose strength was constantly growing. In America, in the local hospital, Huang Dong-su, watching the news, could not believe his eyes that this asshole Sungjin Wu was still able to survive. The man was surprised when he was brought a red sphere for evaluation, although he has been evaluating artifacts for a long time. But this is the first time he sees such an object. Therefore, it took him a little longer to realize that she was indeed capable of increasing magical energy by 100%. He even thought that even the most famous master of creating artifacts, having put his heart and soul into them, could only make spheres with an increase of about 50%. So he believed that if Choi Jung had seen her, he would definitely have torn him off with his hands. The appraiser would like to know from the guy where he bought such a sphere, to which Sungjin told him that in fact, he found the sphere in a dungeon, which the man did not believe at first, because it seemed to him that it was extremely difficult to find something like that in a dungeon, practically impossible. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he invited the guy to put this item up for auction, so they would help him find the best price. Sungjin told him that he would think about it. In his mind, he thought that it would be nice to clear out the demon palace as quickly as possible and create the holy water of life, because he needed artifacts to protect himself from the heat in the demon palace. So he decided to ask the man if it was possible to purchase artifacts with the effect of resisting fire. The appraiser clearly did not expect such a question. This could be said only by looking at him. But Sungjin continued to question him, because he needed to know how difficult it would be to get them. The man was so surprised because it's actually not that hard, which surprised Sungjin because he searched online and couldn't find it. After which the man added that artifacts with elemental resistance are usually expensive, so they don't display them for sale online, yet he can easily afford it. And he thought so only because among the various types of magic, fire is the most common. The man led him to a special room where there was a lot of different equipment, and the first thing Sungjin noticed was that storing these artifacts behind such thin glass panels was too dangerous, because he didn't really see any other special means of protection. The man assured him that in fact, these glass panels were reinforced with magic and no problems would arise even if a rank A hunter hit them with all his might. But Sung Jin doubted this, so the man suggested that the guy try to do it himself. This is because he doesn't believe him. And so that Sung Jin would have motivation, the man also decided to add that if the guy manages to break the glass, then he will be able to take all the artifacts inside. Sung Jin felt the energy emanating from this glass, but he did not believe that it was so strong, so he gathered quite a lot of power in his hand to strike. But at the last moment, the appraiser stopped him and told the guy that in fact he was just joking, because if he really breaks it, then more experienced hunters will rush in here, and for the sake of safety, they signed a contract with the Hunters Guild. The man did not understand how this hunter could be so impudent, because he is a magician. But his thoughts were interrupted by Sung Jin, who would like to look at the daggers that they have in this case. The appraiser immediately asked the person who heads the weapons department to help with this issue, and he himself noticed one crack on one of the glasses and thought about when this crack appeared here. He didn't even want to think about the fact that Sung Jin damaged the glass without even touching it. After some time, Sung Jin chose one dagger and would like to know how much it costs, and according to the seller, the price was 30 million won. Sung Jin understood that this dagger was many times worse than his dagger, but it was not clear why this blade was so expensive. He decided to show his blade and asked the appraiser to evaluate this dagger, and the man immediately said that apparently this dagger was made by a great master. But Sung Jin knew that he just bought it in a store. In any case, he was surprised that the appraiser said that this dagger would be worth at least 100 million won, and surprised the guy because the dagger he bought for almost 3 million gold in a store could be worth that much. Sung Jin realized that the equipment that Jin Ho was wearing was worth millions of won, and given all this, he realized that if he could sell the ammunition he bought from the store for as much, then he would not need to sell the greed sphere. At the White Tiger headquarters, the head of Bayek was still thinking about whether there are still hunters who are able to increase their strength constantly. His eyes, while in beast form, can accurately determine someone's abilities, and that's why he was sure that Sung Jin was definitely weaker than him during the Red Gate incident. But now the situation is clearly different. Now the man understands that he was a fool, because with such abilities, the guy can easily create his own guild instead of joining someone else. Now he understood that if he could continue to develop further, then no matter what stage he stopped at, in any case, he would become the best of the best. Sang Min was outside Sung Jin's apartment the next day and literally shouted that even if Master Beck had given up recruiting Sung Jin, he had not given up yet. And if he could just talk to the guy a little, he would definitely be able to lure him away on their side. With all these reporters, his assistants weren't sure that Sung Jin would even notice them, so he decided to stay here until they could talk to him, even if he had to spend the night. Jin Ah was surprised that so many reporters had gathered in front of their house. Sung Jin thought it was time for him to go downstairs and tell them all to leave them alone, although his sister thought that he definitely shouldn't do that, because people on the internet were already upset with him, and talking to reporters would make it even worse. He didn't understand what he had done that people suddenly became unhappy with him. The girl explained to him that he left without paying a single bit of attention to the reporters last time, so it seemed to her that it would be best to forget about them. But at some point, they started knocking on their door. And this was the last straw for the guy, so he decided to go and explain to them that this should not have been done. But as soon as he opened the doors, he saw Jin Ho in front of him, who could barely hold back his tears, and the whole point was that his father kicked him out. It seemed to Sung Jin that the guy himself ran away from his father, but the guy stated that this was not so. And so he wanted to ask Sung Jin to stay with him for a while. But Sung Jin instead simply closed the doors on him and told his sister that he had never seen this guy before. Jin Ho did not give up hope of reaching out to his older brother, but no one else opened the door for him. Jin Ho's mother believed that her husband was too cruel to their youngest son, but the man believed that the guy deserved it. After all, he did not want to become independent from them. Instead, he still decided to follow his friend. In any case, it was also strange for him. But his wife didn't quite understand what exactly he didn't understand. The thing was that when he looked at a woman, he saw her in double. He suddenly became very ill and could not even stand on his feet normally. Sung Jin wanted to go away for a few hours, but at the last moment he remembered that someone could sneak into his sister while he was not at home. Therefore, he decided to summon several creatures that would guard her while he was away from home. He understood that one of his guys would be enough to deal with an A-rank hunter, so there was no need to worry. Although it seemed to him that the Fang had 4 personal guards, so he did not understand why only 3 high orcs appeared. And then he remembered that he could not turn the last orc into a shadow because he was stuck in the ceiling. He also decided to call on several more guards to act as watchmen for the area, The only thing he asked them to do was to be extremely careful and not be seen by other people. Now Sung Jin understood that even if the exterminators appeared, if they were not high-level hunters, they would not be able to cope with his shadow soldiers, so this should help the world become calmer. The next day, Sung Jin met with Jin Ho, who, as it turned out, had checked into the hotel for now, and, according to the guy, he was able to sleep. And Sung Jin advised him to stay there until they found a new office for their guild. Mentally, the guy at that moment thought that he was skeptical, but the fact that Jin Ho refused the post of head of the Yu Jin Guild and came to him suggests that Sung Jin simply cannot mock the one who left everything for his sake. In any case, he arrived at the place and without saying anything to Jin Ho, he immediately disappeared and went to Sung Jin to the Palace of Demons, in which he thought the difficulty increases sharply, but this time he came here prepared. Now the guy had new items that could protect him from fire. These items were a mantle of wind and an unnamed ring, which is filled with the power of water. His new equipment has clearly become impeccable, and now he no longer has to fear that fire may overtake him. But at some point his thoughts were interrupted again, and this time, it was a system that notified him that a new quest was available to the guy in which he needed to collect the souls of demons again. But this time he would need to take the soul from Baran, a demon who is located on the top floor of the Palace of Demons. And of course the reward this time was much better. For completing this quest, the system promised the guy a rune stone of the highest quality. Sung Jin knew very well that this rune stone gives a new special skill. Moreover, he will receive in addition to this the extraction of shadows, the preservation of shadows, the possession of the ruler, and all these skills Sung Jin will receive in such a short time. Each of them has its own unique effects, so he is looking forward to it. Now all floors of this palace are accessible to him, and Sung Jin for a long time, without hesitation, wished to go to the 76th floor. A few seconds later, the system transferred the guy, at his request, to the floor he needed, and a real bacchanalia was going on there. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Sung Jin called his new subordinate, who, fortunately, was a magician, and the guy immediately gave him a ball of greed, which was supposed to double his strength. And in fact, the fire that Fang created after that was simply huge and so powerful. With just one such blow, Sung Jin was able to destroy many demons at the same time, for which he, of course, gained precious experience. The guy himself did not expect such crushing power, although now he only holds the ball of greed, and Fang's abilities will clearly weaken after he becomes a shadow. In addition, it was known that the ball of greed changes size depending on the strength of the one who uses it, and so the guy thought about leaving it to the Fang as soon as the time came. Jinho's father came to his senses 2 days later, and the doctor told him that the man did not come to his senses for 2 whole days. Also, the doctor suddenly decided to ask the man if anyone he knew was a hunter or an awakened one. The man did not understand why the doctor was asking him about this, and the doctor at that moment started talking about eternal sleep. An eternal sleep from which no one has yet awakened, the patient can not only wake up, but also consumes his life force at an incredible rate, and thus the patient needs a life-sustaining apparatus that uses magical power. The patient will constantly feel drowsy and will eventually fall into eternal sleep. The man still didn't understand how this had anything to do with hunters, and the doctor explained to him that eternal sleep is strongly connected with magical energy, and there are people who by nature cannot withstand magical energy, and eternal sleep is just one of the diseases that arises from long-term exposure to magical energy. All the doctor could now recommend was to be as careful as possible with monsters and mana crystals, as well as people emitting magical energy, because given how suddenly the symptoms appeared, something must have stimulated this condition. Therefore, taking all this into account, the doctor decided to ask the man again if anyone in his family is a hunter. The man understood perfectly well that he received constant magical energy from his son, who was often with him, and apparently when he left, the man began to experience these kinds of symptoms. But more than that, he understood that if he could not solve this problem, then he essentially lost and would no longer be able to continue to live normally. The doctor understood his disappointment, so he assured the man that in fact all was not lost now. At the same time, on one of the islands of Japan, a mutant ant managed to reach the ground. 2 guys were walking down the street, and one told the other that, in fact, the best thing in this life is undoubtedly peace and harmony in life. On the way, they stopped by a man who told the guys that today he had left the street patrol to them, and the guys were only glad of this honor. Nogawa-san believed that even if it may seem like a mere trifle, they still have to remember the faces of the villagers and patrol every day. Because if the gate appears on a remote island like this, then they will be in great danger, and then they will most likely be destroyed. That is why they must first discover the gate using a magical energy sensor, and only then send a request to the hunters from the mainland, and then help will arrive in 3 days. In other words, one could say that if we take into account the time for help to arrive, they must find the gate within 3 days. The only hunters in this village are just the 2 of them, and they are of low rank, so they have a huge responsibility for the safety of the island. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when they saw on the road a very strange creature that walked like a person, but at the same time did not look very much like a person. First of all, they turned to this creature and asked who he was, but when they saw the face of this monster, they realized what was going on. Sung Jin, meanwhile, continued to deal with the monsters in the demon castle, and he noticed that the number of shadow soldiers that he could contain had increased after increasing his intelligence. And if only he could collect the shadows of the demons, then he would simply have a huge army. A large army in one group would be very ineffective, so he decided that it was time to start managing these guys differently. And to do this, he decided to divide them into smaller groups. In total, he decided that there would be 6 teams, and each of them would have a captain. The first 3 groups would be led by Fang, Igris, and Iron. He also selected 3 more support teams, which would be controlled by the tank, and 2 teams of high orcs. After he separated them, the guy noticed that he only had 2 instructions for them. Firstly, they should be distributed in accordance with their groups, and then destroy the enemies they would meet. And secondly, they would have to notify him if they suddenly find permission to enter. This was where his instructions ended, so he ordered them to immediately carry out his task. Sung Jin at that moment was thinking that he would not pay attention to all the things that his subordinates would collect, because he was only interested in permission to enter, and now he believed that he needed to reach the last floor as soon as possible. Before he had time to send his warriors to carry out his task, he began to receive a notification that he had begun to gain experience, which could not but surprise in fact. It was very convenient that he no longer needed to wander around and waste his time, and he would not waste mana until they were all destroyed. But now he understood that high-ranking demons had begun to appear, so it was becoming difficult for ordinary soldiers, and he would need to constantly drink potions to restore his mana. A few days later, Sun Jin met one of his captains, namely a tank who, in a fairly short amount of time, was able to climb as many as 10 levels. But he actually could highlight not only the tank, because besides him, all the soldiers had increased their level. Apparently, hunting in teams is more effective than he could have imagined. In any case, he only had 20 floors left to climb, and it was nice to realize that the guy was able to reach the 80th floor much earlier than expected. In just 2 days, he was able to reach this floor, and the fact that he still could not find permission to enter gave him the understanding that everything would not be so simple, and apparently, there was simply a strong enemy here somewhere. And before he had time to think about it, he suddenly noticed that his mana was disappearing too quickly. Apparently, one of the groups began to suffer heavy losses. Sung Jin understood perfectly well that since the regeneration of his soldiers could not cope, then the enemy must be superior to them in strength. The guy understood that he had no choice, and it would be best to simply call the shadows back, because this way he risked spending too much mana. The next day, due to constant ambushes, the sent shadows were summoned again. Sung Jin understood that the High Orc team and Igris's team were attacked one after another, and as he thought, there is a strong opponent on this floor who is unlikely to leave the guy alone. But on the other hand, all this was so strange for him, because the Fang team was supposed to be next after the Igris team. But the enemy decided to skip it and attack the High Orc team. Apparently, these demons are not strong enough to defeat the Fang if they specifically target the enemy, which they can cope with. Although Sung Jin also saw a downside in this, because if this is true, then these creatures are intelligent enough to find the opponent's weaknesses, which means they are much stronger than they might seem at first glance. And if he understands correctly, then the demons specifically attack the team of High Orcs, and then we can assume that the next target will be the tank team. Having gone down a little, Sun Jin still saw the very enemies who destroyed his shadow soldiers. Taking a closer look, Sun Jin immediately noticed that there was a demon nobleman and 3 demon knights, who didn't think for a long time and immediately attacked his shadow soldiers, and literally with just one blow were able to destroy the tank. Now he understood perfectly why the regeneration of his soldiers could not cope. Shadow monsters simply don't stand a chance against them. But Sun Jin did not wait long, and immediately came out of the shadows to destroy these guys, and was immediately attacked by one of the knights. But this turned out to be his main mistake, which he made, because Sun Jin easily dodged his attack, after which he launched his counterattack directly to the head. The battle apparently would not end there because immediately after this, Sun Jin was attacked by two other knights who were not going to spare the guy. Sung Jin realized that they were unlikely to leave him behind, so he used his invisibility plus speed, which allowed him to get close to them unnoticed. And then all he had to do was launch an attack, which is exactly what he did. After these successful attacks, there was only one knight left, who apparently was the head of them, and he could only watch. But not in the case of Sun Jin. Now he will have to fight. Looking at this knight, the guy again thought about whether monsters could feel fear, and looking at how this knight was trembling, Sun Jin could now confidently say that they could. Their fight was quite interesting and no one wanted to concede. But the main feature was that Sun Jin was just looking closely at his enemy for now, and the first thing he noticed was that this knight was definitely aiming for the forehead, heart, and neck, which was quite unusual for monsters. Therefore, Sun Jin decided to test his theory, but first he destroyed the sword of this knight. And then he grabbed his face to try to take off the mask, but at one point he still stopped because he heard this monster speak in a human voice and asked the guy not to destroy him. Sung Jin couldn't believe his ears at first, after which he began to think about where monsters learn to speak humanly. But when he took off the knight's clothes, Sun Jin saw a girl in front of him who immediately began to ask him for forgiveness for the fact that they had made a mistake when they attacked the guy and his warriors. For the first time, Sung Jin sees someone attacking his soldiers first and then asking for forgiveness. She immediately tried to explain to Sung Jin that it was their clan's duty to protect this zone, so she just couldn't let some outsider destroy other demons like insects. But now she realized that it was still a mistake, so she asked the guy for forgiveness. But it seemed to the guy that this was not entirely normal when she asked for forgiveness from the man who destroyed her people. But she again decided to tell him that a knight's duty is to protect his master, and she is sure that they will be glad if she survives. Sung Jin has never met such a selfish person in his entire life. Although on the other hand, she is most likely not a person but a demon, just a very cowardly one, who is most afraid of dying. But still, the guy didn't really want to destroy her in this humanoid form, which could not be said about the girl who was just waiting for the moment to launch a vile attack on the guy. And as soon as she did this, she realized that this was another mistake that she had made in the last few minutes. Sung Jin used the skill that he got after defeating Kargalan, which was called the Anthem of Defense. This dome did not allow the girl to strike the guy. She immediately understood this, so she fell to her knees and immediately began to ask him for forgiveness. After which she added that if he agreed to save her life, then she would be ready to do anything for him. Sung Jin believed that this girl was simply shameless or just optimistic. He hasn't decided yet. But in any case, he decided to try to ask her if she could get him permission to enter in exchange for the guy saving her life. The guy lifted her into the air and listened to her talk about how this entry permit was guarded by her clan, and if he brought her home unharmed, she could give it to him. It was strange for Sung Jin to hear this, because he did not think that demons could protect permission to pass. Until that moment, he did not understand why it did not appear anywhere. But now it is clear that it was simply stored somewhere. The girl realized that the guy was interested in this, so she immediately added that she even knew where the permits for passage to higher levels were, and she would be happy to take him. If, of course, he guaranteed her the safety of her and her clan, and it was a rather tempting offer for a guy actually. The only question was whether Sung Jin could trust her, and he was going to test it right now. He raised his eyes and looked straight into the eyes of the girl, who immediately blushed, after which he asked her a question in which he wanted to know if he could really trust her. The girl, looking straight into this guy's eyes, understood that she definitely couldn't lie, and she hadn't done it yet, and such fear was actually justified by the fact that Sung Jin used his bloodlust ability, which forced the girl to speak only the truth. After which he still let her go, and said that if she gave him permission to pass, then he would leave this place peacefully. But first he would like to ask the girl who they even are. The girl introduced herself as Lady Ezel, who was the eldest daughter of the Radier clan, after which she smoothly began to talk about her clan, but at one point she was interrupted by Sung Jin, who made it clear to her that this was not what he really meant. He didn't understand how he needed to ask in order to get a straight answer from the monster, so he decided to ask the question directly, in which he wanted to know if they heard voices in their heads that constantly urged them to destroy people. Ezel clearly did not expect such a question, and this could be observed just by looking at her facial expression. After which she still answered him that in fact they do not hear this kind of voice, but still she admitted that there are other voices. And these voices force each of them to defend the zone in which they are located. Now Sung Jin understood very well that the goals of these monsters are different from the goals of the monsters from the gate. Because the goal of the monsters from the gate is to destroy people, and the goal of the monsters in the dungeons is to protect the dungeon. Then it turns out that for such monsters, he will be like the monster from the gate. So I decided to ask her when they started hearing these voices. She didn't think long, and immediately told him that she began to hear them immediately after they all ended up here together. Sungjin clearly didn't expect to hear this. What could it mean? Didn't they always live here? He realized that apparently these demons used to live in a completely different place, and this could be a clue to understand the nature of the system. So he immediately decided to ask her where they used to be before they ended up here. Ezel told him that they used to live in the demon world, but at some point they ended up here, and this made Sungjin find out what they were doing in that demon world. It was as if at that moment the girl was seized by hypnosis and she answered like a robot that they were preparing for war there. She also added that this war was supposed to be against an enemy so powerful that all the demons needed to unite, after which she began to stammer and say something to the effect that she had exceeded the amount of permissible information and the dialogue would soon be interrupted, and she began to repeat this phrase a large number of times. Sungjin has already seen this with Baruka. The system forcibly blocks the dialogue. From this he realized that communicating with her could give him some clue. All these leveling up gates, rewards, fines, since it all seemed like a video game to him, he understood that he shouldn't be surprised that such demons would have backstories. So he once again tried to find out from her who was that powerful opponent. She began to overexert herself even more, and no matter how she tried to say it, she just couldn't do it. Therefore, at some point, this caused the girl to lose consciousness, and Ezel would have simply fallen to the ground if Sungjin had not caught her at the last moment. Sungjin understood that the system simply reacted harshly to the personality of the enemy, and if this enemy has abstract powers, then perhaps the enemies with whom the demons fought are the very key to the solution. The local knights of the island shouted that this was a monster, and they rather needed support so that they could properly resist it. This monster first destroyed all the E-rank hunters, and after reducing their number, he destroyed the healer to weaken them even more. But some of them saw this as a plus, that the monster realizes that it will get into trouble if the battle suddenly drags on. Only if he can think about something like this. Then he clearly has intelligence, which could mean that they definitely won't be able to cope with him easily. The whole story was filmed on one of the car dash cams, and everyone in the guild could see how the mutant ant that had entered the island was destroyed within a day. They also talked about how the mutant ant was first discovered on a small island not far from the place where it was destroyed. Wu Jin noted that thanks to the hunters who responded to the emergency call, they were able to eliminate the threat. But there are still losses among the hunters: 4 E-rank hunters, 1 D-rank healer, and 1 C-rank leader. All of them died, and there would have been more losses if only an A-rank hunter had not joined them at the last moment. One of the council noticed the fact that, to be brief, to destroy 1 mutant ant, they would need the strength of at least 1 A-rank hunter. But Wu Jin was not finished yet, and added that there were also losses among the civilian population, and that was as many as 200 people, and he also thought it important to note that a total of 108 hunters were involved. They immediately began to say that Japan is one of the countries with the most developed hunting system in Asia, and if it suffered such losses, then they were afraid to imagine what would happen if there were many more such ants. At one point, the chairman began to say that the island under attack was located 150 kilometers from Jedu Island, and if the ant could fly not only to the coastal provinces, then they could at least reach Mokpo. From this it follows that if the mutant ant flies in another direction, it will easily reach Jedu Island or Wando County. But the saddest thing is that they do not have enough people to send hunters to each island. The chairman could not even imagine who could help South Korea in such a situation, because the state has a large number of hunters and will be ready to help quite a bit. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Wu Jin, who approached the chairman and said that he had something to tell the man. Then he quietly whispered in his ear that he did not report this at the meeting, but someone contacted them with great secrecy. And it was Hunter Huang Dong-su from the Purifiers Guild. He said that he would join the upcoming raid on Jeju Island. For the chairman, this was actually an obvious ruse, and they both knew very well that his real target was Sungjin Wu. Woon Jin also added that due to the conflict with Hunter Beck during the Red Gate incident, they sent a request to be denied entry into the country. But the problem was that Hunter Huang Dong-su was not the only one who contacted them. After which, Wu Jin invited Chairman Go Gun-hee to go with him to look at this new hunter who was already waiting for them. Ezel woke up scared because she didn't understand when she fell asleep and what happened while she was sleeping. Sung Jin was glad that she finally woke up, and the first thing he noticed was that apparently the demons were not very friendly to each other. And he said that for a reason, because all these guys tried to attack her while she was sleeping. She didn't even want to hear that the guy was protecting her while she was sleeping. But apparently this was so. So she immediately thanked the guy and also added that unreasonable demons, unfortunately, do not consider them as one race, so they can easily attack. Sung Jin actually didn't care at all about this. He wanted to know how far away was the place with permission to pass. Ezel, without any problems, led him to the palace, where, in her opinion, he could take this key. And it was a little strange for Sung Jin to observe that her palace was located inside the Palace of Demons. As soon as they entered this palace, the girl immediately took him to her father. Sung Jin at that moment thought that this was the throne room, and most likely if he made his way here, it would be a battle with the boss. But apparently it was only an appearance, because the girl's father was very frightened by the one whom the girl brought to their home. Ezel tried to explain to him that this man was their guest, so they should meet him with all honors. But the man immediately interrupted her and wanted to know what kind of guests they come to someone's house with an entire army. The girl did not quite understand what her father was talking about, so he continued to tell the girl that she simply did not see it with her own eyes. But in fact, behind this man, there is a huge army that is hiding in the shadows, and at one of the right moments he will attack them. Sung Jin was silent, but mentally noted that this man had quite good insight. In any case, the guards of this castle immediately approached the guy in order to detain him, and they did not want to listen to Ezel at all. Sung Jin was still trying his best to come to an agreement with words, and therefore said that he promised Ezel that he would leave this place peacefully if he gave him permission to pass. The girl's father looked at the guy carefully and only thought that he was the same person who destroys demons at a terrifying pace and climbs the tower. He also did not forget that despite being involved in the nobility, the Regressed clan is one of the weakest among the 20 demonic clans. But what scared the man most was that this guy defeated Vulcan and Metis, so he was not sure that they could defeat him. So he decided to ask the guy. All he wants is permission to enter, but according to Sung Jin, there is something else. After which, Sung Jin approached Ezel and said that he would like to take the demon girl for a short time. And the guy did this only because he knew that Ezel knew where the other permits were, so the guy would most likely need her to guide him to each of them. At the dinner table, the man once again decided to clarify whether all Sung Jin needed was permission to pass and a guide. And mentally at that moment, he had thoughts that the deal with the man hurt his pride. But if he knew that this monstrous man was the leader of those black soldiers, then he would not have fought with him from the very beginning. So he was ready to give his daughter only if the guy promises that she will not be in danger. It was strange for Sung Jin to watch a monster who was worried about the condition of his daughter. But still he promised the demon that he would keep his promise no matter what. After these words, the man asked to give Sung Jin the very key that he so wanted to get. Sung Jin immediately opened this scroll, and the system notified him that he now had permission to pass in his hands, which could not but please the guy. But now he would like to know whether he needs to receive such permission from each clan. In any case, he was ready to go out right now, and therefore invited Ezel to go right now. And although she was a little surprised, she still agreed to it. But before setting off, Sung Jin warned her that if a battle did break out, he would like to ask her not to interfere, because he himself wanted to take care of everything. She blushed because she believed that this was a sign of such concern, and agreed to such a request without any problems. Sung Jin didn't quite understand why the girl suddenly started smiling like that, because he really just wanted to take back all the experience from destroying monsters. The guy hoped that the girl would survive the fact that they would go without a horse and would have to move on their feet. But the girl actually had no right to take him with her, so she was more than ready to hit the road on her own feet. Before they had time to set off on the road, the girl asked the guy to wait. She would like to give him something. Then she took out a bottle of alcohol from her backpack and added that the head of the Garshi clan loved this drink very much, and her father had prepared gifts that each of the clan heads would accept. But Sung Jin did not fully understand why this was needed at all. The girl thought that this was obvious, because if they took them with them, then most likely the negotiations would go more smoothly. But Sung Jin interrupted her and made it clear that he was not the person who would talk. Ezel told him that, of course, as clans, they always had conflicts over ratings in the demon world, but in fact, they were not at enmity with anyone. Then Sung Jin once again noted that everything would be fine, and she should not worry about such trifles. All she needs to do is wait for Sung Jin here, until he solves all the problems on his own. And after this phrase, only a few minutes passed when fire burst out, along with screams from the castle of the Garshi clan. At the Hunters Association, the new hunter immediately noticed that the chairman's English was quite good, so he easily understood that the whereabouts of the 10th S-rank hunter Song Jin-woo was unknown. The chairman assured this hunter that Sun Jin was actually elusive, so their surveillance department was having difficulty finding him. But this colored shirt hunter had little faith in these words, so the man had to reassure him that the association was not so stupid to lie to a national-level hunter. In any case, he decided to say that he heard that Hwang Dong-soo arrived in South Korea and made a small fuss, and he would immediately like to say that since he has the title of S-rank hunter, they, unfortunately, did not able to push him not to do anything illegal. The chairman noticed that the hunter said the word ours, as if the hunter Hwang Dong-soo was already completely in the hands of the United States. And the hunter himself at that moment continued to say that Sung Jin is one thing, but he also came here to ask the Hunters Association to deny Hwang Dong-soo entry into the country. But apparently they have already been able to cope with this problem, and the chairman taciturnly confirmed this information. Then the hunter thought that it would be nice to end this conversation earlier. He also added that he would call again if he needed to ask something else. The chairman at that moment could only think that he felt like a child against this big guy. And the hunter at that moment began to say that he had heard that South Korea was in poverty because of the situation on Jeju Island. And so he would like to help with the raid on Jeju Island, but unfortunately he is a busy man. He believed that it would be a completely different matter if the association had enough money to hire him. Then he would have no problem taking up this business. But now it's time for him to go to the airport, and at that moment Woo Jin decided to stop him and ask the man if he could keep him company, and the hunter didn't care what they would do. The chairman decided to ask Woo Jin a question before leaving, in which he was interested to know the man's opinion about whether he thought that the expectation of the presence of this hunter on the upcoming raid on Jeju Island was just a deception. Woo Jin didn't know the exact answer to this question, but he was sure that there was no point in worrying about this, because cooperation with Japan had already been confirmed, which means that a hunter from the huge Japanese guild would visit South Korea today. Sung Jin, meanwhile, destroyed one demon after another and noticed that each of them gave him quite a lot of experience, and apparently all this was due to their high level. In addition to the guy, his main warriors also received a pretty good level boost, and now Sung Jin can use an increase in the class of his warriors. Sung Jin saw such things for the first time, but when Igris and Tank sent the guy their requests for a rank increase, he realized that this was reality. And as soon as Sung Jin confirmed their promotion, now the soldiers were many times stronger, and this could be understood, if only because their aura was much stronger. Igris, in turn, was finally able to receive S rank. And his fellow Tank was also keeping up too much because he had received a top A rank power. Ezel suddenly decided to ask the guy if he knew how many clans he had already managed to destroy during this time, and Sung Jin suggested that since this is the 89th floor, then excluding her clan, this number should be closer to 9. In any case, the girl started this conversation in order to tell him that starting from the 90th floor, each subsequent floor will be controlled by clans of high-ranking nobles, and this, oddly enough, means that they are all on a completely different level. Therefore, she would like to again offer the guy to convince them to just give him permission to pass, as he did with her clan. But before she could finish, Sung Jin interrupted her and said that if he were weaker than their clan, then they would hardly have negotiated with him. Afterwards, he suddenly remembered what she had said, that there was always a fierce struggle for ranks between the clans, and therefore he was going to raise the Raides clan to first place. Ezel corrected him and said that her clan was called Raider, after which she was very interested to know why he spared her clan. Sung Jin looked her straight in the eyes and confidently said that in fact everything is quite simple. He liked her. That's why he treats her and her clan this way. The girl definitely did not expect such an answer, and this could be said by her amazing face. Sung Jin was able to deceive her so easily, so he began to feel that he could only get along well with such clumsy people. As Sung Jin's Ezel warned, from the 90th floor, the difficulty suddenly increased, and the number of monsters and their levels were at a completely different level compared to the lower floors. And despite the increase in Sung Jin's intelligence, this seemed of little importance considering the rate of consumption of his mana. Although on the other hand, he understood that in fact this was just an indicator of how often shadow soldiers recover after destruction, and the fact that he successfully managed to reach the 90th floor so quickly means nothing. With each floor, Ezel was more and more surprised at how strong this guy could be, because he was so easily able to defeat clans that had the 5th rank, so she wanted to know if all his people were as strong as Sung Jin. The guy answered her that in fact he knew two people who were possibly close to his strength, and in his mind he thought about Go Hong-hee and Cha-hei. These two definitely seemed stronger to him than other S ranks, and judging by their auras, Cha-hei was on Choi Jin-in, who is known as the ultimate weapon, came out several levels. In other words, even among S ranks there are differences in strength, and moreover, since S ranks are immeasurable, they may have even larger gaps in strength compared to other ranks, and before he could be compared to Chairman Go Gun-hee. But now the situation may have changed due to the fact that Sung-jin reached the upper floors. After these thoughts, Sung-jin turned to Essel and asked her to return to her floor, because from now on, he would take care of everything himself. She was surprised that the guy was sending her home. Did he really not need her anymore? The girl really was quite interesting for Sung-jin, but still it seemed to him that it was really time for her to go home. But he did not forget to tell her that she had done a good job, and for that he was incredibly grateful to her. At first Essel was upset, but then she decided not to just leave it like that and told the guy that she wanted to go with him. She stated that she would like to see the outcome of his battle. Sung-jin had no desire to actually dissuade the girl, so he told her that in fact she could do anything, and after that they moved together to the 98th floor. S-rank hunter Ryuji Koto arrived at Incheon International Airport, and the first thing he noticed when he got off the plane was that there was someone very strong at the airport. Ryuji understood that a person of this caliber could not just be in such a place, so it seemed to him that something had clearly happened in this place. At that moment, an association assistant approached him, who first of all asked for forgiveness for being late, and he also said that there were so many people at the airport because a hunter from the United States had arrived in South Korea. But they had already prepared everything for him, so there was no point in worrying. But still, Ryuji thought about why the hunters from the United States were flying here. Apparently, they were both called for the same reason. The chairman, sitting in the office with Ryuji, thought that this is the only person who is able to compete with Liu Zhang in Asia, and therefore, it is a great honor for him to meet with him today. But still, one should not forget that he is definitely a difficult person. In Japan, there are 21 S-rank hunters, and 11 of them are part of the Ryuji Guild, which is called Naked Sword. And unlike the structure of South Korea, with 5 guilds competing among themselves, in Japan, there is only one guild that has all the authority, so the Ryuji Guild the biggest. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl who stood next to Ryuji, and as it turned out, her name was Hakakawa, and today she will be responsible for the translation, and from now on she will translate Ryuji's words. She also did not forget to say that due to the misfortune that happened recently, they decided that they could no longer ignore Jeju Island, and therefore they promised to give their full support to South Korea. After the girl, Ryuji himself spoke up and began to say that, in short, the reason he came was that the chairman was thinking about the idea of uniting and creating an allied force consisting of elite hunters. The chairman could not believe that Ryuji was suggesting that he create a joint force and attack the colony. The man, of course, perfectly understood that the strongest Japanese hunters were excellent, but he still believed that going to Jeju Island was very dangerous. But Ryuji immediately made him understand that since this was an S-rank gate, they had prepared a certain plan for this. Mr. Ryuji's translator brought the information to the chairman that they received after exploring the colony. Each ant is strong as a top-ranked hunter, but they have a serious vulnerability. And this drawback Ryuji believed was their lifespan, because the lifespan of ants is 1 year. In other words, the hunter wanted to say that if they destroy the queen, then all the other ants will naturally die out after a year, and Jeju Island will be clean. It seemed to the chairman that doing this would clearly not be as easy as Ryuji said. He also thought that it would be more plausible if they destroyed every ant on the island, rather than getting rid of one queen, because she is incredibly strong, and destroying her is equal to destroying 1,000 ordinary ants. Ryuji understood that the ants would clearly fight for their queen, and he understood that they would have to break through the defense line of thousands of individuals. But he also believed that the situation would change if they all had to leave their tunnel. The chairman did not believe that this was even possible. A Japanese hunter said that this had happened 3 times before, when South Korean hunters landed on Jeju Island for a raid, and what was most interesting was that in all 3 cases, the ants left the tunnels and climbed towards the hunters. Some of the council couldn't believe it, but Mr. Ryuji's translator assured them that this was a result that was confirmed by their secret magic detection techniques. So she asked them to once again pay attention to the details of the data they provided them. Plus, he assured his colleagues that 10 of his S-rank hunters, including himself, would take part in the upcoming raid on Jeju Island. He offered to act as ant bait for the soldiers while the South Korean hunters took care of the queen. The chairman understood that if 10 S-rank hunters attracted the attention of the ants, then the queen and several guard ants would remain in the tunnel. Ryuji also did not forget to say that their S-rank hunters would split into teams and begin attacks from all directions. The ants would head towards the centers of their attacks and leave the queen alone in the tunnel. So he believed that the South Korean hunters would have a chance to get into island by helicopter and destroy the queen. Guo Hong mentally knew that this was definitely possible. But on the other hand, he had a question. Why did Ryuji Koto want to help them by bringing all of his S-rank hunters except one? Ryuji, while the chairman was thinking about what answer to give him, the man thought about the fact that every national-level hunter had cleared the S-rank gates, and if we take into account his past achievements, then after the raid on Jedu Island, he would be able to get the title of national-level hunter. He understood that the appearance of a national-level hunter from Japan would cause an unprecedented stir among representatives of all countries, and since this was an S-rank gate, all members would work on the safe side, and the danger should be minimized. And taking all this into account, the man was sure that South Korea had no reason to deny him this, although he himself understood that this was a vile path, but the righteous path would not help him become a national-level hunter, and that's fine understood. Guo Hong looked at these reports carefully and thought that compared to Japan, South Korea only had 8 S-rank hunters, excluding him and Min Byung-gu, who retired. It turns out that only 6 could participate. But the main problem was that he was not sure that they could destroy the boss of the S-rank dungeon. He felt that this would definitely become a reality if Sung Jin-woo, the person who single-handedly dealt with the boss of the A-rank gate, teamed up with other S-rank hunters. Ants are evolving at a terrifying rate, and they don't know when the entire ant population will gain the ability to fly, so they simply can't wait any longer. So he told Ryuji that after reviewing the data, they will present them with a concrete plan of operation. Sung Jin and Essel have finally reached the 100th floor, and soon Sung Jin will finally pass this tower completely. And as soon as he stepped onto this floor, he was met with the dragon by the same demon king Baran. Sung Jin immediately noticed the incredibly unusual aura of this boss. He had never felt anything like this before. Therefore, the guy was not sure that he could ultimately defeat this guy. Essel immediately felt an incredible thirst for blood. This was her first meeting with him, but she was 100% sure that this was the demon king Baran. Sung Jin didn't like that even Essel could feel the aura that the boss emitted. Besides, he has a dragon, and a flying enemy is the most disgusting thing. At least that's what Sung Jin thought. But what surprised Sung Jin most of all was that if you don't take into account the horse that Essel rode, this was the first non-demonic creature that he came across here. Apparently, there are many different mounts in this place. Suddenly, the thought appeared in the guy's head that if it was not a demon, then perhaps he could extract the shadow. And while Sung Jin was thinking about this, the demon king used a skill called the Army of the Underworld. Using this skill, he summoned demon soldiers of various types, and after just a few minutes, an entire army of demons stood opposite the guy, ready to destroy him. Essel immediately noticed that the demon knights and demon generals are monsters of at least A rank, and the worst thing is that there are more than 100 of them here. Sung Jin believed that just by looking at this, you can understand that there is a whole horde of demons here, and apparently the very battle I've been waiting so long, it's finally starting. Sung Jin waited until the last moment and did not attack until the monsters came too close, and in the end, he still used his skill, which is called the Mastery of the Monarch. And then he only had to say one word, which ordered his army to appear and join the battle. His elite warriors appeared on time and immediately began to destroy all the monsters. True, their number did not decrease even after dozens of attacks, and Sung Jin was about to be attacked by other larger demons. But they really shouldn't have forgotten that Sung Jin also has other more experienced warriors like Regressed, who is capable of destroying such monsters one by one. And his new friend Fang, who now uses the ball of greed that Sung Jin gave him. With its help, he has become several times stronger, and now his magic is S rank. Essel couldn't quite believe that this was even possible, although the girl went with him to the top floor, but she still saw it for the first time. Although she also turned her attention to the king of this place, Lord Baran, who continued to smile. Although his warriors were destroyed one by one, this monster clearly looked at Sung Jin as an invader who would have to be destroyed by him. But what's more interesting is that Essel didn't fully know which side she should take, who she should fight for. While she was thinking, this monster launched a strong attack with lightning, and Sung Jin had to protect the girl with his cloak. But what is most dangerous is that this magic hits the area and stuns the enemy, and if he cannot stop this magic, then his shadow soldiers will turn to ashes and his mana will dry up. Sung Jin realized that in order to destroy this demon, he needed to neutralize his dragon, and for this he decided to first attack the wings of this beast. But this plan failed because Baran blocked the guy's blow at the last moment. And without thinking for a long time after that, he delivered his amazing blow, which Sung Jin simply was not able to dodge. But he obviously wasn't going to stop there, and he continued to strike blow after blow. So Sung Jin had to run away. The guy was well aware of the fact that at this rate, this guy would clearly get him, and his mantle clearly had a damage absorption limit. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Fang, who, using a ball of greed, created an incredibly strong stream of fire, with the help of which he was able to block the blow of Baran, who at that moment was using lightning. Moreover, due to the force of his blow, he was able to harm this demon's dragon as well. Now Sung Jin understood that he made the right decision when he decided to give the ball of greed to the Fang. He knows perfectly well how to use it correctly. The dragon still could not withstand such pain and fell to the ground, and its wings were too severely singed to continue to fly. Sung Jin was very glad that Baran finally came down to him from heaven. After all, the guy is at least tired of raising his head up to understand where this little demon is. The ruler's touch is able to control and influence physical objects, but the effectiveness of the skill depends on the weight of the object. However, despite this, the skill does not consume mana. Just like the Shadow Soldier summons warriors that he has already saved, and this skill also does not consume mana. But with destroyed soldiers, a different situation arises. They spend his mana to restore, and if there is no mana left, they return to his shadow. So it is very important to increase the intelligence statistic in order to increase the mana capacity. Sung Jin thought that the fighting skill of this demon was clearly excellent, and the amount of mana seemed bottomless. But then he did not understand what his soldiers were based on. If the destroyed soldiers were not restored, then he must constantly spend a huge amount of mana to summon again there. Either way, Sung Jin's main problem is that he's running out of mana and giving him no way to replenish it. The recovery of high-ranking soldiers consumes much more mana, but this does not mean that he should not use them. The guy just decided that he needed to finish this battle before his mana ran out completely. But Sung Jin was far from confident that he would be able to do this, because this demon was incredibly strong and destroyed even his strongest warriors with just one blow. Even Igris's attacks were stopped by this demon with just one hand, although the attacks were far from obvious. And then he delivered such a powerful attack that it was simply impossible to dodge it, so Sung Jin had to spend more and more mana to restore his fighters. But this could not continue for long, and at some point Sung Jin decided that now he had to start attacking this monster. And for this, he used the decisive blow skill. But in order to inflict good damage, the demon easily dodged the guy's attack, after which he grabbed him by the head and lifted him up. Of course, Sung Jin did not allow him to strike, and for this he used his shadow soldiers. And then, while the monster was distracted by this counterattack, Sung Jin took out both of his daggers and inserted them directly into the demon's body. This quite obviously angered the monster, and he created a huge wave of energy that destroyed all the shadows around him and threw Sung Jin away from him. The guy realized that he had angered the demon, and apparently from that second their real duel began, in which the truly strongest would win. A second later they collided with each other, and it seemed that the blades could not withstand such powerful energy. The monster tried with all its might to inflict a serious attack on Sung Jin, but he couldn't do it because so far the guy had managed to block all the monster's attacks. Sung Jin at that moment also tried to attack back and used the decisive blow skill to do this, but unfortunately everything was unsuccessful. In any case, the guy continued to attack the demon and did it with all his strength, but even in this case he was unable to land a strong enough attack. But Baran still had a few surprises in store for Sung Jin, and at some point he launched an attack on the guy, from which his daggers fell out of his hands, and the guy himself barely had time to dodge. But obviously Baran would not stop there and again took out his swords to finish this battle in his favor. Sung Jin had to block his attacks manually, and it was quite difficult to do so. And all because this demon had incredibly terrifying power. Sung Jin had never seen anything like it before. Moreover, the monster was about to use his lightning again, and this was already beginning to irritate Sung Jin, because it seemed that he simply had endless mana that would never run out easily, and he would have delivered this blow directly to the guy if at one fine moment he had not received a blow to the head, which distracted him. It was Essel who finally decided which side she would be on, and therefore decided to help Sung Jin. The guy immediately realized that this was his chance, which he should not lose. So he decided to use his strength and abilities to the maximum to deliver as strong a blow as possible. And gathering his thoughts, Sun Jin released such a strong blow from his hand that the demon's head literally flew off his body. After which the system notified the guy that he was able to defeat the Demon King, and he did it with one single blow, for which he received Baran's soul and was able to complete the main quest in which he needed to collect the souls of demons. After which he happily turned to Essel and told her that she could now go and confidently inform her father that the Radis clan was now in first place in the ranking. She was still shocked by his incredible strength, but even so she reminded him that her clan was called Radis. Next, Sun Jin decided to carefully look around, and after some time, he was still able to find the ring of the Demon Monarch, and with this ring, he will be able to unlock all the effects of the set. But in any case, the main item for which Sun Jin did all this was not the set, but the purified blood of the Demon King, which the guy was still able to find. Now the guy, without any problems, will be able to create the holy water of life, which he will bring to his mother. Sun Jin understood that the probability of success and the number of items created depended on his intelligence, and if he had known about this earlier, he would have spent all his stat points on intelligence. But Alice, standing next to him, believed that the guy would succeed. And after a few seconds, the system informed the guy that he had managed to create the holy water of life. Moreover, he was able to create not a single bottle. In addition, he only lost part of the blood of the Demon King and a fragment of the World Tree, but the spring water of the echoing forest was completely used up. Looking at this item, Sun Jin was not entirely sure that this water of life could still cure his mother's illness, but in any case, he would like to go to the hospital right now and check it out. When suddenly his thoughts were suddenly distracted by Iron, who brought the guy the body of the dragon Baran. Sun Jin was surprised that Iron had become so smart. The guy immediately tried to turn Wyvern into a shadow soldier, and he succeeded, which could not be said about the other demons. Now he just has to choose a new name for his new flying friend, and he decided that now this dragon would be called Kaisel, and apparently this animal liked this name. Ezel immediately thought that with the help of this dragon, they could quickly return to the Redir clan. But Sun Jin thought about whether he had to go down the floors if he wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. Also, the girl did not forget to add that upon returning to her clan there would be a banquet. She was sure that her father would be very happy, but the guy did not listen to her because there were too many questions in his head. For example, why he had not yet received an award for the task. And as soon as he thought about it, the system informed him that he had finally received a rune stone of the highest quality, as well as some improvements to its characteristics. Sun Jin immediately broke this stone and received a skill called Shadow Exchange. It was a professional skill that did not consume mana, the essence of which was that he could exchange location with the selected shadow soldier. Sun Jin clearly liked this skill very much, because no matter where his shadow soldiers are, he will be able to change places with them. This is actually teleportation. After which he again turned to Ezel and told her that she had done a great job, but unfortunately she would have to return to her clan alone. The guy understood perfectly well that the Radis clan was located on the 80th floor, and it was too far to simply return there for the sake of a reward, so he decided to return straight from here and told the girl that they might see each other again when he had the opportunity. Sun Jin used his new skill and switched places with the shadow soldier and seemed to be in his own area. The only downside to this skill was its cooldown. Sun Jin can use it every 3 hours, but even then, it is a very strong skill. But the guy did not forget that he had more than one way of transportation, and to get to the hospital, Sun Jin used Kaisel. Wu Jin, meanwhile, was telling the chairman the information that his colleagues from Japan had sent them. There was even a video that was recorded using a Japanese satellite with a magic detection camera. The chairman drew his attention to the fact that in all the recorded raids, as Ryuji said, all the ants leave the nest except the queen and her guards. The fact that the appearance of these ants is constantly changing is proof that they evolve with each new generation, and the lifespan of each generation is approximately a year. Guo Hong was still worried about the guard ants, but in high-ranked dungeons, there are always several guard monsters protecting the bosses. So he would like to know what the likelihood is that the ants will return to their nests sooner than they expect. Wu Jin told the chairman that in this case, they would use an interference signal. What he meant was that these ants can communicate with each other using their special waves, and Ryuji plans to stop them from doing so by using an interference signal. Then only the queen and her guards remain, and they will have to worry about them. When suddenly the chairman stood up from his seat and began to say that he felt something very strange. It reminded him of magical waves that could be felt quite far away. Had something really happened? Beck also felt these magical waves, and his interlocutor suggested that Choi Jin and Cha Hei must be at each other's throats because of their share in the guild. So he believed that nothing bad had happened and invited the man to drink another glass. And the interlocutor's name was Min Bien-gu, who was an S-rank healer. He was an optimist and asked Beck not to pay attention to it and to smile better, because at this rate he would quickly grow old if he frowned for any reason. Min Bien suggested that he tell him one very interesting story, but Beck was against it and said that he clearly did not need it. After all, Bayek knew very well that along with his sense of humor, Min Bien-gu is a bit of a strange guy. He is the first S-rank hunter to retire unscathed, and he is not only the first, but also the only one who would decide to retire, considering how much money an S-rank hunter can earn. And it's not that the guy was a rich man, he just decided to end his career. And now they are sitting in the same establishment together, and the guy couldn't believe that Bayek was really going to go on this mission. Min Bien was not very happy to hear this, and so he decided to remind his friend about how Suk Heng died when he fought with these ants. But Bayek immediately assured him that this is precisely why he should go, because if they do not pay attention to the ants, then all of Korea will face the same fate. It was strange for the guy to watch how Bayek suddenly became such a patriotic person. Bayek convinced him that it just sounded like that, but in any case he had to do it. Min Bien immediately said that if Beck came here to ask him to go with him, then he would never go with him. But the man immediately told him that he came here only to see the guy, but no more. After all, he simply doesn't know when they will be able to see him again. This made the guy think about it. After which he said that he was preparing for a teaching certification exam and planned to become a regular government employee. He also decided to raise the topic of the architectural company Yujin, which seems to be recruiting talented hunters to create their own guild. And he also received a call and was offered the position of head of the guild. And from the moment he resigned, he received many tempting offers not only from the U Company Gin, but he firmly decided that this kind of organization, and indeed places where blood is shed, was clearly not for him. That's why he will take the teaching certification exam, and he decided to choose Korean history, which surprised Beck a little, so he decided to ask the guy why this particular subject, but the guy thought that the answer to this question was obvious because he loves historical dramas, and this once again confirmed that the guy is strange. But he thought that this was actually quite normal, and he would like to say that it would be wonderful if wars remained only in history books. Mentally, Bayek thought that this guy's thoughts were quite normal, and he would rather call him the only normal person among all the hunters. Now he thinks that there are not so many hunters who hate fighting monsters. There are a few among healers, but they only like to heal. Sung Jin, meanwhile, finally arrived at the hospital and carefully climbed through the window into his mother's room. He only thought that if he ruined everything here, then he might no longer have the opportunity to fix everything. And he also did not forget that she might not be able to sip the holy water of life at all. But even if she could, there was no guarantees that she will be okay. But on the other hand, he saw many miracles created by the system, as well as stories that people would never believe in. And this is all thanks to the power of the system, such as Sung Jin himself, who was recently still an E-rank hunter who was capable of absolutely nothing. And he thought that it would be quite normal if he trusted it one more time. His hands shook very violently before he tried to give his mother this sacred water. At that moment, many moments from his life flashed before his eyes, and one of them was when he decided to wash his mother's hair. Then he accidentally splashed hot water on his mother, and she got a scar, and the guy remembered this moment for the rest of his life. After all, he believed that it was he who was to blame, and it was because of him that she had this scar. But as soon as he gave his mother a sip of this sacred water, the guy immediately noticed that her skin color had changed, but for some reason she still did not wake up. The guy looked at the woman and literally begged her to open her eyes and wake up, because he had only one reason to become stronger. So he wanted her to wake up and prove to him that he did all this for a reason. A few hours after the guy came to the ward, he still heard a rather familiar voice. His mother finally regained consciousness, and the first thing she wanted to ask Sun Jin was this. The guy couldn't even speak at that moment when he looked at the woman, and she realized that she had been in a coma for too long. Sung Jin answered her that in fact she had been conscious for 4 years. The woman clearly did not expect such an answer. After which she immediately wanted to know how Jin-ah was doing and if she was okay. Sung Jin told her that everything was fine, for which she was grateful to him, because she understood that he cared about his sister and thus still kept his promise. The guy could not hold back his tears at one moment, and this was not surprising, because after all his efforts were not in vain. The head doctor at the hospital was informed that the patient woke up after falling into eternal sleep, and this, as far as he understood, was the first and only such case. The attending doctor of this patient immediately demanded that she be discharged from the hospital immediately, but the chief doctor assured him that they could not do this because she was at least still unstable, because she had been in a coma for 4 years. She was unlikely to even be out of bed will be able to get up. But the doctor suddenly told him that regarding this, the patient's indicators were all normal, as if she had not been in a coma at all. She also did not have any abnormalities, and she could even move independently. The head doctor didn't even want to believe that she was in excellent condition, even though she had been in a coma for the last 4 years. But even if so, he still believed that it was too early to talk about discharge. Moreover, he believed that it was necessary to make this case public. And at that moment, the doctor spoke again and said that he had already tried to explain this to the guardian, but he did not quite an ordinary person, so it will be extremely difficult to do this with him. The doctor walked up to the head doctor and quietly said in his ear that this woman's guardian was a new S-rank hunter, Sun Jin Woo. After he heard about this, the man suddenly changed his mind and said that in fact they do not have the right to keep healthy patients in the hospital against their will, and they will undoubtedly discharge her as soon as possible. The woman looked at her daughter and simply could not believe that her daughter had grown so much. Jinnah understandably couldn't hold back her tears. The first thing she did was fall into her mother's arms. The girl really missed the woman all these 4 years. Sung Jin looked at this picture and once again confirmed for himself that all his efforts were clearly not in vain. Moreover, he had a feeling as if this moment was his reward for all the trials that he had to overcome. However, having become a hunter of this rank, Sun Jin felt that he had become very distant from his family. The worry inside him was pressing down on him more and more every second. After a long time, Sung Jin finally took out his phone, which he had completely forgotten while he was in the demonic castle. He immediately noticed that he had an incredibly huge number of missed calls, but he didn't want to call back. It seemed to him that if it was something important, then they will call you back. And he obviously didn't have to wait long, because as soon as he started reading the news, Go Gun-hee immediately called him on the phone. Sung Jin understood that if the chairman himself was calling him, then something bad had obviously happened. The chairman thought that the guy had already heard about the latest news, but Sung Jin immediately informed him that he had just returned from those places where there was no connection, so the chairman invited him to meet and discuss everything face to face. A few minutes later, Sung Jin was already in the office of the chairman, who told him that they would go to Jeju Island in order to get rid of those ants once and for all, and to do this, they would need his help. The man explained once again why this operation is so important for them, and only after all this, he asked the guy again whether he would agree to join this operation. Sung Jin thought that under normal circumstances, he would have agreed without any hesitation, since the island is infested with high-level monsters. But on the other hand, he just saw his healthy mother and would like to spend more time with her, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after he felt an incredibly strong energy. The chairman noticed that something was wrong with the guy and asked what was the matter, to which Sung Jin told him that it seemed to him that hunters were apparently fighting nearby, emanating incredibly strong energy. The man had no doubt that the guy would have excellent instincts, so he managed to detect them from a distance. After which he added that at the moment several S-rank hunters were training in the gym, and perhaps Sung Jin was talking about them. Sung Jin was a little confused about why this was needed, but the chairman reminded him that there were only 4 days left before the raid, and therefore the guys were training to be in shape. Also, the chairman did not forget to say that even Ryuji Goto and his Japanese comrades here in Sung Jin perfectly understood who he was talking about, because this is the name of the strongest Japanese hunter, and even ordinary people have heard about him at least once. Meanwhile, in the training hall, the hunters continued to train, and at one moment it seemed that they were not doing this for a training purpose. Mr. Bayek's opponent believed that a man should be able to do much more, but this only caused a smile from the hunter. The chairman took Sung Jin to look at all this action, and the first thing he said was that it was actually a rare event for all the S-ranks to gather in one place, and the magical energy that Sung Jin had sensed earlier must have come from them. Sung Jin noticed that the hunter Bayek was gradually beginning to lose his position, and as soon as the guy said this, a voice from the side corrected him and said that in fact, if Bayek had fought at full strength, then Ma Dong-wook would not have had a chance. This expert was Choi Jong-in, who was so happy to see hunter Sung Jin Woon. Mr. Baek's opponent was Ma Dong-wook, who also had an S rank and was the master of the Glory Guild. Sung Jin didn't quite understand why Hunter Beck didn't give his all against such an opponent. Choi Jung-in believed that the man's problem was that it was difficult for him to use all his power when so many eyes were directed at him. But still, he believed that it was worth not forgetting that when Bayek fights with all his strength, he turns into a monster. Next, Sung Jin finally noticed Ryuji Goto, who was a famous S-rank hunter. The other S-rank hunters did not know who the man on the balcony was and why he came here in the first place. But still, some of them had information that this was the hunter Sung Jin Woo, who had recently received the rank of S-rank. Ryuji also noticed the guy, and all because the guy, in his opinion, simply had destructive energy, despite the fact that the guy tried to hide it in every way, so it seemed to him that he was an excellent hunter and destroyer. But his assistant from Japan assured the teacher that Sung Jin was a hunter mage, and this was officially confirmed information. The hunters from Korea were also not particularly happy that Sung Jin was here, because he was the one who ruined the debut of their familiar hunter Lin Min Sung. But still, even they were wondering why there was such tension in the air, and apparently it was all because of him. Ishida approached her friend Keiyu about the fact that this was the 10th S-rank hunter, but he asked her not to talk to him, because the whole point was that he would soon be sick of all these S-ranks gathered here. But then he paid attention to Cha-hei, who was standing nearby, and apparently in South Korea, there is someone with the same sensitive nose as his. But if this girl only needs a scarf to remove the smell, then her feelings must be several levels lower than his. Assistant Ryuji believed that looking at all these hunters in South Korea, it seemed to him that there was nothing interesting for them here. Since she had witnessed countless raids by Goto-san, other S-rank hunters simply would not be able to surprise her. But Ryuji believed that this was not entirely true. He turned his attention to Cha-hei, who seemed to him an interesting hunter. She and Go-gun-hee are comparable to their best members, when suddenly their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by some hunters who asked the translator girl to repeat what she just said. She said it again without any problems, but this time in a more rude manner, that hunters from South Korea are worthless. This angered Mr. Hyun-nim even more, who, as it turned out, knows Japanese, and he heard everything she said about them. The girl didn't give a damn about this, and just decided to find out who they were, to which his assistant responded with a shout and said that this was actually the head of the Knights Guild. Park Jung-soo was the head of the Guild of Knights and had an A rank, but this is clearly the first time the girl has heard his name and the existence of this guild in general. This made the man's assistant even more angry, so he began to tell her that their Knights Guild was one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea, not to mention that they had hired more A-rank hunters than any other guild. The girl seemed not to have heard everything that the guy just said and decided to ask a question in which she wanted to find out whether they would participate in the raid on Jedu Island, because as she heard, only S-rank hunters would go there. Ryuji decided to ask what Hanakawa was talking about. The assistant to the head of the Knights said that Hyun-nim was part of the protective detachment that would act as a blockade of Jeju Island, and this consoled the girl, because she believed that they could not rely on A ranks in such an important task. Ryuji tried to tell the girl that she was creating a problem, and she should stop doing this. Hyun-nim responded by telling the girl that she had better stop saying such things, because she can't even know how hunters work, because she just works here as a translator. After these words, Hanakawa invited the man to see her abilities, because as it turned out, she was an A-rank hunter, and since the man was so confident in himself, he could clearly easily defeat the hunter, who was only here to translate. Hyun-nim advised her to stop looking down on them because it might end too badly for her, but she apparently decided that it was too late to stop. So she checked with the man, or was he by chance a non-combat hunter? Sung Jin noticed that 2 rank A hunters had collided down there, and it would be quite interesting to watch this dispute, and Jong Jong supported him in this. Hyun-nim realized that apparently the fight could not be avoided, and that this girl would have to be taught to respect people. So first, he suggested deciding on the rules, because it would be better than just beating each other. And the rules will be simple. According to him, the one who grabs the other's wrist will become the winner of the fight. She immediately realized that if she swung her fist to attack, she would quickly lose, and with these rules she simply couldn't attack carelessly. This goal involved a little mind game, but most of all she was wondering whether he would change his position or whether he was going to fight like this. Hyun-min assured her that there was no point in her worrying too much about his stance, because he would only need to remove his hands in order to take her wrist. The girl understood that apparently the man was quite confident in his speed, but in any case, she was ready to start this fight. After these words, she took off and went into battle, and Hyun Nim continued to stand in place. Hanakawa immediately tried to land several blows on him, but he was able to easily dodge them. After such an attack, the man told her directly that her attacker was so-so, but still he was kind today and was ready to give her another try. But the girl responded by telling him that she did not understand his dialect very well. But what she knew for sure was that it was not very good to stand with torn pants. And while Hyun Min was trying to understand how this even happened, the girl went on the attack again and believed that now was the ideal chance to finally defeat this impudent person. At least that's what it seemed to her at first glance, because a few seconds later, Hyun Nim was already holding her wrist and telling her that she was really too slow. The man also added that it seems to him that she is one of those guys who always hides behind their tanks, not taking into account the fact that apparently she has no experience fighting people at all. Hyun Nim told her that there are many problems in South Korea, and even if she doesn't want to, there are times when they have to fight people, and in the worst case, they have to destroy them. He also added that she would suffer if she did not understand that unlike monsters, people do not move in simple directions, and if he had a knife in his hand, he could have cut her throat instead of just grabbing her hand. One of the S-rank hunters praised the guys. In his opinion, it was a rather impressive duel. Ryuji also asked Hakikawa to translate the message he wanted to tell everyone. The girl began to say that Ryuji wants to convey to them that they need to trust each other, and that's why he wants to propose. The essence of this proposal was to arrange a sparring right now with the same rule, only now between S-rank hunters. Sung Jin, entering this arena, understood perfectly well what he was offering only because he wanted to test their skills, and leaving with the chairman, the man immediately agreed with Ryuji, but suggested excluding magicians and non-combat hunters, since they would be harder to judge. Bayek also decided to propose a few more rules. The one who can touch the other's back, or can knock him down, will be declared the winner. And he also suggested holding a group competition instead of a one-on-one competition. In other words, he suggested that they fight against everyone at the same time, and Hakikawa tried to translate all this exactly. From the words of the translator, Ryuji understood that the first team to knock someone down from the other team would gain an advantage in the battle, and this, he thought, would be too advantageous for the destroyer if the only rule was to grab the other by the wrist. But in any case, in case he didn't mind doing just that, from the Korean side, Bayek, Ma Dong-wook, Cha-hai, and Lee Tae-gyu will perform. And from Japan, Kenzo Tanaka, Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, and Kanai Takawa. Sung Jin, watching all this, thought that it looked like Goto Ryuji decided not to participate. Does he really want to just watch from the sidelines? In any case, it's not every day that you see a battle of S-rank hunters, and he was quite glad that he looked here today. One of the Japanese hunters thought that Ma Dong-wook and Baek Yun-ho were quite strong opponents, because he had already seen how they fought, so he could imagine what they were capable of. But still the thought that Baek may have an ace up his sleeve. Another hunter from Japan thought that since they are fighting 4-on-4, it turns out that her opponent is the only girl from the Korean team. In any case, Master Ma was tired of standing like a statue, so he suggested starting this fight as soon as possible. The Japanese knew that Ma Dong-wook's strength is transformation, and he is one of those who enjoy battles where strength decides everything, and this hunter from Japan fully supported him in this approach, because he believed that this is how real men should decide their affairs. Moreover, he was no longer eager to check which of them was actually stronger. And when they already collided in battle, it became clear that this would be a rather difficult battle. Lee Tae-gyu immediately noticed that his opponent was incredibly fast, and he had no doubt that he was more than confident in himself and his speed, and most likely he would be able to get closer. Then he would be at a disadvantage. But on the other hand, he did not forget for a second that his main skill was to establish a distance. However, so do long-range attacks, so he decided to start his battle with this. What his opponent clearly did not expect, but at the last moment he was able to dodge such a blow. The chairman looked at all this carefully, and at one moment said that the training ground was built and fortified with the greatest magic stones that could be found, so that an ordinary hunter would not be able to leave even a scratch in this room. But these guys staged a pogrom here for what? Just a couple of seconds. But still, on the other hand, he understood that it was very reckless for these youths to fight. He understood that their opponent was the strongest hunter among all S ranks, and they had to be extremely careful, because he would not just grab their hands, but most likely break them. But one of the Japanese hunters didn't even think about following the rules and aiming exclusively at the back and arms. For him, there was only one rule that he adhered to all his life, and its essence was that the fittest survive. Bayek definitely felt a thirst for blood at that moment, but then he simply didn't understand why his enemy retreated at the last moment. Was he really just scared? The guy couldn't catch his breath at that moment. Apparently, he was nervous again, and he's like this before every fight. It even seemed to him that he was simply not created to be a hunter. Beck tried to remember this guy's name, and if his memory serves him right, then this guy's name is Kumamoto in any case. He couldn't fully understand whether this guy was just an ordinary coward or a brilliant strategist, but he was more inclined towards the first option because he looks harmless. It seems that Kumamoto wants to test the level of their skills. Well, since he wants this, then Beck can only hope that in this case he is ready for what follows. The man always didn't like it when someone wanted to use him as a test subject, so he immediately decided that he would take this fight a little more seriously so that this Japanese impudent person would regret it. Kumamoto immediately noticed that the man's eyes immediately changed, and now he wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible, because in fact he had no desire to fight with him. But apparently it was already too late, because Bayek had already rushed at full speed into the battle, and the guy had to think about how to block the blows of this big guy. Bayek realized that his opponent was even more of a coward than he thought from the very beginning, and his reawakening should have made him one of the strongest S-rank hunters, but apparently cowardice cannot be easily hidden. Hyun-Nim, looking at this fight, thought that all these guys were just monsters, and in comparison with him, his fight with the translator was just a kindergarten. Meanwhile, Master Ma still lost to his opponent in a battle where strength was decisive. He couldn't even believe that he was slammed into the ground because this was actually the first time this had happened to him. Bayek's other ally was also defeated in a battle where speed was the key. Now the big man was forced to fight against 3 opponents, and the courage of each of them clearly increased after they realized that they would not have to fight this guy alone. Cha-Hei, meanwhile, continued to fight and thought that her opponent was simply very fast. But it turned out that this was the least of her problems, because Cha-Hei at one point realized that she could not even calculate her actions. Cha-Hei was also known throughout her life by the nickname Dancer, and she received it because her nimble movements resembled dance movements, and with their help, she quickly incapacitated opponents. However, due to the fact that she was ashamed of this nickname, the head of her guild forbade use it. But even this rather unpleasant fact for the girl did not prevent her from defeating her opponent, after which she did not wait long and went to help Bayek. But apparently, first she will have to deal with Kumamoto, who came up from behind and was ready to knock the girl out of this competition. He was sure that he could leave these two for a while in order to take care of the girl. But Cha-Hei was not such a simple opponent as it seemed to the guy at first, and he clearly did not expect that she would launch such an unexpected attack on him. It seemed that in just 1 second she was able to deliver more than 10 or even 20 blows, so being attacked by so many blows, the guy simply had no chance to block them. But Cha-Hei seems to quickly realize that she overdid it with these blows, because looking at this guy's face, she realized that now he was angry. Other Japanese hunters knew that when this guy gets angry, he becomes a completely different person. His head is literally blown off, and at the end of the fight, he does not remember anything. This side of him is clearly not intended for competition. And the point here was not only that he could use some forbidden techniques, but that he could attack his allies, but he could clear a rank B gate alone. But if he had not taken part in the conquest, a rank A gate, then there would be no point in him awakening as an S-rank hunter. Ryuji immediately said that if anyone from the Korean team was in serious danger, he asked to stop Kumamoto immediately, because he just wanted to see what they were capable of, but nothing more. And if they think that he should be stopped, then better to do it now. After all, despite how angry the guy was, he understood that they were unlikely to be able to compensate for the damage he would cause. At one point, Kumamoto looked as if he was going to literally destroy the girl. Therefore, Sung-Jin decided that it was time to intervene in this fight and remind him that this was just a competition, and he felt that he should not be so serious. But apparently this only angered the guy even more, so he decided to first put Sung-Jin to bed and then take care of the girl. His plan quickly failed because he didn't take into account the fact that Sung-Jin was much stronger than this guy. Ryuji did not expect to see such fast movements from a magic-type hunter, so he asked his translator if she was sure that he was not an exterminator. Hanakawa was absolutely sure of this. At least this is the information in official sources. But still she thought that it would be much better if Ryuji himself checked this information. After Sung-Jin took down this guy, he turned to Cha-Hei and told her that he thought it would be better to admit the defeat of the Korean team in this competition, and she completely agreed with him. In addition, Master Bayek was also caught, and she was left alone. Even at that moment, Bayek thought that the difference in the levels of their skills was simply colossal, and even if he had transformed, it most likely would not have changed anything. After this competition, a translator approached Sung Jin and told him that Mr. Ryuji wanted to talk to him. And as soon as Sung Jin approached him, the man invited him to fight him one-on-one. Before giving an answer to him, Sung Jin first assessed the aura of this man, and even without a translator, he would have understood what Ryuji was getting at. Although Sung Jin was not entirely sure what his intentions were, this was a good opportunity to test how much stronger he had become after the demonic castle. For the first time, Ryuji sees his opponent laughing at him before a duel. What kind of impudent person is that? The translator suddenly interrupted his thoughts and said that Sung Jin was ready to accept his challenge, but only on one condition. According to the girl, Sung Jin is ready to fight, only if Mr. Ryuji fights at full strength. The man got even more angry, because it seemed to him that this guy was just mocking him. In any case, this battle was an interesting proposition for him, especially since they have an S-rank healer who, if anything, can heal their wounds after the battle. Master Ma couldn't even believe that Sung Jin, who had just received S-rank, would fight Ryuji, and only for this reason they began to worry a little about the guy. Cha-hai noticeably began to worry about the guy. Although on the other hand, she was thinking that Sung Jin was able to deal with a rank boss alone and 100 high-blooded orcs. Her thoughts were at one point interrupted by Bayek, who wanted to know how she was feeling in general. The girl understood what he meant, so she immediately said that she would not be able to constantly hold her nose when they went to Jeju Island. Besides, now she was interested in another question. She thought that this fight needed to be stopped and would like to ask, what does Bayek think about this? Bayek thought that this would actually be logical. After all, this is still the same Ryuji, but still something tells him that it's worth seeing what comes of it. In addition, the man would never have believed that the girl was not excited by the mere thought of the upcoming battle. In his head, he had the thought that if Sung Jin was really capable of becoming stronger every time, then this battle promises to be fun. Therefore, Bayek did not rule out the fact that Sung Jin had become even stronger since their last meeting, and in the meantime, Sung Jin suggested not to delay and start this battle already. But before he could say it, the man had already started this fight and was already flying at Sung Jin with his attack. From the outside, it was a really serious attack, which could easily have been a serious blow to the guy. But apparently Sung Jin managed to dodge, or the man simply didn't get caught. In any case, the guy didn't like that Ryuji attacked him even before he could finish his sentence. Now the man was sure that the guy was definitely not a magic-type hunter. His deft, silent movements. All this made him understand that the guy had simply fooled everyone around him, but he definitely would not be able to pull off the same trick with Ryuji. The man was going to find out today what Sung Jin was really hiding, and he would not give up until he found out all his secrets. The guy himself at that moment understood that he should not underestimate this hunter, because he is definitely different from all the other S-rank hunters. He is incredibly strong. And yet he did not forget to notice to himself that the blows of such a strong opponent did not pose any special problems for him. With every such smile from this guy, Ryuji got even angrier, because he thought that the guy was just laughing at him, and this annoyed him. Hunters from Japan noticed that Ryuji was so angry, so they thought that it would be nice to end this fight right now. But it seems that Ryuji is serious, and it won't be possible to just leave their duel. These attacks simply made their blood run cold. They were so fast that other hunters barely had time to follow them. But Master Ma thought it was worth noting that Sung Jin Woo was holding up well, because not many could evade so many blows from the best hunter Japan. Cha-hai generally believed that Sung Jin wins this fight because he dodges Ryuji's endless attacks. Thus he essentially manages to tease him, thereby only angering him even more. Master Chan Zhang couldn't believe what was happening here at all, because he went out to smoke and realized that he had actually missed the most interesting thing. Ryuji at that moment did not understand how his today's opponent was able to dodge absolutely all the blows that the man inflicts. Is this guy really just lucky? But now he was sure that if he couldn't give it his all, then he risked losing to this brat. Therefore, at one moment, this thought made the man change his mind, and he decided that he would simply destroy Sung Jin. At the same moment, the system notified Sung Jin that an incredibly huge bloodlust had been detected nearby. Sung Jin realized that if he gets carried away and fools around for too long, then such emergency notifications pop up, for example, like the time when he fought with Huang Dong-su or Gang Tai-sik. But this time, everything is much more serious, because he hesitated now at least for a second. He most likely would have lost his eye. Ryuji still didn't understand what this incredible power was, This guy clearly could have grabbed him by the wrist, but instead decided to catch him by the wrist. Does he really still think that he can just play with a man? Sung Jin did not understand a single word of this hunter, but he knew one thing, that this fight would end as soon as he grabbed his wrist. Moreover, Sung Jin was sure that he would not want their fight to end just like that. Therefore, he also decided to use his strength against this impudent Japanese. But at the last moment, other hunters intervened and stopped this fight in time because they understood perfectly well that this was clearly going beyond all limits. Bayek held Sung Jin and told him that he needed to stop there because in a few days, this man would still lead the Japanese hunters. Chahe also added that they simply cannot take over his powers if he gets hurt now. At the same moment, Bak turned to the translator and told her that since this fight was out of control, he proposed to complete all training matches for today, and everyone agreed with him. The man decided that he needed to apologize to Sung Jin for interfering where he should not have interfered, but Sung Jin assured him that in fact everything was fine. The master was generally surprised that Sun Jin managed to withstand Ryuji. Moreover, he was even able to leave a scratch on his cheek. But when he came closer to the guy, he realized what was the matter. Because Sun Jin actually has such a powerful body, there are many magicians in his guild, but they are extremely lacking in melee fighters. So if Sun Jin is not a member of any of the guilds, then Master Ma will be glad to see him in his guild. Zhang Zhang began shouting from the balcony to Master Ma that Sun Jin was actually a magic type hunter, which was incredibly unexpected for the man. Sung Jin exhaled after this fight and seemed to understand that he had overdone it a little and should not have done it. But on the other hand, he now knows the strength of each of the hunters present here. In addition, he managed to find out something. Go Gun-hee, Choi Jong, and Baek, Ryuji, all these strongest S-rank hunters, were unable to detect his soldiers who were hiding in shadows. Sung Jin was literally shocked that even Ryuji did not notice anything, although it seemed that he was the strongest of the hunters here. Baek, sitting in his office, could not believe that this was even possible, because it seemed to him that the existence of a person who could become stronger all the time was just a fiction. But now looking at Sung Jin, the man became quite interested in finding out what he could achieve. Attempts to recruit Sung Jin Woo were unsuccessful, and yet there are several ways to establish relationships with talented hunters, and so he decided to move on to Plan B. At the same moment, he received a message on his phone, which apparently should have contained a list of participants in the upcoming raid on the ants. And imagine the surprise of Bayek, who in the end did not see Sun Jin on the lists. Reiji called his brother in the evening to tell him that there was a very talented hunter here in Korea, Sugimoto, who also had an S rank and held the position of deputy head of the Crossed Blades Guild, still believed that any hunter before his brother still had to grow and grow. But Ryuji didn't think so, who sadly said that this is not entirely true, and this new hunter's name is Sun Jin Woo. But what's most interesting is that this guy only recently received S rank. Sugimoto noticed one strange detail. This guy was not on the list for the raid, which greatly surprised Reiji. He read out to him the complete list of hunters from South Korea, which included Choi Jin-in, Ma Dong-wook, Bak Yun-ho, Cha Hai, Lim Tae-gyayu, Min Bien, and thus in 4 days, it was these 6 who would take part in the raid from South Korea. Ryuji couldn't believe it. The chairman Go Gun-hee wouldn't include someone so gifted in his team unless he was crazy. But in any case, there are already 16 S-rank hunters taking part in the raid, so no problem should not arise. Meanwhile, near the Halasan volcano, the ants talked to each other through magnetic waves and said that they must leave this island because there is nothing left to eat here and their children are devouring each other. They simply have no food left to support their empire. Therefore, one of the main ants clearly decided that this cannot continue. In addition, he was sure that they needed stronger warriors, and if problems with food continued, they would not be able to continue their plan. They were sure that they needed super soldiers who could lead their entire empire. For the glory of the empire, striking terror into the hearts of enemies who stand in their way. Sung Jin and his family came home and the guy did not expect to see such a picture. The guy couldn't believe that the girl would create such a mess while he was in the demonic castle. But their mother thought that this was only better, because she actually hadn't done any cleaning for 4 years, so she suggested that they do it together. While they were cleaning, the woman noticed that the house had aged completely. Many stubborn stains appeared in places where there had been no trace of them before. But for Sung Jin, this was not at all surprising, because they had been living in this house since childhood. Suddenly, these sweet conversations turned into a sadder topic. The woman wanted to ask Sung Jin if there was any news about their father while she was in a coma. Sung Jin was sad, but still told her that unfortunately there was no news. Also, the guy at that moment thought that if he told his mother that he had become a hunter just like his father, then she most likely would not take it too joyfully. There is a reason why she did not want to move out of this apartment, and even though he now earns so much that it is difficult to imagine, there is still a reason why he continued to live here and pay rent for this apartment, and all because of his mother still waiting for his father, who once disappeared. She hopes that someday he will find his way back to this apartment, and therefore he understood perfectly well that his mother still needed him. It was for this reason that Sung Jin did not want to go on a raid on Jeju Island, where it would obviously be too dangerous. The news reported that the speed at which the army of ants evolves is simply phenomenal, and each new generation of soldiers seizes power over the rest of the army. From this, it becomes clear that they are evolving. The picture showed ants that were at the first or second stage of their evolutionary phase, and at first they behaved just like ordinary ants and simply crawled carefree wherever they wanted. Their only difference was their incredible size. However, the new images clearly showed the third stage of the ants' evolutionary phase. Now the ant army has mastered walking upright, just like humans, and has become much more agile due to the fact that their giant skulls have become much smaller. In addition, they have learned to use their four limbs as hands, and these stunning changes have occurred in just 2 years. Now they have the latest photograph. It shows an ant that made a lot of noise in Japan. They became simply terrifyingly similar to people and also acquired wings. From all this, they drew one conclusion, that these creatures could now fly. Moreover, people understood that this was perhaps their last chance to unite against a common enemy. Most of the advisors at this time believed that upon seeing such an ant, most of the hunters would want to run away. But others believed that in fact there was one retired hunter who was brave enough to join this raid. On the internet, people were too unhappy that Sung Jin did not take part in this raid, and although he did not care much about the haters, he was still worried about how his sister Gina Ah would react to this. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jin Ho, who called him on his mobile to say that he had found a new place where they could now be based, because he was very lucky that his mother was able to contact him. Jin Ho believed that if Sung Jin wanted to found his own guild, then the first thing he needed to do was find a place for headquarters, and Jin Ho decided to take care of this, who believed that this was one of the best places, since it was also not far from home. But it seemed to Sung Jin that this is still too much for them, because for now there are only 2 of them. Jin Ho thought exactly the opposite. It seemed to him that they needed more space. To organize a guild, they needed at least 3 people, and in their case, they would have to find one more person. Mentally, Sung Jin began to look for options among his familiar hunters in order to temporarily create his own guild. But at one point, his thoughts were interrupted by Jin Ho, who began to say that Sung Jin was looking for one person who spoke English. He took out a note for him and said that this foreigner told him that they would be in Korea until the 17th, and that he really hoped that he would contact him. Sung Jin was very interested to find out who it was, but at some point he felt an incredibly strong energy, and therefore immediately decided to check what happened there. He literally disappeared before Jin Ho's eyes and said that he urgently needed to go home. And instead of him, a shadow soldier appeared whom Jin Ho was very afraid of. Meanwhile, in one of the dark areas of the city, a man threatened a girl with a knife and talked about how incredibly many people had died in this place. She incredibly strongly asked him to spare her, but apparently the man was just waiting for her to start begging him for mercy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a voice behind him, who said that he agreed with the man that this area was beautiful. But Sung Jin was most interested in knowing why the man was doing all this. What this man didn't like most was when someone lectured him, but still he was ready to tell him the main reason, which he said was that he just had a lot of fun doing it. He was trying to convey to Sung Jin that when he sees someone who is weaker than him, he just wants to have a little fun with him. But apparently today he was not so lucky, and he ended up with someone who was weaker than him. Sung Jin cut the guy off and told him that such a feeling would clearly not lead him to good, because it would be enough to give into it only once, and then it would be simply impossible to return everything as it was before. And now he recommended the girl to hurry home before it was too late, after which Sung Jin turned around and before leaving, left the shadow of a high orc, which he told to endure until the last moment and not attack the guy, and told him that he was giving the guy a chance and really hoped that he would be able to take advantage of it and survive. Sung Jin was walking home, and in his head, there were only thoughts that tomorrow the raid on Jeju Island would begin, and for some reason this made him very worried. The next day, the plane with the hunters took off for a raid on Jeju Island. While the helicopter slowly flew up to the island, Ryuji at that moment sat alone with his thoughts. He recalled how he felt the breath of death at the moment when he collided literally for a second with Sun Jin. He had never experienced anything like this before. He simply couldn't believe it, so he began to think that he was simply losing his position, since he almost lost to some guy. Hyun Nim tried to convey to each of his people that they must be cold-blooded, because otherwise the ants will sense their fear and attack them first. He also asked them not to forget their motto, which stated that they must be prepared for anything. So he was confident that they would ruthlessly deal with any ant that dared to get close to them. Listening to all this, Master Ma realized that leaving the rear to these guys would be a good idea. Meanwhile, the Hunters Association asked hunters from all guilds to gather in the south of Korea, a precaution taken in case the raid was successful and the surviving ants decided to retreat and attack the Korean peninsula. Each defense group consisted of a B-rank hunter who had 3 C-rank hunters and 10 D-rank hunters under his command. There were also retired hunters and awakened hunters who decided not to take this path. In total, there were 5,000 hunters, and this was only a tenth of all those who awakened their abilities. In the helicopter, the guy introduced himself as a cameraman who was sent by the press service of the Hunters Association, and, as they probably already guessed, he specializes in filming hunters. He also added that this raid will be broadcast live on television, but immediately asked not to worry about the fact that they might make a mistake or anything like that, since the broadcast will be delayed by 10 seconds and the editing team will cut out these moments. Bayek couldn't believe that they even sent the operator on such a dangerous mission. He didn't even understand approximately what gun he was thinking about. Some hunters, having received a license, soon realize that such a life is not suitable for them, so they decide to leave and live like ordinary people. An operator with a rank a hunter's license was one of them, but still he understood that being a hunter is part of his duties, and this is not the first time he has worked in dangerous conditions. According to him, he has already gotten into trouble many times, filming inside the gates, but hardly anything can compare with the place where they are now heading. Master Ma assured him that in fact there was no need to be so afraid, because he was sure that if the president of the Hunters Association was not confident in the success of his plan, he would not have sent him with them, and this actually calmed him down. Operator, at least that's what he said. The man also noted that this seemed to be the first time that ordinary people would be able to observe an S-rank raid, although he believed that it would be the last. And not to mention the fact that after 3 unsuccessful attempts, people are thirsty for retribution for Jedu Island. But today he hoped that they would finally put an end to this once and for all, and back at that moment was thinking that if they lose, then this time it will be the beginning of the end for all of Korea. Still, he was surprised that Byung-gu had joined them, but according to the guy, he was sure that if he wasn't around, Bayek would be one of the first to die, because there would be no one to patch him up. As you know, he's always rushing into battle headlong. Chahai suddenly decided to ask Master Beck, or did he accidentally contact Sun Jin? He replied that he didn't do this, and in response decided to ask the girl why she was even asking about this. But Chahai thought that it was better not to tell anyone about this. So she simply remained silent and said that in fact, it was nothing serious. With these conversations, they were able to quickly fly to the island and this raid would begin. Ryuji and his hunters were already on the island at that time and were actively inspecting the area. They were just in the upper region of Jeju Island, which looked exactly like a ghost town. Looking at the corpses of these ants, they realized that apparently they had already begun to devour each other, but this was far from good news, because it meant that there was clearly a predator among them, which they would have to destroy. Ryuji was ready to begin the operation, and after everyone got in touch, he gave an order that concerned everyone. He ordered them to be released. And literally a second later, there were explosions that could be heard anywhere on the island. Bayek and Shinjan did not even expect such a strong surge of energy, but they understood that it looked like the Japanese had simply begun their attack. A few minutes later, they saw huge waves of flying ants that flew out of their nests. And the first thing they were going to do was attack the helicopter that was circling above their heads. Chan Zhang was the first to show up, and he did it because he wanted to be the first to fight these monsters. And to begin with, he decided to use fire spears, which he fired directly at the targets. In fact, it was not for nothing that he was called an absolute weapon, because everything is in order with his accuracy, and today he once again proved it. But no matter how much of a sniper he was, this was still obviously not enough, and the ants continued to attack. Therefore, he decided to use stronger abilities and immediately warned that the helicopter could be shaken so that they were prepared for this. And the wave of fire that he released was really huge. It seemed that the ants would definitely not survive after this. After such an attack, he could only say that the ants had evolved quite a lot since the last time, because their resistance was at the level of A-rank gate monsters, which is why he had to concentrate entirely on the flame. Therefore, he decided that it was time for him to go and check how strong they were, and he did not hesitate for a second before jumping from the helicopter. Chahe was confident that they didn't really have anything to worry about because his magic would eventually peak when he fought multiple opponents. As soon as the man descended to the ground, he immediately began to release a huge amount of fire. At that moment, he thought that he had not played with ants for a long time. He remembered how, as a child, he loved to set them on fire with a lighter. Every time he set fire to one of them, they burst with such a funny sound. And now all he can hear is loud explosions. But on the other hand, it was no less fun for him. Afterwards, he called other hunters with the words that everything was probably already clear here. Master Ma understood that the current plan could very well end up like their previous attempts, and they could end up trapped inside the anthill and die. In addition, it was obvious that the Japanese hunters would be able to hold them back for no more than an hour, and during this time they must find and destroy the queen. He could only hope that with their current lineup, this wouldn't cause them too much trouble. Meanwhile, on one of the ships at sea, the captain announced that it was time for them to begin, and therefore ordered the activation of electromagnetic interference. Now the ants will be unable to receive signals from their queen. It seemed to the team of Japanese hunters that at this rate, they would kill all the ants even before the Korean team got to the queen. And in some ways they were actually right, because Kenzo got to the point where he began to catch and rip off the wings of those who could fly. But he began to just have fun. At the entrance to the anthill, they could generally see fireworks, and it seemed to them that it was the work of Choi John. They were finally able to get inside into the Bangnok crater lake, but now Zhang thought that this was a pitiful sight, because now it was an unremarkable anthill. Although he usually uses his flame prison to hold opponents, ants below rank B will not be able to get inside. And once they had prepared everything, he decided that it was time to find the entrance that would lead them to the queen. But his method was clearly different from what they had planned. He fired a fiery beam into each hole. Bayek didn't understand what he was doing at all because the local tunnels are like an intricate labyrinth, so they could easily get lost if he did something like that. But Zhang did this because he believed that the queen would be in that tunnel where the explosion could not hit her, and a minute later he found a similar tunnel. Although Beck didn't particularly like this guy, at such moments he was glad that he and Zhang were on the same team, because he could still rely on this guy. Sung Jin, meanwhile, completed his 10-kilometer support. He thought about the fact that this is usually a fairly busy area. But today there was not a soul here. The guy assumed that all this was because of the raid on Jeju Island, which had already begun. S-rank hunters from the Korean and Japanese teams are undoubtedly one of the strongest hunters, and therefore Sung Jin believed that he had no need to watch this raid, and therefore he was sure that they would cope with everything just fine without him, at least if nothing supernatural happened. Chongjan noticed that considering these guys, they foresaw the attack of all the other ants that came across them on the way. Also, one of them said that although this was his first time meeting such creatures, and they were something like royal guards, but no matter how it was, they are not as strong as everyone says. In addition, they immediately noticed that their eyes had atrophied, and it seemed that they had evolved in this way specifically in order to protect the tunnels of the anthill, and in this case, it would not be difficult to destroy them. Biengu, listening to all this, suddenly started talking about the fact that perhaps the queen is not here at all, because history knows many cases when the king abandoned his people and ran away. But Bayek believed that this was not typical for ants. Besides, they are on the island and they should run away. There's just nowhere to go anyway. The operator only thought that it was quite dark here, and therefore, he was worried that perhaps all the horror would not be visible on the recording. He could only hope that he was provided with a good camera. At some point in their progress through the tunnel, they came to the place where the eggs were laid, and each of them understood that if the eggs were here, then the queen's nest must clearly be somewhere nearby. Zhang immediately realized that those ants were actually guarding the eggs, and not the queen. But in any case, he believed that it would be best to simply burn these eggs to a single one. But he was stopped by Chahi, who asked him to pay attention to the egg, which was noticeably different from all the others. It was simply gigantic. Bayek intervened in their conversation in order to say that they needed to focus on destroying the queen. But on the other hand, he perfectly understood why the guys were so tense, because the one who hatched from this egg is a real monster who is now running through this tunnel. The girl noticed that Kenzo looked rather shabby, but he didn't see anything strange in this, because these monsters irritated him most of all. It even seemed to him that they must have had some kind of strategy. because they attacked him together from different sides, and he had to destroy about 30 of them, but he ended up injuring his shoulder and hip anyway. She offered to treat him, but only on one condition. But the guy didn't even want to listen to her and asked to start treating him as soon as possible. But the girl immediately assured him that she wanted something in return, and this time not even money. But then Kenzo did not understand what to offer her, because he really had nothing else. Besides, she clearly had more money than him. In addition, a new batch of ants was on the way, so Kenzo asked her to quickly say what she wanted. But before he could finish speaking, the girl's head flew off her shoulders. Kenzo immediately shouted that they were clearly somewhere close, and they needed to be on alert. But unfortunately for them, it was already too late, and Kenzo also lost his head a few seconds later. Their third partner, who was on the team with them, was also hit when he tried to escape. Master Ma met several giant ants, which he thought were the royal guards. But what is more important is that even S-rank hunters are not that easy to deal with. But on the other hand, he did not forget that this is just a monster, and unlike hunters who have various tactics and strategies, these ants are brainless bastards. Therefore, it was obvious that by working together, they could defeat these monsters. And this assumption has now been proven by Master Ma and Mrs. Cha-hee, who just cut an ant in half. But she obviously didn't stop there and continued to destroy the ant one by one. The only thing is that she did not expect that they would be so tenacious, and this was actually a bit of a problem for her. Hunter Ma noticed that the royal guards are strikingly different from ordinary ants, and fortunately, there are not so many of them. Biengu intervened in their dialogue and assured them that they did not have to worry, because if something happened, he would cover them. Bayek immediately realized that he just wanted to prove to everyone that he was not such a weakling after all. But the guy answered him right away and said that it is better for a man to speak for himself. And besides, he still makes rookie mistakes. After which he jumped up and struck one of the ants directly on the head. This was Bayek's mistake, who forgot that even after breaking their heads, they will run for at least another 10 minutes, and in order to completely incapacitate them, you need to break off their legs. In any case, they have not yet reached the Queen's chambers, but have already run into the royal guards, although these ants are still from the previous generation. So he hypothesized that the first generation was ousted from the posts of the royal guards, and stronger rivals await them further. So from now on, they would most likely be dealing with ants of the second generation and above, in which case Biengu thought that they should prepare in advance. And to do this, he decided to apply enhancements to each hunter, which not only improved their body, but also allowed them to fight several opponents and still win. And he clearly did this for good reason. Because after a few seconds in the darkness, they saw dozens of glowing eyes, which were clearly not good. So they decided that they would each take 10 ants, and then the battle would be over. Biengu also noticed that his combat abilities are at the A rank level, so he could be on the finish line. But Bayek immediately noticed that this was not a funny joke. They still didn't have enough for the healer to enter the battle, because he believed that his improvements were more than enough to win this fight. The guys couldn't believe that they were sent to check how Charlie's group was doing, just because they weren't getting in touch. On the way, they met many corpses of ants, and this made them understand that their friends were most likely somewhere nearby. They understood that apparently the guys were here, and moreover, they had killed a lot of ants. But then they didn't understand at all where the guys could have gone and what happened to them. Suddenly, one of them noticed Fujishima's broken glasses, and it was clearly not good. After which Kei felt something he couldn't even hold back and ended up vomiting. Even his mask didn't help him. He literally didn't understand what that smell was. It was so pungent that it penetrated his gas mask. He had never encountered such a stench before. But at some point, this helped him notice the enemy, and so he used his ice skills to freeze everything around him. But unfortunately, this did not help the guy, and even considering that he used his skills, the monster was still able to cut him into small pieces. After the guys dealt with all the ants in the tunnel, they could exhale, although they thought that it would be faster. But in any case, Chongjin believed that clearing such a place clearly should not take more than 5 minutes. So they already showed a pretty good result. Bayek thought that thanks to Biengu, they seemed to have grown wings behind their backs, which is why they were able to defeat most of the ants with such ease. But he also could not help but notice the work of Cha-hei, who in such a short time was able to cut out twice as many ants as that time. They reached the right place in 15 minutes. And as for the tunnels that they had already managed to go through, it also didn't take them that much time. So the whole journey was about 30 minutes. And now, as Master Ma thought, the most important thing is to understand how they must defeat the queen and her guards. And while each of them was thinking about something different, Chahi felt an incredibly pungent smell, and apparently she believed that it was the queen, and as it seemed to the girl, she was clearly not alone. Bayek decided that it would be better if someone went on reconnaissance, and it was he who wanted to do this. It was enough for him to walk only a few steps in order to see that same queen, next to whom there were not so many guards. Therefore, he immediately informed his colleagues that the queen was in the corner farthest from them and was guarded by 8 guards. Master Ma at that moment thought that the royal guard with whom they had already dealt was at the S-rank level, and in this case he could leave the guard on Cha-hee to gain time, and the girl immediately answered him that he could, with peace of mind, rely on her. Young-yeon at this time decided that he usually holds back his power, but today he realized that there was no point in not using it until the last unit of mana. And with the help of his fire dragons, he was able to destroy the ants one by one. Bayek completely agreed with him, who also decided to finally take on his terrifying form, which turned him into a real monster, with the help of which he was going to destroy these beetles. And in fact, so far, he's been able to do it quite well. Chahe froze a little in place because she had never seen Beck's animal transformation before. It was a picture that was quite unusual to watch, because the man scared them more than these ants. But the girl realized that she couldn't just stand like a statue all the time, so she also used one of her most powerful skills, which was called Earthquake. Hunter Ma understood that now his main task was to distract the queen until the others dealt with her guards. But doing this was not such an easy task given the size of this giant ant. The cameraman who stood behind all these battles realized that apparently the time had come for the main battle. So the head of this filming process ordered the cameraman to get closer so that the audience could see everything better. He was also informed that the number of spectators had increased by 80%. Then he decided that he could get closer, but he was stopped in time. It was Byung-gu who reminded the operator that this was an S-rank boss, and no one could guarantee his safety if he acted so rashly. The healer hoped that he was explaining quite clearly, and if the operator understood him, then he needed to stay behind, because very soon it would definitely become very hot here. It seemed to the operator that they were saying that the healer's combat skills were not very good, but he had a feeling that he would be more useful in battle than an A rank like him. They had already begun to broadcast on TV that the hunters had finally approached the same queen, who, as the reporters said, was the largest ant they had ever seen. The hunter Ma Dong-wook managed to restrain her quite well, but it seems that the others need to hurry up and destroy the guards. The woman felt a little uneasy about this raid. She didn't like that people made so much noise about this raid. In any case, everyone carefully watched the battle, and at one point, there were only 4 royal guards left. The presenter constantly said that if they still managed to cope with the last 2, then they could finally go directly to the queen, and perhaps then the raid would finally be completed. The number of viewers at that moment rose by 85%, and the guys understood that this was their finest hour. It looked very much like Korea would soon rank with America, China, and France as one of the countries that closed the S-rank gates, and the hunters did everything to make these dreams come true. And as soon as they defeated the guards, Bayek immediately began to say that now the queen is nothing without her guards, so they can easily finish her off. At least they thought so until this monster started spitting acid at them. Their bodies literally immediately received burns, and it became clear that there was clearly no need to underestimate her. Byung-gu did everything to heal the hunters in time, and so far he has actually done it well. Only with his help from Masters Ma and Bayek can I continue this fight. After which he added that if this monster wants to defeat them, then he should obviously aim at the healer. But it would be better if he didn't say this, because the queen immediately took off and went on the attack. Master Ma barely managed to restrain her. Moreover, he most of all did not want to let this insect near their healer, who had just saved his life. Jongjon dealt with the guards and returned to the guys to help, and in fact the guys admitted that his light was clearly missing here. Therefore, he did not make him wait long and dealt an incredibly powerful blow to the queen with a stream of fire, which she quite obviously could not block. But he clearly did not intend to stop there and created a dome of fire even larger than it was before, in order to finally put an end to this battle. Thanks to his experience, Bayek could say with confidence that the queen was clearly finished, especially after such a powerful fiery blow. At least it seemed to them that the queen was on the verge of death, and they hoped that victory was already in their pocket. However, it was still too early to think about such things, because at one moment, this fireball of Chongjong was dispelled by the wind of some creature unknown to them. Beck suddenly heard screams of horror and sudden death throes, but on the other hand, he understood that the queen was unlikely to die, and they should be more careful. Ryuji suddenly realized that all the ants were returning to their anthill, and the interference simply had no effect on them. He didn't even imagine what had happened there, that all the ants suddenly decided to return. Chahi was still hoping to find out if everything was okay with them, and if they were able to clear this dungeon. The guys began to think that they really did it, and now they are among the 7 countries that were able to clear the S-rank gates. But obviously not everyone thought so. Bayek immediately told them that they simply could not relax. Master Ma at one point nevertheless told them that all the ants on the island were heading straight towards them, and it was quite obvious that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. It seemed to them that they should have enough time to escape. But on the other hand, it was very strange for them that the Japanese hunters could not hold out for more than an hour. But in any case, it would be better to find out this definitely not in this place. Young Yun suddenly interrupted them. He wanted to notify them that the fire barrier he had placed on top had been destroyed, and now nothing was stopping the ants from breaking into this dungeon. But this, in fact, apparently was not their main problem, because literally a few seconds after Chungjan's words, they saw the rebirth of the queen, who had clearly become several times stronger. It radiated incredibly strong magical energy, from which the blood froze inside. It was even difficult to believe that this terrifying power had just come from one single ant. It was the most difficult for Cha Hei to be there, because she felt this aura better than anyone, which literally oppressed her. And looking at what came out of the shadows, it was clear who this aura was coming from. They were all frozen in anticipation because they understood perfectly well that this was far from an ordinary ant. Moreover, they were not sure that it was an ant at all. It instilled horror with just the sound of its steps. They all understood that they did not have time to be idle and needed to destroy this monster as soon as possible. But on the other hand, they simply could not do it because their bodies literally did not obey them. This creature just passed by and approached the body of the queen, whom they successfully defeated. They understood that he was clearly not happy about this, and now there would be something like a battle in which he would want to take revenge on them. Just the sound of his squeak made each of them sit on their knees and understand what real fear is. Cha-Hei tried to do everything so that her body was not afraid of this ant, and therefore began to get up little by little. But apparently she made a big mistake when she decided to do just that. After all, this creature dealt the first blow specifically to the girl, Cha. He didn't even have time to react before she was literally carried away from her place. After such a blow, it will obviously take a long time to retreat, but what is more important is that after such a blow, you can die on the spot. Master Ma immediately tried to do everything to intervene in this battle and help the huntress Cha, but the ant overtook him faster and broke through his shield along with his hand. The man was not going to give up easily, and therefore tried to make another attack, but this time he was much slower than this monster. Now Ma was essentially useless, because all his movements were limited, and without his hands he could not fight. The next to try to enter the battle was Bayek, who thought that in his animal form he could defeat such an enemy. But this was, unfortunately, a deceptive assumption. Mr. Youngjong didn't even have time to raise his hand before the monster appeared right in front of him and attacked him on his body. The archer, who was also in this detachment, believed that he would be able to get close unnoticed, and from such a distance he would definitely not miss. But he could not even imagine that this creature could so easily catch an arrow and break it into small particles. Well, then a rather logical blow followed, which almost destroyed the hunter on the spot. Master Ma was not going to give up even if he had no arms, so he quickly stood up and began to attack, which the ant clearly did not expect. After which he added that even if this ant tore off his hands, he should not forget that they have a hunter, Min Bian-gu, who is an excellent healer, and restoring a man after such an injury is not a problem for him. Thanks to his defensive skill camouflage, Bian-gu can hide and completely hide his presence, however. To maintain this skill, he must remain in one place, however, for a healer, this is not the worst option. Therefore, he was not afraid that this ant would suddenly decide to eliminate him, because to do this, he would need to find him first, and while he was healing the team, this would not be so easy. At least that's what it seemed to them at first glance, but this ant was too strong and he managed to beat the hunters faster than Bian-gu could heal them. At one point, he realized that this monster was still able to get to him, and sooner or later he would do it, so it would be nice for him to come up with another plan. But apparently, he doesn't have time for that either, because while the guy was using camouflage, he noticed that the ant was looking straight into his eyes, which was simply impossible for him, because when he uses this ability, he is essentially invisible, unless this ant has an ability that allows it to see through invisibility. After a few seconds, it became clear that the guy actually realized this too late, because the ant literally pierced his body. Bayek couldn't believe it, and no matter how much he shouted, nothing could be changed. Biengu tried to tell back with his last words that it would be better for them to run away, because now they don't have a healer. But after this, clearly no one was going to run away, and Bayek most of all wanted to take revenge on this monster for what he did to his friend. His anger, unfortunately, did not help him, and did not add strength in any way, and the ant was still much stronger, so it was not difficult for him to catch Bayek in the air and make him regret that he had not tried to escape after all. Not only does this monster swallow its victims, it also absorbs the strength and knowledge of its opponent. Therefore, at some point he spoke humanly, because he wanted to convey to them that they attacked the queen, and for this he would destroy them all. But first, this ant wanted to find out from Bayek who their king is. The man didn't quite understand what he was talking about and what to say to this monster. At some point, he himself realized that their king was outside. So he immediately took to the air and began to fly out of the tunnel. Bayek understood that most likely this madman had gone after Ryuji, but now was clearly not the time to worry about him. Now it seemed to him that their best solution would be to run away until this monster returned. But this will obviously not be easy to do, because the ants they distracted from the very beginning have already returned. And now in order to get out of this dungeon, they will have to destroy a whole horde of these monsters. The hunters from Japan hurried into the depths of the forest because they understood perfectly well that it was quite strange that they had first lost contact with Charlie's team, and now the Delta was not responding. Ryuji didn't quite believe that there was some kind of communication problem, because in that case they would obviously find a way to answer them. Team Bravo was also unable to contact Team Charlie and Team Delta. They believed that apparently they could only contact each other. Ryuji understood that now was not the best time to go looking for them, so he decided that he would send one team to search, and the second would continue to clear this island, after which they would unite. In the coastal waters of China, the commander spoke with the crew that fortunately, the ants would definitely not reach China, and since the Japanese were helping in the raid, he believed that they would recognize Ryuji as a national-level hunter. But in order for him to still receive this title, all he had to do was clear the S-rank dungeon. In any case, the captain believed that even Goto Ryuji could not cope, but Liu Jigang could help in this situation. If he were here, all the hunters would immediately feel the difference in their skills. But now he understood that this raid was a big risk for both sides. Goto Ryuji arrived at the site where his people were killed and reported that it seemed they had casualties. As a result, they lost their people while trying to help them. But Ryuji still believed that all this only meant that the guys were weaklings. The captain who was in touch with him thought that Ryuji spoke too harshly of his people, but in any case, he agreed with him that the death of these guys would not change anything. The person who was in touch with Ryuji once again wanted to know whether the Korean team is still fighting the queen. The man confirmed this information and added that earlier there was a failure in the electromagnetic suppression system, and all the ants headed to the queen's lair. So he was a little worried about what this could lead to, but it's unlikely that it can change anything. So his captain wanted to know what were the chances that the Korean team would survive this attack. And without thinking for a long time, Ryuji said that he had tested the capabilities of the Korean team, and the current squad that was participating in the raid had zero chance of survival. The captain was glad to hear this, because he believed that then they could say that the Japanese team did everything in their power to help, but due to the defeat of the Korean team, they were forced to retreat. He believed that their main task was to destroy the South Korean S-rank hunters, so he ordered Ryuji and his men to immediately retreat, and the man did not argue with the captain. After the conversation, he ordered his hunters who were still alive to get ready, because they were leaving right now, and they would return for their bodies later. But before he could finish speaking, they were attacked by an unknown person, and Ryuji was actually lucky that he managed to react, which could not be said about Ishida, who subsequently lost his head. Ryuji immediately realized that they were attacked by an ant, which was clearly not like the ones he had encountered, but in any case, he was not going to retreat, and ordered Minoru to go to the Bravo team while he dealt with this monster here. Minor wanted to say what he thought about it, but Ryuji didn't let him do it and immediately interrupted the guy to assure him that if this ant is so strong, then he will only get in the way, so it's better for him to leave here anyway. After which Ryuji began to concentrate as much energy as possible, because he immediately noticed that this insect, which decided to attack him, emanated too ominous an aura. These words made the ant appear and ask Ryuji if he was their king. The man clearly did not expect that he would now hear the ant speak and also ask him if he was the king. But still, Ryuji did not hide the fact that he considers himself a king, and now he will show this ant what a real king is capable of. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately felt an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. But what was most terrible for the man was that he had already experienced something similar a few days ago, when he went out for a duel with Sun Jin. In any case, this did not help him win this battle, and unfortunately, the ant destroyed Ryuji with just one blow. Zhang tried his best to restrain all these ants that were crawling into their dungeon, but he could not increase the fire because he understood perfectly well that if he did this, they simply would not have any oxygen left. Bayek understood perfectly well that they were in a critical situation at the moment, and although Biengu managed to minimize the damage to some extent, they still received quite serious injuries. And at the moment, they all understood perfectly well that all they could do was hope for the flame of Changjiang, who was coping worse and worse every second, and it seemed that the end would come for the guys. But literally at the last moment, a shadow appeared in front of them, which stopped the attack of all these ants. In the depths of his soul, Beck guessed who could come to their aid, but he still did not fully understand what kind of night this was. Sung Jin, meanwhile, was far from this place, but with the help of his shadows, he could watch everything live. Moreover, he was able to participate in it. Meanwhile, the operator was saying goodbye to life and thinking that he really should have communicated more with his father and how little he had managed to do in this life. But on the other hand, he has already come to terms with the fact that his life will end this way. These were exactly the thoughts the man had in his head at that moment, when at the last moment, someone hauled these ants right through and thereby saved his life. The man simply could not believe that the S-class hunters were torn apart by just one ant. It seemed to him that complete devilry was happening there. The assistant director was already shouting to him that the audience was cutting off the phone lines and they didn't know what to do next. But the director was sure that they definitely didn't need to show live how their hunters were being cut off. While he was getting upset and trying to figure out what to do next, his ward again distracted him to tell him that an unknown figure had appeared on the battlefield. He looked at the screen and couldn't believe that he was seeing something like that. Is this even possible? After which he collected his thoughts and immediately ordered them to get ready for the broadcast again, which was very surprising for the staff, because this way they would not be able to react to unforeseen situations and unnecessary information could get on the air. The man believed that they had already stopped the broadcast once and it definitely couldn't get worse. So it seemed to him that in this situation they had nothing to lose. So he once again ordered the guys to return to the broadcast. And the director was actually confident in his actions for a reason, but all because he saw Sung Jin there, who caught a glimpse of the operator's camera lens. And with him came his army, which has become even larger since the time of the Magic Tower. Sung Jin decided that the first thing would be to distract these monsters, and so he ordered Iron to carry out this task, which the Shadow was able to easily cope with using a skill called provocation. After that, absolutely all the ants began to attack Iron, and as soon as this happened, it was a signal that Sung Jin was now officially entering the game, and it was not difficult for him to destroy a couple of dozen insects. Master Ma did not fully understand who entered this battle. He only saw strange soldiers who reminded him of shadows. Bayek could only tell him that from now on they no longer needed to worry about dying in this place. Now for some reason he was confident that everything would be fine. No matter how hard the ants tried, they simply could not get to Sun Jin. They could not even defeat the guy's soldiers who dealt with these monsters with one blow. Sung Jin wanted to return home as soon as possible, so he decided to finish this battle as soon as possible. And for this, he decided to summon the already destroyed ants. The operator had not yet recovered from the shock when Sung Jin led him into another. He literally did not understand what was happening here at all. And it wasn't strange because he had never seen monsters come to life before. Moreover, after that they fought for the guy. His thoughts were at one point interrupted by the director, who literally shouted into his headphones for the operator to resume the broadcast, because now the whole country was watching them. But the operator was not sure that he needed to do this, because he could not even describe in words what's actually going on here. All he understood was that the ants began to destroy each other. While his soldiers were fighting, Sung Jin approached the guys and asked each of them to come closer to him. But then he remembered that he simply could not exchange these potions with them. So he decided to give it to them just like that and told them to drink it. Then he would explain everything to them. And as soon as they did this, all their wounds suddenly healed, and their energy and strength were restored even faster than from any healer. The only one who has not yet felt well is the huntress Cha, who, according to Sung Jin, was in critical condition, and he could not heal her with his own powers. Just by looking at the girl, One could immediately tell that she was clearly weakening and something urgently needed to be done. Sun Jin decided to tell the hunters that they urgently needed to leave this territory. Besides, he believed that this territory had been cleared, which Master Ma immediately agreed with. But their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by the same ant, which had an incredibly strong aura around itself, which Sun Jin immediately noticed. This monster repeated several times that there was no king outside, which meant that they had deceived him, so he gives them one last chance to point out the real king. Beck's blood froze as soon as he saw this brat here again. But at some point he realized that this monster had found Ryuji, and apparently there was nothing left of him. At that moment Sun Jin realized who had done this to them, so he slowly stood up and at the same time told Hunter Ma that he would leave Hunter Cha to him. The guy at that moment was thinking that he should have actually guessed right away, as soon as his shadow stopped receiving a signal from Goto Ryuji, that this most likely meant that he was dead. The monster, looking at Sun Jin, assumed that the king of people was talking to him, but the guy immediately made him understand that he didn't really like it when an insect spoke to him. Before entering the battle, the ant could not help but notice that the guy had a strong aura. But in any case, this will not help him, at least this monster thought so, and to show his strength he began to shout at the guy. And this could only make Sun Jin smile because now he definitely looked like a beetle that couldn't control itself. 5 minutes earlier, the official broadcast announced that the broadcast had been interrupted, and they had recently learned that Hunter Min Bien-gu had died, and the safety of the hunters remaining in the ant tunnel could not be guaranteed. But at some point, this sadness was interrupted by the joyful smile of the presenter, because they noticed that an unidentified hunter had appeared in the tunnel, and therefore, they were ready to continue the broadcast. The head of the Japanese Hunters Association simply could not believe that the ant spoke humanly, so he was also able to defeat Ryuji and did it quite easily. Now he most of all wants to know where this monster is, and the man's name is Matsumoto Shiga. His man from Korea told Matsumoto that this ant appeared in the queen's lair, and this could only mean one thing, that the Korean hunting team was still alive, which couldn't help but anger him. Moreover, this is not all, according to the assistant. Another hunter was spotted there, who has incredibly enormous strength. Jin-ah suddenly heard strange sounds and so decided to go into the room to see what her mother was doing there. The woman immediately asked her forgiveness for interfering with the girl's studies, but the problem was that the TV stopped working. And Sung Jin, according to her, went out somewhere in a hurry and now she doesn't know how to turn him on. But instead of helping, Jin-ah asked her mother to wait a little, after which she left the room in a hurry in the same way. The woman understood that the new generation was strange, but she never thought that it was so strange. Jin-ah locked herself in her room and immediately opened the broadcast where she saw her brother. The president of the Korean Hunter Association was so glad to see his friend Sung Jin on the battlefield again, because without him there would obviously be trouble. The ant got tired of waiting, so he finally decided to launch his attack first. Such a blow raised an incredible surge of energy. Bayek and Gongjan immediately realized that their main mistake was that they underestimated this ant. The ant already thought that he was able to defeat Sun Jin with one blow, and this meant to him that the guy was also not a king, but just another weakling. But apparently he will have to take his words back, because as soon as he thought about it, Sun Jina appeared in front of him again, only this time his gaze inspired fear. Now it was Sun Jin's turn to attack, and for this the guy decided to use a skill called the Hand of the Overlord. And no matter how much the ant wanted to dodge this blow, he still couldn't do it, because Sun Jin turned out to be much faster and stronger. The guy showed the ant what a real strong blow is, and not a pathetic parody. After such a blow, Master Ma was clearly not sure that Sun Jin was a magician, so he asked his colleagues again, who answered him that they also had a hard time believing it, but apparently it is so. But be that as it may, the battle is not over yet, and this blow only further angered this parasite, who was already flying into battle in order to take revenge. Sung Jin at that moment was trying to evaluate this monster, and the main thing for him was to find out why this insect is so strong. Is it really because of his exoskeleton? In any case, this insect irritated him the most, and Sun Jin wanted to destroy it as soon as possible. Therefore, after he dodged the attack, he launched his counterattack, but this time he applied even more force. But obviously it couldn't end there, so after the guy changed his position, he dealt another blow to the head of this monster. The operator was shaking with tension. Even for him as an A-rank hunter, it was difficult to just be there. The power of their magic was making him go crazy. The ant understood that at the moment he was clearly losing in strength, but most of all he was interested in the question, who is this guy anyway? Ant couldn't believe that his defense was cracked by this guy's blow. This had never happened before. But he clearly shouldn't have been distracted by this, because Sung Jin had no intention of stopping and continued to launch attacks one after another. The ant decided that it was time to use his weapon to fight back this guy, because now he knows that Sun Jin is clearly not just a hunter. With his blow, he made a cut on Sun Jin's cheek, and it was quite obvious that there would be poison on his blade. This is one of the most cruel poisons that a living creature can create, and this ant received this ability when it swallowed a cone snail at one time. The poison entered the body, mixed with magic, concentrated there, and turned into a stronger poison. And now this poison got inside Sun Jin's body, and the ant hoped that thanks to this, the guy was now suffering. His friend approached Minoru and said that Sugimoto had just called him, and therefore he would like to know what happened there. Minor, with fear in his head, began to talk about the fact that there was a monster that had an S rank or even more. In any case, the guy believed that a person clearly could not cope with it. The girl immediately turned around because she was very ashamed when her teammate said such things. The ant was about to strike the blow that would end this fight, but Sung Jin didn't think so. Moreover, the guy got to his feet and struck this ant right on the head. This blow was quite strong, but at that moment the ant only thought that this was literally impossible, because he poisoned the guy with his poison. Meanwhile, the detoxification of Sun Jin's body was completed, and he felt a strange surge of joy, and as it turned out, it was because of the poison. He almost immediately realized that his perception indicators had increased, and now he could feel the emotions of this creature. And now Sun Jin could tell for sure that this ant was clearly worried. Although this feeling also plays with him because this opponent is clearly not one who can be underestimated. Moreover, Cha-hee was in critical condition and needed to be taken out of here as soon as possible. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he went on the attack and tried to finish off the monster once and for all. But unfortunately, Sun Jin was unable to attack because the ant managed to dodge. The ant himself was also in no hurry to attack in response, because he understood that even poison, which was capable of destroying anyone, had no effect on this guy. On the other hand, he understood perfectly well that this battle was only to stall for time, because if this strength is his specialty, then there is simply no point in fighting, because in fact his true advantage is speed. The ant decided that he needed to concentrate and focus all his nerve endings on speed, and show this guy what real strength is. At this time, Sung Jin himself noticed very well that the ant changed its mood and its aura became even stronger. Apparently now their real battle begins. Therefore, he decided to get ahead of events, and after he dodged the blow of this ant, he launched a counterattack, which the ant was able to block, but in any case, he did not expect that the guy could be so fast. Their battle was so dynamic and fast that the other hunters did not even see how they clashed with their blades, only lights of different colors. But still, the ant was not stupid, and he was ready to admit that not only was the guy catching up with him in speed, but he was also becoming faster and faster. Sung Jin understood that the level of this opponent was the same as that of the Demon King, and since he was able to defeat him, then this ant would not create any special problems for him. Their only difference is that this ant has a much stronger weapon, with which he tried to break the guy, but thanks to this, his skills only increased. And it was also very clear that his exoskeleton was noticeably broken. And given all this, Sung Jin was almost sure that sooner or later, he would be able to finish this battle. Therefore, he decided to speed up even more and began to deliver his attacks even faster, which at some point the ant simply could not block. And finally, Sung Jin found the moment to use the fatal blow that would end this fight, after which he delivered not one but several precise blows to the body of this monster. Quite unexpectedly for Sung Jin, the system notified him that the fatal blow skill had received its final form, which is called mutilation, and now this ability has a maximum level. In any case, he believed that this was the perfect moment to use his new ability on this bug. And as soon as he did this, it became clear that now this ability had clearly become much stronger, and now Sun Jin was delivering much more accurate strikes. Although the ant tried to fight off Sun Jin, it was already quite obvious that he was doing poorly, and sooner or later the guy would overtake him and destroy him. The ant simply could not believe at that moment that there was not a single technique so that he could destroy this person. These thoughts made him remember that he still had another ace up his sleeve, for which the perfect time had come. The ant used his cry to summon a million new ants that appeared out of nowhere, and all of them, on the orders of their commander, would attack Sung Jin. From the look on the guy's face, it became clear that he really didn't care at all about it. But the ant was sure that now victory was in his pocket, and after he destroyed this man, he would return to other people. At least that's what he thought until Sung Jin started smiling. Then Sung Jin realized that it was time for him to call up an army that would cope with the army of ants while he destroyed their commander. Sung Jin's shadow soldiers did their best to destroy the ants, and they were actually quite good at it. All that remained for the guy was to periodically repeat the words of rebellion, so that the dead ants would return to the battle, only on his side. At one point, Sung Jin decided to speed up this process a little and asked Fang to use the ball of greed to deal a massive blow. But at the same time, he told him that he only needed to aim at ants, and if he hit people, then Sung Jin would never again will not call him. He understood him perfectly and still decided to use his skill, which was called the Giant's Hymn. This skill allowed him to create a huge fiery wave, which took several hundred ants with it to the next world. Master Ma had previously doubted this call, but now he was absolutely sure that this was not an ordinary call. It seemed to him that the Demon King himself had descended here, although he understood that this was impossible. The ant could not fully understand how this was even possible. Had he really lost? From the very beginning, he was born stronger than anyone. He was the one who absorbed everyone and was at the top, the one who grows constantly, the one who can lead a real army, a real king. He fully believed that sooner or later he would become a king, but at one moment he appeared whose opponent the ant could not absorb. Now the only thing that was in his head was that he needed to run away immediately, although in the depths of his soul he understood that most likely he would not be able to do this. But still he decided to try to do it. And for this he used the healing technique of the hunter Mian-gu. It was quite interesting for Sung Jin to observe such things, since this was actually the first time he had seen someone being able to use the abilities of an absorbed object. In any case, it seemed to the ant that he would be able to escape, or so it seemed to him. Sung Jin didn't think so, and in order to stop this insect, he used the ruler's hand, which nailed the ant to the ground, and with it shattered all his hopes of salvation. Even after such a blow, the ant still tried to escape, and in doing so used all its remaining strength. But it was quite obvious that Sung Jin would not let him go anywhere. And to do this, he once again used his ability to injure, with the help of which he managed to finish off the ant. The system immediately notified Sung Jin that he managed to destroy the enemy. Moreover, his level was immediately raised. But there was no time for joy because Chahi was getting worse and worse every second. Sung Jin realized that this battle had taken him too long, and perhaps now they might not make it in time. In any case, now is not the time to think about it. Now it is important to hurry to find a healer, but he has never tried to use the shadow during the cooldown of the skill. It seemed to him that the best option would be to use Kaisel, but before he returned, Hunter Cha might die. The guy tried to find some other way, but unfortunately, his head was empty at that moment. But at some point, he came up with something, and for this, he needed the operator to turn off his camera for a short time. The man didn't want to do this too much, so Sung Jin had to give him a stronger argument. He told him that if the man didn't turn it off, he would destroy her. The operator realized that it would be better for him to do this, although he still did not fully understand why Sung Jin should do this. After the camera was turned off and the broadcast ended, Sung Jin ordered his shadows to immediately begin searching for Bian-gu's body. A few minutes later, one of the high orcs brought the body of a healer to Sung Jin. Sung Jin was clearly not sure of this because Bian-gu's head was eaten, but apparently he simply had no other choice. But as soon as he tried to summon a shadow from this body, the system immediately informed him that he had succeeded in doing it. A few seconds later, the summoning of the shadow began, and Sung Jin was glad that he was so lucky, although he understood that he was only doing this because circumstances forced him to do so. These thoughts were interrupted by the system, which notified the guy that the summoning of the shadow had failed. This was sad news, but the guy still didn't plan to give up, so he tried it again. The second attempt also failed, and Sung Jin realized that with his level of summoning skill, he should easily cope with this, and most likely the fact is that the body itself does not want to be summoned, so it resists. It's as if Bian-gu was telling him that you can't summon a shadow from a person's body. But looking at Cha-hei, he understood that now it's absolutely not important, because the girl's life is at stake. Therefore, he used more energy and strength, after which he tried to summon the shadow from the healer again. And finally, on the third attempt, the guy managed to do it, and the shadow of Bian-gu still stood in front of him. Zhang and the other hunters couldn't believe that Hunter Sung Jin Woo could use the power of the dead. Bian-gu came up to carry out his mission for which he was called here. Baek, looking at all this, could not believe that he was seeing his friend Bian-gu again, although the man understood that this was not the same person he knew. Sung Jin turned to the man and told Baek that he could tell what kind of person he was during his life, and at the moment Bian-gu himself was treating the Huntress Cha without his order. And from this, we can only draw one conclusion. This guy was clearly very kind during his lifetime, and this is actually a big loss for the world of hunters. But most of all was surprised by the operator, who had never seen anyone summon a dead man. Moreover, he didn't even know how to react to this. But on the other hand, it was not surprising that he asked to turn off the camera, because no one should see this strength. Zhong now understood perfectly well what people meant when they said that Sun Jin was becoming stronger with each battle. So the man could not even imagine how frightening this skill could be. No matter how sad Baek was, he understood that in the future Sun Jin would spend a lot of time in battles, and Biengu's powers would most likely be very useful to him. But the man still considered it important to say that Biengu was the kind of guy who hated fights. Therefore, Baek would like to ask Sung Jin, if it is of course possible, not to force the guy to fight again. Sung Jin understood that this time Baek was not ordering him, and this was most likely a sincere request, so Sung Jin promised him to do everything to fulfill it. Moreover, the guy actually thinks the same way as the hunter Baek towards Biengu. And as soon as Biengu did his job, Sung Jin approached the guy and canceled the call in a calm voice, so the guy let Biengu go. Baek was incredibly grateful to Sung Jin for this, although he didn't say it, but everything was clear from his facial expression. After some time, the hunters finally left the dungeon, and as soon as the moment came that it was necessary to fly away, Sung Jin suddenly said that they should fly without him, because he still needed to stay and bring something to the end. Sun Jin looked at the sky with Baek and told the man that he would clear the way for them and then take care of the rest. And for this, he called his new friend Kaisel, who slightly scared Baek. On one of the Japanese ships, the hunter said in fear that it was some kind of monster. They didn't see it, so they are unlikely to be able to understand what the guy is talking about. But he can definitely say that Mr. Goto Ryuji was torn apart by that monster in a matter of seconds. Plus, he was sure that they could not win, and this raid was a real failure. It seemed to him that there was no hunter who could destroy this monster. But his interlocutor assured the guy that there was really no reason to worry, because the raid on Jedu Island had just been completed. And the monster that the guy describes died. The hunter could not believe it, but his interlocutor assured him that the headquarters of the Korean team had just told them this, so there simply could not be a mistake. Sun Jin's shadows, meanwhile, continued to strike fiery blows at all the ants and thus destroyed them one by one. Also, the guy did not forget about their eggs, which he burned like that. Sung Jin actually didn't mind doing this job because he received experience even for those ants that had not yet hatched. And since there were more than 1,000 ants, the guy was able to get quite a lot of experience. And while his charges were busy with ants, Sun Jin decided that he needed to put things in order in his inventory. When suddenly he noticed a huge sword in it, which he had long forgotten about. He immediately decided to test it a little and launched a small attack, which turned out to be quite serious. Sung Jin realized that he was in vain to allow such a sword to gather dust in his inventory, so now he decided that with the help of this sword, he would deal with the rest of the eggs. The man showed the head of the Hunter's Bureau a video of how Sun Jin dealt with the ants. David Brennan, who served as head of the Bureau, told him that when he finished watching it, it was already about 4 in the morning. The man understood that the assistant came to him so late, not because he was interested in knowing his opinion, but because he already knew what he was thinking about. Michael Connor told him that a hunter who is able to control several hundred summoned creatures is clearly an unusual ability, and it seemed to him that it would be sad if such a person remained in such a small country as Korea. David Brennan completely agreed with him, so he wanted to ask Michael if he knew anything else. In response, he suddenly started talking about the incident of the explosion at the Control Bureau a few months ago, known as the Song Il-hwan case. Then he was captured by an A-rank hunter at an A-level gate in the east of America, and they were not sure that the man in front of them was a monster, although he assured them that he was a hunter from Korea, and fortunately they still had the information that they then got it, and it turns out that he is Sung Jin's father. Michael also added that other countries don't know anything about the hunter Sun Jin Woo. They don't even know his name, so they had a unique chance. But the boss understood that they now cannot do what they once did with Hwang Dong-soo. According to him, the whole point was that Korea has been an ally of America for a long time, and if they take another S-rank hunter from Korea, then in this way they can jeopardize this alliance. But it seemed to Michael that this man was still worth these risks. David didn't know how to answer this question. He just wanted to ask Michael if he could pull it off. Sung Jin, meanwhile, finished clearing Jeju Island, and after a few hours, and with the help of this sword, the guy was able to reach level 100. Finally, he approached the body of that same ant, and Sun Jin immediately noticed that the aura of this monster was incredibly chaotic. But this only made him even more eager to make this monster rise. But after Sung Jin's words, he felt nothing. He was only surrounded by darkness, which did not tell him anything. The guy guessed that maybe it could be because of the shadow extraction skill he just used. Did he fail again? But at some point he heard an otherworldly voice that said that he was very glad to return again. After which the system notified the guy that the extraction of the shadow was successful, which couldn't help but make him happy. It was quite surprising to see that this monster was of the rank of general. Sung Jin had never had such a high rank before. Moreover, the guy simply never saw this rank, ordinary, elite, but nothing more. And it turns out that after all these ranks comes the general. And this could only mean one thing, that his strength is clearly different from other shadows. And if we take into account his characteristics during life, then this outcome is predictable. But even considering his ranks, Sung Jin could not expect that his new shadow would be able to speak. This was truly an unexpected surprise for him. At first it seemed strange, but then Sung Jin noticed that he had the same absolute loyalty as the other shadow soldiers. Sung Jin asked why he could speak, but other shadows could not. In fact, the answer was quite obvious. The ant explained to the guy that he had been able to speak before, so this skill was retained from his life. But after thinking a little, Sung Jin realized that it didn't really depend on this, because Iron, as an example, also knew how to speak during life. But after he became a shadow, this skill disappeared from him. The same thing happened with the hunter Min Byung-gu and Fang, and the only difference between them is only in rank. Now Sung Jin could hope that his other shadows would also be able to talk when they rose in rank. In any case, to begin with, the guy admitted to the ant that it was he who destroyed it, and he said all this in order to find out whether the ant could follow and listen to him. In response, Sun Jinwoo heard the ant say that he did not actually die, but was simply reborn thanks to the power of the ruler. And at the moment, according to him, happiness overwhelmed him, and therefore he will always follow his ruler, or rather the king. After all these words, the ant once again asked his king to give him a name. Sung Jin understood that it would hardly suit him if he just called him an ant, because then he would not be different from other ants. And the name of the famous writer who wrote the novel Ants, whose name was Bernard Werber, suddenly came to his mind. So Sung Jin decided that from now on, the ant would be called Beer. He didn't mind the name, he even liked it, so all he could do was thank his king in return. But Sung Jin was not going to stop there, and decided to do the same with the queen. She was able to turn into a shadow the first time, and she also had the rank of general. But Sung Jin was interested in something else at that moment. He noticed that as soon as the queen rebelled, the connection between his ants began to weaken. He decided not to think for a long time and therefore simply asked Beer what was happening, to which he answered him that this is the unique ability of the Queen of Ants, which was to control the ant colony, and this means that as long as there is a queen, control of the ant colony passes to her. But given her rank, Sung Jin noticed that her magic was very weak. But for Beer, it was absolutely not strange, because most of the queen's magic is used to create offspring. But without a body, unfortunately, it is impossible to reproduce. From all this told, Sung Jin understood perfectly well that the queen was simply not suitable for battles. Sung Jin decided that he really didn't need 2 generals, so he canceled the extraction of the queen. Now the guy had only one problem left, and that was the remains of the ants. Sung Jin was not sure that he could destroy them with the help of his army. But he was suddenly interrupted by Beer, because he wanted to add that he felt that it was not easy for the enemies now due to the lack of a leader, which meant that they simply could not organize without a leader. Sung Jin realized that he could help him, so first, he wanted to find out from Beer the total number of ants. Beer answered him that before today's raid there were about 8,000 ants, and at the moment there are about 4,000 left alive. Sung Jin sighed because it seemed to him that they had destroyed much more. He could not even think that there were so many ants left alive. After which the guy suddenly decided to ask Beer if he could destroy them all on his own. Ant calmly replied that he would do this if Sung Jin gave him such an order. Meanwhile, the ants went on the attack and flew straight towards the fleet at sea, so the people had to fight back, and for this they used heavy weapons. Also, it could not have happened without the magic of the hunters, who also tried to help. Until this time, they had done it well, but with every second there were more and more ants. At one point, the ants turned in the other direction, and one of their hunters radioed that the ants were flying north and that they would collide with the Guild of Knights. But they were already fully prepared for such a development of events, so they waited impatiently for the ants. At some point, it seemed to them that if the ants were on the shore, they would hardly be able to fight them, and most likely they would defeat them. It was necessary to make a decision quickly, because the ants were already approaching, and a little more, and they would crash into them. But at the last moment, everything changed, and someone struck and cut several ants in half. It was simply incredible speed, which the hunters did not even notice, and this played into the hands of Baru, who at that moment was fulfilling his task from the new king. All the ants in the southern part were cleared out within 2 days, so some of them tried to escape and thus ended up in Chinese waters. The Marines did not sleep for about 2 days and tried with all their might to create a defensive point that would allow them to destroy all the ants. But at the last moment, a Chinese hero joined them, and the hunter told the sailor that he wanted to cope with this infection himself. Although there was no end in sight for them, he was not going to retreat and was going to do everything possible to drown them in the sea. This guy understood that if instead of these midges, he had to fight with the ant that Sun Jinwoo fought, then it would be much more interesting for him. And so he was too easily able to cope with these insects, which are nothing of themselves. The girl went into the man's room and wanted to ask his opinion after watching the video. It seemed to him that Mr. Huang and Sun Jinwoo had something in common, and there was a high probability that Sun Jinwoo had destroyed Mr. Huang's older brother, so he was going to take revenge. But the man was not sure that it would be easy for him to do this, although it seemed to the assistant that everything was much simpler than he could imagine. Thomas Andre, that was the name of this man, who held the position of master of the Scavengers Guild, and he really wanted to meet Sun Jin, but apparently this will not happen. The assistant wanted to know from him what he would do if those two suddenly started fighting. It seemed to the man that Laura knew him too poorly to ask the man such questions, because everything is very simple. Mr. Huang belongs to the Scavenger Guild, and the Scavenger Guild belongs to him. And that's why he never forgives those who encroach on his property, even if it's the American government. The third night of the raid on Jeju passed quite calmly. Military detachments and representatives of the Guild of Knights landed on the island to collect magic crystals and prevent unforeseen situations. At some point, one of them discovered stones of the highest quality, and the guy began to say that if they took them for themselves, they would most likely become the best guild in the country. But when they continued to walk further along the tunnel, at one point they noticed one ant that was hiding, and without thinking for a long time, one of the knights cut him in half. Then he added to the collectors that they don't have to worry too much. Even if there are ants left here, they will always be with them to help. But at some point, Hyun Nim was distracted by his partner, who in a trembling voice asked him to look there. At one point, a huge man came out of the tunnel, who was clearly not dressed like a hunter. They immediately began shouting in his direction and asking who he was, because they understood that there should only be soldiers and representatives of the association on the island, which entrusted them with this mission. Hyun Nim understood that this was not a monster but a man, so he asked his guys not to shoot under any circumstances. For starters, he would just like to talk to the man and inform him that he was in a restricted area, and if he did not follow orders, then they will shoot him. But as soon as this man spoke, it became clear that apparently Hyun Nim was mistaken, and he was still a monster. But it was already too late. This creature took his hands out of his pockets and snapped 2 fingers, which put all the knights and staff into a state of shock, after which they all lost consciousness. As it turned out, it was not this big guy who did it, but his friend, who assured the man that it would be better if they put them to sleep for a short time. In any case, it was strange for them to watch the guy helping people. But on the other hand, they really couldn't imagine what was going on in his head. But in any case, they were not going to stop the hunt and would continue it under any conditions. The man suggested that his partner first deal with that person. After the raid on Jeju Island, heated discussions about what happened did not subside. On Jeju Island, Sun Jin first appeared as an S-rank hunter, and one could say that this was his debut. The raid attracted everyone's attention, and every time people started talking about him, his name came up along with the raid. However, he could not avoid criticism that if he had arrived on Jeju Island earlier, he could have minimized the number of casualties. Of course, there were defenders, but there were very few people who resisted the criticism. After all, the truth was that there were too many dead in the raid. At the funeral, Baek and Sun Jin met again, and the man decided to tell the guy that he actually always believed that one hero cannot end the war. But this time it seemed to him that this statement was not necessarily true. He asked Sung Jin to keep his nose up because he was the one who could put an end to this tragic story. And for this, the man was very grateful to the guy because he really saved them and prevented an even greater tragedy from happening. Cha-hei apparently also wanted to say a few words to Sun Jin, but at the last moment she kept silent and turned her head away. The 5th raid on Jeju Island involved a total of 4,000 hunters. 700 ordinary awakened were mobilized, and a total death toll of 63 hunters and 32 civilians. It was a tragedy that ended with the death of many people, but in comparison with the previous 4, there were far fewer casualties in this raid. After these gatherings, the chairman and Sung Jin sat down at the negotiating table, and they did this in order to discuss the fact that Sun Jin wants to create his own guild. But according to the chairman, an S-rank hunter does not need a license. He just needs to call the association. And after he does this, They will take care of everything themselves, which could not but please the guy. Mentally, he understood that now he needed to find advantages in being an S-rank hunter, and these thoughts were interrupted by the chairman with his question, in which he wanted to know if the guy was installing a barrier over the island. Sung Jin clearly did not expect such a question, and this could be seen from his surprised expression. The man told him that all the members of the group who were sent to the island to clear the remaining ants and collect magic stones lost consciousness, and almost all of them were A rank, several people of B rank, including people from the Knights Guild. Gonggu simply assumed that he could have put up a protective barrier and simply forgot to remove it, but Sung Jin immediately assured him that he did not do this at all. The chairman actually thought so, and he also added that none of those who were sent to the island could really remember anything about what happened to them before they lost consciousness. Moreover, the man could not even establish whether this was somehow connected with magic or not. Sung Jin mentally assumed that maybe the ants had set similar traps, and the guy simply missed them, but he couldn't tell the man that. When suddenly their meeting was interrupted by one of the chairman's guards to remind the man that he had his next meeting soon, so the man was forced to say goodbye to Sung Jin, but still he did not forget to thank the guy for finding time for him, so they can talk. Sung Jin answered the man that these are really trifles, especially since he also needs to return to his business. He walked with his thoughts to the car, and as soon as he approached it, suddenly someone turned to the guy. The man first said hello and introduced himself as Special Agent Adam White from the Bureau of Hunters of America. Sung Jin was slightly surprised, because it was not clear what this bureau needed from him, but the man immediately wanted to establish friendly relations with him, so he told the guy that he could just call him Adam, after which he said that he tried to find Sung Jin in the office, but apparently he is one of those people who is not so easy to find, and the agent hoped that Sung Jin understood why he had to track the guy to this place. Sung Jin immediately remembered that Jin Ho once told him that some foreigner was looking for him. Could it really be him? In any case, Sung Jin decided to first ask the man what business he had with him, to which the man gave a rather unexpected answer. According to him, he was looking for Sung Jin in order to share information with him. And for starters, he added that perhaps no country and no hunter has this information, with the exception of his organization, of course. At that moment, the guy became interested to know why they decided to convey such important and secret information to him. According to Adam, they gained their profit solely by passing on information to certain people, after which he said that from the very beginning, only he wanted to meet with them. But after his achievements at the Jeju raid, their deputy director wanted to personally meet with Sung Jin, and he hoped that Sung Jin understood how special this case was. Therefore, if Sung Jin doesn't mind, then they could meet right now, especially since their car is very close. The guy decided that there were no guarantees that he could trust their information, so he decided that he would think about it and then contact them himself. Adam perfectly understood his caution, but still decided to say that when a person bargains, he should not hide his best cards up his sleeve. He said this to mean that there is an awakened one in the world who is able to improve the skills of other hunters. These words obviously interested Sung Jin, and within 10 minutes he was standing in front of Deputy Director Michael Connor from the Management Bureau. Adam decided to stay with him anyway, since he would act as a translator. Michael decided not to wait too long and immediately suggested getting down to business. He put the folder on the table and said that here are documents for immigration to America. He also added that usually the process takes about 2 years, but especially for Sung Jin, they will make an exception, just 1 second, and he can immediately become a citizen of America. In response to this, Sung Jin immediately noted that it seemed to him that today the topic of conversation would only be the transfer of certain information. He was primarily interested in an awakened one who can promote other awakened ones. Michael smiled and said that in fact this person who has such abilities is already here, after which he immediately asked to invite Mrs. Sellner here. Before this woman entered the office, the man added that she was the only awakened one who could raise the level of hunters beyond their limit, and this woman's name is Mrs. Norma Sellner. Sung Jin just looked at her and immediately realized that her aura was indeed different from other awakened ones. First of all, Michael asked the woman to tell Hunter Sung Jin-woo briefly about her abilities. Norma, looking into Sung Jin's eyes, immediately realized that the guy doubted her abilities, and this was not new to her, because everyone actually looks at her that way at the beginning. But she immediately wanted to assure the guy that once he experienced this once, then he would never be able to tear himself away. She slightly approached Sung Jin and began to say that perhaps he already knows that everyone has their own limit, and no one can overcome it. Therefore, without reawakening, the level of a hunter cannot be changed. This is a common truth that everyone knows. And she immediately decided to tell the guy that she could help him raise the limit, and she will try to do this in just 3 stages. She does not know whether to call this a forced reawakening or simply an increase in potential. But in any case, she is capable of doing such things. Michael immediately confirmed that all the woman's words were absolutely true, however, due to the fact that after using this ability, a long rest is required. No more than 3 awakened ones are obtained per year. Sung Jin couldn't believe that he just happened to be among this number of awakened ones. But if it's true, then it's an incredible ability, so he wanted to know how effective it could be. Norma assured him that it really depended on the individual, but usually after the end of the 3rd stage, the awakened ones became 20 or even 30% stronger. Now Sung Jin understood why the hunter Hwang Dong-soo decided to move to America, despite the criticism in Korea, because it was quite difficult to refuse such an offer. The guy understood that having heard this, other hunters would also easily give up. Sung Jin was scared to imagine what would happen if others found out about this ability. Michael answered the guy that it was for this reason that Mrs. Sellner was with them, so they ensure her safety, and the woman, in turn, helps to increase the level of the hunter they choose. And this time, according to Michael, they chose Sung Jin. This is a kind of gift for the guy, but it looked more like a deal to the guy, not a gift. Michael assured him that if the boy became a hunter in America, they would guarantee that he would be the first to receive all possible benefits, and to make the deal even more attractive, they could negotiate him with any guild of his choice. After which the woman added that there is no need for the guy to rush, and he will have enough time to think about all this. And as they said, the increase in strength will be a gift, so they are ready to carry out the procedure right now. Sung Jin was surprised that they didn't want anything in return for it because it's actually worth a lot. Michael assured him that it would be better if Soon Jin thought of it as a favor, but Soon Jin was still not sure whether he should do it, because the woman said rather strange words that he should try this as one time, and then he will not be able to refuse it anymore. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Norma, who took the guy by the hand and asked him to look into his eyes. According to her, this is the first stage in this procedure, which they must go through together. Michael at that moment could not restrain his smile, because he understood that Sung Jin had finally fallen for their hook. The man understood that Sung Jin was trying to remain calm, but after the first stage he would not be able to resist and would contact them again, and perhaps even sign the contract today. During a raid on Jedu Island, Ryuji Goto, the top contender for a national-level hunter, was defeated due to the fact that he used unprecedented strength. So Michael was incredibly interested to know where this guy's limit really is. But at one point during this procedure, Norma found herself in some kind of world unknown to her. She had never seen anything like this before during the procedure, but today apparently something went wrong. Then at one moment, eyes appeared in the darkness, which frightened the woman. So she pretty obviously screamed about it, which scared everyone else. Agents of the organization immediately pointed guns at Sung Jin's head in order to find out what he did with Mrs. Sellner. Michael ordered them to stop behaving like that. Don't they know who is in front of them now? The man quickly explained to them why they were a bunch of thickheads, and if they were so worried about Mrs. Sellner, then they should have gone and helped her instead of pointing a gun at Mr. Sung Jin. After which he asked Mr. Sung Jin for forgiveness. He hoped that the guy understood that his people behaved this way, because they did not fully understand who he was. Sung Jin didn't hear the man at all at that moment because he himself didn't fully understand what had just happened. So he answered Michael that everything was fine, and he wasn't offended. But Michael once again decided to explain to his people that if something like this had happened in front of Thomas Andre or Liu Ji Kong, then they would all now be corpses. Then he approached Mrs. Sellner to find out what had happened, but the woman covered her ears and tried to recover from what she had seen. She visibly began to sweat, and from that moment on, it was obvious that she was very ill. Therefore, he decided to invite Sung Jin to meet another time, because Mrs. Sellner was clearly not feeling well today. Sung Jin himself wanted to suggest this, so he quickly agreed. Michael ordered Adam to escort the guy home. After which Michael once again tried to find out what happened with Mrs. Sellner. And after a few minutes of suffering, she finally said that the guy who had just sat in front of her was actually a king, who is an incredibly powerful being. Michael understood perfectly well that in this case the guy was practically at the same level as the national hunters. The woman could not say this because this was the first time she had felt this way, but she could definitely say that this guy was clearly different from the other hunters with whom she worked. After all, when she looked into him, he did the same. And according to the woman, it was clearly not Sung Jin. It was the darkness inside him, and it was she who was looking at her. Chairman Gong Guo, sitting in his office, could not believe that the hunter Bien Gu was no more. Although on the other hand, he tried to calm himself down by thinking that he had previously retired and he could no longer call him a hunter, and rather it was a noble sacrifice. But this did not negate the fact that even greater trials awaited them, and then things may not end so simply. Suddenly his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a phone call in which he was told that a rank B gate had opened in the middle of the road. The man understood perfectly well that if this was a rank B gate, then an ordinary attacking squad would not be able to cope with it, so he immediately decided to contact a large guild. But at some point he remembered that the hunter Sung Jin Woo received an office for his guild right next to this gate. The guy himself at that moment was only thinking that the woman had clearly seen something while she was performing the first stage of her ritual. But what did she notice there? He didn't understand why she began to be so afraid, but he definitely noticed so much fear in her eyes that he couldn't even think about them meeting again. He had more than enough time to think about all this, because on the way, he got into a huge traffic jam, and this once again proved that the metro was much more convenient. And just at that moment, the president of the association, Go Gun Hee, called him on the phone to tell the guy about the gate that was located in the middle of the road. Now Sun Jin understood why there were such huge traffic jams here. In any case, the chairman continued to speak, and he wanted to ask Sung Jin to deal with this gate. But the guy did not understand how he could do this without permission to seize. This made the chairman laugh, after which he asked Sung Jin from whom he usually gets permission, and the answer was simple, from the Hunters Association. And now Sung Jin is talking to the president of this association, and it was quite logical that this permission was already in his pocket. The chairman once again confirmed that the guy simply had nothing to worry about, and he could calmly clear this dungeon, for which Sung Jin was very grateful to him. Sung Jin confidently moved towards the gate, but the girl tried to stop him in order to say that he could not just get there without permission. But then she took her words back because she saw S-rank hunter Sung Jin Woon in front of her. All the people suddenly got out of their cars to look at the hero, but they were more surprised that the guy came here to personally deal with this problem. In any case, the girl wanted to find out from the guy how he ended up here. And even if he is an S-rank hunter, he still has no right to break the rules. Moreover, she was convinced that even if he had permission, he would still not be allowed in without a certain number of people accompanying him. So Sung Jin had to call the chairman to help him solve this problem. The girl realized that she had clearly said too much, and now she would have to tell the chairman all this. A few seconds later, Sung Jin heard the girl tell the chairman that she would do everything as the man told him. Before she had time to turn around and tell Sung Jin about this, the guy decided to go into the dungeon. And as soon as Sung Jin did this, the gate suddenly began to change its color to red, and this is clearly not a good sign. The guy was standing alone inside these gates, and for some reason it began to seem to him that he had just entered the red gate and not into a B-rank dungeon. And his guesses seemed to be correct after he noticed that the entrance was closed. And Sung Jin realized that he would apparently have to give his all this time too. The guy at that moment could only think about his mother, who told him that he should do what he likes. She also added that they can't do anything about awakening. And besides, if he has S rank, then he must save a lot of people, like his father. After all, she remembers very well that before becoming a hunter, his father was a fireman, and seeing how heroically he saved people, she wanted to marry him. And since his blood flows in Sun Jin, she cannot do anything with can't help it. She only asked him not to push himself to the limit, and now Sung Jin was really happy, because his mother was not against all this. Moreover, she supported him, and this gave him additional strength. Therefore, since he promised his mother he would do everything not to push himself to the limit, so he decided that he would cope with this gate in just one day. Initially, hunters were created to destroy monsters, but unfortunately, after some time it turned out that monsters are not the only enemy of hunters. After all, hunters must be careful not to turn into those they are hunting, because then their position can change in an instant, so high-ranking hunters must always be on alert. And they must do this even when they have hundreds of thousands of prey behind them, because their hunt knows no end. And most importantly, not a single person wants to stop this hunt. The reason why the hunter appeared was completely clear. The hunter must constantly hunt. A hunter must always be strong, regardless of his status and situation, because someday weakness can become the main reason why the hunter himself became a victim. And it doesn't matter what the enemy looks like, because very soon he will again work wonders with the appearance of a ruler. The hunter was clearing out the dungeon, and at one point came across a strange creature, from whom he immediately wanted to find out what it was. In response to questions, this dark magician told the man that these particles of light of his were quite well hidden. But at some point, their dialogue was interrupted when Egmont appeared next to this strange magician, who for some unknown reason arrived here. According to him, he arrived to report information about the eastern lands. But it seemed to the dark magician that the man was saying that he would do everything to resolve this issue. In response to this, Egmont said that a little to the south, the rulers were planning to release Legia, and he was going to do just that. Then the magician began to be interested in the Lord of Shadows, but Egmont did not let him finish, and immediately said that when the architect fulfills the contract, he will not be a problem for them. In addition, he is here for one more reason, because he has another piece of news that will clearly interest him, and it was that they found the brightest particle of light. And this was really interesting for the magician. He couldn't even believe that he had come specifically to tell him about this. But the magician immediately announced that he was ready to do this, although now they have something more important, because it seemed to him that they were specially lured here. It seemed to Egmont that it was simply impossible for that guy to have such enormous power, but it still seemed to the magician that he was planning to stop them. At that moment, a man came out of the shadows who was very interested to know why they were suddenly talking about Korea. The ice mage asked him with a smile why he cares so much, after which, without waiting for an answer, he began to enter the portal and finally added that he did not need this information unless he was going to stop them. The magician did not think that the man would actually try to stop them, but still he was still prepared for such a turn of events. So he created an ice wall that blocked the man's blow. But apparently no one was going to end it there, after which an explosion occurred. The huge monster was very happy to see in front of him the one who destroyed all his warriors. But most of all, he was impressed by the fact that he had reached this place alone and even knew how to speak their language. However, in any case, he assured the guy that this was the end of him because his guys had been waiting for him for a long time, and so he ordered them all to leave immediately. But he had to repeat the order several more times, and even after that, no one came to him. After which Sung Jin answered him that the monster made him laugh. It was quite funny to watch how the monster thought about the fact that the guy was here alone. Well, then he decided to show this monster how to correctly ask his warriors to leave. One word was enough to summon a huge army of shadow soldiers, who most likely destroyed all the wards of this monster. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events, but it was already too late. Of course, he tried to use his power as a last resort, and he wanted to do everything to punish Sung Jin for this. But the guy wasn't even going to budge and politely asked his friends to deal with him. They quickly dealt with the monster's guards, who still hoped that they could do something. Moreover, they were even able to get close to Sung Jin, and it seemed that they were about to strike him. But all this was just an illusion, because next to Sung Jin there was always a fang, which with just one blow could destroy each of them. Now the king of these monsters himself was about to go into battle, because he was tired of them playing with him. But before he could finish speaking, Beer tore off the hand of this creature, and this was clearly the beginning of his end. Next, Fang used the reverse gravity skill, which allowed him to nail him to the ground, after which Sung Jin slowly approached him, who wanted to hear answers to his questions. And then he promised the monster that his death would be less painful. After some time, Sung Jin could not find out anything. He was sure that this was interference from the system, and most likely it was simply blocking answers for these guys. But in any case, it was not critical, and it seemed to Sung Jin that sooner or later he would find out all this anyway. Moreover, now he has in his hands a key that fell out of the damned box, and just during the raid on Jedu Island, he was able to reach the required level to open the dungeon with this key. After a few seconds, the system nevertheless revealed the characteristics of this key, and it was the key to the Cardion Temple, which gives access to the temple and can be used at certain gates. The location of the gate will become known when the counter reaches 0 and the guy has 417 hours to wait. The guy knew the Cardion Temple even without a description, and no one would let him forget that dark story. But what's most interesting is that the system is apparently calling him again to the place where it all began. But this time Sung Jin was sure that everything would be different, and the outcome of the battle would be completely different. Now the guy began to think that everything was actually planned from the very beginning, and this temple was just waiting for the guy to return. And if everything is really so, then it's better for the temple to wait for him, because he himself wants to get there with great impatience. Meanwhile, Jin Ho, sitting at the computer, destroyed the trolls one by one, and he believed that they simply had no forgiveness for getting in his way, and he also did not forget to tell them that complaining and crying would be useless, so they should know this. After some time of such hard work, the guy was tired, but he was glad that he was able to deal with another group that slandered Sung Jin. When suddenly his thoughts were distracted by Sung Jin, who appeared rather unexpectedly, and thereby frightened Jin Ho. But on the other hand, the guy was no longer very surprised by this because Sung Jin constantly disappears and appears silently, but this time he was most struck by Sung Jin's appearance. In any case, the guy made him understand that he was not here to discuss his appearance, after which he took out a huge amount of crystals, which he took out when he left the gate, And he did this because Jin-ho said that it was not necessary to found a guild enough money. Jin-ho couldn't believe his eyes that he was seeing high-ranking crystals in front of him. Was the guy really in a high-ranking gate? After he calmed down a little, he could confidently say that with this, they don't have to worry about the salary for the participant. Sung Jin didn't understand what Jin-ho was talking about, so the guy reminded him how they talked about how they needed one more guild member, because the organization must consist of at least 3 people. The guy believed that even if this was the case, then it would be quite enough for them to simply find someone diligent for quantity, not the kind of guy or girl who would appear only a couple of times. But Jin-ho assured him that besides this, there was another problem which requires an urgent solution. Jin-ho took a pause to ask this important question, in which he wanted to ask Sung Jin if he had chosen a name for their guild. Sung Jin expected something a little different, but still told Jin-ho that he didn't think about it because he thought it wasn't as important as it seemed. But Jin-ho thought differently, and he already had one good option, after which he began to talk about how if you combine their surnames, you get the Song Yu Guild. Although on the other hand, the Yu Song Guild also sounded pretty good to him, after whereupon he offered several more options, but they were all so similar. And this continued until Sung Jin suggested calling him the guild Solo and explaining this name is quite easy, because the hunter who created it usually hunts alone. Jin-ho didn't seem to like this idea too much. He thought it was a joke. Now he understands that there is something that is beyond the control of even Sung Jin, and that is to come up with a good name. Now Jin-ho understood that his older brother is also a human. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a knock on the door. Someone came to the guys. Jin-ho opened the doors and clearly did not expect to see who was standing there. Behind the door was the huntress Cha-hei, who was looking for the Song Jin-woon Guild. The guy himself was actually surprised to see the girl here, so he immediately decided to ask her what brought her here. She collected her thoughts a little and still gave her answer that she came here to join his guild. After such an unexpected confession, Sung Jin decided to find out how the girl ended up here in the first place. She didn't quite understand why he was asking her such questions, because she had already told him that she wanted to join his guild. That's why she came here. Sung Jin didn't understand what was going on here at all, because the girl was S rank and it was unlikely that she would just change her guild, or so it seemed to Sung Jin. Therefore, he decided to find out from the girl whether the president of the association accidentally did not send her, or perhaps the hunter Young John kicked her out. The girl denied everything Sung Jin told her, and then the guy decided to ask her directly what was the matter and why she suddenly decided to join their guild called Solo. Cha-hei immediately noticed that the name was quite unusual, but Sung Jin assured her that they approved this name with his deputy, and if she was not satisfied with something, then she could say so. At this moment, Jin-ho intervened in the conversation, who could not believe that the guy had already made a decision and still named the guild Solo. Sung Jin noticed that Jin-ho did not answer him, and he decided that Jin-ho was not against such a name. In any case, Sung Jin understood that the main thing now was to calm down, because without understanding the situation, a wrong opinion could be formed. The guy, looking at Cha-hei, immediately noticed that her heartbeat had increased. Her breathing and gaze had also changed. She was clearly trying to maintain composure, but he would not allow her to deceive him today. So he himself tried to understand why she suddenly wanted to join their guild. And for this, Sung Jin started talking about the fact that, as far as he knows, less than 2 years have passed since her awakening, and therefore he assumes that her contract with the hunters is still valid. Cha-hei immediately assured him that she had money to cover the fine for his breakup. Sung Jin was clearly not ready to hear that she was even willing to pay a penalty to join them, but still he had to say that their guild could not yet afford a hunter of her level. She carefully put the drink on the table and said that it didn't really matter because she was ready to work without a wage. Sung Jin still did not give up and wanted to know what was the reason for her joining their guild if it came to such sacrifices. After all, if you think like that, then for the girl in this case, there will be no benefit at all. Cha-hei mentally thought that she simply couldn't explain it, so she should come up with another reason. She understood that even if she told them, they would most likely think she was crazy. After all, at first Cha-hei was simply interested in his smell. She was curious to know who he was, but at one point she decided that she simply did not have time for this, and she should not do such things. But then he became for her the only ray of light in this world, when she was incredibly scared, because she understood that she could die. However, he still came and saved her at the most necessary moment. She only remembers how she woke up and the chairman was with her, who told her that they were already flying to the hospital and she shouldn't worry about her life. But that day, after she just woke up, the first thing she decided to do was find out from the chairman whether Sun Jin was on the island. The man calmly nodded in response to her. And the girl was glad to understand that this was not a dream after all, and the guy really saved her. That time she really almost died, and if it weren't for him, then most likely she would have remained forever on Jeju Island. But this is not the most important thing, because the girl couldn't just tell Sun Jin that she wanted to be with him until her last breath. She tried to force herself to say it, but to put it mildly, she couldn't do it. Cha-hae was blushing incredibly hard in front of the guy, and it was hard not to notice. Sung Jin couldn't even imagine what was wrong with the girl. He could only guess that there was something she couldn't say. But if this is so, then why can't she say it? Although he saw that her face was red, and she was clearly hiding something. Sung Jin really didn't understand what was in her head at the moment, and whether it was possible that everything had been prepared in advance. So he decided to clarify again, or did she not want to answer him? Through her embarrassment, she tried to tell him that she just wanted to feel comfortable. Jin-ho carefully approached Sun Jin to tell him that apparently Cha-hae was very tormented when she was in the Hunters Guild, and now she's just trying to find a safe haven. After these words, Sung Jin thought that the girl was about 22 years old, and the severity of the title of S-rank hunter might not be for her, and besides, she was in a terrible state after the raid on Jeju Island. He did not fully understand the whole situation, however. He still decided that she needed to be accepted into the guild. But for this, he told her that she would need to pass their entrance test. Jin-ho didn't understand what Sung Jin was talking about, because there was no such thing in their announcement. But Sung Jin assured Cha-hae that the deputy must have made a mistake, because this rule appeared quite recently, after which the guy asked Jin-ho to go downstairs and buy some snacks and drinks. The girl was slightly surprised by this turn of events, but was still ready to listen to what kind of test this was. In fact, Sung Jin came up with this test to check how serious the girl is in her intentions. And now he understands that apparently she is not joking. Sung Jin told her that in order to enter the guild, she would only need to defeat one of his soldiers. The girl suddenly told him that she was a little offended that he rated her skills so low. But still, she couldn't wait to find out who he would call this time. Sung Jin realized that for the girl, he would have to choose his strongest soldier. Cha-hae immediately wanted to find out from him when they would start. And Sung Jin believed that there was no point in delaying and suggested starting right now and conducting such a test. He proposed in the training hall of the Hunters Association. Mentally, the guy thought that this hall was quite far from here, and it seemed to him that they should move them using a shadow exchange. So he stopped Cha-hae near the exit and told her that they didn't really have to leave this room. He asked her to come closer and said that in fact there is an easier way. According to him, they should be close to each other, if of course she doesn't mind. He didn't even realize how much Cha-hae didn't mind, and after she approached him, he used the shadow exchange skill. At this time, Jin-ho returned from the store and assured the guys that they could not only talk but also eat. But he was no longer talking to Sun Jin, but to his shadow high orc, who also didn't mind having a snack. A few seconds later, they arrived at the Hunters Guild training hall. The girl didn't fully believe that they would actually get into this hall, but now she more than believes. At this time, Sung Jin thought that, as he expected, his expectations were justified. And now he knows that the shadow exchange works like a gate, and the fact that he was able to move not alone proves this theory. Where he stands, an entrance is formed and an exit is formed at the target site. The only downside to this ability is the cooldown, which lasts for 3 hours. And if you think about it, he can create a gate and go to any part of the world if he wants to. Sung Jin suggested starting the test, and the girl suddenly realized that she had left her weapon in the office. The guy assumed that she was talking about that pickaxe. Cha-hae realized that he remembered how she ran into the tunnel with a pickaxe. And does he now really think that this is her weapon? She tried to explain to him that it was not really her weapon, but it seems that Sung Jin already understood this. He just decided to play a little joke on the girl. Cha-hae calmed down a little and asked him for some time. She believed that she could find something suitable in the warehouse. The girl knew very well that since the hall is used by hunters, there are always a lot of weapons here. Of course, they are not of the best quality, but they are perfect for sparring. After a few minutes of searching, Cha-hae finally found a sword suitable for her, after which she assured Sung Jin that she was ready to start sparring. Sung Jin decided to once again check with her whether she could handle it, because this was not a sword she was used to, which might be quite uncomfortable to work with. But she assured him that in fact the weapon did not matter, because she believed that when fighting monsters, they won't think about whether she is comfortable or not. He couldn't help but agree with her. And he also assumed that she would defeat an ordinary shadow soldier in a couple of seconds. Therefore, he decided to call Igris for sparring with the girl. According to Sung Jin, he is his best swordsman. Before the fight, Cha Hai decided to clarify one important point. She was interested to know how they would still determine the winner. Sung Jin gave her the answer, and in fact the rules were quite simple. The battle would continue until his soldier was destroyed or the hunter Cha Hai surrendered. The guy told her that he would call the strongest warrior, but he understood that due to his injury, BR would be too strong a rival for her. In any case, it's time to start the battle. But looking at the aura around Cha Hai, the guy realized that apparently the weapon still matters to her. Therefore, before the start of the battle, he asked Cha Hai to turn away for a minute. He needed to talk to his soldier. Sun Jin gave Igris the same sword with which Sun Jin cleared Jeju Island and asked him to use this sword in the battle with Cha Hai. Then if everyone was ready, then Sun Jin announced the start of the battle. Be that as it may, the sword of the Demon King suits Igris very well, and Sung Jin apparently understood this very well, so he gave it to him for show. But the Shadow Soldier used this sword not only to show off with it, but also to attack. So as soon as Sung Jin allowed the attack, Igris launched a couple of attacks on the girl, which she could easily dodge. Sung Jin did not expect anything else. The girl is quite fast, and if an ordinary person had been in her place, then most likely he would have simply died. But we shouldn't forget that Cha Hai is an S-rank hunter, and such attacks are just kindergarten for her. Moreover, she not only dodged, but also managed to land her attacks. The chairman, after a hard day, suddenly noticed that the training room was busy, although he was sure that no one had booked it, and this was quite strange for him. So he turned to his assistant and asked him to forward the CCTV footage from the training room. A few seconds later, Gun-ho was already watching the CCTV footage on his TV, and what a surprise he was when he saw Sun Jin there paired with Cha Hai. The chairman didn't understand when these two suddenly became such friends, but then he remembered how Cha Hai first asked him about Sun Jin when she first opened her eyes after the injury. But it's not to say that he didn't like it. It clearly evoked positive emotions in him. It was strange that he didn't think of it himself. After which he turned to his assistant again with a request to turn off the surveillance cameras in the training room and record that there was a check today, which is why they were not working. Igris, meanwhile, was clearly suffering from the battle with Cha Hai, who outmaneuvered him even with the Demon King's sword in his hands. The girl could no longer believe that this Black Knight was truly the strongest in his arsenal. She decided to remind Sung Jin that he promised to provide her with the strongest warrior, so if he did not do this, then she would like him to do it right away, so as not to delay. Sung Jin immediately warned her that in this case she could suffer greatly. But Cha Hai assured him otherwise and convinced the guy that she would not get hurt, so he had better do it. Besides, she guessed who Sung Jin was talking about and she would still like to fight him. Sung Jin was surprised that the girl knew about this, and moreover, she wanted Sung Jin to call Beer. She reminded him that she also saw the video. Moreover, she was there. Sung Jin realized that there was no point in dissuading the girl, because she had clearly already decided everything, so he calmly called Beer. And before launching BR into battle, Sung Jin decided to ask the girl again if she would definitely be okay. Mentally, Sung Jin understood perfectly well that, of course, the monster who had become a shadow soldier was weaker than in life. But despite this, Beer was born to destroy hunters, and in a fight with him, Hunter Cha could suffer. Therefore, the guy ordered Baru to defeat the girl, but at the same time he must do everything so as not to harm her. Cha Hai, just looking at the shadow of the ant, did not understand how Sung Jin even fought with this monster then. Sung Jin immediately warned BR not to use any claws because if the girl gets hurt, then he will also have a hard time. Bear did not argue with him and will do everything as his king told him. Cha Hai, looking at this monster, understood that she was unlikely to be able to win just like that, so she needed to find the right moment and then attack him. But before she had time to think, Burr was already behind her. The girl did not expect such enormous speed, but what scared her most was that she had already seen this, and last time it was quite painful for her. But this time she was sure that this would not happen again, and she would do everything not to fall for this again. Bear was still too strong for the girl, because he was able to withstand her sword strike with only one hand. But the only instruction from the ruler that he needed to defeat the girl without injury clearly stopped the ant, and he could not fight with all his might. Therefore, he decided that it would be best if he showed her the huge gap between them and thus break her fighting spirit, and it seemed to him that this would be quite easy to do. But the girl was clearly not ready to give up yet, and she was still waiting for the moment to launch her attack. Although no matter how hard she tried, Baru managed to dodge all the girl's attacks, and at the same time, he continued to stand in one place. It seemed to the girl that she was able to find the right moment, but as it turned out, she was clearly mistaken, because Beer used this moment to try to break her spirit. At this stage of the battle, Sunjin already knew who would win, so he asked the girl if she was satisfied. No matter how bad Cha-hei felt, she convinced both him and herself that she was still ready to fight further. The guy didn't understand what she was thinking, because the difference in their strength was simply obvious. Sungjin would never have thought that the girl was so reckless. He knew that Ber is clearly different from other shadow soldiers. He is quite loyal, but his essence is a stink destroyer, and Sunjin quite clearly feels like the ant is suppressing the desire to destroy the girl. All that remained was to hope that the girl knew what she was doing, and that she still had a trump card. Beer could determine with one glance who was standing in front of him, a predator or food. And now he doesn't like the fact that the prey is confronting the beast, so he wanted to fix this as quickly as possible. But apparently it was a mistake, because as soon as he launched such a thoughtless attack, the girl immediately made him regret it. And apparently she clearly didn't intend to stop there, and so she used a skill called sword dance. Shahi understood perfectly well that against such an opponent she had only one attempt, and she would be ready to do everything so as not to spoil this attempt. Due to the large amount of mana consumed, she could only use it once, but she believed that this would be more than enough. Then all she had to do was launch her attack, which she did, and clearly no one expected this. Sunjin couldn't believe his eyes that this was really possible. Could Cha-hei really be able to do this? But most of all, he was not worried about this, but about the fact that at that moment a command worked in Bear's head, and it was received from the queen at birth, and this is his instinct, which he simply cannot stop. And this instinct was aimed at destroying all enemies. His eyes lit up, and now Bear did not hear anything around. He was going to destroy Cha-hei for what she did to him, and without any hesitation he would do it. No matter how Sunjin tried to stop him, the guy could not do it. So he had to do it himself, although he was very angry with Br for not listening to him. Beer immediately began to ask for forgiveness from his king, and he also asked to be spared for this. Sungjin did not answer him, but on the other hand, he understood why he did this. Now he wanted to know more from the girl why she was so persistent, because as far as the guy could see, she didn't even have any special reasons for joining his guild. In addition, he asked not to forget that this was just a test for a guild that didn't even have a name, and it seemed to him that this was clearly not a situation where it was worth risking your life. And given all this, Sungjin would like to know why the girl went so far, but Cha-hei continued to remain silent, and Sunjin understood that apparently she wouldn't just tell him anything. The guy was incredibly interested in finding out what the girl's reason was, so he suddenly assumed that she just liked him. That's why she wanted to get into his guild so badly. The girl didn't expect Sunjin to say something like that, so she looked at him in surprise. This meant for the guy that this reason was not the same, and apparently the girl had something else, since she wanted to join his guild so badly. But at some point she interrupted his thoughts and confirmed his words in a quiet voice. And she said that she really liked it. That's why she did all these things. At the American Hunters Association, Michael and Norma, meanwhile, told the president that they were very sorry that they could not do what he asked them to do. But the president immediately said that he did not actually call them to listen to an apology. He wanted to hear what happened, and preferably in detail. Michael began by saying that according to Miss Salner's observation, Hunter Sung Jin-woon is one of the kings. The president didn't believe the woman was saying that Sung Jin had the strength of a national-level hunter, but the woman immediately noticed that a little clarification was needed here. Then she added that the awakened are connected by some kind of passage with the force on the other side, and it looks like a tunnel and she can see it. She explained that sometimes the energy emanating from that place is so great that in her eyes the awakened one looks like a blinding light, and usually she calls them kings. But what about this man? He doesn't have any transition. And as soon as she looked into his eyes, the darkness inside him looked back at her. It seemed to the woman that he was the darkness itself. The president wanted to clarify whether he understood her correctly. Is she saying that Sun Jin-woo is an evil person? The woman made it clear to him that she was not currently thinking about whether he was a good or bad person. She was only saying where his strength came from. And she believes that the hunter Sung Jin-woo draws power from a specific place, and it clearly does not pass through the tunnel. This person uses the power that is inside, and therefore he is not limited to the passage. Michael added that this means that his power is essentially limitless. The president understood everything, so he came up to tell the woman that she really did a good job today, but now he should go, and Michael immediately asked where the man was going. He answered without hesitation that he was currently heading to the basement on the 24th level and asked Michael to come with him. As they rode down the elevator, the man told his deputy that if Miss Salner's power was useless, then they should find another way to get it. And at some point he remembered the first S-rank gate. And Michael remembered that day very well, because it was a dungeon from which monsters escaped and destroyed almost the entire western part of America. It is simply impossible to forget. Among the strongest hunters in the world that they hired, only 5 were able to survive, and these people were given a special status in the country. Throughout the world, they are known as national-level hunters. Dozens of the best hunters were then destroyed by one monster, called the Kamshi Dragon, who owned an unquenchable flame. And the man remembered this tragedy for a reason, because among all the bad things that happened that day, there was still something good left, and now he will show Michael something special. He opened the doors of the vault, which contained a rune stone from the body of the dragon Kamsha. More than 8 years have passed since that raid, and among the national-level hunters there are no ones who use magic, and this stone has been waiting in the wings for a very long time in this cold basement. But finally, the time has come for Kamsh to once again present a valuable gift to this beautiful country. Sung Jin, being at home, could not forget Cha-Hei's words. He had thoughts in his head that after waking up, he had become taller, and his body looked much better. But still, he couldn't believe that he had become so good that Cha-Hei would like him, because in fact, it seemed to him that there were plenty of such guys on the street. He also assumed that this could be the effect of restoring damaged parts of the body. It seemed to him that this skill really eliminated all of his shortcomings. He himself could not solve this question, so he decided to ask his sister and ask her what she thought he looked like. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so Sung Jin asked directly how he was like a man to her. But still, she thought that he looked like a loser, and Sung Jin was very grateful to her for such an objective assessment. He realized that it was better not to ask his sister such a thing, so he decided to tell her that he had decided to create his own guild, and he decided to call it the Guild Solo. The girl obviously didn't like the name. She didn't understand why the guild should be called that, and to help him with this, she decided to remind him that with his ability, he summons black soldiers from the shadows, and it turns out that this no longer fight alone, no matter how much Sung Jin wanted to, but his sister was actually right in this. Then he asked her what was the best name for the guild. Jin-Ah suggested that he name the guild after her, and as an argument she used the fact that Jin in Chinese means to move forward. Cha-Hei, meanwhile, was screaming into her pillow about how stupid she was, because it seemed like she answered, "Why did she do this?" For the girl, it was like a real confession, and now she is incredibly ashamed of herself. Now it seemed to her that Sun Jin would think that the girl was incredibly strange. But on the other hand, she believed that since he saved her life, she literally had to be interested in him, and that means everything was fine. Her mood changed every 10 seconds, and at some point it again became obvious to her that everything was far from good. When suddenly the moment flashed before her eyes how right before she died the shadow of Biengu took her hand, who not only saved the girl, but also asked her to tell Sun Jin to be careful. The girl still remembers with alarm how Biengu asked her to tell Sun Jin to be careful with the power he has. At the Guild of Knights, the assistant told Hyun Nim that the gate that opened had one problem. It would be very difficult for them to gain access to it, and all because the result of the measurements carried out by the association turned out to be quite high. The head understood that it would be a headache if something went wrong, because they could all die there, but the assistant had bad news, because if it were an S-rank gate, then they could of course refuse, but if they refuse from a dungeon below S-rank, then there may be rumors that they are a weak guild. This is really a problem because Hyun Nim knew that ordinary people do not understand that there can be a big difference between gates of the same rank. But he also wasn't going to give away the dungeon that appeared right in front of their noses, much less give such a gift to Ma Dong-wook. In addition, he believed that if we take into account quantity and quality, their composition is not inferior to other guilds, but even one S-rank hunter creates a huge difference in strength. Jong Rim, who was a rank A healer, suddenly intervened in their dialogue, and he suggested teaming up with someone, and if you don't want to call the whole guild, then he suggested that the head call only one hunter. Hen Min thought that this was a crazy idea, because they were going to enter a high-level gate. One hunter would obviously not help here. But at some point he changed his mind because he realized what kind of hunter Jong Rim was talking about. He understood that if they teamed up with another guild, they would obviously ruin their reputation. But by collaborating with Sung Jin, on the contrary, they would attract attention, and with his help, their chances of safe passage would increase significantly. The head's assistant then decided to go and look for Sung Jin's phone number, but the head immediately told him that no one solved such matters over the phone. He believed that they definitely needed to meet in person. Sung Jin came to his guild office and immediately suggested that Jin Ho name the guild after his sister Ah Jin. Jin Ho thought that he really didn't care what they called the guild, as long as it wasn't solo. Sung Jin was glad that they had finally decided on these, and now they only had to find one participant, because the guy believed that the huntress Cha Hei would not suit them. Jinho didn't quite understand how a girl who has an S rank with incredible achievements is also not suitable for them. So he decided to ask Sung Jin what kind of person he was looking for then. Sung Jin told him that they needed someone with a hunter's license who was not at all interested in the affairs of the guild, but who could be trusted. Jinho began to say that of course he had several options, but before he could name these options, suddenly someone knocked on their door. Sung Jin went to see who was there again, although in his mind it seemed to him that Cha Hei would be behind the door. But as soon as he opened the doors, the head of the Guild of Knights and his two assistants stood behind them. First of all, they showed Sung Jin a video from a new dungeon that appeared right in front of their office, and the gate was really huge. Hyun Min immediately noticed that, of course, the size of the gate does not necessarily depend on the rank, however. Judging by the information from the association, this is exactly the case, and although they are not S rank, the meter went off scale, and according to the man, this is the largest gate among all that appeared in Busan. Sung Jin, hearing that these gates are in Busan, thought that he could meet Ju, who had moved there, and invite her to some restaurant, but the head of the Knights did not let the guy concentrate on his thoughts, because he kept saying that they haven't gotten clearance yet because they don't have an S-rank hunter. That's why they came here to offer the guy to take part in a raid on this gate, and if he helps them in this, he will be very well rewarded. Hyun Nim immediately said that usually an S-rank hunter receives about 10% of the profit from the raid, but in this case, they agreed to give Sung Jin 20%. Sung Jin didn't even let the man finish and offered him to split the profits equally, and he only offers because he will cooperate with them as a guild, and not as an individual hunter. Besides, they just established the name of the guild, and now it is called Ah Jin. The man was not entirely satisfied with such conditions, so he decided to offer 60 to 40, but Sung Jin immediately made it clear to them that he was not going to bargain with them. Hyun Nim realized at that moment that this guy was clearly not so simple anymore, but still he agreed to these conditions only if Sung Jin dealt with the boss. And the guy didn't mind, so they agreed, and the man immediately after that began to say that quite a lot of time had passed since the gates opened, and he believed that they should start the raid no later than tomorrow. Sung Jin invited them to meet on site tomorrow. The guy also added that they don't have to worry, he definitely won't be late for the raid, when suddenly he was interrupted by a phone call that he would have to answer. Therefore, he asked the Knights to forgive him, after which he went out and picked up the phone. It was his mother, who had just bought a phone and immediately decided to call him to hear his voice. She immediately asked him for forgiveness if she suddenly distracted him from something important, but the guy assured her that he was not busy with anything important. Sung Jin decided to invite his mother to go somewhere like it was before, and the woman agreed to it without any problems. The next day on the beach in Busan, quite a lot of people gathered around the gate, including there were many hunters from the Guild of Knights. They were waiting for only one person, who was Sung Jin, and Hyun Nim was already starting to worry a little that the guy would be late, and he still needed to take him with him. They had to start in 5 minutes, and in the meantime, Sung Jin stood outside his house and thought about whether his sister took an umbrella with her or not. But anyway, now is not the time to think about it, because he remembered that his raid starts in 5 minutes. So he decided to use a shadow exchange that will help him quickly move to Busan. 3 high school students were walking along the corridor, and from their conversations, it was clear that they were clearly unhappy because they believed that it was exploitation of child labor when an art teacher forced them to do what he himself had to do. The man forced them to bring 6 plaster figures, which meant that if they took one each, they would have to come back here again anyway, and they obviously didn't want to do that. But as soon as they entered the warehouse of plaster figures, they suddenly realized that everything would be much more interesting, because there they saw a gate. One of the school children did not understand why they were so afraid, because he believed that these gates were safe as long as they were closed, and an ordinary person would not enter them, and monsters would not be able to get out. Moreover, he asked not to forget that it takes about a week for the gates to open. But the other 2 guys noticed that they had not been here since the beginning of the semester, which is definitely more than 1 week. And even if they only discovered them now, then in any case they should inform the hunters about it. Before they had time to talk about it, suddenly the gate opened and a huge green hand came out of it and grabbed the very guy who stood closest to the gate. The guy begged to help him, and they should do it as soon as possible. But after a few seconds, it became clear that the guys would not have time to do this, because the monster crushed his head, after which he began to gradually leave the dungeon. After a short amount of time, all 3 guys were destroyed, and they did not have time to call someone for help. And they were destroyed by an orc who had been a hunter since birth. Although the intelligence of this race is quite low, their search and pursuit abilities are far superior to those of humans. After so much time in the dungeon, the smell of blood and flesh attracted these creatures to madness. But this was only a reconnaissance squad, and they must suppress their nature and focus on the mission. But the orc, who had just left the dungeon, assured himself that there was no need for reconnaissance now, because he was sure that there were a lot of hunters here. And the building in which he was located looked like a fortress to him, because it was quite confusing. In any case, to begin with, he ordered his assistant to call all their brothers, while he began to carry out their mission. After destroying all the people in this castle, they were going to strengthen their positions and only after that organize a real hunt. And their main goal at the moment was to remove everyone who was inside at that moment. This target unfortunately turned out to be school students who were not at all prepared for the orcs to attack them. As soon as Sung Jin moved to this beach in Busan, he immediately noticed that this gate was really huge. He also noticed the collectors and next to them, the miners. The guild, of course, did not forget about the attacking team, which, to his great surprise, consisted of 33 people. The most amazing thing is that 13 of these hunters were a rank, but on the other hand, Sung Jin forgot that this guild has the most hunters of this rank. How suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by these same hunters, who turned out to be his fans, and they approached him to say that his actions on Jeju Island were simply amazing, and they would really like to know how he calls up so many black soldiers. In addition, they already knew that he would be their leader in today's raid. Sung Jin simply could not keep up with their train of thoughts. But at one point they were interrupted by a guy who asked each of them to stop immediately, because he believed that one should not just bother the hunter Sung Jin, after which he introduced Jong Rim as the main healer of the attacking team. He also added that since he is the leader, he thinks that they should be on the same wavelength with each other, even if they do not know each other very well. Sung Jin turned to Hyun Nim and decided to find out from him, or he explained to them, but apparently the man had not done so yet. After which, he turned to his hunters and told them that he would be the leader in this raid, to which they did not react very positively, because next to them stood an S-rank hunter. But the head of the raid would again be Hyun Nim, but the man immediately said they are told that Sung Jin is only here to monitor their safety from the rear. One of the hunters asked the head if they were really so weak that they should receive someone's protection. The same guy added another question in which he wanted to ask the head if he also thinks that the elite of the guild knights are not capable of anything. The head responded to this question quite calmly and said that they actually have a lot of good people, and maybe they are a little unceremonious, but that's the atmosphere they have. In any case, he believed that it was high time for them to move forward, and they had no time to talk. Some excited voice suddenly called the association's hotline and said that their school was infested with monsters. The girl who called said that she was now in the school toilet and she was very scared. She also recently was with her friend, but she was destroyed before her eyes. The hotline operator tried to divert the girl from this topic, so he asked her how many monsters there are in total. The girl didn't know what to answer, only that there was a lot of screaming coming from the school. The line operator asked the girl to calm down and listen to her carefully. The first thing she said was that the hunters were already on their way and they would never let them be offended. All that the girl should do at the moment was sit quietly and wait for help. In the meantime, the operator asked the girl to describe the monster she saw, and she said in a quiet voice that they looked like people, only much larger and with terrible faces. But the most important thing is that they had green skin, which is what the operator did not want to hear most of all, because she immediately realized that it was most likely an orc, and apparently there were a lot of them there. The operator started shouting to the girl that she needed to run away from this toilet immediately because they could smell her. But apparently it was too late, because in response to this, the woman heard the girl asking for help. After the girl's call, the police immediately arrived at the scene, and all the school children who made it were able to escape from the school. The orcs didn't like that. More than half of the school children simply ran away. But on the other hand, there were still people in the school, so they had to continue the hunt. In addition, they have blocked the exits, and now it would be best to go upstairs. There are probably still school children there. One of the largest orcs broke the barricades that the guys had created on the top floor. The next thing he saw was how they were trying to run away from him. But apparently they clearly won't be able to do this, because other orcs were also there and had already begun to catch the school children. At one point they stopped because they discovered a man with mana, and therefore decided that first it would be best to destroy this person and then return to the others. And this person with mana turned out to be Jinna, who mentally continued to beg Sunjin to come to her aid. But apparently the orcs felt the mana not only from Jinna, but also from her friend, who was already about to go into battle, because she was still awakened, albeit of rank E. In any case, they felt much more mana next to Jinna. Therefore, one of the orcs immediately attacked her with the words that she smelled disgustingly of mana. Jinna and her friend were already thinking that they were finished, because no one came to their aid, so they closed their eyes and were already waiting for their end. But at some point, the blow of this stinking orc was blocked by Sunjin's shadow soldier, who appeared there at the most opportune moment. It was a fang that was hidden in the girl's shadow as insurance against Sunjin, and today the girl found it very useful. Moreover, he was not alone, but called several more guys with him to help him. As soon as Sunjin and the Guild of Knights entered the dungeon, they were immediately met by a huge two-headed ogre, who was not so dangerous. But still the head of the guild ordered them to be on alert. But after several attacks, they quickly found the key to him and thus already knew how to defeat this big guy. With the help of teamwork, they hit him one after another, and sooner or later they would be able to bring this big guy down. The magicians also joined in this process, and as long as no one interfered with them, they were able to deliver quite powerful blows with fire and lightning. A few minutes later, the huge ogre was knocked down, after which they decided to take a short break and only then move on. The leader, who stood next to Sunjin, immediately noticed that he expected that the raid would not be easy, and this two-headed ogre at the entrance was clear proof of this. The nickname of this ogre was known to all hunters. He was called the Guardian of the Graves. Hyun Nim also added that sometimes this monster appears as the boss of the dungeon, but if you meet it at the entrance, then after its destruction a lot of undead will appear. And everything happened exactly as Hyun Nim said. Immediately after they finished off this big guy, a huge number of undead appeared. But the strangest thing was ahead. These monsters simply looked at the hunters, but did not attack. And at some point each of them had the feeling that they were simply trying to escape in this way. Sungjin was quite upset because he was looking forward to an A-rank dungeon. But in the end he had to watch such things. Suddenly Sunjin felt that something had happened, and his shadow soldiers whom he left to his sister were fighting. Therefore, he immediately told the head Hyun Nim that he urgently needed to go because he had some business to do. The head could not believe that he was going to abandon them like that, because without him, they would obviously be in great danger, and he should know this very well. In any case, Sungjin could not do anything, and as an alternative, he would call his friend, who can be trusted just like him. There will be no need to worry, because he will take care of everything. And the guy was talking about the same ant that appeared on Jedu Island. Sunjin saw no point in explaining anything to them. All he could tell them was that now BR would be here instead of him. Before leaving, Sunjin ordered the ant to protect all people, and he didn't care about the other monsters. Sunjin also called 20 more ant warriors to help them. Hyun Nim and Rim couldn't believe that Sunjin would just leave after releasing those monsters. Sungjin suggested that they cancel the call if they were so afraid, but it still seemed to him that this was much better than nothing. But the main problem for Sunjin was that his shadow exchange skill had not yet recovered, and he had to wait for almost 2 hours. Therefore, he decided that walking would be faster, and literally in 1 second he was gone. While the guy rushed to his sister, he felt that the orcs he left there were in perfect order, but he had a bad feeling, so he accelerated more and more every second. On the way, he destroyed several dozen monsters that prevented him from escaping. But at some point he slowed down, because he saw in front of him a gate from which a huge number of monsters were emerging. Sungjin decided that he simply did not have time to fight with all these guys. So he immediately called Kaisel and simply flew out of this dungeon with him. And as soon as they flew out of this dungeon, Sunjin immediately ordered the dragon to fly to his sister as soon as possible. Songjin's high orcs have so far dealt with all the orcs that came out of the dungeon. The school children clearly did not understand what was going on here and why some orcs were fighting with others and also looked so strange. A few minutes later, all the monsters that were on the upper floors were defeated. The guys couldn't quite believe that other monsters had just saved them. Were they really on their side? Jinna understood perfectly well where these monsters came from, and she was literally shocked that her brother was still able to save her. In the meantime, the last restriction was lifted, and Procrates, the head of the Scarlet Blades, was ready to bring his plan to life, and now no one will stop him. But his speech was forced to be interrupted by one of his subordinates, who stated that these people were protected by 3 high orcs. This made him incredibly angry because he sincerely did not understand how the fighters of such a great tribe were scared by only 3 warriors. So he ordered his boys to take him to these orcs so that he could finally start the war he had been planning for so long. While the hunters from the Guild of Knights were walking through the dungeon, All they could think about was simply escaping from here, because it seemed to them that all these monsters would want to attack them sooner or later. The leader understood that ending the raid in such conditions was not an option, but on the other hand, he understood that if they returned, he would not have anything to say to all these reporters outside. At what point did he realize that they actually could not stop because of the fear of the summoned creatures, and they needed to continue moving forward at all costs? But all these thoughts still did not help the man get rid of his fear of Sung Jin's summoned monsters, because only BR scared him so much that the man was ready to go out to the reporters. But he still convinced himself that they were obliged to continue this raid at all costs, and carefully tried to ask the ants to move forward. Baru really enjoyed scaring these people, so he decided to play a little joke on Hyun Nim. The man obviously didn't find it funny, because he was already very scared and they were still frightening him. After two such jokes, Beer simply turned around and began to leave along with his ants. The knights couldn't believe that they would follow these monsters, but the man tried to convince them that everything was really good. And he thought so, if only because Beer had just destroyed the Dark Knight with just one movement, so as long as they went with these monsters, they were safe. Although the man could not think that this shadow soldier would be so strong, he believed that the most important argument was that during this expedition, they would be able to obtain a large number of magic crystals, which would cost good money, so he advised his people to go anyway along with him. But before he had time to finish paying for the expensive crystals, all these hunters set off and he didn't even notice it. Proktar, meanwhile, came to deal with those high orcs who were preventing him from carrying out his plan. Before the battle, he tried to intimidate his opponents, so he told them that for the orcs, tattoos are a symbol of their victories, and all his subordinates behind him are witnesses to how many enemy throats he has already cut. His opponents obviously did not answer him, so he continued to say that it was immediately clear from them that there was a lot of blood on their hands, and therefore he was very sorry that this was all they were capable of, and today their end had come. After which he went on the attack and at the same time asked the high orcs to do everything to cheer him up. Although Sun Jin's shadows tried to block the attacks of this orc, he still managed to strike them with strong enough blows and thereby destroy them. Proktar really didn't expect that these orcs could regenerate. He understood that this was magic, and they would be restored after each death, but he did not understand how this was possible, and where then was the magician who controlled them. It would not be difficult for Proctor to destroy them tens or even thousands of times, but the problem was the voice in his head, which forced him to destroy people as quickly as possible, so he understood that he needed to end this with everything as quickly as possible. And the solution to this problem was simple for him. He just needed to destroy the magician who was calling them. So he turned his attention to Jin Ah. He then ordered his soldiers to grab this girl and bring her to him. And they must do this when the high orcs are recovering, because it is at this time that they are powerless. Therefore, they continued to attack them and did not stop for a second. And at some point, Proctor still managed to grab Jin Ah by the head. He was sure that it was this girl who called these guys because he felt magic from her. But now he's finally caught her and she will now end her life and thereby stop interfering with them. But at some point this monster noticed that something was approaching very quickly in the air. Although the most important thing was that his hand literally let go of Jin Ah, after which he was overcome by fear. The ogre's body did not obey him, and he froze like a statue. The only thing he understood for sure was that an incredible force was approaching them. Therefore, he ordered everyone to immediately run back, but apparently it was too late, and at one moment an explosion occurred. Jin Ah was crying, and it seemed to her that this was the end. But at one moment, Sung Jin took hold of her head and told the girl that now everything would be fine, and she didn't have to worry. The smoke gradually began to go away, and everyone saw Sun Jin and his dragon. Proktar realized that he had better not rush, and first he should try to talk with this guy. So he introduced himself and said that he was from the tribe of Scarlet Blades. But Sung Jin didn't give a damn about where he came from or what he was doing here. The guy made it clear to him that he should shut his mouth and wait for his turn. It was indeed very difficult for Jin Ah to calm down, but Sung Jin tried to calm her down as much as possible. Well, after he took care of his sister and asked how the other guys were feeling, he ordered Igris to take care of Jin Ah. He ordered the other warriors he called to go forward with them and take them outside. While he was saying all this, some orcs tried to carefully run away, but at the same moment Sung Jin turned around and reminded them that he ordered them not to move. Proktar, looking at all this, realized that apparently those high orcs were his warriors, and therefore he incredibly wanted to find out from the guy who he was, and how he even understood their speech. Sung Jin did not say a word in response to all these questions. And the ogre realized that it seemed the guy was not going to enter into dialogue with them, so he ordered his warriors to immediately attack him. But this was clearly a mistake, and the first ogre who went on the attack quickly realized this. Sun Jin did not intend to leave them alive, so he ostentatiously destroyed the orc, crushing his head with his foot. But the other orcs clearly did not intend to stop. But now Sun Jin did not want to waste his strength on them, so he used the ruler's touch skill. A few minutes later, absolutely all the orcs who attacked Sun Jin were already on this floor. But it was all one big mistake because Sun Jin destroyed them all with just one skill. Their leader simply did not expect such enormous power, and the aura that emanated from this guy scares him to the very bones. But before he had time to think about it, Sun Jin grabbed him by the head and pressed him against the wall, after which Sun Jin looked around and saw a huge number of bodies that the orcs had left behind. Therefore, he decided to ask this orc a question, in which he wanted to know why they were so eager to destroy them. Proctar realized that he had no chance, so he decided to talk about the fact that there was always some voice in his head ordering him to exterminate people. Then Sun Jin decided to find out what about him. Does the monster hear this voice now? In response to this, the ogre began to ask for his forgiveness and begged the guy to spare him, but Sun Jin needed an answer to his question. Therefore, the guy asked him again, but in response he heard only whining and a request to spare him. Sun Jin realized that apparently as expected for the guy in his head, the guy is not a person. Therefore, the guy answered him that the orc would be forgiven, but he immediately asked him not to think that it would be painless. Rome tried to take his mantle from one of the ants, and at the same time, said that this mantle was worth a lot of money, and if he did not give it to him, then there would be trouble. And this continued until BR intervened in this situation, who hit this ant on the head, and only after that did he give him the mantle. The guy was a little surprised that the ant helped him, and was incredibly grateful to him for this. And he also did not forget to thank him for curing him. It was so strange for the guy because he didn't understand how a summoned monster could heal better for him. In any case, they continued on their way, and at one not entirely wonderful moment, they finally reached the boss's room, who seemed to be waiting for them. And next to him were huge monsters who were clearly hostile to the guests. The knights immediately realized that this was not just a boss, this was an archilic, and what was most terrible was that next to him stood 10 dark knights, whom it would be almost impossible to defeat in such numbers. The head of the knights knew that this boss was famous for destroying the yellow dragons. When one of the major guilds in China was destroyed, there was a breakthrough from the dungeon. He thought that thanks to Ryuji Khan, he managed to avoid a disaster. But the point is that no A-rank guild would be strong enough to defeat the archlick. But there was no option to escape, because behind them there was already a whole crowd of dark knights who would never let them do this. He immediately realized that those who had not been eaten by the ants began to come to life. So he immediately ordered the doors to be blocked and not allowed to enter here. They immediately activated a skill called Holy Shield and thereby blocked the passage. The head understood that they were in a very difficult situation, and as he had thought from the very beginning, they could not cope without the hunter Sun Jin Woo. Rome, who was holding the passage, asked to think about what they should do as quickly as possible, because in this state they could hold out no more than 5 minutes. But apparently only Hen Nim and his knights panicked because Beer was absolutely calm and continued to confidently approach Archilic. The dungeon boss immediately wanted to know why they were being attacked by the king's personal army. BR decided to annoy this monster a little and started pointing his finger at him and saying that they were elected king, but they weren't. Archilic could not believe it, and he immediately said that he would definitely inform the rulers about this. But before he had time to say this, the ant attacked him with amazing speed and delivered a fairly accurate blow. After which Bear added that he was too talkative for someone who would soon die. This only angered the monster even more, and it became enormous in size. But this did not stop Baru from striking him again. And apparently the blow was more than accurate, because Archilic's warriors suddenly began to disappear. After a few minutes, it became clear that BR had just destroyed Archilic with 2 blows moreover. Thanks to this, all the undead were also defeated. Yun Nim, of course, knew that this ant was strong, but he couldn't even guess that it was that strong. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who began to say that with such power, Hunter Sung Jin Woo can clear dungeons without even entering them, but simply by sending these monsters there. The head understood that managing them consumes mana, so he doesn't think it's possible to summon everyone at once, although on the other hand, he apparently can do it. Judging by what they saw here, his power surpasses even large guilds. The assistant again interrupted the man's thoughts, and suggested that he not waste time and merge with the Sun Jin Hunter Guild as soon as possible. But the head seemed to think that this was not a very good idea, because most likely it would not be a merger, but an absorption. But on the other hand, he understood that the new guild created by the Hunter and the Knights sounded pretty good, but the assistant assured him that he was just joking, because it seemed to him that they were not very useful to the hunter Sung Jin today. But the head believed that he needs much more, because he cannot act by ignoring the law. The guy didn't quite understand what the head meant, so he had to explain that even if it is possible to clear dungeons using summons, there is a condition for the minimum number of raid participants, and this is something that must be fulfilled. Now it seemed to the assistant that this was actually not such a bad idea, because if you think like this, then they will gain combat power, and the hunter Sung Jin will gain the number of participants, and then everyone will benefit. But it still seemed to him that if everything turned out like this, then they would just be an addition. The head of the knights did not think so, and even if they encounter this, then they will figure out what is best to do about it. Near the school where Jin-Ah studied, the screams of parents who had lost their children due to ogres could be heard. Many hunters worked on the spot, and it was actually difficult for each of them, because there were not so many survivors. The chairman who was riding in the car with Sung Jin read the news that all 213 students who were able to leave the school at the very beginning were safe. He also did not forget to add that 10 more people were rescued. The rest of the students, unfortunately, were not able to survive. He thought that perhaps this incident was not so unexpected, and he thought so because he had a graph that showed an increase in the occurrence of gates in Seoul over the past 6 months. It's sad, but still he admitted the fact that the number of gates is increasing exponentially. But even this, the strangeness does not end there, because it was also worth noting that there are more awakened people who want to check their level. In other words, while the number of dungeons is growing, the number of hunters also doesn't lag behind. It seemed to the chairman that all this was happening as if to maintain balance, and Sung Jin understood that changes had begun that should have begun long ago. In any case, the guy understood perfectly well that he was clearly not here to talk about this problem, so he would like to find out from the man the reason for their meeting today. In response to this, the chairman began to list large countries in the world where there are huge guilds that, according to him, want to see Sung Jin woon. At that moment, Sung Jin remembered the words of Michael, who for some reason was sure that the guy had already been contacted. Gun-ho told the guy that in fact, the Hunters Association has no power to stop them, and they can only protect personal information as per his request. And at the moment, the man was sure that everything depended only on the choice of the hunter. And if he left, then he was almost sure that their country would not be able to adapt to such changes. Following this conversation, they quickly arrived at the hospital where Jin-Ah was. And before Sun Jin-woo left, the chairman decided to tell him that they would provide him with all the comforts they could, as long as he stayed at home. In addition, he did not forget to remember that officially there are only 10 S-rank hunters, and they have already lost 3 of them. 2 died at the hands of monsters, and 1 left for America. Therefore, now he was trying to explain to Sung Jin that the association could no longer remain on the sidelines, and they were going to do everything in their power. So he was ready to fulfill any request of Sung Jin, and the guy could ask the man for anything. The guy didn't think twice about the request, and asked the chairman to allow him to go to the high-ranking gate alone. Gun-ho couldn't believe that the guy was asking him to remove the rule about the minimum number of participants. Sung Jin understood how it might sound, but still he quite confidently confirmed what he asked. The man tried to explain to the guy that this rule was created for the sake of safety and for those cases when hunters enter a dungeon and, acting thoughtlessly, lose their lives. But he suddenly realized that Sun Jin was asking for this for a reason. Apparently he needed it after he created his own guild. Be that as it may, Sung Jin asked the man again if he could fulfill his request. Gun-ho did not approve of his idea, because a raid with 1 person is obviously stupid. But still he answered the guy that, although it was not without problems, he could try to arrange it. Meanwhile, Jin-ho tried to call all his friends so that at least someone would agree to join their guild, and this time he called Nuna. He tried to convey to her that she was tired of endless photo shoots for the sake of advancement in her father's guild, and besides, she could always just be registered with them and enjoy freedom. Nuna thought that the guy was talking some kind of nonsense, and besides, she had no time for it, because she found out that Jin-hee had returned to Korea. The guy knew about this after all. She is still his sister. But he thought that it was not so important. Now he only thinks about the fact that they are missing 1 member in the guild. But the girl did not understand whether he was really calling her to the guild that hadn't even been created yet, so it seemed to her that he had been fooled by some swindler. Jin-ho laughed at this and added that he would probably laugh when he heard what kind of scammer he was. Sung Jin-woo was extremely surprised when he saw the very person Jin-ho was talking about. And the girl's reaction was the same, but Jin-ho assured him that his cousin is a reliable person, and she also has a rank a hunter's license. He also added that she was a famous person, But for Sung Jin, the main thing was that she had a rank a hunter's license. The girl simply couldn't believe that she was seeing in person the person who caused Lee Min-sung's press conference to completely fail. Sung Jin thought about the fact that Jin Ho had a D rank and his cousin had an A rank, so he thought that perhaps the family connection could have something to do with awakening. He also thought about the fact that Jin Ho's brother is also a hunter, and Sung Jin's father, as far as he knows, was a hunter. Apparently his theory is true. In any case, now it's not that important, and he would like to find out from the girl, or did Jin Ho tell her everything? The girl confirmed that her brother told her everything, and the first thing Sung Jin decided to do was warn her that if she joined their guild, her name could become a headline in every sense of the word. But the girl apparently didn't care, because she believed that it's better than being involved with Yu Jin Sung anyway. Jin Ho told Sung Jin that the girl was now talking about his brother, who, according to the guy, had a very bad character. But now the girl would like most of all to take a photo with Sung Jin, if of course he doesn't mind. The man was already shouting and asking not to talk nonsense, and not to talk about the fact that they seriously recognized the summoned creatures as full-fledged members of the raid. In addition, he asked not to forget that Sun Jin Woo only recently founded his guild, and they immediately create such a meaningless rule. And if this is not a privilege, then he asked to explain what is it then. He believed that the Hunters Association, which is obliged to remain neutral, takes care of the hunters and should not do such things. The chairman was extremely calm and agreed with the man without argument, but agreed that this was a privilege especially for Sung Jin. After which, he turned to everyone who had gathered here today and would like to ask them to choose 20 A-rank hunters or 1 Sung Jin Woo. Who would they choose if they had to send hunters urgently to the breakthrough site? Everyone in the meeting room was silent, and the chairman continued talking, and this time he turned to Congressman Jun Wook, from whom he would like to find out whether his apartment is located next to the building of the Hunters Guild. Gun Ho was very interested to know why this particular area, because at home is it much more expensive there? Jun Wook thought that this had absolutely nothing to do with the agenda, but the chairman interrupted him again and said that he understood him perfectly well, that the man just wants to live in safety, but he asked not to forget that other people also want to live in security, but not everyone can afford it. Gun Ho then started talking about how all the guilds in the world were passionate about getting the hunter Sun Jin Woo, and the man was interested to know how Jun Wook thought whether he would want to stay in Korea under the current circumstances. He asked them all to think about who would protect them life if a situation like on Jeju Island arises. Jin Ho stood for several minutes simply with his mouth open and looked at the gate. And he did this for a reason, because before that he had never seen how big the gate was. At that moment, Sung Jin imagined how Jin Ho would react to those gates that were in the desert of Busan. This time the entrance to this dungeon was not without reporters who literally begged Sung Jin to give them an interview and say a few words on camera, but Sung Jin was clearly not interested. At one point he was met by Woo Jin, and Sung Jin immediately asked why there were so many people here. Could the association fail to take care of confidentiality? The agent apologized to the guy for this, but still he had to tell Sung Jin that they can only protect his personal information, but unfortunately they are not able to hide the location of the gate. He also advised to be more careful on social networks in the future, because the photo that their new guild member posted caused a sharp reaction from all reporters, and not only them. Jin Ho thought that they still needed a team of collectors and miners, because the guy seemed to be simply unable to cope alone, but Sung Jin assured him that the shadows would take care of everything, and he definitely shouldn't worry about it. Woo Jin carried out the last check, and thought that all of his summons were at least B rank, and they all met all the conditions for admission to the A-rank gate. And those who talk about privileges and special treatment for the hunter Sun Jin Woo, he considered these people fools. After such thoughts, he announced that he had completed all the checks successfully. However, he added that the president of the association instructed him to personally check whether the raid of the hunter Sung Jin was safe, and for this he took off his suit, under which there was elite equipment. Woo Jin hoped that this would not be a problem if he joined them. Sung Jin was not against it, but still asked the man if he was sure that he needed it. Woo Jin didn't quite understand why Sung Jin was asking him about this, because he seemed to want it himself. A little later, already in the dungeon, the agent understood what Sung Jin was talking about and why he asked him about his confidence in this campaign. After all, they didn't even have time to walk a few minutes before they met Naga, an A-rank monster who inspired fear with just his appearance. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 such monsters, but Sung Jin seemed to have a plan that would help him deal with them. Wu Jin knew very well that these creatures are good in both close and long-range combat, so even experienced hunters find it difficult to deal with them. But looking at how the battle was developing, he realized that the shadow soldiers were destroying one monster after another too easily. At one point, he couldn't even believe that this was even possible. He especially liked Sung Jin's shadow soldier, who was able to release lightning, because he knew that only high-ranking magic hunters were capable of carrying out such a lightning-fast attack. It seemed to him that he could forever watch this soldier swing his sword and create a powerful electrical discharge. Regressed was able to destroy several Nagas at once with one swing, and it was clear that this was clearly a warm-up for him. Wu Jin had never seen a summoned creature be so strong. It seemed to him that this creature had clearly surpassed a rank. It even seemed to the man that he would not be able to defeat this opponent if he fought him one-on-one. Sung Jin, meanwhile, ordered his shadow soldiers not to be distracted and to continue collecting crystals. Otherwise, it seemed to him that they had relaxed too much. Wu Jin, looking at the guy, could only think that being able to single-handedly clear an A-rank dungeon, collect the corpses of monsters and mana crystals. This is not just a one-man raid, this is some kind of fantasy. And now the man understood why the president of the association said to watch behind him. But he had not yet seen the main battle that awaited Sung Jin. This was the boss of the dungeon, which was incredibly huge in size. It was clear from Sung Jin's face that he was not the least bit nervous and remained so calm, even though there was such a monster in front of him. The guy first ordered all his shadows, who were not working, to disperse. Wu Jin didn't quite understand why the guy canceled the call of the remaining warriors. They were definitely strong enough to defeat the boss. The guy explained to him that if he relied too much on his soldiers, then he would lose his grip, and he clearly did not want that. Therefore, he decided to take on this boss, and after he took out his sword, Sung Jin immediately went into battle. His speed was so great that the monster did not even notice how the guy struck him, and then ended up above his head. At this time, Wu Jin had no choice but to just stand and look at it all with his mouth open. And he didn't have to stand for long, because only a few seconds passed after Sung Jin's first blow when the monster fell, and the system notified the guy that he was able to destroy the dungeon boss. After he dealt with this monster, the system also informed the guy that he had reached level 101 and his class skills had been increased, which meant that all his skills had reached the next stage of their development. This could not but please the guy, because all class skills increased, and thanks to this, the cooldown of the shadow exchange was reduced by an entire hour. The cooldown decreases by an hour after promotion, and the guy immediately thought that at the next level he would no longer have to worry about not being able to protect his mother or Jin-ah if they were in danger. At this time, Wu Jin was examining the boss's body and thought that the Naga's scales were very durable and were often used in the manufacture of armor and shields. But Sung Jin pierced them with only 2 daggers, and this put the man into a state of shock even more. But this was not the most shocking thing he would see today, because then Sung Jin was going to carry out his usual ritual and ordered this monster to rise. After Sung Jin summoned this monster, the system notified him that the initial level of the shadows had been successfully increased. It was strange for the guy himself to observe how the rank of this monster was the same as that of a fang, but at the same time it had the 13th level, and the strength was almost equal to the original. It's so strange. However, there were still disadvantages. This creature, after becoming a shadow, shrank so much, although usually its shadows retain their size or even become larger. But on the other hand, the magical energy emanating from it is simply incredible, and it is almost the same as that of a fang. If he can expand with magic, then apparently this is his true size. In any case, he will be an excellent addition to Sung Jin's army. At least, that's what Sung Jin himself thought. But there were some problems with the name for this shadow, but still, Sung Jin decided to call his new friend Jima. The name was quite strange, and even the system itself asked the guy if he was sure about this name. Jin Ho had not been on raids with Sung Jin for a long time, and was quite surprised that his older brother had become so strong, although this made him very happy in any case. But at some point his thoughts were interrupted after he heard a noise, and as soon as he raised his head up, he saw how the ceiling literally began to crumble. Jin Ho immediately notified Sung Jin about this, and said that it would be better for them to leave here as soon as possible. And since they had to urgently leave this dungeon, Sung Jin ordered the Fang to take the Naga's body out of the dungeon, and this picture really scared the people who were around the dungeon, although it was only at first, until they realized that it was Sung Jin's shadow soldier. And as soon as this happened, they all immediately began to quickly take pictures of him, and this high orc seemed to clearly like it. When Jin Ho and Sung Jin left the dungeon, They immediately noticed that there were significantly more reporters, and in fact it was good that they were also interested in their first raid. But Wu Jin's condition was clearly not so good. The man was only glad that they were finally able to get out of this damned dungeon, and he obviously would never want to repeat this again. He told all this to the chairman, and the old man was quite strange to hear such things from Wu Jin, who had seen so many raids in his entire life. But after his story, he understood why even such an experienced hunter like him was amazed to the core. A little more and the man would have burst into tears, and all this because it seemed to him that this was not a raid, but just a bloody massacre. The chairman realized that the man was not having the best day, so he asked him to go and rest. After which the chairman thought that clearing the dungeon, collecting corpses and crystals, calling all this a raid of one person would be clearly an understatement. It seemed to him that a guild of one person would be better in this case. Now Gunho was sure that his eyes clearly had not failed him then, and that he himself was the guild, and perhaps that's why the whole world would soon begin to change. People who were walking, driving a car, or riding a bicycle, they appeared before everyone's eyes, in the middle of everyday bustle gates which, judging by their size, hid terrifying monsters, and they appeared in Japan. In fact, the naked sword, dark ghosts, invincible kings, and even snowy mountains are all large guilds that were convened by the Japanese government in order to solve the problem with this gate. First of all, the head of the Naked Sword Guild, Sugimoto Reiji, arrived to them, and with him the strongest S-rank hunters. Last time, during a raid on Jedu Island, they lost as many as 7 people, including the former head of the guild, Goto Ryuji, and all because Goto was an obedient dog of the association president, and their guild took almost all the S-rank hunters in the country. They believed that if they tried again, they could become the best in Japan. True, they immediately noticed that as soon as Goto Ryuji was gone, those who were shaking with fear crawled out again and were now just waiting for the moment to attack. They also heard rumors that the ghost destroyers would merge with the snowy mountains, and in total they had 4 S-rank hunters, just like them, and thus they believed that after merging they could become a better guild. But this was it's funny to hear because it makes no sense because they are weak and worthless. As soon as the gathering of all the guilds in Japan began, one of the chairmen began to shout because he did not understand why the Hunters Association was silent. Although an S-rank gate had appeared in the very center of Tokyo, and shouldn't they really do something? He also wanted to immediately hear directly what would happen if a breakthrough suddenly occurred. And they tried to explain to him that the forces of S-rank hunters were not enough to clear such a gate unless they called national-level hunters. But at that moment, one of the elders intervened in the dialogue and asked the Japanese Prime Minister not to ask them stupid questions, because they had gathered here for a reason, and anyone who saw the raid on Jeju Island can imagine what the outcome would be if they were in a hurry again. Therefore, one of them suddenly added that everyone already understood how bad everything was, so he invited them to discuss the strategy of action, and immediately after that, he suggested calling Thomas Andre as help. But other guys immediately said that in this country there simply is no such fund of money to hire this hunter, and also due to the fact that currently the number of gates has sharply increased in all countries. Few will agree to provide their mercenaries. They also understood perfectly well that it was far from known how many hunters from all over the world would be ready to help them with the S-rank gate. But still, the new head believed that there was one person who, under any circumstances, would agree to help them. The main thing is to give him a sufficiently large amount of money. And this man was Oral, who was the genius of barriers, and everyone knew him precisely for this ability. Sung Jin, meanwhile, was driving home with the thought that he had already reached level 101. And this seemed to him an incredible success, because at this level, all his class skills had improved. And now he is interested in finding out what he will receive at 102. Now apparently at each level, he will receive a rather valuable reward. For example, for the 100th level, the system awarded him the Cardian Key. There were also thoughts in his head that Jinho was a great guy, that he could cope on his own and conduct all his affairs alone. But still the guy thought that it would be better if he hired several employees to help him. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a girl, who at the moment the guy looked at her, she turned around and began to leave. But Sung Jin was not going to let her go, so he approached her, to put it mildly, and the first thing he wanted to know was why she started running away as soon as she saw him. Cha-hei tried to squeeze out a few words, but she couldn't. So Sung Jin asked her another question, in which he wanted to know why she came to their office in the first place. But the girl was still able to squeeze out a few words and said that the only thing was that her car was here in the parking lot, And Sung Jin realized that apparently he scared her in vain, because she just came to pick up the car, because last time they moved with her using shadow exchange. Cha-hei suddenly decided to ask Sung Jin if he had some time to talk to her. The girl had quite a lot of questions in her head, and most of them were about the photo of Sung Jin and Yoo Sun Hyun. Why did they allow her to become a new employee of the guild? But she didn't, because S rank is clearly better than A. Are they really dating? But she did not dare to ask Sung Jin all this, but finally decided to tell the guy that the hunter Min Bien-gu asked him to give the guy something, and it directly related to his strength. Sung Jin immediately stopped her and said that it would be better for them to talk about this in a more private setting. They entered the office, and the girl was surprised that there was no one in their office, but Sung Jin assured her that this was not surprising, because Jin Ho decided to stay at the battle site and supervise the cleanup. The girl immediately realized that there were only the two of them here, but Sung Jin was clearly interested in something completely different. He wanted to know how Hunter Bien-gu could leave a message to Cha-hei. She told him that day she heard a voice. It was Bien-gu, who asked her to convey a message to Sung Jin, in which he begged her to inform him that he should be careful, because someone would pull him out of the endless darkness. However, when he returned, he was different. He remembered everything and was conscious, but he felt that he had become nothing more than a weak-willed slave existing for his sake. But what really scared him was his endless happiness and desire to serve his master. But Cha-hei didn't quite understand what all this meant. Bien-gu never had time to explain anything to her, because he began to disappear little by little, and finally only managed to say that Sung Jin's ability is incredibly strong and terrible, and he should know about it. The next day in the new dungeon, Sung Jin sat down to have a snack and could not forget the words of Huntress Cha. Is this really true? But in any case, he was already sure that whether it was true or not, but now he simply had to know about the essence of his abilities, and this is what is more important than increasing strength. His thoughts were interrupted by Jin Ho, who at one point began to say that all this brought back memories of how they went to the C-rank gate together. But Sung Jin did not understand him, and asked the guy to chew first and then speak. Jin Ho chewed and decided to ask Sung Jin if his monsters could act on their own, because in moments like now, when they eat or when it's difficult to move on their own, they can leave everything to them. But Sung Jin immediately told him about that they simply cannot do that. And the whole point was that Sung Jin couldn't even imagine what these creatures would do if he didn't keep an eye on them. Jin Ho did not bother with this question and therefore decided to ask how the guy's sister was feeling because Jin Ah had to survive the attack of monsters. Sung Jin was a little sad, but still noticed that it seemed to him that the most important thing now was to take care of her peace of mind, and therefore he left the most reliable guy with her, so there is no need to worry about safety. Speaking of which, Sung Jin decided that it was worth seeing how her sister was doing, and thanks to his new ability, the second-level combined sense that he received after receiving the 101st level, he can share vision with the chosen shadow. He saw how his sister fell asleep in the room, and at the same time forgot to turn off the TV, and it was so similar to her. He wasn't worried about his sister, but the fact that BR was carefully watching Korean TV series scared him a little. After which he moved to the shadow that was always with his mother, and fortunately everything was fine there. Then he accidentally moved into the body of Cha-hei's shadow, who was taking a bath at that moment. Sung Jin was afraid that he accidentally spied on her and therefore screamed. The guy felt so ashamed, he even thought about apologizing and buying something as a token of apology. At that moment, Jin Ho decided to tell him about the S-rank gate that appeared in Japan, and according to rumors, there were less than 3 days left before the breakout from the dungeon, so the hunters were already gathering there with all their might, and the guy was interested to know whether or not Sung Jin had been contacted about this. Sung Jin was surprised that so much time had passed, but still he admitted that he had received the offer, but he still had more important things to do, so he had not yet given them an answer. And by the word action, he meant the Cardion key that the system gave him. Sung Jin wanted to find at least some answer there because, in fact, he had already accumulated quite a large number of questions. In any case, he doesn't have much time left by the time he can finally find out the truth. Eagle finally arrived in Japan and first of all introduced himself, and also did not forget to add that, as they all know, he is called the best support hunter. He read all the materials sent by the Naked Sword Guild in advance, and the preliminary evacuation of civilians was the right decision, at least he thinks so. But he was still curious to know if it was true that due to lack of human resources, Japan only had 6 S-rank hunters. The head confirmed this information and added that if they want to deal with all the gates that have arisen in different parts of Japan, then each guild will have to provide one S-rank hunter. But this was still too pathetic for Eagle, and he believed that that was why they cannot defend their country. But that's why he's here. The Eagle was ready to hold these gates as long as they want for $10 million a day. That's his price. Even the head did not expect such a huge amount, although he knew very well that this hunter takes a lot of money. But Aurel was not going to take less, and added that they could save their country for only $3 billion and $600 million a year, and we're not even talking about trillions. And the man believed that it was much cheaper than Thomas, for example, would have asked for. The two assistants did not quite understand what this man was talking about, but they understood from the reaction of their leader that there was clearly not something pleasant there. In any case, the Eagle was ready for any answer, but still he jokingly asked them whether they would save their country or try to save money. But on the other hand, it was funny to him that they really believed that they had a choice at all, because it seemed to him that anyone in their position would have already begged while kissing his feet. The head answered him that to make such a statement, you need to be extremely confident in your abilities. Apparently, the man did not doubt his abilities, and also decided to say that hiring him would be many times more effective than hiring 100 small hunters like those standing here. And it was strange for him to watch what they were still thinking. Two hunters behind and without knowing the language realized that they had just been insulted, which made them very angry. But as soon as they decided to approach this impudent person to ask him to repeat what he had just said, they suddenly found themselves in some other dimension. Apparently, it was Aurel who arranged such a trip for them, because he immediately told them that they had no right to take even a step without his permission. This was unexpected for the guys, because they couldn't even imagine how a man could chain them up so easily, because they are also S-rank hunters. The Eagle added with a smile that he would block the S-rank gate and even leave these two insects alive as a gift. And now it seemed to him that this was just a great deal. The head calmly told him that they fully appreciated his strength, but he still wasn't sure that the government would approve such a budget. But mentally, he couldn't believe that the best thing he could do now was believe in this guy. The next day, immediately after waking up, Sungjin got ready to leave and told his mother that he would be back soon. She didn't quite approve of him disappearing so often, so she decided to check with him, or should she not worry about him. Sungjin assured her that she really had nothing to worry about because he just had an appointment. After which he opened the front doors and said again that he would be back soon. But in fact, the time when the location of the Cartheon temple will become known has come to an end, and soon Sungjin will have to go through another dungeon. And while he was thinking about it, the system notified him that the location of the gate suitable for using the key was open. It was so surprising for the agents from the Hunters Guild to see how the gates at the school opened again, and fortunately the school was now closed. But if it was overcrowded with students, it would definitely be much more difficult for them to control the situation. But before they had time to call the attacking group and other units, Sun Jin appeared on the spot, who first of all wanted to find out how much time had passed since the gate appeared, and in response he was told that it was now the third day. Sung Jin couldn't believe it because the system only notified him that the location was open, but there was no word that they had already appeared. Had it really been 3 days? Looking at this gate, he realized that this gate was approximately C rank, but what worried him most was whether the hunters had already entered there, and according to the man from the guild, they had been there for 2 hours already. Sung Jin immediately began to talk about the need to immediately cancel the raid, but the agent did not understand what was going on, because according to the dimension it was only a C rank, but the guy convinced them that the cleanup team was in danger, and if they were not stopped now, then they will definitely die. Before they had time to ask what was the matter, Sun Jin entered these gates and said that he himself would lead them back, because according to him, they had very little time. The attacking team had already reached the boss's room, but to their surprise it did not open no matter what they did, and they simply could not return. Sung Jin arrived on time and was in time, because they had not yet opened the doors, and the first thing he did was warn them all that it was a trap. They didn't quite understand who he was and what he was talking about, but he immediately made it clear to them that he was the one who was able to survive in the double dungeon, and that's why he was so sure that it was a trap. The hunters didn't quite understand what he was talking about and what this double dungeon was, but at some point one of them recognized Sung Jin. The guy once again repeated to them that it was extremely dangerous here, so he assured them that he would take care of the boss himself, and they needed to leave. But to his surprise, the doors did not open for some reason. Were they really enchanted? Suddenly, the system notified him that the gates of the Cartheon temple were currently closed, and the guy needed to use the key to open these doors. Everything was far from the same as last time, and now Sung Jin realized why he really needed this key. After a few seconds, he still managed to open them, which greatly surprised the hunters, because no matter how they tried to do it, they couldn't. Suddenly, Hunter Sung Jin was approached by another hunter, who told him that the raid was being carried out by the Dragon Energy Guild, and they had bought the rights to clear this dungeon, so he couldn't just kick them out. And his squad supported him. They also believed that if he is an S-rank hunter, this does not mean that he can do whatever he wants. But Sung Jin didn't understand why they were so worried, because in fact he didn't stop anyone, and if someone wants it so badly, then he can go. The head of the hunter's detachment decided that he would go first, so he overtook Sung Jin for this. But as soon as he stepped onto the territory of this dungeon, the system notified Sung Jin that a person who did not have a key had entered the territory of the dungeon and was prohibited from entering. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was immediately attacked by a stone knight, who, although incredibly huge, apparently appeared quite unexpectedly. Sung Jin managed to pull him back just in time and thereby saved his life. After which he turned again to the head of this detachment and asked if he really wanted to go there because there were still a lot of such monsters there. But his frightened face spoke for itself. So Sung Jin asked to listen to him carefully. He asked them to leave here, and as soon as they were outside, they would need to immediately inform the association that a double dungeon had appeared. After which Sung Jin entered the dungeon and closed the doors behind him. As soon as Sung Jin walked a little further, he saw a place that was quite familiar to him. This was the place where it all began, and now Sung Jin is back here again. But now everything will be completely different. Now the guy is able to feel them. Now he knew that these statues were not monsters or other life forms. They're all just puppets, used by one juggler who is at the center of this game. And Sung Jin realized this when he felt that magical energy was emanating from only one creature in this room. The guy realized that at that time only he was the real enemy, and just like that time he kept his mouth shut. But still, Sung Jin was going to talk to this creature. And after a few minutes, he finally succeeded because this monster appeared in the darkness and was glad that the guy had finally returned. Meanwhile, Oral arrived at the airport next to which there was a gate that he needed to block, and he was immediately accosted by a huge number of reporters who wanted to know how he would do this. But he answered quite simply. According to him, he would simply draw a huge magic circle and then pour power into it, and he absolutely didn't care what was inside because it still wouldn't be able to break out. The reporters couldn't believe that he was claiming to be able to hold off an S-rank gate alone, even though the level of trust the citizens had in him was quite low. But he assured them that he wouldn't be able to maintain the barrier with just his own strength, and he had backup plan. However, he did not forget to add that his magic circle is capable of absorbing nearby energy, thereby stabilizing itself. And therefore he was confident that if they placed mana crystals throughout Tokyo, it would absorb their magic. He believed that it would be similar to the clutch in a car. As soon as the barrier was active, it would absorb the power of the crystals and become an impenetrable wall, and thus he would save everyone. And the most important thing that he asked to remember was the one who did not let them die. Guo Hong carefully watched this man's performance, and he was not sure that Eagle would be able to block the S-rank gate, but he perfectly understands what will happen if he fails. Therefore, he immediately decided to ask Wu Jin how Sun Jin Wu was doing there, and according to the assistant chairman, he is currently clearing dungeons throughout Seoul. Moreover, his new guild, Jin, requested access to many dungeons that they would like to clear, and there were some problems due to the fact that the region overlaps with the territories of the White Tiger and Reaper's guilds, and therefore there are concerns about possible clashes. It was funny for the chairman every time to hear how a small guild with one single fighter was compared with the strongest in Korea. Wu Jin also added that other guilds asked them to hold these dungeons for just a week, and the chairman thought that this was not such a difficult request, and they would be able to come up with something. This ended their dialogue because the chairman had a meeting, and it was time for him to leave too. As soon as Wu Jin left the office, he immediately picked up the phone, and in a telephone conversation, his people notified him that an application had been received, and it seemed he could resist checking it personally. He asked for more details, and his interlocutor reminded him of a school in which there had recently been a breakthrough, and apparently a gate had appeared there again, but so far it did not pose any threat. But the problem was that a double dungeon had been discovered there, and hunters were already working on the site. And the most interesting thing was that the hunter Sun Jin Wu entered them. The guy, meanwhile, watched as this stone monster simply took and destroyed the stone slab, and now the guy understood that apparently it had no meaning from the very beginning. The monster noticed that in fact there was a meaning, but now he no longer has it. Sung Jin only had one question that he wanted to know, or was it the monster calling him? The monster was taciturn and only confirmed this information. The guy wanted to find out who he was and what he needed, but this creature immediately told him that he was asking the wrong questions, because he first needed to ask himself who he was and why he came here. But without waiting for an answer, this creature told the guy that the last test had come for him, and if after it he could stand on his own two legs, then he would definitely tell him about everything. This, according to him, would be his reward. Song Jin did not want to refuse such a tempting request, so he ordered his army to immediately rebel. But the creature didn't think so, and immediately snapped its fingers, and the system notified the guy that during the last test, his class skills would be limited. The monster wanted to test Sun Jin alone, and was not interested in the abilities of his servants. The use of potions and the store was also prohibited. Status restoration when leveling up and all other skills were blocked. Sun Jin clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Moreover, the system informed him that he could not leave this place until the test was completed, and after that, Sung Jin realized what the monster was going to do. He could not even think that all the aces up his sleeve would ultimately turn out to be useless. But nothing was said about inventory, so Sung Jin decided that he could deal with all these monsters himself. Before he had time to take out his weapon, he was already attacked by one of the stone knights, but Sun Jin was able to stop this attack in time. After which he broke this sword in half, and this gave him a small amount of confidence that he could win. Therefore, he was not going to stop there, and continued to attack these stone knights one after another. After which he was finally able to take his blades out of his inventory, and now the real battle will begin. But no matter how strong Sung Jin was, these were clearly opponents of a completely different level. So he had to dodge their attacks and wait for the moment when he could launch his counterattack. And so far he has done it very well, and little by little he destroyed one knight after another. At some point in this battle, Sung Jin caught himself thinking that it was as if he had been living for this moment, and finally it had come. The monster who watched this was surprised that the guy could go so far with such a body. He really is a strong fighter. Sung Jin at this moment was thinking that last time he could not even see the movements of these statues. But now everything has changed, and even though each of them was quite strong, he would still be able to defeat them. The head of these stone knights continued to carefully watch how Sung Jin fought, and now he had no doubt that the guy was able to make quite good progress in his fighting skills. But in any case, the test was still far from being completed. But apparently this was only the beginning for Sung Jin, because the main warrior of this stone army entered the battle. It was that same huge statue that the time had come to bow down. At the guild, the chairman met with an important person who brought him an agreement according to which they renounced the mana crystals obtained on Jedu Island. Guo Hong didn't quite understand this decision, so he wanted to know what was the matter. The point was that in return they would like to hire the hunter Sung Jin Woo. The chairman could only laugh because unfortunately this hunter is not a member of the Hunters Association, and therefore they have no power over him. But his interlocutor knew this very well, however. They realized that it was simply impossible to contact him without the participation of the chairman, so they did not ask for him to be provided to them. They just needed a chance to meet. Gong Hong was still surprised that for the sake of this, they were still willing to give up such a huge amount of crystals. Apparently without Goto Ryuji, they would not have enough strength to cope with an S-rank gate, and considering the value of the hunter Sung Jin Woo, this seems good for them deal. But there was one more nuance that the man would like to clarify one-on-one with a Japanese representative without an interpreter. The man was surprised that the chairman spoke Japanese. But as it turned out, Guo Hong lived in Japan for some time, because his father had a small business there, so his knowledge should be enough for a small conversation. The first thing he did after everyone left his office was that the chairman asked President Matsumoto to forget about what they were up to, because he had heard rumors that the Naked Sword had broken the agreement with him. Matsumoto could not stand this, so he began to raise his voice. But the chairman was calm and continued to say that if we consider that they refused to finance the association and chose government support, then everything becomes obvious to him. After all, Guo Hong knew very well that from the very beginning, the Naked Sword was the hands and feet of the Japanese association. And before they could easily gather S-rank hunters using the influence of Goto Ryuji, but now that the Naked Sword has been weakened and other guilds are busy competing, he simply can control them more. And taking all this into account, the chairman understood perfectly well that in such a situation, if a breakthrough occurs, then all responsibility would fall on the president of the association, Matsumoto. The chairman also did not forget to add that although Goto had unclean intentions, Ryuji was still a hunter representing an entire country, He also did not forget to say that he was responsible for depriving the guild of the naked sword of their best hunter, as well as responsibility for failing to control his country's guild, and responsibility for the dirty tricks he used. All this is in this black box located in one of their walkie-talkies, the kind Godo's team used. In all those conversations that took place between the Japanese that day, the chairman learned all this, and therefore he was far from positively disposed against his interlocutor, who asked him for help. And now, when he is trying to bribe him with crystals from that raid, and Gunho can easily make it so that it will be published, and then Japan's reputation will come to an end. And it was clear from Matsumoto's face that the man more than understood what the chairman meant. However, at one point his thoughts were interrupted by the chairman, who destroyed this black box from the walkie-talkie and immediately told the Japanese that he was not going to act so basely. Indeed, in this case, he will first of all endanger the whole country, and as a result, all of Asia may be under threat, and for this, they should be grateful to the hunter Sun Jin, who saved them. The guy himself, meanwhile, continued to destroy the Stone Knight one after another and clearly did not intend to stop there. But still he had a problem, which was that there was no end to these knights. He destroyed one and two more appeared in his place. He understood that he should change his tactics, and it seemed to him that most likely the main Stone Knight was calling these warriors. At some point, because of these thoughts, he realized that he simply did not have time to dodge, so he decided to use his skill, which was called the Ruler's Touch. With his help, he was able to destroy several Stone Knights at once. And after such an excellent use of this skill, the system notified the guy that he was able to improve his skill to the next level, and now he had the power of a ruler. But the attack of the knights obviously did not end there, and the guy was again pursued by fiery rays, and he perfectly understood that it was quite dangerous, and he was far from sure that he could survive a direct blow even in his current form. And yet he decided that he first needed to deal with this huge monster. And to do this, he first of all used his sprint skill, which increased his speed tens of times. But the monster didn't care and still managed to crush Sun Jin with his huge foot. At least that's what it seemed at first glance, because when he raised his leg again, he noticed that the guy's body was not there. At this moment, it became clear that Sun Jin was able to dodge and was already trying to carry out his counterattack. So the monster decided to use a fire beam attack from his eyes again. The guy was not too happy that he would have to dodge this attack again. So he thought that if he could combine sprinting with the power of the ruler, he could instantly get into his blind spot. So without thinking for a long time, the guy did it, and while the monster was delivering his attack, he managed to get into his blind spot. At this moment, there were thoughts in his head that although this monster is extremely strong, little by little the skill is still working, and after improvement, the power of his new skill has increased noticeably. But it seemed to him that now was not the best time to think about it. So he decided to use his other ability, which was called mutilation. It seemed to Sun Jin that they would end this battle, but in the end only small scratches and cracks remained on the statue, but it did not receive any serious damage. But the guy did not rule out the idea that he might be able to break through this statue. Sun Jin was not just trying to strike, he was trying to break off a piece and strike at the very heart of this monster. The demon, who carefully watched all this, immediately noticed that it looked like his ambitious creation would still lose. And he was clearly not mistaken, because Sun Jin launched incredibly powerful attacks that would soon destroy this monster once and for all. At that moment, Sun Jin only thought that he was going to unleash all the power of his 103rd level, and he would definitely do it. And he fulfilled his promise, and after a few minutes, the body of this huge statue fell to the ground. After which Sun Jin confidently dealt with the other soldiers, and for this, he used the skill of the ruler's power. By the end of such an exhausting battle, Sun Jin realized that he had become even stronger and was ready to fight that same boss. His thoughts were interrupted by the clapping of that same demonic angel who was shocked by Sun Jin's power. But the guy didn't need to hear this. He just wanted this monster to keep his promise and tell the guy everything. But in response, Sun Jin heard only laughter and words that in fact the test was not over yet. After all, as far as he understands, the guy has not yet destroyed everyone in this room. And at that very moment, the system notified Sun Jin that the emergency mission had begun. And this could only mean one thing, that this flying statue is the guy's final test. Moreover, he must defeat this enemy in 10 minutes. And if he doesn't have time to do this, the guy's heart will instantly stop. Sun Jin began to noticeably worry, but most of all he wanted to know the truth, so he was ready to begin this battle. But still, this demon was ready to talk to the guy, and since Sun Jin so badly wants to find out who is fighting with the guy, then the flying statue was ready to admit that he is the creator of the system. As soon as Wu Jin found out about this, He immediately took all the strongest hunters with him and came to this dungeon. Although he understood that most likely Sung Jin did not need their support, but still he wanted to play it safe. But as soon as he came closer to the gate, he felt a simply terrifying magical power that could only come from one creature. He immediately turned around and asked his assistants to send an emergency request for help and asked them to send both S-rank hunters Jung Jong and Cha Hai here. And the whole point was that apparently Sung Jin was in incredible danger and he urgently needed their help. Apparently this would indeed be one of the most difficult battles for Sung Jin, and it could not be said that the guy was ready for this. He didn't even have time to observe the movements of this monster. Its speed was simply several levels higher. Therefore, it was almost impossible to block the blows, no matter how Sung Jin tried to do it. For the first time in such a long time, Sung Jin received such a strong blow to his body. But he understood perfectly well that in such a battle it was simply impossible to be distracted even for a second, because at any moment he could receive a blow after which he might not get up again, so he was extremely attentive. Although it was clearly difficult to do this with such an enemy, because the number of blows he dealt to Sung Jin per second was approaching 1,000. But the creator of the system clearly did not expect that he had raised such a strong hunter, because Sung Jin, like a snake, dodged all the blows that the creator dealt and slowly approached him. The creator was really impressed because the guy exceeded all his expectations. But even in this case, he believed that this was too little, and as proof, he struck Sung Jin directly in the face. At least that's what it seemed to the demon himself, because it was a diversionary maneuver that Sung Jin used to launch his attack. And from that moment on, their battle was truly equal, and the creator stopped perceiving Sung Jin as a boy. What was really surprising to him was that fighting with a guy was really very exciting and quite interesting. He would never have thought that an ordinary person could become a worthy opponent. It was so exciting for him, but in any case he believed that Sung Jin's strength was still not enough to defeat him. The guy at that moment could only think that the system called him right after he reached level 101, and it seemed that he was confident in his victory. But Sung Jin was not going to give up and was confident that he could defeat him, so he answered the creator that he still had many questions for him. And the first of them was that the guy wanted to find out from him how he created the system, and why he chose him as a player, and what is happening in the world now. The creator could only tell him that if Sung Jin wanted to hear the answer so badly, then he needed to force him to tell him. And he asked the guy not to think that if he destroyed him, he would never be able to find out them again. So Sung Jin, it's better to be focused on the fight. Sung Jin realized that this monster would not leave him alone, and he needed to change his fighting style because close combat was not beneficial for him. And for this, he decided to use the skill of the power of a ruler. The creator of the system immediately saw through the guy and realized that he was going to attack from a distance, and without thinking for a long time told him that he would not be able to do it. Sung Jin realized that this creature could use the same skills as him, which meant that ranged attacks were also meaningless. And all that the creator could tell him was that in any case, whether the guy destroys him or not, the answers are already intended. And he did this from the moment the creator planned it all. Sung Jin wanted to know how he was able to create the system and how he was able to give him such power. The creator assured him that he did not actually choose the guy, rather it was the other way around, because he was actually just the designer of the player development system. And he created what seemed to be an ideal hunter who would not suffer defeat in a battle with any opponent. Well, almost anyone. At that moment, Sung Jin was thinking that he did not have enough time, and it looked like he would have to attack directly. Before he had time to think about it, the creator attacked him with the words that he would fight him at full strength for the last minutes. But Sung Jin was not going to lag behind and did everything to confront this monster on an equal footing. And at some point in the battle, he felt that all his senses had sharpened significantly, and these thoughts brought him additional motivation, and now he was almost sure that he could do everything to destroy this enemy. All this gave him the opportunity to feel the movements of this monster, and now the main thing was that there was enough time. At one point, the creator already began to worry because this guy was able to block all his blows and at the same time even managed to counterattack. Moreover, at one moment, the guy clearly began to move much faster. And as a result, Sung Jin was able to cut off one of the hands of this monster in one moment. This was quite unexpected. The creator of the system clearly could not expect that his player would be able to hurt him, despite the fact that it was an artificial body. But now he understood perfectly why Sung Jin was chosen as a player. In any case, this only angered the monster even more, because the thought that some little man could hurt him haunted him. Sung Jin was not going to stop there, because he had too much time left, only 3 minutes, and he needed to destroy the creator as quickly as possible. Therefore, he again activated the ruler's power skill, and destroyed with one blow all the monsters that the creator of the system had summoned in order to buy himself some time. And then the guy accelerated even more and continued his attack on the creator. And no matter how he tried to attack the guy, Sun Jin still dodged all the blows and launched his successful counterattacks, and thus the creator already lost 2 arms. And this was clearly just the beginning. But at one moment, a knight appeared in front of Sun Jin, who was holding a shield in his hands, which he clearly would not be able to break through just like that. Therefore, he decided not to play with him too much and struck him straight on the head, which made this guy throw the shield from his hands, after which the path to the creator opened up for Sun Jin, and he took advantage of this to destroy several more of his hands. And finally, when the timer had 2 minutes, the creator still admitted defeat. The test was officially over, after which the monster was finally ready to give the guy answers to all his questions, and what he had been looking for so long, according to the creator, was right inside Sun Jin himself. And from that second, everything depends only on the guy himself. After these words, a choice appeared in front of him, in which he had to accept or reject the request for data that was in his head. Sun Jin thought for a while and decided that he needed to accept this request. And as soon as he did this, everything around him lit up, and the system notified him that all the data had been received. A terrible picture appeared in front of Sun Jin, in which there were a lot of monsters. Even for a guy, it was a shock to see so many monsters. But he was more interested in where they were all looking so intently. But after a few seconds, he seemed to understand what was going on. He saw a huge purple sky, where there were many monsters, and in all likelihood, the place where they were was not Earth. There were various monsters there: ice elves, high orcs, goblins, giants, and if all those gathered here left the gates at once, then humanity would not have a chance. However, in this vision, Sun Jin understood very well that their main enemy was clearly not people. All these monsters united for the sake of war with the Silver Warriors, and after they came face to face, the noise of armor and the clanking of weapons could be heard everywhere. Soon the screams turned into screams and groans, and the earth turned scarlet, all because the Silver Warriors were strong. And at the moment when their victory seemed predetermined, not knowing defeat, they began to stop one after another. And apparently they did this for a reason, but because a new warrior appeared on the battlefield who used the tactic of extracting shadows. The ruler's territory at that moment became simply huge. Shadow soldiers were everywhere. At that moment, absolutely everyone realized that the death of the monsters was not really the end, because their blood had gained new strength. Sun Jin carefully observed the sheer number of warriors, and realized that he was actually still very far from reaching that level. The fallen monsters escaped from the clutches of death and rushed at the Silver Warriors. The silver and black armies mixed both in the sky and on the ground, screams and noise again filling the space. The battle, which should have ended in an ordinary massacre, turned into a real war. With the appearance of only him alone, the outcome was dramatically changed. It was King of the Shadow Army. Sun Jin carefully watched him at this moment and immediately noticed that he used the power of the ruler, and he destroyed enemies and created new Shadow Warriors. He moved across the battlefield like a hurricane. The victory of the monsters and the Shadow Army was close, exactly until they appeared. Zhang and the other hunters immediately felt an incredibly strong magical power, and Wu Jin immediately told them that Sun Jin was inside there. As soon as Cha He came closer to these doors, she immediately felt that this power did not belong to the hunter Sun Jin Wu. But then the girl simply had no idea whose it was. They could not believe that the double dungeon really existed, but on the other hand, Hunter Sun Jin said that it was not he who cleared the double dungeon, and given these words, they did not understand why he returned here then. But apparently they will be able to find out the answers to all these questions, because the doors have opened and they will be able to enter this dungeon. Although all they saw when they came here was a huge number of broken statues. They couldn't quite believe that these statues really existed and that all this was not fiction. Suddenly they heard someone's voice, which began to say that he did not remember inviting people here. The creator of the system realized that this was just another unforeseen situation that he needed to solve immediately. They all stood up in shock because they had never seen monsters talk, and how does he even know the language of people? Suddenly he changed his mind about destroying them, and instead he asked them to be quiet, because they did not want to disturb the king's sleep. They didn't quite understand what the statue was talking about until they saw Sun Jin standing a little further away with her eyes closed. The guys tried to get a little closer to the guy to examine him, but it was a mistake, because as soon as they took a step, the creator of the dungeon immediately destroyed 3 hunters with one blow. He couldn't even keep up with his movements, and it became clear to her that they definitely couldn't defeat such a monster. After he did this, the creator immediately added that they were all quite strong people, so he was confident that they would make an excellent first offering. Zhang immediately ordered the healers to move the wounded back, but they were busy treating them and they needed a little time for this. But apparently they didn't have this time because the Stone Knights were advancing. The creator decided to have a little fun while Sung Jin was busy and told them all that those who could deal with his dolls would be honored to watch the birth of the ruler. But he also did not forget to say that only if at least one of them survives. Zhang was not going to fall for this and immediately ordered everyone to leave immediately. But apparently this will not be so easy, because the huge stone statue immediately began to attack the hunters with its fiery shot. Youngjan realized that they were unlikely to achieve anything, and first they needed to destroy these statues. Wu Jin tried to deliver a strong enough blow, but he obviously couldn't do it so easily, because this stone knight turned out to be much stronger than it seemed before. Although it was possible to destroy it, apparently it was not he who did it, because the knight was destroyed by magic. And this was done by Zhang, who immediately said that the physical durability of these monsters is simply enormous, so it's clearly not possible to simply destroy them. He was absolutely right, although still not completely, because he didn't even think that even his magic of such a huge level would be so useless. Do they really also have magical durability? Chahi and other hunters also began to complain that their abilities also did not work on these creatures, and they urgently needed to come up with something. Youngyan realized that the situation was too stalemate, but still he could not believe that there was no other way. But at some point, he turned his attention to Sung Jin and realized that if everything turned out like this, then they simply had to wake up Sung Jin so that he could help them. And he didn't find any other way other than throwing a fireball at him because it was really time for him to wake up. But it was actually quite obvious that this fiery blow would be blocked by the creator, who protected Sung Jin as best he could. After which he could not restrain himself and immediately attacked Chongzhong because he did not understand how he even dared to attack the king. But at the last moment he was saved by his hunters, who repelled the blow of this statue. Wu Jin, meanwhile, asked Chahe to wake up Sung Jin, and in the meantime they would distract these statues. The guy, meanwhile, continued to watch the battle between two huge armies. But at some point the shadow soldiers began to lose, because a third player entered the game, and these were other monsters who suddenly took the side of the silver soldiers. But Sung Jin thought that shadows are easily reborn even after such injuries, and if he were in his place, his mana would have dried up long ago, and so he had a question in his head in which he would not mind finding out how much this king's strong. The demons and monsters that emerged from the two gates destroyed the shadow warriors over and over again. And if this is a battle between monsters and silver warriors, then they have no reason to attack the shadow army. But if they do this, then apparently the matter may be that perhaps the Lord of Shadows is not on the side of the monsters. Or it could be even worse, they have an internal conflict between them. At some point the battle ended, and the king of the shadow soldiers approached his opponent in order to find out why he betrayed him. But all his opponent could tell him was that this was a great chance to finish him off. But unfortunately they failed to do so. The king of shadow soldiers ignored this and once again repeated his question, to which he finally wanted to hear the answer. But all he heard was the laughter of his enemy, who was not going to answer him. Although after a few seconds, he nevertheless raised his head and answered the king in a language that Sun Jin did not understand, and it was not surprising that the guy did not understand anything. But apparently this was something that the king of shadows clearly did not like, because he immediately grabbed his enemy by the neck and lifted him above ground level. He still tried to tell him something, but the monster was not going to listen to him and simply squeezed his head and thereby destroyed him. But at some point, Sun Jin's view changed and he became the same king of shadows who had just crushed the head of his enemy. He didn't even understand what was happening, and at what point did he suddenly find himself in this body? All he felt at that moment was that another heart began to beat inside him, which was full of darkness. At this point, the data reproduction was completed, and the guy returned to the real world, where the creator talked to the hunters about how they were quite funny guys, and he was getting interested in them. Therefore, he asked them to entertain him a little more, if of course they had enough strength for it. This was clearly not fun for Cha-Hei, and she was going to use all her strength to help Sung Jin. The statue was clearly glad that the girl was taking this so seriously, so they entered into battle. But their battle did not last long, because the statue inflicted a serious injury on Cha-Hei, after which she was unlikely to continue the battle. The girl made him laugh. It seemed to him that she could do much more. But in the end, everything went according to his plan, and all the people, as always, turned out to be too weak and boring. Although, on the other hand, he didn't care at all, because no matter what happened, It wouldn't interfere with his plans, and cockroaches like them definitely couldn't stop him. Zhang understood that their last chance was to wake up Sung Jin so that he could help them, but apparently this would not be so easy. At least Cha Hei was not going to give up, so she was going to do everything to bring Sung Jin back to reality, and even with her injury, she went into battle. She managed to dodge the attacks of this huge statue, but whether she could always do this was a mystery. The creator was quite surprised that the girl was still able to dodge his attack, especially such a one. But when he completely turned around and looked at her, he realized that the girl was not fighting alone. There was a shadow next to her. The creator could not believe that Sung Jin was able to use power in this room because he forbade him to do so. But is this girl really the person chosen by the future king? Therefore, he immediately wanted to find out from her how they found this place and what their relationship was with Sung Jin, and Cha Hei was taciturn. She simply said that they were friends and came here in order to save him. This made the statue smile because now he understood that this clearly was not the will of the king, and he did not want the guys to come here. After which he said that today in this very place, one of the outstanding rulers is going crazy, and the girl has the opportunity to witness this great scene. However, everyone else in this room, in his opinion, should die, because they simply do not have such an opportunity. But suddenly his words were interrupted by the voice of Sung Jin, who wanted to ask the creator who decided this in the first place. After which the guy, without thinking for a long time, struck the statue and literally took off half of his face. And the guy did this in order to ask the statue why he did this to his body. Sung Jin did not wait for the statue to answer him, so he knocked it to the ground and only then began to wait for an answer. It was clear from the creator that he was incredibly nervous and he literally didn't understand what was happening and why Sung Jin didn't become what he wanted. How was he surprised that Sung Jin was still able to maintain his consciousness even with a black heart? The guy clearly didn't understand what a black heart meant, and did this incredible magical power really appear thanks to the heart? Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of him, which said that he had regained the memories of the Lord of the White Flame Baron, and he received the black heart effect, which means that his mana volume was increased by 100,000. It seems that now Sung Jin can be sure of two things: that the black heart is not the work of the creator of the system, and that according to the original plan, the effect should have been completely different. Now he realized that the information reproduced was not the answer, and he still had questions. So he decided to remind the creator that he had said that he was against choosing him as a player. And he said all this in order to eventually find out from him what a player was and what was he going to do with him then. But instead of an adequate answer, he only received shouts from the statue that Sung Jin would regret all this, and others would clearly not turn a blind eye to it. But Sung Jin was clearly not happy with this. So he immediately carefully took out his swords and once again asked to answer his question. Instead, the creator started screaming again because he again couldn't believe that he had exceeded their expectations, and it seemed like he was now starting to understand why Sung Jin Woo was chosen by him. After which he again called his statues for help and added that only he was able to control them. But all these threats were far from scary for Sung Jin, so he quickly answered him that first he would destroy the creator, and then it would be his turn. He again started screaming that if the guy destroys him, then... But before he could finish speaking, Sung Jin interrupted him and said that he guessed that then the guy would be able to become an E-rank hunter again. The guy added that he had already actually thought about it and came to the conclusion that the system would not be destroyed due to the disappearance of its creator. The creator immediately began to try to block Sung Jin's power, but he clearly did not succeed. He did not understand why the system did not want to obey him. It only showed a notification that it was blocking the intervention of the creator. Sung Jin again interrupted his hysteria and began to say that he had already somehow thought about becoming the owner of the system, and apparently today he had such an opportunity. And since the creator's project, in Sung Jin's opinion, is not ideal, he will be able to do this. The creator didn't have time to say a word before Sung Jin struck him once, but quite a strong blow. The last words of the creator were that when huge columns of fire arise that support the heavens, then death will overtake Sung Jin. Quite a large number of people had already gathered near the dungeon, and each of them was quite interested in what was happening inside, because the hunters had entered the dungeon more than an hour ago. The only thing that calmed them down was that Sung Jin entered there with them. And as soon as they mentioned the guy, hunters immediately began to appear from the dungeon. All of them came out of there not in the best mood, moreover. Some of them were seriously injured. They couldn't believe that the strongest members of the best guild in Korea were coming out of the dungeon in this form, because it was only a C-rank gate, or so it seemed from the very beginning. But this was not the worst. Wu Jin turned to those hunters who were from the guild that bought the entrance to this dungeon and asked them for help because there were still dead inside, and this shocked the guys even more. Sung Jin came out of the dungeon and thought that the creator's real body was in another place, and he did not receive all the answers, but it seemed to him that the creator was not going to give them to him. Wu Jin confirmed that about 20 high-ranking hunters had died, and he did not forget to say that if there had been a breakthrough, the scale of damage would have been unimaginable. But what surprised him most was the fact that Sung Jin was going to clear the dungeon alone. The guy at that moment was thinking that, even though he told those guys to report the discovery of a double dungeon, he didn't even think that someone would really come to the rescue. And as a result, many people died as a result of this. But still he didn't. I forgot to say that he is alive only thanks to the hunters and Wu Jin. Inspector Jin told him that they were tracking the movements of all S-rank hunters, and asking for help from the hunter was the only solution. Therefore, he blamed only himself for the death of so many people. In any case, now he wanted to ask Sung Jin about how he knew about the double dungeon. Sung Jin did not hide the fact that this dungeon summoned him, which greatly surprised Wu Jin. The guy told him that he received a message telling him to come here, and Wu Jin immediately wanted to look at it. But Sung Jin explained to him that in fact, it was impossible because it was in his head. Wu Jin would have thought for a few more hours that this was just a joke, but given what he saw a few minutes ago, it was clear that Sung Jin was definitely not joking. But what was more important was that he could not read this man. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Cha Hai, who approached Sung Jin to ask him if he was okay. Sung Jin first told her that everything was fine, but then suddenly he doubted his answer, after which he admitted that he was a little tired and it would be nice to rest a little. In Japan, meanwhile, Eagle ordered about 200,000 tons of mana crystals to be brought. He believed that this would be quite enough for the magic circle, so he was going to create a barrier around the gate and activate it with their help, after which he believed that the circle itself would begin to suck mana from the crystals. But at one moment he noticed one oddity that did not concern the barrier. It was perfect. The thing was that for a long time he had been haunted by the thought that it was as if someone was closely watching them. Therefore, at one moment he turned around and literally spoke to the air from whom he wanted to find out who he was, and asked this unknown creature to show himself. His assistant from the Japanese guild did not understand what he was talking about, because as far as he knew, they had evacuated all the people, because the gates would open tomorrow. But Oral assured him that he didn't seem to say that this was a person. The one who watched them was surprised that the man could sense him, although on the other hand, if you consider where he got his powers from, then there is actually nothing strange about this. In any case, it didn't matter, because the main performance, which he was looking forward to so much, had already begun, and all that remained was to wait for the climax, behind which stood a terrible spectacle. The hunters who were near this dungeon said that modern technology has almost no effect on monsters, so they didn't really understand why they mobilized the army in the first place. And the answer was simple, because if the eagle fails, then they will need to win at least a little time for hunters. Considering all this, one could safely assume that the army would be like a human shield that would be the first to take a blow. But on the other hand, this only once again confirmed how useless people are in the face of disaster. Meanwhile, the eagle was walking around this gate and repeating that it looked perfect, and therefore it seemed to him that everything would go well, and he would still be able to deal with the S-rank gate. He wanted to be known as the hunter who single-handedly was able to clear such gates, but unfortunately for this title, there is a slightly more suitable person. He said rather strange things, and in the end, he generally said that all this was said only for a toast, after which he opened his bottle and drank the alcohol that was inside, and the next thing that interested him was how many S-rank hunters they could find. And, according to the assistant, there were only 15 of them, and Eagle clearly did not like this, because he thought that this was too much few. He didn't understand what they were doing there in America. It seemed to him that they could provide their people for this mission. But according to an assistant in the eastern part of America, S-rank gates also appeared in the Maryland district, and also in England, India, and other countries, so hunters are now in short supply. And Oral understood this very well, and for some unknown reason this amused him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a man from the guild, who began repeating the word gate in a trembling voice. And apparently he didn't do it in vain, because at some point they simply began to open. After talking with Cha Hei, Sun Jin passed out and only managed to come to his senses in the hospital. And as soon as he did this, Jin Ho immediately came into his room, from whom Sung Jin immediately wanted to find out what happened. But instead of an answer, he only heard that everyone was so worried about Sung Jin, and that he was so glad that the guy was still able to come to his senses. According to Jin Ho, they were worried so much only because Sung Jin, as it turned out, slept for 3 whole days. At first, he didn't believe it, but it seemed to be true because the fatigue in his body had been accumulating for a long time, and his short periods of time when he was able to rest did not help him. In any case, now it was more important for him to understand the scene in his head that the creator showed him. But at some point he realized that this too could wait, because he remembered the gates that opened in Japan, and so he turned to Jin Ho to tell him everything in detail. Jin Ho's face changed, and apparently there was little, if any, good news. The guy said that the first to emerge from the gate were the giants, who were of incredible size even for giants. The hunters of Japan knew very well that these monsters were the bosses in the A-rank gates, and if the monsters came out first, they were afraid to imagine who the boss might be. The eagle who stood at the head of all these hunters immediately assured them that in fact there would be no problems with these giants. And he himself asked these guys to attack. He is already more than ready for this. But apparently he was confident in himself for a reason, because as soon as the giant was about to attack, he was stopped by a magical barrier that Eagle was able to create with the help of mana crystals. In any case, everything was much more difficult than he expected, because he did not think that high-level monsters could come out of here, but he was still confident in his barrier. But his confidence quickly disappeared after one of the monsters was able to break his barrier with just one blow. Having told all this, Sun Jin himself understood perfectly well that the raid had failed. Jin Ho's father woke up again after a long sleep and was very angry that he had to go through this again. This began to happen more and more often, according to his employee. This time the man was unconscious for a full 24 hours and 46 minutes. And following the man's instructions, the agent was going to take him to the hospital 24 hours after the start of sleep. But apparently, he won't have to do this. So he decided to inform him that there are 2 important news for him that they should know, and one of the patients with eternal sleep has regained consciousness. But this was clearly no ordinary patient. It was the mother of the hunter Sung Jin. The man could not believe that the guy had the ability to cure this disease, but he wanted to know what the second news was in this case. The second news was that a mistress came to the man. After the giants broke through the barrier, they first attacked the eagle, which they sent into free flight. And he flew straight into the mouth of one of the big guys who had not enjoyed the man for a long time. After this happened, the military immediately used heavy equipment to stop the monster. But as they said before, this clearly did not help them too much, and the monster still continued to advance. While the military was trying to gain at least a little time, hunters appeared on the battlefield and immediately noticed the fact that these tanks and other toys would not be effective against monsters. Therefore, they immediately went into battle with the thought that if they could get rid of the eyes, then this giant would not be able to assess the situation. But unfortunately for one of the hunters, this big guy turned out to be much faster than she thought, so she missed a blow from him. It was something out of science fiction, such a huge body and such great speed for such a size. The reporters looked at all this from afar from a helicopter and tried to broadcast, and even from afar they could see the terrible spectacle that was happening on Earth. They really had the feeling that the gates to hell had opened on Earth. At that moment, Sung Jin was thinking that if this continues, then like the situation on Jeju Island, the whole of Asia will be in danger. He understood that he needed to hurry there and help the local hunters, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of his sister, who asked him not to go there. Sung Jin turned around, and there was indeed Jin Ah, who once again asked him not to go there. On the other hand, Sung Jin also thought that he had worked too much, so now he is thinking that he needs to take a good rest. Therefore, he approached his sister and immediately told her that she really didn't have to worry about him. Sun Jin went outside, sat on a bench, and called Beer to talk to him. And he started with the fact that he ordered Baru to guard his sister, but instead he watches TV series. But in any case, he should know what state Gina A is in now. And the aunt answered him that she actually does almost nothing and sleeps a lot. He understood that apparently she was traumatized, and except for his first raid 4 years ago, Jin Ah never tried to stop him. Sung Jin really didn't know what to do in this case because most of all he didn't want to upset her and make her even more depressed. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when a car drove up to him. A few minutes after this, Sung Jin was already sitting in the office and would like to know for what reason he called him. And Yu Myung-han wanted to see him, who first of all said that he was very pleased to meet the hunter Sun Jin. After which, without further ado, he handed the check in his direction and added that he certainly did not believe that everything could be bought with money, especially when an S-rank hunter was sitting in front of him. Therefore, he asked Sung Jin to consider this only as confirmation of the seriousness of his intentions. The guy at that moment thought that it seems that what was said here should not become known to anyone else, and this is clearly not an invitation to the guild, so he decided to ask Yu Hyun-han directly what he needs from the guy. After which the man told Sun Jin that he was actually suffering from the same disease as his mother. Sun Jin asked if Jin Ho knew about this, but according to the man, only 3 people knew about it: his doctor, his wife, and his secretary. The guy could only notice that now this number has increased to 4. Yu Myung-han immediately began to say that in the process of researching the disease, they discovered that there was a woman who was able to recover, and that the only person who was cured was his mother, which did not seem like a coincidence to him. And now he asked Sun Jin first of all for the truth, after which he immediately said that he would never forget this. At that moment, Sun Jin thought that today he had to decide what he would do next. All the buildings around were destroyed and everything was uprooted. These monsters seemed to act as if they wanted to get rid of all traces left by people. But what was most important was that they destroy the people themselves, in which case they can remain safe only if they remain at a height where their hands cannot reach. And the main thing is not to attack first, because this has already been tested several times, therefore this information can be trusted. But on the other hand, that same large giant, while the others dispersed in all 4 directions, he stands alone and as if he was waiting for someone and at the same time guarding these gates. They watched him for a long time, but no one understood the reason why he was sitting there. The personal opinion of one of the reporters was that looking at him, he did not get the impression that he was alive at all, and therefore he was sure that he was breathing and moving, but he resembled a machine that moves according to a given program. It seemed to his friend that if it was a machine, then at least the attacks would work on it, and at the moment, only 2 monsters out of 31 that came out of the gate were destroyed. And today is only the 2nd day that these gates are generally open. They understood that at this rate they were unlikely to be able to stop them before all the lands were destroyed. Jin Ho couldn't believe his ears when Sung Jin told him that he was going to Japan. He immediately began to tell him that this was on a completely different scale than what was on Jeju Island. There were monsters there that had never even been recorded before. Sung Jin believed that if he succeeded, then everyone would know the name of the Ajin Guild. Mentally, it seemed to him that everything was so bad that even Jin Ho, who said that he would trust him and follow him anywhere in the world, was worried. Apparently, this really was a catastrophe on a completely different level. But at some point, Sung Jin's thoughts were interrupted by Jin Ho, who realized that his older brother was serious, so he was ready to follow him anywhere, even to Japan. After which, he suddenly began to talk about how the Red Gate incident, the Jeju Island raid, and the recent Double Dungeon incident, he saw several common details in all of these events. Sung Jin was not sure that he understood what the guy was talking about, but he was sure that it was something serious. But as it turned out, the fact was that all these raids were similar, only in that Jin Ho was not on all these missions. And he also wanted to brag to others that he always stayed close to his older brother. And although he was a little embarrassed, he considered Sung Jin his pride. Therefore, this was the main reason why the guy wanted to be where Sung Jin was. And only for this reason he asked to take him with him. In addition, he sincerely believes in everything that Sung Jin says, and therefore he believed that if Sung Jin was safe, then everything would be fine with him. But according to Sung Jin, it was just a joke, because he is not going to Japan, especially at this time. And today he asked Jin Ho to go home and rest, because the guy was probably tired after so much time of continuous work. Jin Ho, of course, agreed with him, but deep down he knew that something was clearly wrong here. Sung Jin walked home and thought that although he could not use the shadow soldiers, the creator was approximately on the same level as him, which had exceeded the 100th level, which meant that there were still many who could mock him. The world was truly great, and there were still enough of those who were stronger for Sung Jin. Therefore, he wanted to get rid of the idea that everything would be decided only with his presence. Besides, he is not a hero who is obliged to help everyone around, and he also did not want to forget that he also has his own family, which would be nice devote time. And Sun Jin had to do everything. This was a choice, and he made it. So he immediately told Yu Myung-han that he could not help him with this. In this case, the man immediately wanted to know how his mother recovered. Sung Jin, in response to this, asked him to think logically. If he knew the reason and wanted to make money from it, then why does he think he still keeps his mouth shut? The man sadly realized that apparently Sun Jin would not help him in this case. Then Sun Jin got up from his seat and decided to leave. And while he was going down in the elevator, he thought that this was after all Jin Ho's father. But on the other hand, he doesn't know him. Maybe he doesn't suffer from this disease and he has other ulterior motives. Because the amount of holy water of life left to him is limited and therefore he has no choice but to use it more judiciously. Although the conditions presented to him were stunning, They did not change his feelings in any case. And if now is the time when he must make a choice, then he will make it. The guy understood perfectly well that there were still a huge number of those in the world who were stronger than him. But even if so, his development had not stopped yet, and therefore he must head to the battlefield in order to gain even more power. The guy's mother told him that his father also ran out as soon as he received news about the fire, and even if he was eating at that moment, so she understood him and added that she would help him pack his things as soon as he had finished everything. Before leaving, Sunjin went into his sister's room and invited her to talk, but the girl was clearly not happy with this idea, because she constantly repeated that she needed to sleep. But Sungjin did not listen to her and still sat down next to her, although he himself did not know where it would be better for him to start this conversation. And he decided to start by telling the girl that not so long ago he almost died, but then he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately began to make excuses and say that he had exaggerated a little, although it was still a little scary even for him. But in any case, he was able to return alive, and therefore he is always grateful and considers every return home very valuable. Therefore, he assured the girl that he would return home this time too. And he came here to thank her for not trying to stop him before, but she considered it useless, because he would leave anyway. Sunji agreed with her, but still asked her not to forget that he would definitely return soon. In addition, he asked her not to worry because even if he was far away, he would watch her and everything would be fine. The next day, a press conference was held for the new national hunter, Sung Jin-woon, who would soon be heading to Japan for his first national assignment. Jin-ho, as promised, could not leave his older brother in trouble and went after him without any problems, collecting everything he needed. Not far from the opening of the gate, the military was taking out a bunch of victims who had come under attack by monsters. After several hours of this operation, they had problems. They did not have enough space to take out all the wounded, but the military assured everyone that now was not the time to worry about those who could die at any second, because giants could come here at any second, so if they stayed here, they would most likely just die. But they assured the soldiers that they could not just so leave and leave the wounded here. The soldier realized that he simply could not convince the civilians, so he decided that he also needed to stay here, because if something happened to them, then he would not be able to ask for it. And to begin with, he suggested taking refuge inside the building so they would have a better chance of remaining unnoticed. But before he had time to offer this, a giant, who was as tall as a huge skyscraper, looked out from behind a huge building. They immediately, without thinking for a long time, opened fire on him. They hoped until the last that they could destroy him. But unfortunately, all of their attempts were not successful enough, and the giant's armor was too strong for this type of weapon. And a few more seconds and there would have been no smell left of these people. But at the last moment, an unknown force to the soldiers hit the giant, and his body flew off several blocks as if he were some kind of fluff. The soldier could not believe his eyes, but most of all, he was interested in who could do this. And when they raised their eyes, they saw a huge shadow, which was even larger in size than the giant's. Now it was clear where such enormous power came from. Before the soldier had time to recover from the shock, a man unknown to him suddenly approached him and told him that it was dangerous here, and they urgently needed to change their location. Jin-ho did not stand by and help civilians as best he could to avoid getting into trouble. They agreed with Sung-jin that he would help these people evacuate, and after that, he would wait at the ready. Sung-jin obviously wasn't against this plan, so he quickly agreed. After which, his summoned shadow soldiers began to fight, and the giants at some point began to lose, and it was wonderful to watch. Sun-jin himself also did not stand still and also entered the battle with his blade. And he did it quite successfully because with one blow, he was able to divide this monster into two parts. In the east of America, in the state of Maryland, several hunters at a table were discussing the fact that Sung-jin had finally arrived in Japan. But before that, they were talking about the fact that Miss Salner had not revealed the first stage of the hunter Sung-jin-woo's power, so they thought that with him level, he will quickly die. Everyone here had improved their powers thanks to Miss Salner, so they were well aware of the existence of limitations in the abilities of ordinary hunters. However, they also did not forget that Sung-jin was still over-awakened. But on the other hand, they believed that this was another minus, because in this case he was not able to soberly assess his limit. And one of them could not believe that he believed that insects and giants were on the same level. It seemed to him that hunters of this type blindly believe in their strength, and this will lead him to only one outcome, and that is death. They even decided to bet that he would die within 24 hours, and on this outcome, one of the American hunters staked his yacht, the other staked his house. But at some point, their conversation was interrupted by a man at the next table who was far from sure that this would happen. Therefore, he decided to also participate in this dispute and put up a building for the Scavenger Guild. But his bet was that this guy could survive. And in general, he believed that they would be better off worrying about the S-rank gates that appeared on their territories, because they would open tomorrow, and he was interested to know how many masters could survive after they opened. He didn't want to ruin the atmosphere for them. He just wanted to say that maybe having fun in Japan would be even more fun than in America. Although looking out the window, he understood that most likely tomorrow it would also become quite interesting here. Reporters from Japan, meanwhile, continued to film everything that was happening near the gate, especially after Sung Jin and his shadow soldiers intervened in the battle. But what pleased them most was that the giants were clearly losing because the insects were devouring them. And not only insects, but also knights took part in this battle. For example, Igris saved civilians who did not have time to evacuate from this place. As Sung Jin watched his soldiers continue to destroy all the giants, one of the soldiers approached him and began to thank him for coming to their aid. In response, the guy could only tell him that they also do serious work, so they're doing a good job together. The soldier clearly did not expect such an answer, because usually hunters do not treat them with such respect. After which Sung Jin asked Jin Ho to take this soldier to the rest of the people and asked him to finish the evacuation. And when finally all the people were evacuated, Sung Jin was ready to start the battle for real. And for this, he asked all the fallen warriors to rise up. The chairman of Japan simply could not believe that they were still able to repel the giants. Now he understood what Goto Ryuji was talking about, the look that he first saw at the airport. Although the man had seen an incredibly huge number of hunters in his entire life, this guy was clearly on a completely different level. That day, through fear, he spoke to Sung Jin. He tried to tell him that he was quite pleased to meet him, and since they were in a hurry, he hoped that the guy would understand his situation and allow him to get straight to the point. After which he immediately said that the giants were currently under siege and they were asking him to protect their country. The chairman understood that in fact it didn't matter to him how strong the guy was, because it was impossible to deal with all the giants. But while Sung Jin was focused on defense, they would have to come to an agreement and unite with other countries for help. But in response from Sung Jin, he received only 2 words. The guy told him that he did not want to do it. What shocked the Japanese representatives was that they did not know what to do next and how to generally react to such words. Then the man decided to ask the guy what he was going to do, but now he understands that Sung Jin is really going to destroy all the giants alone. And what the guy is doing now is what the man wanted to ask him initially, even before the gates open. After Sung Jin called the giants, each of them had to be given a name, but the guy didn't have time to think about each one, so he decided to name them 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they were obediently ready to do whatever he will order them. But Sung Jin thought that he needed to move using the shadow exchange and immediately make his warrior out of the last giant, and so he told Jin Ho to get ready for bed, and he would be back soon. And so far everything was going smoothly for Sung Jin, but everything was only starting now, and he understood perfectly well that he needed to be prepared for the worst possible developments. The shadow soldiers he sent throughout Japan are destroying the giants, helping other hunters. And this strategy is a win-win because Sung Jin now has enough mana to do so. And the giants, having spent all their strength, will not be able to win the battle against the shadow warriors, who are restored even after destruction. The only problem was that the breakthrough from the S-rank dungeon was only one of many. And in addition to the giants, other low-rank monsters also occupied many cities, which is why simultaneous evacuation and cleansing were necessary. On the 7th day after breaking through the dungeon, real chaos reigned in the country. The guys had clearly never seen anything like this in their entire lives. Everything around has turned into ruins, and it will be incredibly difficult to restore the old life here. But first, they will need to take care of the monsters that are still coming out of the gates. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a female voice, who was surprised that the guys had come after all. Sung Jin found out that it was Miss Hanekawa, who worked as a translator for Mr. Ryuji, and she was here to report that there are no other hunters in Tokyo now except her. She also added that at the moment it is impossible to calculate the damage caused in Tokyo, and besides, the giants dispersed from here throughout the country. He thought it was important to report that counting Sung Jin, there were 16 S-rank hunters participating in this battle, 6 from Japan, 2 from China, 3 from Canada, 2 from India, and 2 from the UK. So 6 groups were formed in depending on their guilds. And as Sung Jin should already know, of all the S-rank hunters, only Eagle, as well as Hanzawa Goki from the Fear Guild, were harmed. And this is the result of the fact that few of the giants act alone, which is why the difficulty rises to a level even higher than the boss's A-rank gates. Sung Jin thought that even without words it becomes clear that since as many as 2 high-ranking hunters died, the damage will not be lower than A-rank. And this is all just 31 giants came out, and one of them entered the sea and is now heading to China. Hanakawa was grateful to Sung Jin, because even though they clearly do not have enough people to protect all of Japan, thanks to Sung Jin, they managed to destroy most of the giants, and at the moment their shadow soldiers, together with the hunters, are destroying the remaining monsters. Sung Jin understood perfectly well what she was leading to. She wanted to tell Sung Jin that there was only one giant left who is currently guarding these gates. But the guy could not escape the thought that this picture was clearly familiar to him, and he could not understand where he had seen it before. A city that became devastated even without fire, just like in a demonic castle. Therefore, Sung Jin began to think that perhaps the demonic castle was a hint from the system. But what did the creator mean by this? But Sung Jin obviously won't be able to ask for obvious reasons, and judging by the fact that after that he didn't hear anything about him, it's possible that the body was real. And even if he was trying to show him what would happen after the demonic castle, Sung Jin was confident that he could prevent all this, because that is why he took possession of the power. The guy did not want to be subject to a force that he could not resist, so he still endlessly strived for even greater power, so he believed that everyone who was supposed to had arrived and he was ready to start. Hanakawa didn't quite understand what he meant since the rest of the hunters had not yet arrived, but Sung Jin interrupted her and assured her that everything was in fact in place. One of the S-rank hunters who took part in this raid was already starting to get annoyed by everything, and she decided to rest a little. Her colleague agreed with her, because he was also tired of everything. But he believed that the main thing was that everything was safely cleared, and he asked her to think positively. She understood, but still they so easily dealt with all the giants that they could hardly touch, and now headed to Tokyo. She believed that all these shadow soldiers seemed to be telling them to clean up after them. Meanwhile, Sung Jin's soldiers emerged from every corner of Tokyo, ready to fight the most important giant. For a long time, Hanakawa could not believe her eyes that she was really seeing this with her own eyes. Sung Jin was pleased with his soldiers because they really did a good job. And now that the guy was finally ready to continue his battle, he asked Jinho and Miss Hanakawa to move away from here. They listened to him without any problems, and after that Sung Jin once again said his cherished phrase and asked all the dead to rise up. His army now included giants, which was a significant improvement. And once his entire army was ready, Sung Jin sent them into battle without much doubt. It seemed that with such a huge army, Sung Jin would not have much trouble defeating this huge giant. But as soon as the guy looked into the eyes of this monster, he realized that everything would not be so simple, and he would have to make an effort to defeat him. And he was clearly not mistaken, because this big guy began to destroy Sung Jin's shadow soldiers in batches, and it seemed that it cost him absolutely nothing. Moreover, his speed was clearly incredibly enormous considering his size. The guy realized that his opponent was strong enough to take him seriously, because he had just destroyed more than 100 of his warriors with just one swing of his sword. On top of that, it was an incredibly huge creature, and because of its terrifying magical power, it wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. This is the first time this has happened to Sung Jin. He couldn't even imagine how something like this could even exist. But he understood that there were only 2 ways to get rid of this feeling. You can run away from the source and live, forgetting about it. Or there is a second option, which Sung Jin will most likely choose, and this option was to destroy this giant once and for all. But this will clearly not be as easy as with other giants. This guy will clearly be stronger. And at some point, Sung Jin ordered all his generals to stop and not engage in battle. Sung Jin decided that it was too early, and for now he needed to attack with ordinary soldiers, because this way he would definitely have enough mana to discover his weaknesses, and only after he did this, then he would attack him. But to his surprise, the mana was wasted too quickly because ordinary warriors were not able to resist such a big guy. Sung Jin looked attentively at this fight, and at one moment he still noticed that magical power envelops his body and works like excellent armor, and therefore it seemed to the guy that perhaps that's why he was not defending himself. His self-confidence was too high, and it seemed to Sung Jin a big mistake. However, the guy nevertheless noticed for himself that this big guy was still forced to block one attack, and it was the same fiery attack of his magicians. And as soon as Sung Jin realized this, he immediately summoned his dragon Kaisel and ordered him to fly straight to this big guy. And Igris also attacked with him, but unfortunately this big guy again demonstrated that his speed was at a high level, which is why he was able to dodge this blow. But all this was only to Sung Jin's advantage because now the guy understands what this monster is really afraid of. So Regressed landed on the ground and used his sword to unleash another similar attack, which the big guy decided to block again with his huge hand. But all this was just a distraction because Sung Jin entered the battle, and with the help of his dagger, he was able to inflict quite a large amount of damage. It was clear that such a blow would certainly not be enough to defeat the big guy, but Sung Jin didn't need this, because now he understood what attacks would help him defeat this guy. And so after a few seconds, he used a skill called the Power of the Ruler to finally finish off this giant and move on to the next stage. The giant clearly did not expect that Sung Jin would be able to deliver such strong blows. Hanekawa and Jinho stood far from the epicenter of the battle, and it seemed to the girl that this was no longer like a battle between a hunter and a monster. She would rather call it a battle between two monsters. And as soon as Sung Jin got as close as possible to the monster, he immediately used his skill, which was called mutilation, with which he was going to finish it off. Such a blow helped him destroy the monster's eye, and now he clearly had a favorite in this battle. But Sung Jin was not going to end there, so he ordered Baru to immediately enter the battle and strike. The ant listened to Sung Jin's order without any problems and literally dived into the eyes of this monster. And Sung Jin continued to use his mutilation skill, which little by little destroyed the monster from the inside. Bear also did not stand still and with the help of his sharp claws, moved little by little inside this monster. Thanks to such actions, after a few minutes they were still able to destroy this big guy. Thanks to this, Sung Jin was able to improve his level, and not just by one, so he was already glad that he was in this place. But the guy understood perfectly well that the system had not yet notified him that he had destroyed the boss, which meant that the raid was not over yet. Also looking at the body of this giant, Sung Jin understood that he would not be able to extract the shadow from it. But still he tried, but the result was expected, and the system notified him that extracting the shadow was unfortunately impossible. Jinho wanted to go up to his friend and praise him, but Sung Jin suddenly felt a strong magical energy next to him and immediately stopped Jinho. But it was Burr who notified his king that he had returned. Sung Jin was a little surprised that he did not recognize the energy of his aunt, but still relaxed that it was not an enemy. But apparently he was wrong, because as soon as he relaxed, Burr's body exploded right before his eyes. This was clearly not a simple explosion, and Sung Jin understood this. Most likely it was an explosion of magical power. The guy first wanted to find out if this explosion had harmed Jinho, but Regressed intervened in time and protected the guy. As it turned out, the problem was that the gate sucked in the mana left over from the giants. The guy immediately noticed that her streams were so powerful that they could even hurt. But the main problem was that Sung Jin had never encountered anything like this before. Therefore, he himself did not know what to expect from this, and the first thing he did was ask Jinho to stay put while he checked the whole situation inside. The guy jumped into this dungeon without any doubt, and what he saw there literally shocked him. It was a huge palace. Although he understood that giants had come out of it, it was still very strange to watch this. When suddenly Beer approached him to ask the king if he heard the same thing, and Sung Jin heard it, but could not understand what it was. It was not just a sound, it was very much like a strange laugh. For Sung Jin it was really strange because the enemy invaded him and he was having fun, it was funny. But with every step the laughter intensified, and at some point the monster spoke and said that he had never felt so funny before, after which he called them vile rulers and asked them to look at who found him first. Sung Jin was not sure that this was the boss of this dungeon, if only because he begged him to destroy the chains, because he knew the plans of the rulers and he asked the guy to quickly tell everyone about them. But at some point his positive attitude changed to anger because looking at Sung Jin, he realized that the guy was clearly not the one he knew. He did not answer him anything, because he was interested in who did this to him. And in response, this monster told Sung Jin that they want to use him as a springboard to start a real war. At that moment, Sung Jin was thinking that although he had already had conversations with monsters who had intelligence, there was no one among them who could tell about their origin. So he wanted to find out from him who the rulers were. The monster didn't mind telling him, so he immediately said that the rulers are longtime enemies of the rulers. Sung Jin didn't quite understand who they were, but he thought that perhaps they were his enemies. Then the fact that they chained him and left him in this form may mean that, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a monster who confirmed the guy's thoughts that he was also a ruler. But he still believed that now everyone is targeting Sung Jin. But he will not be able to resist them yet, because to fight he will need strength, which he does not yet have. And to find out more about this, the monster offered the guy a deal in which he just needs to free him, and then he will definitely help him in this fight. Sung Jin understood that all this was just a trap and that no monster would ever help a person, so he immediately decided to ask him why he should believe him. Then the monster decided that he just needed to prove to Sung Jin that he was telling the truth. Sung Jin was clearly bothered by his laughter, so he prepared his blade to launch an attack if something happened. But everything turned out to be much simpler. The system notified Sung Jin that the king of the giants was using the Oath of Honesty skill and offering the guy an agreement in which they both undertake not to deceive each other. And now Sung Jin needs to either accept it or not. Sung Jin stood for more than a minute before finally making a choice because he did not fully know what to do. And yet, after some time, Sung Jin still agreed to this proposal. And as soon as he gave his consent, the system immediately notified him that now both parties had agreed and could not lie to each other until the contract was terminated. So the king of the giants asked him to destroy the seal, and then he would definitely help him. Sung Jin tried to say that he would do this because he completely trusted him, but he could not do it, because at one moment he seemed to have forgotten how to speak, and apparently this was the same oath in action. And this was confirmed once again by the king of the giants, who noticed that now they are not able to lie to each other. The guy now perfectly understood the terms of this agreement, and therefore decided to find out why, unlike other monsters, he can freely conduct a conversation. At first, the king of the giants did not understand who exactly the guy was talking about, but logically he came to the conclusion that he was talking about the inhabitants of the world of chaos. But instead of answering the guy's question, the king of the giants decided to ask his own, in which he wanted to know how a guy could put the inhabitants of the world of chaos and the ruler on the same line. Because for him, everyone who comes out of the gates is just soldiers of a defeated army. These are those who survived the defeat from the army of rulers. They were in chaos for an infinitely long time, so of course they lost themselves. But he is a king, and he himself supported his mind and all for the sake of the moment when he could get out of the hands of the rulers. And now the very day has come when he met Sung Jin. In response to this, the guy asked his own question, in which he wanted to know whether it was possible that the army of rulers was dressed in silver clothes and had wings on their backs. The king, without much hesitation, confirmed this information and immediately told the guy that these were the rulers' warriors. Then the guy became interested in finding out why those guys called rulers send monsters to them. It seemed to the king of the giants that he had already told Sung Jin that they were preparing for war and wanted to make this world a battlefield and start fighting with the lords again. Sung Jin didn't quite understand, and he wanted to know why if you send monsters here, the earth will turn into a place for slaughter? But according to the king, the reason was actually simple, all in order to place magical energy in the human world. In the event of such a catastrophe as the monsters leaving the gate, everyone considers the mana emerging from them to be a blessing. Not only hunters, but also most ordinary people think so. Magic stones and mana stones, these are objects filled with such properties, are currently the best sources of energy, and therefore the best way to cultivate power that did not exist before is to use the blood of those who possess it. So the rulers decided to use captured prisoners. And according to the king, the magical power is gradually condensing, and all these are the fruits of the sprouts of monsters sown and grown by their blood. And mana will make the world stronger, so their plan is to create a world without any losses, even after the blow from the war. Considering all this, Sung Jin realized that war is simply a repeated battle between rulers and rulers. The king did not forget to add that very soon, the world in which people live will turn into hell, because it will become a battlefield for rulers. But the most important thing is that there is no time. And if they become aware of their meeting, neither the rulers, nor any of them will be able to ignore it. And perhaps the ruler's envoys have already begun to act in some way. Sung Jin didn't understand why the king continued to talk as if they were all targeting the guy. And in general, he wanted to know why they did this. The king was surprised that the guy really didn't know anything, because in fact, the power that the guy has does not belong to him. And the fact that it was passed on to him is proof that its original owner betrayed the rulers, and now Sung Jin is an enemy, as for rulers and rulers alike. But the giant immediately announced that he could swear that he would take his side and fight only for him, but for this Sung Jin needed to help him. In response to this, Sung Jin asked him if he really wants to be on his side, then wouldn't it be better to become his shadow warrior? The king did not understand what kind of appearance this was. For a moment it seemed to him that this guy had a spiritual body, since lords and rulers, even after death, such bodies are destroyed, and it is simply impossible to make shadow soldiers out of them. And only for this reason did he believe that he could not become Sung Jin's warrior. But he still wanted to know? Or was this reason enough for the guy to help him? Sung Jin was thinking at this moment that he seemed to understand the whole situation, but for some reason he felt such a strong desire not to fulfill his request, and therefore it seemed to him that he had clearly missed something. But the king continued at that moment to ask him to cut the chains and free him. Before doing this, Sun Jin asked him again if he would definitely take his side. The king once again confirmed this fact and added that if the guy helps him, he will do the same for him, and he believed that this was the correct and ideal deal of the ruler. Even after the king was free, he still thought about the image that was superimposed on him for a moment, and therefore it seemed to him that he was still mistaken. Meanwhile, Sun Jin once again decided to clarify, but now he changed his question a little and wanted to ask the king of the giants whether he would fight for the people. Now the giant did not answer as instantly as he had before. Now he needed much more time to give an answer. And Sun Jin clearly didn't like this, so he decided to hurry him up a little and asked why he was silent. After all, in fact, the guy guessed that his silence was directly related to the oath, which obligated him to tell the truth. After which Sung Jin came closer and still noticed a mana stone that was located on the backside of his neck. The guy immediately assumed that he heard the voices of the rulers at this time, and like other monsters, a phrase was constantly repeated in his head, the essence of which was the destruction of people. Apparently the guy was telling the truth, because he immediately noticed how with every word, the king of the giants became more and more angry. And at one point, he still could not stand it and attacked the guy. And at that moment, Sung Jin suggested that the king pretend that there was actually no deal. The king started talking about how it was now too dangerous for Sun Jin to be left alive. But before he could finish speaking, he received a blow from Sun Jin's blade right in his body. After which the guy continued the monster's words and said that this could become a disaster. But the king continued to convince him that Sun Jin was wrong, because the real disaster was not him, but the guy who stood in front of him. After which he again tried to strike Sun Jin, but again it was an unsuccessful attempt. But the guy's blows became more and more painful, but Sung Jin clearly had no intention of stopping. After some time of such a battle, the monster finally made up his mind and told the guy that the stronger the battle between the inhabitants of their world and the inhabitants of the world of chaos, the more brutal the arena for battles this world will be. And from this second he will hope that all those whom he wanted to protect will burn in hellfire and become ashes. In response, Sung Jin assured him that everything would not be as he wished. After which he cut off the head of this giant king, and finally the system notified him that he had finally destroyed the boss of the dungeon. The system also notified the guy that experience points were being counted, and the amount of experience gained was too high, so it might take some time, and Sung Jin was sorry that he just didn't get a new shadow soldier, so he decided to take at least something as a trophy. After some time of calculations, the system displayed the guy's level, and he was 122nd. Christopher Ridd, who was known as the National Hunter, as soon as he saw his guests, said that he had not heard that anyone was coming today. But still, he was glad to see the deputy head of the department and Miss Salner, and as he had expected, the deputy head of the department was here for a serious conversation. Therefore, Christopher asked his assistant to make sure that no one could even come close to his room while these two people were in it. They went to his room where the hunter wanted to find out from them what brought them to such a distance, and immediately decided to say that if it was because of the S-rank gate that had arisen somewhere in the east, then he was sure that he had explained everything quite clearly that he won't go there. Miss Salner turned to him to say that she did not come here because of the gates, because in fact there was a much more serious problem. He didn't understand what could be more serious than an S-rank gate, and the woman told him that he might die in the near future. In response to this, he said that he never forgot the kindness that she showed him, but he still believed that they were not close enough for her to joke like that. Therefore, he once again wanted to find out who would die here. Miss Salner explained that she had just recently had a dream that was directly related to a hunter. Christopher didn't have time to say anything before she added that in this dream he was surrounded by creatures. This clearly angered the guy because he didn't want to hear that they had come to such a distance to talk such nonsense just because of a dream. After which he could not resist and still said that he knew who she was before she became awakened, and therefore he believes that the reason why her power is so different is because she was a medium. The woman did not answer him, and Christopher continued to say that he is a national-level hunter, and at least for this reason no one can destroy him, and the dream for him is just a dream. But still he decided to imagine that he believed her words, and then he wanted to find out from them who he should ask for help. He couldn't believe that there was a person who could protect him, because he was a national-level hunter, and in the end it seemed to him that this meant that he was stronger than anyone who could threaten him. But Norma still decided to tell him that perhaps there would still be someone who could help him. And she talked about the hunter Sun Jin-won, because she assumed that he would still be able to protect him. Sung Jin believed that he did everything right when he destroyed the king, and it was the right choice. Although his power was sealed, it still made him worry a little. But the guy could not imagine what would have happened if this monster had been freed and was able to get out of gate. But the guy managed to recognize him. But in any case, his goals are not betrayal, and he needs to become much stronger as soon as possible. The news that all the giants were destroyed spread throughout the globe. People began to say that a new national-level hunter had appeared. And unlike the situation on Jeju Island, it was not only Koreans who said so. One giant who crossed the sea was destroyed by the Chinese hunter Ji Kan. Matsumoto, the head of the Japanese Hunters Association, surrendered. And perhaps in this way, he was trying to correct his past mistakes. At this time in America, in the state of Maryland, high-ranking hunters were celebrating the successful completion of the raid. They thought that throwing such a party in honor of clearing the S-rank gate was a good idea, although in reality it was not that difficult to do. Suddenly, at one point their conversation was interrupted by a huge man who finally found him. The man came out of the shadows with a smile, and immediately after that, he added that he hoped that they had not forgotten what they were arguing about. They continued to be silent, so he independently reminded them that one owed him a yacht, another a mansion, and the third was luckier than anyone, because at the last moment, he decided not to bet anything. But this interested the big man even more, who came closer to him and hinted that he had a pretty good tie, which the man would gladly take. Although his assistant immediately told him that although this tie looked expensive, it did not match his shirt at all. And he absolutely agreed with this, so he took it off and threw it away, after which his assistant said that they had some problems. According to her, the guilds that were invited to the International Conference of Hunters were announced, and most interestingly, the Jin Guild will be present there. The big man understood that this was the guild of the well-known hunter Sung Jin-woo, who apparently would soon come to America. Sun Jin, meanwhile, continued to look at his shadow army and realized that there was one giant missing here, who unfortunately managed to escape, although on the other hand his army had become much stronger. Jin Ho could only watch from the side how the military was surprised at Sun Jin's strength. And this is not surprising, because seeing this for the first time, you will never forget. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after Hanakawa came up to him and handed him a phone, which he said they called him, which greatly surprised the guy. But as soon as he answered, he realized that his surprise was justified because what he heard on the phone shocked him. After which he immediately turned to Sung Jin and said that he needed to immediately return to Korea. According to the guy, he was not entirely sure, but they told him on the phone that something terrible had happened at home. Hanakawa called a helicopter and said that they would take him to the airport, and Sung Jin didn't mind, so he let Jin Ho go quite easily. Jin Ho, sitting in the helicopter, could only think that he had never heard his mother's voice tremble so much in his life, so he was worried that something terrible could happen. But on the other hand, he understood that screwing himself up was also not the best way out, because everything might not turn out to be so serious. When he arrived in Korea, he was immediately met by one of the family's guards, who told the guy that it would be better if they took him home first. But he also did not forget to immediately warn him that in such a situation, Jin Ho had better be persistent, and he would probably tell everything along the way. While they were driving, the man delayed as best he could, but at one point he was able to say that Chairman Yu Myung-han had fallen into eternal sleep. Jin Ho couldn't quite believe it, so when they arrived, his reaction was quite expected, but the security did everything to prevent the guy from getting too close to him. In addition, he reminded that in such a situation, a hunter who is not able to control his mana will only aggravate the disease, so it is better to stay behind the glass. This upset Jin Ho even more because he believed that in this case, he would remain a useless son until the very end. Jin Ho's father's man, instead of supporting him, decided to give the guy a book that Myung-han had been working on until he fell into eternal sleep. Also, according to the guard, the man kept her with him to return her to the chairman, but it seemed to him that now Jin Ho would need her much more. There were a lot of different photographs of Jin Ho, where he was together with Sun Jin, and all that the guy could say at that moment was that apparently he and his father had the same habit of collecting articles that they liked in one place. The guy's father's assistant did not forget to tell him that Myung-han did not miss anything that related to Jin Ho, such as clippings about Olympiads, exhibitions, and even competitions. And of course the man did not forget about his recent successes, because Jin Ho was at the top. Well, in the end, the assistant still added that Jin Ho had in fact always been the favorite representative of his family, So he had high hopes for the guy, but this could only cause him tears. But the man assured him that crying now was not the best way out, and first suggested that he return home, where they could discuss the details of further actions. When suddenly Jinho felt something behind him. Therefore, he immediately turned around to see what had happened, but neither he nor his assistant saw anything. It was Sung Jin, who didn't want Jinho to see him, but still it was a little funny for him to watch the guy burst into tears. At some point, his heart even hurt looking at such a pitiful picture. Therefore, he decided to use the sacred living water to please his friend a little. That same evening, the man's family was informed that he had woken up, and the doctors themselves were delighted that this was even possible. They also understood that if reporters found out about this, it was difficult to even imagine what kind of reaction they would have to it. Sung Jin could only smile that he was able to help another person. On the way, he thought that although it was still too early, this was some kind of birthday gift, especially for Jinho. The guy had about 2 hours to recharge the shadow exchange, and he thought that he finally had free time, but he didn't even know who he could call in this case. Only one person popped up in his head at that moment, and that was Cha-hee. But he quickly decided to abandon this idea and began to think that perhaps it would be better to look for some illegally registered dungeon. Christopher in his castle suddenly heard a loud sound and so decided to put on his robe and went to check what happened. While he was walking, he noticed that the castle was too quiet. This obviously alarmed him. He took the glass of wine left on the table and threw it on the floor. And what was surprising was that this glass broke absolutely silently. Therefore, this alerted him, and he began to look around in all directions to understand what was going on here. He spoke to the whole house in order to find out if there was someone here. But in response, he heard only silence. So he thought about the fact that Michael in their last meeting gave him a business card and told him to call if the guy suddenly had problems. Christopher couldn't believe that the man could have imagined such a situation, although at some point he still heard steps behind him and realized that apparently Michael and Salner were right. They would try to destroy him. But first he decided to talk and ask them who they were and what they needed. In response, he heard that if they fight, while caring so much about the convenience of people, then they will not be able to get anything out of it. Christopher didn't pay attention to the meaning of what this guy was saying, only that he was speaking in the language of monsters. But in the end, he decided to find out what kind of nonsense he was telling him. But in response, his unwanted guest said that he was actually speaking not to the guy, but to the creature who was connected with him above. Christopher noticeably began to get nervous because he didn't understand what kind of jokes these were. And since he did not hear anything in response, he changed his form and immediately added to these guys that at least one of them would die by his hand. The monsters that came after him were clearly surprised that a person could use the flames of an immortal body. In any case, they had to do something urgently because Christopher was too angry and wanted to destroy all these monsters as soon as possible. Sung Jin, meanwhile, was driving in a car in Japan and watched as thousands of people gathered to see him off. Beer at that moment told him that many common people took to the streets and expressed awe of him, and so he invited the guy to raise his hand and greet his subjects. But Sung Jin interrupted him, and once again reminded him that all these people not actually his submissions. Next, the guy wondered what the probability was that someone he knew would be sitting in the next seat on the plane. But as soon as he opened the curtain, he immediately saw a rather familiar face in front of him, and he literally asked the man not to say that it was just a coincidence, but the man thought that it would be good if the guy really believed it. They only met the guy once, but Sung Jin was still able to remember Adam White's name, and it was also a great honor for the man to meet the guy again. In fact, the name of this person was simply told to Sung Jin by BR, and the guy clearly does not remember such names. But it was nice to pretend that he remembers this kind of information. In any case, it seemed to Sung Jin that their negotiations were already over, but in response from the man he received that he perfectly understands that they had previously contacted the guy too tactlessly, but now he has something to say to Sung Jin. That's why he is here. The guy began to say that it seemed to him that the man was here only because they could not cope with the S-rank gates in America. But the man stopped him and immediately said that that was not why he came here, because they had already dealt with the gates. And to make it easier for him to explain all this, the man decided to open his laptop and show what he was really here for. The video showed a huge fire, which no matter what the firefighters did not go out. So it was immediately clear that this was clearly not an ordinary fire. And if you stopped in it for even a second, you could immediately become a piece of coal. Sung Jin didn't quite understand what kind of video this was, but the man assured the guy that he just needed to watch to the end, and then he would find out everything. But still, he told Sung Jin that this fire was caused by Christopher Rudd. He is one of the national-level hunters. And to put out the flames, almost 2,000 firefighters and 14 groups of high-level hunters arrived at the scene. Sung Jin suggested that if there was so much fire there, then it was quite obvious that a battle was taking place in that place. And from Adam's face, it became clear to him that apparently not everything was all right with Christopher. The man also couldn't believe it, but unfortunately, one of the national hunters was destroyed. Well, and most importantly, Adam took out a photograph of the one who is currently considered the main suspect. Sung Jin immediately used his power and literally bound Adam, after which he added that this was some kind of joke to him. He immediately assured the man that he would not be able to get out of here alive. Adam's guards immediately took off, but the man, through incredible pain, stopped them, after which he turned to Sung Jin to say that the man from the photo had come out of the dungeon, and he might not be the one the guy was thinking about at the moment. The guy softened his pressure a little, and Adam was able to add that the mana of this person is identical to the monster's, and he attacked the S-rank hunter without warning. And he also did not forget to remind Sung Jin about the explosion that happened a few months ago in the association, the one that shook the whole world. Sung Jin literally didn't want to believe that this happened because of his father, but still he released Adam and his guards so that they could continue to tell him what happened. The man added that he defeated their hunters and disappeared, although after that, the association tried to secretly follow him, but unfortunately they could not find him anywhere. It was as if he had disappeared. He also couldn't help but say that he understood Sung Jin's feelings, but he was also sure that he had all the characteristics inherent in the suspects. Then Sung Jin didn't understand why Adam showed him this photo in the first place. The man began to tell him about an international conference of guilds, at which, according to him, representatives of all the most famous guilds from around the world would gather. And there the American Hunters Association was going to distribute leaflets about his search. And this could only mean that the investigation would cease to be secret. Adam assured Sung Jin that because of the incident, the American government had lost a national-level hunter, and they would do their best to catch the culprit. But on the other hand, he tried to tell the guy that the American Hunting Association wants to maintain good relations with Sung Jin, so they decided to tell him everything in advance before the information was revealed at the conference. It seemed to Adam that Sung Jin might have been confused if he had seen his father's face on the wanted board. The guy at that moment thought that his father had disappeared 10 years ago and now they were telling him that he had become a monster. While the guy was thinking about what to do, Adam tried to understand how Sung Jin made him suffer. He immediately realized that this was radically different from simply moving objects, and therefore he assumed that only national-level hunters could have such abilities. But on the other hand, he understood that Sung Jin was the national hunter, so he decided that he needed to hurry up and report this to the deputy head of the department. The International Guild Conference is an event where people from various guilds and countries discuss the prospects for the world of hunters. A few days later, the American Hunters Association published a list of invited guilds, and the representative of Korea will be the Ajin Guild. Its participation led to heated debate both within the country and outside its borders, because there is only one high-ranking hunter in it, the head of the guild, Sung Jin Woo. However, the fact that the Ajin Guild was chosen among many other guilds was tantamount to official recognition by the American Hunters Association. And at one of the press conferences, the reporter asked a question in which he wanted to know what Young Jong-in thinks about the fact that this year, the Ajin Guild and not the Hunters will go to the international conference. The man believed that the choice of the American Association was obvious, which shocked some members of the press. Moreover, Chung Jan added that the decision of the American Association was correct, and this is exactly what should have been done. But the reporters did not understand his position, because it can be said that their guild consists of only one hunter. And doesn't it seem to him that this is too little? Young decided to remind them that this one hunter is Sung Jin Woo. And so he began to say that if we count those who can fight on the battlefield as members of the guild, then the Ajin Guild seems to already have several hundred followers. And as someone who had observed his abilities during past incidents, he could confidently say that the Ajin Guild is far ahead of any guild in Korea. And yet, it seemed to the reporter that the Hunters Guild, which participates every year as a representative of Korea, must now be in a not very good mood. Young John confirmed that they were upset that they could not go to America, because he himself had already renewed his passport and was waiting for this trip. However, he still believed that pride was stronger than disappointment, and when he found himself in a situation in which he had no chance of winning, a hunter appeared who could be trusted without any doubt. and he and his guild members received the help of the hunter Sung Jin, and thanks to this, they were able to return alive. Therefore, to sum it all up, they are sincerely proud that the hunter Sung Jin Woo was chosen to represent Korea. After the press conference, his assistant approached Jung Jong and began to talk about how they had reserved a gate that appeared this morning in the Suso area, and although it was A rank, the measurement showed not such a high result. This made the man happy, but first he wanted to ask the assistant whether Ah Jin had applied for this dungeon, and the assistant immediately answered him that he just wanted to say that they had been acting too quietly lately. It was a little strange for Jung Jong to realize that 4 days had already passed since hunter Sung Jin Woo returned from Japan. However, he was not showing any activity, and a festival atmosphere reigned in all the major guilds of Seoul. But he believed that he would be happy about it dishonest. And as soon as he thought about it, his assistant immediately began to talk about how, thanks to the fact that Ah Jin did not submit applications, their revenue increased by 40%. It seemed strange to Jung Jong that Sung Jin suddenly became quiet, because before his reevaluation, he cleared 3 or 4 low-rank dungeons a day, and after receiving S rank, he had his eye on the gate, which is located in foreign territories. And besides, the person who went to Japan to help with the S-rank dungeon can't be so quiet. Meanwhile, Wu Jin went into the chairman's office to tell the man that China had just requested materials on the hunter Song Jin Woo. Gun Ho thought that they wanted personal information, but Wu Jin immediately said that what they really wanted was other information. According to the agent, they demand records of raids, various articles, and the like, and that all these are only official documents. The chairman did not think that they would not hope that someone would give them personal information about a high-ranking hunter. But most of all, he did not understand why they began to be interested in the guy right now, because he clearly conveyed to everyone that the hunter Sung Jin Woo did not intend to take citizenship of any other country. Wu Jin at that moment realized that he needed to note the fact that the request was not from the Chinese government, but from a private individual. And it seems that the 7-star hunter Ryu Ji Kang became interested in them, which the chairman clearly did not expect to hear. The rating system for hunters in China is different from that used by the rest of the world, and those with 5 stars are considered the highest. But there is one person who goes far beyond the system and has 7 stars. Wu Jin also added that it was Ji Kang who fought with the escaped giant monster, so it seemed to him that his interest in the hunter Sung Jin Woo awoke after that, because it was Sung Jin who defeated all the other monsters. It was like one strong man saw another, but even so, the chairman asked Wu Jin to reject this request. But if this could not be done, then Guo Hong ordered that only superficial documents be sent to him. At one point, Thomas's calm was disturbed by the hunter he was calling. The man could no longer wait for his guest, because in fact he had called him quite a long time ago. After which Thomas came closer to the hunter in order to tell him not to even think about approaching Sun Jin. And he said this to Huang Dongsu, who at that moment fell into the ground, because he expected to hear anything, but not this. After which Thomas also added that he is well aware of what happened between his brother and the hunter Sung Jin, and therefore he assumes that he suspects him in many ways, and wants to find out as much information as possible from the guy. But Thomas immediately warned him that he did not give him any right to vote, and therefore Huang Dongsu would not interfere with Sung Jin. From the expression on Huang Dongsu's face, although he was not happy, it was clear that he understood everything and would hardly dare to touch the guy. Thomas's assistant at that moment looked at all this and thought that there are not many people in the world who can talk to a high-ranking hunter in such a tone, but this is Thomas, and he is definitely allowed to do this. Moreover, there was actually a pretty good reason for this, because Huang Dongsu is clearly obsessed with revenge, and this simply cannot be ignored. Thomas at that moment once again decided to repeat to Huang Dongsu that he was forbidden to approach Sung Jin during the conference, at which time he allowed him to go to the country house owned by the guild and enjoy a vacation there. In response, he heard only silence, so with a smile he asked Huang Dongsun if he could fulfill his sincere request. Huang Dongsun was silent for some time, but after a while he realized that he simply had no other choice, so he agreed to it. This answer more than satisfied Thomas, so he let him go. It seemed to the assistant that this clearly would not be enough, and Thomas absolutely agreed with her. He also believed that Huang Dongsun would still do something stupid, so he asked his assistant to keep a close eye on the man until Sung Jin Woo left America. Thomas understood that it would be difficult for him to just swallow all this. But in any case, it seemed to him that it would be better if he was alive and offended than to just die. The very day came when all the representatives of the guilds gathered in America for a general meeting. Renat Nierman, the representative of Germany, together with his assistant, arrived first at this event and was slightly surprised that there were so many reporters here. But according to his assistant, this is quite obvious, because today, as it turned out, the most popular Korean hunter of late, Sung Jin-woo, is arriving. And before they had time to remember him, Sun Jin appeared, and Renat offered to come up to him and get acquainted, because he always believed that it would never be superfluous to have a strong hunter among your friends. But as soon as he took a step towards this guy, he suddenly felt a strange aura. And after a few seconds, he noticed a very interesting fact that Sun Jin does not call upon warriors from another place. They are simply always next to him. Moreover, looking at this army, it seemed to him that the guy could easily start a war with America. Sung Jin noticed that some foreigner was staring at him, which was not very pleasant in reality, but Jin Ho thought that this was normal because Sung Jin has been in the news very often lately. So theoretically, he will have fans all over to the world. After which Jin Ho rather unexpectedly turned his attention to Woo Jin, who stood nearby and asked the man why he came here. No matter how funny it was for Woo Jin, according to him, he was responsible for guarding Sung Jin, and from the expression on Jin Ho's face, it was really funny. Apparently for this reason, he came even closer to him and wanted to ask the inspector why he was saying this so quietly, and specifically asked him to repeat it. Although the first time he heard that Woo Jin was here to guard Sun Jin. Suddenly, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Sung Jin, who noticed that the man who apparently was supposed to meet them had appeared. Mr. White pretended that they were very happy to see Sung Jin-woo. Sung Jin immediately noticed the fact that the man once told him that he was a representative of the Asian branch. But as it turned out, everything has changed recently, and now the man is responsible for making Sung Jin feel at home, after which he immediately announced that all his accompanying people would be taken to the hotel. And at this stage, Jin Ho and Sun Jin were forced to separate. And as soon as the opportunity arose, Adam asked Sung Jin to travel with him, if of course he didn't mind. Sung Jin understood perfectly well that this most likely concerned his father, so he was forced to do it as soon as possible. Adam saw how the guy's expression changed, so he decided to once again convince him that this would not harm him in any way. Besides, he had already talked about how the American Association treated him. Sung Jin understood that what was happening here must be quite secret, and Adam confirmed this information, adding that this was one of the greatest secrets of their country. According to him, at the moment they are heading to the main headquarters of the Korean Association. He also did not forget to add that in fact they are now connected on all sides, because after the death of one of the pillars of the American forces, Christopher Ridd, they are trying to strengthen their power as much as possible. And thanks to the fact that his death is kept secret, everything around is quite calm, and they will do everything possible to put another hunter in his place as soon as possible. Sung Jin understood perfectly well what Adam was leading to, and most likely he just wants to say that Sung Jin is one of the candidates for this position. After which Adam continued to say that, as Sung Jin knows, the value of a rune stone is directly proportional to the strength of the monster who had it. And the raid that is the worst disaster of humanity, and the part of history that I most don't want to remember, is the dragon Kamshi. The rune stone obtained from it is now looking for its owner, and it was clear what Adam was hinting at. And not even a few minutes had passed before the man decided to offer Sung Jin this stone directly. But instead of answering, Sung Jin suddenly became fixated on the photo and asked the man to scroll back, as if he saw something special there, and it was definitely not a stone. The guy looked at Kamsha's remains for some time. And then I finally decided to ask the man whether America had really been keeping the remains in its basement all this time. In any case, Sung Jin wanted to go to where this dragon is, especially since he happily gave his time to the Hunters Association, and therefore it seemed to him that he could ask them for the same favor. Adam, in response to this, immediately said that he only knows what he has been given access to, and the location of Kamsha's remains is not the information that is provided to a simple inspector. However, since this is the request of the hunter Sung Jin, he believes that the government will easily give the go-ahead for such an event. But first he must send a report, so he would like to ask Sung Jin to wait a little. The guy answered him that if he still has to wait, then he invited him to go and do it there. The man no longer knew what excuses he could come up with not to do this, so he had to agree. It was strange for the head of the American Association to hear that hunter Sung Jin-woo came here only because of the remains. Moreover, he was surprised that Sun Jin did not even inquire about the rune stone they had. The head understood that apparently all these facts could mean that Sun Jin really only wants to look at the remains. In any case, the head believed that he would need to have a separate conversation with his deputy on this matter, but for now he released Adam. After the agent left the office, the head wanted to listen to the opinion of his deputy about why the guy should look at the remains of Kamsha. The deputy didn't know for sure, but he could say with all confidence that he was doing this for a reason. He believed that the value of skills was limitless, and even hunters of the highest ranks did not spare money to buy the runestones they needed. And the head understood that in this case, this could mean that one look at the remains of Sung Jin could bring him more benefit than gaining a skill, but he still did not understand. Wasn't his ability to have a monster at his disposal, destroying him with your own hands? How suddenly did this thought make him think that maybe the guy could do this with all the monsters that died? Now they both understood that Sun Jin was simply going to make Kamshi his new warrior. And if this is true, then the head would never allow this to be done, because he believed that it was impossible for the power of one person to be so great. But Michael could not help but notice that if they refused his request, then it would become much more difficult for them to maintain friendly relations with him. The head thought a little and decided that he needed to agree to this, but only on one condition: that he would personally take him there. He believed that perhaps this could be a good chance to observe his abilities. After some time, they were already riding in the elevator, and the man started talking about how he would like to talk with Sung Jin in a calmer environment. And Sung Jin at that time was surprised that they really built a Hunters Association building where he died Kamshi. As soon as they went down, Sung Jin almost immediately felt that the local air was mixed with magical energy. He understood that if this was the remnants of Kamshi's energy, then he could only imagine how powerful a shadow warrior Kamshi could become. As soon as they went inside, the guy saw the remains, and the head began to say that during the battle, about 100 of the strongest and bravest hunters were destroyed, but the last 5 survivors were able to defeat him, and therefore they managed to keep his remains intact. In addition, all the energy used in the building of the Hunters Association is obtained by them from the magic stone Kamshi. The head hoped that Sung Jin was now satisfied, but instead the guy suddenly asked the man and everyone else to take a few steps back. The association employees were far from confident that it would be safe, but the head assured them that he himself had given the guy permission to do this. He asked them to be quiet and just carefully observe what was happening here. Sung Jin understood that this would be a special call, so he gathered a lot of energy around himself and still uttered the cherished words that were supposed to make Kamshi rebel. The first attempt, as Sung Jin expected, was a failure, but he was not going to give up. The system notified him that he had 2 more attempts left, so before using them, the guy decided to exhale a little, after which he spoke these words again to make the shadow rise. And this time the guy managed to do it. The strength of this dragon was significantly different from all his shadow soldiers, and it was immediately noticeable. The Kamshi dragon immediately realized who had called him, because he had known the Lord of Shadows for a long time. The head and all his subjects could not believe their eyes. Until the last moment they thought that this was simply impossible and the guy would not succeed. But now they see the dragon with their own eyes. Moreover, the dragon also paid attention to them and did not fully understand what people were doing here. But even in his head, there was a voice that asked him to destroy all people and do it as soon as possible. This dragon was behind the strongest glass they could make, but at some point it began to seem to each of them that it was about to break, although Sung Jin was simply using a little of his strength. In any case, at the moment, this was not the only problem that they needed to worry about, because the dragon was already preparing a huge fireball with which it was going to hit all the people. All the wards immediately tried to save the head of the association, telling him that he needed to avoid the blow, although each of them understood that this was the very breath of the dragon, from which it would be incredibly difficult to escape. It seemed that a little more and this dragon would destroy them, but soon enough Sun Jin intervened in this matter, who ordered the dragon to stop, after which he added that enough time had passed since the magic stone in his head was destroyed, so he should no longer listen to orders. Other people did not understand what Sun Jin was talking about because he spoke in the language of monsters. But even this fact amazed them. The dragon answered him that now he finally understands what it means to be in the power of the Lord of Shadows. And he, like a lower being who once served the Dragon Emperor, welcomes the new Lord. Sun Jin was surprised to hear this, but according to this dragon, his previous master was the Emperor of Mad Dragons, the Lord of Destruction. The guy at that moment felt incredible anger. It was quite difficult for him to believe that the power of the Shadow Soldier could be so enormous. It was immediately clear that his level was strikingly different from all the monsters in his army. Sung Jin at this moment could only imagine how bad this dragon was. But the people who stood and carefully watched this were not entirely delighted with such a picture. It still seemed to them that the dragon would simply attack them at one moment. The Lord of Shadows, and also the King of the Giants, Sung Jin repeated this in his head, and thought about whether this means that the system showed him one of the 9 lords. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by this dragon, who suddenly said that it was time for them to say goodbye. Sung Jin did not understand what was happening at all, but the dragon began to suddenly disappear. Although Sung Jin clearly did not want this, and in the end the dragon said that apparently they met him too late. The guy seemed to begin to understand what was happening, but still could not believe that even the power of the Shadow Lord could not cope with the 8-year gap. No matter how hard he tried, unfortunately Sung Jin could not stop this process, so he could only listen to the last words of the dragon, who said that he really envied his shadow warriors who could serve him forever. He also considered it necessary to say that in this world there are 4 people who have received the power of rulers, and he asks his king to be careful with them. And finally, he said that it was a great honor for him to see the new king, even for a moment. After which the dragon's shadow disappeared, and the system notified the guy that he still failed to remove the shadow from this body. The system also reported that this shadow had returned to the world of non-existence, and all this because too much time had passed since the death of the object. Sung Jin thought for a while and again turned to Mr. White with a request. He asked to convey his apologies to the head of the association, and also asked him to tell him that he would help them as much as possible with paying for the repairs. After which the guy with a rather unpleasant aftertaste inside left this place. The guy was unhappy that he was unable to call Kamshi into his army, because it would have been a very strong fortification. As soon as Sung Jin returned to everyone back, Woo Jin immediately decided to ask the guy why he was unavailable. He told him that he simply went down for a while to a place where there was no connection. Next, Woo Jin decided to find out whether he and Jin Ho met, who, according to the man, came to him immediately after his call. Sung Jin didn't understand what they were talking about, because he didn't call Jin Ho. On the contrary, he sent him to the hotel. But Woo Jin told how Jin Ho called the number, and until that moment, he thought that it was Sung Jin who told the guy about that he's waiting for him at the Hunters Association. Adam intervened in their dialogue and added that, judging by the notes of Mr. Jin Ho, he was not on the list of visitors. Woo Jin could not believe it, because he himself saw how 2 hours ago, a hunter from the Scavenger Guild personally came and took him away. The agent, of course, did not deny the fact that they were associated with many guilds, but he also assured them that they had no right to do their work, and therefore he believed that it would be faster if he found out about everything directly. Sung Jin stood silently at that moment and just tried to understand why he had such a bad feeling. Thomas's secretary picked up the phone to talk to the person who called the reception of the Scavenger Guild, and there she was told that the deputy of the guild, Ah Jin, was currently with them. At first the girl didn't understand what they were talking about because no one came to them, but then she began to guess what was going on. The girl immediately asked whether Sung Jin knew about this, but Adam reassured her when he said that he was not aware of the matter yet, and they had been in the association for the last couple of hours and had just returned. Then she decided that they would find out everything as soon as possible so that a conflict would not arise. Adam understood her and immediately decided to tell Sung Jin that he had contacted the Scavenger Guild, and as soon as something became known, they would immediately inform them. But when he turned around to say this, the guy was no longer there. Sung Jin decided to act alone and find Jin Ho on his own, because he believed that it was directly his mistake. He used the Shadow Exchange to be transported to the hospital to his father, and besides, he knew that it was necessary to assign a shadow soldier to Jin Ho, but didn't do it. The guy was still very scared that something similar could happen like that day when his sister almost got hurt, but he decided that he would do everything possible to prevent this from happening in any way. And for this, he summoned quite a lot of shadow soldiers, which forced him to look for Jin Ho everywhere. As soon as Thomas heard about this situation, he and his people immediately arrived at the scene. But it was already too late, and all that could be seen was that Huang Dong-su had done something wrong. Therefore, he ordered his guys to find Huang Dong-su before Sung Jin Woo found him, and he allowed this to be done by any means. Sung Jin stood at a great height and tried to find out where Jin Ho was, but he had a feeling that they had left the city. But on the other hand, he also understood that Jin Ho was a D-rank hunter, and even a few strong ordinary people would not be able to cope with him. The thought was born in his head that if the car of the Hunters Association had left the city, he would definitely have suspected something was wrong and would have started to resist. And they also left him a hint that this was the work of scavengers. And now Sung Jin began to remember all the hunters who were from this guild, and at one moment he remembered Huang Dong-su, whose older brother, the guy destroyed a long time ago in the dungeon. Sung Jin realized that apparently the man had been waiting for a very long time for them to appear on American soil, and all in order to reveal the truth about the death of his older brother. Then only he and Jin Ho survived in the dungeon, and Huang Dong-su definitely suspects them. Now he understands that he should have taken Inspector Wu Jin's warning more seriously then. Sung Jin does not regret what happened back then, but this would not have happened if he had not forgotten to leave a shadow next to Jin Ho again. And so now he will regret if something happens to Jin Ho. Thomas, sitting in his office, was surprised that Huang Dong-su was ready to even sacrifice his life in order to at least get closer to revenge. But on the other hand, it seemed to him that Huang Dong-su should understand the difference between himself and Sun Jin Woo. But at the same time, his behavior is absolutely reckless. And it seems that he is just waiting for Thomas to intervene in this matter. Thomas didn't understand why he needed all this, and since when did he have a reputation as a master rescuer? So he called Lola, who told him that she had requested cooperation from the Hunters Association and analyzed all of Huang's travel records for the past month and found records of trips that were not on his schedule. He had traveled 3 times to a place that was not marked on the map. Thomas immediately asked her to send all the guys there, and he was also going to go in that direction. But he would also like to know how she was able to persuade all these bureaucrats from the association. According to her, she just told them that if they don't find Huang Dong-su, then the master and the hunter Sun Jin Woo might quarrel, and then they would be the first to suffer. One of Huang Dong-sun's assistants was not sure that they could really do this, but the man assured him that he was not going to do anything with it. He stole it only to find out one thing. Although Master Thomas warned him not to touch Sung Jin, he apparently did not know that Huang Dong-sun initially had no desire to deal with him, because there is another person who is able to answer his question. He said that he would let Jin Ho go after he told him about the raid that he and his brother went through. He just needed to make sure who was done with his brother, and the boy just needed to say it, and then he could calmly leave. But his methods were clearly too cruel because he hit him on the body and thereby forced him to stand up. One of them noticed that an ordinary person would have died long ago, but this one was holding up well, and Huang Dong-su didn't even understand where such a simpleton got such willpower and how he could still keep his mouth shut. He praised his courage but still continued to beat Jin Ho, because he believed that this would not help the guy anyway. But still, he once again tried to talk to him and convey the fact that he is not going to destroy him. He just wants to hear the answer to his question, and that's all. But if Jin Ho continues to remain silent, then this guy with glasses will save Jin Ho's life every time he is on the verge of death, after which he will again experience the beating, and this will continue until he hears the answer. He tried to convey to Jin Ho that he would only feel pain. Besides, this is a plant that stopped working more than 5 years ago, and no one would hear his screams or come to his aid. And after all these words, he asked his question again, but the answer he heard was clearly not what he needed. After all, Jin Ho smiled even through the pain and sent this guy, for which he received another blow to the head, and then another, and this continued for a long time. The third member of this show asked Huang to be a little more careful because he is not planning to become an accomplice in crime yet. At some point, they simply asked him to end it because they had already learned a lot of information. But in one voice, Huang and a voice from the side told them that this was just the beginning. They all turned around and saw an orc in the distance who apparently knew how to speak humanly. The guys thought that there was apparently a dungeon breakout nearby, so one of them broke out. So Huang immediately decided to go and deal with it. The man had no time for jokes, so he immediately flew into battle to destroy this orc and return to his original task. Sung Jin's mother and his sister were watching TV together, and at some point it started showing Sung Jin, who represented Korea at the meeting of all countries. The shadow who was watching the king's sister and mother suddenly felt a feeling that was quite familiar to him. Bear felt similar when his king was very angry, but instead of striking the monster, Huang himself missed a rather strong blow to the body, which forced him to slow down slightly with his attacks. His friends clearly didn't expect this, so they didn't even think that he would need help. But Jin Ho understood perfectly well what was happening, and his smile signaled this. After a few seconds, it became clear that Sung Jin found them much faster than they thought. And after a few more seconds, Jin Ho drank a potion that would help him recover faster. But the system immediately notified Sung Jin that Jin Ho would not be able to restore his health because his health was below 10%. Therefore, he had to turn to these two guys who were standing behind him and find out if there was a healer among them. They were silent, but Sung Jin immediately realized that he was among them. So he decided to convince them to cure Jin Ho, otherwise the conversation would be completely different. The healer did not understand Korean, but looking into this look, he understood that it was probably better for him to cure the guy. And as soon as he thought about this, Huang Dong-su came out of the ruins and translated to his healer that Sun Jin was asking him to cure his friend. And he himself turned to Sung Jin and said that he was very glad to see him, and besides, they met in person for the first time. Sung Jin once again repeated to the healer to begin treating Jin Ho. But the healer believed that the guy would be finished off now, so he was not going to do it. This obviously forced Sun Jina to start talking to them in a completely different way, and it was the same healer who was the first to come under attack. Huang's second friend was not a healer at all, so he received the blow without talking. Next in line was Huang Dong-su, who was already looking forward to this battle because now he was sure that Sun Jin was the very person who destroyed his older brother. Jin Ho turned to Sung Jin and asked him to be careful because his opponent was an S-rank hunter. Sung Jin asked him not to speak and not to waste his strength. It would be enough for him to just rest and observe everything. While they were going at each other, Huang tried to find out from him, or was it he who destroyed his brother and all his team members? But in response, he heard only silence because Sun Jin had no desire to answer. Although later, he finally found the right words and suggested that Huang go and ask his brother who did it himself. It is obvious that after such words, Huang went on the attack and immediately tried to strike the guy. But so far, he had not been able to do this because his blows were too slow and Sung Jin was too easily able to dodge his blow. Moreover, he managed to inflict a blow on his body, which Huang clearly did not expect. Only one such blow allowed Sun Jin to inflict quite a lot of damage on his opponent. Looking at Huan, the guy understood that it would be even easier than he thought. But Huan was not going to give up until the last moment and was going to continue fighting. But again, all this was just an illusion, because before he could move, Sun Jin literally teleported to him and delivered another precise blow to the head. And he struck such blows without stopping until Thomas arrived on the scene, who immediately ordered Sun Jin to stop. The first thing the man wanted to do was ask him if Huang Dong-su was still alive. Sung Jin told him that this scoundrel was still alive, and upon hearing this, Thomas immediately suggested that he come to an agreement, because if he does this, then he will turn a blind eye to everything that happened. But the guy wanted to know what would happen if he suddenly refused him this offer. Thomas made it clear to him that then he would simply have to change his tone, and Sun Jin was unlikely to leave this factory on her own 2 feet. Sung Jin threw Huan's body into the air without much thought. And while Huang Dong-su was flying, he was still conscious and only thought that everything was going according to plan. After all, he understood perfectly well that Thomas would not be able to solve this problem by remaining on the sidelines, and most likely he would simply destroy Sung Jin instead of him. This was Huang's original plan. He wanted to bring Thomas and Sung Jin together, and then the fight would be equal. Thomas at that moment tried to ask Sung Jin if he knew who was standing in front of him, but the guy interrupted him and immediately said that he really didn't care who he was or what he was doing here. The man understood perfectly well that Sun Jin knew everything about him, but at the same time, he still continued to behave this way. Thomas Andre grew up in a poor immigrant family, and from childhood it seemed that he had absolutely nothing. But one day it became clear that heaven had given him the best ability that could be imagined. It was the power with which he could crush everyone else. And year after year, he confirmed his power in endless and countless battles. Each time he watched how the behavior of people who saw his power changed, but he continued to strive for the top using any ways. And when a completely different power finally appeared, he gained the opportunity to rule in it like a real king, destroying those who stood in his way, forcing those who tried to humiliate him to kneel. So today, he mentally told Sun Jin that the guy would only have his own stupidity to blame. While Sun Jin and Thomas were talking, a bunch of hunters and agents from the association arrived at the scene. But before they had time to approach to see what was happening, they suddenly heard loud explosions. And when the fog cleared, they saw Thomas standing in a defensive stance. Now all the people began to leave, because they understood perfectly well what could happen now. And Thomas understood that apparently he and Sun Jin would not be able to come to an agreement. The guy, meanwhile, ordered Regressed and his dragon to take Jin Ho to the nearest hospital and make sure that he is cured at all costs. At one point, Thomas thought that there is absolutely no interest in fighting with someone who is weaker than him, but now he absolutely does not care about Huang Dong-su, because he believed that there was only one way to restore his destroyed reputation, and that was to destroy this impudent guy. But still, Thomas occupied a fairly high position, so first he asked Sung Jin to admit the mistake and retreat, then he could save his life. Sung Jin decided to answer him without words, but from this answer, everything was crystal clear. This obviously angered Thomas even more, who did not understand what kind of person the guy was if he was so confident in his abilities. Moreover, he did this in front of the master, and therefore the man was sure that Sun Jin would still regret that he had missed his last chance. A few seconds later, this battle began, and it was more like resistance between 2 armies. Thomas at that moment also did not stand still and struck blow after blow to any shadow soldier who was in his way. He believed that all these soldiers were simply nothing against him. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he decided to attack his real opponent. Other Sungjin soldiers tried to stop him, but everything was unsuccessful because the man threw blows that they simply were not able to block. But all this was just a deceptive maneuver so that Sun Jin could deliver his blow. But as soon as he got close to the man and tried to strike him with his blade, it became clear that there were problems with this. After all, the man's armor is simply incredibly strong, so it is almost impossible to break it. But the worst thing in this situation is that the guy will now have to dodge a rather unexpected blow. But it was almost impossible to do this, so Sung Jin had to miss the blow. Thomas immediately decided to laugh at the guy because he suddenly decided that he could underestimate a national-level hunter. But the man didn't stop there, and at some point he used telekinesis to pull Sung Jin closer to himself, which Sung Jin clearly did not expect. Thomas believed that after this fight, the guy would definitely experience despair, realizing their difference in strength. And while Thomas was chatting, Sung Jin decided to launch his attack, which the man did not expect at that moment. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but it still seemed to him that the guy was not going to defeat him with this. Rather, he was only using it to immobilize the man. But in any case, it was surprising to see that Sung Jin decided to attack instead of resisting telekinesis. And in fact, he did it perfectly. He delivered an accurate blow to the man's head. For the first time in so many years, Thomas felt what it was like when blood was flowing from him. And his opponent was a really strong person. But before he had time to recover from this blow, Sun Jin was already nearby and was about to strike the man with another blow for his words that someone out there would know despair. After several more such blows, the man admitted that it was time to stop looking down on the guy, otherwise it would not lead to anything good. But he definitely wasn't going to sit idly by, and so he decided to use reinforcement. On the way to the scene, the driver asked Mr. White to explain to him what the situation was, but according to White, they did not have enough time for details. It was clear that apparently this was all due to the fact that White was an ordinary person who did not feel anything. But he, in turn, understood perfectly well that if they drove a little further, they would most likely put their lives on the line. He'd already thought about it. There are 4 people with whom the rulers shared power. The guy understood that perhaps these were the same people who survived the raid on Kamshi. In other words, these are the people who were given the title of national-level hunters. And one of these people, as it seemed to him, was precisely Thomas Andre, who showed his true appearance after a few minutes of battle. Sung Jin understood that this fight would not be like any of those that he had already had, and he should take this quite seriously. And while he was thinking about this, Thomas decided to use one of his most powerful skills, the name of which spoke for itself and was called Destruction. Judging by the scale of such a blow, it was not difficult to understand why it bears this name. So far, Sung Jin had managed to dodge all the blows the man was throwing, but he knew very well that this couldn't go on for long, and he urgently needed to come up with something. But at one moment, Thomas caught him in his sights, and it seemed that he had destroyed Sung Jin. The guy's shadow soldiers were erased in 1 second, as if they were not there. Moreover, this was not a simple attack. It sucked everything into itself, as if it were a black hole. And the guy understood perfectly well that if he did not have the power of a ruler, then it could suck him in too. Sung Jin decided to move a little further from the epicenter of this blow to think about how he should fight further. But Thomas was not going to give him this opportunity and immediately told the guy that this time he would definitely not let him go and would bring the matter to its logical conclusion. The hunters who arrived with Thomas gradually began to evacuate all the victims, because they understood perfectly well that they needed to be as far as possible from the master. Thomas, meanwhile, gathered his will into a fist and flew at Sung Jin with a new attack. But this time the guy was ready, so he managed to jump and literally push off from Thomas's head. The master believed that by doing so, the guy only made things worse for himself, because it would be easier for him to hit him. But it seemed so to him only at first glance, because Sun Jin used the ruler's touch skill without any problems. And this time he pulled Thomas even faster, which clearly made the man understand that Sung Jin was going to fight face to face. But the man believed that he was always ready to accept such a challenge, so he used another of his skills, which was called Strengthening, and immediately went on the attack. The shockwave from such a blow was obviously quite strong, but there was still someone who was able to apply much more force. And it was Sung Jin who was still able to land normally and not receive much damage. But even though Thomas received a lot of damage, he still was not going to give up and immediately wanted to continue his attack. His confidence was enviable because even after such a blow, he flew at Sung Jin as if he were an ordinary monster. And as it turned out later, it was a mistake that he made because Sun Jin was easily able to dodge such an attack and launch his own counterattack. It was a pretty strong blow right to Thomas's face, which was able to crumble even his armor. When Mr. White and his driver arrived at the scene, they literally could not believe their eyes. Were there really some monsters fighting there? They both understood that the situation was quite serious, and they obviously had to be prepared for anything. Suddenly, they noticed a body that fell from a strong blow, and they could not confuse it. It was definitely Mr. Thomas. Mr. White immediately ordered to stop this fight immediately, and to do it by any means necessary. But it will obviously be very difficult to do this, because it was clearly visible how Sun Jin beats Thomas Andre himself. The man at that moment simply could not block Sun Jin's blows. He was simply trying to understand how a magic-type hunter could develop such speed and have such enormous strength. But he was more interested in the question of how he could lose. For him, it seemed simply impossible no matter what the conditions were, but apparently this is so. Of course, he tried to counterattack, but Sun Jin repelled it too easily, and then continued to attack the monster. The main proof of Thomas's power has always been his superior destructive power, which no one else had. But now he saw that some guy was capable of destroying him, but this only angered him even more. So he began to shout that such pathetic attacks would not work on him, because he was Thomas Andre. In response to this, Sun Jin once again repeated to him that he absolutely does not care who he is, after which he continued to beat his opponent in front of a dozen of his employees and colleagues. Mr. White tried to shout to Sun Jin and stop him, but so far it was clearly useless. At one point, Sun Jin's punch finally broke through Thomas's defense. Therefore, at one point, the man was forced to admit defeat, and this served as a kind of stop for Sun Jin. He stopped beating the man and stopped. Adam was still shocked that Sun Jin was able to turn Thomas into a punching bag, because before that he was considered the strongest national hunter, and it was very strange to watch such a picture. It seemed to him that finding at least one hunter in the whole world who could do something like this with Thomas would be incredibly difficult. But what is more scary at the moment is that if this becomes known to the public, the world will literally turn upside down. In any case, at the moment the main thing was to cure Thomas, but the healer immediately said that the man had broken large bones and was bleeding heavily, so he needed help. The healer also considered it important to add that Mr. Thomas was able to withstand such an amount of damage only because he is one of the strongest hunters in the world. If anyone else had been in his place, he would most likely have died. Fortunately, there were practically no deaths, and Mr. White was glad that everything turned out exactly the way he did, when suddenly he was called to him by one of the assistants, who asked the man to come up and take a closer look. There, not far from Thomas, lay hunter Huang Dong-Su, but he was less fortunate, and his heart was not beating at the moment, and hunter Sung Jin-woo disappeared after Thomas admitted defeat. Sung Jin used a shadow exchange and swapped with BR, so he ended up in Korea and the Ant in America, where he used all his powers to cure Jin-ho. While Sung Jin was thinking about this situation, his shadow soldier appeared in front of him, who had the rank of general, but did not have a name, so he is here to ask Sung Jin for a name. The guy thought a little and offered him Grid, because he died because of his greed, so this name suits him. Sung Jin did not hear back from his new soldier, so he decided to call him by his old name and find out if Huang Dong-Su likes his new name Grid. Grid was completely okay with his new name and was now happy to serve his new king. The next day, there were even more reporters for International Guild Day. But fortunately for the American Guild, no one knew about yesterday's incident. At least that's what it seemed to Sung Jin, who was corrected by Mr. White, who wanted to tell the guy that today it would be clearly difficult for him to avoid everyone's interest. He also added that they witnessed what happened from the words of hunter Huang Dong-Su's companions, and that the Hunters Association will soon publish a report on what happened. Sung Jin at that moment was thinking that he really doesn't even want to think about Huang Dong-Su anymore, because he really only had one reason to come to this conference. But now, he has nothing else to do here. But apparently he will have to endure it and stay here for a while. And while he is here, Mr. White suggested that the guy take these headphones so that he could translate all these briefings for him. As soon as Sung Jin opened the doors of this huge hall, he saw that a bunch of people were already sitting there, and they were all representatives of certain countries. Everyone around immediately turned their attention to Sung Jin. They thought that this was the Asian who almost destroyed Thomas Andre. And he also showed himself during the incident in Tokyo, but they simply could not believe what he could do something similar with Thomas. In any case, finally, everyone was assembled, and they could begin the long-awaited conference. The first to come up to the microphone was an old man who introduced himself as Belzer. He assumed that they all knew that recently, A huge number of high-rank gates had begun to appear. But he did not forget to say that strange phenomena had been discovered along with this. Belzer told them all that they had already partially clarified that the density of magical power in the air was gradually increasing, and for now he proposed giving this force a temporary name, and from that moment, he suggested that they call it magical energy. After which he opened a huge map on which points were marked, and according to him, they marked the places where this magical energy is most concentrated. There were 9 of them in total, according to Belzer, and at one point he decided to highlight one place where the most magical energy had accumulated. This place turned out to be Korea, namely in Seoul. Everything just calmed down, and as soon as they heard about this, they again turned their attention to Sung Jin, who did not react to this at all. Belzer continued speaking and first of all asked not to pay attention to Mr. Sun Jin Woo, because he believed that no hunter could control magical energy. Sung Jin was thinking at this moment that maybe there were 9 seats because there were only 9 lords. In any case, Belzer continued to say that they do not yet know the reason why the energy is collected, but for now he is confident that they can find a way to deal with it, and perhaps their world will have to face strong changes once again. At this point, Dr. Belzer was hinted that his report must have already been completed, and the man did not argue with this. After which an agent from the association approached the microphone, according to whom he had very important news. It was extremely difficult for him to tell them this news, but still he collected his thoughts and began to talk about the fact that about 2 weeks ago the hunter Christopher Ridd was destroyed by unknown enemies. After this, all the representatives immediately began to talk among themselves, because they could not believe that this was even possible, because Christopher was a national hunter. They also understood perfectly well that this requires a person with a similar level of strength, so Sung Jin again did not go unnoticed. The man who was at the microphone added that Christopher's death will be officially announced tomorrow. He saw that panic had begun in the hall, so he asked to listen to him carefully and not to draw any hasty conclusions, because at the moment there is a person who is the main suspect, and this person was the so-called suspect S. Some did not believe that Sung Jin had anything to do with this situation, while others noticed that the face of this suspect reminded them too much of something. They forced themselves to think that they were simply similar to Sung Jin, because all Asians seemed to have the same face. In any case, they forbade themselves to turn around. Sung Jin at that moment remembered the words of Kamshi, who told him that in this world there are 4 people who received the power of rulers, and he asked the king to be careful with them. The man at the microphone also added that the suspect was found in one of the dungeons in America and identified as a monster who speaks human language. He only knew Korean, so they requested help to interrogate the hunter Hwang Dong-soo. In the end, the suspect defeated Hwang and escaped. The main building of the association was turned into ruins, and therefore they believed that the suspect was so strong that he was able to defeat the hunter, who was the main power of the scavenger guild. And therefore there is a high probability that Christopher Ridd was destroyed by the monsters that came out of the dungeon. According to him, they could team up with their suspect, and this is exactly the conclusion that came to them after all the reflection on this matter. The guy's head was replaying the words that his father said when he looked at Hwang, that he was forbidden to even think about going to Korea. And he said this not for the sake of his son, but for the sake of Hwang, because even after his death, he would not be able to close your eyes. Sung Jin couldn't believe that his father really said that, because he called Hwan, and he really couldn't close his eyes after his own death. Grid, who was carefully called by Sung Jin, quietly confirmed the guy's assumptions. Now Sung Jin was sure that this man was his father. But the man behind the microphone did not stop talking and continued to talk about how they were going to request help in capturing Suspect S from the guilds of all countries. So if they find this man, then they need contact them. One of the representatives decided to find out if they had evidence that it was Suspect S who did this, and according to the association, the waves of his magical power have the same length as the waves of the monster's magical power. Then they did not understand why he did not disclose his personal information, and the man decided to answer this question by saying that he was connected with one of the hunters present here, so they decided not to disclose it. At this point, he decided to leave since no one else had any questions. But apparently he did it early, because a hand rose from the audience, and then a question was asked in which it was interesting to know. Wouldn't it be better if those gathered here had a complete set of information? This question was asked by Ji Kang, who is a 7-star hunter from China. He realized that no one would just tell him anything, so he decided that it would be best to ask directly. So he asked the whole room how the monster is connected with the hunter Sung Jin Woo. The president realized that since Hunter Ji Kang raised this topic, He had no choice but to tell everything. So he said that during the interrogation of the suspect, it was discovered that he was the father of Hunter Sung Jin-woo, but so far, they are investigating this information. This, as expected, caused even more discussions, which of course were directed at Sung Jin. Ji Kang, hearing this, decided to turn to Sung Jin and ask him what he would do if that monster really turned out to be his father. Sung Jin didn't even turn to answer, but simply said that hunters should destroy monsters, and if he turns out to be one, he will destroy it with his own hands. But on the other hand, he clarified that if it is not a monster, but his real father, then he will protect him and his entire family. Even if for this, he has to make all the hunters of this world his enemies. At this point, the preparations were completed, and after them, Mr. White approached the guy, who wanted to find out from the guy, or was he saying all this sincerely? Sun Ji didn't really understand what this question was about, so White had to explain that saying something like that, being in front of the strongest hunter from all over the world, is quite brave, and he thinks that there are only two people who are capable of such rash actions. And he considered the second person to be the one who is now resting in the hospital. The agent also decided to tell Sung Jin that there would now be a formal dinner, which the association had been diligently preparing, so if Sung Jin was in no hurry, then White would like to invite him to share the meal with them. But the answer will apparently have to wait, because Ji Kang confidently walked toward Sung Jin along with his friends. And when he came close, he said that it was in Chinese, after which he smiled. Sung Jin did not understand a word, so he asked to translate, and Mr. White did it with pleasure. And as it turned out, Ji Kang said that he had caught one giant he had missed in the waters of China. The guy was surprised that White even knew Chinese, but according to the man, this should not have been surprising, because he is responsible for the Asian region, so he speaks all the languages of this group at a sufficient level. Sung Jin then asked him to translate their dialogue further, and according to White, Ji Kang was very surprised, because the power of that monster turned out to be much greater than it initially seemed. He suffered especially hard due to the fact that the battle took place on the water. The Chinese hunter also added that he had wanted to meet Sung Jin for a long time, and was interested in what kind of person the hunter would be, who could deal with the strongest monsters with such ease. He was also pleased to see how he dealt with the hunter Thomas, because it was obvious that Thomas was to blame for the incident. Sung Jin, listening to all this, thought that at first this guy seemed quite rude to him, but now he sees that this is not so. Therefore, he shook his hand with pleasure, because now it seems to him that this guy is quite interesting. And when they finally shook hands, Ji Kang added something else. It was clear from White's face that he said something clearly not good. But still, he translated that Ji Kang said that he would hope even more that Suspect S would not turn out to be Hunter Sung Jin's family. White also added that he said that he did not want to face Sung Jin in battle. So White felt that his words were not said in a negative way. This dialogue did not have time to end when the president of the association turned to Sung Jin, who apparently also wanted to exchange a few words with the guy. But they decided to talk in a more private setting, and Miss Salner was present during this dialogue, who was glad to see Sung Jin and showed it with all her appearance. Sung Jin suddenly began to worry about this, because he did not understand why Norma suddenly needed to see him, because it seemed to him that after that incident the woman would not want to meet with him. In response to this, the woman said that recently she has been having the same dream every night, and in it she sees someone hunting the best hunters. And the saddest thing about this situation is that this dream eventually comes true. Sung Jin, in response to this, decided to find out if this was the case with Christopher. At this moment, the president entered the dialogue and said that they had warned Mr. Rid, but he did not take their words seriously. And now everyone knows perfectly well what this ultimately led to. The woman summed up that the strongest hunters who support the world will die one after another, and those who hunt them will never stop. Sung Jin assumed that she would next tell him to be careful, but that was not what the woman wanted to say. She's only here to ask Sung Jin to protect these people, which the guy clearly did not expect to hear. After which the woman added that every night she tried to remember the faces of those who were hunting for them, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. Therefore, at some point, she decided to use another method and try to test them using her ability. He couldn't believe that she did the same thing that she did on him that day, but apparently the woman did just that. According to her, inside these monsters there is only an endless void, and as soon as she found it, she immediately woke up. The emptiness spoke to her. She literally looked at her and spoke in response. Sung Jin understood that she was clearly not joking, so he wanted to hear what the woman heard. She was told that their only option was to humbly return to their world and simply wait for the war. Sung Jin understood perfectly well that she was talking about the war between rulers and lords, Legia told him about it. But in this case, he didn't quite understand which side was destroying the hunters, and how does this even relate to the woman's request. She told him that the only thing here was that when she looked into Sung Jin's eyes, she saw the same thing. The guy remembered that that day Miss Salner came face to face with the power of the Shadow Lord, and if the people from her dream have the same power, then they are the lords. The president added that they are superior to the hunters, and in order to prevent Miss Salner's dreams from coming true, they need a person who is able to resist those creatures, and in fact, until the very end, they refused to believe that Sung Jin was the only one who could protect everyone else. But after they saw his fight with Mr. Thomas yesterday, everything became obvious to them. He also immediately noticed that they would not ask him for help without offering anything in return. So he immediately told Sung Jin that he can ask you to give him the last thing left of Kamsha, and this is a runestone. He also added that there are hunters in this world who have received a strong blessing, and until now they have supported the world with their own strength, and if they disappear, the world is unlikely to withstand such a loss. Sung Jin, after listening to the man, was still forced to refuse him. The president couldn't believe that the guy would make just such a decision, so he wanted to find out, or was it all just because of hatred for Mr. Thomas? But according to Sung Jin, the point was far from this, but that he did not yet know the enemy with whom he really needed to fight. After these words, the guy saw no point in continuing the dialogue, so he got up and began to leave. But still, right near the exit, Sung Jin turned to Mr. White and asked him for a list of names of hunters who needed his protection. And he would also be very grateful if he would arrange a meeting for him with them. The president's face at that moment spoke for itself. He was incredibly happy to hear this. On the last day of the International Conference of Guilds on the Night for Hunters, Jin Ho finally appeared, who, according to him, felt great. Moreover, when he heard that for his sake, Sung Jin fought with the great Thomas Andre, who was called Goliath, he almost burst into tears just like now. Other hunters at this time were assessing Sung Jin, and one of them said that despite the fact that he was standing right in front of their noses, he was still unable to feel his energy. Apparently, this was all due to the fact that the guy was on a completely different level. But they were surprised by the fact that Sung Jin fought with Thomas only for the sake of this guy. He is an ordinary and unremarkable hunter, so they did not understand why he risked so much. Suddenly, the dialogue between Sung Jin and Jin Ho was interrupted by a man who came up to meet the guy and introduced himself as a representative of a professional cleanup organization, and he would like to discuss cooperation with the guy because he is interested in the monsters he had previously defeated. This was actually very timely, because it seemed to Sung Jin that it was time for Jin Ho to take part in the life of the guild, and so he answered the man that he was only responsible for raids, and his deputy, vice president of the guild, Jin Ho, was in charge of business matters. The man did not expect this a little, but still walked away with Jin Ho, who immediately admitted that in fact he does not often discuss, but today he will make a special exception for him. Sung Jin, watching all this, was very glad that Jin Ho quickly came to his senses and returned to work. Although it was worth noting that he had grown noticeably during all this time and became a real vice president. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the president, who approached Sung Jin with a tablet and handed him a list. Then he added that their association converts the activity of hunters into points and distributes them in the ranking, and at the moment these 10 people occupy leading positions. And the president said this only to say that if Sung Jin agrees to their proposal, then most likely he will be asked to protect these people. Sung Jin, looking at this list, decided to find out what place he was in, and the president answered him that, given the destruction of the giant monsters, he believed that Sung Jin was now in third place. In any case, Sung Jin was too lazy to run after them, so he decided that he would simply tie a shadow to each of them, and this was the best option anyway. In this way, he will be able to stay in contact with the overlords with the help of other hunters, and thanks to this, he will be able to know who is the enemy and who is the friend, as well as with whom and how he will need to fight. But at some point during this wonderful evening it became too hot, and his guards immediately approached Sung Jin. And the fact was that Thomas Andre came to this meeting, who first of all decided to approach Sung Jin and ask him a question. But before that, he started talking about the fact that this hand had taken too much damage and therefore no healer could cure it. The doctors also told him that it would take a lot of time for him to fully recover. He was sure that he could easily destroy him and all the guild members, but in that commotion, not one of them died, not counting Mr. Huang, which seemed a little strange to Thomas. And given all this, his question was that he was curious to know why Sung Jin suddenly decided to let them live. The guy, without thinking for a long time, told him that they simply had not done anything to deserve instant death. After this answer, Thomas turned around and began to leave, telling Sung Jin that he was going to hold the best funeral for Huang Dong-su, if of course the guy doesn't mind. He also wanted to have lunch with the guy when his arm got better, so he asked to leave his contact information with his manager. After which Laura added that the master had just thanked him for not destroying the members of the guild and thereby expressed his respect to him, because despite his behavior, in the girl's opinion he has a very shy character. Next, she moved closer to Sung Jin in order to find out his phone number, because the master said that he would like to repay him somehow as a token of his gratitude, and this means that Sung Jin can wish for anything. The guy replied that this was really not necessary, but the girl pointed out that the master hates being in debt to someone, and he will try to pay the guy back anyway, so it doesn't really matter what he asks. He can just say whatever he wants. Sung Jin realized that they wouldn't let him out of here just like that, so he decided to ask for some good dagger. Laura thanked Sung Jin for his choice and added that it would be completed soon. After this dialogue, the president decided that it was time for him to meet with the people on their list, and the president invited him to conduct it. But the guy noticed that there was no need for this yet. And since the man mentioned this, Sung Jin decided to find out why one of them was not here, and specifically the guy did not see the 6th place. The president was surprised that Sung Jin even knew about this, but still told him that the association had not been able to contact him for several days, and therefore they secretly sent their people to scout the situation in Brazil, but his traces had not yet been found. The guy understood where all this was going, and most likely they simply didn't have time, which means that there were only 7 people left. The chairman of the Korean Association, sitting in his office, thought that his heart had been hurting too often lately. He understood that it had not been in the best condition for many years, and it seemed that recently everything had only worsened. Apparently its limit had come. Gong-hoo remembered that his doctor told him that if he didn't quit his job now, then he would lose his life before half a year. But he still continued to work, and as a result, made it this far. And all because he understood that the limit was something inevitable. The miracle was that he held out until this moment, and just at that moment his wife called him, who wanted to find out if everything was okay with him. But according to the chairman, nothing could bad things happen. Suddenly he felt an incredibly strong energy that pierced his body. He didn't fully understand what had happened until he saw some creature sitting in his office. But looking at him, the man understood perfectly well that this was far from a monster or a hunter. This was something much stronger. Guo Hong understood that given the fact that this creature looked like a person, it could tell him that perhaps the man would be able to talk to him. But on the other hand, no matter how hard he tried, he could not feel its energy, and therefore he did not reject the possibility that it would be impossible to reach an agreement. Although nevertheless, Guo Hong knew something for sure, and this was that he could not cope in a battle with him, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after this creature spoke and said that this place had already completely united with another world. Guo Hong was silent and continued to try to understand what was going on here, and at one point he began to think that this was just a bad dream. But this thought quickly disappeared, because at one moment he received a blow from this creature. It pierced his shoulder, but the man did not feel much pain, only a slight cold, and this was for obvious reasons, because his shoulder gradually began to freeze his body. After which this terrible creature decided to ask the man what he thinks. Is his pain also part of a dream? Guo Hong agreed with him that this was not a dream, although he did not feel much pain. After which the man decided to find out from this creature who he was and what he wanted from him. This spirit, in response to this, told the man that he hoped that he would recognize him anyway, but it seems that Guo Hong is the same ordinary person. The chairman did not fully understand what this meant and who was not an ordinary person for him. But apparently he won't get an answer to this question, because this creature continued to say that he was not interested in destroying the weak. So he wanted the chairman to show a particle of light. In addition, he knew very well that the man did not have long left, and with a calm soul he could do something unusual at the end of his life. Although he suspected that perhaps Gong Hong was simply hiding out of fear, and if this is so, then he simply doesn't see the point in wasting time talking, after which he launched an attack on him, which the chairman had better dodge, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. But at some point this creature stopped, and after its first attack suddenly said that he was very glad to finally meet. And apparently he spoke with the one who was hiding in the shadow of the fog, the one who was able to help the chairman repel this blow. This assistant chairman was the man himself, who had finally shown his true strength. This was the brightest particle of light that the monster wanted to see so badly. But the chairman was no longer going to just stop, because he came to his office, isolated him, and then closed him in another dimension. But according to this creature, he had been looking for a man for too long, and he could not even think that he was locked in a broken vessel and could not use his power at all. In addition, they have already found the location of all 7 particles and have already even destroyed 2 of them. And he always wanted to see how confusion would be reflected on his proud face. And now he could destroy his vessel without any regrets. But the particle of light that was inside the chairman clearly did not think so, and invited the Lord of Cold to quickly approach him. The Lord of Cold was absolutely not surprised by the man's answer, because it seemed to him that he remained just as stupid. He only borrowed a human body, and he in turn took possession of it. And does he really think that he can compare with at least his little finger? After these words, without thinking for a long time, he launched an attack with which he tried to surround his enemy with ice. And he actually managed to do it. At least that's what it looked like at first glance. Although nevertheless, the particle of light that was inside Gong Hong resisted to the end, and at some point was ready to strike back. But the Lord of Cold did not allow her to do this, who continued to strike blow after blow and would do this until he achieved his goal. In the end, it turned out that their battle was not as straightforward as it seemed to the Lord of Cold, who clearly did not expect resistance. But no matter how hard the chairman tried, he perfectly understood that his body was not as strong as it was before. Therefore, he decided that he needed to finish this guy as soon as possible, and then maybe he would have a chance to return home today. But the Lord of Cold clearly sensed this and was able to easily dodge Gong Hong's blow. The man's body obviously didn't want to listen to him after such blows, but he still couldn't believe that this was his limit. But the Lord of Cold saw how the aura of this body was gradually extinguishing, and therefore he perfectly understood that soon there would be nothing left of Gong Hong, no matter how hard he tried. But what disappointed him most was that Gong Hong turned out to own a rather insignificant particle of light. Therefore, it seemed to him that there was no point in wasting his time on a man, and it was time to end things with him. And a few minutes later, he literally pierced Gong Hong's body, and apparently this is where the chairman's story will really end. But the Lord of Cold was only interested in finding out how long it would take him to find a new vessel, 1 year or 2 or even more. He didn't know. But in any case, he believed that when a particle of light finds a shell for itself, this world will already be destroyed, so this issue is not so important. He just wanted to point out that his mistake was that he decided to protect the inhabitants of this world, and the ruler could not help but remind him that he considered them easy opponents with whom he could easily cope. But it turned out completely wrong. And while the bishop was telling him all this, the man suddenly began to smile, after which he grabbed the Lord's ice sword and told him that he would not fight, knowing that there was no point in this. He accepted the fact that he may have underestimated them, but they also, in his opinion, missed a very important thing that would exceed all their expectations. The Lord didn't really understand what the man was talking about, so he continued to thrust his ice dagger deeper and deeper. But at some point he stopped and clearly did it for a reason, because a huge fireball appeared in front of his face, which Gong Hong tried to direct directly at the Lord, but unfortunately for himself, he missed. And this was good news for the Lord of Cold, although he still did not expect that this particle of light was capable of anything else. It was dangerous and he admitted it, but he immediately asked Gong Hong not to say that it was his variable. But the chairman answered him with a smile that it was she. The Lord of Cold turned around and saw that the man had broken the window with his blow and did not understand. Did he really do it just for this? After all, it seemed to him that this would not change anything at all. At least it seemed so to him, but Gong Hong was sure of something completely different, so he continued to smile. And he was absolutely right, because his shadow suddenly turned into the silhouette of an ant that flew towards this window. A few seconds later, Song Jin's shadow soldier flew out through the hole that Gong Hong managed to make. But the Lord of Cold still didn't understand what only one shadow warrior could do. Suddenly, the realization of who this shadow warrior could serve came to his mind. And as soon as he realized this, he immediately took off and rushed after this shadow, completely forgetting about Gong Hong. He was able to quickly catch up with this ant, and it seemed that he was about to strike him with his blow, which would not allow him to convey the message. But apparently today he will not be able to do this because his ice blade was stopped. And this was done by Sun Jin, who quite quickly swapped bodies with this ant. He immediately took this monster by the neck and asked him only one question, in which he wanted to find out from him who he was. The Lord of Cold immediately realized that the energy of the warriors that emanated from his shadow was very strong, and therefore he realized that there was a Shadow Lord in front of him. But he did not understand what the guy was doing here and why hadn't he joined them yet. Sung Jin didn't understand at all what this ice elf was telling him. He just wanted to destroy him again, and once again try to extract the shadow from this creature. But at some point, the Ice Lord decided that it was time for him to get out of the hands of the Shadow King, so he froze him hand. And he decided not to stop there, so he created literally ice mountains, with the help of which he was going to escape from the guy. Sung Jin began to realize that apparently this was not the same elf with whom he fought, and besides, he uses such strange magic. In any case, this is not so important now, after which he took out his blade and thereby broke his ice prison. After which he heard the Ice Lord say that they needed to end this, because he was not going to put his life in danger yet. Sung Jin still didn't understand what this strange creature was saying, so the ice creature had to ask, or did he not come here to save that person? The guy thought about the fact that the ant was assigned to the head of the association. Had he really done something to the chairman? But then he saw in that very hole in which there was some kind of body, and looking closer, he realized that this was the head of the Hunters Association, who had a serious wound in the area of his heart. The guy's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by this Lord of Cold, who told the guy that it was time for him to choose. And he offered him a fight with him, or the opportunity to save the man. But he was not going to give Sung Jin time to think, so he fired his blade straight at the chairman. The guy immediately used his skill of the power of the ruler with the help of which he wanted to stop this blade. But unfortunately, the system notified him that the enemy's magical power was blocking his skill. Therefore, Sung Jin had to break away from the fight and immediately follow this blade to save Gong Hoon. It seemed that Sung Jin would not be able to have time to get this blade, and it was already too close to the man. But still, his speed turned out to be much faster than this blade, so he was able to stop it without any problems. After which he again turned his attention to the Lord of Cold, who at that moment was creating something like a portal. But Sung Jin was not going to just let him go, so he began to summon all his weapons. And without thinking for a long time, he launched it into the body of the Lord of Cold, who was already about to leave. He couldn't quite believe that the guy was able to hurt him at all because he was some kind of pathetic little man. But still, he managed to create a portal, and before he left, he decided to add that he would look forward to their next meeting. Sung Jin thought that most likely he did not feel what was happening here because of this barrier. In any case, the main thing now is that Gun-Ho is on the verge of life and death, and the healing potion is not working. The guy immediately decided to call on Bear before it was too late. The ant appeared in this room immediately, and Sung Jina immediately ordered him to save the chairman so that this would not happen to him. Bear used his maximum strength and tried to heal Gong Hoon, but with such a wound it would be very difficult to do so. A few minutes later, he finally decided to tell Sung Jin that his treatment, unfortunately, was not working. Sung Jin understood that he had another option, and this was the holy water of life, but he was not sure that it could save the man. But at one moment, all his thoughts were interrupted by the chairman, who put his hand on the guy and asked him to stop trying to save him. According to the man, it is more than enough for him that Sung Jin came to him at all. Sung Jin could only ask him not to die and to be patient a little longer so that he could transfer him to the hospital. But Gong Hong believed that this was useless because his body was no longer able to withstand the force that attacked them. He decided to tell Sung Jin that today he came into contact with a truly outstanding being. Their plans are what they are obliged to thwart. But he was pleased with the fact that he had Sung Jin and could die in peace. Gong Hong at this moment still could not believe that there would be a person who would have such power. For him, it was still incredible. In any case, now he believed that it was very important to convey to Sung Jin that someday the time would come when he would have to make a choice. And then he begged Sung Jin to stay on the side of the people because he understood that Sung Jin was in fact the only hope of humanity. Gong Hong would very much like to fight alongside young people like Sung Jin, but with his body, this was unfortunately not possible from the very beginning. But even taking all this into account, Gong Hong did not regret anything, because he could leave everything with peace of mind to a person like Sung Jin. Tens of thousands of contractions of his heart. He had long known that his life had come to an end, and yet it seems to him that his heart did not stop beating precisely for the sake of Sung Jin. All this was in order to meet the guy. Although their acquaintance was not so long, the man trusted Sung Jin with the whole country, and was confident that he could easily cope with this task. At this point, the head of the Korean Hunters Association passed away, and Sung Jin was very sorry for him. Anger and guilt reigned inside him that he could not come to the aid of his friend in time. Following the cold wind, autumn rain came to Korea, which suited the mood of the country very well. A lot of urgent news took over the front pages of newspapers. News that the head of the association had died quickly spread around the world. A few days later, it became known that the body of the strongest hunter in Brazil, Jonas, was found near the river. As soon as the news appeared about the death of all these hunters, who were considered one of the strongest, the world was literally plunged into chaos. Day after day, the largest media around the world repeated the news of the death of these three, and the American Association even issued a statement on this matter. All this time, people thought that ordinary people were protecting the hunter, but now in their heads there was only the thought of who will protect the hunters now. The death of people who had the highest rank in the whole world has become the horror of modern times. At the funeral of the head of the association, many people gathered, among whom was Wu Jin, whom Sung Jin decided to ask how he was feeling. And he asked this for a reason, because from the agent's appearance it was clear that he was not feeling well, and the man himself did not deny that lately he had been unable to gather his thoughts. After which Wu Jin, in response, decided to ask Sung Jin, was it really impossible to stop that monster even with the powers that the guy has? Sung Jin tried to explain to him that when he arrived there, the chairman was already dying, and Wu Jin still could not believe it. The head of the association was a father to him, and he blamed himself for his death, because it seemed to him that this happened only because he flew to America, although he was supposed to protect him. And at that moment, Wu Jin decided to promise himself that he would do everything possible to find the monster who destroyed their chairman and would definitely do the same to him. Sung Jin did not dissuade him. He only asked Wu Jin to help him a little and organize a conference. The guy himself understood perfectly well that at such a time, everyone wanted to hear a few words from him. And the guy decided to give them this opportunity. And the first thing he said was that a group of monsters with high intelligence was threatening the strongest hunters, and he immediately made them understand that they were the strongest. Moreover, they were ready to use any means to destroy their world. One of the reporters, having heard that Sung Jin was talking about the group, decided to ask the guy if he was really saying that the head of the association was destroyed by more than one monster. The guy told them that before attacking, they lock the enemy in a closed space with the help of their magic, and therefore those who believe that they can become their target must be close to their comrades in order to be able to fight back. Sung Jin was well aware of the fact that it really didn't matter how strong the hunters were, because he was sure that they couldn't win. Therefore, he stated that if they suddenly did not have such a comrade, then he asked them to contact him through the Korean Hunters Association. The Ice Lord, who returned to his allies, immediately informed them that the Shadow Lord had returned again. One of his friends immediately reminded the Ice Lord that he had said that there was no vessel that could contain his enormous power, and for the same reason the Dragon Emperor could not come here. The Ice Lord, in response to this, stated that he saw everything with his own eyes, and he can only imagine how great a danger the Shadow Lord could pose for them. Therefore, he immediately invited them to destroy him, but for this he needs help. One of the lords noticed that a battle with him would obviously lead to death, because he is one of the strongest kings, the Lord who controls souls, and therefore it seemed to him that it would be best if they waited for the Dragon Emperor. But even if this was so, the Ice Lord still believed that they should not run away, if only because each of them has their own army, and besides, they should have stopped relying on the Dragon Emperor a long time ago. He believed that if they wanted to deal with him, then they had a chance to do it now, while he was still human, so he once again asked them for help. And he, in turn, promised them to take responsibility and send him into oblivion. But even after all these words, they were forced to refuse him, and so one after another began to say that they did not want to end up as the Lord of the White Flame. Some still agreed with the Ice Lord, so they called the rest of the hunters cowards, although they responded by once again reminding them of what happened in Baran after his loss. So they do not want to be caught by the abilities of the Lord of Shadows and become his pet. But one of them believed that their bodies were spiritual, which means that he most likely would not be able to get them. But on the other hand, they had information that the Lord of Shadows and the Creator had united, and therefore now he most likely could make them copies, so the Lord of Lightning was not ready to take risks. Although some still thought about the idea of the Lord of Cold, and one of them decided to find out, or is there evidence that this guy is still human? The Lord of Cold noticed that there was poison on his dagger, and this seemed to him clear evidence that this was not the style of the Lord of Shadows. Suddenly a woman entered this dialogue, which caused fear in all those present. She wanted to say that Ashbun would not use such poor tactics if he were in a human body. The Lord of Cold could not believe that the woman was going to go with him, but she in turn did not understand why he was so surprised by this, because she would actually be happy to help him with this. Sung Jin meanwhile stood on a high roof and tried to find at least some traces of the lords. But unfortunately he did not feel any magical energy, but still believed that he needed to try to do something. Sung Jin remembered one important thing in that short battle, that Lord did not have a shadow, And he also said that he was immortal. According to the giant king, overlords cannot become shadow warriors. And all this was quite sad for Sung Jin, because due to the fact that they do not have shadows, he lost an excellent means of tracking. But for now, in any case, this was not the most important thing, because as long as he is a hunter, the prey still cannot escape him. A whole week has already passed since the place of the head of the association became vacant, and therefore the council decided that it was time to choose someone who would continue his work. One of the council noticed the fact that in this place, there was almost always an awakened S rank, and this was always a kind of symbol of the Hunters Association, because this is an organization that unites the 5 largest guilds. And this is another reason why it is urgent to find a person who will replace Guo Hong. Other members of the council immediately understood that he was essentially proposing to appoint an S-rank hunter as head, but they also believed that regardless of rank, the new person should be quite influential. And at the moment, it seemed to them that they should be extremely careful with this task. And so this is the main problem now. They had a long and very drawn-out conversation in which they and the members of the association decided that the best option for this position would be Inspector Wu Jin Chol, who was also present at these training camps. Wu Jin was clearly not prepared for such a development of events because he did not understand why he was chosen. But according to the conference participants, he had been the chairman's right hand for a long time, so they were sure that he had learned a lot from him and that he also most likely had the power, which will be enough to control the hunters. In addition, each of them understood perfectly well that at the moment, there is no law according to which only someone of S rank can take the place of the head of the association. And Wu Jin, as it seemed to them, could influence the hunters, and moreover, he is the person they are afraid of. In other words, they believed that Inspector Wu Jin was suitable for this place, who, being in the supervision department, personally caught hunters and controlled them, but the inspector himself believed that there was still too much missing to take the place of chairman. Besides, in his opinion, there are more experienced people. It seemed to him that the members of the board and the heads of branches gathered here were all quite influential, and therefore he did not understand why they wanted to make him the successor of Chairman Gong Hong. One of them noticed that he and other members of the association did not have the power with which they could force the strongest people in Korea to act, unlike him. In addition, it seemed to them that he was on friendly terms with the largest guilds, and most importantly, that they had a deep, friendly connection with the hunter Sung Jin Woon, although Wu Jin himself was not sure that they were friends with him. Of course, the council members could not force Wu Jin to agree to this position, but still they once again asked him to think carefully about this decision. Meanwhile, Thomas and his assistant were going down the elevator, and he told the girl that it was quite unusual for him to do all this, because he had not gone down to the lower floors for a very long time. Even his servants who saw Master Thomas were incredibly surprised by his visit. But the man did not understand why such a surprise and asked the guys to sit down. Laura was a little surprised that Thomas was actually going to give them to him, but Thomas believed that this was a worthy payment for his life and for the lives of the members of their guild. She agreed with him, but she was worried for a slightly different reason. Thomas understood perfectly well what the girl was getting at. She apparently wants to say that Sung Jin is not strong enough to use them. Based on this question, it became clear that this was exactly what she was thinking about, because her face immediately changed. In any case, Thomas had already made his decision, but he didn't mind just looking at this work of art, because every time he does it, his eyes are very happy. Laura noted once again that they exist in a single copy, and this will never change. And even after all these facts, she was still surprised that the man was going to give them away. But Thomas answered her that it was precisely because of this that he was giving them away, because it was unique. And besides, he was very sorry to leave the best weapon here, because it was so useless and simply rotting. And they talked about 2 blades that had a bright red color, and Thomas kept the material from which these blades were made a secret for a long time. The next day, the news appeared all over the news that the Korean Hunters Association had a new chairman, who was Wu Jin. Jin-ah only heard that the previous chapter was destroyed, but she likes the new chapter much better. She found it very beautiful. Although, on the other hand, she had a feeling that her country, along with the whole world, was mired in a state of chaos from which it would be very difficult to get out. In any case, she couldn't be happier that her mother was home again, who asked the girl to help her around the house. But she was very lazy, and she just wanted to hug the woman, and that's it. But at some point, the jokes turned into a serious proposal in which Jin-ah invited her mother to move. The woman was a little unprepared to hear such a proposal. Besides, she really liked living here because it was their home. But Jin-ah didn't understand what was good about the old apartment, And yet she liked it here, so she couldn't tell the girl that moving was the best decision. Jinha realized that there was no point in bringing up this conversation for now, so she went to hang up her clothes. But when she entered the room where there was a window, her body literally froze in place, and her gaze was directed only to one place. After Thomas Andre took the gift for Sung Jin, he immediately headed to Korea to the Ajin Guild office. Who was met by Jin Ho and his staff, they all could not believe that they were seeing him before their eyes. Moreover, from the very morning, the strongest German hunter, Renat Neoman, was still here, who was also waiting for Sun Jin. More than 2 hours had already passed since they arrived, so Jin Ho decided to hurry Sung Jin up a little, because it was incredibly awkward for all of them to be here. Renat at that moment was thinking that even Thomas, who is called Goliath, came here to meet Sung Jin, so doubts crept into his mind that he would even be able to see him today. Thomas decided to say that Mr. Sun Jin is not often in the office, apparently attends raids, and Laura gladly translated all this for them. Jin Ho clearly didn't know what to answer to this, so he simply agreed. And after all these stupid conversations, the main character, whom everyone had already been waiting for, finally entered the office. All of Sung Jin's employees were incredibly happy to see him because they understood that finally this hell would end for them. As soon as Sung Jin entered, he saw Thomas there, for whom all that crowd of reporters apparently had gathered, and this was not at all surprising to him, because the master does not hide his energy at all. Jin Ho immediately ran up to the guy to find out why it was impossible to reach Sung Jin, but he told him that he was just a little busy. Further, the deputy head of the guild, Jin, noticed that Sun Jin's clothes were very strange, but Sun Jin himself did not see anything surprising, because there have been many breakthroughs lately, so he believed that it was enough to rest, and it was time to work. Besides, Beer and Igris should soon be promoted your rank, and for this, you need raids. At that moment, Thomas finally approached Sung Jin, who with a smile told the guy that he was very glad to see him. Jin Ho, who stood between these two titans, only hoped that they would not fight right here, because they had just found this beautiful office. It would be a shame if they destroyed everything here. Thomas first of all reminded Sung Jin that he had once promised him that when his hand healed, they would have lunch together, and he also did not forget to say that he had brought the guy a fantastic gift. Sung Jin completely forgot about this, but it clearly interested him, and it couldn't help but please Thomas, so he immediately suggested that the guy move to some place more comfortable, because it would be quite dangerous to transfer them here. He didn't quite understand what Thomas had prepared for him, since he said that it was something dangerous. Was it possible that he had simply prepared some kind of trap? In any case, there was another person in the reception room whom Sung Jin turned to in order to find out who he was, and Renat introduced himself. But before he had time to say why he had come here, he was literally covered with his body by Thomas, who once again invited the guy to go and have lunch. But Sung Jin thought it was worth listening to Renat. Perhaps he came to ask for help with security. Thomas immediately turned to this German hunter and said that he would definitely not go with them, although Renat believed that he had been waiting for Sung Jin for more than 2 hours and also had the right to go with them. But Thomas clearly didn't think so, and immediately told this impudent man that they would discuss confidential information with Sung Jin, so he had nothing to do there. Renat was surprised that a man could afford this. This was the first time he had encountered such an attitude. A few minutes later, they were already in the restaurant and began to eat. And before asking him to take out his gift, Thomas decided to tell Sung Jin that the guy had no idea how much he'd been waiting for this moment. A few seconds later, a huge box appeared on the table, and Sung Jin couldn't even imagine what was inside. Thomas, before they opened this box, asked Sung Jin to feel what kind of power this object radiates. After which he finally opened this box and said that this was gratitude for the way Sung Jin treated him and his guild members. Sung Jin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Were these blades made from the remains of the Kamsha dragon? Thomas was pleasantly surprised that Sung Jin only needed one glance to determine the material from which these weapons were made. But Sung Jin noticed that Kamshi's body was sort of in the American Association. The man told him that they met the government, which wanted to keep Kamsha's remains, and gave them his body because there was an opportunity to get something more than just money. But in the end, he was able to get a souvenir in the form of the largest and sharpest the fang that this bastard wounded him. He also did not forget to add that the length of the fang was not enough to create a longsword, so they decided to make daggers, and no one even thought that they would ever be useful. But what is most important in this whole story is that now these blades belong to Sung Jin. Even the system notified him that this is the best dagger created by the Great Master from the sharpest fang of the Kamshi dragon, and no one in the world is able to repeat this sharpness. Plus, this blade gave plus 1,500 in strength, and Sun Jin thought that these numbers were too huge. He thought that the Demon Lord's dagger was good, but it doesn't even compare. Sung Jin immediately thought that with such a bonus to attack, you could simply take these daggers and swing them, and even this would be enough to destroy any enemy. Thomas asked the guy to be careful because these daggers penetrate even his enhanced defense, and he would not want to be destroyed with his own gift. The guy could not distract himself from this dagger because the only thoughts that entered his head were that it was definitely different from an ordinary dagger, and it was even possible that it was something like a greeting, but it reacted very strongly to its mana. But other observers of this conversation clearly did not think so, because they saw the aura radiating from this couple and they obviously felt uneasy. At that moment, Thomas decided to ask Lola, or does she still think that he made the wrong choice? After the assistant's answer, Thomas wanted to ask Sung Jin how his gift was for him, but the guy was still surprised that he could really accept something like that for free. Thomas believed that this was generally a small payment for his life and the lives of his subordinates. Then Sung Jin replied that he would accept these blades with great gratitude, and Thomas would be glad if the guy really did so. Suddenly, their pleasant dialogue was interrupted at one moment, and anxiety filled Sung Jin inside. Thomas also felt this, and it is quite obvious that he was also wary. And apparently it was not just like that, because all the people on the street were distracted from their affairs in order to look at the sky. Sung Jin could not believe that this was the reason why that incredible magical force was gathering over Seoul. Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. This is the first time he's seen such a size. But what scared him most was that they were many times larger than the one from which Kamshi once appeared. It was just a huge gate, and therefore the first thought that came to them was that the world was unlikely to continue to be the same as it is now. The professor was one of those who immediately warned that this was possible, and it seemed to him that the gates that arose in Seoul airspace were only the beginning, because similar phenomena, it seemed to him, would appear in other countries. They couldn't believe that he wanted to say that there are more than one or two places in which such huge gates could appear, but this is exactly what he initially wanted to focus on. The guys reminded the professor that he had devoted many years of his life to researching monsters and gates, and therefore they would like to know what, in his opinion, would be the wisest decision in this situation. Without any hesitation, he replied that for now they should pray and believe that everything that was happening would not end in tragedy. At that moment, Sung Jin thought that it was quite strange, but he could not enter this gate as if some transparent wall was stopping him. He understood perfectly well that if it were an ordinary barrier, it could be destroyed, but the gate into which the awakened cannot enter is something new, and apparently the monsters that will be there will be far from what they are used to seeing. Anyway, his family and friends are down there, and he doesn't intend to part with them so easily. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the new chairman of the Korean Hunters Association, Woo Jin, who wanted to talk to the guy, but he was a little busy because he was in the air. But still, the guy did not forget to notice that from now on it would be better for him to call Woo Jin not just an inspector, but a chairman. But the man noticed that Sun Jin could call him whatever he likes best, because in fact, he himself is quite unusual to hear such messages addressed to you. Sung Jin was happy for him, but at some point he decided to clarify whether Woo Jin knew about what he asked him for. And Woo Jin had good news for the guy, because according to him, he sent requests to foreign hunter associations and scanned through satellites all territories. But unfortunately, this is where the good news ends, because no new gates appeared anywhere in the world, and it seemed very strange to Sun Jin that only those that arose before the incident remained. 3 hours had already passed since the appearance of those huge gates, and what is the probability that, by coincidence, no other gates had appeared in the entire world? He understood that this was clearly not an accident. Woo Jin told him that from now on, they were going to begin evacuating citizens from the areas adjacent to that place. In order to avoid chaos, they would act in certain stages, and therefore Woo Jin would very much like to know from Sung Jin what he was going to do next. The guy responded to this by telling him that although they don't know what could happen tomorrow, he doesn't think they have the right to sit idly by. Therefore, he decided that first he needed to train a little before his most important battle in life, and for this he chose one of his strongest soldiers. No matter how Beer tried, he was unable to launch at least one successful attack on his king. Sung Jin dodged all his blows, and therefore the guy began to doubt that the ant was using all its strength. Beer nevertheless decided to admit that he would never dare to fight his king at full speed, because in this way he could harm him. But Sung Jin assured him that everything would be fine because he just wanted to sweat a little, and finding a good sparring partner was quite problematic for him. In response to this, Beer bowed to Sung Jin and was filled with a feeling of gratitude. The guy was surprised that Beer had such a developed vocabulary, and therefore he began to think that perhaps the ant was simply eating someone up. In any case, he believed that it was time for them to start their sparring. Sung Jin chose Beer as his opponent only because he had recently reached the maximum level and rank of marshal, so he became the strongest warrior in his army. During the sparring, the guy couldn't help but notice that BR really became much stronger when he increased his rank. But even taking all this into account, for the guy he still seemed to him to be too weak an opponent, whom he caught making small mistakes. After which Sung Jin added that, as is known, there should be only one marshal in the army, and he said all this in order to hint to him that when Ygritte and Grid reach the rank of general, they will have nothing left to become a marshal. So he asked BR to try. It's much better that his place isn't taken away. But what upset Sung Jin most was that although BR is the strongest in the Shadow Army, he is not even a match for that monster. Although Sung Jin did not need much effort to dodge his attacks. And at some moments, apply your own to make it clear to BR that he still needs to train a lot. So far, BR could only speak beautifully in front of Sung Jin, because his vocabulary was truly amazing. According to him, it was quite difficult for him to restrain his emotions in front of his master's incredible strength. But Sung Jin thought that he really just needed to block the channel with historical series, which Beer, who liked these series so much, clearly didn't want. At this point, Sung Jin believed that it was time to finish, and all that was left for them was to clean up after themselves. But the damage they caused was too enormous, and it would most likely be impossible to remove it. But before he had time to think about it, he suddenly received a call from the chairman, who saw the damage on the cameras, and Sung Jin immediately tried to convince him that he had about 300 ants that would do their job perfectly and would clean up this place. Lola decided to clarify when they would leave Seoul, but Thomas made it clear to her that he simply could not leave this place and leave the big and beautiful something that was here. The girl agreed with him that it was big enough, but the fact that it was not quite beautiful. But the man believed that everything that makes the heart beat faster is beautiful. He told her that the dragon that breathed out the flame, this huge gate, the strength of the hunter Sun Jin Woo, all these things were beautiful to him. And as a great connoisseur, he always wanted to get everything that he considered beautiful and beautiful. Lola noticed that it seems that he now has something that he can take possession of, and he himself would never have thought that in this world there would be something inaccessible to him. In addition, there are no gates in America, and they essentially have no need to return there. But the girl tried to explain to him that the association had already begun to worry, although Thomas thought it was funny, because it seemed to him that there was no safer place in the world than next to the hunter Sun Jin Woo. In any case, if we put all jokes aside, if we don't stop them here, then everything could end. That's why he wants to see with his own eyes whether this will be the last moment in the history of mankind, or is it just a new beginning? On the same day that these gates appeared, a huge traffic jam formed in the city. All people tried to get as far as possible from this place and thereby save their lives. Jin-ah, sitting at home, didn't understand why they weren't evacuating like other people. But the fact was that the woman believed that if there was a battlefield here in any case, wouldn't it be better for them to choose the place of their death? But this was absolutely not suitable for Jin-ah, because next year she will become a student and she will be able to drink alcohol. She will be able to move out and enjoy university life. The best time is beginning in her life, so she would not want to die right in front of him. The woman completely agreed with him, but still believed that Sun Jin would protect them, just as their father once did. The guy, meanwhile, was sitting on the roof of the building and thinking that even in such a situation, he did not feel traces of his energy, so he did not even suspect where he could hide. But at the moment, he was more worried about these gates, which could not be allowed to open. But even if he succeeded in doing this, Sung Jin was sure that this would not happen without casualties. So he first of all decided that he needed to protect those who were dear to him. Master Cha-hei, at some point during the training, noticed that lately he had seen indecision at the tip of her sword, and everything was so serious that he feared that fear had settled in her soul. He thought that she was afraid, and that was normal, because the same thing happened to him. The only question was whether it was possible to compare the monsters that she opposed with those who met him when he lost his hand. But the girl didn't listen to him at that moment, because her phone was literally bursting with calls. Cha-hei asked him for forgiveness, but she still wanted to answer, because there might be something important there. And as soon as she spoke, her expression suddenly changed, and she immediately said that she would need to meet someone. So she asked her teacher to end their lesson there. He understood perfectly well the reason that she wanted to finish quickly, so he let her go without any problems. Sungjin and Chahae came to the local park to take a short walk, and all the people who were there literally stopped to look at them for a little while. Sungjin thought that due to the current situation there would be fewer people here, but there are surprisingly many of them. Chahae wasn't too worried about the huge number of people. She was more surprised that Sungjin liked such places. But according to the guy, it's not that he likes them. He just would like to visit here once. Then the girl finally made up her mind and finally asked the guy why he called her here. Sungjin that this is a rather simple question, because it seemed to him that the whole point was that he simply had no other friends besides her. She was clearly surprised by this answer, but Sungjin decided to remind her what she told him in front of that statue. Chahae remembered what she said in the double dungeon, that she was Sungjin's friend and came here specifically to save him. She didn't even know that Sungjin heard it, but it wasn't the guy's fault. He just had excellent hearing. She felt incredibly awkward at that moment, so she decided to ask him what that strange dungeon was all about. But Sungjin asked to ask him about it next time, when he put his thoughts in order a little, because now it was about that he himself does not understand what is what. Chahae didn't expect to hear this, so she fell into a bit of a stupor because she simply didn't know what to do next. And also all these people who tried to take pictures with them, and if it weren't for the shadow soldiers, they literally would not have allowed them passage, although Sungjin asked her to simply not pay attention to all this. At that moment, Chahae thought that if you think about it, then she became a hunter more than 2 years ago, and the same amount of time has passed since she just walked around without any worries. But most of all, she liked to walk with Sungjin because next to him she breathes deeply. And while she was thinking about this, Sungjin invited her to go on all the rides, and the girl was very happy with such an offer, so she agreed without any problems. Sungjin noticed that apparently he was not the only one who would also like to come here and take a little break from his work. But while riding on all these attractions, they clearly did not feel the same adrenaline that ordinary people had. They tried to try all the rides, but none of them aroused much emotion. In the panic room, they generally walked around as if on the street, not even paying attention to the monsters. Rather, they were more afraid of them than they were of anyone. After this not entirely successful use of the attractions, Sungjin noticed that the girl was not having much fun, but she did not fully admit it. Although he understood that for an S-rank hunter, they all seemed incredibly slow and not scary. Therefore, at one point, Sungjin offered to go and ride something really interesting, which intrigued the girl very much. And his personal attraction was a dragon, which was supposed to hit the girl. Now, from the expression on Chahae's face, it was clear that she really liked it. She felt every breath of air and enjoyed the moment. And it was incredibly beautiful there, which, according to the girl, created a special atmosphere. At some point, she decided to clarify one point with Sungjin. If he has such a dragon, then why did he decide to go to the amusement park? The guy did not answer her with much pleasure because the answer was quite sad. In this amusement park, a gate appeared in which his father disappeared. That's why he definitely wanted to go there someday, and now his goal came true. In response, the girl could only say words of gratitude. She wanted to tell him this because until now, she had constantly accepted his help and had never thanked him. But Sungjin told her that it was too early to relax because he wanted to show her something else. They flew into a dense forest, from where it was simply incredibly beautiful to see the sky, which had thousands of stars and all of them shone only for 2. The hunter walked down the street and thought that now he was an awakened B rank and could not make a mistake. But at one moment, his thoughts were interrupted after he collided with some person. Without thinking for a long time, he asked this big guy who he was and why he was behaving this way. The guy had already started yelling at him because the big guy was literally not answering him. They continued to ignore him, but he did not give up and tried to reach the big man and tell him that if he collided with a person, he needed to apologize. But at some point, this big guy couldn't stand it and opened his mouth, which was the size of this guy. A few seconds later, he literally ate this guy alive, causing shock to other people. After which he began to shout at all the people and tell them that he was a ruler who came to this world to restore order, and his teeth and claws would tear them to shreds. According to him, he was the king of wild beasts, the lord of fangs, and now he only wants one thing, for one of them to try to stop him, if they succeed in doing so. After a wonderful walk, Sungjin suggested that they go to a good hotel where they could eat well and clean up, and the girl could not but agree with him. And since she agreed, Sungjin asked her to climb on the dragon, but the girl thought that he said that this hotel was not far, but apparently not far if you fly. Wu Jin couldn't believe his ears when he was informed that the invader was right in the front yard of the Hunters Association. He was most interested in the casualties, but his assistant reported that they were not yet able to count the losses. There was real chaos in his head, because there were only a few days left before the breakthrough. Just thinking about those gates was already giving him a headache, and then some kind of monster appeared. First of all, he wanted to find out where the hunter Sun Jin was, but as expected, they could not contact him, and this angered the man even more. And this continued until his assistant shouted that a hunter had appeared who was confronting the monster. And they say that this is a world-famous hunter who was just nearby. Renat at that moment was not sure that he would be able to defeat this monster, and that his life would not end because of this. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that he simply had no other choice. It seemed to him that it was like he had to stay in Seoul for a reason. This was some kind of joke of fate leading to him stopping this monster with his own hands. But at some point his thoughts were interrupted, because someone took his head with their hand and asked him to move away, because he was allegedly in the way. And it was Thomas. Sung Jin, meanwhile, was having lunch and was finally able to pick up his phone to answer another call. And during the conversation, he was immediately told that a monster had appeared in the very center of Seoul and started committing atrocities. It seemed to the guy that this was simply impossible, because they still had a few days before a breakthrough. But Wu Jin assured him that this was far from some kind of joke. The next question Sung Jin wanted to know was how many monsters there were, and therefore he was very surprised when Wu Jin told him that there was only one of him. The guy immediately thought that now all the hunters and people gathered in Seoul must be ready for battle to deal with those huge gates. But apparently even in this case they are losing to one single monster that suddenly appeared. Wu Jin added that the guild that opposed him was destroyed in the blink of an eye, and therefore he does not think that this monster is so simple. He also did not forget to say that Thomas Andre is currently opposing him. And this was unpleasant news for Sung Jin, because he attached the shadows to Thomas and the other hunters, and thereby ordered a signal to be sent to him if anything even slightly strange appeared nearby. The one under their protection began to fight with the monster, which single-handedly destroyed an entire guild. But they still did not report this to Sung Jin, so he decided to check the signals that came from the shadow soldiers, and to his surprise, they were suspiciously weak. It was as if some force was blocking them, so Sung Jin quickly wanted to find out what happened. He analyzed the situation and noticed that even those shadows that he used to indicate coordinates had disappeared. Sung Jin told Cha Hei that apparently serious problems had just started in Korea, and it had nothing to do with the dungeon breakout. The guy thought that they were confronting an enemy who had incredible power, and having encountered him, the national hunter blocked the signals. In any case, Sung Jin decided to immediately call the chairman and asked him to see if this monster had a shadow. The guy assured him that this was actually incredibly important information. After all, he understood perfectly well that behind an invisible shadow, a real monster could be hiding, which would bring destruction. The hunters who were on the spot at one moment all realized that this was no ordinary monster in front of them, and tried to convey this to Thomas. But the man himself understood this perfectly well, so he asked them not to just stand there, but rather to get people out of here and run away as quickly as possible. Thomas himself was going to stay and punish the beast, who apparently forgot where his place was. The man began to take on his true form, and at the same time told this monster that rabid animals should sit in cages. But putting such an animal in a cage would clearly be another task, because the aura that emanated from it made one tremble with fear. Thomas did not block the first attack of this monster, which decided to dig into him with its claws, because the man was more than confident that his defense would hold. This happened, and this allowed him to deliver a counterattack to the face of this monster, which was quite unexpected, so he did not have time to block it. But he wasn't going to stop there, so he put even more force into his next blow. Chan Zhang, meanwhile, arrived at the battlefield and immediately wanted to know how things were going with the evacuation. And according to one of the hunters, they were currently removing people from the buildings. In addition, all the Reapers and White Tigers were sent there because of the huge gates. Many strong hunters gathered here, so it was assumed that the situation would be resolved as soon as possible. And this hunter believed that for now it would be best if they focused on evacuating people. But Chung John didn't think so, and was bothered by the fact that national hunter Thomas Andre was fighting an unidentified monster. There was incredible energy in their battle. This feeling was just like during the raid on Jedu Island. Now he became incredibly interested in finding out what kind of monster Thomas was fighting there. At some point in the battle, Thomas missed with his attack, and this gave the monster the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Thomas again did not have time to cover, and therefore he had to again rely only on his armor, which had saved him more than once. And apparently this time she also did not let him down, because after his blow, the monster could not do anything, and this gave the man the opportunity to grab him. And as a result of this capture, there was a strong blow to the ground, which not everyone could withstand. But not only was this monster able to recover from such a blow, he also managed to deliver a counterattack with his leg, which hit Thomas right in the face. After this, the monster felt that he could win this battle. All that was left was to try a little, and his opponent would be defeated. Although Thomas obviously didn't think so, and he still had plenty of strength to continue fighting. But still, he decided to play it safe and therefore use the enhancement skill. And the monster was also not going to just stand still, and continued to go straight towards his opponents with an incredibly evil appearance. But apparently Thomas, who has taken on his maximum combat form in which he's ready to destroy this monster and finally end this battle, will not allow him to accelerate too much. All the hunters chanted Thomas's name in honor of his support, but Beck, who arrived at the scene, understood that not everything was so simple, and most likely it was not a monster at all. And Thomas himself understood this, who once again ordered them to immediately evacuate from this place, because it could soon become incredibly dangerous here. Bayek decided that he needed help, and for this he also began to change his form. But before he had time to do this, suddenly this creature appeared right in front of him, which only with its aura frightened the man to such an extent that he was simply afraid to enter into this battle. It was a huge mutant wolf that attacked a defenseless white tiger. He decided that it was better for him not to interfere in this fight, because he couldn't even meet the eyes of this monster, let alone strike him or anything like that. While Thomas Anders slowly approached his opponent, various kinds of objects flew at him. There were cars and stones and pieces of houses. But in this form, it was not a problem for him. And at one point, he even grabbed his opponent with the help of his telekinesis skill and began to pull him towards him. This clearly could not have been expected by the monster, who tried in every possible way to resist it, but it was almost impossible to do so. And at some point, this brought good results, because the man was able to deliver a wonderful blow right to the back of the monster and was literally able to slam him into the ground. But of course, he was not going to stop there and therefore continued to deliver one attack after another while increasing the force of the blow. He did this for some time until he felt that a very strange feeling appeared in his body, which literally squeezed his throat, and this did not give him the confidence in victory that he so wanted to feel. And apparently it was not just like that, because at one point Thomas's blow was stopped by the bare hands of his opponent, who was not going to just give in to him. As soon as he succeeded, the monster suddenly started talking about how amazing it all was, that some pathetic puppet of a fragment could have such power. And he was pleased to admit that watching Thomas's efforts was quite interesting. But still, apparently it's time to end this circus and start the real battle. He became even larger and literally began to absorb his opponent with his aura, which was incredibly strong. The monster began to strike at him, and at the same time wanted to find out from Thomas what he was feeling, fear or disappointment. The hunters could not believe that the great Thomas Andre could lose this fight, because there were no more hunters stronger than him. Suddenly, the monster grabbed another part of Thomas's body and said that there had been a rat here all this time. It was Sunjin's aunt, whose task was to closely monitor their fight all this time, but unfortunately he was unlucky that the monster still saw him. After he destroyed this shadow, he again turned to Thomas to tell him that he seemed to be confident in his strength, so he invited him to measure it against him. But when he applied a little more force and Thomas crumbled into small pieces, it became clear to him that it was a trap. But it was already too late, because the real Thomas was already behind this monster and even managed to grab it. It was almost impossible to get out. At least that's what it seemed to Thomas himself. But as they have already said several times, this was an unusual monster that could not be defeated in this way, and therefore he showed that his head could rotate in different directions, and such grabs were clearly not scary for him. After a few seconds, with this technique, he was able to achieve the fact that he was already standing next to Thomas, and most likely their battle would continue on this. But it was quite difficult to call it a battle. It was more like beating Thomas. The monster spared no effort when attacking his opponent, and at one point he said that now hunger had awakened in him, so it would be even more pleasant for him to attack him. But at one point this monster was attacked, which threw it away from Thomas's body. Renat entered this battle on time with the words that he was not going to let this monster do whatever he wanted, and yet mentally, he understood that he was even afraid to meet his gaze, because this monster radiated an incredible aura. Thomas tried to convey to the guy that doing this is a mistake, because this way he will most likely die. Renat himself knew this very well, but he could not let him go because he is the same hunter. Renat tried at that moment to think only that he did not feel any regrets, and even if this was his last battle, he would never regret his choice, because he believed that a dignified death was much better than a cowardly life. But looking into the face of this monster, he began to realize that perhaps he had just made his main mistake because it was an incredibly terrible monster, which could have destroyed Renat, but at the last moment he was saved by a shadow. It was Sun Jin's dragon, who flew in on time and saved 2 lives at the same time. But it was not difficult for this monster to cope with such a monster. So after the first attack, he managed to break this shadow. From his look, it was clear that he was clearly not going to end there and would continue to advance. But now his opponent was not just a hunter, but Sun Jin, who finally entered this fight and immediately delivered an accurate blow to the creature's head. Renat stood still and remained standing. He was not ready to see Sun Jin in front of him. Sun Jin understood that they did not have time to talk. So the first thing he did was ask Renat to move Thomas to a safe place where healers could take care of him. And as soon as he finished speaking, a monster entered into this dialogue, who could not believe his ears that this was really true. The smell of a person was mixed with the smell of that shadow guy. This monster immediately took on its most terrible form, and there was a feeling that it was as if it was waiting for Sun Jin to come here. The guy, looking at him, perfectly felt an incredible thirst for the destruction of people. In addition, Sun Jin noticed that he did not come here alone. He had his friends with him, one of whom immediately wanted to know how he managed to reach the level of power of a supreme being with his pitiful human body. But without waiting for an answer, a woman appeared behind Sun Jin and said that she actually always wanted to know what the lords taste like. The guy silently assessed the strength of his opponents and understood that it would be very difficult, but he still had a chance to win. But he will have to fight 3 lords at once, one of whom was an old acquaintance of Sun Jin, and this was the king of the snow people, the Lord of Ice. His friend who carried out the massacre here was called the King of Wild Beasts. Well, that same lonely woman in their male company was the Queen of Insects, the Lord of the Plague. After a few minutes, they began to release so much magical energy that it was incredibly difficult to stay nearby. But most of this energy was emitted by Sun Jin, who ordered his army to leave immediately, and this time, he decided to summon every shadow warrior. The Lord of Beasts was so glad to see the new shadow army, he missed his old acquaintance, the Lord of Shadows, so much, and now they met again on the battlefield. The Lord of Ice at this moment preferred to launch his attack rather than chat, so he released a portion of ice to freeze all the shadow soldiers who began attacking in their direction. After which the King of Beasts spoke again, in order to point out the fact that there are surprisingly many of them, although they are still a useless rabble that will not even be able to leave this icy prison, let alone engage in battle with them. The Plague Queen at that moment found all this amusing and funny, because she had not seen anything like this for so long, and taking part in something like this was wonderful news for her. The Ice Lord finally completed the freezing, and finally turned to Sun Jin, and said that he couldn't believe that the guy was going to catch them with the help of these warriors. He believed that with such actions, Sun Jin showed how much he underestimated the other lords. And it also seemed to him that all the power of the Lord of Shadows could not be placed in this body, so he was too weak for them, even though he had almost become the greatest of the lords, the Lord of Shadows. Sun Jin continued to ignore every word that came out of their mouths. He simply took out his new blade that Thomas gave him and was ready to join the battle himself. And before this battle began, Sun Jin nevertheless turned to the Lord of Ice in order to tell him that he would definitely get to him and destroy him once and for all. In response to this, the Ice Lord called his army, and this meant that he very much doubted that Sun Jin would be able to do this. And the Lord of Ice was not the only one who decided to call his army. This was done by the Queen of the Plague, who happily joined in this fun. Her monsters immediately began to attack Sun Jin. Although the guy destroyed one after another, he was still a little surprised that she was able to summon corpses. But today, he was attacked not only by corpses, but also by ice giants, who were ordered to do this by their king. So far, this has not been a problem for Sun Jin, and he has dealt with each of them quite easily. But their number was surprising. He dealt with one giant and another appeared in his place. In any case, his main target was not these warriors, but their king, who was watching all this while Sun Jin did everything to get as close to him as possible. And at some point, the Lord of Ice began to get nervous because Sun Jin was getting closer and closer to him. Although there were still a lot of monsters on his way, the Ice King still felt inside that this would not stop the guy. But the King of Beasts was full of confidence in his abilities, and therefore told the guy that he would not even be able to inflict damage on him if he used some piece of metal instead of a weapon. Although his words quickly became a mistake because Sun Jin cut off his hand and added that perhaps he would have been right if it was ordinary metal. But the guy understood perfectly well that he had no opportunity to be distracted by conversations, because now his enemies are the rulers, and the Plague Queen, who attacked him, once again reminded him of this. Meanwhile, the King of Beasts healed his arm. Fortunately, the regeneration of the lords is very fast. The guy had little time to think about what to do next, and there was no good plan in his head that would help him defeat them. This is essentially his most difficult battle in history. He fights 3 overlords at once, and in order to defeat them, he needs to clearly step over himself. Suddenly, Beer emerged from the ice and immediately went into battle, saying that he would destroy this woman because she dared to touch his king. The Ice King could not believe it, because an ordinary shadow warrior managed to destroy his technique. How could a person create someone of the level of a marshal? And, as it was known, every such shadow that reached such a rank is the embodiment of destruction. The Plague King, meanwhile, said that she immediately needed to punish an ill-mannered child who was not able to recognize her own mother. But her hand was unable to inflict a single unit of damage to this ant, which not only was able to dodge the attack, it was also able to inflict its own. The woman clearly did not expect to see this, but apparently she is powerless in this case. After which Beer immediately approached Sun Jin to say a few words to him. And he began to say that even when fighting against enemies superior to him in strength, his king was not inferior to them at all, although he could not expect anything else. And this endlessly touches and impresses his pathetic servant. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by monsters who could not calm down and continued to attack Sun Jin. But Beer did not even allow them to get closer to his king. He destroyed them in one flight. Sun Jin was slightly distracted, and so the Plague Queen was able to grab him with her magic hand. And as soon as she did this, she immediately threw him back several meters, and thereby inflicted a fairly large portion of damage on him. Sun Jin clearly did not expect this, which is why he was unable to block this blow. But as it turned out, this was not the end, because as soon as he raised his head, he saw 1,000 ice arrows flying at him. It seemed that Sun Jin would hardly be able to repel such a quick attack. But the guy is not one of those who will give up after one unsuccessful attack, so he got to his feet without any problems, and easily began to parry blow after blow. The Ice Master was already tired of looking at all this, so he wanted to find out from Sun Jin how much longer he was going to resist, because it was already obvious that he didn't have a single chance. But before he could finish speaking, he received a sword right in his heart, and this stopped his words. After which Sun Jin once again repeated to him that today he would die. But this only angered the King of Ice even more, because he did not understand how a person even dares to say such a thing to the Lord. Sun Jin at that moment thought that the dagger hit this creature right in the heart, but not much change happened. Is such a wound really not serious for them? In any case, he felt that now was not the best time to waste his time, so he immediately continued his attack. He dealt blow after blow to the Lord of Ice, blade after blade striking his body. But his smile did not disappear from his face, and this was clearly a signal that everything was all right with the ruler. And as it turned out, he was smiling for a reason, because behind all this time, there was the King of Beasts, who at the last moment struck Sun Jin in the back. This caused quite serious damage that even hit him. The Plague Lord Carisha, meanwhile, was busy with Beer, whom she tried to tame and prove to him that she is the mother of all insects that are in the world of chaos. But when he once again began to resist, she took him in her hands and began to say that even those who are not able to recognize their mother will receive her forgiveness. Sun Jin could barely stand on one knee and listened as the Lord of Ice and Beasts took turns telling him that his end had finally come. BR in turn began to shout to the rest of the shadows that they were stupid creatures who should now do everything to help their king and not sit in the ice and watch him being destroyed. And his words forced one of the shadow soldiers, Sun Jin, to blow up this block of ice and join the battle. Looking at this, the rulers began to understand that this could only mean one thing, that the high-ranking soldiers had already begun to awaken. And this shadow soldier was not alone. Behind him, Regressed, Fang, and the tank awakened, who were ready to stand up for their king and do everything possible to protect him. But even taking all this into account, the Lord of Ice looked at Sun Jin's wound and could say with confidence that their game was clearly over. Sun Jin could only smile in response to these words, and if you believe his words, he was amused by the words that the Lord of Ice really thought that the guy had a serious wound, after which he decided to show them what restoration of fortune means. Renat carefully watched what was happening, and he became very scared when he saw that it was like a hurricane around the hunter Sun Jin Woo. While they were trying to cure Thomas, he did his best to find out what was happening there, and Renat told him that at the moment, he was looking at the end of the world. Looking at all this, Bot could only think that he could not even imagine that Sun Jin had developed his strength so much in such a short amount of time. And while they were all thinking about this, Sun Jin's shadow soldiers entered the battle and began to attack the Lord of the Beasts. But he was not their only victim, because then they decided to attack the Ice King, who relaxed too much and decided that he had already won. BR, despite all this, in the end also could not stand it and literally cut the hands of the Plague Queen and got out of her grip to also join the battle. But she clearly wasn't going to just let him go, so she immediately decided to fly after him. But apparently this was clearly a mistake, because at that moment, Sung Jin came out of nowhere and began to say that the creator had left him a prediction that when columns of fire appeared that would support the heavens, then death would overtake him. But the guy considered it very important to note the fact that the creator did not mention whether the columns themselves would fall or not. After these words, he launched one but quite strong attack, with the help of which he literally divided the Plague Queen into several small parts. The shooters of the Reapers Guild took their positions more than 30 minutes ago. Having received the sign, they would instantly open fire on the target and provide support with shots from a long distance, which would fall on the enemy like a downpour. The hunters believed that it was possible with this help to inflict critical damage on that monster. But the archers themselves thought that if this happens, how many of them will be able to survive in the end? They had two options. In the first, they hit the target and die, but even if they don't hit, they will still die, because there is a monster against them that even Thomas Andre could not stop. Hunters gathered for the purpose of destroying monsters, and evacuating cannot intervene in the battle by order. They can only wait until the situation normalizes, and perhaps then they will be able to do something more. Although, depending on how Sun Jin is coping, they don't have long to wait. The queen was not going to just give up, so she used poison on Sun Jin, which she tried to poison him with. But unfortunately for her, the poison has no effect on the guy for a long time. This obviously angered her even more, causing her to start screaming. And as a result, she decided to go into a rather rash attack in which she wanted to tear apart and destroy the guy. But apparently her plan failed before it even began, because Sung Jin managed to put her under his control, after which he joined her, but before that, he activated the mutilation skill with which he was going to end her once and for all. She couldn't fully believe that this was even possible, but after the guy struck her 1,000 times in a matter of seconds, it became clear that the end had come for her. In the last seconds of her life, she thought that her end had finally come. Looking at the one who destroyed her, she saw a solid darkness that completely surrounded the guy. But what struck her most was that his depth of strength was incredibly deep. It seemed that he was simply invincible. The Lord of Ice stood still and could not believe his eyes that this was even possible, because it seemed to him that the guy was simply not yet able to use the full power of the Shadow Lord. But apparently he was wrong, and today they will experience fear of one of the most powerful kings. The Lord of the Beasts, in turn, did not think so, because he saw how Sun Jin relied on such weaklings, and this once again confirmed his incompleteness. And as all the lords knew, an incomplete lord would never be able to stop the real lords. Sung Jin felt that the feeling of Bear's presence was getting weaker and weaker. The guy couldn't believe that they got rid of the shadow attached to Thomas Andre in the same way. In any case, now we need to come up with something urgently, because Bear won't last long, and the system notifies the guy that he cannot summon the chosen creature. Therefore, he did not think for a long time and went into battle with the King of Beasts, who dodged the attack in time. Sun Jin stopped Bear from disappearing, but there was still no smile on his face. After all, now their battle is just beginning. The Lord of Ice turned into his maximum form and began to say that if he uses this power to control such puppets, then everything will end as soon as they break the thread, and his warriors who fell into the trap once after will die at once. He spoke directly about the fact that soon they would all become just empty shells that absorb mana. And now they began to attack him for real, and they were very interested in finding out what he would do next. Sung Jin did not expect this and therefore was not prepared, so he unfortunately missed the first attack, and it again caused him quite a lot of damage. The Lord of Ice was not going to end there, so he immediately launched another attack. At least it seemed so to him, because as soon as he raised his staff, he noticed that the guy was simply not there. Before he had time to understand what was happening, Sun Jin immediately launched an attack on him with the help of his blade, and the Lord was still able to dodge at the last moment. Moreover, he managed to deliver a counterblow, which threw Sung Jin several meters back. Sung Jin understood that apparently he couldn't win easily, and besides, this Ice Lord was too fast and couldn't be caught easily. At this moment, The Lord of Ice could not help but notice that Sun Jin had most likely already spent more than half of his mana. And this could only mean for him that he would finally be able to put an end to him, and according to him, he would do it with great pleasure. After these words, he decided to attack the guy in order to hold them back, and Sun Jin should prepare for the attack. He managed to repel the first blow of this monster, but this was clearly just the beginning, and he would have to try harder not to miss a stronger blow. Sun Jin missed some blows at that moment, but at one moment he was still able to see movements, gaze, breathing. He saw all this. He understood that he needed to hold out a little longer, and then he would be able to surpass the speed of this guy. The Lord of Ice immediately noticed that the guy was up to something, so he immediately decided to upset him and say that it was actually useless. But apparently the Lord of Ice made another mistake when he thought that Sun Jin could not surpass him. It seemed to Sun Jin that he managed to catch him, but at some point, the Lord of Ice turned around and made it clear to the guy that victory was still very far away. And before he had time to react to this, fear suddenly filled his body, and it was far from in vain, because the Lord of Beasts approached him from behind and stabbed him in the back, after which they both unanimously told him that without his speed, he was nothing. And now he's literally chained to the ground, so he really better give up. The Lord of Cold decided not to stop there and dealt another blow to Sun Jin's body, after which he added that he very much doubts that Sun Jin will be able to recover from this, because he is still a man, even though he has received the powers of the Lord. He was sure that this was the end, and, according to him, he was very sorry that the guy would not be able to see their army arrive here, which will build mountains from the corpses of people, whose blood will flood everything in this world. Although he still thought that they should do something completely different with Song Jin's country. He decided to promise the guy that he would make sure that all the people in this territory ended up in his ice prison. Thus, he could promise the guy that they could not die and would spend eternity in endless suffering. And at this time, he will only powerlessly hate him, being in the arms of death. Sung Jin at that moment tried to convince himself that he could and would do it. He needed a little more strength. But still, his consciousness turned off, and the system notified him that the player had died, and as a result, he received a black heart, and this activated the unknown passive skill. Sung Jin woke up again in the hospital with the fear of what he had just experienced. He tried with all his might to catch his breath and did not fully understand what was happening. The guy suspected that perhaps it was a dream, but he could not believe that it could be so real. He began to look around and saw that he was in a hospital, and somewhere he had clearly seen this before. Sung Jin was 100% sure that a dagger had pierced his heart, but then how was he still alive? When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Wu Jin, who entered the hospital in order to find out how Sun Jin was feeling. The guy was quite surprised to see Chairman Wu Jin here, but on the other hand, he thought that perhaps the man would tell him everything about what happened to him. Sung Jin at first wanted to ask what happened to the lords, but then he changed his mind and wanted to find out what happened to the monsters and why is he still alive. It was clear from the expression on Wu Jin's face that he had no idea what to tell Sun Jin about. But then he collected his thoughts and said that he needed to tell the guy 3 things. Firstly, he is not the chairman, but the chief inspector in the supervision department. And secondly, he wanted to ask the guy about those moving stone statues. And thirdly, he wanted to know how the guy even knew him. Sung Jin didn't understand what was happening and why Wu Jin didn't recognize him. But then he analyzed what Wu Jin had just told him and realized that apparently time had gone back. His thoughts were interrupted by Wu Jin, who began to say that they received testimonies from survivors, and some time ago, the White Tiger Guild went there with their employees. Sung Jin listened to the man and simply could not fully believe what was happening. Now he began to understand why this ward was so familiar to him. Wu Jin suddenly noticed an interesting fact that Sun Jin was quite different from the photo that was in his documents. The guy didn't answer them for a while because he was thinking that at the moment they were in the chamber, which was provided by the association, this is the place in which he first opened his eyes after what happened in the double dungeon, so the first thing he asked the inspector to leave him in alone. Sung Jin did not understand how this could even happen. Besides, he noticed that his appearance, strength, and skills had not changed. Everything was the same. But he returned to the past. The contents of his inventory were also the same. All this was so strange for him when suddenly his sister came into his room and wanted to know how he was doing and what he was doing. But when she saw her brother, it seemed to her that she had simply gone to the wrong place, and this was another proof that Sung Jin's appearance had changed a lot since then. Jin, and it seemed that he looked completely different. He even grew a little. Is this really possible in a few days? But Sung Jin assured her that it just seemed to her. Besides, he was a little busy, and he needed to go to the Hunters Association as soon as possible. He wanted to say that he was going to stop being a hunter. Jin-ah couldn't believe it, but she didn't hide her joy. And Sung Jin knew very well that she came to see her, but she should go back to school. And to Jin-ah's friend Sun Jin also decided to tell Han Sun not to even think about becoming a hunter because she doesn't want to study. The girl couldn't understand how the guy even knew her name and that she wanted to become a hunter, after which the guy put on his hood and thought that even though he no longer had shadow soldiers left, he could still gather the army again. Now the question was different. He sincerely did not understand what happened and why. The one who determines the rank of a hunter was incredibly surprised when he saw a hunter with S rank, because more than 2 years have passed since he received S rank, and this guy is the first to receive such a high rank. But what surprised him more was that before the revaluation, the guy wanted to meet the chairman. Heard this request, one of the testers offered to take Sung Jin to the chairman's office, but the guy assured him that there was no need for this, because he already knew where his office was, so he could easily get there himself. Everything would be fine, but the employee of the organization did not understand how an outsider could know the location of the chairman's office. The guy rode in the elevator with a smile and thought that he clearly should act more inconspicuously. And if Jin Chul notices inconsistencies, then he will obviously have problems. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Sung Jin carefully approached him and said that he had a stealth skill that he had not documented. The agent didn't understand how this guy even knew about this. But Sung Jin hadn't finished yet. He wanted to add that even though he was a high-ranking hunter, the association was not monitoring his actions closely enough. Sung Jin decided to deal with this hunter right here, so he told him that a man would come to him and ask him to avenge his daughter. And Sung Jin was not interested in what would happen to the criminals. However, he warned him that if innocent hunters suffered, then he will die immediately at his hands. Taesik tried to take the blade out of his back pocket, but it turned out that it was not there. And Sun Jin once again warned him that if he made even one mistake, his life would end. At this moment, Taesik wanted most of all to find out who he even was, but in response, he received only silence, and Taesik could only figure out who this guy was and why he looked so much like a ghost. As soon as Sung Jin entered the chairman's office, he immediately felt an incredibly pleasant feeling, as if he had not seen a loved one for a long time. Guo Hong was calm and assumed that since the guy came to him immediately after the reevaluation, it seemed that the guy clearly knew about their rules. But Sung Jin looked at the chairman so strangely that he had to ask the guy what happened. But instead of answering this question, Sung Jin decided to offer the chairman one thing. Sung Jin thought first of all that he urgently needed to replenish the troops on Jeju Island. So he asked the man to introduce a law, under which even warriors called up by hunters would be considered members of the detachment. And if he did what the guy asked, he would destroy all the ants on that island. In response, the chairman immediately told him not to say anything stupid, because the man remembered very well how many times they had failed on this island. And he clearly didn't believe that the guy could do it alone until he saw something. The energy that was around this guy incredibly surprised the man, and Sung Jin once again repeated to him that in fact he could do it. He was confident that he could deal with all the ants on Jeju Island. Guo Hong understood that his strength most likely surpassed the national level, but he sincerely did not understand how this was even possible. After this conversation, Sung Jin experienced all the joyful moments that had happened before and enjoyed each of them again. He was again able to subjugate the most powerful ant in the world, Bara, and at some point he could not stand it and began to shout to the system that he knew very well that it was all a fake, and immediately asked to immediately reveal to him who he really is, because he was tired of having someone behind him is watching. These words did their job, and at some point Sung Jin's surroundings changed, and he stood as if in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night, and heard only drops of rain falling from the sky. But this calm did not last long, and at some point it was replaced by thousands of repetitions of one notification, in which the system asked him if she wanted to start the world over. Sung Jin did not give an answer to this question, but just calmly asked him who he is. And in an instant, the king of shadow soldiers appeared in front of him. First of all, this lord told Sung Jin that he could spend eternity here if he wanted. He told him in plain text that the guy could essentially spend a happy life here in this world. Sung Jin understood perfectly what he was talking about. He essentially invited him to continue to remain in the illusion that he had created. But the King of Shadows corrected him at one point and said that it was not he who created this illusion, but Sung Jin himself, which obviously surprised the guy. At one point, he began to hear a voice that told him that the guy's desire to correct all past mistakes and his strength created this world, and this place is his territory. Sung Jin realized that his friends and relatives began to appear in front of him, speaking in a strange voice that here he could find eternal peace. And then he was able to die peacefully, and is he really ready to give up all this? This unknown voice told him that he had been watching him for longer than Sung Jin could even imagine. And during all this time, he had concluded that he was closer to death than anyone, but he always fought back. He is the story of Sung Jin's struggle and the proof of his resistance and the reward for his suffering. He is death, peace, and the greatest fear. The voice convinced Sung Jin that he was Sung Jin. In his domain, he can realize everything he has ever dreamed of. According to him, he can do anything for him in his power. With her help, he will be able to absorb even his powers and then become one of the most powerful people in the whole world. Moreover, in this way, he will be able to create a world, then destroy it and do it all in a circle. This is truly a great power that no one else will have. Listening to all this, Sung Jin realized that his abilities were exactly the same as his. The King of Shadows was looking forward to meeting the guy, and the whole time he was watching him, he was thinking about how their meeting would go. And he is like the Lord of Shadows, who is able to control those who have long died, and in fact, the deepest darkness is subject to him. But Sung Jin didn't understand only one thing. Why did the Lord of Shadows choose him? Instead of answering, he decided to invite the guy to show him why he did what he did. The whole story appeared before the guy's eyes, which gave him a clear answer that explained why he was awarded this life. But now it's time for him to return to reality and continue what he started a long time ago, and finally bring the matter to the very end. The King of Beasts walked around the guy literally on every side, and therefore he was sure that he was definitely dead. Thomas at that moment recovered a little, and the first thing he felt was that the energy of the hunter Sung Jin had disappeared, so he immediately wanted to find out what was happening there. But Renat was really scared to talk about it. The tail, who was also standing nearby, also could not believe what was happening, and the first thought that appeared in his head was about who could stop these monsters. The shooter who was on the roof thought that they still shouldn't have listened to that person, and even now if they attack with full force, then perhaps they will be able to stop them. On the other hand, he understood that they essentially had no other option, and they were obliged to stop them, because now many high-ranking hunters had gathered here, and this was the best moment for this. Therefore, without hesitation, he shouted to all his subordinates that they should get ready, and as soon as he gave the sign, they would attack all together, and their target was a monster, which supposedly consisted of evil spirits. But before they had time to do anything, they suddenly noticed that Sung Jin had not yet said everything he wanted. The Lord of Ice could not believe it, because they inflicted an incredibly huge amount of damage on him, but he was still able to get up. The Lord of the Beasts understood that they should not relax, and now they need to do everything possible to prevent the appearance of the true Lord of the Shadows. Otherwise, then they will definitely not be able to win. Therefore, they decided to attack the guy together and finally end the fight in their favor. But it obviously won't be as simple as they thought, because Sung Jin has gained the power that they were so afraid of, and now it will be incredibly difficult for them to defeat him. Although at the moment, it was not only about Sung Jin, but also about who came to his aid, because it was he who managed to land a good blow on the head of the Lord of Beasts. The hunters stood in front of him, who immediately made it clear to them that they could no longer even touch this guy. In a world where nothing had yet begun, light and darkness existed. The absolute being split the light and created God's messengers, and by splitting the darkness it created 8 rulers. If you believe the first letters of the ruler, who intended to destroy the world, and God's messengers who wanted to maintain its existence, clashed over and over again in fierce battles. Tired of a long, endless war, they turned to the most shining fragment, to the absolute being, so that he would help the honest warriors who fight for him. One of the soldiers could not believe that he really could not hear the cries of the soldiers who died for him and for his honor, so they asked him to lend them the power with which they could destroy the rulers and thereby give them security and peace. However, after asking for so long, the absolute being did not respond. Then the shining fragments realized that their battles were nothing more than mere entertainment for him, and he himself did not want them to end. Everyone worshipped the absolute being. Everyone shouted for the absolute being in war. Everyone proved their loyalty to the absolute being through blood and their own lives. This is exactly how general discipline was maintained, but those who chose death turned out to be much more numerous than those who wanted to live, because even following the precepts, in the end they saw only death. Therefore, at one moment they realized that as long as the absolute being exists, the war will never end, and they drew their swords to end the senseless war. And to begin with, they decided to start a riot, and the Lord of the Shadow Soldiers was there. He was the only messenger of God who decided to resist the rebellion of the others. However, he had an insignificant number of warriors at his disposal, and they all died powerlessly one after another. At one moment it began to seem to him that this was the end, and that his battle had come to an end. However, when he was in the darkness, he opened his eyes and learned that the absolute being had actually hidden great power from him. And then for the first time he was able to make his army rise again. He gathered a new army and headed to the war, in which he was now the favorite. But unfortunately, upon his return, the absolute being was overtaken by his opponents, and everything he fought for was a waste of time, because it was all over before it began. Particles of light destroyed the absolute being and proclaimed themselves rulers, and with the help of weapons that contained the power of the absolute being, they attacked the rulers. As a result, the giant King Lehi fell into the hands of the rulers, and the balance of power was upset. The lords realized that their defeat was close, and the Lord of the Shadows took advantage of this, extended his hand to them, and they had no choice. To win, they had to accept his help. Therefore, he was no longer a particle of light, nor a messenger of God. He essentially became the Lord of Shadows, who fought alongside the other lords for a common goal. Time was on his side. The troops and souls remaining from the war replenished his army with each new battle. He fought shoulder to shoulder with the extermination squad, led by the king of the mad dragons. Rulers and even lords began to be wary of him, and as a result, the two lords joined forces and attacked from behind. As a result of this attack, his army suffered unprecedented losses, and it seems that great power always goes hand in hand with envy and betrayal. The king of wild beasts, the lord of the fangs, abandoned his army and disappeared. The king of the demons, the lord of the flame, Baran, could not escape his wrath. And after that, the rulers bowed their heads before him and began to ask him for forgiveness for making so many mistakes. They believed that they no longer needed to fight, so they would like to end these eternal battles right here and now. They could have sent him into oblivion forever, but the rulers wanted reconciliation. This was their way of showing respect to one of them, who was born on the same day and hour, controlling the army of light and standing on the front line. The Lord of Shadows was not such a fool, so it's obvious that he didn't immediately believe it. So first he wanted to know the reason why they were doing this. Didn't their spears destroy his warriors? In response to this, they began to say that he was also their master. But these words made him even more angry, so he grabbed one of the soldiers by his head, and pulling him closer, he said that this made their sin even more terrible. But it seemed to the ruler that the Lord of the Shadows knew perfectly well what he felt when he carried out the banner of the uprising. According to him, they just wanted to end this senseless war. But the Lord of the Shadows believed that they needed to pierce his heart, and then they would finally get the end they had dreamed of for so long. The only way they could win the long-awaited victory. But they continued to prove that now they only want forgiveness. But the ruler did not believe in this, and wanted them to destroy him as soon as possible. One of the rulers asked him to throw away his offense and accept their apology, because on the one hand, he is also a particle of light. After these words, each of the soldiers of the rulers put his hand to his heart in order to thus show respect. According to the bishop, at that moment there was only chaos in his head, and he could not find a solution. He told Song Jin that he had gone into hiding to recuperate and return for revenge. The Demon King was already in eternal captivity in his domain, and the king of wild beasts was left to attack his back. However, without his help, the lord suffered huge losses and eventually lost to the rulers. And after waiting time, he reappeared before them, hiding in a hole in dimensions, and despite the conflict, the Dragon Emperor gladly accepted him back into the ranks of the lords, and together they were going to prepare for a new battle. Hiding from the eyes of the rulers, they found a world in which they decided to raise a new army. Sung Jin guessed that they had chosen the earth as a new place, and the Lord of Shadows agreed with him, but immediately assured the guy that people did not have a single chance against them. They could not avoid complete destruction. The guy understood what the Lord of Shadows was talking about. He saw cities on fire. He saw all these scenes, and apparently, it was the pure truth. Sun Jin wanted to know whether this would happen in the future, but the Lord of Shadows immediately told him that these were frames of the past. Then the guy wanted to know what all this meant, and according to the Lord of Shadows, if the purpose of the existence of the rulers is destruction, then the goal of the rulers is the preservation of a world in which there is no longer an absolute being. It seemed to him that the rulers, who noticed the movement of the rulers, sent military forces, but did not have time to do this in time. Seeing what happened because they missed the enemy, their hearts were filled with anger, and to correct the mistake, they used an item that contained the power of an absolute being. The God's Tool, which was called the Cup of Rebirth, was a powerful object that could turn back time by as much as 10 years. The rulers did everything possible to save this world, but the Earth was too weak. The planet on which there was no magic could not withstand the war of lords and rulers, and therefore no matter who won, the Earth would have been destroyed in any case. In the end, the rulers made a decision. If it is impossible to save everyone, then they need to protect at least some in order to continue the beating of life in this world. Sung Jin understood perfectly well what he was leading to. Apparently, thanks to this, the hunters appeared. The Lord of Shadows confirmed this and added that these were creatures that would eventually be able to survive even after a great battle, and at least this way the rulers wanted to protect people. The guy understood that those who can survive in a changed world will still not be able to live normally, knowing that all of humanity must perish. The demonic castle that Sung Jin passed through was a small fragment from the past, left by the Lord of Shadows, and apparently this world has already experienced destruction, and the Lord of Shadows confirmed this too. He also considered it important to say that although the rulers are not able to influence the movement of time, they can sense changes, and while the rulers are trying to correct the mistake, the rulers are increasing their power, and they are all waiting for the moment when the power of the cup of rebirth runs out. Sung Jin did not expect to hear that this cup has a limit. The Lord of Shadows did not understand why he was so surprised, because it seemed obvious to him that nothing has infinite power, and even an absolute being was destroyed by his own creations. So from this we can conclude that everything has an end. Then Sung Jin wanted to know how the creations were able to destroy their creator. And according to the Lord of Shadows, this is not too different from how people die from their inventions. They were created for battle, and our forces were enough to defeat the owner. The rulers received inspiration by watching the rulers, and in order to strengthen this world, the rulers gave people their powers, and by destroying monsters, people spread mana throughout the planet. And the rulers, in turn, began to borrow human bodies, and thereby built up their army much faster than the rulers expected. Also, the Lord of Shadows did not forget to add that through the use of magic sent by the rulers, they want to make a huge trap out of the earth. And Sung Jin perfectly understood that they were doing this so that they could destroy all the forces of the rulers who came to the aid of humanity at once. In order for the lords to enter this world, they essentially need a body that can withstand their power, but neither the Lord of Shadows nor the Lord of Destruction was able to find a person who could withstand their power. Then one magician who worked for one of the kings came to him with a proposal. He promised to find a suitable person for him, and the creator said that he would help him if he made his body immortal. After all, no living creature can simply accept its death. So he planned to find a person whose level of sensitivity to magic would be high, whose body would be powerful, and whose mind would be strong. He was looking for someone who could contain his power. At one moment it seemed that this was simply an impossible task. But still the Lord of Shadows himself found a person who suited him more than others, a person who immediately caught his eye. The Lord of Shadows remembered that Sung Jin was incredibly weak, how the guy constantly walked on the edge and risked his life. But each time he successfully avoided death. All this time the Lord of Shadows was successfully watching him. And at one fine moment, despite all the objections of the creator, he still chose this very boy. Now he just wanted to repeat once again that he was just the story of his struggle, proof of his resistance, and at the same time a reward for his suffering. Sung Jin, listening to all this, understood that his life was determined from the very beginning. But still, he could not help but notice the fact that even if he was the most suitable, his body would not be able to accept all the power of the Lord. So according to the Lord of Shadows, the creator used what people love most, and it helped the guy get used to his powers. The creator, according to him, used entertainment, his system taking the powers of the Lord. He was still able to gradually change the powers of Sung Jin so that it eventually suited him. And after these words, the guy finally understood why the player control system was so similar to the game. However, Sung Jin understood perfectly well that the Lord of Shadows ultimately betrayed the creator, because the guy was able to destroy him. But he wanted to know why the Lord of Shadows did this? The ruler began to tell him that the repentance of the rulers, the betrayal of the rulers, he could not choose a side for so long. But now he was finally able to make a decision. He really enjoyed his time with Sung Jin, and maybe he just didn't want to lose it all. The Lord decided that he became Sung Jin, and the guy, in turn, became the Lord of the Shadows. But the most important thing is that it absolutely does not matter which of them becomes the owner of the body. After all, as a result, they became one, and now they are absolutely no different. So the Lord of Shadows decided to give the right to choose to Sung Jin. Here in his domain, the guy, according to him, can choose eternity in the world in which he wishes. Or Sung Jin could return and fight them, showing his full strength. The guy recalled that the ruler had recently said that he had already made a decision. Then he did not understand why, despite the reluctance to fight with the rulers, he still joined the rulers and fled with them. The Lord of Shadows believed that the answer to this question was quite simple because there simply was no place for it. Sung Jin waited to hear these words, and these same words became his answer to the Lord's question. The guy believed that there was simply no place for him here. This answer completely satisfied the Lord of Shadows, because in this way, he could finally find peace, and Sun Jin would become the Lord of Shadows in his place, and probably after that, they would never see each other again. But before leaving, he reminded Sun Jin that now, after his death, his powers have become complete and now he is able to show them all what the Lord of Shadows is capable of. After Sung Jin decided to continue his path, the first thing the system itself suggested was that he'd delete the system itself, and the guy agreed to this option. And now he only has one chance left to fix everything. The Lord of Beasts and Ice realized that apparently they did not have time to stop the Lord of Shadows. They did not understand why the ruler in front of them would risk his life so much just to help revive the Lord of Shadows. In any case, the Lord of Beasts understood perfectly well that there was no time left at all. They tried to attack him, but the Lord of Ice immediately noticed that this brat reads the trajectory of his spear and moves with him, so it is almost impossible to hurt him. The Lord of Beasts also noticed that looking at how this man moved, one could conclude that these were the movements of a fighter who had clearly survived many battles. He simultaneously dodges the spear of the Ice Lord and blocks the blows of the Lord of Beasts, which seemed literally unreal. But still, at one moment, the Lord of Ice was able to get close to him from behind to deliver a blow with which he would destroy the defender Sun Jin. At least that's what the Lord of Ice seemed to think, but everything turned out completely differently than he had imagined, because the man literally struck him in the face with one movement. But the Lord of the Beasts received the blade directly into his mouth, and therefore his blow also failed. But this only angered him even more, so he began to shout that he would destroy the man for this. After which he changed his form and became even bigger and angrier. It seemed that he was about to take off and really be able to destroy the defender. But at some point they were stopped by an explosion, which they could not confuse with absolutely anything, and looking at the fog, they saw the outlines of a man. The Lord of Ice realized that he needed to act immediately, and was literally sure that this time he would not be able to dodge. Just as he decided to move on to the next stage and launch a new attack, the Lord of Beasts suddenly decided that he had had enough. This surprised the Lord of Ice. He did not want to believe that his friend wanted to return after they had come so far. But the Beast Lord simply asked him to feel the mana that was around them. Everything pointed to him that the Lord of the Shadows was approaching, and looking at that icy prison, which was literally filled with a strong aura, he would soon be released into the light. Therefore, he decided that it was better for him to stop attacking. But the Lord of Ice reminded him that he had promised to help him destroy the Shadow Lord. In response to this, his friend told him that he had only promised to help eliminate the person in whose body he had hidden, but would now appear the real King of Shadows, so he believed that their deal was invalid. The Lord of Ice did not understand how he, who called himself the King of the Wild Beasts, could run away with his tail between his legs. But the answer from him was simple enough that the Lord of Ice had never encountered the true power of the Shadow Lord, so he would not be able to understand it. After these words, he immediately created a portal and decided to run away, while wishing his colleague good luck in the upcoming battle. Apparently, the Lord of Ice was unhappy with this and called him a cowardly dog, but nothing could be done, and apparently he would really have to fight this monster alone. Therefore, he decided to give his enemies the opportunity to feel the horror of the power of ice. And now he was going to show his true power. Sun Jin's defender tried to repel all the attacks that the Lord of Ice inflicted, and even freezing rain was not a problem for him. But the Lord of Ice was not even going to stop, and therefore shouted that he was just a pathetic person who dared to attack him. But he was far from aware of the enormous power he had, and now the Lord of Ice was going to show him his place. The monster decided that he would do everything possible to ensure that his opponent ended up in an eternal ice prison, along with the Shadow Lord. The man couldn't believe his eyes because it seemed to him that this crazy person was going to literally destroy this place. But apparently this is so, because he didn't stop even for a second and continued to fire huge ice spears at all the buildings, and one of them still hit the man. Unfortunately, it tore off his arm, and it was simply impossible to endure such pain. But this was not the end, and the Ice Lord decided to finish off his enemy with the help of a huge block of ice. And at this point, it was most likely worth saying goodbye to the man. At least it seemed so from the very beginning. But then, at one moment, the Shadow Soldier of Sun Jin, whom everyone knew as Bara, entered the battle. And behind him appeared the real Lord of Shadows, who turned to the Lord of Ice with a question in which he was interested to know how he could call himself a king with such little power. The Lord of Ice could not believe his eyes that the Lord of Shadows was able to get out of the ice prison, and looking at how Beer repelled his attack, he could assume that the Shadow Warriors had regained their original strength. Sung Jin noticed how nervous the Lord of Ice was, and the only advice the guy could give him was not to trust prophecies in the future. But most of all, he was upset that the King of Beasts had escaped, because he still had some questions for him. He didn't understand at all how he dared to leave without his permission. The Lord of Ice understood perfectly well that their difference in strength was simply colossal. At this time, Sun Jin, after thinking a little, finally found a way to find the Lord of Beasts to punish him, and wrapping the entire earth in his shadow, he found him. The Lord of Ice saw an opportunity that would no longer appear, the enemy turning his back to him. Therefore, he immediately began to think that even though his opponent had become much stronger, the Lord still could not tolerate the fact that the guy turned his back on him, and he was going to use this chance to destroy Sun Jin and avoid death. He understood that he needed to finish off Sung Jin with just one blow, and then perhaps he could emerge victorious from this battle. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he threw his staff at the guy, and now he could only hope that it would work. But Sun Jin, hearing this, turned around and with incredible ease was able to stop this blow. Moreover, he literally turned this staff into ashes, which the Lord of Ice could not believe. But he understood that apparently this was the very power of the Lord of Darkness, a former particle of light, the power of one of the strongest kings. After which Sung Jin told him that he would be the last, but for now he would wait for the guy to find the Lord of the Beasts. The Lord of Beasts, meanwhile, crossed through the portal and still had the feeling that even here he could feel the energy of the Lord of Shadows. But he believed that this was entirely his fault, because he spent too much time on a useless squabble with the Ice Lord. And since everything turned out this way, he decided that he needed to hide and wait for the arrival of the Lord of Destruction. Although apparently he obviously won't be able to wait, because at one point his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that he heard the smell of death. He understood perfectly well that he would not be able to win, and it was also unlikely that he would be able to escape. After all, just looking at the Lord of Shadows, he understood that his strength was far superior to him. Therefore, he decided that it would be best to obediently bow his head before the great power. The Lord of Beasts believed that this was the only way out, that his instincts told him, and the first thing he said was to ask him for forgiveness for his atrocities, and as an apology, he asked the Lord of Shadows to accept him as an ally. After which he added that very soon the Lord of Destruction with his army would come to this world, and his beast army would happily side with Sun Jin. Sung Jin did not think for a long time and immediately agreed to these conditions, which made the Beast Lord smile because it was just a fake and thus he was going to run away. On the other hand, he thought that the real Shadow King would never forgive the betrayal. The ruler tried to destroy his vessel and prevent him from coming to this world, and thanks to human stupidity, he bought himself time, and now he just needs to wait for the coming of the Dragon King. But as soon as he thought about it, Sun Jin suddenly added that before that, he would have to repay the debt. And this debt was not simple, but 5 wounds from the claws that pierced his chest, and therefore he asked him for the same favor. The Beastmaster would have to withstand 5 of his blows, and then they would be able to close this matter. But these words only angered the Lord of Beasts even more, because he hated most of all when people joked about him. This gave him the understanding that in any case, the Lord of Shadows would not give him the opportunity to survive, but he also was not going to just give up. But before he could finish speaking, Sun Jin struck him with a blow that was so fast that the monster did not have time to notice. And thanks to this blow, he was able to cut off one of his arms, which was the first blow of 5. Thanks to this lightning strike, there are only 4 strikes left, and they will be able to pay for all his sins if, of course, he survives until this moment. The Lord of Ice, meanwhile, watched as the ant was busy healing people. But in fact, this was not his main problem because another warrior of Sung Jin continued to attack him. And he once saw this warrior and then he was the right hand of the Lord of Shadows, the Dark Knight. Igris had a fairly simple task. Sun Jin ordered him to entertain the Lord of Ice while he caught the Lord of Beasts. The Lord of Ice understood perfectly well that now Igris could fight at full strength, so it would obviously be very difficult for him. And besides, he knew perfectly well that the Shadow Warriors would not die as long as their ruler had strength, and he could not just so restore mana in this place. Therefore, it was quite obvious that he was not in an advantageous position, and it was not profitable for him to fight just like that with this warrior. Moreover, this is useless because every time Igris will recover, and it will be possible to defeat him only when Sun Jin is weakened. But apparently there is no point in this anymore because Sung Jin returned quite quickly. And he brought with him souvenirs, which meant that the Lord of the Beasts apparently could not withstand the 5 blows that Sung Jin dealt to him. After which the Lord of Shadows confirmed the fact that the Lord of Beasts could not stand it and died. The Lord of Ice could not believe it. He understood that Sung Jin's strength now exceeds several times what it was before. But to destroy the Lord of Beasts in a few minutes is simply incredible. Sung Jin interrupted his thoughts by starting to list who he had already destroyed. And in the end, he came to the conclusion that the next in line would be the Lord of Ice, and the death of the 3 lords would be a warning to the rest. These words outraged the Lord of Ice, who was not going to listen to such things, so he immediately went on the attack. But it ended before it even began, because Sung Jin fired a dagger at him, which hit him right in the heart. And then the second and third, which inflict enough damage to weaken the ruler. But Sung Jin clearly wasn't going to stop there, so he came closer and covered his mouth. And then he struck a blow that carried critical damage, which essentially destroyed the Lord of Ice. Sung Jin was interested to know how many blows the Lord of Ice could withstand, because the beast was able to withstand as many as 4. Looking at the Lord of Ice, one could say that the blows that Sung Jin dealt to him were enough to destroy him. And the guy was right because he tried to counterattack, but his wounds were too great, and so he literally began to crumble when he tried to use his powers. And after some time, it completely disappeared and there was not even a smell left from it. BR immediately approached Sung Jin, and the guy first wanted to know what happened to the man who protected him while he was talking with the Lord of Shadows. The ant, without thinking for a long time, immediately said that this man disappeared after Sung Jin entered the battle. From the footprints, it was clear where the man had gone. There was a fairly large pool of blood behind him, and after a while the guy was still able to find him. This man was sitting among the destruction and waiting for his end. At that moment, he looked at his hands, which were gradually crumbling, and thought that apparently this was the result of the use of divine power by an ordinary person. In any case, he believed that he had fulfilled his role in life, and that was more than enough for him. But at some point his thoughts were interrupted after Sung Jin threw him his blade and said that there was no point in running away, because he would have found it anyway. The guy couldn't believe that his father decided to leave like that and not tell him anything. The gate is a huge portal that summons monsters. He was supposed to escape the dungeon within an hour of defeating the boss, but ended up trapped between dimensions. The rulers found him and offered their strength so that he could help stop their rulers. The Lord of Shadows, who was supposed to appear soon, was especially dangerous. A person on the verge of death will always take advantage of the chance given to him. Therefore, the rulers returned him to Earth to fulfill the mission entrusted to him. However, he was never able to complete it, even knowing that in his body there was a terrible catastrophe that would lead to the death of all humanity. Considering all this, he could still only observe all this from a distance. And after some time, the rulers, who tried with all their might to prevent the king of the dead from coming to this world, began to change their minds. As a result, the brightest particle of light gave him a new order, the essence of which was that he needed to use all his strength to protect the Lord of Shadows. They realized that with the true power of the king of the dead, they could finally win the never-ending war. The only one who could stop the destruction squad was a subordinate of the Lord of Destruction, who should arrive before the heavenly warriors. It was a gamble, and no one knew who he would choose, people or rulers. But now he knew the answer, and that's why he helped the new Lord of the Shadows, Sung Jin. Although at the same time, he did not want to appear in front of him in this form. And now the man just wanted to find out from Sung Jin how much the guy hated him. Sung Jin did not hide the fact that sometimes he really thought that he hated his father. But when he became a hunter, when he began to find himself on the verge of life and death, when he still remained alive and met with his mother and Jin Ah, he still continued to think about his father at these moments. Every time at this moment, he simultaneously hated the man, and every time he missed him. And now he would like to hear from his father. Did he miss his family? The man clearly did not expect to hear such a question, so at first he simply remained silent. And Sung Jin decided to repeat the question for him, in which he so badly wanted to know whether the man missed them or not. But apparently the question was too obvious, because the man burst into tears and said in tears that all these long 10 years, he had missed his family incredibly much and wanted to make every effort to return to them, but he was never able to do so. Moreover, he wanted to do this so much that one day the opportunity to watch the guy from afar made him happy. But now he can calmly leave this world, because now he sees that his son has nevertheless grown up to be a worthy man. The guy understood that now he could not help him in any way, so he could only cry and enjoy the last minutes of his father's life. Sung Jin wanted to know from him who used the man. Did the rulers really use him and just throw him away? But the man assured his son that they simply gave him a choice, which the man decided to use and thereby protect the guy, and as a result, he was not mistaken in this decision. He so wanted to stay a little more with his son a little longer, to talk longer, because he never managed to become a good father for him, and now he only feels a sense of guilt. After which he completely disappeared, and Sun Jin was left standing alone among the lonely ruins. Sun Jin's mother suddenly turned to the girl and said that now they really must move, and they must do this as soon as possible. The guy at that moment shouted to the rulers and told them that if they heard him, then they must understand the fact that they will all have to pay for what happened today. The moment the ruler's roar shook the earth, the real war began. A few minutes later, a helicopter arrived at the scene with reporters who said that at present, the life of the hunter Thomas Andre was not in danger, and one could also see how the ambulances that arrived at the scene were hospitalizing the victims in nearby hospitals. And the monsters that attacked the residents no longer threaten the population, and it seems they have turned to ashes. Sung Jin did not stand on the street for a long time and went home to hug his family, but even at that moment the thought of revenge, which he had already begun to plan, did not leave him. Zhang approached back with the words that some time ago he clearly did not look his best, but the man responded by telling him to wipe the sweat from his forehead and then asked how others were doing. Wu Jin, watching all this, thought that the monster in the form of a beast, a woman and an evil spirit, which had recently been destroyed in the city, and most likely today the battle was finally over. At that moment he remembered his words that Sun Jin said, how he destroyed the monster that destroyed the chairman, and only then would he say words of gratitude to Sun Jin. But now this evil spirit is gone, and with a clear conscience he can thank Sun Jin. The Hunters Association announced that it was impossible to find out exactly who the monsters that appeared were, but the damage they caused was simply incredible. However, people were in no hurry to restore all this, because they perfectly understood that there were actually only a few days left before the real disaster. All the hunters of Korea and even from some countries gathered near these gates, and national hunters also arrived. For example, a Chinese hunter. When he saw these gates for the first time, he immediately had the feeling that all the hunters of the world could disappear in them. Wu Jin looked carefully at the number of hunters who had gathered near these gates, and he understood that in the entire history of mankind, for the first time in one place, so many high-ranking hunters had gathered. But most of all, he was worried about the number of hunters who could survive after this massacre. Cha Hei and Sun Jin stood in the front rows, and the girl at one point decided to tell the guy that this was the first time she had seen him excited, and it bothered her. In fact, this was not surprising, because Sun Jin perfectly understood that the gates would soon open and the old life would never exist again. It would be divided into before and after. Immediately after these thoughts, the same monsters that people believed could destroy their entire planet began to emerge from the gate, so they immediately prepared for the worst. But when the monsters began to emerge, Sun Jin noticed that something was clearly wrong. After all, with this gate, the shadow soldiers who were so familiar to him began to emerge. There were a huge number of them and many different creatures, from the lowest ranks to the marshal of this army. Just as the hunters were planning to start going out and starting the battle, they were suddenly stopped by someone's voice, which ordered them to stand still and not move. Wu Jin didn't understand why Sung Jin ordered all the hunters to stop, but according to the guy, everything was fine. Zhang also didn't understand what Sun Jin was thinking about. Was he really going to face so many monsters without first attacking? But no one expected that at one moment one of these monsters would bow before Sun Jin and call himself Grand Marshal Balian. And all this was an army of shadows that joyfully welcomed their Shadow Lord Sun Jin. The chairman and other hunters could not believe their eyes and for a long time tried to understand what was happening. Thomas carefully assessed this army and found at least 3 creatures, each of which could wipe out humanity from the face of the earth. But they all worship only one person, whose name was Sun Jin. At that moment he was thinking that this was the real Shadow Army, which apparently came to him as a legacy passed on by the Lord of Shadows Ashban. With such an army behind him, Sun Jin was ready to start a real war. A few days after this, in the Korean Hunters Association meeting room on emergency countermeasures, people were talking about how the foreign press was on their ears and demanding an official statement. And the American Association was asking them if they could reveal the whereabouts of Hunter Sung Jin. And there were still a lot of problems that were associated with other associations and the press. But Wu Jin was glad, because he believed that this was much better than a real army of monsters would have come out of the gate a few days ago, and not Sung Jin's army. The chairman believed that all these calls with requests for interviews were much better than calls reporting the death of another hunter or townsman who died after the monsters emerged from those huge gates. Wu Jin was still in pleasant shock that hundreds of thousands of monsters appeared from the huge gates, and they all knelt before the hunter Sung Jin Wu. But he also understood their confusion at the sudden disappearance of the hunter Sung Jin. But on the other hand, he reminded everyone that this is not the first time this has happened. And they actually could have gotten used to it. Besides, he believed that the association should support its hunters even in such moments. But still, mentally, he was also interested in knowing what the hunter Sung Jin Wu was doing now. Meanwhile, the guy found a great place where he could divide the army into two parts. And he did this in order to conduct a training battle, and his Grand Marshal would never have thought of such a way to control the army. But Sung Jin believed that this was a great opportunity to raise their level, especially since they still could not die. At some point, their dialogue was interrupted by BR, who approached his king with a request, the essence of which was that he would like to become a Grand Marshal. And therefore, with his permission, he would like to challenge Grand Marshal Balian. Sung Jin thought that this was a pretty good idea. A battle between commanders should be interesting. Therefore, he quickly agreed to this proposal. And after a few minutes, the Marshal and Grand Marshal of his shadow army stood ready for a duel. Before the battle, Sung Jin carefully looked at the equipment of his shadow soldiers and noticed that the sword that Balian used was very similar to the sword that Igris used. But it was worth noting that Balian is much larger than Igris, and his sword is also much larger. So the guy decided that most likely his strength would not be speed, but power. In this case, Beer's chances of success increased sharply. At least that's what it seemed to Sung Jin only at first glance, until Balian took out his sword, which was radically different from the one Igris used. He was like a huge snake that was capable of reaching his opponent anywhere on the battlefield. Beer clearly did not expect this, so this blow took him by surprise. And apparently that's why the fight ended before it even started, because Balian was able to finish the fight with just one blow, and his reflexes were much better than it seemed to Sung Jin at first. And this power, from which the whole earth shook at one moment. It seemed that the occupying Grand Marshals simply did not have a weak spot, or that Bear simply could not find one. And yet Sung Jin, more than anyone, knew that one should never underestimate the enemy. After all, Bear's strongest side is his vitality, and you should always expect from him that he can attack when it seemed that it was simply impossible to do so. At Beijing Capital International Airport, all attention was focused on Hunter Ji Kang, who arrived after heading to Korea for reinforcements. Despite the fact that most people supported his decision to help Korea, many still do not understand why China should waste its energy on helping another country, and all this was told to him by one of the reporters who wanted to know the hunter's opinion on this matter. Ji Kang answered rather rudely. He believed that those who say that are simply fools who have their heads on their shoulders only for beauty, because you just have to look at the map and everything will become clear. And so he would like to convey a message to those people who say this. He, Ji Kang, is not so confident in his abilities to fight with what the hunter Sung Jin Wu could not cope with. And if someone does not like it, then let him get up from his couch and catch monsters. But suddenly his words were interrupted, because as soon as he left the airport, he saw a huge gate in the sky. One of the lords was even glad that the Lord of Shadows had become their enemy. After all, now he has permission to destroy it, and he told the other rulers that they can do nothing and just watch it carefully. The first thing he told his soldiers was that they must prevent large losses, so he ordered his soldiers to prepare for a real war. Bear's next attack failed, and the Grand Marshal again attacked him, which forced him to land in an unpleasant way. It was clear from Beer that he was clearly not feeling well, but he still assured his king that he could continue, and in fact everything was fine with him. In response to this, Sung Jin wanted to ask Beer why he was so obsessed with the position of Grand Marshal. He answered him that he wanted to stand next to his king and fight together. But Sung Jin told him that the Grand Marshal could stand on the right, and he on the left, and then there would be no problems. These words made the ant cry and start telling him that his king is so wise. But Sung Jin quickly asked him to stop doing this. Igris also decided to challenge the Grand Marshal, but Sung Jin immediately made it clear to him that the knight would be behind him in line. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by other shadow soldiers who were doing something unknown there. Some dragons simply released huge amounts of fire into the sky, and one of the old shadow soldiers, Sung Jin, decided to show them what real flame is. The guy understood that they were measuring their strength, but also perfectly understood that this was not entirely honest resistance, because Feng had a sphere of greed and everything seemed to him like an ordinary scam. Others from his army even wanted to build a house to make the king stay in this territory comfortable. The Grand Marshal wanted to know why the king did not send the warriors to the shadow storage. Sun Jin believed that it would be stuffy for them there. After all, they had been waiting for their ruler between dimensions for so long. In response to this question, Sun Jin decided to ask Balian whether he was saddened by the fact that he would never again be able to meet with the past Lord of the Shadows, Asbin. The Grand Marshal replied to his king that he was by Asbin's side and protected him when he opposed the rulers, and even when he received the power of the King of the Dead, he was the first to become his warrior. According to Balian, he helped him for a long time and at the same time never doubted the decisions he made. Sun Jin expected such an answer, so he asked Balian to tell him his story with Asbin. And according to the Grand Marshal, it would be a very long conversation. He began by saying that this happened at a time when he was the fruit of the world tree, and all the warriors of the sky were once only fruits on the branches of the world tree. It was an infinitely huge tree capable of covering the heavens with its branches. The armies of the lords who will soon arrive on Earth is a terrible phenomenon, and therefore Sun Jin believed that he should talk about it because he could not promise people in this case that they would be safe. In addition, he very much doubted that after this war, the world would remain the same as before. After all, the power of the Lord of Destruction, which he saw in Asbin's memories, was frighteningly enormous. So he decided to feed his sister and mother a good dinner. They were very surprised that he had such culinary talent. And in the guy's head, there were thoughts that the Dragon King and the army following him would destroy everything that stood in their way. And their goal, first of all, was planet Earth. So he believed that not only he, but everyone humanity must prepare for battle. No matter how much he wanted to, his thoughts made him upset, and this was noticed by his mother, who eventually decided to find out if anything had happened to her son. In addition, she added that their father always cooked before doing something dangerous, and since Sun Jin had his blood flowing in him, the woman felt danger. But Sun Jin tried to convince her that everything was actually fine, after which he suddenly interrupted their dialogue and said that apparently guests had come to them, although no one heard the call except him. The guy opened the doors, and the first thing he wanted to do was ask his guests what happened and why they were here. There stood Jin Ho's father and his two guards behind him. The man first of all asked the guy for forgiveness for such an unexpected visit, but still he decided to ask the hunter Sun Jin for some of his precious time. Jin Ho's father first said that he thought that he woke up because he was just lucky, but in the end, after thinking, he came to the conclusion that such a miracle could not happen just like that. After all, in the whole world there are only two people who have awakened from eternal sleep, he and the mother of the hunter Sun Jin. So he had no choice but to begin to suspect the guy. And he came here only to ask the guy why he decided to help him? Sun Jin, without thinking for a long time, gave him a rather short answer in which he said that the man simply deserved his trust, so he did it. But the guy immediately decided to notice that if a man were a person who was ready to do anything to get what he wanted, he would not have put himself in danger for his sake. Did the man decide to clarify, or is all this just because he decided not to use Jin Ho? Sun Jin confirmed this, and the man immediately began to say that he did not even know how to express his gratitude to him. So he began to ask the guy to allow him to repay at least half of his benefit that he had received throughout his life. Or perhaps Sun Jin has something he would like to receive. At first, the guy thought about it and said that there was nothing like that, although at one moment he still found in his head what he would like to get. After which he added that if something suddenly happened to him, he asked the man to take care of his family at all costs. It seemed to Jin Ho's father that this was clearly not enough, but the guy assured him that it was more than enough. At the Hunters Association, the next day, the chairman showed Sun Jin the last gate, which was located in Shanghai. And according to him, a total of 8 huge gates appeared simultaneously around the world. And first of all, he wanted to find out from Sun Jin whether these were not his warriors. But according to the guy, these were enemies that they would have to destroy. After which the guy stood up and said that he hoped that the man would believe him in what the guy would now show him. Wu Jin didn't quite understand what he was talking about until Sun Jin put his finger to the chairman's forehead, after which he saw the whole picture and learned all the details of the story that Sun Jin knew. And as soon as the guy let go of his finger, the man immediately started screaming because it seemed to him that it was simply impossible. All his life he thought that God gave people the strength to save them and believed that the purpose of hunters was to protect humanity. But if what he showed was true, then he was too arrogant. Then all his assumptions were a mistake, and now he understood that only a small part of people could survive, because hunters are simply awakened ones who are capable of survival. All the rest could not bear it. But the real war is not between people and rulers. but between rulers and rulers, whose power is many times greater than the power of all humanity. Wu Jin still couldn't believe it, but what surprised him most was the fact that Sung Jin was going to fight them alone, which is just crazy. The chairman understood that Sun Jin was unlikely to ask for help, so he decided to ask directly what the guy needed from the association, and specifically from himself. The next day, Wu Jin stood in the middle of the hall and asked his assistant, or if someone else should come. But according to the agent, all the representatives of the countries that could had already arrived. After which the assistant wanted to know what Sung Jin answered to the chairman yesterday. The assistant honestly admitted that he was actually the first to see such a pale face on the hunter Sung Jin, although he immediately realized that he had allowed himself too much, so he immediately asked the chairman for forgiveness. But the man assured him that in fact everything was fine. After which he told him that an area of huge dragons emerging from the depths of darkness and the largest dragon flying behind. He is so huge that it seems as if not a single hunter could leave even scratches on him. An incredible feeling of fear, and the feeling that he is capable burn to the ground all the lands of this world with just your breath. That's what Wu Jin saw then, and now there was only one question in his head. He wanted to know how Sun Jin was going to fight them. But now, first of all, he called Sung Jin to inform him that he had gathered representatives of the countries, as the guy asked, and therefore he would like to know where Sung Jin is now. But the guy was much closer than the chairman thought. After such a spectacular appearance, Wu Jin decided that now it was pointless to ask about his location. Before everything starts, the chairman decided to tell the guy that if people find out the truth, complete chaos will begin. Besides, according to him, not all countries are able to cope with it, and Sung Jin understood this very well. Wu Jin realized that today, in this place, the whole truth will be revealed to the world. Presidents, ministers, heads of guilds, even chairmen of hunters' associations. It seemed that everyone who had the opportunity came here. Each of them at that moment seemed to hope that the hunter standing in front of them, Sung Jin Woo, would say that he himself would deal with these enemies without any problems. But apparently this definitely won't happen, because the guy's first words were that this would be an incredibly difficult battle. He further said that no one will be able to avoid it. According to him, monsters will appear right before their eyes, after which they will destroy everything to the last. Some heads of countries immediately began to say that they were not going to believe in all this, because if it was really true, then even national-level hunters could not stop them. Sun Jin did not pay attention and continued to say that hundreds of monsters stronger than the Kamshi dragon would come out of the gate, which caused a terrible catastrophe on Earth, and even national-level hunters could not stop this. But all these words were empty words for them. Each of them wanted to hear at least some evidence, and until Sun Ji did this, they would not believe him. The guy was clearly tired of listening to these conversations, so he, using his power, decided to provide them with this evidence that they so want to see. They all understood that the hunter Sun Jin Woo had just created several gates at once, and it seemed impossible to them until that day. After which the guy added that their enemies are capable of creating any gate at will, and they only received a short reprieve while they lead the entire army here. After this, some of the heads of state began to shout that perhaps Sung Jin was with them all at the same time, and the warriors who came out of the first gate, were they all here to help put an end to humanity? Some said that they completely trusted the guy, but still they did not quite understand what he wanted from them and what should they do next. Sung Jin was ready for this question, so he gave the answer immediately. In his opinion, the best thing they can do in this situation is to run. He literally ordered them to get as far away from the gate as possible, because they had too little time left for this. The power of dissemination of the information he announced was simply incredible. The warning of the invasion of such a huge number of monsters that humanity would not be able to cope with them on its own led to the fact that people threw all their strength into running as far as possible from the gates. After this meeting between the countries, Sun Jin came to a small place, according to BR, in order to rest a little. But looking at the size, he realized that BR did not understand what a small place was, but he was more worried about the fact that he could supposedly sleep here. BR believed that the place where the king would stay should be at least like this. But Sung Jin was clearly not used to this, and besides, he did not understand why the ant hung a flag there. But apparently this was not his idea, because Balian also bowed his head before the king. Sun Jin decided to ask Balian a question in which he was interested to know what would happen to the army if its ruler disappeared. If Sun Jin died, would he, as a grand marshal, take it under his control? Balian answered him that their lives are primarily connected with his life, And if he closes his eyes, they will follow him back into oblivion. Sung Jin knew that the advantage of the Shadow Army lies in their loyalty and the way they rush into battle for the sake of their master, without caring about their own lives. Their strengths and weaknesses are like two sides of the same coin. Enemies will grab onto this feature and try not to miss it. But according to his Grand Marshal, his enemy's army is about 100 times larger than Song Jin's army. And this only meant that the enemies had more than 10 million warriors, which even sounds very scary. Canadian hunter J. Mills, who had an S rank, immediately said that he told him not to talk nonsense, because if he only knew the phone number of the hunter Sung Jin Woon, he would have told him this personally. And yet it seemed to the reporter that the hunter Sung Jin Woo is one of the best in the whole world, and the warning of a hunter of this level cannot be ignored. But Jay thought completely differently. It seemed to him that no matter how magnificent he was, this does not mean that all his words are also become incredible. In his opinion, the hunter Sung Jin Woo is simply intimidating the whole world. And besides, the Canadian hunter believed that no matter how much he wanted, he still would not be able to deal with all the enemies alone. Showing this speech to Sung Jin, the chairman added that India and several other countries with strong hunters are preparing for a raid. And given all this, Wu Jin would like to ask the guy what he's going to do now. And according to Sun Jin, he will first go to China. After all, he understood that he simply could not resist all the armies at the same time, and first he needed to get rid of the danger closest to his family. And then he will move on to other rulers, because the longer the battle continues, the higher his chances of success. And as soon as he arrived in China, the hunter Ji Kang himself came to meet him, who immediately told his Korean friend that there were a lot of people there with stupid posters. So he decided to accompany him personally. Those huge gates were visible from the airport itself, and this could not scare even Sun Jin. Ji Kang decided first of all to show Song Jin what he had prepared for these gates, and as soon as they left the airport, in front of them stood 100,000 of the bravest hunters in China, who were ready to engage in battle with the monsters. Sung Jin definitely did not expect to see such a huge number of hunters, and with such a number he can definitely count on them to help. Although according to the Chinese hunter, it is not only the number that is important, but also the fact that they are all warriors with outstanding abilities. But in any case, they should get ready and not chat, because looking at the time, they understood that soon these gates would open and they should get ready for the first battle. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Sun Jin summoned his entire army, which struck Ji Kang. The hunter had never seen so many shadow soldiers before, and this made him understand that Sung Jin was on a completely different level, and this entire army just appeared here after he said just one word. His thoughts were interrupted by Bear, who saw that Ji Kang had taken his place to the left of the king, so Sun Jin had to calm his aunt before he got into a fight. After that, Ji Kang generally fell into a stupor. He couldn't believe that he could even talk to them, but now there was no time for that, because they heard other hunters shouting that the gates had begun to open. Balian felt quite strange, and it was all because he felt no energy, as if these gates were empty. Sung Jin suggested that perhaps the warriors of the lords would come out in another place, but judging by the soldiers who are represented at the other gates, they have the same thing. The guy realized that he was mistaken when he thought that the rulers had installed gates all over the world and divided their armies, but apparently they decided to exit through the same gate. Sung Jin realized that they simply concentrated all the troops in the farthest place from him, and this place became Canada. In this country, the gates opened and the outline of a monster came out through them, but everyone expected the monsters to flow like a river, so they began to think that Sung Jin was just bluffing. And in fact, everything is not as dangerous as he said. He was just one. Looking at this, the Canadian S-rank hunter could not believe that only one person came out of these huge gates. A few minutes later, he carefully descended to the ground and, looking at the Canadian hunter, asked him, "Or is he the king of this place?" First of all, J. Mills was quite surprised that this supposed monster spoke his language. But the hunter who stood next to him assured the man that in fact there was nothing to be surprised about, because monsters are capable of making weapons and armor. They also use classes and ranks, and in other words, one could say that their intelligence is similar to that of a human. All this time, they simply had no intention of communicating with them, but there was nothing strange about the ability of monsters to learn their language. Jay now knew that humans and monsters could communicate, and it amused him. Looking at this man, Jay thought that this was the reason why the hunter Sun Jin Woo was able to make the warriors who came out of the first gate his own. It seemed to him that he was simply communicating with them the way a man does it now. And apparently his question is whether he is a king. It only means that he is going to obey him. But before Jay had time to answer this question, the man who came out of these gates concluded that the king he was looking for was not here. Sung Jin immediately wanted to find out what was happening in Canada at the moment, but this would take some time. Sung Jin remembered that he had an acquaintance there, Adam White, who works in the Hunters Association, so the guy decided to call him first. But as soon as his friend's agent picked up the phone, the guy heard only screams and requests for help. According to the American agent, he and other employees came to help, and now he is standing right in front of the huge gates in Canada. They believe that they cannot just watch the Canadian gates as if it does not concern them. He also talked about how not only he, but also many other employees ended up here. From the conversation, Sung Jin realized that they still did not understand the full scale of what was happening, so he simply asked how the gate had changed. But surprisingly, according to Adam, they did not change at all and turned out to be empty like everyone else. At first, Sung Jin calmed down, but this did not last long because literally a second later, Adam changed his mind and began to talk about how someone had just appeared from the gate. He began to tell Sung Jin that a man had come out of there and he was completely alone. Sung Jin immediately began shouting to Adam to leave there immediately, to leave by anything, by car, on foot, whatever. The main thing was that he asked him to run as quickly as possible, but Adam continued to stand still and look at it with his own eyes. And apparently he understood that he simply no longer had a chance to escape, because he saw how the hunters who stood on the first line were erased into ashes in a split second. Sung Jin began to shout even louder to the man that he had to get out of there as soon as possible. Adam was still standing in place and still couldn't move. And suddenly he started talking about how dragons and other monsters were descending from the sky. According to him, there were completely different monsters, and the worst thing was that there was simply no end to them. Sung Jin understood that in this situation, he would no longer be able to help Canada, but he decided that he had to save at least Adam, and for this he was going to use the shadow soldier assigned to him. Therefore, he did not think for a long time, and as soon as he could, he immediately began teleportation. But at some point, a man began to approach them, who did not understand where he was going with this shadow. But as soon as he came even closer to them, it became clear that this was not just a man, this was a monster who was going to destroy this shadow without hesitation. Therefore, he released a huge wave of fire from his mouth, which was supposed to hit them. A few seconds later, Sung Jin lost contact with his shadow. He immediately thought about what he could have guessed, because the lords would fight with a shadow army that would become stronger as the battle progressed, and it was obvious that they would try to shorten the battle time by gathering the entire army in one place. As a result, 8 gates opened only to deceive him, and the entire army was concentrated in the place farthest from him. This is literally a fatal failure. Considering all this, he understood that the real battle would begin only when he was there. The plan to earn time turned into a bursting soap bubble. But what was more torn by Sung Jin was that he could not do anything about it. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord enjoyed every human scream that he heard. They continued to reach him, and it was literally music to his ears. But this was only the beginning, because then he ordered his dragons to destroy everything here and turn this land into ashes. In America, meanwhile, the head of the association understood perfectly well that most likely everyone had died. The hunters, the agents, even the reporters who were filming all this. And he continued to drink because he literally could not do anything. Hundreds of dragons, followed by giants, wild animals, and something similar to insects like a tsunami. He understood that this was a catastrophe that could not be overcome by human forces, and most likely this would be the end of the world. After all, very soon they will reach America. And only now the man understood the reason why the hunter Sung Jin Woo told everyone to run as far as possible from the gates. The world has come to an end. Suddenly his farewell words were interrupted by the hunter Sung Jin, who came here to pick up something. This thing was a runestone. The guy wanted to take it away and asked the man to give it to him. The head reminded the guy that he now belongs to the American Hunters Association. But then he quickly came to his senses and realized that he was talking complete nonsense, because it no longer mattered where and who had the stone, because soon not only the association, but also America would no longer exist. Therefore, he allowed Sung Jin to take this stone, but before that, he would like to find out from the guy why he even needs it. Sung Jin explained to the man that he needed this stone in order to use it as a tool for a counterattack. It seemed to the head of the association that those creatures had sent monsters here, and therefore he did not understand at all how he would use the rune stone. According to Sung Jin, this is their gift, with the help of which people could hunt monsters more effectively. The rulers wanted the earth to be saturated with mana, thanks to the fierce battles between people and monsters, and human sacrifices are a kind of side effect, but not the final goal. A stone in which the monster's abilities are sealed. A rune stone is a manifestation of the care of the rulers for more convenient hunting of people for monsters. The head could not believe that he could leave what was happening with one stone. Sungjin himself was not sure about this, but believed that he should at least try to do it. And before he takes it, Sungjin would like to ask the man one more thing. Norma, sitting at home, did not even suspect that someone could come to her so late, but she was glad to have such guests. Looking at Sungjin, she realized that apparently this was not the person she knew before. She believed that if then the darkness was hidden somewhere very deep inside, then now Sungjin is the darkness. The guy assured her that he was the same person she knew. He had just become one with what she saw that day. And he came here because he remembered what the woman said about being able to see the future. She clearly did not expect to hear something like that, but still Sungjin continued this conversation and asked her to look at his future. Norma thought about it a little, but agreed, and took the guy by the hand to perform this ritual. But as soon as she took his hand, she couldn't believe that the guy really decided to take it all on himself. Miss Salner simply did not understand how one person could bear such a heavy burden. Sungjin believed that fortunately he would be able to reach that place, but the woman was surprised that he was so calm, because no one would remember this, and this would essentially become Sungjin's fight. But apparently what she told him was enough for him, so at one point he asked her forgiveness for appearing so suddenly and just as suddenly leaving. Just before that fight, he climbed onto the roof to enjoy the view and get some fresh air. And at one point he decided to call her and say that he was a little busy. But now he was ready to talk a little. Cha-hai was incredibly glad to hear his voice, because she understood that in any case, now both of them were not able to collect their thoughts. Sungjin was very sorry that they were both so busy that they could not even meet, but he invited her to see each other next time. She completely agreed with him, but still asked him to promise her that they would meet next time. The guy did it to her without hesitation and promised Cha-hai that he would definitely return to her. She was so happy to hear this that it was immediately noticeable on her face. The Alliance of Hunters of Asia, the Alliance of Hunters of Europe, the Temporary Unification of African Guilds, the Alliance of Emergency Countermeasures of Federated States, all these words became reality that day. Dozens of hunters headed to the battlefield and were ready to help Sungjin cope with this. The Dragon Lord at that moment called upon Sungjin, saying that thousands of his fellow tribesmen had already lost their lives, and therefore he did not understand how long the guy was going to continue hiding. Sungjin heard these words perfectly, and in response could only say that he would visit him soon. He just had to wait a little. The Lord of the Dragons at one moment felt that his enemy had fallen silent, and he wanted most of all to find out what the Lord of Shadows was planning. He thought that opposing a huge army that unites all military forces, hidden in a world of chaos, is simply useless and tantamount to self-destruction. When suddenly his thoughts were distracted by the missiles that were flying right into this ruler's head. At that moment, the pilot's visibility was too poor, but it still seemed to them that such a strike had worked. At least that's what it seemed at first glance. But then in the darkness, they saw a huge eye that clearly didn't mean anything good. After a few minutes, the pilots began to understand what it was and what to expect. Unfortunately, their missiles did not bring anything good, and this huge monster struck back at them, which simply destroyed them without a chance. Sungjin, meanwhile, sat in his castle and silently thanked Beer for giving him the opportunity to be alone with his thoughts. His silence was interrupted by his faithful warriors, who had long wanted to tell the guy that this whole idea was too dangerous, and there was a big chance that he would not return from this battle. Sungjin perfectly understood their feelings and that they were worried about him, but he still believed that there were moments when one could not remain inactive, even knowing about the danger. Asbin, who was the past Lord of Shadows, told Sungjin that he liked this trait of his. And yet the guy decided to ask his Grand Marshal what the previous Lord of the Shadows would have done? Balian was silent, and Sungjin realized that apparently he would have done the same thing, so the guy has no choice. The Grand Marshal was silent for a reason. At the moment, he looked carefully at Sungjin and saw his past king. They were like two peas in a pod for him. In any case, no matter what happened, they were ready to be with him until the very end. Sungjin was glad to hear this, so he was gladly ready to lead such a brave and devoted army behind him. Before taking this step, the Grand Marshal suggested that the guy contact his family, because this is really very risky, and no one knows whether there will be another chance to do this. But Sungjin was categorically against this, because he believed that if he heard their voices, he might not be able to do what he had in mind. Meanwhile, the dragons continued to finish off all the pilots who attacked the Dragon Lord. Some still managed to escape and evacuate from the fighters, But even so, there was very little chance of survival. So they had to come to terms with death and admit that their life was ending. At least that's what it seemed at first glance. Because as soon as one of them opened his eyes, because he thought he was already dead, he realized that at the last moment, someone had destroyed one of the dragons that had attacked him. Sung Jin-woo finally arrived on the battlefield, and from that moment on, he was ready to do what he had in mind. All the monsters that were nearby immediately attacked him because they were most waiting for the guy to appear. But he was not going to stand and wait for them to eat him, so he only needed one skill to destroy this bunch of useless monsters. After which he continued on his way with the thought that he needed to take the first step, and from that moment the war began. The Dragon Lord couldn't help but feel the incredibly strong energy of the Shadow Lord who appeared in the east. His allies immediately suggested that he gather an army and destroy him with one attack. Moreover, they did not feel the army in his shadow, and therefore it was obvious to them that he was acting by dispersing his forces. The Lord of the Dragons did not quite understand what the Lord of Shadows was up to. Was he really planning to enter the battlefield alone and devour their soldiers? Or was he just stalling for time? It was reported on television that communication with the hunters who went out to meet the monsters was interrupted, and at the moment, the American government has activated the army and is evacuating the population. Wu Jin, looking at all this, thought that the tragedy happening on the other side of the planet was happening in a country that has the strongest military power, but even it is not able to resist the monsters. He understood perfectly well that at the moment humanity can only pray and wait for a miracle. But what miracle must happen for humanity to be able to stop what is happening? The chairman knew what miracle they should pray for, so he asked this miracle not to abandon them at such a difficult time for them. Hundreds of new warriors joined him, and it was as if a huge tsunami hit the battlefield, and gradually everything turned black. Sun Jin, together with his warriors, gradually destroyed the monsters and moved forward. But he understood perfectly well that all this was just the beginning, and he still had so much to go through to finally get to victory. Although he quickly destroyed the monsters one by one, and then called them into his army, this was still not enough to count on victory, but he was not going to stop and continued to slowly walk towards his goal. But at one moment he still stopped because he saw 100 dragons in the sky flying straight towards him. Sung Jin understood that this was an army of destruction, which unfortunately began to act, but he still did not feel the energy of the Dragon Emperor. Apparently he does not want to enter the battlefield yet. But on the other hand, he knew that there was no need to be disappointed, because there was still a lot of time left, and perhaps Sung Jin would do everything to give him a reason to appear. Sun Jin's troops also suffered losses, because dragons are one of the most creatures, especially in such numbers. And at one moment, a special dragon appeared in front of Sun Jin, who spoke to him to say that he could not stop the Dragon Emperor with the help of worthless puppets created with the help of mana. And now he wanted to save the great emperor from the annoying bug. Sung Jin believed that this dragon talks too much, and it's time to teach him some manners. And to do this, he only needed one blow with which he cut off the head of this dragon. The Dragon Lord felt that the Lord of Shadows had begun to act, and what was more important was that he was becoming stronger and stronger every second. Therefore, he decided that he needed to immediately begin to attack, and he ordered the Lord of Transformation to stay here and prepare for a surprise attack by the Shadow Army. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to advance from all sides, but at one point they encountered some resistance, which was provided to them by one very strong hunter who had already seen all these people in the dungeons. Thomas immediately told his guild that although there are a lot of monsters, they do not pose any danger to them, so they should go into battle with complete self-confidence. But this time everything will be a little different than Thomas thought, because among these monsters one could notice a humanoid image that came out of the crowd and told Thomas that he knew him, because he was the one who opposed the Lord of Beasts and almost died. This being was the Lord of the Iron Body and the king of the humanoid monsters, and he suspected that Thomas knew that he was capable of breaking his neck before he could blink his eye, but it was surprising to him that Thomas still continued to fight. Thomas was not sure that he would be able to break his neck so quickly, because this time he was much better prepared. Now standing next to Thomas was the Grand Marshal of the Army of Shadows, Balian, who knew the king of the humanoids very well, and was actually not very happy to see him. He was surprised when he saw the Shadow Army here. Were they really hiding energy and hiding in human shadows? The Lord of the Iron Body understood that he was caught, and he needed to quickly notify the Dragon Emperor. But at some point he realized that he could not establish a connection with him. Turning his head, he seemed to understand what was going on here. One of the shadows was blocking the connection. He was sure that such a strategy could not be invented by the Lord of Shadows, much less the Shadow Soldiers. This is not the behavior of the Shadow Army, which always rushed forward, sweeping away everything in its path, and this angered him even more. The Lord of the Iron Body quickly concluded that this was human behavior, and therefore he believed that he had no right to be a lord. Br was not going to tolerate such words towards his king, so he ordered him to immediately take the words back, because since he had just insulted the king, he would have to die for it. The Lord of the Iron Body was not going to tolerate the insignificant soldier blocking his path and even threatening him, so he was going to deal with him first. Sung Jin, meanwhile, finally met the Dragon Lord. At that moment, he was thinking that he could not contact the Lord of the Iron Body, and therefore it seemed to him that he had been betrayed, or that this was another trick of the new Lord of the Shadows. In any case, he believed that there was only one way out in this situation, and that was to destroy the Lord of the Shadows, no matter what it cost him. After such a blow, few could survive, and the Dragon Lord enjoyed himself. But Sung Jin was clearly not someone who could be defeated so easily, so he easily dodged this attack. After which he ordered his soldiers to leave, because now the real battle would begin. Ji Kong in China dealt with the giants one by one, and he liked to understand that on land the giants were not so strong. He felt a clash of magical forces throughout the continent, apparently a consequence of the hunters fighting an endless stream of monsters. The waves of magical power emanating from there seemed to pierce his body even at such a distance, and therefore he perfectly understood that apparently the battle had finally begun. The Dragon Lord destroyed Song Jin's warriors with his massive fire attacks, and he did it quite simply. At some point, he turned to the Lord of Shadows and told him that he had sent the main forces towards the Lord of the Iron Body, and now, apparently, he was going to fight him using the pitiful remnants of his army. So he was sure that this was just a mistake, for which he will definitely pay. But while he was saying all this, Sun Jin opened a portal and decided to escape, or so it seemed to the Dragon Lord. That's why he immediately took off, because he wasn't going to just let him go. His speed was quite enormous to be able to pass through this portal before Sung Jin closed it. But as soon as he did this, he realized that apparently it was a trap into which Sun Jin lured him, because after he passed through this portal, a completely different shadow army stood in front of him, which was ready to engage in battle with him. Moreover, looking at all these warriors, he saw quite familiar monsters that were part of the army of the Lord of the Iron Body, and he could not believe that he had already absorbed them. Br and Balian jointly destroyed the Lord of the Iron Body, after which Sun Jin was truly able to take possession of his army. The Dragon Lord appreciated Sun Jin's plan to deal with the other lords, capture their army, and then come to him. Only he believed that in this regard, there was still one absurdity and mistake that the Lord of Shadows made. And according to him, it was that Sun Jin thought that only he could pursue him, but this was far from the case, after which a bunch of gates appeared in the sky. The Dragon Lord added that this is a gate that was prepared by the Lord of Transformations, and now he will be able to summon as many of his warriors as he wishes. And considering all this, the Dragon Lord believed that the entire plan that Sun Jin came up with was actually useless, and all this was due to the wrong choice, which ultimately led to his death. He tried to convince Sung Jin that he had lost, and there was no point in fighting further. But the smile on the guy's face did not disappear. Apparently, he still had an ace up his sleeve, and at one point he canceled the call. The Dragon Lord did not quite understand the meaning of such a decision, so he asked Sun Jin directly why he sent his warriors back, or is this a method of surrender? And if this is so, then the Dragon Lord understood him perfectly, because after he saw the difference between their powers, then this is the most correct decision. Sung Jin continued to remain silent. At that moment, he was completely lost in his thoughts, and at some point, tears appeared in his eyes. The fact was that he decided to use the most terrible ability that was in the Kamsha Rune Stone, a power that indiscriminately neutralizes both enemy soldiers and allies, a cry from the soul that plunges opponents into despair. Now he can use a new skill called Fear of the Dragon. At one point, black arrows began to emit from his body, striking all the dragons that were in the air. The Dragon Lord clearly did not expect this. He understood that the Lord of Shadows had just made it impossible for not only the dragons to act, but also the Lord of Transformation. While he was thinking about this, Sun Jin came closer to him and pulled him along. The Dragon Lord simply couldn't believe it. Had this guy really planned this from the very beginning? A few seconds later, they found themselves near Song Jin's castle, where no one would disturb them. The Dragon Lord first wanted to find out where they were, and the guy gave him the answer that they were on the opposite side of the place where they were before. He realized that a face-to-face fight would give him the opportunity to constantly replenish the Shadow Army. Although he would spend a huge amount of magical energy on this, Now the Dragon Lord could admit that the guy had chosen a rather interesting battle tactic. And now, when they finally met one-on-one, where no one would interfere with them, Sung Jin invited him to start fighting because he planned to celebrate the death of the Dragon Lord today. His opponent was glad that the guy was so confident because he believed that he would have to try very hard to defeat him before his army discovered them. Otherwise, he would have very little chance. He turned into a huge dragon that would have caused fear in anyone, but not in Sung Jin, because the guy had long been ready for this and his shadow soldiers too. Norma, together with the head of the Hunter Association, watched as their country gradually plunged into chaos. It was very difficult for the man to watch this, because he realized that Sung Jin was initially right, and he tried to warn them about it, but they did not fully listen to him. But the woman believed that all was not lost, because the hunters gathered from different parts of the world were fighting with all their might, regardless of their ranks. Hunters of D and C ranks were not very different in strength, but even they were useful, destroying about 11 monsters before they died. Hunters of A and S ranks were also no exception to this, because even though they were able to destroy 1,000 monsters, sooner or later they would go to heaven like the others. But even taking all this into account, when each fallen one becomes a star, the sky will illuminate with a light showing the way to humanity, and then, although it fades, they will still be able to discern a happy future. As everyone knows, people call it hope, and at the moment it is the only thing they should believe in. Wu Jin's loneliness was interrupted by his assistant, who came to the chairman to say that they had received news that the hunter Sung Jin Wu had successfully lured that monster to a desert island near Japan. The chairman understood why he did this because Sung Jin Wu actually mentioned it. The island appeared due to the explosion of a huge amount of magical energy after the fall of the Giant's Gate. So he was aware of the fact that if Master Hunter fought at full strength, then the damage to everyone will be minimal. The assistant wanted to hear an order from the chairman whether to send him hunters there. Wu Jin didn't understand what kind of stupid question this was, because almost all the hunters were now in America. He didn't understand who the guy was going to send there. Although they have the option of sending all E-rank hunters there, this joke reminded the chairman of the story that Hunter Sung Jin Wu used to be an E-rank. And so now he knows that E-rank hunters can also be heroes who save the world. Sun Jin, meanwhile, fought with the huge dragon on equal terms and was even stronger at some points. And his faithful warriors helped the guy in everything. And therefore, in this battle, it could be said that Sun Jin was the favorite. After Grand Marshal Balian bound the dragon's mouth with his sword, the other shadow soldiers immediately attacked him and took him to the ground. But they weren't going to stop there either, because after he was immobilized, the shadow mage of the Sun Jin army launched an attack on him. At the same time, Beer and Igris entered the battle and struck him on the head. Sun Jin himself carefully watched this battle, and at one point he noticed that they were vulnerable to lightning. But even after all these attacks and blows, the dragon smiled, and the ruler inside this monster found it funny that they were trying to defeat him in this way. After which he added that he always thought that he liked to destroy enemies outnumbered, but now he was sure that being in the minority, he liked winning much more. The guy couldn't believe that even after such attacks, this monster was still ready to get up and continue to fight. And as soon as he thought about this, the huge dragon raised and spread his wings, after which he added that he would no longer restrain himself and therefore used the fear of the dragon. All of Sun Jin's warriors literally froze with fear, and no matter how much they wanted, they could not move. The guy realized that the Dragon Emperor controls his army with the help of this skill, and even his soldiers cannot resist. So he immediately canceled the call. And it was quite timely because immediately after this, the dragon unleashed an incredibly strong stream of fire on everything he saw in front of him. Sun Jin even had to call Kaisel away so that he would not get hurt, and now the guy was left all alone. After such a blow, everything around turned to ash, and in some places there was even lava. You could only hear the voice of the Emperor, who laughed and said that this is exactly what real strength looks like. Blood screams madness, the embodiment of destruction, which is not afraid even of its own destruction. If it is necessary for a battle for great destruction, he is the creature that was born for the sake of war. And it is he, the Emperor of Mad Dragons, the Lord of Destruction, who is known to everyone as Antares. Sun Jin understood that this island had already absorbed the magic released after the death of the King of the Giants, and it could no longer withstand it. And even its warriors could not resist this destructive aura. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the Dragon Emperor, who addressed directly the Lord of Shadows. Antares wanted to tell him that when the guy grabbed his hand, he could have pulled it out, but his determination interested him. They are rulers after all, and he just wants to talk with him given the power he has. Antares knew that the guy received Asbin's memories and therefore must know that their true enemy is not here, but there beyond the sky. The army of rulers, their main mission is the destruction of rulers, and of course he, as the ruler of shadows, is no exception. The emperor honestly admitted to him that he was going to destroy him, and then begin to prepare for a meeting with them. But when he met the new Shadow Lord, he changed his mind because, according to him, Sun Jin has abilities different from Asbin, and it is in them that he sees them great victory. Therefore, he told Sun Jin that if the guy wants to save his family, then he will do so. If he wants to save his country, then he will also agree. And if he wants the emperor to leave these lands, then he again needs to accept this offer, and then they will leave quietly with the soldiers. Antares asked him to become the ruler of these lands, and then he would not be the owner of a small castle on that hill, but would be able to take possession of the entire planet. After which he extended his hand to him and said that the guy actually has the right to choose. And to accept his offer, Sun Jin only needed to take this hand. After all, if they only joined forces and suppressed the rulers together, only then his family, his country, and all of humanity will find peace and freedom. And having said all this, he asked a question to Sun Jin, in which he wanted to know whether the Lord of Shadows would join him or not. Song Jin, listening to all this carefully, ultimately asked Dragon Lord Antares not to make him laugh. After all, he offers to believe the Lord of Destruction. The guy could not believe that he considers him so stupid that he supposedly does not see his gaze, which is filled with the desire to destroy the Lord of Shadows. Antares realized that apparently he would not be able to hide this desire. In any case, this was Sun Jin's last chance, and now the Lord of Shadows should prepare for the worst fight of his life, after which he increased in size and began to fight. Sun Jin was able to successfully dodge the first attack, although it was quite difficult to do so, after which he immediately called Kaisel to him. But his opponent clearly did not intend to stop there, so he immediately went into battle again. He tried to catch Sun Jin and his shadow dragon, making a mistake, but it was clearly not easy. The guy tried to control his dragon accurately because one wrong move and this dragon could burn him to the ground. Sun Jin tried to simultaneously counterattack this monster, but unfortunately after several attacks, the guy noticed that he could not even leave a scratch. Antares himself also noticed that the guy would not be able to injure him with such weak blows, and he should come up with something else to amuse him at least a little. At this point, Sun Jin decided that it was better for them to retreat for a while to think a little. But apparently he clearly won't be able to do this just like that, because Antares again used his fear of the dragon skill. This made it incredibly difficult to control Kaisel's behavior. His body was literally covered with a dark aura that prevented him from moving. Sun Jin understood perfectly well that his affairs were very bad, and he urgently needed to come up with something, otherwise it would all end sadly. But before he had time to do anything, Kaisel threw the guy off of him and flew on. The guy didn't have time to call his dragon back when he was simply covered by a huge stream of fire, which most likely left no smell of him. Antares understood perfectly well that Sun Jin could hardly die after such a blow, so he began to carefully examine the entire area around him, trying to find the guy. And the guy decided to take advantage of this, so as soon as the chance arose, he literally stuck to the dragon's body and began to use all his magical power on it. But even this was a problem. The dragon's body itself burned his legs, and it was difficult to stay there for a long time. Apparently Antares also thought the same thing, who tried to grab Sun Jin with his paw, but the guy managed to dodge this attack at the last moment. At this moment, Sun Jin summoned his shadow soldiers again, and a few seconds later, shadow dragons appeared right in front of Antares, which of course could not harm him, but they would definitely be able to buy some time for Sun Jin. The first thing they did was try to take a bite out of this big guy, and at first they clearly succeeded. At this time, other dragons attacked Antares with fire, and it seemed that this was bearing fruit. But then it became clear that even the fiery breath of the ancient dragons commanded by Balian had no effect on him. Sun Jin was clearly aware that his defensive and offensive abilities were at a completely different level, and he was many times stronger than everyone he had fought with before, so he understood perfectly well that the Dragon Emperor could not be defeated by the methods that he had used so far. He immediately decided that he needed a more powerful force with which he could destroy a huge monster surrounded by incredible armor with his bare hands. And while he was thinking about this, a solution to this problem came to his mind. Antares stated that he is disappointed every time Sun Jin tries to stop him with such pitiful warriors, and every time he becomes more and more bored. But at some point he fell silent when he saw that the Lord of Shadows was accumulating power around himself, and the dragon could not even imagine what he was planning again. Sung Jin decided that he needed to do everything possible to surround the armor with the power of darkness, and then he would be able to break through it. He understood that his armor was so huge that any object would be negligible in comparison with it. Antares could not believe that the Lord of Shadows was creating the flame of an immortal body right now. This was impossible, although he knew that originally the Lord of Shadows was one of the shining fragments, so this is a hidden form, but the true appearance, but he still did not understand why it was so huge. But at some point, the Dragon Emperor realized that the guy was right now calling the power of all the dead to the surface of the earth. Antares couldn't wrap his head around this because until recently he had been an ordinary person, but now he is able to control the power of the dead so well. At that moment, Sung Jin himself did not understand what was happening. Was this really the true power of the Lord of Shadows, transmitted to him by Asbin? But considering that a dizzying infinite power rises inside his body, this is the very legacy of Asbin. Antares understood how this was possible. Apparently, the guy had simply spent a long time on the border between life and death. It seems that this was the reason why Asbin completely transferred his powers to a useless man. This man continued his own war without stopping, even before he accepted this power. And all this was in order to survive, but now he had to destroy it now at all costs, and as he thought, he was very dangerous. Now this fight will be a little evened out, but even so, Antares believed that he could and must defeat the Lord of Shadows in order to carry out his plan. Sung Jin was finally able to reach Antares, and this meant that now he was also striking at him, which as a result caused him a fairly large amount of damage. But everything was not as simple as it seemed to Sung Jin, because the Dragon Emperor was still delivering his attacks, and some of them were quite successful, but this only gave Sung Jin an additional time to understand that he had not won yet, and needed to be extremely collected. At some point, he again had to dodge the dragon's fiery stream, and each time it became more and more difficult to do this. But at some point he realized that his strength was enough to resist this fire, and therefore went to the breach. But it was a mistake, because as soon as he did this, the dragon immediately used his huge tail, which struck Sung Jin's body. And this was not the end. The Dragon Emperor created several balls from which a huge stream of fire would come out, and it would obviously be very difficult to dodge such an amount of damage. A few seconds later, the fire attack began, and everything around was filled with fire, which was capable of destroying the entire planet. Sung Jin was simply not going to give up, so as soon as the flames died down a little, he immediately counterattacked. Although it was not that effective, the Dragon Emperor immediately released another portion of fire from his mouth. All these attacks literally melted the Lord of Shadows, but fortunately he was in a different form, and so far this did not cause such critical damage. But he eventually had to return to his human form because he clearly could not continue like this. And the whole point was not the dragon's attacks, but the fact that even simply supporting this form consumes a huge amount of mana. While Sung Jin was thinking about this, the Dragon Emperor decided to ask him a question one last time, in which he wanted to ask the guy whether he would join them or not. The guy raised his head and once again repeated to this Dragon Emperor that he was not going to take the side of the monsters. In fact, Antares was just waiting for this answer, because he already wanted to destroy this brat who was preventing him from fulfilling his plan. After this small conversation, their dialogue continued, but now everything depended solely on skills. While they were fighting, Antares assured Sung Jin that the Lord of Transfiguration and his army would destroy everything in their path, and the Lord of Shadows would not be able to do anything about it. He didn't stop, and continued to convince the guy that even now at this moment, when they cross swords, they are destroying his planet, and even though he is the Lord of Shadows, he will still lose until he gets rid of the fear of dying. Antares promised him that very soon, what is so dear to the guy will remain only in his memories, and all this will be possible only because Antares wanted it so, and he was sure that the guy could not do anything about it. And as soon as he finished speaking, he was able to dodge Sung Jin's attack and inflict his own counterattack on him, which pierced right through his body. After which he added that this is war, the sounds of their army crushing and tearing his world apart. Antares did not close his mouth and supported each of his attacks with words, and asked the guy not to stop listening to the screams of people. In his opinion, these were all sounds of despair. In his opinion, despair will infect people and eventually silence them all forever. And what about his opponent, the Lord of Shadows? He will regret his choice. Listening to all this, Sung Jin finally decided to answer him and said that he would never regret his choice, no matter what the consequences. And all this was in order to divert the attention of the Dragon Emperor and stab him in the back with the help of his blade, which he controlled the power of the Emperor. It was a good plan, but unfortunately it failed due to the fact that there was protection around this monster that prevented him from doing this. It was so funny for Antares to see that the guy really hoped that the blade created from a dragon fang would break through the defense of the Dragon Emperor. All this was fun for him, a battle of flame born into darkness and darkness born into light. However, now according to him, they can see the end of this fight, and the Lord of Shadows, who was also already waiting for this moment, could not agree with this. The guy added that now he could see the end, and the Emperor thought that the Lord of the Shadows had finally decided to stop resisting. But according to the Dragon Emperor, it was too late because the army of destruction would not even need to come here, because Antares believed that he could independently cut the throat of the stupid Lord of Shadows. Sung Jin did not react to all these words. He only said that the sun makes the shadows more distinct. And apparently the end of the battle was precisely for Antares, in front of whom in 1 second many shadows appeared, eager to tear him into pieces. Although he tried to show all his anger and therefore shouted that he would tear him to shreds and feed him to the dragons, he was going to show Sun Jin the last minutes of the life of the one who dared to resist the will of the Dragon King to the last. But even these words and screams did not stop Song Jin from delivering a blow that divided the Emperor into 2 halves. Although it was quite a strong blow, Antares could still talk, and therefore he still said that it was quite good, and he would never have thought that such a thing was even possible. But then he saw white warriors in the sky and understood perfectly who they were, but did not understand how they appeared here, because there were no gates here, and to create a connection between the 2 worlds, he would need a huge amount of energy. And even taking all this into account, he saw an army of rulers in front of him, and began to understand that apparently this was originally the plan of the Lord of Shadows. From the very beginning, he wanted to tear apart space with a collision of incredible forces in order to call upon the rulers, which means that the guy specifically provoked Antares and brought him here. However, in any case, he should not have had a connection with the rulers. At least that's what the Emperor thought. But according to Song Jin, he had a vessel of the rulers. Moreover, he told Antares that there were still vessels left to which the rulers gave their powers and those who were connected with him personally. He realized that apparently the guy used these vessels and thus created the gate, so he initially chose the path leading to victory in the war, even if he lost in this battle. And Antares at that moment thought only about their battle. And all this time, he considered that the guy pulled him into this place so that no one would disturb them. How suddenly did Sun Jin interrupt his thoughts in order to ask him whether it was he who then ordered the Lord of the White Flame and the Lord of the Fangs to attack Asbin? Antares could not believe that Sun Jin knew about this. His first thought about this was that it seemed to him that Baran had told it. In response to this, Sun Jin showed him an understandable gesture and added that Asbin asked to say hello to him. This clearly infuriated Antares, and so he immediately ran towards the guy, even though his injury was serious. But something completely different stopped him, namely the army of rulers who did not wait and punched a bunch of holes in the Emperor's body with the help of their spears. And before he finally died, Antares saw a bright light in front of him, which was carefully watching everything. The Emperor did not understand how blinding light and black shadows could be nearby. He could not believe that he had no chance of success from the beginning. But unfortunately, his life has come to an end, and he will no longer be able to find out the answers to his questions. After that, the brightest particle of light turned to Sun Jin, who was very grateful to the guy for being able to end their war. Sung Jin decided not to waste the moment and said that although it was a little strange, he had one request. And he addresses it specifically to the particle of light, because the guy believes that only he can fulfill this request. The ruler answered him that if it was in his power, he would gladly help him in any way he could. After which Sung Jin finally asked him to use the Cup of Rebirth again. The particle of light didn't quite understand why Sung Jin was even asking to turn back time. He tried to explain to the guy that after using the divine weapon and returning time, higher beings will retain the memory of what happened, and does the guy still want to do this even though the dead rulers will come to life? Sung Jin confirmed his desire and did not forget to add to this request not to send monsters to Earth this time, and he, in turn, to get rid of the lords and their armies in the gap between dimensions. The particle of light sincerely did not understand why the guy so badly wanted to take on this whole war alone, because they had used the cup many times already, but this was the best result they could achieve. The guy explained to them that because of this war, he had lost too many people, and now his main task is to return them, and this can only be done in this way. But before doing this, the particle of light explained to him that the Cup of Rebirth had almost completely lost its power, and if the guy failed, then perhaps they would no longer be able to turn back time. Although now he may remain in people's memories as a hero who prevented the attack of the rulers, No one will ever know about the battle that he is about to begin. And if he loses, then everyone will be destroyed. But even if the guy wins, they tried to convey to him that no one will be happy about this. And after all that has been said, does Sung Jin really want to do this? The guy simply nodded silently, and that could only mean one thing. He remembered every person who was so dear to him. So he was going to do this and go back to the past. The rulers realized that the guy's real goal was always to save not a particle of this world, but the whole world. To shoulder such a leg on oneself caused enormous respect in them, and they had already seen this somewhere. The guy seemed to them very similar to the previous Lord of the Shadows, Asbin. After which they wished him good luck and began to fulfill his request. But the guy at one point asked them for one more minute. He wanted to know what would happen to his warriors who did not exist in the past. According to the ruler, everyone who intersects with the axis of pastime will disappear. The rest will remain. This answer more than satisfied the guy, after which he was ready to begin. While the rulers began the procedure, they hoped with all their hearts that the guy's courage could save the world. Jin-Ah ran into the room at her mother's request in order to wake up her brother. But Sung Jin was no longer asleep and was ready to go to school. Jin-Ah, who had just stepped out of the shower, the smell of boiling stew and the sound of knocking on the kitchen board, the air of his room filled with his scent. All this was before the eyes of little son Jin, who was the only person in the whole world who remembered what happened. But all this was unimportant, because as soon as he left the room, he saw something that he clearly did not expect. His father was sitting at the table reading the newspaper, and surprised that Sun Jin was reacting to him so strangely. The guy decided to tell him that he just had a nightmare, which is why he behaved so strangely. And he didn't lie. His nightmare would really end. And he stayed here with his little sister, a healthy mother and a living father. He was given a chance to fix everything, and the guy successfully took advantage of it. He was going to rewrite the entire future again, and at the same time he wanted to enjoy this time of peace. And this is the very reward for his courage. He knew that now, beyond this sky, the rulers were preparing huge gates for the destruction of these lands. But he just wanted to enjoy this feeling just a little more. And if only this time he was enjoying would not harm anyone, then he just wanted to stay here at least one more day longer. The world of emptiness and loneliness in which there is only endless darkness was so quiet that it seemed impossible to exist there. Sun Jin was able to find and defeat all the lords. The last of them was the Lord of Transformation, who tormented his soul all this time. And so 27 years have passed since he came into the gap between dimensions. Finally, this long, tedious, and incredibly difficult battle is approaching its end. Only the Dragon Emperor and the Extermination Squad under his direct command remain. It was nice to realize that time flows differently on Earth, and therefore Sung Jin assumed that about 2 years had passed there. This would be his first meeting in 2 years, and what he was most interested in was how his father and mother were doing now. How much had Jin-Ah changed? And should he have explained everything to them a little more before leaving? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the Grand Marshal, who notified Sun Jin that they had finished cleaning up and now there was not a single enemy who would continue to breathe. This made Sun Jin happy, because with such an army he was sure that he would never lose. The Dragon Emperor's assistant informed his lord that the Lord of Transformation had died, and so he thought it would be better to move to a place a little further away from them. But the Dragon Lord was tired of running away and was going to fight him here. The Emperor really didn't expect that the Shadow King would use the Cup of Rebirth and decide to fight him again. This makes him respect him. The Emperor actually could not imagine that he would meet Sun Jin here and not in the afterlife. But this time, one of them will leave forever. And he, as the Dragon Emperor before the battle, would like to know the name of the second Lord of Shadows in order to remember it for the rest of his life. Sung Jin Woo was more than confident in his abilities, so he said his name without any problems, after which he noticed that apparently the Dragon Lord simply had nothing to say. And since this is so, then the Lord of Shadows decided to end this as soon as possible, and therefore went on the attack. The Emperor also did not stand still and was clearly ready to take revenge on Song Jin for the previous battle. Their blades collided again, and it was clear to each of them that this battle would decide not only their fates, but the fate of many other lives. The real world, in which only 2 years have passed, because of the words of some fortune teller, all of America was alarmed, because she declared that in the near future the god of doom would descend on these lands. In normal times, this prophecy would not even have received attention, but it was said by Norma Solner. 2 years ago, she suddenly had the gift of providence. She became a person who is always in the center of attention due to the fact that she accurately foresaw such incidents as the death of the leader of North Korea, the capture of tourists by terrorists, the collapse of the stock market, And suddenly, such a person talks about destruction of the world. And the next day, a huge black hole appeared in the airspace of Seoul, blocking the sky, and Miss Sonner's prophecy graced newspaper headlines around the world. Much time did not pass from the time this hole appeared until it was discovered. But people never saw anything from what came out of there, or so it seemed to them. Sung Jin did this as carefully and discreetly as possible, so that there would be no unnecessary questions for him. When suddenly he was stopped by a man who was happy to congratulate Sun Jin Woo on his return. Although then he realized that it was probably better to call the guy Mr. Lord of Shadows. Sung Jin did not understand what was happening here, so he continued to remain silent. And this man said that he could not imagine that he would return with the appearance of a middle school student. But the guy believed that Liuli could be very scared if he came out with a shaggy beard. He also couldn't help but say that it was quite good when even one person met him. This man was very surprised that he was actually able to destroy everyone alone and return. He also felt that the guy had brought more than 10 million warriors with him. In response to this, Sung Jin said that he was sure that he would not come here just to give him a bouquet, so he would like to know by what did a messenger from the rulers come to him. As it turned out, the fact was that there was one message that the great rulers wanted to convey to the Lord of Shadows, and the conversation could drag on a little, so he immediately invited the guy to move to another place. The messenger of the rulers was quite surprised that the guy chose an ice cream cafe, but Sung Jin assured him that this was not surprising, because when he destroyed monsters for 20 years in a row, when he returned, he most wanted something sweet. The messenger of the rulers explained that he was actually here to say that all problems had been resolved. But then he added that the great rulers are concerned about the influence of Sung Jin's forces on this world, and it seems to them that this world will not be able to withstand it. He said that a world in which there is no mana is incredibly weak, so unless Sung Jin doesn't mind, they would like to move him to a place that can accept his power. Sung Jin understood that they could simply seal him away. But this clearly didn't suit the guy because he did his job, and they just want to get rid of him because they're afraid of him. The messenger realized that it was better not to joke like that, and immediately told the guy that he had misunderstood him, and first he asked Sung Jin to read something. He put the phone on the table on which was opened an article in which it was written that even before Sung Jin's arrival, Mrs. Solner's prophecy gathered a lot of conversations around her, and initially she was not such an incredible fortune teller, but their rapprochement with this world turned her life upside down. Now the guy realized that his existence could cause such changes, and this is exactly what the messenger of the rulers wanted to tell him. But Sung Jin was still not ready to leave this place yet and asked the messenger to come to him next time. The man realized that it was better for him to do so, so he did not argue with the guy and promised him to fulfill his request. Sung Jin understood that if we assume that every living being has a purpose for existence, then one thing can be certain. He became a king, prevented the rulers from taking over the world, saved the people dear to him, and essentially fulfilled his true duty. He was able to achieve his goal. But now his enormous power, which no longer makes sense, like spent nuclear fuel, only creates problems due to its influence on the world. In this case, the question arises for the guy. Has he ultimately become someone that this place doesn't need? The only thoughts that the guy had at that moment were the thoughts that he was so lonely, until he saw a familiar girl passing by.